A 5-year-old child hunting a tiger. In the soul-hunting forest, a master cloaked in camouflage appears, and with a single arrow, he saves TangSan, only to have the situation disrupted. In the soul-hunting forest, under the shimmering moonlight, the sound of firecrackers erupts. A large figure and a small one are fleeing, pursued by a massive green serpent, its triangular head glistening with a cold light. The child tosses a carrot behind him, but it proves futile, ultimately releasing a frosty beam that fails to injure the serpent. Instead, it provokes the beast further. The enormous serpent lunges before them, its gaping maw wide open. The child draws a short sword, his composure unwavering, while the middle-aged man beside him wears a look of despair. "Get down," a youthful voice rings out. Two piercing sounds cut through the air, one sharp and one dull. The child senses a rush of air behind him, promptly dropping to the ground. A sharpened log, bound with thick vines, sweeps over his head and forcefully embeds itself in the serpent's mouth, sending it reeling. Following this, a flurry of long poles bursts forth, intertwining to form a cage, ensnaring the dazed mandrake serpent. Prostrate on the ground, TangSan's heart races. "Why are you here?" Rustling comes from the bushes, as a diminutive figure wrapped in green leaves emerges. Holding a black bow, Jason furrows his brow, clearly displeased. "I was hunting here, and you scared away all the prey with that serpent." Had he not feared detection, he would have been disinclined to rescue these two. The rescued pair regards him warily. Assessing his voice and stature, he appears quite young, yet the aura of someone harmonized with nature leaves TangSan unsettled. As he approaches, TangSan peers through the foliage, noticing the figure's purple eyes, cold as iron. Strangely familiar, the master quickly comes to his senses and expresses gratitude. "Thank you, young brother." Jason disregards him, turning to TangSan. "TangSan, what are you doing here?" He lifts his hood, revealing silver-white hair. "You are Jason." TangSan is taken aback. The two exceptional children from Holy Soul Village, one being himself, the other, the child Jason picked up by old Jack. This boy had vanished at 4 to hunt, returning at 5 with a tiger in tow, bloodied and with an intense gaze, leaving the entire village in shock. Even Tang Hao was astounded. Jason rescued TangSan, but his own plans were thwarted. Had a grudge been formed? What is that black bow made of? Ruthless child who slayed a tiger at 5, laying traps in the soul-hunting forest. Is this strength not absurd? What lies ahead? Will these two formidable children from Holy Soul Village join forces? Can they handle the mandrake serpent? A 5-year-old slaying tigers, a 6-year-old crafting explosives. With the support of a hunter system, Jason elevates the world of Douluo into a game of relentless grinding. Jason was struck by old Jack with a walking stick, after which he never ventured out to hunt again. Yet, the house was frequently filled with the sound of explosions. "What on earth is this thing I picked up?" Old Jack was utterly distressed. At the age of 6, his martial spirit awakened. Manifesting as a bow with the soul power of level 6, he accompanied TangSan to the Nodding Academy, where he bested the doorkeeper. After bidding farewell to old Jack, he sprinted away, disappearing without a trace. TangSan engaged in lively conversation with the master, only to turn around and realize Jason had vanished. How careless in the soul-hunting forest. Jason donned a camouflage suit, restlessness preventing him from staying at school. He spent money to infiltrate a team, activating his hunting mode. The Stardew Forest is too perilous. I must first develop cautiously. At the age of 4, he awakened the hunter system, gaining experience through the slaughter of prey, ascending from level 0 to level 5 within a year. That a desperate counterattack against a tiger propelled him to level 6. And now, with soul power at level 10, he sought his first spirit ring. His sights were set on the explosive monkey, having spent 3 days setting traps to lure it. However, a mandrake snake intruded, scaring the monkeys away. "Have I laid these traps for nothing?" Turning around, he spotted the ensnared snake, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A 300-year-old mandrake snake, more valuable than an explosive monkey, though toxic in nature. Its age sufficed. Armed with the passive skill of beast knowledge, he could discern the target's status, life force, and abilities that a divine skill. Additionally, with an enchanted bow, his hunting efficiency soared, navigating the soul-hunting forest with ease. His experience soaring rapidly. He treated this world as a game, declaring, "The hunter is at their strongest when solo. No need for a team, just grind away." Upon spotting TangSan, he grinned. "Are you here for a spirit ring?" He was aware of the narrative, knowing TangSan could handle it alone. Yet, since they had crossed paths, should he propose a trade for the 300-year-old mandrake snake? Could his pet plan come to fruition? What extraordinary outcomes could his grinding style yield in Douluo? Would a 6-year-old dare to slay a 400-year-old monkey king, exchanging the mandrake snake for TangSan's specially crafted poison? Such a deal was audacious. Jason approached the ensnared mandrake snake, turning back to instruct. There's a trap ahead, stay close to me or remain still. TangSan activated his purple extreme magic eye, and indeed, he detected a myriad of concealed elements. This individual must not be underestimated. The master followed closely behind, feeling rather awkward. Jason grasped the dagger, preparing to strike at the snake's eye. Wait a moment, the master exclaimed urgently. Your martial spirit is a bow, correct? Isn't that obvious? Jason replied impatiently. Can my disciple, who is at level 10, not be allowed to obtain a spirit ring? I'm also at level 10. Jason raised his bow. You have spoiled the prey, this snake will have to suffice. The master was taken aback. Your innate soul power is merely at level 6. How have you ascended so swiftly? What business is it of yours? TangSan positioned himself protectively in front of his master. Shao Jia, do not be angry, my master means no harm. He turned his gaze toward Jason. I desire a soul ring. What is it that you seek? I wish to hunt the 400-year-old exploding monkey king. I require a substantial amount of poisons and weapons from you, enough to annihilate an entire troop of monkeys. The master cautioned, do not provoke the monkey king. Jason cast a sidelong glance at the mandala snake, disregarding him. TangSan acquiesced. Give me 3 days' time. Let us reconvene here in 3 days. Jason felt reassured. The master commenced his theoretical discourse. The blue-silver grass can absorb beast soul rings. The mandala snake possesses both resilience and toxicity perfect. TangSan's eyes gleamed with excitement. What audacity did Jason possess to challenge a 400-year-old monkey king? Was it merely reliant on the poison concocted by TangSan? Could his hunter system, coupled with an enchanted bow, truly allow him to take on a troop of monkeys single-handedly? What ferocity would TangSan's weapons possess in 3 days? This transaction was a gamble with their very lives. A 6-year-old child daring to confront a 400-year-old monkey king. The Douluo continent was about to witness the emergence of a trap master, as the monkey troop faced utter annihilation. The soul-hunting forest echoed with the shrill cries of monkeys, as a horde of red-haired monkeys pursued Jason, who darted through the thickets with remarkable agility. Upon reaching a clearing, the ground crumbled beneath the monkey's weight, revealing sharp wooden spikes. Yet, the monkey king at the forefront, along with 200-year-old monkeys, remained unscathed. The monkey king, its fur gleaming red, unleashed a thunderous explosion, obliterating the wooden spikes, and with a contemptuous snort, continued the chase. The younger monkeys, however, met a grim fate. A barrage of spears emerged, reducing the troop from over 10 to merely 2. Experience 6796. Jason chuckled at the system notifications. What lies ahead is merely clearing out the small fry. He slipped into the underbrush. The exploding monkeys were notoriously irritably a weakness, all too exploitable. The Monkey King, accompanied by 2 others, closed in. Jason unleashed a flurry of arrows from his perch, drawing their ire. The Monkey King's speed surged, its claws outstretched to seize him. Jason severed the vines and leapt backward. As a Monkey King landed on a branch, it snapped under its weight. A rain of iron arrows, laced with Tang's sect poison, descended upon it. The Monkey King was struck, though the wound was superficial. The 2 behind it remained unscathed. Jason continued to lure them into his traps. Waves of snares ensnared all 3 monkeys, their movements growing progressively sluggish. Are you poisoned? One was ensnared by vines, arrows piercing its eyes, while another succumbed to the toxic environment, its brain poisoned, leading to its demise. At last, in the open field, only the battle-scarred Monkey King remained. His fur withered, his gaze still fierce. Jason grasped the enchanted bow, concentrating his soul energy into an arrow. Whoosh whoosh, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The Monkey King pierced by the colossal arrow. He delivered the final blow. Experience 412. Acquired Monkey Guardian, Evasion 1, Agility 1. Jason dragged the corpse away, retreating into a hollow tree to absorb the soul ring. Surrounded by traps, warnings, control, fatal strikes, layer upon layer. I must thank TangSan for the poison and weapon. Meanwhile, TangSan toiled away at the blacksmith's forge, advancing his wages to purchase herbs and craft hidden weapons. Exhausted beyond measure, did the Monkey King truly perish after 4 centuries? Jason's trap strategy was indeed formidable. What use is the Monkey Guardian buff? How powerful will he become after absorbing the soul ring? The potency of the poison TangSan concocted. remarkably overwhelming. This maneuver transformed Douluo into a trap simulator. A 6-year-old severing tendons, slaughtering through the monkey horde in the soul-hunting forest. Returning to school as an adorable child, the contrast was staggering upon completing the absorption of the soul ring. Congratulations on reaching level 12. Pet template unlocked. Learn skills for taming pets and rare beasts. He summoned the enchanted bow. Flaming red arrows appeared on the bowstring, aiming at a massive tree. Boom! The tree, as thick as a man, shattered into splinters. First soul skill, explosive shot. Knockback and confusion, perfection, after tidying up the traps and tools. He discarded his camouflage attire, donning a bear head hat, clad in mandrake snake leather armor. He ambled toward the exit like a little bear. As he reached the doorway, 3 unsavory youths surrounded him. Little brother, are you selling your dagger and leather armor? They intended to rob him. Suddenly, a tall woman emerged. Scoundrels, preying on a child? Feng Yuding admonished them. The scruffy uncle in the team stared at Jason. This child is not ordinary, the scoundrel threatened Jason. Isn't that right, kid? Hunters abhor being treated as prey, especially by those who overestimate their own strength. Jason's words fell. A flash of cold light flickered. The tendons of the 3 were severed. Their screams echoed, not even having the chance to activate their martial souls. Feng Yuding stood in disbelief. Are children nowadays this brave? Jason thanked her, replaced his bear head hat, and departed. Returning to Nodding Academy, he changed his gear, sat on his bed in Dorm 7. Studying the system panel, Wang Sheng returned. Who are you? From the same village as TangSan. TangSan and Xiao Wu arrived. Xiao Wu pointed at him. You're the one who skipped class on the very first day. Jason cast a glance at TangSan. What happened to my school uniform? TangSan was taken aback. The ruthless harbinger of death in the forest transformed into someone so gentle and endearing. At level 12, Jason had acquired a pet skill. What kind of soul beast would he tame? Just how formidable was the explosive shot in practical combat? This stark contrast of his demeanor, how long could he conceal it within the academy? Who would be the next victim to suffer a gruesome fate? A 6-year-old had turned the back mountain into a forbidden zone. Having created a soul skill that allowed him to play the role of a deadly queen, Xiao Wu was utterly terrified by the intensity of his gaze. Xiao Wu struck a commanding pose. Call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Jason gave her a sidelong glance. You are far too weak. That he scrutinized Xiao Wu, contemplating to himself. 100,000-year soul beast? Right now, it barely qualifies as a level 10 minion. Killing it isn't worth my time. Xiao Wu felt uneasy under his penetrating gaze. What kind of look is that? TangSan quickly stepped in front of her. Little Jason, don't act recklessly. As Jason changed into his school uniform, the claw marks across his chest became visible. Wang Sheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. That is incredibly cool. Xiao Wu was entranced. The scar was more imposing than her own commanding aura. In the days that followed, Jason attended classes punctually while secretly researching his self-created soul skill. After school, he would rush to the back mountain, summoning his enchanted bow. For his first soul skill, explosive shot, he attempted to apply the soul skill to his hands, only for his arms to ignite in fiery red. Each contact resulted in an explosion, leaving him injured as well. It seems I need to rethink my approach. He considered 2 paths. One, to emulate the Killer Queen from JoJo, where anything it touched would explode. The other, to set explosive traps using his feet, drawing patterns. With soul power and arrows as fuses. Let's just put in the effort. He enlisted TangSan's help to sign in for him while he spent his days in the back mountain, roasting meat when hunger struck. Explosions echoed daily from the mountain, drawing curiosity from others who were quickly deterred by arrows whizzing past them. Gradually, the back mountain became a forbidden zone, rumored to harbor a creature of red light, with those who dared to enter meeting explosive fates. Jason paid no heed to these tales, wholly devoted to honing his skills. As the semester drew to a close, TangSan and Xiao Wu ventured to the back mountain in search of him. Outside, the foliage was lush, but inside, the trees were sparse and the ground was scorched. Could the capabilities of the Killer Queen truly manifest? How powerful was the explosive trap formation? Was Jason on the verge of turning Douluo into an aesthetic of explosions? Xiao Wu sensed his true intentions towards her. Would it drive him to madness? This back mountain seemed to harbor a veritable mobile arsenal. The tree erupted from within. The scorched lawn revealed intricate patterns, as 6-year-old Jason transformed the back mountain into an explosive testing ground. TangSan and Xiao Wu sought him out, as they drew near. Boom! Xiao Wu, startled, retreated behind TangSan. TangSan fixed his gaze on the shattered tree. This was an internal explosion. The deeper they ventured, the more trepidation set in. What on earth was this village child experimenting with? Everywhere exuded danger. Jason sat cross-legged in a clearing. On break, back to the village, he thought of old Jack. A nostalgic glint in his eyes on the carriage. Jason cautioned TangSan. Don't speak carelessly upon returning to the village. What have you learned from the master? The teacher is quite erudite. You should join too. No, I only need to understand the laws of the forest. Survival of the fittest, the weak are eliminated while the strong endure. Jason's eyes sparkled with fervor. Humans are even more ruthless, for we are the strong. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu trembled beside him. Upon reaching the village entrance, Jason, with a twig in his mouth, basked in the sun. Old Jack approached, wielding his cane. You little rascal, you vex me again. Why hasn't your cane broken yet? They chased each other for a while. Old Jack, panting, sat down on the steps. Jason taunted. Your body can't keep up. Didn't the money I sent buy you any supplements? Where did you get your money? From the spirit masters of the spirit hall. Jason hastily spun a lie. That evening, old Jack slaughtered an old hen, celebrating Jason's ascension as a spirit master. Now, Jason was at rank 13. How long could this charade last upon returning to the village? Old Jack was aware of his secret hunting and selling. Would he once again strike Jason with his cane? A person whose very essence was etched with the laws of the forest. Returning to the village as an obedient student. The contrast was simply thrilling. A 6-year-old child treating people like bombs. The series of explosions in Soto City. The perpetrator was astonishingly a silver-haired, adorable child. Jason's skill set was outrageous. Explosive shot, bomb traps, bomb crafting. His proficiency skyrocketed. 3 years passed. He roamed Soto City for 3 days. When a group of merchants set their sights on him. This child is striking. We could sell him to a wealthy lady for a fortune. The bald man led his crew into a narrow alley. 2 individuals ahead prepared burlap sacks. As Jason brushed against them, he swiftly retreated. You're quite clever. You found a loophole in the surveillance team. He grinned like a cat playing with a mouse. Would you like to hear an explosion? With a snap of his fingers, one person's body began to swell. Boom! It exploded. The other stood frozen in shock. What have you done? Explosions are art. Boom! The second explosion followed. The bald man, hiding behind, heard the distant snap. Red patterns emerged beneath his feet. Boom! A pillar of fire shot skyward. Burning for over 20 seconds. In Soto City, the echoes of explosions reverberated through the air. The patrolling soldiers were oblivious to the chaos. Who could have anticipated that the perpetrator was but a child? Within the city, the ruffians, traffickers, and murderers vanished without trace. Subsequently, even the noble scions were obliterated. Had Jason truly mastered the art of the explosive assassin, whatever he touched detonated, and he could even set traps. Explosion is an art. This slogan rang out with more audacity than even Didera's, once his proficiency reached its zenith. How formidable would the power of his explosions become? When would the patrols realize that the mastermind behind this series of blasts was the seemingly innocuous silver-haired boy the Spirit Hall had investigated for 2 years without a lead? The 13th level Spirit Master Jason had eradicated all the villains in the city with his explosive prowess. Noble Scion Tuck was blown apart, and the common folk erupted in cheers. The aristocracy, infuriated, berated the search teams, turning to the Spirit Hall for assistance. The Lord of the City, wincing at the cost, emerged from the Spirit Hall. They dispatched personnel with unwavering confidence. Yet a month passed, and the explosions continued. Their faces charred. The Spirit Hall devised a trap. Using another infamous scion as bait, Tuck, brazenly kicking a child playing with a ball in the streets, was strutting with arrogance. As he returned home through a narrow alley at night, he suddenly gasped in agony, his body swelling. And right beneath the gaze of the Spirit Hall's team, boom, it exploded. The team leader went mad. Searched the vicinity at once, yet nothing was found. They were at a loss for an explanation. This ordeal persisted for 2 years, and despite the Spirit Hall suffering casualties, they remained in the dark. The explosions lacked logic, and the corpses were incomplete. Not even a motive could be discerned. Who would have thought the culprit was a mere child? Jason graduated, his spirit power only at the 13th level. In recent years, he had solely focused on honing his skills, mastering bomb-making and explosive traps. Level up, I must first enhance my spirit power. He contemplated finding a school near the Stardow Forest, where no one would interfere, to provide old Jack with some closure. After a brief return home, his plans were disrupted. Old Jack insisted he accompany TangSan. TangSan is sensible and reliable. I can rest easy with you two together. Jason, resigned, responded, "All right then, they'll still find a way to slip away to the western gate of Soto City." TangSan frequently cast glances at him. "Don't keep avoiding me." Suddenly, Xiao Wu leaped out. "If it weren't for Grandpa Jack, my brother wouldn't care about you." To her. Jason, despite his handsome appearance, was riddled with flaws. His temperament was dreadful, and his gaze fierce. Yet others perceived him as harmless, with Jason at 13th level. How long could he remain obedient alongside TangSan? With his maxed-out explosive skills and his enhanced spirit power, how devastating would the next explosion be? The Spirit Hall has tracked the killer for 2 years, and now they find him mingling with TangSan. Will they be furious? A 13th level Soul Master challenging a 24th level Grand Soul Master. The deathmatch arena witnesses a reckless youth, leaving the audience to wonder if he is merely seeking his demise. Jason laments to TangSan, "Why should I run now after registering for the academy?" TangSan leisurely replies, "Old Jack said if you fled, he would have me right to him." Jason's expression stiffens. That old man thought of this too? He ponders, what if Shrek doesn't want me? In merely 13th level. Xiao Wu makes a face. "It would be best if they kicked you out. Come, I shall treat you to braised rabbit meat." Jason's words provoke a playful irritation in Xiao Wu. As the trio enters Soto City, Jason suddenly slips away, heading straight for the Grand Soul Arena. "I want to sign up for an unknown deathmatch. After filling out the form, proceed to measure your soul power. Can I challenge someone of a higher rank? I wish to battle a Grand Soul Master." The staff is taken aback. "You are merely 13th level, you cannot win. I possess the combat strength of a Grand Soul Master. Register me for the deathmatch." After consulting with superiors, the staff responds, "Approval granted, proceed to the waiting area." The atmosphere in the deathmatch zone is tense and chaotic. No one doubts his presence there, for they can sense the bloodlust emanating from the boy, who appears to have taken lives before. Deathmatch, round 13. Qian Bao, 24th level B Spirit, Bloodthirsty Leopard, record, 3 kills. The crowd erupts in cheers. The other contender is quite unique. Hunter, 13th level Weapon Spirit, Enchanted Bow, record, 0. Today's fearless challenger. The audience goes silent, and upon seeing Jason take the stage, the arena erupts again. Is this child seeking death? Qian Bao summons his spirit, a black leopard materializing behind him, eyes glowing red, with 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring illuminating. Jason calls forth his enchanted bow, a sleek black bow adorned with red patterns, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. A century-old soul ring? What a pity. Jason strikes first, releasing an arrow. Qian Bao easily evades, darting forward, leaving afterimages as he closes the distance, skillfully dodging Jason's relentless barrage of arrows, while Jason appears oblivious. Continuing to unleash his shots, in a deathmatch between 13th and 24th levels, who truly is the prey? Will Jason unleash his explosive skills, or is he merely biding his time for the opportune moment? Qian Bao, confident of victory, is unaware that he has provoked a madman who treats explosions as an art form. This deathmatch is about to erupt. At that moment, a red arrow flies toward Qian Bao. Although he dodges, the arrow suddenly detonates, catching him off guard and sending him flying, injuring him in the blast. Yet a smile escaped his lips. Shadows flitted about, and, simultaneously, the first soul skill, Pursuit, the second soul skill, Brutality, was unleashed, his entire being transformed into a crimson light, hurtling towards Jason, who remained steadfastly stationary. The searing sensation coursing through him only heightened his fervor. It appeared he had overestimated a marksman who did not even comprehend the nuances of positional changes. Since he had already unleashed his first soul skill, there was nothing to fear. In an instant, he appeared in front of Jason. Jason's expression remained unchanged, and just as the claws were about to grab him, he activated the back jump. The explosion trap was triggered. The back jump was a skill he learned when he reached level 13. Almost at the moment when the Qian leopard pounced and missed, the ground exploded, accompanied by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. The aftermath of the explosion made Jason's clothes rustle, and his face was flushed red from the flames. After waiting for a moment, he continued to draw his bow and shoot an arrow, using his first soul skill, Explosive Shot, just as the Qian leopard, who had just been stunned by the explosion, was regaining consciousness and trying to leap out. His expression changed, and he quickly extended his slightly burnt hand to grab the arrow. Looking at the arrow he had caught, which was right in front of him, he felt lucky that he had managed to grasp it. Before he could even feel joy, he suddenly realized that this arrow was red, and his expression changed drastically. The arrow exploded instantly, and the close-range blast blew off his arm, shattered his head, and sent him back into the trap. About a minute later, as the flame subsided, the ground became charred. In the center lay a burnt corpse. Jason frowned as he looked at his left arm. His sleeve had been torn, revealing several red claw marks. Indeed, facing agility-type soul masters was somewhat troublesome. At the same time, Jason leveled up directly to level 14, with some experience points left over. In the vast arena, facing an agility-type soul master, he had no bait to use, and the best bait was himself. As for other soul masters, apart from those with control abilities being a bit troublesome, they posed no problem. Of course, if it were in the jungle, any type of soul master would not be a threat to him. A smell of roasted meat wafted through the arena, making people instinctively feel a bit nauseous. Unexpectedly, this newcomer soul master actually killed a great soul master at a higher level. It was truly unbelievable. The host, having seen much, maintained a calm expression while thinking about the surrounding exclamations. What's going on? The dry leopard was killed by a young kid. Did he use 2 soul skills? Doesn't he only have 1 soul ring? It's uncertain. Perhaps only one of the 2 was his soul ring skill, and the other was a soul ring's accompanying characteristic. Damn it, I lost money. Damn it, that useless dry leopard. The audience began to discuss in a chaotic manner. Jason silently walked off the stage to collect his money. A few soul masters from the deathmatch area who had come to watch looked warily at the departing young man in the arena. They weren't too afraid of Jason's soul skills, but rather wary of his cunning. As bystanders, they saw clearly how Dry Leopard was lured step by Jason. The combination of soul skills and psychological calculation was like a hunter disguising himself as prey first. When the time was right, he shed his disguise, and before the opponent could react, his identity was instantly reversed. The hunt was completed. Step by step, it was far from what someone his age should possess. Ignoring the gazes behind him, Jason continued to the gambling table, taking a large bag of gold coins under the pained expression of the owner. Leaving the Grand Soul Arena, Jason felt a bit bored, so he started to wander around the streets. Speaking of which, after so many years in this world, apart from Old Jack giving him a somewhat real feeling, everything else still felt quite game-like and somewhat fake to Jason. This is also why Jason felt no emotion after killing. Besides being a hunter in his past life, there were also reminders from the system after killing, and soul power, like levels, could be increased by killing monsters. This made Jason not pursue levels too much. Researching skills was actually more interesting. Moreover, every time the enchanted bow absorbs a soul ring, it will increase a corresponding attribute. For example, after absorbing the soul ring of the explosive monkey, the enchanted bow gains fire and explosive attributes. Without activating the soul skill, the attributes can be added to the body or to the arrows. When added to the body, Jason can set up explosive traps at his feet and activate the bomb-making skills. When added to the arrows, it can create small-scale explosive and burning effects. When kite flying, the attributes are added to the arrows, and when luring, they are added to himself. During combat, unless necessary, Jason will definitely not allow the enemy to come within 1 meter of him. Now that the skills have been researched and completed, he has begun to consider the capabilities of the next soul ring. Moreover, she needed to catch a pet. With some anticipation, Jason bought a sugar-coated hawthorn and strolled leisurely. At that moment, a shadow suddenly collided with him, reaching for the small pouch at Jason's waist. That was where Jason kept his poison. After the person grabbed the pouch from Jason's waist, they tried to leave. Suddenly, she felt her body go weak and almost collapsed. Her tail had been caught. Struggling to endure the sensitivity, she extended her claws to attack behind her. After that, her arm was also grabbed. She glared angrily at the silver-haired boy in front of her. Just as she was about to unleash her spirit, the boy spoke. Hey, there's no money in that little pouch of mine, so stealing it is useless. Chapter 10. Zhu Zhuqing, just give me back my stuff. Jason released her arm, freeing his hand to eat the sugar-coated hawthorn, while appreciating the figure of this little thief in front of him. With the other hand still holding her tail, he gave a squeeze. It really is a real tail. Jason thought to himself, as he had assumed it was just a decoration. Speaking of which, this figure is really unfair. Feeling the touch of the tail, Zhu Zhuqing's body went soft again. To find her fiancé, she had been chased all the way and had no money left. She figured she would need a registration fee to enroll, so she thought about casually stealing from someone on the street. Just in time, this boy, who seemed to be around her age, had a shiny pouch hanging from his waist, which must be a money pouch, and it seemed harmless. I didn't expect to encounter a tough opponent. You let go of my hand first. Resisting the urge to fight back, I knew that as soon as I used my martial soul, I would definitely be exposed. Then give me back my little bag. There is poison in there, not money. Jason continued to grip the tail in his hand, showing no signs of letting go. Zhu Zhuqing's breathing had started to become a bit hurried. Here, saying that, she quickly threw the bag in her hand to him. Jason also graciously released his grip on the tail. You don't seem like someone who lacks money. Why do you still want to steal? Jason said, crossing his arms and taking a bite of the candied hawthorn. It's none of your business. Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave. TSK, the world is going downhill. Even thieves are so arrogant now. Jason said mockingly, shaking the candied hawthorn in his hand. Her steps paused for a moment before she continued walking. Oh, by the way, you should be poisoned. Do you need an antidote? Jason asked kindly. His bag was indeed poisonous, but she walked away without looking back, not knowing if she heard him. Speaking of which, I didn't even ask her name. It must be Zhu Zhuqing, right? Considering her figure and tail, it's most likely. I'll give her the antidote on the day of enrollment, but I wonder if she has the courage to come out. This incident brought a bit of amusement to Jason's otherwise dull mood. Jason continued to stroll around the streets, buying little things that caught his interest, especially since he had just won a fortune at the Grand Soul Arena. In the evening, Jason casually found a room to stay in. The next day, he planned to buy some materials to make flashbangs. Although this world was different from his previous life, the materials were surely different as well. Afterward, Jason also consulted many books to find relevant materials. However, he really discovered a type of material called strong light powder, which is used for some lighting but has a glaring effect and a short duration, making it not very widely used. Jason bought a lot and started making simple flash bombs. Since he himself was the detonator, there was no need to pull a string or anything. He just needed to prepare the materials. This was very effective against sensitive attack-type Soul Masters, but not much use against Tang-type ones. Over the years, Jason has created many interesting things around his explosive attribute, which is also the reason he chose the exploding monkey for his first soul ring. After all, once the explosion issue was resolved, everything else became much easier. There are not many shops selling strong light powder. It is generally used by children as a toy. So Jason didn't manage to buy much in a day. When the agreed time with TangSan arrived, Jason came to a remote village in Soto City. Even though he was somewhat prepared for the dilapidation of Shrek Academy, he was still a bit surprised. By the time Jason arrived, there were not many people left, and TangSan was just testing. Behind him was Xiao Wu, and behind Xiao Wu was a cloaked person. Upon seeing the cloaked figure, he instantly guessed her identity. As he walked in, TangSan also saw Jason. TangSan, the school your teacher recommended, is really too rundown. Jason said to TangSan with his hands behind his back, looking like he was there to inspect. Before TangSan could respond, he noticed someone trying to attack Jason. Just as he was about to intervene, he saw Jason jump back to dodge the attack. The one attacking Jason was the cold figure in the cloak. As she ran, her hood fell off, revealing her somewhat terrifying face. TangSan immediately recognized the poison, as it was the one he had concocted. As Jason stopped to say something, the other party relentlessly continued the attack. With her martial spirit activated, she moved quite swiftly and simultaneously used her first soul skill, Phantom Stab. Helplessly, Jason had to dodge again. Against such irrational attacks, it was practically impossible for Jason to be hit. He leisurely evaded Zhu Zhuqing's attacks. And even when she used the Phantom White Claw, she still couldn't touch him. After dodging for a while, Jason jumped backward to create some distance. At the same time, he threw a stone at Zhu Zhuqing, who was trying to charge at him. She instinctively swatted the stone away with a claw when she saw it coming. However, when she made contact with the stone, it suddenly exploded. Caught off guard, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Just as she was about to get up, her peripheral vision caught sight of Dai Mubai, noticing the shock in his heterochromatic eyes. Instantly, she stopped rising, staring blankly at the sky, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing indeed looked somewhat frightening. Her face was covered in dense purple veins, and her lips were purple, resembling a ghostly figure. Hey, why are you crying? At that moment, a person she had been thinking about for the past 2 days blocked her view of the sky. Do you still need the antidote? Seeing her ignoring him for a long time, Jason continued to ask. Without the antidote, you'll die. At first, your face will slowly rot. You'll feel weak all over, and your rotting face will start to smell. By then, you won't be able to move and will just die in decay. Jason said in a gloomy tone, although it was you who stole my stuff first, I am broad-minded and didn't hold it against you, right? When you left, I even wanted to give you the antidote, but who knew you would just run away without acknowledging me? He said helplessly, though for some reason. His tone had a slightly cheeky edge to it. For some reason, A surge of anger welled up in Zhu Zhuqing's heart. You're talking nonsense. What normal person carries poison at their waist? Zhu Zhuqing instantly got up, wiped her tears, and started to curse in a wrong manner. So, I'm not a normal person, Jason said matter-of-factly. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly at a loss for words, her eyes welling up with tears again. Hey. If you cry, the poison will take effect faster, and your face will crack open. At this moment, a porcelain bottle appeared in Jason's hand, which he tossed up and down. Dai Mubai, who was nearby, had already figured out her identity and saw her flirting with someone else. At least that's how it looked to him. He felt a bit uncomfortable, but seeing Zhu Zhuqing's state, he couldn't bring himself to approach her. TangSan, Xiao Wu, and a few others also ran over. Jason, what happened? TangSan frowned as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing sitting on the ground. Little San, what happened to her face? Xiao Wu asked from behind TangSan. Oh, really? Just as Jason was about to explain to TangSan, Zhu Zhuqing quickly grabbed the porcelain bottle from his hand. Hey, just take one. Don't eat them all. As he finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing had already consumed all the antidote in the bottle. Jason quietly watched her, and she defiantly glared back at him. If you eat too much, you'll have diarrhea, Jason said to the somewhat foolish-looking Zhu Zhuqing. As soon as he said that, Zhu Zhuqing's expression changed, and she quickly ran to the old man who was registering, hurriedly asking for directions before swiftly running towards the restroom. Fortunately, she was an agile soul master, so she was fast. Watching Zhu Zhuqing vanish, Jason smirked slyly. Seeing TangSan still looking inquiring, Jason explained, that girl wanted to steal my stuff on the street, but unexpectedly ran into the poison pouch I had at my waist, and that's how she ended up like this. I didn't want to hold it against her. Seeing her beautiful face is such a pity, so I wanted to give her the antidote, but she ignored me. Then today, I ran into her again, and who knew she would attack me without a word? And when she couldn't hit me, she started crying. So neurotic. Sigh. Women. Jason shrugged his shoulders in helplessness. Chapter 11. Registration. TangSan was speechless, but felt that Zhu Zhuqing was quite unfortunate to have crossed paths with Jason. What's wrong with women? Did they eat your rice? Xiao Wu, who was nearby, was displeased and directly yelled at Jason. By the way, are you all still registering? At that moment, the old man in charge of the enrollment couldn't help but ask. Oh, we'll be there soon. Xiao Wu hurriedly ran over. After she finished her test, Dai Mubai was going to take TangSan and the others for the assessment. However, TangSan insisted on waiting for Jason to join them. Do you know each other? Dai Mubai asked. Yeah, he and I are from the same village. He's considered a friend, TangSan explained. At this time, Jason also arrived in front of the old man. Jason, age 12, martial spirit, enchanted bow, soul power, level 14. Upon hearing that his soul power level was only 14, Dai Mubai couldn't help but glance at TangSan. My friend is quite special. He hasn't been cultivating soul power for these years and has been researching something alone on the back mountain. TangSan knew very little about Jason. As Jason released his martial spirit, he took out 20 gold coins to hand to him. The registration fee only required 10 gold coins. The old man took it and said to him, Oh, the other one is that girl who just ran to the restroom. Jason explained, Am I not meeting the requirements? So I'm leaving first? Jason retracted his martial spirit and was about to turn to leave. Wait. At that moment, the old man called to Jason, who was about to walk away. Is there anything else? He asked, stopping in his tracks. Let me check your bone age. If it's suitable, you can join them for the assessment. The old man pointed at TangSan and the others. Old man, I'm just a soul master. Aren't you only accepting monsters? Jason expressed his confusion. Damn it, just when I finally could get away from TangSan, this old man isn't playing by the rules. Yeah, I see you're also a little monster. Being able to defeat a great soul master is a soul master. What else could be considered a monster? The old man said, seeing through things. That was hasty. Jason helplessly extended his palm. Hearing the old man's words, Dai Mubai behind also reacted. Sure enough, I said, how could someone who could be friends with you be mediocre? Dai Mubai said to TangSan with a look of realization. All right, your physique is decent. You passed. Go along with them for the assessment. After the old man finished testing, he pointed at Dai Mubai and the others. Okay. Jason walked over to TangSan with little enthusiasm. Congratulations on being admitted. TangSan smiled and congratulated when he saw him arrive. Jason ignored him. He hadn't expected that he would eventually enter this academy. Maybe I should go easy during the assessment, Jason thought to himself. Forget it, since I'm in. I might as well try to negotiate some terms with this school. And old Jack, the acting supervisor, TangSan. Thinking of TangSan, Jason felt a bit of a headache. What should I think of? The group walked along the path. with Dai Mubai explaining the traditional concepts of Shrek Academy and other things to TangSan and the others. Jason was still thinking about how to deal with TangSan, so he wouldn't report to the village. At this moment, they finally arrived at the second assessment location. There was a line that wasn't too long at the assessment site. Dai Mubai said to Jason, "Everyone except Jason stay in line. The rest come with me to the front for the test." "Why?" TangSan couldn't help but ask. "Oh, it's like this. Both of you have reached level 25 or above, so you can skip the second and third assessments and go directly to the fourth practical test." Although Jason showed strong combat power, it was uncertain how much he could grow, so he still needed to test himself in the second and third rounds. "I will tell the teacher not to pay attention to your soul power," Dai Mubai explained. Seeing this twist of events, Jason's eyes lit up. "There's hope. You guys hurry up, I'll just wait in line here." Jason waved his hand, urging them to go quickly. Saying this, Jason had already reached the end of the line. Dai Mubai looked at Jason, who was quickly running to line up, feeling a bit confused, not understanding why he was so eager. "My friend is a bit special. If it weren't for his grandfather, he wouldn't want to step into this place at all." "Huh? Why? Our school may be lacking, but our teaching ability is strong. It's much better than going to an ordinary intermediate school." Dai Mubai was somewhat puzzled. He just wants to find a kind of ordinary intermediate school, one where no one cares. Dai Mubai expressed his confusion. He has liked hunting since he was young. When he was 4 or 5 years old, he brought back a tiger on his own but was seriously injured, so his grandfather forbade him from doing it. Now he still doesn't feel at ease, so he wants me to keep an eye on him. If it weren't for his grandfather, I really wouldn't be able to keep track of him. TangSan explained with a bitter smile. What a strange person. Dai Mubai sighed. Afterwards, the group went straight to the front to cut in line and started testing their soul power, which caused dissatisfaction among those waiting in line. But once the soul power was tested, everyone fell silent. Then, Ning Rongrong, who was in front of Jason, ran ahead to express that she could do it too. Once they all left, Jason stood behind and felt a bit bored, so he kicked the stones on the ground to pass the time. When it was almost Jason's turn, the old man at the door passed by with Zhu Zhuqing. At this point, she had already detoxified, and her face had regained its usual cold beauty. However, the once dull gaze in her eyes now held something more. Looking at Jason in the line, anger flashed at her eyes, for some reason, the moment she saw him. Her icy heart felt like it had turned into a firecracker. "Aren't we going to queue?" she asked the old man, forcing herself to calm down. "No need. Your soul power has already surpassed level 25. You could go directly to the fourth round." "He hasn't reached level 25? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Jason in the line. "Him. He's only at level 14. But being able to easily dodge your soul skills shows he is not simple. As long as his martial soul and compatibility are excellent enough, he can be considered a little monster." "What? He's only level 14. Not even a great soul master. How is that possible?" She was shocked by this news. A 27-level great soul master like her couldn't defeat a level 14 soul master. Perhaps he had some innate talent in applying soul power, but ultimately, a soul master's growth still depended on the level and quality of their martial soul. If his martial soul's growth and compatibility were insufficient, he would still be eliminated. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily unsure of how she felt. "All right, let's go ahead." Saying this, she continued to lead the way. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Jason, who was still kicking stones with his head down, and then left with him. After waiting for a while, it was finally Jason's turn. Chapter 12, Pass. Looking at Jason in front of him, the testing teacher curiously glanced at him and then followed the procedure to test his soul power. Without a doubt, his soul power was still at level 14. Then came the martial soul. When Jason summoned his enchanted bow, the teacher began to carefully observe his martial soul. Release the soul ring. Jason obediently activated the soul ring. "How many years is the first soul ring you absorbed?" the testing teacher asked, closely examining the red patterns on the bow. 100 years, Jason said without a blush or a racing heart. Upon hearing Jason's words, the testing teacher stopped looking at the martial soul and instead quietly stared at Jason. "Do I look like someone who knows nothing? You figured it out and still asked me." Jason replied, speechless. "All right, you passed." "Huh? How did I pass?" Jason looked at the testing teacher with a questioning expression. "Is there something wrong with passing?" The teacher was somewhat confused by his question. "How can you be sure I passed?" "I can tell." "What did you see?" "What I saw is none of your business. Hurry up and go to the third round. Just go straight down that path and stop bothering me," the testing teacher said impatiently, waving his hand. Jason left the testing platform with a face full of sorrow, heading in the direction indicated by the teacher. The testing teacher looked at Jason, who left with a sorrowful expression, and thought he must have failed the assessment. Then Jason arrived at the third level. But there was no one else there, only Jason. Seeing him, the board teacher sitting there brightened up and quickly waved at him. "Come here, young man, over here." "So, how do we test?" Jason said expressionlessly. He had a feeling that things were not going to turn around. "Release your martial soul, and then see that wooden stake? Use your first soul skill to attack it." "All right." Jason summoned his martial soul, the enchanted bow, and at the same time, his first soul ring lit up. A red arrow shot towards the wooden stake. A flash of red light passed, and the wooden stake was completely shattered. "Sorry, I can only shoot one arrow." After shooting the arrow, Jason's hand holding the bow trembled violently, and the enchanted bow seemed to be on the verge of dissipating if he wasn't careful. His face also showed a look of strain, as if just being able to hold the bow was already his greatest effort. The testing teacher looked at Jason in a strange way. Then he said, "All right, you passed?" "Huh? How did I pass?" In an instant, Jason's hand stopped shaking, and he firmly held the enchanted bow, pointing it at the testing teacher and questioning him. The teacher silently glanced at Jason's hand. After noticing his gaze, Jason's body stiffened. He paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating whether to act again. "Aren't you all old enough that your eyesight should be failing?" he said somewhat unwillingly to the teacher in front of him. Upon hearing his words, the testing teacher's face twitched slightly. "I'm only in my 40s. I'm not that old yet." He couldn't understand what this young man was thinking. Accepting his fate, Jason put away his martial soul and took off with an explosive step, accompanied by a loud bang, rushing towards the fourth arena. The explosive step wasn't really a skill. It was just a small technique for applying soul power. By wrapping his feet in soul power to prevent injury from the explosion, he propelled his body using the force generated by the blast. After obtaining the first soul ring and relying on the explosive attribute granted by the enchanted bow, Jason had developed countless skills over the past 4 or 5 years. Some were recorded in the system, requiring only experience points to upgrade, while others might evolve into different skills later on. Without any records, one can only become skilled gradually. When Jason arrived at the 4th examination venue, a fight had already broken out. On one side was a burly figure with an illusory explosive bear behind him, a large body that clearly indicated he was a powerhouse. It should be Zhao Wujia. On the other side were 4 people, 1 man and 3 women. One was stealthily moving around the battlefield, occasionally using its sharp claws to harass Zhao Wujia while looking for opportunities. It was the recovered Zhu Zhuqing. Facing him directly was a pink figure, with vines assisting in the attack. It was Xiao Wu along with TangSan. Behind them was a girl dragging a pagoda, which was connected to several people present. At this moment, Xiao Wu jumped onto Zhao Wujia's shoulder, and Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill to attack him. TangSan's vines were also wrapping around him from behind. Zhao Wujia felt some pressure facing them, and his first soul ring lit up. Accompanied by a burst of golden light, both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were instantly blown away. Dai Mubai was about to catch Zhu Zhuqing, but found that she was blown in Jason's direction, and his steps froze for a moment. Jason looked at the flying figure and caught her by instinct. Initially, Jason intended to place her on the ground. However, seeing that she was injured quite severely and still unconscious, he could only look at the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing helplessly. This girl was indeed unfortunate. She had just recovered from poisoning, and now she was injured again during the assessment. Seeing her in such a state, Jason decided not to put her on the ground, but instead leaned her against his leg while sitting on the ground. Jason summoned his martial spirit, and his first soul ring lit up. Adjusting his soul power, he charged, drew back his bow, and shot an arrow. A red arrow swiftly flew towards Zhao Wujia, who was about to run towards TangSan and Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujia noticed the arrow but did not stop. Instead, he swatted it away. With a loud bang, Zhao Wujia was instantly engulfed by the explosion's firelight. The ground trembled as well. TangSan turned to shield Xiao Wu from the blast's aftermath. When the smoke cleared, a tattered, burly man was revealed, his face charred and a dazed expression evident. Although Zhao Wujia was not injured, he was somewhat dazed by the sudden explosion, only feeling a buzzing around his ears. Once he steadied himself and regained his senses, he looked in surprise at the boy sitting on the ground, with the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing resting on his leg. "Teacher, I'm here to participate in the 4th assessment. Do you mind adding me to the mix?" Jason waved his hand while smiling. The others, having regained their composure, looked at him in astonishment, their expressions mixed with complexity. TangSan also looked at Jason. It was the first time he saw Jason make a move. However, this arrow was within his expectations. Moreover, he believed that this could not be all of Jason's strength. "All right, little brat, I'll take care of you first." Seeing him so arrogant, Zhao Wujia expressed his liking for it and ran towards him, ready to give him a big slap of love. TangSan wanted to release the vines again to stop Zhao Wuji, but it had no effect at all. Jason shot arrows at him one after another, indicating his dislike for the big man. The arrows with small explosive properties danced in front of Zhao Wujia's eyes like firecrackers, causing him no harm at all. Although the attacks from the two hindered him, they had little effect, and Zhao Wujia continued to advance with his sturdy physique. Seeing the two seemingly at their wits' end, a bright white grin slowly appeared on his dark face. At that moment, Jason's first spirit ring lit up again, and a red arrow reappeared on the enchanted bow. Prepared in advance, Zhao Wujia stood firm, ready to take it head-on. At the same time, his first spirit ring also lit up. Explosive shot. Immovable king. Chapter 13. Assessment. Zhao Wujia casually watched the red arrow shoot towards him. He was well prepared and did not take this lightly. There was something on the arrow. As the red arrow approached, Zhao Wujia noticed something on it and instinctively focused to take a closer look. Seeing Zhao Wujia, who looked somewhat foolish like a big clumsy bear, Jason revealed an amused smile. Boom! The red arrow exploded in front of him, releasing a blinding white light. In an instant, Zhao Wujia felt the whole world turn white, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. The onlookers, those further away, were fine, but those closer had a tough time. However, closing their eyes for a moment helped. Meanwhile, they silently mourned for Zhao Wujia, who was at the center. Roar! In extreme discomfort, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but let out a bear-like roar towards the sky. TangSan, for some unknown reason, shivered. If he used the purple extreme magic eye, and this thing came at him, he couldn't even imagine the feeling. The frenzied Zhao Wujia wreaked havoc in the center of the arena. Jason continued to draw his bow, and this time 3 arrows appeared on the bow. Jason shot into the sky, and the arrows arched towards Zhao Wujia. However, the 3 arrows did not directly hit him, but formed a triangle around him. After landing, all 3 arrows exploded, and the small cylindrical objects rolled on the ground. Then, smoke spread everywhere. The smoke was filled with many red particles. Chili powder smoke bombs. Jason had prepared many of these life-saving items, and this was also the reason why Jason chose the explosive monkey for his first spirit ring. He could control the ignition of explosions, enabling many things in his mind to be realized. With his vision temporarily blinded, Zhao Wujia stabilized his mind, intending to use his sense of smell to track Jason's position. However, at that moment, an acrid smell suddenly rushed into his nostrils. With his keen sense of smell, he was overwhelmed by the choking odor, causing tears and snot to flow uncontrollably, and he couldn't stop sneezing. Outside, Jason had already withdrawn his martial soul and quickly retreated with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Unsure of the range of Zhao Wujia's martial soul skills, Jason retreated quite a distance. For a hunter, information, layout, wisdom, and patience are the most important. Most beast martial soul masters have keen senses, such as enhanced smell, hearing, and heat perception. However, these characteristics were exactly what Jason targeted. For example, if you have strong vision, he would use a flashbang on you. If you have a keen sense of smell, he would use chili powder or other irritating substances. But these actions are based on a situation of information asymmetry. Just like now, Zhao Wujia had no idea about any information regarding Jason, while Jason was aware of much about him. Knowing he couldn't break through Zhao Wujia's defenses, he decided to explore other avenues. Smell, sight, hearing. These could all be exploited, just like Jason's bomb-making skills. As long as others know that the premise of this skill is to make contact with a body, then Jason's skill is basically rendered ineffective by more than half. Unbeknownst to him, if Jason were to make contact, barring some special martial souls or soul masters with excessively high defense, it would basically be a death sentence. In the arena, Zhao Wuji's was crying and his nose was running, his vision a blur of white, as the pungent chili powder continually rushed into his brain through his nostrils, nearly suffocating him and causing dizziness, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, the 7th soul ring lit up, and the true form of his martial soul emerged. The 6th soul skill activated, and the great strength diamond roar. Accompanied by the roar, a wave of energy erupted from his body, instantly dispersing the thick fog around him. The discomfort on his body immediately vanished. Zhao Wuji's felt that the world was so clear, and the air was so fresh and transparent. The entire academy could hear this bear-like roar. Flander, who was wearing glasses and counting coins, felt his desk shake, and upon hearing the angry and loud roar, his expression changed. He quickly put the money back into the drawer and flew towards the 4th examination area. Watching Zhao Wuji's, who was accompanied by a massive bear phantom, Jason found the scene somewhat amusing. However, Zhao Wuji's couldn't see it because it was too far away. Restored to his state, Zhao Wuji's planned to teach that little brat a proper lesson. Otherwise, How could he establish his authority as a teacher? Huh? Where is he? He looked around, his vision still somewhat blurry, and did not spot Jason's figure in the distance. Suddenly, Oscar couldn't hold back his laughter. Zhao Wuji's had his face blackened from the explosion. His beard slightly burnt, and then he was bombarded with flashbangs and chili powder smoke bombs, with tears and mucus all over his face, looking like a clown, with only his eyes bright. His clothes were also tattered, looking as messy as could be. When Zhao Wuji's saw Oscar laughing, he couldn't help but glare at him. Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, let's practice tomorrow. Dai Mu Bai, who was trying to hold back laughter. Oscar, who laughed out loud. After that, he looked around but still couldn't see Jason. Oscar silently pointed behind him. Zhao Wuji's then turned around to look, rubbed his eyes, and finally spotted Jason, who had run far away and was sitting cross-legged. His pent-up frustration instantly found a release. He curled up his legs and jumped. He bounced toward Jason like a big clumsy bear, with each landing kicking up large clouds of dust, causing the ground to tremble. Soon, he arrived in front of Jason. He also saw Jason's face clearly. What surprised him was that Jason, sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiled at him while putting away the martial soul in his hand, leaving nothing in his grasp. He was currently helping the unconscious Zhu Zhuqing with her arm, which had just dislocated. Seeing the scene, Zhao Wuji felt a softness in his heart and decided to be gentler when he acted later. However, he still kept a trace of vigilance, slightly slowing his steps. Sure enough, he saw an arrow falling rapidly from the sky. He knew this kid would never surrender easily. Based on his own speed and the speed of the falling arrow, it would just hit him perfectly. In an instant, Zhao Wuji seemed to be possessed by Conan, his mind racing. So the truth is, this smiling kid has a scheme. Zhao Wuji stopped in his tracks and took a few steps back. After standing firm, he looked at the indifferent Jason with a smug expression. Indeed, he saw shock on this kid's face. Little brat, after being tricked once, do you think I will be fooled a second time? When the arrow finally landed, he saw the small jar on the arrow and revealed a truly surprised expression. Bang! A small explosion sounded. About 10 meters away from the explosion site, Zhao Wuji raised a hand to cover his eyes. After a while, the explosion site still showed no reaction. Zhao Wuji waited, but he already felt something was off in his heart. After waiting a bit longer, Jason had already reset both of Zhu Zhuqing's arms, and Zhao Wuji was still standing in place, his expression growing increasingly stiff. He realized he might have been played. Chapter 14. TangSan versus Zhao Wuji. After the arrow exploded, there was neither a dazzling white light nor a pungent smoke, and there was no other reaction. Under the silent sky, a big man stood there. Perhaps, maybe, there were other methods I don't know about. Zhao Wuji consoled himself and waited a bit longer. Looking at the still motionless small jar, Zhao Wuji felt an inexplicable mockery assaulting him, making it feel like his lungs were about to explode. Just as his eyes turned red and he was about to stride over to settle accounts with Jason, an incense burner landed in front of him. Teacher, the time of one incense stick has already passed. Jason stood up and said to him while pinching Zhu Zhuqing's face, who was unconscious in his arms. Zhao Wuji looked at the incense burner in front of him that had already burned out, then looked at Jason, who was holding a beauty. A surge of anger welled up in his throat, making him feel uncomfortable. This was the biggest grievance he had suffered in his life, even more than from the spirit hall. Zhao Wuji withdrew his martial soul and, with a dark expression, walked towards Jason. When he reached Jason, his tall and robust figure, combined with his repressed anger, made his presence somewhat intimidating. His dark face made him look like a big gorilla. Jason still smiled as he looked up at him. The two stared at each other for a long time. Zhao Wuji slowly raised his hand and slapped it towards Jason. Good job, kid. Quite cunning, haha. He slapped Jason's shoulder heavily, praising him with a hearty laugh. Jason felt the tense body in his arms relax. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Jason's face twitched. However, seeing Zhao Wuji's dark face, he decided not to hold it against him. At that moment, a figure flew over. Zhao Wuji, what just happened? Flender, wearing glasses, saw this harmonious scene and couldn't help but ask the person involved. Principal. Zhao Wuji turned around to greet him, then explained, wasn't I just testing? I encountered a few good seedlings and got a bit excited. Couldn't help but unleash my martial soul. It's nothing. The other few people who had gathered looked at Zhao Wuji with suspicion as his face remained unchanged. Is that so? Flender couldn't figure out the situation for a moment. Look, today 5 little monsters came to our school at once. All passed my assessment. Zhao Wuji hurriedly changed the subject. Flender was also surprised to hear this and began to look around. Not bad, not bad. After seeing several unfamiliar faces, Flender praised them repeatedly. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll take my leave first. You all rest for a day to familiarize yourselves with the academy, and gather on time the day after tomorrow." As he spoke, Flinder had already taken off into the sky. He still hadn't finished counting his money. Thinking of the shiny gold coins in his drawer, he sped up a bit more. After Flinder left, the few people exchanged glances and then all looked towards Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia looked at the several new faces around and began to feel happy for Shrek Academy. "Good. You all passed. Congratulations on becoming a part of Shrek." Although his face still looked a bit comical, it couldn't hide his serious tone. "Wait." At this moment, TangSan stepped forward. "I want to have a duel with the teacher, still for the time of one incense stick." Although Xiao Wu was injured less severely because of Jason, it still ignited TangSan's anger. However, just now, Jason's attack methods had distracted some of his attention. Zhao Wujia was taken aback upon hearing this, then excitedly looked at TangSan, whose eyes were filled with rage. Just when he was worried about where to vent his pent-up frustration, here was a good outlet. TangSan looked at Zhao Wujia's eyes, suddenly feeling excited, though he felt a bit uneasy in his heart. However, to avenge his sister, he could only brace himself for it. "Dai Mubai, go get an incense stick," Zhao Wujia eagerly instructed. Then, the two of them took their positions, waiting for Dai Mubai to bring the incense. Seeing TangSan's stance, they knew he was about to use his unique skill, hidden weapons. Jason, knowing the outcome, showed no interest in watching. Instead, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, whose face was growing redder. Jason watched her struggling expression with amusement, while his hand, which was pinching her tail, moved closer to the base. Just as Jason was about to touch the base of her tail, Zhu Zhuqing, whose face looked like it could bleed, suddenly opened her eyes, pushed Jason away, and shouted, "You pervert, you rogue." Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted from the two about to duel to the now-awake Zhu Zhuqing, who was blushing and scolding Jason. "You're finally awake." Jason found Zhu Zhuqing, who looked like an agitated cat, quite amusing. Zhu Zhuqing, with a panicked look in her eyes, was at a loss for words. She even forgot about Jason touching her tail. In fact, she had woken up when Jason was helping her with her arm earlier, but for some reason, she didn't want to face him. Perhaps it was due to embarrassment. Slowly, in his arms, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of security for the first time. But before long, she felt a tingling sensation in her tail, which was becoming increasingly unbearable. Strangely, her first reaction was not anger, but shyness. Finally, unable to endure it anymore as he almost reached the end of her tail, she jumped up. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's flustered state, Jason crossed his arms and looked at her with interest. Under Jason's gaze, she could only avoid his eyes in a flustered manner and pretended to be calm, saying, "I just woke up." At that moment, Dai Mubai arrived with a stick of incense. "Dai Mubai, there's a green leaf on your head," Oscar pointed out as he noticed a green leaf resting on Dai Mubai's smooth golden hair. Hearing this, Dai Mubai brushed his hair and a vibrant green leaf fell down. "It must have fallen on me when I passed by," Dai Mubai said nonchalantly. Saying this, he approached the incense burner. "TangSan, are you sure you want to fight teacher Zhao Wujia alone?" Dai Mubai asked with a worried glance. "Absolutely," TangSan replied without hesitation. He placed the incense in the burner and lit it. Instantly, many shadowy hands appeared around TangSan, accompanied by several explosive sounds and various hidden piercing noises. Zhao Wujia was startled and quickly protected his eyes and groin. At the same time, he activated his first spirit skill, Immovable King Body. The onlookers only felt a flash in their eyes, and then they saw Zhao Wujia had already activated his first spirit skill. Then came the dense clang of metal striking metal. If Jason's previous arrow had shocked them, then TangSan's attack sent chills down their spines. How does this kid have so many strange things? Zhao Wujia's frustration grew. After feeling the strength of this attack, he immediately controlled his power and unleashed his fourth soul skill, tracking. He no longer wanted to assess anything. He just wanted to vent his pent-up frustration. The outcome was predictable. Zhao Wujia directly launched a furious assault on TangSan. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others watching were left in shock and fear. Jason expressed his condolences to Zhao Wujin. Chapter 15, The End. Xiao Wu supported the battered TangSan as they, led by Dai Mubai, arrived at the dormitory with the others. However, Dai Mubai, who was leading the way, occasionally glanced towards Zhu Zhuqing's position. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already regained her usual cold demeanor, silently following beside Jason. Jason curiously looked at the academy that resembled a small village. He had walked in a rush and hadn't paid attention to the surrounding scenery. To be honest, this kind of academy had its own unique charm. However, when Jason glanced at TangSan, who was barely in human form, he realized that as long as he dealt with him, it didn't matter what happened at the school. Along the way, Everyone returned to their respective dormitories. TangSan and the others needed to heal, while the rest familiarized themselves with the environment. At night, Jason sat on the rooftop, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, waiting in boredom. The academy was quite remote, making the night feel very quiet, with only unknown insects chirping, adding some sounds to the village under the bright moonlight. At that moment, a figure quickly climbed up to the rooftop and sat beside Jason. "Did you want something from me?" TangSan, who was recovering from whatever medicine he had taken, was already showing signs of looking human again. "Look, we're from the same village, aren't we?" Jason asked him. "Yes." TangSan, who already knew what Jason was going to say, replied and waited for his next question. Jason continued, "Old Jack has been pretty good to you, right?" "Yeah, he is. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking out for you." TangSan nodded. "Wait a minute. What do you mean by looking out for me?" Jason said, slightly displeased. "All right. I mean supervising you." TangSan gave him a sideways glance, not wanting to argue. "Well, you see, the old man treats you well, and you wouldn't want to make him angry by running far away to find you, right?" Jason said with a concerned look. TangSan already knew what he was going to say. "Then why don't you just focus on your studies?" "How could that be? Have you seen me attend classes at school before? I'm not the same as normal soul masters, am I?" Jason shrugged helplessly. "But you're only at level 14, right?" TangSan said, speechless. "That was when I was studying my martial soul and soul ring skills, creating my own soul skills. I'm not in a hurry to level up. Just like when I play games, I first enjoy the fun of the skills, and when I get tired of researching, I consider leveling up to the next stage and researching again. That is how it's fun. Isn't it?" Jason patiently explained. "Can't you cultivate at school?" TangSan asked, expressing his confusion. "It's too boring at school, and I still have to go into the forest to find partners. There is also pressure in the soul beast forest, and cultivating there is much faster. But if you leave, how am I supposed to explain old Jack? I haven't even been at school for a day and you're already gone. What am I going to say?" TangSan noticed Jason's determination and believed he had already thought of a way to explain it. Jason pondered for a moment, then said, "You'll do this. First, send my admission letter back to old Jack, indicating that I'm in the same school as you. If he doesn't reply, then you don't say anything. If he writes back and needs my handwritten letter, just pick out a suitable response from these." As Jason spoke, he handed over several letters he had prepared earlier. "As for the school, just say that I was taken away by someone with a hammer." "Okay, that's it. Perfect." Jason praised his own cleverness. Hammer. For some reason, TangSan thought of his own hammer. Suddenly, a bag appeared in Jason's hand. "Here, this is a small token of my appreciation. Inside are the flash bombs, smoke bombs, and sound bombs I made. I made the most flash bombs and smoke bombs. You should have seen their effects today. As for the sound bomb, it requires an organ from a specific soul beast, and I only have 2, so I'll give you one. It can produce a loud noise when it explodes, causing dizziness. These are best used when you catch someone off guard. You already have your own damaging tools, so you don't need mine." Hearing this, TangSan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but take the bag and pull out a metal cylindrical flash bomb. He didn't delve into where Jason got these things, as everyone had their own secrets. "How do you use this?" TangSan asked curiously. "What you have is a flash bomb. See the pull ring? Once you pull it, the explosive inside will react quickly, and it will explode in 3 to 4 seconds. Just be careful not to stand too close. The others are similar," Jason said as he demonstrated by throwing a flash bomb. Suddenly, a burst of bright light and smoke erupted not far away. Actually, the flash bomb also has a stunning effect, but due to material limitations, I could only make a simple version, Jason said regretfully. "That is still impressive." No. Your hidden weapons are impressive. No. Your explosive things are the real deal. No. Your poison is more useful." The two suddenly began to compliment each other. After Jason left, TangSan looked at the bag in his hand with a burning gaze. He began to think about whether he could draw some inspiration for his hidden weapons from these. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujin, with a bruised face, stood in a small grove, facing a man wearing a cloak and holding a large hammer. Flinder, who was nearby, was watching intently. "Your Highness Haoyan, I don't know if you've vented your anger yet. If not, you can continue to fight," Flinder said, bowing slightly to the Haoyan Douluo, who was retracting his hammer. Zhao Wujin nearby almost spat out blood. Tang had not nod, but directly mumbled something. "All right, I'll trouble you from now on." After saying this, he had already disappeared into the night. Tang hadn't walked far when he stopped again in an open area. "Come out. Why are you following me?" His voice echoed in the silent woods. After a while, a sparse sound emerged, and a person crawled out from a patch of grass. "Ha, Uncle Hao, what a coincidence." Jason greeted him with an awkward smile. Why are you following me instead of being at school? Tang Hao said, feeling a little surprised. Even though he had known since childhood that this child was special, he hadn't expected to underestimate him. With such a secretive aura, if it weren't for his keen senses, he might not have discovered him at all. Of course, if he hadn't watched Jason grow up, he might have killed him by now. Well, I just persuaded TangSan to come out, and as soon as I got out, I felt a familiar aura, so I curiously followed it. I didn't expect it to be you, Uncle Hao. Jason explained. Is there something you want? Tang Hao could tell that Jason had something on his mind and asked directly. Chapter 16. Help haha. I haven't seen you for a long time, Uncle Hao. I miss you. Jason affectionately called him Uncle Hao. Just say what you want. Tang Hao said. Well, I plan to go to the Douluo forest to hunt and cultivate, but I'm all alone, which isn't very convenient. So you want me to go with you? Tang Hao shot him a glance. No. It's just that if I'm alone in the Douluo forest, it's very dangerous without anyone to protect me, so I plan to catch a pet to raise. Jason quickly waved his hand and said, now in Jason's pet selection, there are felines and flying animals. The best ones are those that can carry people, which are quite rare. However, with a big shot helping out, it's a small matter. So he hopes Uncle Hao can help. Jason looked at Tang Hao with anticipation. I don't have time. Upon hearing this, Jason's face fell in disappointment. However, I have an egg here, which I got from the nest of a 10,000-year soul beast I hunted back in the day. It was preserved due to the battle, and I don't know if it can still hatch. Tang Hao suddenly thought of the time he and Tang Xiao pursued a flying soul beast that had kidnapped children. They chased it for several days and nights before finally reaching its nest, and only then could they defeat it. After the battle, they found a well-preserved giant egg in the messy nest, which Tang Hao took, intending to roast and eat it later. However, many things happened afterward, and he forgot about the giant egg in his storage space until Jason mentioned pets, which reminded him of the egg. Tang Hao took the giant egg out from the storage space, a hint of nostalgia flashing across his face. The egg was about waist-high for Jason, covered in blue patterns like a gem. Jason excitedly touched the egg. He felt life within it. If I give it to the system, it should be able to hatch. Jason tried to store the egg in the system's pet section. Detected pet egg, would you like to hatch it? The system's voice rang out, making Jason's heart leap with joy. Confirmed. Hatching requires 666 experience points. Jason was taken aback. It also needed experience points. That amount could almost allow him to level up twice. His current experience points weren't enough. It seemed he could only go to the Douluo forest to grind for experience. Well, thank you, Uncle Hao. I owe you one. Jason thanked Tang Hao. Seeing him like this, Tang Hao knew he had a way to hatch the soul beast, but he didn't ask further. No need for any favors. I intended to roast that egg and eat it anyway, so it's just right to give it to you. Just keep in touch with TangSan in the future. With that, he turned and slowly disappeared. All right, Uncle Hao, take care. Jason cheerfully waved at his retreating figure. He didn't expect to actually get a pet. A soul beast that could be hunted down by both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao must be extraordinary, so the potential of this egg would surely be sufficient. It would just require a lot of resources. Since the pet matter was settled, it was time to head to the Douluo forest. The next day, everyone gradually began wandering around the school. At this moment, a bell rang throughout the academy, and everyone gathered at the school playground. They chatted in small groups on the playground. Zhu Zhuqing stood alone in a corner, occasionally glancing around, seemingly looking for something. After a while, a person walked into the playground. Seeing Flander, Oscar, and several senior students, they instinctively straightened their posture. Flander scanned the crowd and then noticed something was off. It seemed one person was missing. He confirmed again. Weren't there supposed to be 5 people in total? Why are there only 4? Where's the other one? His brow furrowed, thinking that the student was late. No way, this new guy is so bold, daring to be late on the first day. I have a feeling his days are going to be tough, Oscar said with a hint of schadenfreude. Ma Hongju nodded in agreement. At this moment, TangSan stepped forward and said, Dean, Jason left last night with a guy carrying a hammer. He asked me to let you know. A guy with a hammer? Flander was momentarily puzzled, but then he recalled the man with a red soul ring who had a hammer yesterday. Wait, isn't he TangSan's father? Why would he take Jason away? Could he be his disciple? Flander felt something was off. However, the person had left, and there was a high possibility he had gone with that big shot, so he didn't dare to go and ask. All right, Dai Mubai will explain the academy rules to you all. Ning Rongrong and Oscar stay behind. With that, Flander continued giving instructions. Oscar walked to Flander with a bitter expression. Zhu Zhuqing, walking in the crowd, had a flicker of thought in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze becoming more determined. Finally, Ning Rongrong showed her temper as a young lady, which was a small episode. Flander led everyone to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. After understanding the competition rules, everyone began to sign up. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Dai Mubai called out to Zhu Zhuqing, who was eager to sign up. Wait a minute, let's talk. Zhu Zhuqing stopped, turning back to look at him indifferently. I want to ask, what is your relationship with that boy from before? Dai Mubai looked at her nervously, waiting for her response. What relationship I have with him is none of your business. Zhu Zhuqing knew who he was talking about. Although her feelings toward Jason were somewhat complex, she hadn't reached the point of liking him yet. Her reply was merely to retaliate against Dai Mubai. But you're my fiancé, Dai Mubai said angrily, gritting his teeth. And you leave home without permission, abandon me there, and, after coming out, you indulge in pleasures and chase after women. Why didn't you think about having a fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing taunted. Yet, only she knew the pain in her heart. The women I pursued were just for release. There were no other intentions. Dai Mubai paused and explained. You couldn't hold it back at 15. And I couldn't hold it back either. Zhu Zhuqing, disappointed, replied mockingly before turning towards the registration desk. Stop right there. What exactly happened between you two? Dai Mubai couldn't help but shout angrily at her, holding a ball of white light in his hand. I said stop. Did you hear me? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing continue forward without looking back, Dai Mubai's anger surged. Dai Mubai felt he couldn't contain his anger and attacked Zhu Zhuqing's back. Zhu Zhuqing's ambiguous attitude made Dai Mubai feel green with envy. Sensing the attack from behind, Zhu Zhuqing turned to look. She saw Dai Mubai, his face twisted with rage and a white light in his hand, charging toward her. Chapter 17. Griffin Zhu Zhuqing looked incredulously at Dai Mubai, who was about to attack her. In truth, she wasn't clear how humiliating her words were to a man, even though they only had the title of engaged couple. The attack stopped just before Zhu Zhuqing's incredulous face. It was Flander, who saw that things were not going well and intervened to stop Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what are you doing? Flander questioned as he held him back. Dai Mubai, who was stopped by Flander, regained some rationality. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who had returned to a face of indifference, he felt somewhat at a loss. It's fine, we were just joking, he said before heading off to sign up. The vague Zhu Zhuqing suddenly smiled sweetly, then turned and headed to the registration area. What's going on with you? Why do you want to attack Zhu Zhuqing? Flander stared sternly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai remained speechless. For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing's enchanting smile just now left a hollow feeling in his heart. Go back and explain it to me clearly. Flander said to the dazed Dai Mubai, then turned and left. On the way to school, everyone noticed that Dai Mubai's complexion was a bit off, and Ma Hongjun wanted to take him out to have fun. Dai Mubai glanced at the indifferent Zhu Zhuqing, remained silent for a moment, then refused. Perhaps he still had some expectations in his heart. A few days later, in the Stardow Forest. On the outskirts of the forest, a small gray bird blinked its lively little eyes, tilting its head curiously at the swaying bushes. Suddenly, a figure quickly flew out from the bushes in front of the bird, making a funny face at it. The little bird felt as if its soul was about to be scared away. Its head tilted, and it fainted immediately. Jason caught the little bird that was about to fall from the tree, feeling a bit amused. This little thing is too easily scared. He pinched the bird's somewhat fluffy belly. So small, it wouldn't even be enough to get stuck in one's teeth. He lifted its feet and waved them in front of him, weighing them. The little bird, possibly awakened by Jason's movements, opened its eyes and saw a big face in front of it, scaring it into chirping wildly while flapping its wings, trying to escape. Jason released its little claws and let it go. Watching the lively little bird, Jason smiled sincerely. Although the forest is cruel, it also has many warm and cute things. Glancing around, most of the soul beasts were about 10 years old. Jason crouched down and continued deeper into the forest. As he walked in, Jason quickly found a few hundred-year soul beasts that were easy to hunt using his knowledge of wild beasts, followed by chaotic sound in the forest. However, this noise was negligible for the Stardow Forest. Jason planned to hatch his pet first, then consider his own level. As long as it wasn't a soul beast over 5,000 years old, Jason had ways to escape. As for those under 5,000 years, if given the chance, Jason could still hunt them. However, the preparation time was long, and it wasn't guaranteed to kill them 100. In fact, hatching a pet could be done at any time. Even reaching level 20 wouldn't be too late, but Jason was looking forward to his first partner and hoped to meet it soon. After hunting 3 soul beasts around 200 years old, Jason had enough experience to hatch the pet egg. He also prepared a lot of raw meat. At night, Jason sat cross-legged in a cave, with the bird egg gifted by Tang in front of him. With enough experience, should he hatch the pet? Jason pressed his hands on the egg and silently thought. Yes. Suddenly, a white halo transmitted from Jason's arm into the egg. After about 3 minutes, the egg finally started to show signs of movement. Crack! A crack appeared on the egg. Then, like a chain reaction, more and more cracks appeared. Finally, a beak broke through the eggshell, and it grew larger. A creature emerged, completely bald, with a beak characteristic of carnivorous birds, 2 small wings on its back, 4 legs below, and a long, thin tail. It came out with its eyes tightly closed, and its beak was searching for something. Jason placed the prepared raw meat in front of it. Looking at the oddly bald bird, Jason began to imagine what color feathers it would grow and whether it would look majestic. Moreover, looking at it, which is about half my size, it should be quite suitable as a mount when it grows up. Also, some hunting skills need to be trained. Since it has 4 limbs and wings, it should be able to fight both on land and in the air. And when its fur grows fully, he can give it a good name. However, it has 4 claws, 2 pairs of wings, a beak, and is a carnivore, and its tail is not like that of common birds. He thought of a griffin, a mythical creature from his past life. The more Jason thought about it, the more excited he became, eager for it to grow up quickly. Although it looked rather unattractive in its current bare state, Jason couldn't help but pat its head. It seemed to sense a familiar aura and nuzzled against Jason's palm with its eyes closed. After it was full, Jason put it back into the pet space. Jason listed various hunting skills of animals in his mind. Then, a training plan was formulated based on the recently hatched unknown bird. Normally, it would take about a month for this bird to grow into its juvenile stage. However, Jason had a system that allowed him to gain experience through hunting and then level up, and his pet could certainly do the same. Jason thought about it and had already activated the beast knowledge to scout the surroundings. He wanted to see his pet grow as soon as possible. Before obtaining the second soul ring, he aimed to train his pet's hunting skills first. 2 weeks later, a creature with sunny plumage and fur, a lion-like hindquarters covered in tawny fur, and an eagle-like head and forelimbs clad in golden eagle feathers with deep red-spotted cream feathers in between, was wobbling through the forest. Its head and wing feathers were blue, its chest feathers were crimson, and its eagle-like beak and feet were a brilliant gold, with black claws. Little Tion, steady, Jason shouted from atop a tree. It responded with a sound that was a combination of a sharp scream and a roar. It could rest on a nearby tree and reflect on what could be corrected from its recent flight. Don't rush, take it slow. Jason gently guided Little Tion. It responded with a sound, and then rested on a thick tree trunk for a while before flapping its wings to continue flying, this time much more steadily. Jason named his pet the Griffin Beast, calling it Little Tion because it resembled the legendary creature Griffin from his past life. Chapter 18. Preparing for hunting. Since the required experience was not much and Jason had strength far beyond this stage, hunting for experience was easy. In about 2 days, Jason hunted many soul beasts and transferred all the experience to Little Tion, allowing it to grow from the hatching stage to the chick stage in a short time. First, he would complete its training and then let it develop naturally into the growth stage, before starting to hunt soul beasts. After about a week, when Little Tion was capable of protecting itself, Jason would be able to obtain his second soul ring. Good, keep it up. At this point, Little Tion could fly steadily, although not very fast. 3 days later, Little Tion had reached the growth stage. Its body had expanded more than twice, standing taller than Jason. Its fur and wing feathers were also more abundant. Dive! Jason commanded Little Tion, which was still in the air. The shadow in the sky quickly descended, diving towards Jason. In front of Jason, a red-haired wild boar with red eyes charged at him. Grab it! Jason calmly stood his ground and continued to issue commands, as if the wild boar was not charging at him. The boar drew closer, and Little Tion in the air sped up. Just as the boar was about to collide with Jason, a fleeting shadow passed by, creating a gust of wind that tousled his hair. However, at that moment, Jason furrowed his brow slightly. After a while, Little Tion excitedly returned with the boar's corpse, eager for praise. However, when it arrived in front of its master, it found Jason sitting on a rock, bandaging his leg. The pant leg was already soaked in red. Its keen sense of smell detected a strong scent of blood. Little Tion quietly approached Jason and lay down, placing the boar on the ground and lowering its head to let out a sound, resembling a child who had made a mistake. After bandaging his leg, Jason looked at Little Tion, which had its head lowered in front of him. He jumped down and patted its head. I trust you. Although things didn't go perfectly, you still saved me and didn't let me down. You did well. Let's adjust our mindset and try again. He pressed his forehead against Little Tion's and spoke softly. Screech. Little Tion stood up, gazing determinedly at Jason. All right, let's do it again. With that, Jason turned to look for another target. Jason moved through the forest, searching for a target. Little Tian, now focused, put aside its playful thoughts and concentrated on its master. In the woods, Jason headed towards the target he had just seen. Upon reaching the destination, he spotted a black snake about 100 meters away. It was approximately 16 meters long, pitch black, hidden in the shade of the trees, and nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Creature, black snake age, 123 years characteristics. Good at hiding, possesses the patience of a hunter, quick to react, able to spring into action. Weakness. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its 7 inches. But if you can't hit the 7 inches, hitting the 3 inches is also effective. After reviewing the information about the snake, Jason took out the recently deceased wild boar. Then, he gripped its hind legs with both hands, steadied his stance, and began to channel his soul power. After calculating the angle, he swiftly threw it. The boar's corpse was hurled toward the position of the black snake 100 meters away. The black snake, which was currently tasting the air with its tongue to sense Jason's position, suddenly detected a heat source separating and flying toward it. Without much thought, the black snake, seeing food, struck like lightning, quickly lunging forward with its gaping maw and swallowing the boar whole. At that moment, Jason also dashed to a spot not far from the black snake, just within its attack range. Seeing the food appear, the black snake didn't hesitate and continued toward the other food. The wild boar was used by Jason to gauge the speed of the black snake, allowing him to find his position to lure the black snake in and ensure that little Tian could catch it before it reached him. The reason for choosing the black snake is that it swallows its food. Don't be fooled by the black snake's dark appearance that seems to indicate it is highly venomous. It actually has no fangs. Jason, even if swallowed, is confident he can break free before its jaws crush his bones. Dive! Grab! Jason focused intently on the black snake rushing towards him and commanded in a low voice. This time, just as the black snake reached within a meter of Jason, little Tian firmly grabbed it by the 7-inch and 3-inch marks and flew into the sky. After flying for an unknown distance, a black snake twisted its body and fell to the ground. Once it hit the ground, it didn't even struggle and fell silent. Jason walked forward to look at the black snake in the pit. Caw! Little Tian landed beside Jason with a gust of wind and called out proudly. Not bad. Very impressive. Jason praised. All right, let us call it a day for training. Bring it along. It will be our meal for today. Jason pointed to the black snake in the pit. Caw! Little Tian grabbed the black snake and flew up into the air. Be careful not to fly too high. Jason reminded. This is the Stardow Forest, and being too high up can attract attention. By now, the training for little Tian was basically complete. All that was left was to familiarize it through repetition. By a small lotus pond, a large black snake was skinned and placed on a makeshift barbecue rack over a roaring fire. Turn it to the left a bit. Align it just right there. Little Tian used its front paws to move the stick, flipping the snake meat under Jason's direction. Before long, the aroma of roasted meat began to spread. Under little Tian's eager gaze, Jason cut a piece of meat to taste. As Jason ate the meat in his hand, he quietly observed his surroundings. In the dark forest, a large number of green eyes suddenly emerged. He opened the beast knowledge and began checking for any high-age spirit beasts. All right, we can eat now. After confirming, Jason said. As soon as the words fell, little Tian had already eagerly disappeared from the spot, heading towards the various spirit beasts attracted by the smell of roasted meat. Jason also put down the roasted meat, summoned his martial soul, and at the same time, his first soul ring lit up. A fiery red arrow with a flash bomb attached shot in the opposite direction of little Tian. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed ahead, accompanied by a blinding flash. The hidden bushes and trees in the forest were thrown into chaos. At the same time, countless cold lights flashed under the moonlight, creating a scene of blood and wails. The previously said explosive traps detonated one after another, sending waves and flames flying. On the other side, little Tian, with excited roars, dashed through the forest, running and flying, performing various daring and precise maneuvers, while the hidden spirit beasts were in disarray. This night was destined to be an unsettled one. Chapter 19, The Ant Queen. About half an hour later, the surroundings finally began to calm down slowly. At this moment, a person and a pet gathered in one place, facing a large lizard. Creature, mountain lizard age, 1,150 years characteristics, can hide underground. Although it lacks a swift tongue, its skin is tough and its flesh thick. Weaknesses, eyes, mouth, abdomen. Jason felt a bit startled thinking about the earlier scene. After the surrounding prey had either fled or been killed, he was just about to clean up the battlefield and leave quickly with Xiao Tian to prevent any powerful soul beast from being attracted. However, just then, as Jason looked at the ground, a wild beast suddenly jumped out. Without thinking too much, Jason quickly jumped back to leave the spot. Sure enough, right behind him was a large yellow lizard that had burst out of the ground. If Jason hadn't jumped away, he would be inside the belly of this large lizard now. Jason stood on a tree branch, raised his bow, and shot an arrow at it, which only stirred up a cloud of smoke. The lizard was unharmed, just its eyes turned a bit red. Xiao Tian, let's go. After marking the lizard with a hunter's mark, Jason then took off into the sky with Xiao Tian. Let us leave and come back after we develop for a while, Jason said, patting Xiao Tian's head, who seemed a bit unwilling. Caw! Xiao Tian called out reluctantly at the lizard, which was several times larger than itself, and then flew away with Jason. The mountain lizard glanced warily at the departing duo, then went towards the surrounding corpses, burying them underground to store them, and marked this area as its territory. After all, a 1,000-year-old beast had breached the outskirts. However, despite losing many prey corpses this time, the experience had already been gained. Jason allocated all the experience points from this hunt to himself, instantly reaching level 20. Jason level 20 skills learned. Explosive shot causes all enemies in front of you to explode, repelling and confusing them. LV-14. Explosive trap sets a flame trap that explodes when enemies approach, causing X to Y points of fire damage and burning all enemies within B code for Z points of additional damage for seconds. LV-14. Bomb crafting infuses explosive energy into a target object, allowing control over its explosion timing. LV-14. Beast perception auxiliary skills. First aid uses bandages. Fishing, wilderness survival skill. Cooking, wilderness survival skill passive skills. Beast knowledge gathers information about the target beast. Tooltips will display status, health, armor, diet, abilities, whether it is a tameable animal, and if it is a rare beast. Tame pet tames a beast to become your pet. If you lose the beast's attention for any reason, the taming process will fail. Rare beasts master the art of beast training, teaching you the ability to tame rare beasts. After acquiring a pet, several more skills were added. Beast's eye directly control your pet and observe through its vision. Last 1 minute. Eagle eye increases hunter's vision, can only be used outdoors. Griffin's guardian grants hunters the protection of the griffin, increasing ranged attack power and strength. Heal pet restores pet's health every second for 5 seconds. Hunter's mark. Even if the target is sneaking or invisible, the hunter can still see the marked target. In this hunt, there were about 500 or 600-year-old beasts, of which 2 were 500 years old, while the rest were under 100 years. Of course, Jason's ability to easily hunt 100-year-old beasts was due to years of skill research and Xiao Tian's assistance, as the experience required for leveling up increases as one progresses. This hunt only raised Jason's level to 20, with a significant amount of experience remaining, before obtaining a soul ring. The experience points for levels beyond 20 had not yet been displayed. It was uncertain if he could level up again. Jason decided to allocate the remaining experience points to Xiao Tian. Now, after his own training and point allocation, Xiao Tian could also protect Jason. Now, they were ready to obtain the second soul ring. Jason planned to have 2 soul skills, one with ice attributes and one with poison attributes. However, there were no ice-type soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. Ice-type soul beasts were found in the far north, so Jason could only choose a poison attribute. There were many poison attribute soul beasts in the forest, and Jason still needed to select them one by one. Moreover, with the poison attribute, even without preparing traps, there is still a chance to hunt that large lizard. There were still many hidden weapons left there, and he would have to go back to retrieve them later. He didn't want to go through the trouble of crafting them again himself. All in all, that giant lizard that scared him was doomed. After that, Jason began to delve deeper into the forest. By the next morning, the sun had just come up, and there were still dewdrops among the branches and leaves. Jason crouched on a tree branch, looking through the dense foliage at a nest where an ant the size of a bison was located. This ant had long jaws resembling tusks, 2 enormous compound eyes, and 3 simple eyes on its head. Its body was dark brown, with its antennae, jaws, and legs being reddish-brown. The exoskeleton was hard and covered with granular punctuations, and the abdomen had a noticeably constricted second segment with a long, thick stinger. Its overall form was slender and graceful. Combined with those long jaws, it resembled a cold-blooded female assassin. Species: Pain Queen. Age: 756 years. Characteristics: with sharp mouth parts that can easily tear apart enemies. And its mouth parts are accompanied by toxins that can cause excruciating pain and death to those bitten. It also possesses tremendous strength. Weaknesses: aside from having strong jaws and great strength, everything else is quite mediocre. This ant was the queen of the ant nest. And because the toxin of this species of ant could cause pain leading to death, it was named the Pain Queen. Jason had been waiting here all night for the appearance of the ant queen from a nest. He had followed a pain ant the size of a rabbit to find this nest, and then used his knowledge of bees to detect that there was a queen ant of suitable age inside. However, queens generally do not leave their nests. Foraging is done by the smaller workers below. But last night, Jason had killed several pain ants that came out, and by morning, he was finally noticed by the queen. Although these ants were also social animals, they did not swarm in the thousands like in his previous life. The pain ant nest had only about 50 members, with one queen among them. With about 10 of the workers dead, the queen would certainly have noticed. Today, she finally intended to come out to investigate the situation. Looking at this massive queen ant, Jason felt relieved. After the queen emerged, she was followed by about 40 workers, striding forward aggressively with their jointed legs. Jason timely took out a corpse of a pain ant to show them, then turned and ran without looking back. The queen behind him opened her mouth parts wide and let out a sharp shriek. Immediately, a group of ants angrily chased after Jason with their red-tipped antennae. This time, Jason used the same method as when he hunted the explosive monkeys, dividing and conquering. However, the traps he had set remained back at the mountain lizard's location, so he had to rely on himself this time. At that moment, a shadow passed over Jason's head. Oh, little Tion was also there. Some questions. The protagonist had paid to follow a team with a hand order into the soul hunting forest, so he didn't need a hand order. As for being discovered by the spirit hall, that was just temporarily getting separated from the team. I think adding these explanations would be a bit unnecessary since this is fan fiction. Too many explanations could come off as verbose. If you need them, I can add explanations later. I won't say much about the level issue. Just take your time to read on. Thanks again for everyone's comments. By the way, taking a day off, Doghead. Chapter 20. The second soul ring. Jason was weaving through the forest, trying to run toward the outskirts. The leading queen ant, accompanied by her workers, swiftly navigated through the small paths of the jungle, raising clouds of dust and vibrations. In the sky, little Tion watched the situation below with eagle-like eyes, waiting for Jason's command at any moment. As Jason moved, he occasionally turned and shot at one of the pursuing ants to draw their attention and block some of their movement. At this moment, little Tion called out from the sky. Hearing this, Jason stopped on a sturdy towering tree, looking down at the group of giant ants running toward him. This was the tallest tree in the area, its height seemingly reaching the heavens. Upon seeing Jason stop, the leading queen ant let out a roar, and the workers immediately halted, dozens of compound eyes fixating on Jason perched in the tree. TSK, they actually have some intelligence. Being stared at by a group of compound eyes, Jason felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he wanted to give them the middle finger. Thinking this, he already raised his middle finger. Instantly, feeling the mockery, the queen's antennae turned even redder as she angrily opened her mouth parts and let out a loud roar, causing the surrounding grass to bend down. The workers behind her immediately surged past the queen, climbing up the trunk toward Jason. Watching the swarm of smaller giant ants climbing up, Jason glanced back at the queen, who was slowly following, then quickly began to climb higher. In terms of climbing trees, Jason certainly couldn't compete with these ants. However, little Tion was different. Flying in the air, little Tion grabbed a pointed stone tied with a hemp rope for easy handling. It flapped its wings, looking at Jason below. Drop it, Jason said in a deep voice, looking at a pain ant that was almost catching up behind him. Following the command, little Tion dropped the pointed stone toward Jason. The pain ant behind was getting closer, and the pressure above was growing heavier. Just as the pain ant was about to leap at him, a loud bang erupted from beneath Jason's feet, and with a recoil, Jason instantly sidestepped. This maneuver not only helped him avoid the falling pointed stone, but also the bites from the pursuing ants. Bang! The pointed stone smashed down on the leaping pain ant with a muffled thud, and then like a string of beads. Dozens of ants on the trunk were also knocked down. The queen, also on the trunk, avoided the falling corpses and pointed stone, her compound eyes closely watching Jason, who was falling alongside. She roared again, and the remaining pain ants on the branch, undeterred by death, jumped off the branch and pounced at him. Even if they hit Jason, they would still die. At this moment, as Jason fell, he saw the surrounding ants jumping toward him like rabbits. Calmly extending his right hand toward the sky, a flying claw shot out from his sleeve, connected by a rope. It was the flying god claw made by TangSan. Jason's falling body came to an abrupt stop, and as he looked at the swarm of pain ants rushing toward him, he shook his left hand. Goodbye. In the instant they leaped at him, Jason rapidly ascended, causing the pain ants to miss their target, and in their failure, they lost their lives. From the ground, it looked like ants were falling from the sky like dumplings. Those lucky enough to grab a branch survived, while the unfortunate ones fell directly to the ground, shattering into pieces. During this time, Jason was not touched at all. It should be noted that ants possess great strength, capable of lifting objects hundreds of times their own weight. The ants in this world were unknown, but according to his knowledge of beasts, they were incredibly strong. This made Jason abandon most close combat plans. After the thrilling escape and lure, over half of the pain ant group was dead, and a portion was injured and unable to fight. Now, only the queen and a little over a dozen pain ants were left capable of combat. The ant queen, witnessing this scene, could no longer hold back. Her legs bent, and she swiftly climbed up the trunk, quickly surpassing her little brother and charging toward Jason, who was still jumping between the branches. Jason, of course, noticed this. "I'll leave the back to you," shouted Tian. As Jason spoke, an excited shout rang out, and a shadow swiftly descended, with one person and one pet crossing paths. "Be careful not to get bitten." After a quick reminder, Jason continued to climb upwards. The ant queen was climbing on the trunk, while Jason was jumping on the branches. Soon, the ant queen caught up with Jason. The battlefield was now divided into upper and lower sections, and Jason stopped on a sturdy branch. The duel begins. Looking at the ant queen, which was the size of a cow, he saw her leap with agility and grace. Her scythe-like mandibles glinted coldly. Jason quickly jumped back, tossing a flash grenade and a chili powder smoke bomb, followed by arrows that rapidly exploded upon hitting her. Master Ma exclaimed that the young man was not following the rules of combat. This was because Jason was unsure if the ant queen's compound eyes were effective. If she relied on touch and smell for observation, merely tossing a flash grenade would be quite embarrassing. Soon, accompanied by a painful roar, the ant queen burst out from the red smoke, her antennae whipping around wildly like whips. Clearly, Jason's tactics were effective. He took off his sunglasses, and at the same time, his first soul ring lit up. A red arrow shot towards the ant queen, who had just emerged from the smoke. Instantly, accompanied by a wave of fiery air, a thunderous sound erupted. The explosion was filled with sharp roars and the sound of branches snapping. Under Jason's first soul skill explosion, the sturdy branch was also blown apart. Jason watched as the ant queen, falling with a massive branch, panically flailed her 6 long legs in the air due to weightlessness. And her whip-like antennae were also blown apart, charred. Jason leaped down. Below him was an abyss that seemed to go on forever. This was the spot Jason had specifically chosen, a clear path without any branches obstructing it. Any that were there before had been cut down by Jason. In this hunt, Jason had barely consumed any soul power, mostly just during the journey and the final arrow. Whoosh, Jason whistled mid-fall. A gust of wind swept the surrounding leaves and came to catch Jason below. "Have you finished over there?" Jason asked, touching its feathers. "Chirp," Shouty-on replied sulkily, as it still had one left to deal with. "It's fine, let's go. Keep up with her." Jason pointed at the still-falling ant queen. Then, Xiao Tian carried Jason in circles around the descending ant queen. With no leverage in the air, the ant queen could only struggle in despair. After a smooth and uninterrupted descent, and not knowing how long they had fallen, they finally reached the ground. With a dull thud, the ant queen's body landed, ceasing its struggles. At the moment it hit the ground, Jason shot another arrow. Looking at the ant queen in the pit and the soul ring floating up, Jason let out a sigh of relief. However, it must be said that the ant queen's body was really tough. It didn't turn into mush even after falling from such a height. Chapter 21. Second soul skill in the next life, be a spider. Jason looked at the motionless ant queen and then sat down, preparing to absorb the soul ring. Xiao Tian sat down beside him. From the moment Jason discovered the painful ant, he had been preparing for this hunt. Combining his knowledge of beasts with his understanding of ants, Jason began to selectively choose a favorable battlefield. Since the iron tools used for traps had already been used up in the previous group hunt, Jason had to think of other methods. Finally, he discovered this towering tree. His own attacks would definitely not harm the ant queen. Although he could kill some of her subjects, it would alert the queen. Jason's ultimate target was still the ant queen. Therefore, he thought of luring her and then killing them through a high-altitude drop. Initially, Jason planned to kill the ant queen using thrown sharp stones. However, the ant queen was very cautious and sent her minions to charge first. Jason had to resort to backup plan 2. First kill the ant swarm, and then have a 2-on-1 battle against the ant queen with Xiao Tian. However, after noticing that his minions were dwindling, the ant queen sensed something was wrong and decided to take matters into her own hands for a quick resolution. Jason activated backup plan 3 again, divide the battlefield, with Xiao Tian intercepting and killing the remaining ant swarm, while Jason lured the ant queen to a designated location. Then the flashbang dazzles its eyes. The chili powder smoke grenade stimulates its sense of smell, and the explosive shots interrupt its antennae, eliminating its sense of touch. It doesn't matter whether this ant queen relies on sight, smell, or touch. After eliminating its sensory perception of the outside world, we will eliminate its final sense. Disrupt its only point of contact, the branch, causing it to fall into the air. Similar to the method used against Zhao Wuji, although I can't break through its defenses, I can attack from other angles. As for why so much preparation is needed, it's because the pain ant's toxin, once it injures you with its mouth parts, will basically cause you to die from pain, unless you sever that part at the moment it bites you. Moreover, their mouth parts not only possess lethal toxins, but also have a strong armor-piercing capability. This is why, despite the pain ant being small in size and lacking any particularly notable advantages compared to other soul beasts, few soul beasts are willing to provoke them. Therefore, Jason, to prevent such encounters, prepared again, exercising utmost caution. In the end, he still achieved his goal. He hoped the soul skill he obtained would meet his expectations. As he was hunting the ant queen, Jason sat cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the soul ring, while Xiao Tian guarded him, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes. At that moment, a pain ant jumped down from a tree and was about to pounce on Jason. It was the one that Xiao Tian had overlooked. In a flash, the pain ant was caught by Xiao Tian, its head pressed into the ground by his claws. However, Xiao Tian felt its claws being slowly lifted off the pain ant. A hint of surprise flashed in its eyes, not expecting something the size of a rabbit to possess such strength. Glancing at its master, who was still absorbing the soul ring, it put away its playful intentions. Then he directly extended his claws and killed it. He continued to obediently circle around Jason. The yellow soul ring slowly settled around Jason, stabilizing gradually. Host, Jason level, 21 skill acquired, poison ant stinger. Requires a ranged weapon to sting the target, causing pain toxins to suppress its brain nerves, reducing its strength and agility. Main effect pain. Lasts for 30 seconds. Jason slowly opened his eyes, and a purple stripe had quietly appeared on the spirit bow. The effect of the skill was within his expectations. Jason summoned his second soul skill, and a purple arrow shot toward a distant tree. The tree hit by the arrow crumbled like foam, and the arrow easily passed through it, continuing through a few more trees before stopping. Clearly, the second soul skill also granted armor-piercing effects to Jason's arrows. This was an unexpected joy for Jason, as being at a lower level made it difficult to deal with many high-defense opponents, and the armor-piercing effect solved his urgent problem. Next was to test the toxin effect of the second soul skill. Jason and Xiao Tian began to search for prey. Not long after taking to the air, they spotted a horned bird that had come to provoke them. This horned bird was about the same size as Xiao Tian, with a reddish-brown beak resembling a rhinoceros horn. It flapped its wings and charged at Xiao Tian with its rhinoceros-like large mouth. Creature, horned bird lifespan, 140 years characteristics, jealous. Dislikes creatures that are more beautiful and powerful than itself. Has a hard, large beak. Weakness, self-destructive, never considers the strength difference between enemies and allies. This bird has strong reproductive abilities, but due to its self-destructive tendencies, its numbers have never been too high or too low. Xiao Tian deftly dodged its attack, glaring angrily at the suddenly ambushing strange bird. I'll handle this, Jason said as he summoned his spirit, and then the second soul ring lit up. A purple arrow appeared on the enchanted bow, aimed at the horned bird that was circling back with its large mouth. At the right moment, the purple arrow shot out, targeting the attacking creature. The purple arrow arced, avoiding its hard beak, and left a blood mark on its foot. This minor injury didn't stop the horned bird. It continued charging forward. After about 3 seconds, the horned bird, still rushing toward Xiao Tian, suddenly convulsed, emitting a mournful cry, and then plummeted straight to the ground. Perhaps it hadn't flown very high, and upon hitting the ground, it still wasn't dead, flapping its wings wildly. Maybe the pain from a fall allowed it to regain some sanity from the deep, bone-chilling pain. It fixated on a nearby tree and charged straight into it. And if that didn't work, it would do it again and again. It seemed as if it felt no pain upon impact with the trunk. It didn't know how many times it had crashed before finally lying still on the ground. Xiao Tian waited a moment, walked over, and kicked its body. Kashi shivered at the sight of its miserable state. The bird's eyeballs were nearly burst, filled with blood vessels, leaving one to wonder what kind of pain it had endured before. Is this toxin that potent? Jason was also somewhat shocked as he looked at its grim condition. Afterwards, to confirm, Jason continued to wait for prey to approach, testing the effects further. This toxin acted on the brain nerves, meaning it tested willpower. For example, later on, he shot a phantom wolf that had ambushed them. After being hit, It only lost its fighting ability, but was still able to force itself to escape. After that, Jason followed it to see if there was any reaction. The spectral wolf staggered into a cave, and after a while, it seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Looking at the wound, glowing with purple light, it directly bit into it. The pain intensified, but it made its teeth sink in deeper. In the end, it tore off a whole chunk of flesh. The pain in its mind disappeared, and even though the bone was visible on its bloody leg, compared to the pain just now, this injury was minor. Chapter 22. I guess Jason took a serious look at the wolf, which was entirely in shades of ghostly color, its mouth still stained with its own blood. And through the crimson, some white bone was visible on its leg. It looked quite miserable, but Jason felt no sympathy, only admiration. After taking a deep look at the spectral wolf licking its wounds, Jason considered for a moment and suddenly jumped in front of it. The spectral wolf was startled by Jason's sudden appearance and quickly got up, baring its teeth at him. How about following me from now on? Jason squatted down to look it in the eye and asked. The spectral wolf did not respond, still baring its teeth and staring at him. You can't survive like this in the forest. Still baring its teeth. Actually, this toxin only lasts for 30 seconds. And you happen to bite off your own flesh at the last second. The spectral wolf paused its growling. Its expression became even more fierce as it stared at Jason. The spectral wolf was very fast, returning to its cave in just 20 seconds. Sometimes being too fast isn't good. I admire you. So how about following me? Jason said patiently, trying to coax it. Bar the teeth. I'm Jason. Jason slapped it on the head. Are you coming or not? In the end, the spectral wolf wagged its tail. With its leg wrapped in bandages, it trotted behind Jason, ignoring Xiao Tian's disdainful gaze beside it. Let's go settle the score with that giant lizard. After leveling up to level 20, Jason's pet slots increased by 1. After healing the spectral wolf in the pet space, the excited Xiao Tian headed towards the already marked location. Pet, spectral wolf age, 652 years talent, ghostly light, can accelerate itself and increase physical defense. Note, this spectral wolf seems to have been driven out by its pack for its love of destruction. Flying is an excellent trait for both combat and travel. They arrived at the place where they had hunted before. This area was a mess, but the corpses of the soul beasts were already gone, and only some bloodstains could be vaguely seen. There were also charred patches on the grass and tree trunks, and from a distance, many hidden weapons on tree trunks and stones sparkled coldly. Though this forest was illuminated by the midday sun, it was eerily quiet, giving off a ghostly vibe. Jason wasn't afraid of this. He was more afraid of a tattooed monk suddenly jumping out and shouting great might heavenly dragon, sitting on Xiao Tian's back. Jason opened the beast knowledge and scanned the ground. Soon, he saw the giant lizard quietly lurking underground next to a large tree. The giant lizard stirred uneasily underground. Having noticed Jason above, Jason smiled and summoned his enchanted bow, the first soul ring lighting up. A fiery red arrow slowly condensed and became brighter. When the red light seemed about to explode, Jason released the string. Giant lizard, I'm here for a visit. As he spoke, the arrow traced a red line and shot toward the lurking mountain lizard underground. The red arrow struck the ground without exploding. Instead, it sank into the earth, shooting straight toward the mountain lizard. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, and the ground erupted as if a dragon was turning over, debris flying everywhere. Hiss! The giant lizard appeared on the surface, covered in blood, letting out a painful roar. Seeing the pitiful state of the brown giant lizard, Xiao Tian happily let out a cry. With the increase in soul power, Jason's first soul skill also improved. If the previous first soul skill explosion was equivalent to the power of a grenade, the current explosion was equivalent to that of a cannonball. However, since the first soul ring was around 400 years old, the upper limit wouldn't be too high, but with the system, it should be able to increase a bit. The mountain lizard glared at Jason with its beady eyes, then turned and began to run deeper into the forest. A guest has arrived, as the host. Why don't you treat me? How rude. Jason scolded as he shot another arrow at the fleeing giant lizard. This was just an arrow made of soul power, but it still hit the giant lizard below, though the wound wasn't deep. The massive giant lizard knocked over many trees in its escape, shaking the ground with its huge body. Its wounds deepened. Feeling threatened, the mountain lizard again burrowed into the ground. Oh, you dare to go underground, Jason exclaimed, watching as its escape speed slowed considerably after it entered the soil. Then I want to hold back. A purple arrow appeared on the bow, aimed at the giant lizard that was moving slowly underground. Taste the pain. The arrow traced a purple line, piercing through the ground and shooting into the previously shot wound. The arrow directly entered its body through the wound. Roar! The mountain lizard let out a wail and burst forth from the ground. Its massive body began to roll around. Seeing the giant lizard rolling and crashing about on the ground, Jason instructed Xiao Tian to fly lower. Xiao Tian skillfully dodged a tree that was struck by the giant lizard and continued to descend. All right, this height is enough, Jason said, picked up the enchanted bow, which had cooled down, and the red arrow appeared again. Thus, Jason quietly watched the giant lizard in pain, his gaze sharp like an eagle, waiting for the right moment to strike. As 30 seconds passed, the giant lizard was nearly rolling its eyes. The pain suddenly vanished, and its body relaxed in an instant. The mountain lizard's beady eyes reflected a red arrow. This was the last scene it saw in its life. Its meal seemed to be unfinished. Boom! Experience 1,150. Jason allocated all this experience to himself, leveling up to 22. Comfortable. Jason exhaled a sigh of relief. Walking up to the giant lizard, Jason began his side job, skinning. Gathering. Jason's current side jobs include skinning, gathering, leatherworking, and engineering. Jason's flash bombs and similar items belong to engineering. As for making guns and bullets, he needs blueprints and materials. However, he hasn't found the materials yet. The blueprints need to be exchanged. But with the enchanted bow, bullets and guns aren't that useful anymore. Instead, he has time to make a motorcycle to have some fun. Just like when he thought about making flash bombs, Jason wanted to find gunpowder, but he hadn't tea. Moreover, the materials for making gunpowder do not exist in this world. There may be similar substances, but Jason has not discovered them yet. Moreover, Jason's first soul ability can create explosions, so he doesn't really need firearms or ammunition and hasn't looked for them much. It's already considered lucky to find strong light powder. The creation of stun grenades was something Jason achieved while collecting materials from Soul Beast called the Boom Roar Beast, which he killed. Its stomach can produce a loud sound. However, this kind of Soul Beast seems to be rare. He only encountered one more afterward. So, he only made 2 stun grenades in total, giving one to TangSan. Later, he still needs to unlock skills like jewelry processing and enchanting. Chapter 23. Dragon and Snake. The soul ring from the mountain lizard was absorbed by the system as experience. After Jason finished searching the giant lizard, a slightly curved tail appeared in his hand. Mountain lizard tail, a slightly curved tail of a deceased creature, possessing strong medicinal properties. Consuming it can harden the skin for 1 hour. Note, it tastes very bitter. Hardening. Jason's eyes lit up with an idea. This is a skill to increase defense, which can be quite useful in critical moments. He put this tail and the body into his backpack and began preparing to return to collect the hidden weapons he left behind. I'm so poor. Jason sighed and followed Xiao Tian back to the place where the hidden weapons were scattered. Upon arrival, Jason put on specialized gloves, climbed down for Xiao Tian, and started collecting them one by one. He picked up the hidden weapons from the trunk and the ground, carefully wiping off any bloodstains, and discarding those that were severely damaged. Xiao Tian lay on the ground, bored, swishing its tail, watching its master pick things up like he was planting rice. Halfway through collecting, seeing that it was a bit bored, Jason decided to let the nether wolf out. As soon as the little wolf came out, it circled around Jason, its tail spinning like a little fan. Although it only had 3 legs to run on, it didn't affect its agility at all. Stop, stop, stop. Jason, feeling a bit dizzy from its circling, quickly called for a halt. Aren't you a wolf? Why do you act like a dog? Woof. It seemed to understand and immediately barked. Jason stood there dumbfounded, doubting whether there was something wrong with his ears. Didn't you just bark? His voice trembled. Woof, woof, woof. Jason felt like he had been struck by lightning and couldn't help but pull up the pet template. Pet, nether wolf talent. Jason stared closely at the character for wolf, confirming it wasn't for dog, then looked at the little wolf in front of him, which indeed looked like a wolf. What on earth went wrong? Woof, woof. Jason started to question life. Can you bark like this? Woo-woo. He still didn't want to accept reality and personally demonstrated how a wolf should howl. Woof, woof. No, it's woo-woo-woo. Stir fry with scallions, garlic, hot pot, braised. The little wolf looked at its master with a somewhat dangerous expression and couldn't help but shrink back. Woof-woo in the face of danger. It quickly changed its voice to bark, although it sounded a bit off. Hearing this, Jason put aside his thoughts of eating hot pot. Good, do it again. Woo-woo-woo. Woof-woo. A husky is smarter than you. It's woo-woo-woo. Woo-woo-woof. Hey, you got it right. Do it again. Woo-woo. Nearby, Xiao Tian looked curiously at its master and the new partner as they tilted their heads and howled. At that moment, a burst of laughter came. Ha ha, Grandma. Look at him. He's really too funny. Accompanied by laughter, an elderly woman, another old man, and a young girl walked out. The elderly woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, showing some gray hair. The other old man was tall and upright with bright eyes, showing no signs of aging. The girl next to him was about the same age as Jason, with short blue-gray hair and fitted attire that highlighted her good figure, resembling a beautiful snake. Who are you? Jason warily looked at the three. I am Chao Tianxiang, and this is Meng Shu. Young man, have you seen a human-faced spider pass by? No, I haven't. Jason replied, looking confused. What are you doing? Meng Yuran asked curiously about what Jason was just calling the wolf. I was training the wolf. Jason, for some reason, felt a bit insincere saying the word wolf. But thinking about how he had just taught the little wolf to howl, he felt extremely embarrassed. Is this another wolf? Meng Yuran turned her attention to the little wolf. Woof. The little wolf barked in response. Grandma, this is just another wolf, right? Meng Yuran also felt a bit insecure after hearing its bark. The elderly woman carefully observed the young man in front of her. After hearing her granddaughter's question, her attention shifted from him to the wolf with its ethereal color. This is indeed a nether wolf, but perhaps it grew up with dogs. Otherwise, the young man in front of me wouldn't be able to tame it. This was the most reasonable explanation she could think of. After all, she didn't study soul beasts. Meng Shu noticed a strange bird nearby, but it had 4 claws and a tail like a lion's. He had never seen this kind of soul beast either. Not seeing anyone else around, he curiously asked, Are you here alone? Oh no, my master just went to chase a soul beast. I'm cleaning up the battlefield here. Jason, deeply influenced by his parents' teachings, knew not to say he was alone when approached by strangers. Is that strange bird tamed by you? Chao Tianxiang continued to ask. That, is my master's mount. I'm just collecting the things on the ground to ride it to find him. Jason spoke without blinking. Just as Meng Shu was about to continue leading his granddaughter to chase the big spider they mentioned, Meng Yuran suddenly exclaimed in front of a purple iron object. Hey, are all these iron objects on the ground yours? Yes, right, that one is poisoned. So don't touch it. Jason quickly warned when he saw her reaching for the hidden weapons. She quickly withdrew her hand. My name is Meng Yuran. What's yours? Looking at this somewhat peculiar young man, she felt curious. Nicholas Zhao Si. My surname is Nicholas, and my name is Zhao Si. Jason introduced himself seriously. He also felt that the girl's name sounded somewhat familiar. Nicholas Zhao Si? Meng Yuran pronounced it awkwardly. Yeah, because our martial souls can bond with a soul beast. So we named it Nicholas. Does Nicholas have anything to do with soul beasts? Meng Yuran was a bit confused by what he said. Nico is the name of our ancestors' bonded soul beast, and Las is our ancestor's name, so our family surname is Nicholas. For some reason, Jason was becoming more fluent as he spoke. Moreover, most of our clan lives in a remote village near the Stardoe forest, and to survive better in the forest, we made many iron tools like the ones around you. Jason was almost speaking nonstop, and Meng Yuran listened attentively. All right, let's quickly go chase the human-faced spider. Your third soul ring is still relying on it. Next to them, Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu couldn't help but urge Meng Yuran. Oh, I almost forgot, and I Zhao Si. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuran reluctantly said goodbye to Jason while only calling out the latter's name. Chapter 24. Encounter. Hey, why did you leave? I haven't finished speaking yet. Jason seemed to be unsatisfied, eagerly wanting to keep them there. Kid, we have important matters to attend to. I'll bring my Yuran to find you when we have time. Chao Tianxiang said, already taking her granddaughter away. Definitely. Jason waved goodbye from behind. Jason sent Little Wolf to Little Tion's side and continued organizing his iron tools while thinking. Meng Yuran and Meng Shu were somewhat familiar with these names. Either they had seen them before or they were characters from the story. Story characters, Stardoe Forest. Snake Staff, 6 Heavens. That's right. That's them. Jason's eyes lit up as he finally remembered. The legendary dragon snake, 3 characters with very little screen time. It seems TangSan and the others should have arrived as well. I wonder where they are? However, Jason wasn't particularly interested in looking for them. He was still thinking about hunting a few soul beasts today. After coming to this conclusion, Jason continued to tidy up his iron tools. On the other side, Meng Shu, leading his granddaughter, felt that the boy wrapped in green leaves and wearing a bear head hat was somewhat off, but he couldn't pinpoint why. Moreover, the bird he had was also quite unusual. If it weren't for the urgent chase of the face spider, he would have been genuinely interested in visiting Nicholas' village, possibly bringing it into his family. At that moment, he noticed a trace of blue blood on the ground, which was left by the face spider. Chase. After tidying up for quite a while, everything in this area was finally organized, though it was a pity about the corpses of the prey, which had been stored underground by the mountain giant lizard. Jason didn't have time to dig up the stubborn corpses. Phew, finally done. Jason let out a long sigh and stretched his somewhat sore body. Just then, a shadow suddenly blocked him. Without thinking, he rolled forward. Bang, crack. A muffled sound and the sound of breaking branches echoed behind him. Who? Jason half-squatted on the ground, his red and purple-striped enchanted bow already in hand. The surroundings were silent. Woof. Caught the sounds of little Tian and little wolf rang out. Jason looked over and his expression darkened. At the place where the tree had broken, there was a large pit at the base of the tree, with fresh claw marks around the edge. Bring me little wolf. Jason shouted. Little Tian dragged little wolf to Jason. Woof. It looked at Jason with a flattering expression, knowing it had caused trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't have run away. The main reason was that little Tian ignored it, and it had nothing to do, so it went to dig a pit, which was its favorite thing to do. You silly dog, is this pit dug by you? Jason no longer hoped that it was a wolf. It continued to pant with its tongue out and wag its tail at Jason. How did I end up with such a thing? Jason looked heartbroken. Forget it. Raising it as a hunting dog isn't bad. Little Tian was still the best. Jason gave little Tian an appreciative look. Caw! It called out proudly. Let us go. Look for prey. Let's also solve tonight's dinner. In the evening, Jason placed a large leg about 2 meters long on a wooden stick over a fire, while little Tian and little wolf were tearing into bloody raw meat below. Seeing that the meat had started to turn red, Jason sprinkled the seasoning from his backpack on it. After a while, a mouth-watering aroma wafted over. Little wolf chewed on the raw meat, noticing that the meat in its mouth had lost its flavor. Xiao Tian doesn't really like cooked food and continues to eat his raw meat. Xiao Lang struggles to swallow the meat in his mouth and happily runs over to Jason. It's not ready yet. Jason gives him a glare. Hearing this, he lies down next to him, drooling as he watches the thigh meat gradually turn golden brown. After a while, the meat is done, and Jason prepares to take it down. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly calls out. Jason quickly extinguishes the fire, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A few people? Yep. Can you feel the strength? Woof. Woof woof. You have this talent too? Jason looks at Xiao Lang in surprise. Yip Xiao Tian confirms. 8 people. There's a strong energy source. It should be the leader, and the others are relatively weak, probably team members. It looks like a small squad. Let us hide first. After speaking, Jason sits on Xiao Tian and flies into the sky, while Xiao Lang finds a spot closer to the roasted meat to hide. For a lone wolf, hiding is very important. Xiao Lang's ability to conceal himself is also quite good. At least when he ambushed, Jason didn't notice where he had hidden. The bright moonlight filtered through the trees appeared much dimmer, and the surroundings fell silent, with only black charcoal and residual heat indicating that people had been here before. After a minute, the insects hidden in the grass perhaps sensed there was no danger and began to chirp, adding some liveliness to the quiet forest. But they only chirped for a minute before stopping again because someone arrived. Xiao-san, are you sure this smell is from that rabbit kid who ran away on the first day? Before they arrived, a deep voice came through. I'm sure, after all. Such fragrant roasted meat can only be made by him. I haven't smelled such fragrant roasted meat anywhere else. That guy may not be great, but his roasted meat does smell good. But roasted meat is just roasted meat. Why does he like roasting rabbit meat? Isn't rabbit meat quite fragrant? What did you say? I didn't say anything. 7 or 8 people were conversing as they arrived here. Why is there no one here? There seems to be charcoal over there. Did they just leave? But the roasted meat is still here. While everyone was speculating, a person in black athletic wear with a faster speed had already arrived in front of the roasted meat. Looking at the shiny roasted meat illuminated by the light brought by her companions, she couldn't help but reach out to grab a piece. Be careful! A loud shout rang out, and a figure, along with a shadow that seemed to spring from nowhere, pounced on the person trying to grab the roasted meat. At the same time, a sound of something breaking through the air echoed from above, and a purple arrow swiftly flew by. The events unfolded in an instant, and when everyone reacted, they saw this scene. A strong man was half-squatting on the grass, clutching his arm in pain, with blood seeping through his fingers. But looking at the scene in front of him, he didn't dare to act rashly. My student doesn't know any better. If there's anything, come at me. Opposite him, a ghostly wolf bared its fangs, glaring fiercely at the person it had knocked down, its claws pressing against her throat, seemingly ready to pierce it at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing this scene, everyone became tense. TangSan's hidden weapon was already charged, but Dai Mubai was about to rush out when he was quickly stopped. Don't act impulsively. Do you want her to die? Chapter 25, Titan Giant Ape. What should we do? Just wait. Wait for what? Dai Mubai was a bit angry upon hearing wait. Calm down. You let me. At that moment, a dull sensation of airflow stirred. Xiao Lang, let her go. Jason quickly jumped down from Xiao Tian and said to the still growling Xiao Lang. Hearing this, Xiao Lang obediently released Zhu Zhuqing and returned to Jason's side. Slap. Jason gave it a smack on the head. She just wanted to eat some meat. Why are you so anxious? After scolding it, Jason removed his bear head hat and faced Zhao Wujia and the others. It's me. He indicated his identity. After that, he ignored their reactions and went to Zhu Zhuqing. Come here. I'll bandage you. No need for you to bandage me. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, not looking at him. I think you need it. Saying this, he directly went to her back and started to bandage the bloodstains on her neck. Zhu Zhuqing only shrank a little, but did not evade. Speaking of which, we really have a fate, huh? Every time I see you, you get hurt. But you too. You dare to touch anything. Don't you know curiosity killed a cat? Jason continued wrapping the bandage while talking. The others looked at this scene with strange expressions. Hey, Dai Lauda, I think you're out of luck. Ma Hongjun whispered to Dai Mubai, who wore a confused expression. Dai Mubai said nothing. Just stared hard at the two of them. All right. Jason tied a butterfly knot in front of her neck, clapped his hands, and completed the task. Zhao Wujia's pain had disappeared. Seeing Jason, whom he hadn't seen for a few days, he was a bit surprised and angry. You little brat. Was that arrow shot by you? He questioned Jason. Yeah, it was me. Jason admitted calmly. Then why did you attack me? Didn't see it was you? Hey, do you want to get beaten up again? Zhao Wujia prepared to teach Jason a lesson. Didn't you enjoy being beaten up that night? Do you want to experience it again? Jason placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and raised an eyebrow at Zhao Wujia, who was about to rush over. Hearing this, he immediately stopped. What do you mean? Just what you think it means. I have to say, using a tiger skin is really effective. I bet this kid will get beaten badly soon. Oscar quietly said. Yeah, teacher Zhao's bad temper. How can he stand it? Ma Hongjun agreed. Ning Rongrong also curiously looked at Zhao Wujia, wondering what he would do next. Zhao Wujia stared at Jason, his mind racing. This little guy seems to be with TangSan, and the dean also said he was taken away by that person. So it seems he really might have a connection with that person. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Wujia said, Then what are you doing here alone? Roasting meat. But I only roasted my own portion and need to share some with Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang, is it? Saying this, he pointed to the ghost wolf. So I want to share it with you. After speaking, Jason reached out and lit the campfire. I have to say, the attribute added by the first spirit ring is really convenient. The surrounding area was illuminated by the rising flames, and Jason began to slice meat to eat. Occasionally, he tossed a piece to the drooling little wolf. The others just watched Jason sitting by the campfire, eating roasted meat. The aroma of the roasted meat made them swallow hard. Oscar and the others weren't very familiar with Jason, so they didn't approach him to ask for meat. But TangSan and Xiao Wu had already sat down next to Jason and casually picked up some roasted meat. The little wolf, who had eaten several pieces of roasted meat, continued to stare at Jason. What are you looking at? You're going to burst from eating. Jason laughed and scolded it, looking at its somewhat swollen belly. Woof. The little wolf barked back defiantly. TangSan and Xiao Wu immediately looked at it with puzzled expressions. Seeing that there was no more roasted meat, the little wolf ran to a tree and started to digest. I'm telling you, if you dig up that tree and it falls on me, humph. Jason's threat was obvious. The little wolf snorted dismissively at Jason and continued to dig in the dirt. This white-eyed wolf, Jason muttered while eating the roasted meat. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was tying a bow with a bandage around her neck, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the roasted meat. Come and eat, considered an apology from the little wolf. Jason waved at her. She stood there, seeming a bit hesitant. It's okay, come over. He invites you to eat roasted meat to show that he considers you a friend. This guy's quite smug. Xiao Wu mumbled slowly. Oh, I might not be full. I'll catch a rabbit to roast and eat later, Jason said with a sigh. You dare, with your hands on me. Can you still control it? Jason scoffed and glanced at her, his expression somewhat similar to the little wolf's, filled with sarcasm. Xiao Wu, unable to do anything about it, could only pinch TangSan's sleeve with her greasy paws, acting cute. All right, yes, just joking. TangSan comforted Xiao Wu affectionately, then turned to Jason and asked Jason, How long do you plan to stay here? After pondering for a moment, Jason replied, I plan to level up to around level 30 before heading back. If I'm lucky, it should take about 2 or 3 days. Huh. TangSan was surprised. What level are you at now? Guess. Jason smiled and didn't tell him. TangSan was taken aback, realizing he had been a bit too forward. You really are hard to see through. He sighed helplessly. At that moment, Zhao Waoji ran over upon hearing this. Hey, I hadn't thought of it until you mentioned it. Weren't you only level 14 at school? In just a few days, you've gained your second spirit skill? You must have hidden your level before, but that doesn't make sense. Oldly wouldn't miss it. Zhao Waoji was puzzled. The others also remembered the fleeting purple light of the spirit power fluctuation. Everyone looked at Jason with shock and confusion. I leveled up during this time. Jason didn't explain, intending to let them speculate on their own. Zhao Wujia indeed started to piece things together. During this time, this kid has been following that adult, no wonder. As for the others, they could only look on with puzzled and shocked expressions. He had been away from Shrek for 6 days, and in those 6 days, he leveled up to level 20, 1 level a day. How is that possible? Jason had no intention of hiding his abilities. After all, they would find out sooner or later. Just as Zhao Wujia was about to ask more questions, a sharp and loud sound erupted from little Tian, who had suddenly stood up. Everyone except Jason was startled by the sound. Jason's expression changed, and he quickly moved to little Tian's side. Chapter 26, The Appearance Little Wolf. Follow me, Jason said to the little wolf, whose fur was standing on end, and then took off into the sky. Watching Jason fly away with the little wolf disappearing, the remaining people were left in confusion. In the air, Jason could see a massive figure in the distant forest. It was a giant black ape with dark golden stripes, the Titan giant ape. It seemed to sense something, stopped in its tracks, and looked up at little Tian in the sky. After just a glance, it lost interest. It was still looking for its sister Xiao Wu. After staring at it for a while, Jason thought better of it and decided not to provoke it. Little Tian brought Jason back down to the ground. What happened? Zhao Wujia asked, while the others looked at him with confusion. A giant ape is coming from a distance. It should be the Titan giant ape. The Titan giant ape. Zhao Wujia exclaimed in shock. Xiao Wu's expression also changed upon hearing this. You can't be serious. How could it come to the outskirts? Zhao Wujia found it hard to believe. Believe it or not, Jason said, already taking off again with little Tian, heading toward the direction of the Titan giant ape. As they flew closer, Jason's knowledge of beasts came into play. Species, Titan giant ape lifespan. Characteristics, unmatched speed, strength, defense, and attack. Almost no weaknesses. Weakness, somewhat clumsy. Note, it seems to have no malicious intent at the moment, provided the host does not provoke it. Although Jason reminded them to keep their distance, they still couldn't outrun the Titan giant ape and were soon caught up. Zhao Wujia resolutely activated his martial soul to face its mountain-like body. The rest of the group stood ready. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense, Zhao Wujia said without taking any rash actions, intending to negotiate first. However, the Titan giant ape was eager to find its sister Xiao Wu and had no intention of acknowledging him, continuing to move forward. As Zhao Wujia watched the massive figure drawing closer, he said heavily, "You all go first. I'll hold it off here. Oscar, get the sausages ready quickly." The others did not retreat a step, resolutely releasing their martial souls and soul skills. Zhao Wujia's soul rings lit up as he raised his big bare paw and swatted at the Titan giant ape. The others also unleashed their attacks. Zhao Wujia's paw struck at its head, and in an instant, he was sent flying away. The Titan giant ape was struck back and raised its head. Immediately, it was about to open its mouth to let out an angry roar. Just as it opened its mouth, Jason couldn't resist the opportunity and threw his only remaining stock, the shock bomb, into its mouth. Jason didn't know the power of the shock bomb. It was made according to the system specifications. To the Titan giant ape, the bomb was like a small pill. Boom! A loud explosion echoed from its mouth. Jason was far away in the air, but could still hear the enormous sound. The power was indeed impressive, as expected from the system. Kies on sight. As if in silence, after a while, a louder roar spread throughout the forest. Although the strike had a great effect, it only made the Titan giant ape feel a bit uncomfortable and gave it a slight buzzing in its head. However, the provocation of this strike was nowhere near as effective as Zhao Wuji's. The dark golden patterns on its body turned red with anger as it stared at the small Tian in the sky. The thing that had just fallen into its throat came from above. Its gaze fixed on it. Damn! Little Tian quickly ran away. Jason hurriedly patted little Tian's back. Little Tian sensed the danger and flapped its wings to escape with Jason. The giant ape, seeing little Tian flying away, angrily began to run and prepare to jump. During its run, it also snatched away Xiao Wu while TangSan's eyes turned red. Whoosh! The Titan giant ape leaped into the air, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. Wow! Little Tian, move! Seeing the Titan giant ape jump high towards them, Jason was startled. Fortunately, little Tian's wind skill was very high. It quickly executed a side flight and dodged its attack. Holy crap! It's coming again. Once more, it soared into the sky. Finally, little Tian took Jason almost to the clouds before it snorted and gave up. Seeing it walk away, Jason let little Tian slowly descend. That was really exciting. Jason patted his chest, his heart still pounding. Little Tian, when you grow up, we'll go find it. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Remember this grudge for now. Did you hear that? Caw. Little Tian flapped its wings in response. Let us go down and see how TangSan and the others are doing. When Jason returned to the original spot, it was already a scene of devastation, with fallen trees everywhere, and the little monsters were all supporting each other, looking quite helpless. Where is TangSan? Jason didn't see him and already knew where he had gone. He went to chase the Titan giant ape. You need to take me to catch him back quickly, Zhao Wuji said urgently, suppressing his injuries. Little Tian can only carry me alone. No one else can ride on it. What should we do? It's an emergency. TangSan and Xiao Wu are both in danger. Jason didn't speak, but whistled with his tongue. Whistle before long, a shadow quickly appeared in front of Jason, carrying a person on its back. The person had already fainted. You actually know how to save people? Jason took Zhu Zhuqing from its back. Woof. It barked in protest. All right, I have a task for you now. Go find TangSan, the one with the strong blue silvergrass smell. Got it? Woof. After giving the instructions, Jason turned to Zhao Wuji and said, You guys follow Little Wolf. It should remember TangSan's scent. You follow it. And Little Tian and I will go find Xiao Wu. Be careful alone. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment, then heavily patted Jason's shoulder and said, She should be waking up soon. Please take care of her, teacher. Goodbye. With that, Jason placed the soon-to-awaken Zhu Zhuqing back on Little Wolf's back, then climbed onto Little Tian. The airflow from its wings blew their hair around. Zhao Wuji and the others followed Little Wolf and disappeared into the forest. But along the way, a complex gaze glanced at Jason in the sky. After flying up, Jason instructed Little Tian to fly slowly along the path of the Titan giant ape. After all, Xiao Wu knew her family's Ming, so there wouldn't be any danger. With the Little Wolf leading the way, TangSan and the others should meet much earlier, perhaps avoiding the threat of the dragon snake couple altogether. Chapter 27. The End? Jason flew through the air for a long time along the path. The little sky creature, who was weaving through the forest, suddenly stopped. Jason focused his gaze and indeed saw a pink figure jumping among the trees. Xiao Wu, over here. Jason waved at her. Xiao Wu was startled by the call and looked over to find it was Jason. Fortunately, he hadn't seen the scene with Ming just now. Otherwise, it would have been hard to explain. The little sky creature brought Jason down to her. Ah, it's you. Where are TangSan and the others? Xiao Wu pretended to be surprised and asked. I came alone to find you. They went to chase TangSan, Jason said. By the way, weren't you caught by the Titan giant ape? Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes darted. Oh, it encountered another powerful spirit beast in the forest. And I took the opportunity to escape while they were fighting. Let's not talk about that for now. What happened to Xiao-san? She asked urgently. He ran off to chase you alone, and now we don't know where he is, Jason said, noticing her change of topic but not saying much more. Then let's hurry to find him. The Stardew Forest is so dangerous. I hope he doesn't get into trouble. Xiao Wu said nervously. Then let's go. I'll have the little sky creature carry you. It'll be faster, Jason said as he instructed the little sky creature to take off. Xiao Wu looked at Jason on the back of the little sky creature and the large space next to him. Isn't there room for me too? She pointed to the space beside Jason and asked. Sorry, the little sky creature only carries me. It doesn't allow anyone else to ride, Jason said helplessly. I don't believe it. Xiao Wu was unconvinced. After all, she was also a 10,000-year spirit beast with strong affinity, and no spirit beast could refuse her. Saying that, she sank her body and jumped onto the back of the little sky creature. Seeing the little sky creature so close, she felt a flash of pride. At that moment, a sound of air braking came. Xiao Wu quickly changed positions in midair to dodge the little sky creature's tail attack. When she landed, she glared angrily at the little sky creature, which immediately returned a disdainful look. This made Xiao Wu grit her teeth in frustration. You should stop wasting time and hurry to join them. Maybe they've already found TangSan, Jason said, sitting on the little sky creature's back and watching her stubborn expression with indifference. One person and one pet are both the same, with no other choice. She had to accept her fate and was carried away by the little sky creature. Thus, the little sky creature carried Xiao Wu and Jason back in the direction they came from. Little sky creature, fly a bit slower. After sensing the presence of TangSan and the others, they also felt 3 other familiar auras. It seemed to be the dragon snake couple they encountered during the day. When the little sky creature slowly flew to the location, Zhao Wujia and the others had already confronted the dragon snake couple. At the same time, they also spotted the little sky creature in the air. As they descended, the sharp-eyed TangSan immediately saw Xiao Wu being carried by the little sky creature. Xiao-san. She started shouting loudly even while in the air. It's Xiao Wu. It's really her. Great. Xiao Wu is still alive. TangSan and the Shrek group exclaimed in surprise. It's him. Unlike the joy of the Shrek group, Meng Shu recognized the little sky creature and the Jason on its back. He had previously noticed that the ghostly wolf next to Shrek looked somewhat familiar, but due to the human face spider incident, he did not pay much attention to it. Now seeing Jason, he seemed to be related to Zhao Wujia and the others in front of him. Below, Meng Shu went through many thoughts as the little sky creature had already put Xiao Wu down. The grounded Xiao Wu, like a lightning rabbit, leaped into TangSan's embrace. The others curiously surrounded Xiao Wu, asking about her situation. At this moment, Meng Shu and the others couldn't watch any longer. Zhao Wujia, I'm giving you a bit of face by listening to what you have to say. Do you want me to personally demand an explanation now? Meng Shu said with some displeasure. Oh, it's Uncle Meng. What are you doing here? Jason greeted immediately after getting down. I want to ask you, who exactly are you? He saw Jason here and knew he hadn't told his companions the truth about his identity. I'm also a student of Shrek. I had to lie before because there were no other options. After all, one must be cautious when venturing outside. Please don't be angry, Jason said with a smile. You're also a student of Shrek? Meng Shu felt a bit unlucky today, running into Shrek students everywhere. Indeed, you're a liar. I was foolish enough to believe you. Meng Yiran pointed angrily at Jason, looking as if she had been dumped by a scumbag. Immediately, the Shrek boys looked at Jason with discerning eyes. How can this be called deception? I was just being obedient. My master told me not to tell the truth to strangers when outside. Then why are you speaking the truth now? Meng Yiran retorted. We've met twice now. We're no longer strangers. Let me introduce myself. Cough, Jason. Unmarried and single. No one I like. My goal is the stars and the sea. The Crystal Palace. Jason opened his arms as if embracing the world. The little sky creature beside him had already turned its face away. Too embarrassing to watch. Fortunately, the little wolf was far away. Otherwise, its expression would be even more straightforward. I know the stars and the sea, but what is the Crystal Palace? Meng Yiran always got straight to the point. This wish should be hard to fulfill, so I won't say more. Meng Shu looked at Zhao Wujia, who was focused on eating sausages, and said lightly, All right. Enough time has passed. Give an explanation. Jason stopped talking and made a helpless expression towards Zhao Wujia. Thank you, senior, but I'm not this kid's master. His master is someone else, Zhao Wujia said with a hint of gratitude, then slowly continued. Sure enough, Meng Shu's expression changed as he began to think. Can I have a word with you? Then, the two whispered to each other, and Meng Shu's expression indeed underwent a big change. So you're the master's disciple. In that case, given the master's face, I won't pursue this matter with you. However, Zhao Wujia, hearing the latter part of his words, felt a chill in his heart but was not too nervous. He didn't believe that Meng Shu would dare to be ungrateful after he invoked that figure. However, the nearby Ko Xiangxiang took over the conversation. We want that kid's accompanying spirit beast as compensation. Although it can't compare to the human-faced magic spider as a flying spirit beast, it's also very suitable for my family's Iran spirit ring. Zhao Wujia looked at Jason with some hesitation. What? Is this request too much? Ko Xiangxiang's tone turned serious. She had noticed the strange spirit beast beside Jason since the last time, but having the human-faced magic spider, she didn't want to offend anyone for no reason. So she didn't consider it. But this time, she had her eyes on the little sky creature's spirit ring, and flying spirit beasts were rare and hard to catch. As for Jason and that spirit beast relationship, she did not consider it. And with their strength, there's no need to hesitate. Chapter 28, Art is Patrick's star. Before Zhao Wujia could speak, Jason had already taken a tail and started gnawing on it, casually walking over with a relaxed expression. How could that be? This request is not unreasonable at all. That soul beast is very precious to me, but if the senior wants it, I will gladly offer it. I guarantee it will remain still for you to hunt its soul ring. Jason chewed on the bitter raw meat and said with a smile. That's good. Seeing that he was so agreeable, Meng Shu didn't press further. Still, this flying-type soul beast, although it has no toxins, would still be a good third soul ring for you. As he spoke, he prepared to attack Xiao Tian. Wait, Jason shouted. What? Are you reluctant now? Meng Shu asked with a sideways glance. No, it's like this. My soul beast recognizes its master through a contract. You see, I have a master-servant contract with this soul beast on my hand. I think since I'm giving it to you, I should also give you this. I just ask that you don't kill it. Let it guard your home. Jason revealed a mysterious pattern made of earthy yellow lines on his palm. Meng Shu pondered for a moment, exchanged a glance with his wife, and after she nodded, he said, All right, then transfer the contract to me. Okay. I'll thank you on behalf of Xiao Tian. Jason walked up to Meng Shu with a face full of gratitude. Transferring the contract requires palm-to-palm contact. This is a transferable contract that comes with my martial soul, which was passed down to me by my father. Now I'm passing it on to you. With that, Jason extended his palm toward him. Meng Shu hesitated for a moment, but thinking that the kid in front of him was only below level 30. He wouldn't pose a threat to him, so he shook his hand. When the contract is being transferred, there may be a flow of soul power. This is the contract being transferred. You don't need to panic, Jason kindly advised. Feeling a surge of soul power enter, Meng Shu felt a bit uncomfortable. But hearing Jason's words and not sensing any malice from him, he didn't obstruct it. Are you planning to join my family? We could definitely focus on cultivating you then. He looked at the kid in front of him, who could be considered a genius, and couldn't help but ask. That would be great. However, as he spoke, he secretly glanced at Meng Yiran beside him. Sharp-eyed Meng Shu certainly noticed his thoughts and smiled. As long as you work hard in your cultivation and your strength is sufficient, you can pursue whatever you want. He painted a big pie in the air. Really? If I join you, can I get Xiao Tian back? Jason looked at Meng Shu expectantly. But I want to give to Yiran. He hesitated for a moment and said, That's fine. Giving it to her is the same. Jason looked as if he was in love. It's done. Can I go say a few more words to Xiao Tian? Jason asked with reluctance. Sure, but be quick. I still need to find a soul beast for Yiran. Meng Shu waved his hand, agreeing to his request. Thank you so much. Jason turned around. The brutality hidden in his eyes almost materialized. Watching Jason's retreating figure, Meng Shu suddenly felt he resembled a deep abyss that devours people. He shook his head, brushing away the illusion in his mind. He raised his hand, looking at his palm, intending to see what the contract looked like. He didn't see any contract in his hand. He looked up at Jason, planning to ask what was going on. But when he looked again, he found Jason was already on the back of that soul beast, squinting and smiling at him while waving. But that smile made his heart feel like an ice cellar. He hurriedly tried to expel the soul power within him, but Jason had already raised his index and middle fingers side by side in front of his mouth. Art is an explosion. Suddenly, under Meng Shu's terrified expression, his body began to swell violently. He tried to suppress it with soul power. But when his soul power met this force, it ignited like gunpowder, burning even more fiercely. The skill Jason had studied for over 5 years. This power that was almost like a rule finally fired its loudest shot today. A burst of fire soared into the sky, wreaking havoc in the forest, and the world seemed to turn white, as if it had lost its voice. The violent explosion roughly formed a bloated humanoid figure, resembling Patrick Star. This loud noise startled many soul beasts, causing them to scatter and flee. As a detonator, the power of a soul bombardier was unimaginable. Xiao Tian, along with Jason, was blown away by the explosion, crashing through who knows how many trees before finally stopping. Looking at the charred and unconscious Xiao Tian, Jason struggled to get up and patted its head. I will never give up on you. Xiao Tian disappeared from the spot, being healed by Jason in the system. Jason now looked utterly tragic, his body completely charred, with not a single piece of clothing intact. Many areas of his skin had begun to crack open, oozing blood. Gradually, he transformed from a blackened figure into a bloodied person. Fortunately, eating the tail of that lizard had hardened his skin significantly, and with Xiao Tian helping him block many of the aftershocks, otherwise, he would probably be lying down by now. Despite this, Jason felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. If you want my things, you must be alive to claim them. He curled the corners of his mouth and coldly stared at the survivors, Qiao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. Qiao Tianxiang, having been warned by her husband, had taken precautions in advance to protect her granddaughter, but they were still very close to Meng Shu, and despite their defenses, they sustained serious injuries. Meng Yiran, in her arms, had already lost consciousness, and Qiao Tianxiang stared blankly at the enormous pit in front of her, seemingly unable to accept it. This area had almost been leveled to the ground, with a massive pit in the center. In the center, Meng Shu had undoubtedly vanished without a trace. Hearing Jason's words, she snapped back to reality and looked at the blood-soaked boy, who resembled a demon. Her mind was instantly drowned in anger and hatred. Despite the pain, she launched an attack at Jason. The recent defense had almost depleted her soul power, and the scattered snakes composed of soul power seemed as if they would shatter upon contact. But even if weak, they could still take Jason's life. Jason watched as the attack came toward him, not making any move, or rather, standing still was all he could do. Just as the attack was about to hit him, a towering figure blocked his way. The golden light shone from the body of Zhao Wuji, who was in the form of the unmoved king. Old woman, let's call it day, shall we? He suppressed his shock and noticed a hint of murderous intent flash in Chao Tianxiang's eyes. We just wanted an explanation. Why must you treat us this way? Chao Tianxiang's voice was hoarse and nearly broken, her expression turning frenzied, like a mad old woman. That's because you came to me for an explanation, Jason said lightly. Seeing Jason, her face turned wild, and she pointed at him, cursing, "You monster. May you die a terrible death." Chapter 29, The End. TangSan and the others poked their heads out a hole like groundhogs, looking around in confusion. What just happened? Ning Rongrong, as the little witch, was uncharacteristically flustered, her voice trembling. However, the others couldn't hear her words. They only felt a buzzing in their ears and hadn't yet recovered from the ringing. But as they looked at the scorched wasteland around them, they no longer cared about whether they could hear or not. Their minds were as barren as the desolate ground, unable to conceive any description. What kind of power could cause such destruction? TangSan stared in shock at the scene, simultaneously recalling Jason's attack methods. Even as Tang sect's top-ranked hidden weapon, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, seemed like a mere firefly in comparison. It was no wonder TangSan thought this way. After all, a hunter, especially a marksman type, was utterly played by Jason as if he were a mage turret. Perhaps he wouldn't need to find gunpowder for making the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. He just needed to find Jason. Thinking of this, TangSan felt a bit excited. After the initial shock, Oscar and the others felt relieved. Fortunately, TangSan had the foresight to run far away when he sensed something was off and dug a hole to avoid the danger. TangSan had realized something was wrong when he saw Jason smiling, knowing that whatever he was planning could harm even those at the Soul-Embellished level, indicating great power. Thus, he had retreated far ahead with Xiao Wu and the others. Although they didn't understand why TangSan acted this way, they trusted him enough to follow his serious expression. However, as they slowly retreated, they looked down on Jason's cowardly demeanor. In the end, the explosion swept through, and TangSan still underestimated Jason's capabilities, but thankfully, Zhao Wuji arrived in time to block much of the aftermath. Now, looking at the desolation around, everyone felt a wave of fear. On the other side, Jason quietly watched the madwoman cursing loudly in front of him. "Teacher Zhao, is there a chance to kill her?" He suddenly asked Zhao Wujia, who was blocking his way. Zhao Wujia turned to look at him, his body covered in blood, but his eyes still showed indifference. Moreover, just moments ago, a contra had exploded right under his nose, and even he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. "No, I was injured while protecting my students. If I fight her, it's very likely we would both perish," Zhao Wujia said, turning his gaze to Ko Xiangxiang. Hearing this, Jason stared at Ko Xiangxiang for a while, unsure of what he was thinking. Even from a distance, Ko Xiangxiang could still feel the gaze of the monster behind Zhao Wujia, which made her heart flutter, causing her cursing to pause for a moment. "Then, let us end it here today. I'm leaving," Jason said with difficulty as he turned around. "Little wolf, let us go." A cloud of dirt suddenly shifted, and a ghostly wolf quickly broke through the ground. Perhaps sensing its master's bad mood, it swiftly came to his side without trying to please him further. Little wolf grabbed Jason and flung him backward. Hissed Jason winced in pain. "You silly dog, are you taking personal revenge?" Little wolf turned and licked Jason's face, then carried him away from the scene. Watching Jason prepare to leave, Ko Xiangxiang wanted to chase after him, but looking at the flickering golden light of Zhao Wujia and the unconscious granddaughter in his arms, she sat down dejectedly. As Jason passed by TangSan and the others, he glanced at them and said, "TangSan, quickly absorb your spirit ring, or it will disappear soon. See you at school." Although the recent explosion had destroyed the corpse of the human-faced demon spider, the spirit ring still floated lightly in the air. Jason didn't have the strength to wave. He just softly said a few words before leaving. The others watched Jason leave and let out a long sigh. For some reason, when he looked over just now, they felt as if the air had become much thicker. This also made the Shrek group realize Jason's presence for the first time. Previously, during Zhao Wujia's assessment, they only thought Jason had high damage output and intelligence, but his other character traits seemed fine. However, now they felt a sense of oppression from Jason, as if they were prey being watched by a hunter. On the other side, Little Wolf brought Jason to a hidden cave. Jason took out bandages from the system space and began to apply first aid to himself. Looking at the unconscious Xiaotian in the pet space, Jason sighed. After bandaging himself, Jason took out homemade medicine and carefully applied it to Xiaotian's wounds, slowly wrapping them up. Little Wolf quietly watched this peaceful scene beside him, recalling how his master had bandaged him for the first time. Although he was also injured by his master, he was saved by him, and most importantly, he had a reliance from then on. The two of them, one person and two pets, were quietly in the dim cave. In fact, with Little Wolf, it was still possible to kill KO Xiangxiang. But Jason did not trust Zhao Wujia. If it didn't go all out, Little Wolf might be dragged down by KO Xiangxiang in a desperate struggle. People could wait until they became stronger to kill, but if Little Wolf was gone, then it would truly be over. An old woman wasn't worth putting Little Wolf at risk for a one-for-one exchange. After bandaging Xiaotian, Jason began to close his eyes and meditate. His mind entered the system. Looking at the series of numbers, Jason couldn't help but let out a faint smile. Killing an over 80-level boss at over 20 levels, crossing more than 60 levels in between, the experience gained was almost unimaginable. However, there were also significant risks involved. If he didn't show weakness, if Meng Shu insisted on killing Xiaotian, if Meng Shu didn't underestimate Jason and was more cautious, there were many possibilities. But under Jason's various language and action hints to divert attention, Meng Shu ultimately fell. After instantly raising his level to 30, the enhancement of soul power greatly healed Jason's injuries. He wondered if the system would open a shop. If there was a shop, he would want to exchange for many red potions and similar items. However, up until now, the system had been silent except for increasing the pet template, so it was unlikely to be opened. Looking at the remaining experience, Jason thought for a moment and allocated most of it to Xiaotian. With a small portion left, he called Little Wolf to him and pressed his hand on its head. A white stream of light appeared on Jason's arm and slowly flowed into Little Wolf's body. When the white light disappeared, Jason smiled and patted its head, feeling a bit reluctant. Chapter 30. Lion. A few days later, in the Stardow Forest. A ghostly wolf was weaving through the forest, flashing with ethereal colors. On its back lay a person, holding a long black bow adorned with red and purple patterns. His eyes scanning continuously. Little Wolf, head west, Jason said to the Little Wolf, having not found what he was looking for. Upon hearing this, the Little Wolf immediately changed direction and dashed westward. Thanks to the system's enhancement, although only a small part, the Little Wolf's lifespan was increased to about 1,500 years. Now it had grown much larger, and the ethereal glow on its body deepened while it ran. The only regret was that its howl had not changed. After running for a while, due to the Little Wolf's keen sense of smell, it was able to avoid many dangers in the forest, so there was no need to be overly tense. Jason sat on the Little Wolf, continuously scanning the surroundings when suddenly his eyes lit up. Little Wolf, slow down, he immediately said. Jason and the Little Wolf crouched beside a giant rock, watching a lion in front of them squinting in the sunlight. This lion had red mane on its neck, large paws, white lightning stripes on its body, and a blue crystal dangling from the end of its tail. Creature, thunderous electric lion lifespan, 2,412 years talent. Potential activation. The crystal at the end of its tail stores energy when necessary. It releases the crystal's energy to activate its potential. Upon release, the blue crystal dims, the white lightning stripes on its body turn blue, and its entire body becomes covered in lightning, with its red mane standing on end, dramatically increasing its speed, strength, and reflexes. Weakness. After the potential activation ends, it will enter a period of weakness. Note, it is currently sleeping, and disturbing someone's sleep is the most detestable thing. Perhaps it is dreaming of a lioness. After checking the surroundings and choosing a route for escape, Jason looked at the slightly restless lion in its sleep and activated his first soul skill, drawing back his bow and shooting an arrow. Gather at the designated location, he said to the Little Wolf, and then both of them split up to act. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, followed by an enraged lion's roar, startling a flurry of birds. Ever since Jason arrived at the Stardow Forest, this forest had hardly experienced a moment of peace. There were either small-scale explosions or large-scale ones. Today, either a group of soul beasts was frightened and running everywhere, or birds were startled and flying around. This was very unfriendly to the sound-sensitive and timid soul beasts. The smell of blood would attract ferocious beasts, but the sound of explosions would scare them away. On the other side, the Little Wolf carried Jason through the forest, and seeing the large lion chasing behind, Jason drew his bow and shot arrows, each blue arrow aiming to impede its advance. Then it relentlessly continued to pursue. A soul beast over 2,400 years old will be torn to shreds by this small body. However, all Jason needed on the Little Wolf was a kite. He didn't even need to maneuver himself. Thus, Jason maintained his distance, attracting hatred and wearing down the violent electric lion. After a long time, Jason felt the Little Wolf's running speed slow down, and the ghostly light on its body was gradually weakening. The chasing storm electric lion revealed its bloodthirsty fangs. That's enough. Little Wolf, you go ahead, Jason said as he jumped off Little Wolf. Little Wolf reluctantly glanced back at the massive lion before quickly disappearing from the spot. After it left, with the lion getting closer, Jason held his breath. The second soul ring lit up, and a purple arrow began to form on the enchanted bow, ready to fire. Feeling the lion's violent aura approaching, Jason became increasingly calm. Closer, closer, even closer. When the lion pounced, baring its sharp fangs at Jason, he thought, now. Jason executed a slide, and the purple arrow shot out toward its open mouth, followed by a swift roll to the side. As the purple arrow was released, the storm electric lion sensed the danger and tilted its head in midair. Thud! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh. Its mouth dodged the arrow, but its left eye did not escape. The purple arrow pierced through its weak eye. The pain of the left eye being stabbed, combined with the agony of the poison, caused it to fall to the ground and howl in agony. Without a second thought, Jason aimed his right hand at a nearby tree trunk, and a metal claw shot out. It was the sky claw. Jason lightly pressed his foot, and the steel cable tightened instantly, pulling him away from the spot. Then, a roar accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning erupted. A blue light shot up from the ground, lunging towards Jason, who was flying in midair. As he saw the lion, crackling with electricity and charging at him, a tingling sensation washed over him. Jason's expression changed slightly as he extended his left arm straight out, and an explosion sounded from his hand. Using the force of the blast, he maneuvered sideways in the air, narrowly avoiding the lion's attack. He felt a tingling sensation radiating from his left arm and glanced at the claw marks, which had started to bleed, but he felt no pain. His left arm was temporarily incapacitated, but he had escaped this deadly lunge. He had underestimated the Thunderbolt Berserker lion after its potential was unleashed. Standing on a tree trunk, Jason hung his left arm limply, watching the lion on the ground. The lion now looked somewhat terrifying, with a purple arrow lodged in its left eye, blood dripping profusely. It was surrounded by blue lightning, and its bristling red mane was either stained with blood or had turned crimson in anger. He had not expected that the potential activation could temporarily grant immunity to negative effects on the body. The Thunderbolt Berserker lion glanced at Jason in the tree with its right eye and began to climb the tree at an astonishing speed, as if it were walking on flat ground. Jason once again extended his flying claw and floated away. The Thunderbolt Berserker lion missed its mark again, but relentlessly continued its pursuit. Jason swung through the trees like a monkey. The violent electric lion bounced between the tree trunks in pursuit. Each jump left a charred mark on the trunks. In the chase, Jason always found opportunities to create distance from the violent electric lion, coupled with the consumption of some of its base stamina while with the little wolf. It could never catch up to Jason. As they chased each other, about 5 minutes passed quickly. The blue currents on the violent electric lion grew weaker and slowly. As it realized it could not catch up to Jason, it began to lose its will to fight. The purple arrows in its eyes had long disappeared, leaving behind a gaping blood-red hole, which was quite terrifying. Perhaps still unwilling to give up, it chased for a while longer, but after realizing it still couldn't catch up, it turned and ran away. Chapter 31. The blood-sucking tree demon, seeing the lion turn and leave, Jason was not surprised. Whistle! Jason blew a sharp whistle, and the recovering little wolf quickly appeared in front of him. Catch up to it, but don't get too close. Then, the roles reversed, and Jason rode the little wolf to chase the lion. When the lion saw Jason coming, it immediately wanted to turn around and fight him, but the little wolf suddenly stopped, creating distance between them. Jason's first spirit ring lit up again, and the explosive arrow predicted its position. The red arrow collided with the charging lion, erupting in a burst of fire and smoke. After the explosion, nothing happened. There was silence, as if it had missed its target. As the smoke cleared, a patch of charred grass was revealed. However, the violent electric lion was nowhere to be found. The surroundings were quiet, and the little wolf bared its teeth, vigilantly watching the area. Jason opened the beast knowledge and had already seen its traces. Coming down from the little wolf, he found that he lacked agility and could easily become a target. After coming down, Jason also didn't act rashly, as that would easily reveal his vulnerabilities. Moreover, its time is running out, and it will be the one that can't hold back in the end. Jason just needs to dodge its final pounce, and this hunt will be declared over. 10 seconds later, a blue figure suddenly sprang out from a bush, charging towards a prepared man and his pet. Dodge! Having been prepared, Jason shouted at the little wolf and quickly rolled towards the ground. However, this pounce was by no means its last. After landing, the violent electric lion's blue lightning surged wildly, and a sharp, piercing sound erupted. Its hind legs propelled it up, causing the ground it touched to collapse under the recoil, and it lunged at the rolling Jason with its remaining right claw. At this moment, Jason's body was in a state of stagnation, unable to react at all. Just as it was about to pounce on Jason, a figure in a serene hue suddenly emerged from its side and knocked it away. At that moment, Jason also touched the little wolf's body and retrieved the paralyzed creature back into the pet space. After being knocked away by the little wolf, the lightning wrapped around the violent electric lion gradually dissipated, and its mane drooped down at a visible speed. Jason gasped for breath as he watched the lion slowly stand up. Its eye was pierced, its leg was blown off, and its red mane looked somewhat dull. Coupled with the weakness from the potential eruption, it was already on the brink of death. But even with such severe injuries, it still forced itself to stand up. Its single eye fixed firmly on Jason. Roar! It let out a furious roar, unhesitatingly unleashing its beastly nature as it charged towards Jason. Thud! The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground echoed. A purple soul ring floated out from it. Jason ignored the soul ring and approached the lion's corpse, aiming to release a gathering technique and skinning. Potential crystal can stimulate physical potential and can remove all negative states after use. Duration, 30 seconds, no side effects. Mad lion head hat. Wearing it can increase intimidation. A thumb-sized blue crystal and a red lion head had appeared in Jason's hand. He took off the hat from his head and looked at the blue crystal in his hand, feeling a bit excited. It's time for the next step. He made it into a simple pendant to hang on his chest and then summoned the little wolf from his pet space. Let's go. We need to rest first. And tomorrow we'll get ready to find it, Jason said as he climbed onto its back. Jason first bandaged his arm and then rested for the night. Early the next morning, the little wolf set off with Jason. After weaving through the forest for a while, they arrived at a somewhat special place. This area was different from the dense forest. It was a wasteland. The surrounding trees formed a large circle, and in the middle of the circle stood a large tree with red branches and leaves. In appearance, it resembled giant broccoli with an oversized umbrella-shaped crown. The crown diameter was about 60 centimeters, and all the leaves were clustered at the tips of the branches. The roots appear to be exposed, entangled in a chaotic manner around them. Upon closer inspection of the entire tree, it occasionally emits a green glow. The surrounding sunlight seems much dimmer. Creature, blood-sucking tree demon talent, plunder. Plunders moisture, plunders sunlight, plunders life, plunders soul power. Age, 2,541 years. Weakness, afraid of fire. Note: the blood-sucking tree demon relies on instinct to plunder, but due to excessive plundering, the surrounding area will become desolate, leading to a lack of energy to absorb. The energy from sunlight is simply not enough to sustain its growth. If its strength does not increase, it will ultimately starve itself. This type of tree is rare in forests. The stronger the plundering ability, the quicker it dies. Conversely, those with weaker plundering abilities live longer. This is because the strong ones will exhaust all the resources around them, depleting the moisture from nearby trees, turning the area into a wasteland where water ceases to flow, trees stop growing, and animals no longer approach. Moreover, its tendrils cannot grow quickly enough, ultimately leading to its own starvation. Those with weak predatory abilities, on the other hand, will not instantly turn their surroundings into a wasteland. Although their growth may be slower, they can sustain a cycle of growth. However, as they mature, their predatory abilities will also strengthen, eventually leading to the surrounding area becoming a dead zone. The outcome is predictable. These trees seem to have no place in this forest, as if they're despised by the heavens and the earth, and thus they ultimately head towards self-destruction. Now, the giant tree that Jason sees, if its roots are not growing and expanding, might not survive for much longer. His first soul skill is quite effective against it, but the second soul skill is basically useless. However, the fact that this tree cannot move means that as long as he does not step into its specific area, he is not in danger. Jason cautiously took a few steps forward, about a meter or so, and the giant tree showed no reaction. But Jason did not continue moving forward. Instead, he quickly retreated. Sure enough, when it realized Jason was retreating, a thick root burst from the ground and twisted towards him. But Jason had already exited its domain. This tree actually knows how to lure? Jason was somewhat surprised. He hoped its intelligence wasn't too high. Jason tried shooting another arrow at the giant tree. The blue arrow was intercepted by a root in the middle, and then the arrow slowly disappeared, absorbed by it. This boss is tough to deal with. Jason sighed and leaned against a tree outside the area, slowly pondering while looking at the giant tree in the center of the wasteland. I'm afraid of fire, but the surroundings are wasteland with no combustible sources. However, I can find combustible sources. To ignite a large fire instantly is necessary, or else any small spark will be extinguished by it. I can use explosions to set it up. With that, the method began to take shape. Chapter 32. Fire Little Wolf, go collect some firewood. Once the method was refined, Jason patted Little Wolf. Woof. Then, the two began to act separately, searching for firewood around the forest. After about a morning, they returned to the original spot. They had piled up firewood to the height of a house, which could cover the wasteland in front of them. However, looking at the circle of trees surrounding the wasteland, Jason pondered for a moment. We need to dig around another circle of trees. If these firewood are thrown in and catch fire, igniting the surrounding trees, it would become a forest fire. He did not want to be burned to death by a forest fire again. You like digging holes, right? Go ahead. Jason clapped his hands, and once again, they got busy. One could see trees falling around the outer edge of the wasteland. However, Jason did not cut down the trees closest to the wasteland. After about 2 more hours of work, the layout was finally complete. The outer edge of the wasteland had a circle of trees, and looking outward, there was a completely cleared area. This way, even if it burns and affects the outer trees, there would be no combustible source for it to continue spreading outward. The flames would only be able to burn within this range. After resting for a while, Jason adjusted his state. In today's battle, he basically did not need to fight. He just needed to set up and wait nearby. Looking at the dim sunlight above the blood-sucking tree demon, the air felt much heavier, silent, and dead. But soon, it would become lively. Jason first threw all the trees he had just cut down into the area, like feeding. The blood-sucking tree demon greedily extended its roots to absorb the remaining vitality of the trees. The bluish-green trees, once thrown in, visibly withered and turned gray. The tree demon slowly began to sprout some green leaves. After throwing all the wood into the fire, Jason bundled the dry branches together, mixing in a homemade bomb. The arrow, carrying the dry branches, was shot at the giant tree but was blocked midway, only to be absorbed afterward. Jason shot again, and it was absorbed without hesitation. In the meantime, Jason gradually strengthened his soul power, allowing the arrow to pass through the obstructive roots, getting closer and closer. To keep the tree's attention focused on the arrows he shot, Jason almost continuously fired them. Finally, feeling his dwindling soul power and looking at the dry branches scattered across the wasteland, Jason sighed. Explosions are truly captivating. The first spirit ring lit up, and a red arrow condensed on the bow. This time, the giant tree extended its roots, intending to absorb the somewhat abundant soul power. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud explosions created a cacophony of blasts, igniting the dry branches in high temperatures. The tree demon barely had time to react as the wasteland was engulfed in flames. The giant tree rolled its roots and extended its trunk, trying to extinguish the fire. However, the high temperatures from the explosions had already ignited all the matches on the ground. Having absorbed some soul power and gained a bit of vitality, it extended its roots and limbs to put out the flames, but instead, it caught fire itself. Ultimately, realizing it could not stop the flames, it severed its burning roots and branches, retracting the remaining ones to wrap itself up, its last method of survival. Jason watched the towering flames and white smoke, his face feeling hot from the heat, turning a shade of red. As he saw the fire growing stronger, seemingly threatening to engulf him, he jumped on a little Sky's back and said, "Let's go, we can't let the fire reach us." The flames eventually spread to the surrounding trees. The fire burned for a long time and only gradually extinguished by nighttime. Fortunately, the weather showed no signs of change, and the wind direction remained stable. There was no sudden downpour. However, after this moderately sized fire burned out, the weather turned gray, indicating that rain was likely. Jason watched the flames dwindle and walked in with Little Wolf. As Jason stepped on the ground, he heard the crisp sound of crunching, and the surrounding temperature had not completely dissipated, feeling like being in an oven. Occasionally, charred tree trunks still bore flickering flames that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. The acrid smell of burnt wood made Little Wolf shake his nose uncomfortably. Following the path, Jason walked toward the center. Upon reaching the center, he saw a purple soul ring floating up. As he approached, Jason noticed a conical black object beneath the soul ring, resembling a flower bud. Jason took out his enchanted bow, and the first soul ring lit up again, aiming directly at it. Bang! The explosion echoed around it, stirring up a cloud of smoke. After a while, the smoke slowly cleared, revealing the charred shell of the flower bud, which had been blown apart, exposing a faint green light inside. Cautiously, Jason approached with his bow. As he got closer, he finally saw the object emitting green light. It was an irregularly shaped object, about the size of a fist, wrapped in a layer of roots resembling blood vessels. The flickering green light pulsed as if a heart was beating. This was the heart of the blood-sucking tree demon, a manifestation of its strong survival instinct that, despite being disliked by heaven and earth, still wished to live with all its might. Jason watched as the green light it emitted grew fainter but still persisted. After a moment of silence, Jason couldn't help but touch it. Immediately, the roots wrapping around the heart entwined around Jason's finger, starting to absorb his soul power and vitality. From it, Jason felt a pure obsession to live. This object seemed to be a vessel of consciousness, existing in reality. Suddenly, Jason remembered that, after reaching level 30, he had gained a pet slot. He tried to release a tame pet towards it. Sure enough, it worked. Gradually, Jason established a connection with it. However, he did not sense any thoughts from it. Jason attempted to give it a command. Immediately, the roots that had wrapped around Jason's fingers slowly retracted. But as it stopped absorbing, the green light emanating from its surface began to dim. Jason stared at it, pondering for a moment, then suddenly had an idea and placed it against his chest. Subsequently, its roots spread out, wrapping around Jason like blood vessels. Then it gradually became blurry and began to merge with Jason. Symbiosis. Feeling some changes in his body, Jason didn't rush to study it, but instead sat cross-legged under the soul ring, as the purple soul ring slowly entered his body. However, it was obvious that the age of this soul ring had exceeded Jason's absorption limit. After a while, Jason's expression began to turn hideous. The little wolf guarding nearby glanced at its master with concern, then continued to patrol the surroundings. Chapter 33. Plunder. The maximum age of the soul ring that can be absorbed at level 30 is around 1,700 years. The lifespan of the blood-sucking tree demon has reached over 2,500 years, far exceeding the absorption limit of a level 30. Indeed, blood vessels have already begun to emerge on Jason's body. In his mind, the dense roots and branches of the blood-sucking tree demon tightly bound Jason. As time passed, Jason had become a blood person, and his consciousness began to blur. Potential activation. Just as he was about to reach his limit, the blue crystal on Jason's chest suddenly lit up, followed by a crackling sound from his body, which was now covered in lightning. In an instant, a surge of power emerged from Jason's body again. The roots and branches that were entangling him in his mind quickly exploded. The phantom of the blood-sucking tree demon also slowly dissipated. Jason's mind became clear in an instant. At the same time, the purple soul ring was steadily absorbed by Jason. 30 seconds quickly passed, and the purple soul ring had already integrated into Jason's body. At this point, the soul ring absorption was successful. The feeling of weakness in his body made Jason very tired, but the soul ring had not been fully absorbed yet, so he could only hold on for a while longer. After a while, Jason slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was feasible. After reaching level 20, Jason planned to look for the violent lightning mad lion, mainly eyeing the crystal on its tail, preparing for future soul ring absorption. However, this type of soul beast is very rare, and unlike other lions that prefer to live in groups, they prefer to live alone, like tigers. Moreover, its unique burst ability allows it to withstand a 5,000-year soul beast around 2,000 years of age. In fact, Jason also intended to choose it for his third spirit ring, but after the incident with the dragon and serpent couple, Jason decided to look for a spirit ring that leans towards recovery abilities. With damage and armor penetration control covered, the third one should be a lifesteal type. Finding the blood-sucking tree demon was a big surprise for Jason. Its plundering ability was too strong, as it could not only drain life force but also soul power. This meant he had gathered all the necessary tools for draining life and soul. The effect of potential stimulation can enhance Jason's limits. It's akin to an elastic barrel being stretched once again. This is also the reason why Jason can absorb the soul ring of the blood-sucking tree demon. Feeling the weakness in his body, Jason was about to get on the little wolf to find a place to rest. At that moment, he suddenly felt a movement in the heart of the tree on his chest. Jason sensed what it wanted to express, and then he reached out his hand to the little wolf. "Come, channel your soul power into me." The little wolf obediently extended its paw and placed it on Jason's hand. Then, the heart of the tree on his chest began to absorb its soul power. After a while, a more refined soul power was transmitted from the heart of the tree into Jason's body. Feeling this pure soul power, Jason was somewhat surprised. Then he tried to let it absorb the soul power from the world. The tree heart began to absorb the soul power in accordance with Jason's command. After a while, Jason felt a surge of soul power flowing into his body once again. At this moment, Jason was so excited that he was almost about to jump up. With the tree heart, it meant that he no longer needed to hunt to cultivate. Previously, Jason's soul power was given by the system, and he had thought about absorbing soul power from the world to cultivate on his own. However, Jason could not sense the soul power in the world at all. After many failed attempts, he had to give up. The soul power he had consumed would also be restored by the system. It was truly just like a game. Now, Jason finally felt something real from this world again. Then, Jason quickly approached a large tree on the outskirts, extending his hand to press against its trunk. The tree showed no reaction, but Jason felt a small surge of vitality flowing from the heart of the tree into his body, instantly alleviating his weakness. Once he felt completely restored, he began to experiment again. In addition to being able to absorb soul power and vitality, Jason could also control the roots attached to his skin through the heart of the tree. This meant that as the heart of the tree gradually grew, he essentially possessed a plant-type martial soul. Jason was very happy, as he hadn't expected his third pet to bring him such a big surprise. This type of pet should belong to the category of parasitic pets. Moreover, it can absorb the experiences of a system and also grow by plundering on its own. That's double growth. The faster it grows, the greater the help it provides Jason during battles. It can not only increase Jason's vitality, but also enhance his training speed. Perhaps developing towards the druid direction isn't a bad idea. Imagining the future, where he wields roots to entangle his prey, and then shoots them dead with an arrow, draining their essence. Although it's not his own growth, if it grows, isn't that equivalent to his own growth? Jason now feels like he has won the lottery, feeling a breeze even while walking. It seems he still has to wait for a while before leaving the forest. Sorry, I've hit a bit of a writer's block. Taking a break. I worked late yesterday, so there will be no update today. Chapter 34, Reluctance. The relationship between Jason and the little demon is somewhat similar to the relationship between Venom and its host in a movie from my past life. However, the little demon does not affect Jason, and its consciousness is dominated by Jason. Their abilities are also different, yet they are separate and can grow independently. Jason stayed in the forest for a few more days, hunting for nutrients for the little demon. In the morning, the sun hung high in the sky. Although the Stardew forest is densely wooded, one can still feel a wave of heat, making one reluctant to move. Only wanting to find a cool place to lie quietly. The mating season for many soul beasts has long passed, so the Stardew forest feels quite tranquil. However, there are occasional loud explosions that annoy these soul beasts. They do not appreciate such art. They only feel dislike and fear. Recently, many soul beasts have been venturing out, and occasionally some desiccated corpses are found. These bodies are shriveled, and just a touch causes the bones to shatter completely, with their fur looking gray and lifeless. It is indeed quite terrifying. Looking at the bloodless corpses, they glanced at them with disdain before disappearing. On the outskirts of the Stardew forest, a large tree stands quietly, seemingly no different from the others. However, if you look closely, you'll find a dimly patterned python coiled around the trunk, quietly waiting there, resembling a massive vine hidden among the dense leaves. Yet, it has not noticed that a pair of eyes have secretly set their sights on it. Creature, illusory killer age, 724 years talent. Hiding, illusion. Its snake eyes can release illusions, causing its prey to realize, when they come to their senses, that they have already entered its belly. Weakness. It seems the warning about striking a snake has been given. Note, be careful not to look into its eyes. Although it won't petrify you like Medusa, it can still lead you to your demise in its belly. Jason squats on a nearby tree, his body wrapped in branches and roots. Then, a branch slowly extended out and gradually approached the giant snake. The branch moved like a small snake, inching towards it, slowly. After a while, the branch had already wrapped around most of its body, but it carefully avoided touching it. It stretched a little longer, then suddenly tightened. The entangled illusion killer immediately panicked and began to thrash about, trying to break free. The branch only hindered it for a short while before it was broken. However, the dense branches behind quickly followed and wrapped around it again, tightly binding it to the tree, with blue light emanating from the branches. The struggling illusion killer felt itself growing weaker. Its vertical pupils emitted a red glow as it sought out its hunter to confuse it. As its body weakened, the branches binding it grew tighter. The trunk inside was gouged by its struggles, but the branches continued to tighten. As time passed, the illusion killer gradually ceased its struggles. Its body softened, and it stopped fighting. The entwining branches seemed to have become thicker and more resilient. Observing the motionless giant snake, the branch extended a sharp spike and aimed for its head. After piercing through the giant snake's head, the branch slowly returned to Jason's side. Thud! A heavy sound echoed as the giant snake's corpse slid from the branch to the ground. The branches and leaves around Jason gradually retreated into his body and then disappeared. Feeling the little demon's aura in his chest grow stronger, Jason decided it was time to leave. Little Tion, Little Wolf, let's go back. Little Tion and Little Wolf, who were playing by a small pool, shook off the water droplets and hurriedly ran toward Jason. Since it wasn't too far, They quickly reached Jason. "Little Tian, grab it. We're having snake meat today," Jason said, kicking the corpse of the giant python in front of him. Hearing this, Little Wolf's tail began to wag rapidly, like a fan. Jason had deliberately left this giant python. Normally, those killed by little demons would turn into dried corpses, which couldn't be eaten. After these few days, Little Tian had leveled up and grown, and its healing ability had certainly improved. Now its injuries were completely healed. Its body had also grown larger, and its fur and feathers had regrown, shining with luster. Its beak and claws had become sharper, glinting with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Little Wolf still looked the same, like a silly husky. That night, Jason lit a campfire. One half of the snake meat was already skewered, while the other half was given to Little Tian. Little Wolf and Jason ate cooked meat, while Little Tian ate raw meat. The little demon didn't need to eat meat. Just absorbing moisture, oxygen, and soul power was enough. Jason had also searched for traces of the fragrant herb over the past few days, but found none. Perhaps it had already left the forest. It had moved quite fast. Zhao Wuji and the others had achieved their purpose for coming here and were preparing to return to school. However, what their feelings was unknown. Jason sliced off a piece of meat and tossed it to Little Wolf, watching it gobble it up, then glanced at Little Tian quietly eating raw meat. He was lost in thought. Patting the little demon on his chest, Jason felt reluctant but knew he had to leave. If he stayed here too long and killed too much, it would inevitably provoke the displeasure of the local leader. Little Tian and Little Wolf, both being spirit beasts, did not have such concerns. Jason was also not at ease leaving the little demon in the forest. Unlike the two of them, if the little demon were planted underground and allowed to grow without control, it might plunder the entire forest. By then, if they encountered those hidden old monsters, they would not be able to handle it. After everyone had eaten and drank enough, Jason leaned against Little Wolf while Little Tian lay beside him. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, his heart suddenly felt much more open. One person and two pets made three. They lay quietly on the lawn. The summer breeze was cool and refreshing, making one want to lie on the grass, close their eyes, and take a nap. Jason closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle breeze. Little Tian, Little Wolf, I'm leaving tomorrow. The two looked at Jason, seemingly puzzled. I don't want you to stay in the space, as it feels like imprisoning you. You should be in this forest. This is where you belong. Bark. They seemed to understand Jason's meaning and felt a bit reluctant. It's okay. We are just separating for a while. I will come back to see you soon. I hope the next time I see you, you'll surprise me. Jason smiled and patted their heads. Chapter 35. Back to school at the edge of the Stardow Forest. Little Tian and Little Wolf watched as Jason gradually walked away until he was out of sight. Only then did they retract their reluctant gazes and head deeper into the forest. They were going to hunt and become stronger. On the other side, Jason found a nearby after eating some food. After eating grilled meat in the forest for so long, it had been a while since he had vegetables. Though he attracted some attention as a lone child, no one caused him any trouble. After eating, Jason hailed a carriage outside to avoid being overcharged. He stated he was a soul master and negotiated a normal price before getting on. The journey was a bit bumpy, but it did not affect Jason's thoughts. Now he had gained 2 new soul skills. The second soul skill, Poison Ant Sting, and the third soul skill, Plundering Arrow. Host, Jason level, 31 acquired skill, Plundering Arrow. Active, shoot a black arrow that, upon hitting, returns health and soul power based on damage dealt. Passive, the arrow has a lifesteal effect of 15. This skill enhanced Jason's sustainability and kiteability, but what was even more significant was the new pet he had acquired, the little demon. It was coiled around Jason's chest, effectively providing him with a layer of armor. Additionally, it could assist Jason in cultivation and combat. This time back at school, Jason mainly planned to level up the little demon and become proficient in using it for combat. He also wanted to study some of his own skills and see if he could merge soul rings to combine 3 skills into one. Explosive poisonous light blood arrow. It sounded quite fun to think about. As he pondered, the bored Jason began to practice. Previously, he could only study skills, but now he was also able to cultivate. On the way, he didn't encounter any robbers or those being robbed. After having a simple meal at noon, he arrived at Soto City around dusk. After sitting in a carriage for a whole day, Jason felt a bit sore, which made him miss Xiao Tian even more. He wondered what they were both doing. Upon entering through the west gate, there weren't many people moving around in the city. It was dinner time, and most people were at home eating and drinking tea. Jason wandered around the city for a long time, his eyes scanning the area as if looking for something. Candied hawthorn. Smelling the sweet scent in the air, Jason's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had eaten something sour and sweet. He felt like his mouth was almost going dry from not having any flavor all day. Sometimes Jason thought to himself how great it would be to travel to a world filled with delicious food, fighting for the sake of eating and adventure. He really liked that kind of world. Looking up, he saw there was only one candied hawthorn left, so he quickly moved to the old man selling them. "One candied hawthorn, please." "All right, young man, you're in luck. This is the last one for today. That means this candied hawthorn is meant for my stomach, right? Here, take my money." Taking the candied hawthorn, Jason pulled out the money to pay him. Walking down the street while eating the candied hawthorn, the sour and sweet taste instantly lifted his spirits. The sunset in the distance seemed even more poetic. Just as Jason was about to take a bite of the last candied hawthorn, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixated on him, unabashedly staring at the candied hawthorn in his hand. Following the gaze, he saw a little beggar squatting in the corner of the street. Her hair was disheveled. She wore tattered burlap clothes, her feet were bare, and her face was smudged with dirt, but her eyes were bright, almost dazzling. Jason stopped, retracting his mouth that was about to bite into the candied hawthorn. He slowly walked up to the little beggar and shook the candied hawthorn in his hand. "Do you want to eat it?" She shrank back a bit in fear, saying nothing, but her eyes still looked longingly at the candied hawthorn. "If you don't say anything, I might just eat it," Jason said, pretending to take a bite of the last candied hawthorn. "I want it." Her desire overpowered her inner fear as she shouted at Jason. "You really want it? Really? Really what?" "I want the candied hawthorn." "Then I'll give it to you." Saying this, Jason handed the candied hawthorn to her. She glanced at Jason and then at the candied hawthorn right in front of her. "Thank you." She quickly grabbed the candied hawthorn and stuffed it into her clothes. Jason's eyes flickered at her actions. "I'm a soul master, and I'm in a good mood today." The little beggar looked at him with some confusion, not knowing why he said that. "I'm in a good mood. I like helping others." Jason looked at her meaningfully. Hearing this, the little beggar's eyes suddenly brightened, unable to contain her excitement as she said, "Really? Really? Really what? Is your mood really good?" "Yes." "Then, big brother, can you help me?" She looked at Jason with a mix of surprise and nervousness. "How do you want me to help you?" "I want to save my brother. Can you help me?" "Is he sick?" "No, he was captured by the boss. If I don't get any money today, my brother will have his legs broken and be made to beg." "Big brother, can you save my brother?" As she spoke, her eyes were filled with tears. "Okay, I'll give you something that can help you." Jason took out a small demon from his chest. She watched as he pulled out a glowing green orb from thin air. The green light made her feel as if her fatigue had faded significantly. "Aren't you coming with me?" She seemed a bit uneasy. "Do you want me to give you power, or do you want my temporary help?" Jason extended the small demon forward. The little beggar stared at the glowing stone in front of her, caught in a dilemma. After a while, she seemed to make up her mind. "Will the power you give me be able to defeat the boss?" "Yes." Jason nodded affirmatively. "Then I want it." She reached out her hand and said firmly to Jason, "Wise choice." Jason handed the small demon to her. "Put it on your chest. It will help you fight when you are in danger. By the way, I'm at Shrek Academy. Remember to come find me when you finish your business." If the small demon stays on her for a long time without receiving life and soul power, it will absorb her life force. During the time it was with Jason, when there were no prey, it was Jason who fed it with soul power. However, the soul power Jason absorbed through was very pure. Overall, it acted like a compressor, absorbing the soul power from nature and Jason, and then supplying pure soul power back to Jason. When there was prey for it to absorb, Jason wouldn't need to feed it with soul power anymore. Chapter 36. Strange events in the city the next day. A city guard was led by a young boy to a hidden courtyard. Looking at this small courtyard, named Yuquan, the city guard felt an inexplicable chill. The one who brought them was a boy about 15 or 16 years old, and his face bore a mix of fear and joy, making him look somewhat strange. However, the boss was dead, and the children were free, but the children left here didn't know where to go. The ever-smart Hong took care of the children while trying to find ways to please the bosses. Now that the bosses had all suddenly died in such a terrifying manner, he was momentarily at a loss. Finally, he thought of the city guards who often patrolled. Yuquan nervously pushed open the courtyard door, gripping his sword tightly. Although he had learned from the boy that the human traffickers in this hideout were dead, the eerie silence and the situation described by the boy still made him tense. Taking a deep breath, he quickly pushed the door open, stepped back a few paces, and pointed his sword forward. There was nothing behind the door. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling that he had been overly tense. He sheathed his sword and stepped over the threshold into the room. Once he entered the courtyard, he saw many disheveled, dirty, ragged children gathered there. Some were lying on the ground, some were kneeling, and some were missing arms. However, there were still a few who appeared to be relatively intact. They spoke in hushed tones, filled with fear. Upon seeing this, Yuquan felt a surge of anger rise within him. He finally understood how those begging children in the city had come to be. At that moment, he felt an intense hatred for the human traffickers. He instructed a few words to the subordinates who had followed him, and then walked toward the tightly closed door of a room. The fearful gazes of those children occasionally glanced in that direction. Arriving at the door, he kicked it with a bang, entering the room in a fit of anger. He was immediately met with a chilling sight. Several desiccated corpses lay sprawled on the floor, identifiable as 2 men and 1 woman by their clothing. Their faces bore bark-like skin, and their mouths were slightly ajar, with wide-open pupils, all indicating the immense fear they had endured in life. The summer heat still made Yuquan feel a chill wash over him. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a sense of relief. Seeing such methods, it was clearly the work of a soul master. He slowly regained his composure and stepped back out of the room. Since it was the work of a soul master, this matter could end here. After exiting, he asked the children a few questions. It seemed that only 1 little girl had gone in last night, and there had been some cries of despair from inside, which frightened everyone, so they didn't look any further. The next day, someone discovered that the human traffickers inside were dead, and the little girl and her brother had also disappeared. Hearing this, Yuquan could already imagine the situation at that time. A kind-hearted soul master had found the human traffickers through the little girl's cries for help, and then used cruel and bizarre methods to kill them. The little girl had begged pitifully, and the kind-hearted soul master, his heart softening once more, took her and her brother away to raise them. Such kind-hearted soul masters are rare. He sighed. For soul masters, they rarely cared about the lives of ordinary people. As long as they didn't actively bully ordinary people, that was already considered good. The type of soul master he encountered today was even rarer, though their methods were indeed cruel. After reporting this incident to the city lord, notices were put up in the city and at the city gate, asking parents who had lost children to come forward to claim them. The events in the city did not affect Jason, who had returned to Shrek Academy. At that moment, he was leisurely watching TangSan and the others running around the village since early morning. He held a candied hawthorn stick in his hand, which he had just bought from the street. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Seeing that they were getting a bit tired, Jason cheered them on. He also took out a whistle he had made and blew it, playing the running music for break time. Suddenly, an enchanting whistle sound filled the small village. Perhaps he had blown too much and got a bit dry, so he walked over to them. "Oh my Xiaowu, do you want to eat some carrots? That sweet and crispy taste, just thinking about it makes your mouth water." Even though she was exhausted, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jason. "TSK, TSK. Xiao-san, look at that whole basket of stones behind you. Isn't it heavy?" TangSan was speechless. How could he argue that it was heavy? "You must be Ma Hongjun, right? You really have it tough, running with such a big frame. Your burden must be heavier than the stones in TangSan's basket." Ma Hongjun activated his potential and ran a few steps forward. "Am I fat? Am I eating your family's food? This handsome guy over here, your name is Oscar, right? Look, that beauty is looking at you." Upon hearing this, Oscar straightened his running posture a bit. "Is she really looking at me? Hey, we are old acquaintances, TSK, TSK. Really tragic. Every time I see you, you're in a tough spot. But this time it's not because of me. Hey, why are you showing your claws? You look like you're not tired at all." Zhu Zhuqing revealed her sharp claws from her fingertips, seemingly wanting to scratch Jason. "This beautiful young lady. Don't you think it feels great to lie on your own princess bed, dripping with sweat? Look at that soft bed and fragrant room." Her face had turned gritted with teeth from exhaustion. "I'm so tired." Ning Rongrong felt that compared to this boy in front of her, she was still quite kind-hearted. "Big brother, you seem to be unhappy. Is there something bothering you? As someone who's been through it, I advise you, don't keep your unhappiness bottled up. You can tell me. Let me cheer you up." Dai Mubai's face was red, feeling like his lungs were about to explode, not knowing if it was from running or from anger. Jason seemed to have transformed into a chatterbox, a surge of sword energy pouring out from him. Watching as TangSan and the others received ample physical and mental training, Jason showed a satisfied smile. Flinder, who had been watching, seemed unable to bear it any longer. "Jason, what are you doing if you're not training?" he asked, maintaining a distance from Jason. "Huh, I just arrived yesterday, and today I saw my classmates training, so I actively joined them. How am I not training?" Jason said confidently. Flinder seemed to think that he was indeed running along with them. "No, we don't need you to train with us," Ning Rongrong suddenly shouted from the team. The others nodded their heads, not knowing where they found strength. Upon hearing this, Jason immediately became sad. "Dean, they're isolating me." Flinder felt his head throb. How to manage such a student? In his heart, he was anxious. "Come with me. I want to ask you some questions about the dragon and snake couple." After saying this, he turned and led the way. However, even with his back turned. He still kept a distance from Jason. Chapter 37. Conversation. Jason followed Flinder into his office. Take a seat. He sat behind the desk and pointed to the chair opposite him. To call a chair was more like calling a bench. Jason sat down and looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Since you are my student now, we need to understand each other a bit. I learned from Zhao Wujie that you killed Meng Gong, he said, adjusting his glasses, his eyes fixed on Jason. Yes, if it weren't for my serious injury. I would have liked to keep Chao Tianxiang in the Stardow Forest. I didn't expect her to run so fast, Jason said with some regret. Flinder was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had received news from Zhao Wujie, he wasn't present at the scene and didn't feel the shock of it. But now, hearing this boy confirm it in person, he didn't know how to express his feelings. Was it shock or disbelief? In any case, his mind seemed a bit muddled. A great soul master killing a soul king? It sounded like a fairy tale. Wait, a great soul master? He remembered that the report from Oldley showed he was only at level 14, right? Because Oldley specifically mentioned that he could easily dodge an attack from a great soul master at level 14. And the table showed that his martial soul quality was very high, with attack power not weaker than that of a soul master, even comparable to a soul venerable. He paid special attention to this when he saw the table. Later, after learning about his connection with Tang Hao, he thought all of this was normal, and even remarked, no wonder he is the crown prince of Haoyan. His son and disciple are so strong. But now, not only did he rise to great soul master in just a few days, but he also didn't know what method he used to kill a soul Douluo. Normally, gaining 2 levels in a year would be impressive, but for him, it was as easy as drinking water, just bubbling up. When did you become a great soul master? He had previously only noticed Jason killing Meng Gong and hadn't paid attention to the fact that he was a soul master. Oh, I'm a soul venerable now, Jason said, and 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rose around him. How is this possible? Flinder suddenly stood up, his glasses almost falling off. Nothing is impossible. I was just hiding my cultivation, Jason said calmly as he retracted his soul rings. Then why hide your cultivation? He asked, puzzled. Flinder didn't even ask how he had deceived Oldley. After all, the crown prince of Haoyan was impressive. Of course, I wanted you to underestimate me. Jason shrugged. Why? Since you didn't want to come, you could have just not come. Was it just a show off? Jason didn't feel like explaining so much to him. Flinder had no response to this excuse. Can you reveal your true cultivation level? Flinder asked, calming himself down. It seemed understandable that he could easily defeat a great soul master at level 14. This is my true cultivation level, Jason answered honestly. As for what it might be in a few days, who knows? All right, let's end our conversation here for today. Although I want you to integrate into Shrek. I can see that it's impossible for you to fit into the Shrek team, Flinder observed. Although Jason didn't appear cold and distant. His personality was even harder to approach than coldness. Coldness only makes people feel uncomfortable, but Jason gave off a sense of danger. After all, a soul Douluo had just exploded in front of them. This strange ability, indeed, made people wary. However, since you have entered Shrek Academy, as long as you don't break the rules, you are still a member of Shrek. Where you go in the future is not my concern, but correspondingly. If you cause trouble, don't let it come back to Shrek, okay? Flinder asked him. Sure, that's exactly the school I've always dreamed of. Jason readily agreed. Very well. Then it was a pleasant conversation today. Goodbye. After Jason happily pushed open the office door, he planned to return to face difficulties alongside TangSan and the others. TangSan and the others indicated that it wasn't necessary. After Jason left, a stiff-faced person walked in. Seeing Flinder deep in thought in his office chair, he eagerly asked, So, did he really kill a soul Douluo? Although it was hard to believe, it was indeed true. How is that possible? Even if he is a great soul master. He couldn't even hurt a soul Douluo, let alone kill him. The newcomer looked incredulous. He is a soul venerable now. Flinder said lightly. What about a soul venerable? He is a soul venerable? The person was none other than a master who had arrived a few days ago, and he looked skeptical about life at this moment. He said he had hidden his cultivation before coming here, and he has a connection with that person. Maybe it was some life-saving method given to him, which isn't impossible. Flinder said, adjusting his glasses as a habit. But his innate soul power is only level 6. How could he reach soul venerable so quickly? The master felt that the theories he had researched for many years were being challenged at this moment. I'm not sure about that, Flinder shrugged, expressing his helplessness. No, I need to ask him personally. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly ran out. Flinder quickly stopped him. You'd better not go. Everyone has their own secrets. And it's better not to pry too deeply. And from the fact that he could laugh while killing the Dragon Lord, it's clear that this child doesn't have a good temper. He is the type who would kill you without hesitation. I don't want our golden triangle to lose a corner. I just want to ask him a few questions. That is not possible either. I don't know you well enough. In moment of urgency, who knows what I might end up asking? Flanders said. The master fell silent for a moment, ultimately unwillingly sitting back down. Xiaojiang, there is something I still want to advise you on. That child is a monster. And you don't need to get entangled with him, Flanders advised him. But his existence means my theory is completely useless, right? The master said, covering his head in pain. You can't say that. Hasn't Xiaosan already been validating your theory? It's normal for theoretical research to have both right and wrong. No need to get stuck in a rut. Just like mutations, how can you be sure your research is correct? Since it's a mutation, it's inherently elusive. Flanders tried to enlighten Xiaojiang. The master sat there in silence, looking down at the floor, unsure of what to think. Seeing this, Flanders had no other option but to take out the money from his drawer and start counting. Meanwhile, he was also considering arrangements for Jason. Chapter 38. Grafting on the other side. After Jason left the house, he was on his way to find TangSan and the others. But Zhao Wujia ran over to him. Hey, Jason, someone is looking for you outside. Who's looking for me? Jason asked, puzzled. I'm not sure. It's a scruffy little girl and a boy sitting on a cart. They said they came to find you, as per the agreement. They're right at the school gate. As he spoke, Zhao Wujia was also pondering what two beggar-like children wanted with him, especially since one of them seemed to have a broken leg. Oh, Jason's eyes lit up as he remembered. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I'll head over now. Waving goodbye to Zhao Wujia, Jason ran towards the school gate. As he got closer to the gate, Jason sensed the presence of the little demon. When he arrived at the school gate, he saw the little girl he had met yesterday, her expression somewhat dazed. Next to her was a boy sitting on a dilapidated cart, kneeling and using his hands to move, his face filled with curiosity. Jason saw them, and they saw Jason too. Before Jason could reach them, the little girl had already run up to him. Big brother, we've come to find you. It seems you've already killed them. Jason could tell from her expression what had happened. Yes, she replied, but recalling the roots that mysteriously drained those people last night. She felt a strange fear as her eyes darted away. So, if I give you a choice again, do you still want this power? Jason asked her intently. Upon hearing this, the little girl lowered her head, her withered, messy hair covering her face, and in the shadows, her expression was hard to see. They both fell silent for a moment. At this time, the little boy had already maneuvered the cart closer using his hands. He slowly approached his sister and took her hand. Feeling her hand being held, she glanced down at her brother, looking at his trusting and strong gaze. She finally made a decision. She raised her head to look at Jason, holding her brother's hand, and then knelt on the ground. Her forehead deeply pressed against the earth. I want this power, please bestow it upon me, big brother. The little boy beside her also struggled to lay on the ground. Jason remained silent for a moment, looking at the two kneeling before him, feeling their determination. Both wanted power to protect each other. A wise choice. I will grant you strength, Jason said, summoning the little demon from within her and leaving a branch within her body. Do you want power too? He asked the little boy. Yes, he answered firmly. The little demon once again merged into the little boy's body, simultaneously integrating a branch within him. The little demon returned to hide in Jason's chest, and a wave of desire was transmitted to Jason. Jason smiled and transmitted soul power to it. You can get up now. I have planted a power within you. The strength of this power depends on how you nurture it, and the nourishment is your soul power, your life. If you stop nurturing it, it won't drain your life force, but it will die, and at the same time, you will also lose your strength. Do you understand? The two siblings exchanged glances and then nodded firmly. We understand. Let's go. I'll take you to wash up first, and during this time, you can get familiar with the use of your powers. Jason said, turning to lead them into the school. Jason allowed the little demon to leave branches inside their bodies. But those branches did not die. Instead, they grew inside them through a grafting method. However, this grafting does not require wound contact or anything like that, but is similar to parasitism. Similarly, the branches that were separated still belong to the little demon. Those who accept this little demon's branch must continuously hunt to nourish it if they do not want to lose this power. As the nourishment grows stronger, the required resources will also increase, creating an endless cycle. During this time, the nutrients they kill will transform into experience and be passed on to Jason. As the branches spread out, they become stronger and stronger. In this way, even if Jason sits at home, he can continuously gain experience. They obtain greater power, and Jason gains a vast amount of experience. Once their branches have grown to a certain extent, they can also graft a part of their branches onto others. After entering the school, Jason brought them to Flanders' office. He politely knocked on the door. Come in. Flanders' voice came from inside. With his keen ears, Jason could still hear the crisp sound of soul coins clinking, and he also sensed the master's presence. Pushing open the door, Jason glanced at the master and then brought the two siblings to Flandra. Dean, these two are kids I rescued from human traffickers. I plan to let them stay here for a few days before sending them away. What do you think? As he spoke, Jason tossed out a few soul coins. Oh, what poor children. Here's the key to the room next to your dormitory. I'll have someone make the bed shortly. Flandra took the soul coins and quickly handed a key to Jason. Thank you, Dean. Let's go. I'll take you two to wash up and then get something to eat. Jason weighed the key in his hand and then turned to the siblings. At that moment, the master couldn't help but stand up and approach Jason. Jason, can you wait a moment? I want to ask you some questions. I hope you can answer me truthfully. After the master finished speaking, Flandra behind him had already tensed up and activated his martial spirit. Jason looked at the master blocking his way, then glanced at Flandra, who had stood up and sprouted wings behind him. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow heavy because of the master's words. Sorry, I don't have time. I still need to settle them. Jason waved his hand helplessly. Instantly, the tension in the room eased, just as the master wanted to say something. Flandra had already covered his mouth. It's fine, you can go. If you need anything, come find me. He retracted his martial spirit and pulled the master away from him. Then I'll trouble you, Dean. Saying this, Jason led the two siblings out. Flandra sighed in relief as he watched the door close, then looked at Yu Xiaojiang with disappointment. Did you forget my previous advice? Hearing your question to Jason just now makes me lament your emotional intelligence. If it weren't for the incident in the Stardow Forest, he wouldn't be so nervous. However, having witnessed his exposed fangs and considering that person, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He could kill a Meng Gong through unknown means, and he asked himself if he was stronger than Meng Gong. Chapter 39, Preparation on the other side, Jason led the siblings toward the dormitory. On the way, they happened to encounter TangSan and the others, who were still running with weights. They looked curiously at the two ragged individuals behind Jason, but since they were too tired to speak, they didn't ask. Those are students from our academy, my classmates. They are training right now. Jason introduced the siblings. Then why isn't that big brother training? The little girl asked curiously. I want to, but they don't welcome me, Jason sighed. TangSan and the others, who hadn't run far, couldn't help but turn back to look at Jason. They look at you with such strange eyes, said the little boy kneeling on the cart. Oh, maybe they've had a change of heart, realizing that excluding classmates is wrong, and they want to seek my forgiveness. Let me reintegrate with them. He pretended not to notice their gazes and spoke to himself. That big brother's classmates are still quite nice. In our place, there's always someone trying to steal our food, said the little girl, looking enviously at their disheveled figures. All right, we're almost at the dormitory. You two go wash up first, and then get familiar with the powers given to you by the little demon over the next few days. Jason pointed to the house not far ahead. When the three arrived, Jason took out the key and opened the door, revealing an empty room. At that moment, a few village women came over carrying things. Young man, we're here to make your beds, said the leading woman, who had her head wrapped in a scarf and was holding a quilt. Yes, the house is for them to live in. Can someone take them to wash up? Jason nodded and pointed to the siblings. The woman then noticed the two ragged children and the one sitting on the cart. Oh dear, what happened to these two little ones? They're so pitiful, she exclaimed compassionately. Come, Xiaoying, hurry and take them to wash up. Also, see if there are any clothes for them to change into. If not, you can get some from my house. She quickly called someone from behind. These human traffickers are really rampant. I heard that recently. A child from Old Lu's family in the neighboring village suddenly went missing on the street. Old Lu's family only had that one child. Losing the child is like the sky has fallen down. The well-informed woman chatted while spreading the quilt. That's right. I saw Old Lu on the street yesterday. He can't draw, but whenever he sees someone, he gestures around. It looks really pitiful. These human traffickers really deserve to die. While tidying the room, they continued their discussion. By the time the room was almost ready, the siblings had finished washing up and returned. After washing, the two looked completely different. The little girl's dry hair became much smoother after washing, and the smooth hair was simply styled into a bun by the woman, revealing her delicate features. However, possibly due to long-term hunger, her face appeared very pale and thin, with many cracks on her lips. She wore a loose white linen dress. Her brother, still sitting on the cart, looked quite similar. Overall, the two appeared much fresher compared to before. Good, go in. You'll be staying here for the next few days. Jason waved to them. Then he looked at the already cleaned room and the aunties standing nearby. Thank you for your trouble. Jason said to them. Not a trouble at all. Not a trouble. The aunties waved their hands repeatedly. Later, Jason looked at them in confusion and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Oh, that money hasn't been given yet." The leading ant chuckled awkwardly. Jason was speechless and then thought, this person is really greedy. If the young man has no money, that's fine. We're just here to help. The ant, thinking he had no money, kindly said it's okay. Jason regained his composure and smiled at her, saying, "I do have some. I was just a bit distracted, sorry." As he spoke, a soul coin appeared out of nowhere in his hand. "Oh, young man, you've given too much," the ant said, pushing the money back. "It's fine. You can use the extra money to buy some clothes for them and find a carpenter to make a wheelchair." Jason pointed at the siblings. "No problem. My husband is a carpenter. I will definitely have him make a good wheelchair," the ant said, suddenly feeling a bit envious of the siblings. After the ants left, Jason turned to the siblings, who were looking at him with anticipation, and said, "Let's go in and see your room." Jason led the way inside. The threshold had been thoughtfully removed by them. The room was no longer messy, but became tidy. There were 2 beds, each covered with a mat and a stack of quilts on top. The quilts had been cut by the villagers and looked quite thick. There was a simple partition made of cloth in the middle, and a wooden basin with a towel was placed on the window. Other than that, there was nothing else. This room was probably previously used for storage, so it wasn't very big. However, it was enough for 2 children to live in. Although it was very simple with just 2 beds, both siblings showed satisfied expressions. Compared to the past, when they had to sleep on the cold ground with a bunch of people, having their own room and beds now was already great. After looking around for a while, Jason said, "All right, let us go out for now. You both must be hungry. Let us eat something and rest a bit. And we'll start training again tomorrow." The 2 replied and followed him outside. Once they were outside, Jason chose a suitable spot. "All right, this will do," he said. And then many sturdy branches began to sprout from his body, forming a chair behind him, and then extending to create another chair behind the little girl. As it extended to the little boy in front of him, it lifted him up from the ground. And then a table woven from branches slowly appeared in front of each of them. Watching this magical scene, both of them looked amazed and eager. "You can do this too in the future," Jason told them. "Really?" the little girl asked in disbelief. "Of course, but you have to cultivate it," Jason said, standing up from the chair with a smile. "All right, let us start preparing for the barbecue." Jason took out a grilling rack, charcoal, and wooden skewers from his system backpack. He set up the fire and then took out raw meat, vegetables, and seasonings. They both watched in amazement as Jason prepared the food. They had never seen this method of cooking before. Chapter 40, Growth at Shrek Academy. A special scene unfolded in an open space. 3 tables and chairs seemed to have grown from the ground, occasionally adorned with green leaves. In the middle, there was a rack with a fire burning, sending up smoke. Jason flipped the skewers and occasionally sprinkled some seasonings. The siblings watched eagerly. The enticing aroma began to waft out slowly, making them swallow hard due to their hunger. "All right, you can eat first." Jason served each of them a plate of grilled meat. The little girl looked at the skewers on her plate. The grilled meat sizzled, and a drop of hot oil slowly slid down the plump meat, making it irresistible. Taking a deep breath, she could smell it, and her appetite was quickly whetted. Finally unable to hold back, she took a big bite without caring about the heat. The warmth filled her mouth, and a wave of happiness washed over her. The meat, having been grilled over charcoal, was already fragrant, and with the addition of pepper, salt, and spicy sauce, it became even more flavorful, tender, crispy, deliciously salty, and spicy, all dancing in her mouth at once. The delightful taste reached the tip of her tongue. With each chew, she forgot all her previous displeasures, and with the 3rd chew, it felt as if she were floating in the sky. The siblings also stuffed the meat skewers into their mouths, not caring about the heat. "Slow down. There's more coming," Jason said while grilling the meat. Not far away, TangSan and the others, who had just completed another lap, felt a bit dizzy and could only rely on their blurred willpower to keep running. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, squinting his eyes, suddenly sniffed the air, and then his eyes widened as he took a deep breath. The others also sensed a fragrant aroma filling their nostrils. Instantly, their already dry mouths from running began to salivate profusely. Everyone unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Then they coincidentally exchanged glances, their faces full of pain. The more they ran, the more exhausted they became, and the smell of the roasted meat at their noses became ever more tempting. They wanted to run faster to escape this torment, but were also reluctant to part with the delicious aroma. Their training was not yet complete, so they could only endure the temptation with strong willpower. After running for a while, the smell gradually faded, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was so torturous. Without a doubt, it was that guy Jason who was roasting the meat. The siblings were immersed in the feast, while Jason continuously grilled meat and vegetables for them. They didn't know how long they had been eating, and only when they felt their bellies were so full they couldn't eat anymore did they reluctantly lick the leftover flavors from the wooden skewers. All right, since you're full now, let us get to know each other. My name is Jason, and you can call me Nethies. Jason thought for a moment and decided to use the name of the doghead. No one can stop me from developing Q soldiers. What are your names? Jason didn't explain the purpose of the code names to them. The brother and sister exchanged glances, and then the little girl said softly, "We don't have names." No names? Jason thought for a moment. Then let us take my surname. You can be called Jelen. He pointed to the little girl. Thank you, big brother. Jelen looked very happy after getting a name. Then he pointed at the little boy and said, "You should be called Jiaming." After confirming the name, Jason continued, "Now that the name is set and you have accepted my power, you must also cultivate it as soon as possible. Your task is to rescue more suffering souls, and then you can choose whether to grant them power." Jelen and Jiaming nodded seriously. As for how you choose to cultivate your power, I won't interfere much. Whether it's killing people or soul beasts, it doesn't matter. But I still hope you can maintain your bottom line. Do you understand? Understood. They replied seriously. After your numbers grow, you can absorb members under the name of a sect, which worships the god of death, Neles. The doctrine is about life and death, endless reincarnation. We live, they die, Jason said in a low voice, joining his hands together, and the chair and table made of branches turned into particles and dissipated. The grass on the ground quickly withered away. Life and death, endless reincarnation. We live, they die. The two looked at the desolate scene around them and earnestly repeated Jason's words. After reflecting for a moment, Jason changed the subject. Of course. All of that isn't very important. What is important is just one thing. Be cautious and develop steadily. Don't be reckless. The two were a bit confused by this statement. Seeing their confusion, Jason explained, "It means don't flaunt your power everywhere. Instead, be low-key, don't attract attention, and grow quietly." The two nodded, indicating they understood. "Good, now stretch out your hands to me." Jason squatted down in front of them and extended both hands. Without hesitation, they placed their hands in Jason's palms. Gripping their hands, Jason began to input soul power into them. The branches inside Jelen and Jiaming greedily absorbed this pure soul power and began to grow rapidly. After a while, feeling the branches inside them growing much stronger, Jason withdrew the soul power. "All right, now try to guide the power within you." Jason released their hands and said. Upon hearing this, the two slowly closed their eyes and began to feel. After a while, a small stem appeared in Jelen's palm, swaying in the air. Good, take your time," Jason praised. After a while, the same situation occurred in Jiaming's palm. Thus, Jason watched them go from unfamiliarity to gradually becoming familiar. Their relationship with the branches inside them was different from that of Jason and the little demon. The little demon merely attached itself to Jason's body, like a piece of armor. The branches inside their bodies are directly integrated into them. Through the method of grafting, they have become one with the branches. This can also be considered a form of special experimental modification. At noon, Jason let them take a break and then have barbecue. Well, mainly because Jason was too lazy to cook, and he could only grill. Cooking was out of the question. At most he could make a soup. During the meal, TangSan and Xiao Wu came over to mooch a meal, and when they left, they also took away a lot of skewers. When TangSan and Xiao Wu returned to the cafeteria, a group of people were stretching their necks to look outside. Before the skewers in TangSan's plate were even placed on the table, they were already gone. "By the way, Zhu Zhuqing, these are for you from Jason." TangSan took out a stack of skewers from his space and handed them to her. The people around, still licking the meat scraps off their wooden skewers, suddenly found the meat they had licked off not so tasty anymore when they saw the large bunch of skewers. Chapter 41, Untitled. After finishing the meal, the two began training again. From being shaky to swinging wildly, they practiced until evening. At this time, the ants also returned from the market, bringing new clothes and a wheelchair. The wheelchair was made of wood, entirely red, probably made from red sandalwood. "Thank you all. No need to thank. No need to thank. It's nothing to be thankful for. How can that be? It's not easy for you to run all the way to the market." "Oh, really?" Jason and the ants exchanged polite remarks for a while before leaving. "All right, these clothes are for you. Wear them for now. And in a few days, I will have a set of custom outfits made for you." Jason placed the clothes at their bedside for them to change into tomorrow. "Jiaming, come and try your wheelchair." Seeing Jiaming's eyes fixed on the wheelchair, Jason said, Jiaming immediately extended his branches from the bottom to lift himself up, then extended them to the wheelchair. After sitting in the wheelchair, he quickly pushed the wheels with his hands and began to move around. Clearly, The wheelchair was much easier to use than a skateboard. Jiaming happily tried out his newly acquired walking tool. Standing behind Jason, Jielin saw her brother's happy expression and couldn't help but show a happy smile as well. Then she silently stared at Jason's back. He rescued the two siblings and gave them new names and a new life. She was lucky to have met this kind big brother that day. She didn't even know when she was taken by the traffickers. Over the years, she had long forgotten where she came from and what her name was. She only remembered that she had a younger brother. So she numbly went out to beg, just to complete her task and ensure her brother wouldn't have to beg. They were afraid her brother would run away. If they let him out, they would break his legs. Even though she worked hard to beg, there was still a time when she failed to complete her task. The money she brought back was not enough for the two of them to share, so they turned on her brother, breaking his legs, as it would make it easier to get money and prevent him from escaping. At that moment, it seemed she cried very hard, hating her own powerlessness, resenting herself for not being able to protect her brother. Hearing her brother's cries, she felt as if the sky was about to collapse. She struggled desperately, but she could not possibly break free from the strength of an adult. Her brother was thrown in front of her. He looked at her with a pale face and smiled. "Sister, you won't have to work so hard anymore." In the days that followed, she became even more numb, mechanically begging on the streets, mechanically shouting, "Please pity me." The whole world was gray, as if only her brother's smile was colorful. Year after year, she couldn't feel the passage of time, only the heat and cold that never diminished. Until yesterday, she saw someone holding a candied hawthorn. She had once found a squashed candied hawthorn on the ground, and she tried to wipe off the dust before breaking off a piece to put in her mouth. Although it had a slightly earthy taste, it still couldn't mask the sour and sweet flavor. Because of this, she envied those who were eating candied hawthorn on the street. Whenever someone walked by with one, she would gaze at them with longing, but no one ever noticed her. However, yesterday, he looked over, as if he noticed her. Seeing the person approaching, she felt a bit flustered, but he seemed to have no malice. Instead, he gave her the last candied hawthorn. Then he said he was a soul master. He had heard of soul masters. They were a group of exalted individuals, completely different from beggars like himself. One in the sky and the other on the ground. But now there's a soul master willing to help her. At first, she was somewhat incredulous until he took out a bead that emitted a green light, resembling a stone. A desire erupted in her eyes. She wanted to escape from there with her brother. The handsome big brother spirit master in front of her could help her. Later, he gave her a choice, to empower herself to solve the problem or to let him solve it. At that moment, she naturally wanted him to handle it. But then she thought, after he dealt with the human traffickers, how would she protect her brother? Looking at the glowing green orb in front of her, she made up her mind. She returned to that secluded courtyard, and since she was back a bit late, it was only natural that she would face a beating. Usually, the one who beat her was that harsh-looking woman. She hit hard and had a terrifying expression, as if she wanted to beat someone to death. Holding the money she had earned today, she pushed the door open and went inside. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, the woman who had been waiting for her started cursing at her, first snatching the money from her hand, and then reaching for her hair with the other hand. She remembered the orb she had been clutching in her other hand. She aimed it at the woman and threw it. Suddenly, a sharp wooden thorn shot out from the bead and pierced through the woman's palm, then embedded itself into her body. She screamed in pain, and the few people behind her rushed forward to help. However, more roots emerged from the bead, writhing like snakes as they reached out toward them and wrapped around them. The woman's screams gradually weakened, her eyes filled with deepening terror as her skin began to dry up rapidly. Stunned, she watched the scene unfold, observing them slowly becoming mummified. She felt a mix of fear and, more so, a sense of satisfaction. The bead slowly emitted a red light, pulsating in the air like a heartbeat. Perhaps there was nothing left to absorb. It retracted its roots and branches, returning to her body and slowly disappearing. She frantically touched her body, but found no trace of the bead. Sitting on the ground, she gasped for air. After a while, she gradually calmed down and glanced at the several desiccated corpses. It seemed she was free. She felt a moment of confusion. Then, he thought of his younger brother and quickly got up to find him. That night, before dawn the next day, while everyone was sound asleep, she took her brother and left there. The darkness had not yet faded, and the sky was only illuminated by the faint light of the moon. As she stepped out with her brother, she looked around at the familiar streets and alleys. They seemed different from before. The unknown filled her heart with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, along with a hint of fear. Her brother sat silently on the cart, being pulled by his sister, feeling somewhat bewildered. After that, she took her brother and walked a long way towards the direction where the big brother in her memory had left. She didn't know how far they had walked, but the sky was beginning to brighten, and some street vendors were starting to prepare early in the morning. Along the way, she met an old man selling steamed buns, who had previously given her buns to eat. She explained that someone at Shrek was willing to adopt them, and the old man was very happy to hear this, providing her with the address and detail. She asked the old man for the location of Shrek Academy, and then continued on her way. Chapter 42. Training a week later, in an empty space. Jason looked around at the tangled branches and nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's wrap it up. After several days of training and Jason's continuous input of soul power for them to absorb, they had probably gained combat power equivalent to that of soul masters. Along the way, Jason also took them to hunt animals, so they would be psychologically prepared for killing. The surrounding tangled branches slowly began to wriggle and then gradually retreated into the bodies of the two. After a week of recuperation, their complexions gradually became fuller. Jalen's face turned pale yet more beautiful, her hair simply tied back, and wearing training clothes, she exuded a sense of heroism despite her short stature. The younger brother, sitting in a wheelchair, appeared even more delicate, yet he remained silent. Essentially, Jason would ask a question, and he would respond with a single answer. Overall, both of them had become more vibrant. Perhaps it was due to gaining strength, which made them increasingly confident. That's it for today. If you want to continue living here, go earn some money to buy this house. It should be easy for you now that you have power, Jason said as he walked ahead. The two remained silent behind him. I've taught you everything I can in these days. The rest depends on you. I need to start my own training. In a few days, the school will organize a trip to the Fighting Soul Arena, and I need to refine my own strength as well. The two continue to keep their heads down, silent and lost in thought. Also, when you go out, remember this. Be cautious and don't act recklessly. He added, you don't have martial souls, but you possess unique energy. If someone with ill intentions notices you, you could be in danger. So be as cautious as possible when you're outside. As Jason spoke, he fell silent himself. The three returned to the familiar little house. Jason stood at the door side and said, after today, you'll go on your missions. I hope you don't unexpectedly die out there. After saying this, he placed the key to the house in Jelen's hand and turned to leave. Jelen and Jimming silently watched Jason's departing figure, their eyes showing reluctance. But they did not try to stop him. He gave us a second chance at life. We couldn't ask for more. Life and death, the cycle never ends. We live. They die. The two silently recited the teachings of their master. Then he took out a white and a black mask and put them on his face. One was a holy lamb mask, and the other was a fierce wolf mask. Wherever the lamb goes, there must be hungry wolves following. From then on, they became the eternal hunters. Jason arrived at the dean's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Jason pushed the door open and saw Flinders sitting in chair, counting a stack of soul coins on the table, one by one. Oh, a rare guest, he exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jason. I've finished my business. Can you clear a space for me? Jason said as he sat down in front of him. Space? How big? Flinder asked, somewhat puzzled. You know I'm a shooter and incredibly destructive, so the space can be as big as it needs to be. Jason spread his hands and replied. In fact, he initially wanted to find a random place. After all, this area was secluded and sparsely populated. But thinking about the surrounding villages and with the dean present, he had no intention of checking where was suitable for training. Let me think about it. He frowned and began to ponder. By the way, why not train your physical fitness with TangSan and the others? Flinders suggested. After all, as a ranged soul master, physical training is also good for you. No, their training method doesn't suit me. I will arrange it myself. Jason firmly rejected his suggestion. Master S training was not only to enhance their physical fitness, but also to develop their synergy, and Jason did not intend to get involved in that. Moreover, that kind of training didn't mean much to him, who had been hunting in the forest since he was young. Now show me your attack. Let's go outside. With that, he left the chair and walked out. Jason followed closely behind. Arriving next to a stone pillar, he pointed at a distant wooden stake that was just a small dot. That's the wooden stake used for student training. Go ahead and attack it. Jason activated the Griffin's guard, and the distant wooden stake quickly came into focus. An enchanted bow adorned with red, purple, and black stripes appeared in Jason's hands. The first soul ring lit up, and a red arrow materialized on the enchanted bow, pulling back the string and releasing it. The red arrow shot out in a blur of red light. Boom! A loud explosion échoué. Flanders' pupils constricted. The target, that wooden stake, had undoubtedly been blown to pieces, and the ground was left with a deep crater. Such destructive power. He stared in shock at the distance. How was that? Jason's question snapped him back to reality. Are you really just a soul master? He asked, somewhat incredulously. Absolutely. With a system that can continuously increase skill levels, there are basically no soul ring restrictions. However, the required experience grows exponentially. If it weren't for killing a soul Douluo that made him instantly wealthy, his explosive shot skill wouldn't have leveled up. Jason level 31 learned skills. Explosive shot causes all enemies in front of you to explode, pushing them back and confusing them. LV 31 maxed out explosion trap sets a fire trap that explodes when enemies approach, dealing X to Y points of fire damage and burning all enemies within area B for Z points of additional damage for seconds. LV 31 maxed out bomb creation infuses explosive energy into a target object, allowing control over its detonation time. LV 31 maxed out poison ant sting requires ranged weapon passive, armor break active, stings the target, the pain toxin compressing its brain nerves, reducing its strength and agility. Main effect, pain, lasts 30 seconds. LV 21 insufficient experience plunder arrow active, shoots a black arrow that returns health and soul power based on damage dealt. Passive, arrow adds 15 points of lifesteal effect. LV 30 insufficient experience. Auxiliary skills, first aid, uses bandages. Fishing, wilderness survival skill cooking, wilderness survival skill passive skills. Beast knowledge, collect information about target beasts. Tooltips will display status, health, armor, diet, abilities. Whether it is a tameable animal, and if it is a rare beast. Tame pet, tames a beast to become your pet. If you lose the beast's attention for any reason, the taming process will fail. Rare beasts, you master the art of beast training, teaching you the ability to tame rare beasts. Beast's eye directly controls your pet and observes through its vision. Lasts 1 minute. Eagle eye increases the hunter's vision, usable only outdoors. Griffin's guard, the hunter gains the protection of the griffin, increasing ranged attack power and strength. Heal pet, restores pet health every second for 5 seconds. Hunter's mark, even if the target is stealthed or invisible, the hunter can still see the marked target. When he obtained the third soul skill, he was directly at level 30. Chapter 43. Sparring in a secluded area of the academy, it was desolate, surrounded by scorched earth and the remains of broken trees. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no good place. At that moment, an explosion echoed across this empty field. A figure was darting back and forth in the area. Each pause or turn was accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. In the venue, there was a man wearing glasses, his sharp eyes continuously tracking the rapidly moving figure. Another loud bang echoed, and the figure, accompanied by flames, had already arrived in front of him. A dagger held in his hand flashed with a cold light as it aimed for his throat. In the face of this swift stab, he calmly adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes, and slightly sidestepped to avoid it. But at the moment he dodged, the person wielding the dagger suddenly erupted with another loud bang, and the dagger turned sharply downwards, stabbing towards him again. The loud bang shook his ears, but he seemed unaffected, dodging again by mere milliseconds. The dagger-wielding person was incredibly fast. The swinging dagger danced around him as if it had a life of its own, seemingly ready to stick to him if he let his guard down. At that moment, 2 wings suddenly appeared behind the bespectacled middle-aged man, and with a flap, he disappeared from his original spot. Jason stopped in his tracks and looked up at Flandra, who was flapping his wings in the air. The 2 people in the venue were none other than Jason and the dean. Training alone was definitely not enough, but he couldn't hold back his methods either. Fighting against TangSan and the others could very well lead to their deaths. Therefore, Jason had set his sights on the dean. He was the most suitable person for sparring. However, asking him was not an easy task, as he was usually busy making money and unlikely to practice with Jason. But after offering more money, everything went smoothly. Jason stood ready on the ground, watching him. Suddenly, Flandra in the air flapped his wings and transformed into a black shadow rushing towards Jason. Too fast. There was no way to dodge. Even if his mind could sense it, his body simply couldn't react in time. Without having time to think, the blue crystal on Jason's chest suddenly erupted with electric light, enveloping him. Potential unleashed. A harsh crackling of electricity sounded around Jason. The soul power within his body quickly surged to his feet. Another loud bang echoed. The world in Jason's eyes seemed to slow down significantly. Jump back. Jason quickly retreated to avoid Flandra's attack. In the process, an enchanted bow quietly appeared in Jason's hand, the red stripes lighting up. Raising the bow, he shot arrows, the skill ingrained in his muscles mechanically aimed at Flandra. At the same time, with the potential activated and the increase in soul power activity, Jason shot out more than 10 arrows in a second, each time releasing 3 arrows. An uninterrupted rain of arrows shot towards Flandra. Flandra, under attack, only felt Jason's speed on the ground suddenly increase, and then he vanished from sight. followed closely by the sound of numerous arrows cutting through the air. Is it soul bone skill? He guessed silently, without time to think further. He quickly folded his wings to protect himself. The dense arrows struck his wings, and then the explosive properties attached to the arrows began to detonate. Then Flandre found himself engulfed in flames. When the timing seemed right, Jason's second soul ring lit up. A purple arrow materialized above his enchanted bow. The poison ant stinger, which came with armor-piercing properties, shot straight into the flames. Flandre, hiding behind his wings, prepared to wait until his soul power was depleted. Suddenly, his wings felt a sharp sensation, followed by a wave of intense pain radiating from them. How could this be possible? Even if he wasn't good at defense, he shouldn't be pierced by a soul master. But now, he had been injured, and the sharp pain in his head slowed his movements. He was poisoned. Reluctantly, he used his soul skill, and a faint golden protective shield appeared around him. Jason stood there, continuously outputting attacks, occasionally mixing in a soul skill. At the same time, the plundering attribute added by his third soul skill greatly increased his sustainability. As long as he stayed there without moving, he could shoot all day. After a period of sustained fire, the time for Jason's potential to be unleashed had also arrived. Although the plundering attribute wouldn't leave him weakened, the density of his attacks was certainly not comparable to before. Flandre also felt the weakening of his attacks, and the faint golden protective barrier around him slowly disappeared, vanishing in place. So far, he had only used one defensive soul skill. Looking at the vanished Flandre, Jason didn't think twice. An explosion sounded from beneath his feet, and the shockwave propelled him away from his original position. However, this time Jason was heading towards the sky. The explosive soul power continuously released from his palms and soles, allowing him to soar into the air. The two then began to chase each other. Jason flew into the academy using explosions, weaving through various rooms while occasionally attacking backward in an attempt to hinder Flandre. Flandre calmly flapped his wings, following Jason and occasionally sidestepping to avoid arrows. Up ahead, Jason flew through the air with a heat wave, while behind him, Flandre silently flapped his wings. TangSan and the others, who were undergoing the Master-S Devil training outside, vaguely heard the sound of explosions and couldn't help but look up. Wow, that guy looks so much like Jason. Oscar gasped, looking up. It must be him, judging by that sound. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes and said, "Isn't his martial soul just a bow? How can he fly?" Ningrongrong wondered it. If he can kill a soul Douluo, flying doesn't seem like a big deal. Xiao couldn't help but comment. That one looks like the Dean. TangSan pointed out a winged figure. Why is the Dean chasing him? Ning Rongrong asked. Did he steal the Dean's money? TangSan thought to himself. Considering Jason's past reckless behavior, it was indeed possible. At that moment, Zhao Waoqi ran up to them. That's just Jason's training. Do you want to join? No, no. Ma Hongjun and Oscar shook their heads repeatedly. Then hurry up and train, Zhao Waoqi shouted. After watching them continue to focus on their training, he thoughtfully looked at Jason, who had a fiery red tail wing in the sky. Jason continued to fly, occasionally dodging the swiftly shot feather blades coming from behind. Jason also took the opportunity to turn around and shoot a few arrows. One might think these two were playing Thunderfighter. Flandre was getting closer, and Jason finally saw his destination, a patch of forest. Then his body quickly turned and plunged downwards, rushing towards the woods, creating waves of heat behind him. Chapter 44. Continuation. The Flandres behind saw Jason's figure rapidly descending into the woods and understood his intentions. Trying to hide? Changing the terrain? A good idea. He marveled at this and followed suit. When he arrived in the woods, Jason's figure had already vanished. He looked around at the intertwined and towering trunks. It was now morning, and the summer sun was scorching, but the trees and shrubs were lush. Occasionally, the clear chirping of birds echoed, as if they were oblivious to the heat. The dense foliage and the dappled sunlight made the woods seem very tranquil. This concealed method of breathing was truly astonishing. He had not detected Jason's figure or aura, as if the person had evaporated into thin air. However, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Many unbelievable things had happened to him. Amazing layouts, astonishing destructive power, incredible speed, remarkable body control, and extraordinary creativity. So many things that he could hardly believe they all converged in one person. The martial soul was a bow, belonging to an agile attack-type soul master. Yet Jason's performance, while shooting arrows, indeed aligned with the characteristics of agility, but that exaggerated attack power was truly excessive. In close combat, both speed and attack methods can now match those of agility-type soul masters. Moreover, with his strategic vision, it seems that he would never allow anyone to surprise him. He appears to have no weaknesses. At the same time, it is somewhat tragic for the master to encounter Jason. He is the true monster. It seems that all irrationalities can manifest in him. At this moment, a hidden arrow appeared out of nowhere, suddenly right in front of him. The rapidly shot blue arrow stopped before him, and his hand grasped the arrow shaft. Such a covert method. Bang! The arrow exploded, and Flandre was engulfed in a blaze of fire. At level 14, the explosive effect of a regular arrow is only equivalent to the power of a skyrocketing firecracker. Now, Jason is already at level 30-something, and the explosive power of the arrows has reached that of a grenade. The range of the explosive shot has reached the power of a small rocket. Although the power is sufficient, the rate of fire is still a shortcoming. In a recent battle, it relied on the increased rate of fire from potential activation, which was equivalent to entering a berserk state. This forced Flandre to use a defensive soul skill, which left him suppressed for a while. It's uncertain whether he was injured. After the flames subsided, Flandre had vanished. Flandre suddenly appeared in an open area, where he could sense the residual soul power from the recent shots. Has he already left? His eagle eye scanned the surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air was heard again. Flandre flew directly toward the arrow. A wooden arrow. Just as he dodged the arrow, he realized it was made of wood, not composed of soul power. Suddenly, another sound of an arrow cutting through the air came from his side. Having just dodged the wooden arrow, he quickly twisted mid-air to evade this one. However, as soon as he landed, several arrows shot toward him again. He casually flapped his wings, sending the arrows flying away. He sensed the soul power within his body. As expected, his arrows could absorb my soul power. It seemed he lost a portion of his vitality when he was just injured. Although the amount absorbed was insignificant to him, he could still feel it. The ability to absorb soul power and vitality is indeed a terrifying attribute. He marveled silently. Moreover, in addition to the more obvious explosive attribute, there was also a poison attribute soul skill. Even I could feel that nerve-wracking pain, indicating he had obtained the soul ring of the pain ant. During the battle, he was also gathering intelligence on Jason. On the other side, Jason kept his eyes on the stone next to Flandre. He tried not to look directly at him, so he could only use the nearby objects as reference points. He had already tested the speed. If it weren't for the potential activation, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge his attacks. In the air, he could create some distance, but he knew he couldn't outlast Flandre. As for the attack power, if he got hit, he would definitely be taken out instantly. Plus, the attack speed had also increased. Jason thought as he continued to shift his position. Along the way, he set up some simple traps. Thus, Jason and Flandre engaged in a guerrilla battle in the small forest. Flandre still hasn't managed to catch Jason in the woods. However, as an owl spirit master, he is quite patient. Meanwhile, Jason continues to harass him tirelessly, trying to find an opportunity. At noon, just before mealtime, the sun is at its most scorching. Flandre gradually became familiar with some of Jason's little traps. These no longer caught his attention. Jason had been on the verge of being discovered many times. Standing motionless beside a tree with his eyes closed, Flandre seemed to sense something from afar, and Jason tightened his grip on the enchanted bow. Thoughts of strategy began to form in his mind. Then, drawing his bow, 3 arrows shot out simultaneously, quickly exploding in mid-air as they approached Flandre, creating a cloud of smoke. One of Flandre's soul rings lit up, and he surged toward Jason with a sudden increase in speed. As he passed through the smoke, he was met with a red arrow coming straight at him. Boom! A burst of flames erupted in the forest, and a shockwave from the explosion scattered the surrounding trees, branches, and grass in all directions. Even Jason, who was at a distance, could feel the force of the shockwave. Jason didn't glance at the explosion, but quickly jumped back. Sure enough, just as Jason moved away, a shadow appeared in that spot. He was about to wave his hand and say something to Jason. Then a red stripe formation appeared beneath his feet, and an even hotter explosion of flames shot up into the sky. Explosion top. Jason stood on a tree, the red light illuminating his face. At that moment, a casual voice rang out behind him. Gone. Went to have lunch. With that, he flapped his wings and flew away. That was close. Almost made a fool of myself. Flandre, flying in the air, said with relief. However, having such a strong student to compete with might be a bit unfair. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Jason looked at the surrounding forest engulfed in flames and sighed helplessly. I was hoping to get him to help put out the fire. But where did he run off to? There's no choice. I caused this. I'll have to put it out myself. It's a pity to burn down this forest. Chapter 45. The Master of Self-Destruction. In the following time, Jason continued his training, and he managed to last longer in battles against Flandre. However, Jason realized that he was running low on money. Previously, he had saved up a lot of money and didn't pay much attention to his spending. But during this period, He had been visiting Flandre almost every day, and gradually his money had run out. The guy Flandre is really greedy. Jason looked at the few soul coins left in his backpack with some distress. Without money, how could he get that guy to train with him? Jason couldn't waste time making money again. The money he earned from selling soul beast skins went straight to that greedy dean. Jason pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I've got it. First, he pulled on a couple of stones for a while, then quietly made his way to the dean's office. Outside the door, Jason vaguely heard Flandre's voice. Why hasn't that kid come today? There aren't many people who bring money every day, but I didn't expect that kid to have quite a bit of money. Jason took a deep breath and then knocked on the door. Come in. Jason walked in and saw Flandre warmly approaching him. Come, sit down. Are you here to train with me again today? His eyes seemed to be swirling with images of coins. But the payment needs to increase a bit. You see, as you get stronger, my pressure increases, right? More money is only fair. He looked at Jason calculatingly. No, I've given you all my money. I don't have any money on me now. So I can't pay for your training, Jason said calmly. But I'm not here to ask you to train with me today. Teacher, Zhao asked me to find you. He said something happened with TangSan and the others, but he couldn't make a decision himself, so he sent me to ask you to go over. What could happen to them? Flandre muttered in confusion. Oh, I heard it's quite urgent. The master is there too, and it seems he got injured. What? Xiaojiang is injured. He exclaimed in shock, immediately bypassing Jason and heading toward the direction where TangSan and the others were training. A gust of wind tousled Jason's hair. Seeing Flandre fly away, Jason quickly approached his desk. Looking at the stack of soul coins in the drawer, these should be the ones he just counted, which hadn't been put into storage yet. Greedy old man, he whispered, and then quickly stuffed all the money into his backpack. Then he took the paper and pen from the table and started writing. After carefully placing it on the table, he looked around and then went out, directly taking off with an explosion and flying towards the small woods. On the other side, Flandre quickly saw TangSan, who was training, and the hidden Zhao Waoqi and others. The master stood there with a serious expression. Seemingly nothing was wrong. At that moment, he also realized that he had been deceived by Jason. But why would he deceive himself? Suddenly, his expression changed, and he hurriedly turned around and flew back. When he arrived, the house was already empty. The first thing he saw upon entering was a large piece of paper on the table. Curiously, he picked it up and took a look. Dean, after spending this time together, I have found that you are a dedicated and responsible teacher and dean. Although you're a money lover, I know it's for the sake of the academy, which I truly admire. Also, during these past few days of practice, I have gained a lot, and I must thank you for your careful cultivation. He felt somewhat moved as he read this, thinking that the child was too shy to say it face to face, so he wrote it down instead. The lengthy praise made Flandre feel a bit embarrassed. After reading for a while, he finally reached the last sentence. Oh, by the way, I recently need some money to buy some nutritional supplements. I saw some money in the dean's drawer, so I'm going to take it for now, okay? The last sentence made the corner of his mouth that had been slightly raised suddenly freeze. He hurried to the desk and opened the drawer. It was completely empty. That little rascal actually dared to steal my money. He gritted his teeth as he stared at the empty drawer. Then there was a loud sound of a door slamming. Bang! Thud! Two sounds. One was the sound of the door slamming, and the other was the sound of the door hitting the ground. Looking at the fallen door, Flandre couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this little brat. Clearly, Jason had made some adjustments to the door when he left. After glancing at the door on the ground, he turned and flew away. First, he needed to find that kid. In the skies above Flandre Academy, Hawkeye was constantly scanning the opposite side, trying to locate Jason's whereabouts. As he passed the woods, where they often trained, he finally sensed a fluctuation of soul power. Then a purple arrow shot up from the ground towards him. Flandre, who was already familiar with it, would definitely not take this attack head-on, but instead sidestepped and glided down towards the ground. During the gliding process, he continuously dodged the incoming arrows. When he was almost at the height of the ground, one of the soul rings on his body lit up. Then the feathers spread out, and a large number of feathers shot out, covering the general direction of Jason. The feathers on the way easily cut through the obstructing branches and twigs. Aiming for the ground. Jason on the ground watched this scene, his eyelids twitching. Are you serious? He exclaimed, quickly hiding behind a nearby rock. The dense firepower made it impossible for Jason to lift his head. After hiding for a while, the barrage of arrows finally stopped. Suddenly, Jason felt a chill in his heart, and the hair on his body stood on end. Without thinking, the crystal on his chest lit up. The moment Jason was enveloped in lightning and left, the rock he had just hidden behind exploded. The dust from the shattered rock slowly dissipated, revealing Flandre, who was maintaining his wing strike. Without a second thought, Jason activated his first soul ring and a red arrow shot towards him. However, the arrow exploded midway, causing Flandre, who was charging forward, to stumble. The smoke from the explosion did not confuse him. He adjusted his stance and continued to rush towards Jason. Even with his potential activated, Jason was still not faster than Flandre. However, he was not unprepared. He placed his index and middle fingers in front of his mouth. Art is an explosion. The bombs he had prepared around him quickly detonated, engulfing the area in flames. The entire ground seemed to shake. Jason was wrapped up in roots and was blown away by the shockwave of the explosion. He squatted on the ground, holding his head with both hands, yelling not to hit his face. The charred Flanders twisted his neck and started punching and kicking Jason. Suddenly, the woods that had just experienced the explosion echoed with screams once again. "You little brat, taking my money. Stopping. I told you not to hit my face. Yet you still do. This is blatant jealousy." Chapter 46. Thoughts in the following period, Jason accumulated a massive debt. During this time, Flanders had nothing to do except count money and count money. Later, he encountered Jason, this big fool, and every day he would take a little time to make money. In the days when money was tight, Flanders' attitude clearly underwent a big change. He used to be very cautious, afraid of upsetting this benefactor. But now that the benefactor was out of money, he naturally hit harder. However, what surprised him was that no matter how serious the injuries this kid sustained during training, he would definitely show up the next day looking vigorous and completely unscathed. This amazed him. Wasn't this guy supposed to have a weapon spirit? How could his recovery ability be so abnormal? However, he didn't investigate further. He just became even harsher in his treatment afterward. For Jason, the past few days have been almost nonstop. He has been doing warm-up training, and after finishing that, he seeks out Flan for sparring. After the sparring session, he quickly heals his injuries and continues with weighted running and archery practice, focusing on the explosive power of his legs and arms, while also engaging in various obstacle runs. During training, he constantly infuses vitality into himself. With 3 months passing, the training time has decreased while the sparring time has increased. Many of the leaves on the trees around the school have turned yellow. Perhaps autumn is approaching. After training, Jason silently places his hand on a tree trunk. After nearly 3 months of training, Jason still looks the same, but now he stands there in a Dragon Ball-style yellow training outfit, his aura more robust, like a mountain, yet enveloped in a layer of mist. Jason sits cross-legged on the ground, with the roots of the little quietly rooting into the ground, absorbing nutrients. As time slowly passes, the flowers and grass around Jason begin to wither, while he, under the last rays of sunlight, is draped in golden fabric that emits a faint green glow. The fatigue from training dissipates once again, but the energy in his stomach has been completely consumed. Feeling the emptiness in his belly, Jason decides to head to the school cafeteria for a meal. During this time, after getting tired of barbecues, Jason often goes to the school cafeteria to grab a bite. However, when he encounters TangSan and the others, apart from TangSan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, Jason hasn't really spoken much with the others. They only politely thank him when he brings them some skewers. Ning Rongrong occasionally looks at Jason, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately she doesn't say anything. Moreover, everyone was exhausted from training, only thinking about food. Jason, facing the last rays of sunlight, arrived at the cafeteria where the long table was already set with dishes. The food was rich in protein. Jason found a seat and sat down. TangSan and the others should be finishing their training soon. He served himself a bowl of rice and began to eat slowly. The dishes included soul beast meat that Jason had sent over, which the chef had prepared. Sure enough, before long, a group of people walked in from outside. "Hey, Jason, you're here too. It looks like we're having extra food today." Xiao Wu's eyes squinted into crescent moons, clearly happy to see Jason. His arrival meant there was meat in today's meal. TangSan nodded in greeting and led Xiao Wu to sit down across from him. Zhu Zhuqing sat silently next to Jason. The others took their seats in turn. Everyone was already hungry after training and began to eat without hesitation. During their training these past few days, they could always hear explosions and knew that Jason was training with the Dean. Once, they had seen Jason battling the Dean from a distance. In the arena, they could only occasionally catch glimpses of the two pausing. The rest was filled with flames and flickering blue light, followed by craters and patches of black feathers glinting coldly. They couldn't see any figures at all. They suddenly felt that their own training seemed insufficient. Jason's presence made everyone at Shrek feel a bit defeated, but it also ignited their determination, making their training even more intense. Each of them didn't want to be weaker than the others, even if they were monsters among monsters. Today, everyone's training was nearing its end. The master had also given them a 7-day break to relax before starting the second phase of training. Jason was also asked by the dean to participate, indicating that making money in the fighting spirit arena was quick. Jason was deep in debt. Every day, the dean's gaze towards him seemed increasingly off, just as Jason also needed to find nutrients for the little demon. It was definitely not because he was afraid of that guy, Flander. With a 7-day holiday, does anyone have any plans? After finishing the food on the table, Oscar lazily asked in his soft voice, I'm definitely going to vent some frustration. Ma Hongjuan's plump black face had started to look lewd. The other girls knew his character and rolled their eyes. Dai, do you want to join? Ma Hongjun nudged the nearby Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was taken aback for a moment, then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing sitting next to Jason, and after a moment of silence said, Forget it. I'll go find my own. TCH, you eat good meat, but don't take your brother with you. He said sourly. I got that myself. It's not the same as yours. He seemed to let go of something and began to chat with Ma Hongjun. On the other side, Jason placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder as the little demon began to restore her. As Zhu Zhuqing consciously drew closer, Jason also tacitly maintained this relationship. Basically, she would come to find Jason every day after training. At that time, Jason was usually still training, so he didn't pay her any attention. However, she seemed unconcerned by Jason's indifference, simply sitting beside him and quietly watching his somewhat exaggerated training. Because of the little demon, Jason basically pushed himself to the limit, making his training volume quite extreme, almost inhuman. By the time Jason finished training, the sky was already dark, and under the starlit sky, only his deep, heavy breathing echoed like a muffled drum in the open space. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was lying on the grass with her eyes closed and her face pale from training, Jason calmed down a bit. He understood her meaning. Jason crouched down and picked her up around the waist. She curled up in his arms, having been wrapped in the cool night breeze. The roots of the little demon wrapped around her, emitting a faint green light to aid her recovery. Jason carried her to the girls' dormitory. The door was opened by a weary Ning Rongrong, who first looked at Jason with caution and then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. She pointed at the sleeping Zhu Zhuqing and then at the calm Jason, seemingly asking what was going on. After handing Zhu Zhuqing over to her, Jason turned and left. Chapter 47. Conversation. The next evening, Zhu Zhuqing returned to Jason's training ground to watch him train again. After several days, on one particular day, it was still evening, and the moonlight covered the grass with a layer of silver silk, but the ground occasionally trembled. Jason was pulling a stone taller than him to build his arm strength. Each time the stone fell, the ground would shake slightly, indicating its weight. Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the same time, as usual. After seeing her, Jason finished his last set of training and walked towards her. Upon seeing Jason approach, Zhu Zhuqing, who was quietly watching him, seemed a bit flustered and lowered her head to look at the ground. Did you finish training? Jason asked as he sat down beside her. Feeling the warmth radiating from Jason after his training, she stammered, Why yes. Training is so tiring. Why not go back to the dormitory to rest? Come here? Her gaze wandered. Unsure of what to say. Do you really want to become stronger? Yes. She answered firmly. Why do you want to become stronger? Before, it was to prove myself. She paused for a moment, then looked seriously into Jason's eyes. Now, I want to keep up with you. Jason was speechless. The two stared at each other for a long time, and the surroundings were quiet enough to clearly hear the chirping of summer insects. From her eyes, Jason saw determination and reliance, like a stubborn little cat. However, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't discern any expression in his eyes, which seemed as deep as an abyss, making her feel somewhat defeated. I understand. Do you need to recover your strength? Jason's answer left Zhu Zhuqing puzzled. Like the past few days? It was evident she had noticed her body's condition after waking up in the past few days. Yes. Are you sure you want to recover? A hint of a smile flashed in Jason's eyes. She found it strange and asked, Is the recovery medicine hard to take? She thought only medicine could help her recover. Basically, after Jason finished training, she had already fallen asleep. No, I will input energy to help you recover. Then let's do it. How will you input it? Zhu Zhuqing extended her hand towards Jason. Of course, I will pull you into my arms and kiss you. As he said this, he gently pulled her hand, suddenly bringing her into his embrace and looking down at the blushing Zhu Zhuqing. Saying this, he slowly lowered his head, feeling the warmth drawing closer. She gradually closed her eyes. Green energy flowed from his lips into her body. A refreshing sensation instantly spread throughout her, making her unable to resist, wanting to take a few more breaths. After a long while, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jason, who was holding her with dazed eyes. The fatigue from the day seemed to have dissipated, and her body was filled with energy. Now that my strength is restored, let us train together. From then on, a beautiful figure accompanied Jason during his training at night. Like TangSan and the others, Jason also needed to rest for 7 days to recuperate. At that time, he planned to join them in the battle spirit arena. However, while Jason intended to rest, Zhu Zhuqing had no such plans. Thus, for the next few days, Jason watched her train beside him, serving as her sparring partner without charging her. One day, Jason was sitting on a stone stool, watching Zhu Zhuqing train in what was originally his training ground. She had a resistance band tied around her legs, with the other end attached to a tree. She kept stretching and running back and forth. At this moment, Jason looked to his left and saw someone there. From the light sound, it should be a girl. Excluding Xiao Wu, it must be Ning Rongrong. Sure enough, after a while, Ning Rongrong peeked her head out from behind a tree, cautiously watching Zhu Zhuqing train in the field. Hey, is something wrong? Suddenly, she felt a tap on her shoulder. Ning Rongrong jumped in surprise and, in her panic, bumped into the tree in front of her with a thud. Jason's face twitched. It looked painful. He crossed his arms and quietly watched Ning Rongrong sitting on the ground, covering her head. Normally, there wouldn't be anyone in his training area. Although everyone seemed casual when they met, Jason could still sense their guardedness. TangSan and Xiao Wu were fine, but Zhu Zhuqing was completely unguarded around him. The others maintained an ordinary classmate relationship. As for partners, Jason wouldn't entrust his back to anyone else. So his only partners would be Xiao Tian and the others. Why did you come over without making a sound? She said with tears in her eyes, looking at Jason. Please, you're the one hiding quietly behind the tree, and I haven't even asked you yet. Jason looked at her speechlessly. By the way, what were you sneaking behind the tree for? You didn't even come to help me. She mumbled as she got up, holding her forehead. I have something to find you for. We lost you 3 favoritos yesterday. Sobi. Chapter 48. The Great Soul Arena. The two of them arrived next to a stone platform, watching Zhu Zhuqing train in the arena. Is she training like her life depends on it? Ning Rongrong said in shock, looking at the blood on Zhu Zhuqing's feet. This was her first time watching Zhu Zhuqing train. Previous training had only resulted in fainting, but never like this with blood everywhere. It's like self-harm. She wants to get stronger. Jason said lightly, but it can't be like this. This kind of training can easily leave after effects. Ning Rongrong wanted to rush up to stop her. It's her own choice, and besides, isn't there me? Jason reached out to stop her. What do you have? She originally wanted to retort, but thinking of his mysteriousness, she held back her words. All right, did you come to find me for something? Jason lowered his hand and sat cross-legged back on the stone platform, asking, I do have something to find you for. She glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still immersed in training like a robot unaware of pain, suppressing her inner shock, and recalled today's events. You know, I'm from a 7-treasure glazed tile school. We don't have any combat power, and we can only find a battle spirit master as a partner or spouse. I know. Do you want to find me as your partner or maybe companion? Jason raised an eyebrow and asked. And no, don't say that. Hearing this, she immediately stiffened her neck and said, feeling a bit shy as the little devil. Oh, Jason shot her a suspicious glance. Are you threatening me with your fists? I'll dig your eyes out if you don't believe me. She threatened, waving her fist at Jason. All right, no more jokes. Just tell me what you need. Jason said with a smile. Ning Rongrong thought of the purpose of finding Jason. Since we are both support soul masters, we need some self-defense capabilities. I've already discussed this with TangSan, and now I want to talk to you about the flashbang you used against teacher Zhao Wuji that day. She learned the term flashbang from TangSan. You want the production method? Jason asked. Yes. If that doesn't work, we can buy it. Ning Rongrong looked at Jason nervously. But I don't seem to need money. After saying this, Jason suddenly thought of the money from Flandra and his expression darkened. I seem to be quite short on money. Then what do you want? We can trade with you, she said somewhat eagerly. How about trading those special ores and materials you have? Special? Can you be more specific? Anything special is fine, either very hard, very soft, or emitting strange abilities, etc. All these are good. Jason counted them off on his fingers. So do you want to sell the formula or the tools? The tools. Many of the things I make now require my soul power to infuse them. Once I find the main formula, then I can consider selling the formula. Also, I don't just have flashbangs. I also have fragmentation grenades, smoke bombs, and stun grenades. By the way, if you can help me find the explosive beast, I can make more stun grenades for you. He started promoting his goods. If he could get ores and metals from them, he might be able to unlock many secondary professions. Among them, what Jason looked forward to the most was the enchantment. After that, Jason gave her some smoke bombs and flashbangs to take to her father as samples. Finally, Ning Rongrong thanked Jason and left. Then they found the person hidden nearby, gave him the things, and asked him to bring them back to the sect. Today, it seems that TangSan and the others have all gone out, apparently to vent their anger for Ma Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing was training with Jason, so she was alone in the dormitory. She sat on her bed, and the conversation she had just had with Jason began to echo in her mind. The few days of vacation quickly passed, and the second phase of training began. This was also Jason's first time participating in the school's group activities. On the way to the Grand Seoul Arena, Jason followed TangSan and the others. But it felt as if there was a layer of separation, dividing them into two worlds. Jason quietly walked beside them, observing the streets around him, while TangSan and the others were enthusiastically discussing the second assessment. In general, it was Jason's unwillingness to integrate into their circle, and they didn't have the habit of forcing their company on someone who was distant. They maintained this delicate relationship. Candy Hawthorne for sale. At this moment, a vendor's call made Jason stop in his tracks. Without saying anything to them, he ran over by himself. "Come get your candy Hawthorne," Jason said, reaching for his money. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any money in his backpack. It seemed that all his money had been taken by that guy, Flanders. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he took out a piece of tender meat with some blood still on it. "Boss, do you think this piece of meat could be exchanged for candy Hawthorne?" He weighed the meat in his hand. The old man selling candy Hawthorne fell silent for a moment. It was the first time he had encountered someone wanting to trade meat for candy Hawthorne. However, seeing the familiar face before him, the old man smiled and handed over a candy Hawthorne. "Young man, I recognize you. You often buy my candy Hawthorne. This one is on the house, and I won't take the meat." He still had a good impression of a silver-haired, handsome youth. "How about this? Give me another candy Hawthorne, and you can take the meat home to improve your dinner," Jason said, hanging the meat on the skewer, holding the candy Hawthorne, and casually taking another skewer. The old man seemed hesitant to refuse, but Jason added, "You can give it to your kids if you don't want it." After saying that, he had already walked far away. The old man watched his retreating figure, reached out his hand, then shook his head with a warm feeling and continued calling out a sales pitch. When he returned to the group, several pairs of eyes were curiously staring at Jason. "What are you looking at me for?" Jason bit into the candy Hawthorne. "If you want to eat, go buy it yourselves." The others shook their heads, saying no. It was just that they didn't expect him to like candy Hawthorne. What's so strange about that? This little episode seemed to make Jason appear more approachable. The group followed Flanders to the Grand Seoul Arena, and Master gave each of them a nickname. Jason randomly chose a name for himself and called himself the Pooper Scooper. "What kind of nickname is that? It sounds so strange," Xiaowu said disdainfully. "Because I have a little cat." Jason smiled and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing as he said this. My little San's name is much more impressive," Xiaowu said dismissively. "Softbone Charm Rabbit sounds perfect for steaming." Jason rubbed his chin and pretended to think. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu angrily kicked Jason, but he easily dodged it. "All right, you still need to choose a combination. Stop messing around." The master stopped the two from fooling around. Chapter 49, Soul Fight. Xiaowu immediately ran to TangSan's side. Since support soul masters must find a battle soul master to form a combination, Oscar approached Dai Mubai. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to walk towards Jason, she was stopped midway by Ning Rongrong. "I'll just participate in a one-on-one," Jason said to her. Later, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong formed the 7 Treasure Spirit Cat combination. Following that, they registered to compete. However, Jason showed little interest, as he was more looking forward to another match of his own. Next, let's welcome the Pooper Scooper. The host seemed to be hearing such a strange title for the first time. Pooper Scooper? What does that mean? The spectators were also quite puzzled. Then, a person wearing a white face mask walked into the arena. Their eyes were simply painted with a small black dot, and 2 blush marks were added to their cheeks, with a slight upward curl of the mouth, making the mask design somewhat comical and seemingly out of place in this dueling arena. Could one see through such a mask? They curiously thought, noticing that it appeared to have no holes. The person's strange name and mask caught the attention of the audience. However, soon after, their focus shifted to another contestant as the host spoke. The opponent of the litter picker was the Firewing Bird. With her flying ability and high attack power, she had already achieved 5 consecutive victories. Today, could she continue her winning streak? Let's wait and see. Following that, a woman dressed in bright red clothing stepped onto the stage, her outfit accentuating her chest and hugging her rounded thighs. Her heavily made-up face complemented her fiery red attire perfectly. She was a stunning beauty and a heartthrob for young men. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers and whistles. But the expression under Jason's mask is somewhat strange. This guy seems to be a man. Even though the holes for the eyes in the mask are small, he can still see the bulge in the other person's throat. Moreover, his physique seems a bit off. The match begins. As the host finishes speaking, the surrounding audience quiets down. Then, an enchanted bow appeared in Jason's hand, and the surrounding soul rings lit up. The configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring made the eyes hidden under red eyeshadow on the opposite side narrow slightly. Little boy, why are you wearing a mask? Can you show your face to your sister? She grew 2 red wings behind her, accentuating her figure in a very alluring way, like a combination of an angel and a devil. But he is a man. The surrounding audience cheered enthusiastically. Jason directly raised his bow, leaving behind afterimages as a rain of arrows formed and densely shot towards him. The other party seemed not to expect Jason to be so decisive. However, she still flapped her wings and flew to dodge the incoming arrows. But just as she ascended to evade the arrows coming at her, a red arrow arrived in front of her even faster. Boom! A cloud of smoke appeared in the duel arena, and then a figure flew out directly from the explosion smoke, landing outside the arena. He was completely charred and had fallen into a coma. The battle ended so quickly that the already expectant audience was momentarily stunned. However, when they came to their senses, many captured male fans immediately became furious. How could he hit a woman? That's not manly at all. What if a woman is behind the mask? Then it shouldn't be so violent. Oh my goddess, don't you know to cherish and protect the fair sex? Of course, they only dared to discuss it in low voices. Watching the scene, TangSan and the others felt heartbroken. Ning Rongrong glanced at the person being carried away and nudged Zhu Zhuqing with her shoulder. Hey, Zhuqing, your boyfriend seems a bit violent. What if he abuses you when you're together in the future? Zhu Zhuqing shot her a glance, but remained silent, continuing to watch the scene. Jason didn't wait for the host to announce the results and turned to leave. I'm heading back. Can you lend me some money? Jason said as he approached Flender. Aren't you going to watch the battle? He looked at the next match, which was the battle between Qianzhou Xiao and Yuming Lingmao. Flender casually handed some money to Jason. No, Zhu Zhuqing is still too immature. After receiving the money, Jason turned and left. Just as he stepped out, in a concealed spot, Jason took off his comical mask and put on a dog-headed mask instead. This blue jade dog-headed mask was quite ancient, adorned with pendants on both sides, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. He re-entered the fighting arena and approached the registration desk. Level 31 Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blood-Sucking Tree. Title Groot, Deathmatch Zone. Jason's voice behind the dog-headed mask was much lower. The staff looked at the masked person in surprise. It seemed like he was someone whose personality was affected by his martial soul. However, the fact that he could participate in a deathmatch here indicated that he still retained some rationality. In Douluo continent, the number of people awakening soul power was relatively small compared to the total population. However, among the tens of thousands of martial soul awakenings, there were always some that were mutated or peculiar. Some could even be eroded by their martial souls, completely changing who they were. The deathmatch arena not only resolves conflicts, but also provides a place for those who enjoy killing. After the soul power test, Jason received another badge. The copper coin he got on his first visit had already been discarded. Please place your hand on it, a staff member said, taking out a blue crystal ball. Jason complied and placed his hand on it, and the crystal slowly lit up. This is used to test soul power to prevent anyone from falsely reporting their level. It also ensures fairness in the competition. Please pay the soul coins. Jason handed over some money he borrowed from Fland. Borrowed money comes with interest. Will you participate in the competition today? After confirming both the soul power level and the amount of money, the staff member continued. Yes. All right. Please wait in the basement waiting area. We will do our best to match you with an opponent. As he spoke, a receptionist came out and led Jason to the waiting room. The atmosphere in the waiting room was similar to last time, and Jason casually found a spot to sit down. However, it seemed that someone was uncomfortable with him wearing a mask and approached him to provoke a fight. The newcomer was a burly man with a bald head and a face full of excess flesh, looking quite fierce. Hey, kid, are you hiding something under that mysterious mask? Jason remained silent and ignored him. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? The burly man seemed to feel slightly disrespected. People around looked over. Some were indifferent, while others appeared eager for action. You don't have anyone to duel with? Jason glanced at him from behind a mask. The other party was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Jason to state his intention. Some individuals who have participated in many death matches can directly come to the waiting room. Some clever people will come directly to the waiting area to see if they can encounter newcomers. After meeting a newcomer, these individuals would rush forward to provoke them. A deathmatch is different from a regular soul fight. It is a specific area where there are few people, and two can directly sign a contract for a duel without needing to be assigned. The burly man in front of him belonged to this category. Newcomers are much easier to deal with compared to experienced veterans. They just enjoy killing, not being killed. Since you already know, I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? He paused for a moment and then bluntly stated, "Sure, let us do it in the next match." Jason said calmly, then fell silent again. "Good kid, you got guts. I'll give you a decent way to die." Seeing his decisiveness, the thug's facial muscles twisted even more grotesquely. He found the staff and requested a contract. After pressing his handprint behind the challenger's name, he handed it to Jason. "Kid, press your handprint." Jason took the contract, glanced at it briefly, and pressed his own handprint. The staff took the contract and went backstage to prepare the next match list. The onlookers were also curiously glancing at the masked person sitting silently there. Most of them were wearing masks or face coverings too, but none were as ancient as Jason's mask. 3 months of training had allowed Jason to suppress the killing intent within him. If one didn't look into his eyes, it was almost impossible to sense any killing aura from him. Therefore, like the thug just now, they thought he was a newcomer who had seen blood and was an easy target. However, some perceptive individuals sensed a threat emanating from Jason. In the arena, a young man had his head chopped off by a burly woman with a scarred face. Cheers erupted from the audience. The cleanup crew quickly came to the stage to remove the young man, whose head was only half intact. The burly woman also limped off the stage. When the host arrived on stage, the thug could no longer contain his excitement and stood up. "Kid, see you in the duel arena," he said to Jason and headed towards the preparation corridor. "Mr. Grutt, please proceed to the preparation corridor and get ready to go on stage," a staff member reminded him. At this moment, the host also announced, "The two duelists are rank 31 Soul Master Grutt. Clearly, this is a newcomer. Let us welcome him to hell." The crowd erupted with excited cheers and whistles. And welcoming our newcomer is the 36th rank Soul Master, the Butcher, who has won 3 consecutive matches. His opponents have all ended up in pieces. It was evident that there would be no defeats here, only consecutive victories. Jason and his opponent both arrived on stage. Jason appeared slightly smaller compared to the thug opposite him, and his soul power was 5 levels lower. The audience seemed to envision the scene of the person wearing the ancient doghead mask being dismembered on the spot. After the host exited, the opponent had already released his martial soul and soul rings. His martial soul was an axe, with black mist swirling around the handle and black-red specks on the blade. A white, a yellow, and a purple soul ring instantly lit up around his burly figure. Jason himself was wrapped up by thick, sturdy roots, forming a shape like a giant egg around him. The layers of thick roots made it impossible to see what was inside. "Hey, are you trying to play the turtle?" The fierce man, holding an axe, had blood-red eyes. There was no sound from inside. If he hadn't just spoken to him, he would have thought the person was mute. He tried to provoke the person inside again, but it seemed like there was just a tree inside, with nothing at all. He didn't rush forward in the face of this bizarre scene, but instead observed carefully for a while. The audience watching the match was not patient at all and had already started to curse. The fierce man ignored the insults from the crowd and continued to circle around the giant egg formed by the intertwined roots and stems. It was so tightly sealed that he couldn't see the person inside at all. Playing tricks. In the end, all 3 of his rings lit up, and he swung at the giant egg. Midway through his attack, he transformed completely. His axe grew larger, black armor wrapped around him, and the red light in his eyes surged. His speed increased. He charged at the giant egg like a demon, roaring with fury. However, when he got within 3 meters of the giant egg, countless sharp wooden spikes shot towards him. He raised his axe and scattered the incoming spikes. And even when one pierced him, it was blocked by the black armor on his body. The roots on the ground that were wrapping around him were also shaken off one by one. He hacked his way through, getting closer to Jason, and finally reached the front of the giant egg. He smiled bloodthirstily, letting the surrounding spikes pierce him, raising his axe to strike. The armor on his body began to fade, as if it would dissipate in the next moment, while the surrounding wooden spikes lunged at him like moths to a flame. Shatter and stab, shatter and stab. It was endless. Since entering this area, the fierce man felt the disappearing soul power and seemed to know the answer. But he could no longer retreat and could only rush forward for a final gamble. The red light in his eyes intensified, but at that moment, some wooden spikes suddenly stabbed at his feet. Several pits appeared under his feet in an instant, and the figure holding the giant axe stumbled, causing his direction to change. A piece of the giant egg suddenly vanished, revealing Jason inside wearing a mask. Hope seemed within reach, but the fierce man had already shown a desperate expression. Roots crawled up his face, obscuring his expression. The black armor surrounding him instantly shattered, and the massive wooden spikes pierced through it. Yet, not a single drop of blood fell. The roots that covered half the area slowly retreated, and the giant egg that had lost a piece gradually converged into Jason's body. The roots that had lifted the fierce man into the air swung him aside, throwing his body onto the ground, and then also slowly retreated into Jason's body. The fierce man's corpse was unrecognizable, emaciated, with many hollow punctures from the wooden spikes, but there was not a trace of blood on him. This bizarre scene made the spectators feel a chill down their spines. In the waiting area, the rare fire-type martial soul felt a bit fortunate. Chapter 51, Provocation. The host above, upon seeing the dead butcher, immediately picked up the microphone. Unexpectedly, the winner of this battle was actually the level 5 Garud. Let us cheer for the victor. He opened his arms, stirring the atmosphere around him. However, the cheers this time were still much quieter. Most of them preferred the thrilling scenes of blades meeting flesh and blood staining the arena. This bizarre death did not provide them with the excitement they craved. Jason left the corridor. Feeling the little demon's joyful emotions in his chest, Jason also curled his lips into a smile. After getting the money, Jason left the fighting arena through a concealed exit. He made a good profit today, earning money twice. And it was nice to add some nourishment for the little demon as well. Experience 10, experience 12 suddenly. A sound indicating experience gained echoed in Jason's mind. He paused his steps, and his joyful mood increased significantly once again. Although this amount of experience was negligible for him, it indicated that Jelen and Jemin had already started to act. Hopefully, they won't be influenced by power. Endless growth in power will surely control those with weak wills. You think you are developing well until you recklessly explore the bushes and encounter the old man Kai. Casually putting the mask back into space, Jason walked down the street out of boredom. Normally, the Death Soul duel just now would take some time to match, but someone actively came over, speeding things up a lot. Moreover, only one match is allowed per day. It seems that TangSan and the others have a team battle to attend. Suddenly recalling that TangSan and his group had a team battle today, Jason looked at the crowd wandering on the street and pondered for a moment. I'd better go watch them fight as a team. After making up his mind, Jason returned to the fighting arena in his true form and found Flinder at the betting table. Seeing Flinder happily collecting money, Jason seemed to remember how Flinder had cleaned him out of his money a few months ago. However, this seemed like a pretty good way to make money. Oh, why are you back again? Flinder asked, surprised to see Jason. Oh, I was too bored, so I came back to see our school's team battle. Jason waved his hand and said, pointing to the betting table, are you gambling? Yeah, why? Do you want to bet too? Flinder casually put the money into his space backpack as he asked. Yes, TangSan and the others are having a team battle today, right? I just happen to want to place the money I just won on them. When you gamble later, put mine in too, Jason said as he handed over the money in his hand. Flinder habitually weighed it in his hand. Well, trust TangSan and the others. If they lose, you won't even have money for accommodation today, Flinder said, looking at him. Yeah, I trust them. If not, I'll just set up a stall and sell barbecue. Jason replied. There is no shortage of barbecue in his space. All right, since it's a school team battle, you should go over later. Why should I go? Jason asked, puzzled. You are also a member of Shrek Academy, Flinder said, with his hands behind his back. Okay, but aren't they already full-on team members? Then you can go as a substitute. It's not good for you to be too disconnected from your classmates. Of course, this is just my suggestion. Are you sure it's not to distract me? Jason shot him a suspicious glance. Ahem, how could that be? I'm just trying to help you bond with your classmates. Flinder coughed a couple of times and then said seriously, really? Jason countered. Flinder nodded firmly. Jason glanced at him before heading towards the gathering point. You better not pocket my money. He suddenly turned and pointed at him midway. Flinder was startled by him. I know. How could I cut into the student's money? He waved his hand impatiently. Soon after, Jason arrived at the waiting area. When he arrived, he found a strong man inside, and TangSan and the others were glaring at him. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already stood up and summoned her martial soul, sharp claws protruding from her body. The opponent also released their martial soul and was about to attack her. Just as TangSan was about to strike the burly man, he saw a figure suddenly flash between them. Hey, where did this scum come from? Jason coldly glared at him while quietly activating his bomb-making skill. The burly man who was blocked and the intermediary who had just tried to stop him were both stunned when they saw Jason, as they hadn't noticed how he appeared. The burly man reacted and was about to speak when the middle-aged man beside him preemptively said, fighting is not allowed here. That's the rule. If you have any issues, resolve them on the Soul fighting platform. Hearing this, the burly man's attitude immediately softened. Sorry, Supervisor AO. It's my fault for losing my temper. The middle-aged man referred to as Supervisor AO, looked at Jason and the others. You must be the newly registered group, the Shrek 7 monsters, right? All right. There's no need for you to argue here. Coincidentally, you were opponents on the Soul fighting platform today. Any grievances, settle them there. Guangxi, if I see you causing trouble on my turf again, don't blame me for being rude. This is your last warning. Remember it. Yes, yes. There definitely won't be a next time. The burly man named Guangxi repeatedly nodded and then glared at Jason, saying, Kid, you'll regret it when it's your turn. After saying that, he arrogantly walked away. However, he didn't notice that the Shrek group was looking at him as if he were a dead man. They knew how Ming Gong had died. With Jason and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship, this guy was definitely doomed. Jason, after we finish, you can kill him. TangSan stood up and said to Jason, do as you wish. He was going to die sooner or later. Jason waved his hand indifferently and then sat down next to Zhu Zhuqing. You haven't killed anyone? He suddenly asked Zhu Zhuqing. Why do you ask that? She replied. He had been evading pursuit from the Xingluo Empire and had no chance to fight back. If you had killed someone, that man would have been dead already. Being so close to you, eyes, throat. With your attack speed, you could have killed him in an instant, Jason said casually with his hands behind his head. Then do you have a chance to take me to kill someone? Zhu Zhuqing asked him. Wait until the mission is completed. Okay. For some reason, Ning Rongrong and the others nearby felt like the world had changed. When did killing become as casual as slaughtering a pig? Soon, someone announced that both sides should get ready to go on stage. Good luck. Jason waved at them. TangSan and the others nodded at him and then headed towards the Soul fighting platform's passage. Chapter 52. Fireworks. The group battle was intense, and after a fierce struggle, the other 6 members of the Shrek 7 monsters withdrew, leaving only TangSan in the arena. To the outside world, it seemed like defeat was inevitable. However, in the end, TangSan turned the tide and defeated all the weakened opponents, finally defeating the last woman with a spider martial soul, leading the Shrek 7 monsters to victory. When TangSan and the others returned to the waiting room, exhausted, they found Jason leisurely eating popcorn by himself. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. They looked at themselves, worn out from the battle, and then at him, lounging with his legs crossed and eating popcorn, looking utterly relaxed. Seeing Xiao Wu glaring at him with gritted teeth, Jason was momentarily taken aback, then offered her the popcorn in his hand. Do you want some? I made it myself. Eat, 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 eat yourself to death. She snatched it all away and said fiercely, After taking a bite, a sweet flavor burst on her taste buds. Jason smiled at her, savoring the taste. Sigh, I wanted to make some for you as snacks. I didn't expect you to treat me like this. I'm so sad. So sad that I can't make sweet and crispy popcorn anymore. He pretended to be heartbroken. His exaggerated acting made TangSan and the others unable to bear watching. Seeing his smug look, Xiao Wu clenched her small fist to hit him, but looking at the popcorn and future snacks in her hand, she ultimately lowered her fist. Oof. She turned her head away, refusing to look at this brat, and stuffed her mouth with popcorn, her 2 small rabbit teeth quickly crushing it. After everyone had rested for a while in the waiting room, Master and Flender walked in. After recovering, let's head back to the inn. By the way, let's summarize today's battle. The few of them stood up and followed behind the 3. They marched towards the exit. Just as they reached the exit, they happened to run into the slightly dispirited Guangzhou team, who probably hadn't recovered from their earlier aftermath. Wherever they went, others would avoid them. You guys are lucky. You can watch a fireworks show. Looking at the leading Guangxi in the distance, Jason suddenly smiled mysteriously. Then, under the watchful eyes of TangSan and others, the expression of the mad rhinoceros suddenly turned to one of terror, and its body began to swell irregularly. Boom! A loud explosion echoed at the entrance of the Great Soul Arena. Right before the eyes of many, the robust body of the mad rhinoceros exploded like fireworks. When his teammates sensed something was wrong, they quickly put up soul power defenses, but many still inevitably got injured. In an instant, after the flash of fire, the scene became chaotic as if it had been hit by a terrorist attack. Screams erupted. However, soon after, a middle-aged soul master with long hair, dressed in a security uniform from the Great Soul Arena, jumped into the scene. Silence. His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The chaotic scene immediately stabilized with this command. What happened? He asked, tilting his head. The person who was trying to maintain order in the crowd hurried over to report the situation to him. There was a sudden explosion. Did anyone come into contact with them? No, indeed not. The long-haired, middle-aged soul master frowned. This was not an easy situation to handle. But first, he needed to stabilize the area. He glanced around and said, Everyone, this incident was caused by our inadequate supervision. To express our apologies. You can get a free ticket from the staff later. How about that? Seeing no one objected, he turned to leave, casually glancing at a group of masked individuals in the crowd, taking note of them with the intention of finding out more later. Leaving, the moment felt like an eternity. Such art is truly captivating. Jason turned, leaving behind a remark that made TangSan and the others feel somewhat strange. Crazy. This was the master's evaluation of Jason regarding this matter. Even though Zhao Wujia and Flender confirmed the events in the Stardow Forest, he still maintained a skeptical attitude. Yet, at this moment, this bizarre scene was happening right before his eyes. A person, under the watchful eyes of so many, suddenly exploded without any warning. Facing the scene once again so directly, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. What kind of soul skill was this? The joy of victory among the crowd was somewhat diminished. Everyone returned to the hotel in silence, seemingly deep in thought. TangSan sat cross-legged in his room, beginning to contemplate his battle with Jason. After thinking for a long time, based on the methods Jason had displayed, he concluded that he would at most achieve a mutually destructive outcome with him. As a control soul master, he was suited for mid-range combat. Jason is a long-range soul master with astonishing attack power, a wide range, and long distance. It's impossible to attack him directly or defend against his attacks. The Ghost Shadow stealth step may allow for a gradual approach, but it's difficult to avoid the range of his first soul skill. In long-distance combat, I will die. In mid-range combat, his first soul skill would add an explosive attribute, and the flames produced by the explosion would just counter his blue silvergrass. However, he has hidden weapons. If he releases a flash bomb, he can determine his location through sound. But it's such a close distance, although he can't dodge his hidden weapons. He also can't evade his first soul skill. The result would be both sides suffering heavy losses or mutual destruction. In close quarters, as long as he is not touched by Jason, he can kill him instantly. However, based on his understanding of Jason, he knows that Jason is ruthless and very smart, and he would never allow himself to be approached. The fact that he was able to get close indicates that he had been prepared. Of course, all of this is based on the strength that Jason has shown at this stage. Moreover, he still didn't know about Jason's third soul skill, or if there were any other undisclosed abilities. If it really came to a battle, he was very likely to die. This left TangSan feeling somewhat frustrated. He realized he had been a bit lax in his training over the years. But fortunately, their relationship was still quite good, although they couldn't be considered brothers. They were at least fellow townsmen. The chances of them becoming enemies in the future should be very small. The others in the other rooms also began to think. In close combat, being touched by him would result in an explosive death. Even a soul Douluo could fall victim, so he shouldn't even think about it. In long-range attacks, discussing long-range strategies with a shooter was just foolish. It seemed that aside from overwhelming suppression by several levels, there was no solution to the problem. The main issue was that they were not familiar with Jason and had no idea if the strength he was currently displaying was all he had. Just as everyone was quietly processing the shock of the day in the inn, the master came over and started knocking on doors, calling them out one by one. Chapter 53. Nutrients. Everyone was called into TangSan's room by the master. Jason was called over by Flender, who said it was about dividing the money. Jason immediately followed him eagerly. When he entered TangSan's room with Flender, he found it already filled with people. Observing the serious scene inside, Jason quietly moved next to Flender and asked, "Hey, where's my money?" Flender glanced at him silently, and Jason continued to stare at him. Flender shifted his gaze, but after a while, he could still feel Jason's gaze on him. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under the scrutiny, he looked over at Jason, who was indeed staring at him wide-eyed. "Here you go." He took out a portion of the money he won today and handed it to him. "You didn't take a cut, did you?" This question infuriated Flender. "With all my money, do I need that little bit from you? So I don't have to pay you back what I owe you?" Jason's eyes lit up as he said, "Impossible." Flender firmly rejected him and then turned away to listen to the master's important speech. How did this kid become so money-minded? I wonder who he learned that from. Jason had no choice but to listen to their endless discussions and summaries out of boredom. "Oh, I didn't do well here. Hey, that young man is quite good. Sorry, I was wrong here." Jason wasn't participating in the team battles, so listening to their summaries was of no use. He didn't even know why the dean had pulled him over. Sigh, he missed the old man a bit. He wondered if he had found a widow. Aren't there many stories about village chiefs and widows? But for the old man, finding an old woman to live together would be fine. With his health, who knows which day he might pass away. Jason's thoughts began to drift. Flender also noticed that Jason was distracted but didn't say anything. It was already quite good that he came. Far away in St. Soul Village, old Jack had no idea about Jason's thoughts. If he knew, he would probably grab his cane and chase after him. By the way, after TangSan finds the elixir, he should brew some soup and send it back. Otherwise, When his side job of gathering herbs refreshes, he can go gather them himself. And for enchanting, he can rely on Ning Rongrong's dad. With enchanting, it seems like he won't be short on money anymore. How nice. His thoughts drifted further and further away, and he didn't know where they would end up. Hey, the meeting is over. Hurry back and get some sleep. We have a competition tomorrow, Flinders said, nudging the dazed Jason. Oh. Jason came back to his senses, stretched, and left TangSan's room to go back to sleep. Lying on the bed, he said, "Little demon, I'm counting on you tonight. Good night." After that, Jason closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. The little demon on Jason's chest began to absorb soul power and then feed it back into Jason's body. In the following month, Jason fought twice a day, one regular soul battle and one death soul battle. The regular soul battles usually ended in a single move. When facing defensive soul masters, Jason would apply a bit more force, while against speed-type agile attack soul masters, he would hold back slightly, but it required prediction, which extended the time of his strikes. So far, no one has been able to withstand more than 2 moves from Jason. This became a hot topic among the audience. Despite Jason only being at level 31, no one in the Soul Master rank could last even a single move against him, which was truly astonishing. Each time Jason took the stage, the betting rules would change to allow opponents to see how many seconds they could last against the dog trainer. After this ends, Jason will put on the dog head mask and sign up for the deathmatch again. Because the little demon has absorbed nutrients, its roots and branches have become increasingly tough, making it easier to defeat opponents. When encountering a remote spirit master, Jason would still wrap himself up and advance step by step until he entangled the opponent in their desperate gaze. He also encountered a fire-type spirit master in between. But fortunately, the attack range was not far. In the end, Jason pierced through the heavy fire barrier with his densely packed wooden thorns, resulting in the opponent's death. That incident also caused significant damage to the little demon, and Jason input a lot of soul power to restore it. Today is a somewhat special day because Jason's opponent has matched with the Thousand-Hand Azura. The Great Soul Arena is unexpectedly lively today. People from other venues have heard about it and rushed over. In no time, the venue has become crowded, almost matching the scale of a team battles audience. Both sides are on winning streaks and have never lost until now. However, one side is a fire-type agile attack soul master, while the other side is a plant-type soul master. Given their elemental weaknesses against each other, everyone knows the outcome. But this is the only battle that the pet owner has that is worth watching. Bets. Behind the betting platform, the betting board is divided into 2 sections. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. 3 seconds, 6 seconds, 10 seconds. The time has significantly increased compared to before. Now, let us welcome the pet owner. He is a legend in our Great Soul Arena, as no one has ever lasted more than 2 moves under his hand. So far, this tradition has never been broken. Jason, wearing a somewhat comical mask, strolled to the duel platform. 1 move, God of War. 1 move, Explosive Fire God. Cheers and screams immediately rang out around him. The other competitor is also extraordinary. Although he is not as exaggerated as the pet owner, he has also never tasted defeat until now. Will his undefeated record be ended today? Please welcome the Thousand-Hand Azura. Then, wearing a half-face mask, TangSan walked to Jason's opposite side. The supporters around them also cheered. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, TangSan looked at Jason with a serious expression. This was his first time battling against him, and also his first opportunity to understand him up close. As for Jason, he was rather disinterested since he already knew TangSan's methods. The outcome was already decided. Both sides released their martial souls, and their soul rings were the same, 2 yellow and 1 purple. TangSan directly released his 3rd soul skill, web binding. Immediately after, a crisp explosion sound suddenly appeared in the air. Hidden weapons. As Jason faced these attacks, he executed a backward jump. His figure instantly vanished into thin air and mid-air. A burst of flames erupted beneath his feet. He soared again, effortlessly evading the hidden weapons aimed at him in mid-air. With several explosive sounds, Jason had already appeared above the arena. He drew his bow and shot an arrow. His hand on the bow had already left behind a series of afterimages. A dense rain of arrows rained down from the sky, targeting TangSan. Looking at the thick barrage of arrows in the sky, TangSan's eyes glowed with purple light. On the ground, he dodged the descending arrows with swift afterimages. Just as TangSan was focused on evading, suddenly, a purple arrow appeared right in front of him amidst the rain of arrows. This purple arrow's appearance was sudden and tricky. There was no time to dodge. He hurriedly used his Xianyu hand to try to catch the arrow. A day of no updates. Yesterday, I got a bit absorbed in reading the 3-body problem and lost track of time. By the time I realized it, It was already time for bed. I will try to make up for this chapter tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 54, Pain. When TangSan's palm touched the purple arrow, a crisp sound echoed. The purple arrow was deflected significantly by him. The nervous Xiao Wu and the others on stage breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the arrow did not hit him. But at that moment, TangSan's face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but kneel on the ground. His palm, which had just struck the purple arrow, began to slowly ooze blood. It was clear that although his Xianyu hand had deflected the arrow, it still cut through his palm. The sting effect of the poison ant's sting took effect instantly. TangSan, kneeling on the ground, felt a sharp pain invade his mind from his palm. This pain nearly caused him to faint, let alone mobilize his soul power to resist it. The agony penetrating his brain's nerves was even more profound than the last time he absorbed the soul ring of the faceless spider. He gritted his teeth, and blood appeared along his gums. Jason slowly descended from the air, retracted his martial spirit, and quietly watched TangSan, who was kneeling on the ground, enduring the pain and letting out low growls. After reaching level 30, the duration of the second soul skill's piercing effect increased to 60 seconds. As for why he didn't use the first soul skill, it was because the first soul skill was too powerful, and he couldn't afford to seriously injure someone for village. The second soul skill is just a wound. As long as you endure the pain, which feels similar to a stinging sensation, there won't be much need for treatment afterward. If it were the first soul skill, the injury could become uncontrollable, with possibilities of burns or internal injuries. Thus, Jason watched from the side for about a minute. During this time, some of the onlookers began to curse anxiously. Once the stinging sensation passed, TangSan's tense body relaxed, but the sudden change made him feel a bit dizzy again. After a moment, his blurry vision gradually became clear. Looking at Jason standing across from him, he forced a bitter smile on his pale, lifeless face. His whole body felt as if it had just been pulled out of water. This soul skill is indeed abnormal. Even though he was very familiar with toxins, this kind of neurotoxin, which acts instantly, was beyond his control. Once hit, it was basically a guaranteed death. At the same time, he realized where Jason's second soul ring came from. It was from the Pain Ant Queen. Only the queen could obtain such a high-quality soul skill. He also wanted to obtain the soul ring from this old beast, but was uncertain about the risks. Even if you kill the pain ant, the chances of absorbing its toxin after obtaining the soul ring are very slim. Instead, you might end up with enhanced strength attributes. The first time he saw his soul skill was in the Stardow Forest when Zhao Wujie was hit. Seeing his teacher still able to move, he knew his second soul skill contained toxins, but he didn't expect it to be from the Pain Ant Queen. I admit defeat. From the moment Jason took to the air, he understood he had already lost. He had been too naive before. Not using the first soul skill was probably to avoid causing himself too much injury. The pet owner wins. In this exciting battle, the pet owner finally used his second soul skill, although he didn't know why the pet owner stood waiting for a minute in the end. The thousand-handed Azura was indeed the opponent who had lasted the longest against him so far. As soon as TangSan came off the stage, he saw Xiao Wu's worried eyes. I'm fine, Jason just held back. Otherwise, I would have been carried away. He smiled and showed the small wound on his hand that had just been scratched by a purple arrow. It only hurt a bit from the accompanying toxin. Although he was smiling, he still felt a lingering fear when thinking about the pain he had just experienced. At this time, Jason had already gone out first to put on his mask and entered the soul fighting area. Everyone was conducting their battles in an orderly manner. Apart from losing one match to Jason, TangSan had won all his other matches. The others also lost very few matches, all exceeding the master's requirements. As the end of the month approached, Jason followed the master and the others into the Grand Soul Arena, as usual. However, this time, Supervisor AO, who had appeared once before, came to them. Hello, esteemed team leader, may we have a word? Oh, is this about you personally or the Soto Grand Soul Arena? Of course it's about the Soto Grand Soul Arena. The leading master nodded to indicate he understood and gestured for him to continue. The thing is, I hope that the Shrek 7 Devils can hold their team battle in the central area today, but we are still not Silver Soul fighters. According to your rules, we shouldn't be able to participate, right? I'll be honest, a couple of days ago, a team of Soul Masters came to our arena. Seemingly sent by other nobles, he said with a wry smile. Under the comical mask, Jason's expression changed. It seemed to be the Royal Battle Team. At this moment, Supervisor AO turned to Jason. By the way, besides the team battle, the captain of this team also plans to challenge the caretaker in your team. It should be indicated by those nobles. Clearly, in this month, Jason's name has become well known in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, almost like a myth. After all, he is only at level 31, but in the Soul Zune area, No matter how high your level is, you can't withstand a single blow from him. No one knows why his first soul skill is so powerful. But that explosive scene left a deep impression. His limits are even more unfathomable. The only exception was when he revealed his second soul skill during the battle with the thousand-handed Azura. Because Jason only has a nominal affiliation with Shrek and has never participated in a match, many people do not know that he is part of the Shrek 7. However, Supervisor AO knew that the special nature of that occasion was due to them being on the same team. When he learned that the Pooper Scooper was also a member of the Shrek 7 monsters, the shock in his heart was unimaginable. He was also wondering, could this be a team secretly trained by the Spirit Hall or some royal family of a country? Jason tilted his head and glanced at him. Others were also surprised to hear this. Someone actually dared to challenge Jason? They had no idea how strong this terrifying classmate really was. They even wondered if Jason could kill a title Douluo. Of course, it was just a thought. After all, a title Douluo was involved, no matter how strong he was. It was impossible for him to kill a title Douluo. During the time when they killed Contra, they must have used some forbidden means. This was the only thing they could think of. Why did their captain challenge me? Shouldn't it be him challenging him? Jason pointed at Dai Mubai. After all, captains should face captains. They didn't know you were in the Shrek team, nor did they know that it was you they were going to battle today, which must have been indicated by some nobles. Chapter 55. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. No way. Do they really think that the captain of that unknown team can defeat him? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but speak up. I feel like even if their entire team went all out, they might not be able to beat him. The others were silent, tacitly agreeing. Seeing their expressions, Supervisor AO wanted to say something, but Jason interrupted him. Fine, since he dares to challenge me. Let's have a death match. As soon as Jason's words fell, the surroundings fell silent. No, absolutely not. Suddenly, a panicked voice broke the silence. It was the master. He looked grim and said to Supervisor AO, "We refuse this battle. Please go back and tell them." Supervisor AO was about to agree when Jason interrupted again. Don't mind him, he only manages the team. He can't control my personal matters. Just relay my message accurately. The master looked at Jason with anger, seemingly wanting to say something, but through the two small holes in his mask, he saw the cold, abyss-like gaze he had when he first met him in the forest. The master felt a sudden tightness in his breath and struggled to breathe. Jason. Flinder stepped in front of the master, looking at Jason, and the atmosphere grew tense. Did you not tell him about my relationship with your academy? A voice came from behind the comical mask. I haven't had the chance to tell him. All right, kid. The master might have some reasons for being anxious, so you should temper your temper. Zhao Wujie patted Jason's shoulder and said casually, sorry for making you anxious. After spending a few months together, Jason had great respect for Flinder, who often practiced with him, and Zhao Wujie, who occasionally came around. Supervisor AO, just go and relay my message accurately. Jason continued, disregarding the master's ugly expression. Oh, okay, then let's talk about the team battle. Supervisor AO felt that the atmosphere of the team was somewhat off and shifted the topic. We agree, but I need to meet them first. The master, regaining his composure, said solemnly. With a determined look on his face, the master glanced at the comical mask-wearing Jason, and after a moment's contemplation, Supervisor AO said, all right, I'll take you over shortly. The master seemed to realize he had lost his composure earlier and quickly adjusted his attitude. You should provide information about the opponents, right? It's already prepared. Supervisor AO took out the prepared documents from his pocket. TangSan and the others looked over. The white fabric was bordered with a circle of golden silk embroidery, and the sides were embroidered with the emblem of the Soto Great Soul Arena, neatly recording the details of a team. Everyone lowered their heads to read through it, and even Dai Mubai, who was usually proud, couldn't help but gasp. However, perhaps the shock brought by Jason was already overwhelming enough that they didn't lose their composure too much. The Royal Fighting Team, consisting of 7 members, all holders of Silver Soul badges. Captain, Yu Qianheng, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, Level 39 Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Duga Yen, Martial Soul, Emerald Phosphor Snake, Level 38 Control System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 38 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Shimo, Martial Soul, Xuanwu Turtle, Level 37 Defense System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yufeng, Martial Soul, Wind Chime Bird, Level 36 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Yi Lingling, Martial Soul, 9 Heart Begonia. Level 35 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings. 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member. Aosi Luo, Martial Soul. Ghost Leopard, Level 36 Agile Attack System Soul Master. Soul Rings. 2 yellow, 1 purple. After reading the opponent's information, TangSan and the others raised their heads, exchanging glances and noticing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Although they had thought that their opponents could not be weak to become Silver Soul Masters, they never expected them to be this strong. Flinder adjusted his glasses on his nose. If I'm not mistaken, this team must be quite famous in some city. Why did they suddenly come to Soto City? Xiaojiang, you really shouldn't have agreed to fight them. I'm afraid we are not their opponents. The master seemed to have forgotten about earlier and said calmly, pressure is the driving force. Retreating in the face of difficulties will never make one a true strong person. Jason couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. He thought it was ironic that the master seemed to have been avoiding retreating all along, but could calmly say such things. Flinder shot Jason a glare. Jason straightened his face and pointedly said, the martial soul of the blue electric tyrant sect seems to be the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Upon hearing this, Flinder finally understood why Xiaojiang was so nervous just now. Then, everyone began to discuss the team's martial souls and their background. The more they talked, the lower their confidence seemed to drop. Flinder couldn't help but glance at Jason, then lowered his head to think. Chapter 56. Team. After looking at the members of the Imperial Battle Team, most of them felt somewhat dejected, because their team composition was indeed perfect. A healer who could unleash powerful abilities, a warrior for dealing damage, a control-type snake woman, 2 tanky protectors, an assassin for flanking, and a disruptive free agent. In contrast, in terms of support, the overall soul power of the Shrek team is much lower, but with the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it can be somewhat balanced. However, this means that the opposing side has an extra healer, and a very effective one at that. To be honest, as an archer, Jason prefers the opposing lineup the most. They have tanks, a frontline, and healing. As for the Shrek 7 monsters, it feels like none of them can take a hit. If I'm just an ordinary marksman, I still have to find my own position to deal damage, and constantly keep an eye on the enemy assassins. Those 2 squishy supports definitely won't take damage for me. It's much more comfortable to have 2 tanks in front. What kind of operation is needed? I can just mindlessly output. If I lose some health, the healer will immediately heal me back. Without mentioning Jason's thoughts, Flandra, who was watching from the side, felt that things were a bit dire after listening to Ning Rongrong's explanation. For the sake of his school and the substantial rewards from the Great Soul Arena, he immediately went to Jason's side. This way, to reassure everyone, he should also go into the arena. He said, pushing Jason. In the Great Soul Arena, a team battle can have more than 5 and less than 10 participants. Moreover, Jason has always been part of the Shrek 7 Monsters team and is not out of place. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao's eyes lit up immediately. He fully supported this plan. The master wanted to refuse right away, but seeing how determined TangSan and the others looked, he held back the words he was about to say. Indeed, Jason is also a member of Shrek, although he has never admitted it. He always shows up on time for every team battle, and that's enough. And this is also what Flanders has been trying to change all along. It seems that there has been some progress now. Isn't it a bit bullying to let him go too? Oscar said softly. He only needs to go up to watch. The main purpose is to serve as a safety net, so even if you lose, there is still a last line of defense, right? A wise light shone from beneath Flanders' crystal eyes. Shouldn't you ask me before making this decision? Jason, who had been silent, suddenly said in a low voice. All debts cleared. Flanders said quietly with a pained expression. Jason was speechless and continued to stare at him. At another week of sparring, Flanders seemed to endure great pain when raising the price. Deal. Jason immediately nodded in agreement. After all, with TangSan, who is so overpowered, I probably won't have to make a move. This is like picking up something for free. After that, TangSan obtained the decision-making power from the master, and several people gathered together to start discussing tactics. The master followed Supervisor Ao as they walked into the VIP lounge of the Soto Great Soul Arena, specifically the No. 3 VIP room. The luxurious room spans over 200 square meters, featuring a gigantic genuine leather sofa that exceeds 15 meters in length, comfortably accommodating a dozen people. The entire room is decorated predominantly in gold, with golden palace lanterns, golden wallpaper, and various golden ornaments, creating a resplendent atmosphere. In front of the massive white leather sofa is a crystal coffee table, adorned with exquisite snacks and a variety of beverages. Most importantly, one wall of this room is made entirely of transparent crystal. Through special treatment, one can see outside from here, while the outside cannot see into the room at all. Outside the crystal wall is the central battle arena of the Soto Great Spirit Arena, which holds the most important position. At this moment, there are only 7 people in the room, each with their own unique characteristics, all looking to be in their early 20s. Sitting in the middle of the sofa is a tall young man with long black hair. He is not particularly handsome, with a rarely changing expression on his face, as if his facial muscles are stiff. He somewhat resembles the master. Dressed in a simple blue outfit without any embellishments, he gives off an overall simple vibe. He is leaning back on the comfortable sofa, resting with his eyes closed. This is the master's nephew, Yu Qianheng. Also sitting on the sofa is a woman leaning against the blue-clad young man's shoulder, appearing quite lazy. Her short, deep purple hair looks very spirited, but strangely. She has a pair of green eyes that give off an eerie feeling. While not exceptionally beautiful, she possesses a kind of enchanting charm. At this moment, she is playing with her dyed green nails while resting on the shoulder of the blue-clad young man. This is Dugu Yin. In a dark corner of the room stands another woman, dressed entirely in black, with a layer of black veil covering her face. She has a slender figure, and her long blue hair cascades down her back like a waterfall. Her eyes, the same color as her hair, reveal no emotions, and from her, one can only sense loneliness and desolation. This is Jiao Xian Haidang, Yi Lingling. After all, the inheritance method of this martial spirit is indeed a tragedy. The remaining handsome young man is Feng Ling, the Wind Bell Spirit Master. The man in black is Osro, the Ghost Leopard Spirit Master. The 2 brothers sitting on the ground in meditation are naturally 2 Xuanwu Turtle Spirit Masters. They are talking to each other when Ao, the supervisor, enters with the master, accompanied by an ordinary-looking middle-aged man dressed simply. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 7 immediately straightened their postures and stood up. Master. Qi Ming nodded and then pointed to the master behind him. Someone is looking for you, saying he is your uncle. Tianheng, do you still recognize me? A somewhat familiar voice reached Yu Tianheng's ears. He looked at the master with some hesitation and said, You are, uncle. After confirming he was not mistaken, he immediately ran excitedly in front of him. Uncle, where have you been all these years? Dad, Grandpa, and the others miss you very much. Then, the 2 started to reminisce. After talking for a while, the master recalled the purpose of this meeting. I heard you want to challenge the pooper scooper. Is that right? The master asked him. Yeah, actually I'm not really interested in challenging that pooper scooper. It's just that someone requested it. So I thought I'd just go and have a match. It's no big deal anyway. Although the title of pooper scooper was quite renowned in the Soto Great Spirit Arena, he didn't care much about it. That's right, Mr. Pooper Scooper accepts your soul duel, but it has to be a death match. Supervisor Ao finally managed to interject. What? Yu Qianheng and the others looked at Supervisor Ao in surprise, doubting if they heard wrong. The master beside him repeated it in a deep voice. Chapter 57. The meeting, huh? Is that Pooper Scooper crazy? He really thinks he can act so arrogantly just because he made a name for himself in this small spirit arena. Duguyan couldn't help but mock. Exactly. We don't even need the captain to step in. Any one of us could easily defeat him. They all agreed. Yu Qianheng said nothing, but the master could see his disdain and contempt in his eyes. The master's heart sank. As expected, they hadn't seen Jason's battles. Qianheng, you can't agree to a death match with him. He placed his hand on Yu Qianheng's shoulder and stared into his eyes seriously. It's fine. Yu Qianheng is very strong, and he is not someone who hasn't seen blood before. Qi Ming couldn't help but interject. Yeah, uncle, don't underestimate me. I'm already level 39, and I heard that Pooper Scooper is only level 31. Even if he levels up a couple of times during this period, it's nothing. Yu Qianheng patted his chest proudly. Now that you mention it, I remember that guy is only level 31. Yet he dares to accept a challenge from a level 39 Spirit Master, and he wants to change it to a death match. Does he think he can't win and wants to scare his opponent away? Yu Feng, the Wind Whisper Spirit Master, said teasingly. His previous victories might just be because his martial soul quality is very high, and he only faced some low-quality martial souls and spirit masters. In this spirit arena, I could do it too, Osro of the Black Panther martial soul said, causing Supervisor Ao's face to darken. The master took a deep breath. Tianheng, listen to me. Do not agree to his death match. He didn't say that Jason was very strong or that he would die, as it might provoke a rebellious reaction. Qi Ming and the others looked at the master in confusion, not understanding what he meant. However, despite their dissatisfaction, they didn't say much out of respect for the master being Yu Tianheng's elder. Yu Tianheng was silent for a moment, looking at the master's serious expression, and he silently nodded. The master breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him nod, then returned to his usual expressionless face and said to Supervisor AO, "He has already declined. You may leave now." "Mr. Yu Tianheng, do you refuse the death match against the Pooper Scooper?" Supervisor AO asked Yu Tianheng seriously. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng glanced at the master, then took a deep breath and said, "Yes." "All right, then please prepare your team for today's Central Area Team Battle. I have already sent the information about the opposing Spirit Master team to Mr. Qin. If you need anything, feel free to come to me." He nodded, then turned and left. "I also have to go, so I won't disturb you. Don't be careless during the battle." After reminding Yu Tianheng, the master also left. "Uncle, let's chat for a while longer. It's not easy to meet once." Yu Tianheng wanted to keep him back. The master glanced at him as he closed the door. "We will meet again soon." "Master, is he the theoretical invincible master?" Douluo suddenly remembered something and asked Yu Tianheng. "Yes, he is my uncle," Yu Tianheng nodded. "What use is there in having just theory without strength? It's like being a titled Douluo without any real power," Yu Feng muttered quietly. "Shut up. Don't let me hear any more disparaging remarks about my uncle. I think his theories are the greatest achievements. It's just that the content of the theories is too shocking to the mundane world," Yu Tianheng said sternly, though Yu Feng's voice was very low. Qin Ming quickly stepped in to ease the atmosphere. "All right. Let's take a look at the Spirit Master team we are going to face today." He took out a form, as collecting information was something every team leader needed to do. Douluo also pulled Yu Tianheng. "Okay, Yu Feng is just straightforward and quick-witted." Yu Tianheng's ugly expression softened a bit. "Yu Feng, my previous words were a bit harsh. Please don't take it to heart." "It's fine. I was also wrong." Yu Feng waved his hand. Qin Ming looked at this scene with satisfaction and then clapped his hands. "All right, let's quickly check the information on the opposing team and see if there's anything we need to pay attention to." While they were looking at the information, he said, "This time you'll be facing a real opponent. The information is what I got from the City Lord. This team is called the Shrek 7 Devils. They have only been at the Great Spirit Arena for a month, and they're about to reach Silver Spirit, while you have taken a year. But we are in the Imperial City. How can we compare to here?" Osro argued as he detached himself from the information. "You know the mad warriors you faced yesterday. Their spirit power is about the same as yours," Qin Ming replied. "The Shrek 7 Devils also fought against them before, but the captain had not yet changed. After the death of Quan Shi, they found someone to join the team. Did Shrek win? Others were also drawn over. Yes, you can check their spirit power levels." They carefully looked at the information in their hands again. Shrek 7 Devils team. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger, Martial Soul, White Tiger, level 38 attack type Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Vice Captain, Thousand Hands Azura, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, level 32 control type Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Softbone Charm Rabbit, Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, level 31 close combat attack type Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, Evil Fire Phoenix. Martial Soul, Evil Phoenix, level 28 attack type Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Underworld Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, Underworld Spirit Cat, level 28 agility attack type Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Sausage Specialty, Martial Soul, Sausage, level 31 support type Weapon Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Team Member, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile. Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, level 27 support type Weapon Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow. Team Member, Pooper Scooper, Martial Soul, Enchanted Bow, level 31 agility attack type Spirit Master. Spirit Rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. At the bottom of this team information, there was a note. Since this month, the Shrek 7 Devils have achieved a complete victory in team battles, and their true strength is far from what their levels show. As a control system soul master, Chinsho Azura needs to pay extra attention. This person has extremely strong control ability and can often turn the tide. Additionally, there is a team member known as the Poop Scooper. Although he has never participated in team battles, he usually ends solo battles with a single move, and his soul skills can create explosions with immense power. Furthermore, during the battle with Chinsho Azura, he revealed his second soul skill, which is predicted to have a toxic effect, the specifics of which are unknown, but based on Chinsho Azura's performance, it merely rendered him unable to fight. This mysterious team member requires special attention. The third soul skill remains unknown. Chapter 58. Battle Who compiled this information? It's hilarious. Forget about that Poop Scooper's soul weapon Enchanted Bow. Why is there a special note about a blue silvergrass? If I'm not mistaken, there are also a few who haven't reached soul master level yet. Everyone looked at the information in Qin Ming's hands with amused expressions. Seriously, how'd I teach you all? Especially you, As the vice captain, how can you lead the team with this mentality? Never underestimate others. I hope you can always remember this. Qin Ming sternly looked at Douluo Yin. Douluo Yin shrank her neck, avoiding the piercing gaze. Sigh, poop scooper. Is he the one your uncle just mentioned? At that moment, Yi Lingling, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, the others immediately glanced back at the notes about the poop scooper. It's him. I didn't expect him to be part of this team, Yu Qianheng said, somewhat surprised. This guy's indeed a bit mysterious. He hasn't even used his third soul skill. Douluo Yin adjusted her mindset and looked over. Qin Ming also walked over and said, this mysterious soul master is also your fierce opponent. I specifically requested his combat information from the city lord. He took out another information sheet and began reading. Poop Scooper entered the Soul Arena a month ago, and in his first match, he won with overwhelming damage. Since then, he has been unstoppable. No enemy has lasted a single move against him. Even fast attack, speed-type Soul Masters have been hit by his predictions, demonstrating extremely strong insight. This is true even for Soul Masters at level 39. At this point, Qin Ming paused to give Yu Qianheng and the others time to process the information. From his level 31 perspective, this is incredible, but it is indeed a fact. Moreover, in these battles, his first soul skill comes with explosions, burns, and shockwaves, strong damage, and wide range. Also, during the battle with Qinsho Azura, he displayed a flying soul skill, and his soul ring did not light up, meaning that the flying soul skill is his self-created skill. Even having seen it once, Qin Ming couldn't help but marvel again. A flying soul skill, and it's self-created? Everyone was shocked, and Douluo Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Yu Tianheng gradually grew serious. A flying soul master who has incredibly high damage, superb archery skills, and strong insight. In team battles, he can act as a mobile artillery platform, especially posing the greatest threat to support soul masters. As for his sustainability, since battles end in an instant, it's uncertain how many arrows he can shoot before exhausting himself. He should be the trump card of the Shrek 7 Monsters team. Qin Ming solemnly placed the information down and looked seriously at Yu Feng. So, in team battles, Yu Feng, you must keep a close watch on him. Yes. Yu Feng also nodded solemnly. Shimo, you also need to keep an eye on him and protect Yi Lingling. Yes. The two said in unison. Of course, based on previous situations, he might not go on stage as usual, but they should have seen your information. It's highly likely he will appear. Qin Ming threw the manuscript onto the table, allowing them to study it themselves. I didn't expect to meet someone like this in such a place. No wonder he's so arrogant with his self-created soul skill, Douluo Yin murmured while gripping the paper. Yes, and don't forget, he has a third soul skill that no one has seen yet. If it weren't for Qinsho Azura being on the same team, perhaps his second soul skill wouldn't have been revealed, Yu Qianheng also discussed seriously. An enchanted bow? I haven't heard of any family that uses bows. He thought for a moment and found no major families with a bow as their martial soul. Alright, even if he's strong, he's just one person. Isn't there also a soul master with a 7 treasures, glazed tile, martial soul in their team? And their captain is just one level below the captain, with an evil eye white tiger martial soul, which should belong to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. We can't just discuss him alone, and his information is too scarce. We'll have to wait until he appears to plan further. Yes, because of Jason, the royal fighting team's contempt for the Shrek 7 Monsters team has decreased significantly. At the same time, Yu Qianheng also looked forward to meeting the poop scooper. He wanted to see what kind of person could make his uncle advise him to retreat. Yes, that behavior is indeed retreating. The soul fighting. Stars appeared in the sky, heralding the arrival of night. In the central main soul fighting arena, there are a total of 12 high-class VIP rooms and 320 ordinary VIP rooms, which are almost never empty. The high-class VIP rooms have all found their owners, and ordinary VIP rooms are fully booked every year at the beginning of the year. Suddenly, the already bright golden lights of the central main soul fighting arena increased in brightness once again, and all the light no longer scattered in all directions but concentrated towards the soul fighting stage, like a huge spotlight casting a golden beam from the sky, perfectly enveloping the entire fighting stage. Just from this lighting soul guide, one can see how wealthy the soul fighting arena is. In the center of the fighting stage, the ground suddenly bulged into a circular shape with a diameter of 2 meters, slowly rising, revealing a thick golden pillar supporting it. And at that moment, a lady was leaning against that golden pillar. The lady appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, dressed in a dignified and elegant white long dress. With long wavy brown hair, she held a conical loudspeaker soul guide in her hand, her pretty face adorned with a professional smile. It is an honor to see all the distinguished guests again. After the round platform rose to its position, the lady walked out, twirling in place and waving to the surrounding audience. The round platform that brought her up quietly descended, quickly returning to its normal position, leaving not a trace. It is Dodo's honor to host the Team Battle Soul competition for all distinguished guests once again. I hope everyone enjoys themselves tonight. Today will be a highlight, as we have only arranged this one battle for tonight. Although both competing sides are only at the Soul Master level, they have already earned the honor of the Silver Soul Fighting Badge. If I had to give them a title, I believe Genius would be very fitting. Dodo will provide commentary for all distinguished guests throughout the event. Now, let me introduce the situation of both competing sides. Shrek 7 Monsters Team. Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger Soul Master. Royal Fighting Team, Captain, Yu Tianheng Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master. After briefly introducing the situation of each team, now, let both teams take the stage and begin today's most exciting battle. As he spoke, a pair of white wings grew from his back, and then he flapped them and flew towards the arena above. A day of missed updates. Yesterday, I originally planned to post 2 updates, but the company meeting lasted until 10 p.m., which was frustrating. So today, sorry. Chapter 59, Spectator. After Douluo, flapping its white wings, flew into the sky, both sides continued to take the stage. The Royal Battle Team was decorated in various colors, with the captain and vice-captain leading the way. On the other side, the Shrek 7 Monsters Team wore matching outfits, dressed in black tight-fitting clothes and sporting uniform green masks. However, there was one exception at the back. Jason himself was also wearing black clothes, but he still hadn't taken off his white comical mask. He was like a spot of white in the team. As both sides took the stage, the tension began to build. Standing in the back and watching the two sides exchanging glances, Jason boredly looked up at the sky. Does this world have safety shorts too? What a source of evil. The flying figure in the sky also noticed Jason, mainly because he stood out at that moment. Both sides were showcasing their dazzling and captivating martial souls, while Jason stood there motionless, like a black dot in a sea of colors. She instinctively took notice of him, and then saw him looking up at her. This was a situation she had never encountered before. After all, when taking the stage, shouldn't everyone be nervously focusing on their opponents? Who would specifically look at her and so openly glance under her skirt? Fortunately, I never forget to wear safety shorts every day. Pervert. Jason below was just curious whether the women in this world wore safety shorts under their skirts. Definitely not what others might think. Definitely not. At this moment, Jason finally looked across, and the most striking was the leader, Yu Tianheng. His half-dragon form made Jason's hands itch a bit, wanting to shoot him. Next to him was a vice-captain, Duguyen, whose lower body had transformed into that of a snake, giving her a unique allure. It was that kind of slightly stimulating feeling. Bored, Jason overlooked the Black Panther Birdman and the 2 turtles in front of him, turning his gaze to the back where a beautiful begonia made of white and pink petals, vibrant in color and elegant in form, was being held by Yi Lingling. For some reason, Jason felt that pink didn't quite suit her. Black would have been better. Well, she was dressed a bit too conservatively, not much to see. Although the host wore safety shorts, she still exposed her legs. Both sides released their martial spirits, and an astonishing aura clashed together. Jason stood at the back like an audience member, except he was watching beautiful women while the spectators were watching the fight. In that minute, it seemed that an audience member noticed Jason at the back. Lao Zhao. A young man with a buzz cut tapped the muscular man next to him. What? He looked excitedly at the arena, impatiently replying. Look at that person behind the Shrek 7 Monsters Team. Do you see who it is? He pointed to Jason, who seemed like a small transparent figure in the back. It was impressive that he could spot Jason amidst the dazzling martial spirits. The muscular man shifted his attention from the many martial spirits to the back. Damn, isn't that the poop scooper? How did he get on the field, and even in the Shrek 7 Monsters Team? Seeing him with a white comical mask, he immediately exclaimed. The person next to him gave him a puzzled glance, then looked carefully and also exclaimed, damn. However, although they knew the name Poop Scooper in the central area, not many had seen him before. Upon hearing that the Poop Scooper was also present, their anticipation for the battle increased. A minute quickly passed. The battle began. As the host finished speaking, the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls erupted, and the 2 leading captains had already clashed. The collision of claws and the scattering of soul power created a thrilling atmosphere. The feeling of fists striking flesh made Jason's blood boil. Until now, apart from wrestling with a tiger, he hadn't encountered anyone or any animal in front of him. There was nothing to discuss about close combat. Jason, like the audience in the stands, was so excited that he even raised his fists and waved them around as if he were part of the action. Watching others fight up close was much more exhilarating than watching in the lounge. With this thought, Jason's eyes lit up. Then, a burst of fire erupted from beneath his feet, and he soared into the sky. His actions caught the attention of those opposite him, and, immediately, some who had been neglecting Jason, including the two at the graphite stone mill and the one in the air, shifted their focus back to him. Supporters and spectators also noticed this sudden movement. Under the gaze of many, Jason ascended into the air and hovered there, suddenly producing something in his hand. It was a paper-like cylindrical object. What secret weapon could it be? But there was no fluctuation of soul power. The one in the air, Yufeng, halted his attack on Xiao Wu and watched him nervously. Thus, under his watchful gaze, Jason first pulled down his mask halfway, then took out a round object from the wooden barrel. Then he sent it into his mouth and started munching away. Is that it? Is that all? Yufeng looked at Jason, who was leisurely eating something he didn't even know, and felt like a dull bird at that moment. Are you here to play, or what? Just as he was about to angrily prepare to attack him, Jason's gaze, which was looking at the ground, suddenly turned to him. Yufeng's expression immediately changed. Is he about to attack? It seems your captain is ambushed. Aren't you going to save him? Oh my, these girls are too violent. He pointed at the ground. Watching Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing mercilessly finishing off Yu Tianheng, the scene was a bit too brutal to look at. He immediately grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth to calm his nerves. TSK, still too young. Glancing at Yufeng charging down, Jason shook his head. Yu Tianheng, under the combined assault of the Shrek 7 devils, was heavily injured and retreated back to the team. Even if he didn't want to kill him, shouldn't they find a way to throw him out of the ring in this situation? Forget it. If this battle doesn't have some twists and turns, then the popcorn in my hand would be a waste. Sure enough, when Du Guyan saw her boyfriend return heavily injured, his pitiful appearance immediately pierced her heart. She immediately activated her third purple spirit ring, opened her mouth wide, and unleashed a blast of purple mist towards the Shrek 7 devils. Watching the small area shrouded in smoke, Jason ate his popcorn, secretly relieved. Thankfully, he had flown up in advance. He couldn't handle such a strong stench. Then, TangSan, who was well prepared, took out a water bag filled with wine and threw it out. Dai Mubai contributed several white light bombs, and immediately a strong smell of alcohol spread out. Ma Hongjun sprayed another breath of fire, and the snake venom was instantly burned away. Du Guyan, who was very confident in her snake venom, felt her mentality crumble upon seeing this scene. Don't be afraid of disadvantages. At this moment, a person who can turn the tide is needed, and that person is the support. Can't you handle this little setback? Yi Lingling said as she healed Yu Tianheng on the ground. With his remaining health, he was instantly revived to full health. The healing effect shocked Jason as well. How much magic power does it take to achieve such a substantial healing effect? He immediately popped another popcorn. The main event was about to begin. With the passionate speech from the healer, the Imperial fighting team's momentum surged, and their firepower was fully unleashed. The Shrek 7 monsters team stood ready. This is even more intense than Boruto's excitement. Chapter 60. Burden. A peculiar scene appeared in the center area of the Soto Great Soul Arena. Two teams were fiercely battling on the stage, but above them, a person was leisurely eating something, with bursts of fire occasionally appearing at their feet. When the first soul skill and bomb-making level both reached level 31, Jason's mastery of explosive attribute energy had become exceptional. This was also thanks to the practice sessions with Flinder during this time. He had been hitting harder and harder. And even though Jason desperately tried to protect his face, he still ended up looking like a pig's head after the practice. Flinder was simply not treating him like a human. Therefore, Jason could now freely control the shockwaves of explosions to keep himself suspended in the air. As his level increased, his physical body also strengthened, and with the hidden armor from his little demon outfit, the explosions generated would basically not harm him. During the past few months, Jason developed a state while battling Flander, the load state. This involves using the potential crystal and fully unleashing explosions that exceed his own defense. Potential activation, explosion boost. With both combined, Jason's speed and rate of fire would skyrocket. Although it doesn't match the rate of a Gatling gun, he can still shoot 30 arrows per second, each accompanied by the power of a grenade. However, this can only last for 30 seconds, which is the duration of the potential crystal's usage. After this mode ends, Jason's arm and leg bones will crack, and his soul power will be nearly depleted. If he only activates the potential activation, he will still have some fighting strength after the time is up. But if he includes the explosions that far exceed his physical limits, the consumption of soul power and the residual impact of the explosions will leave Jason in a near-death state. Similarly, the symbiotic little demon will also be severely injured. He remembers that this idea suddenly came to him a few months ago. That night, Jason couldn't sleep because he realized that the effects of potential activation were simply not enough during his fight with Flander. Therefore, he thought of explosion control again. In the past, when Jason used explosion control, he would keep the explosion value below his defensive threshold so as not to harm himself. But this time, he suddenly thought to increase the power of the explosion and push his body to the limit. He lay in bed, increasingly excited as he thought more about it, considering the feasibility of this method all night. Taking his potential to the next level, he would unleash even greater strength. The outbreak is the most effective means for a counterattack. In bed, although Jason's eyes were closed, his mind was like a storm. Early the next morning, Jason couldn't wait to arrive at his training ground. He first experimented with the possibility of breaking through his own limits. However, the result of the experiment was negative. Due to the body's and mind's self-protection, it was difficult to achieve the explosive impact. Just as the explosion was about to injure his body, both the body and soul power would instinctively retreat, as if there were an invisible wall ahead, preventing him from harming himself. Later, Jason tried to activate the potential crystal. As lightning instantly enveloped his body, the feeling of controlling everything surged in his mind. The soul power within him operated more swiftly than usual, and his body cells became rapidly energized. Then, the explosion was under control. A loud bang echoed through the sky, and a large swirl of air appeared behind Jason, and he instantly disappeared from spot. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed throughout the entire academy. In the morning, while TangSan and the others were jogging around the school, they heard a loud rumble, followed by a gust of wind rushing past them. The group stopped in their tracks, staring ahead at a conical object that resembled a sonic boom, left behind by something moving at an incredible speed. This scene was very similar to what one would witness when breaking the sound barrier. However, Jason's speed was not that fast. The enormous explosive sound was caused by an explosion, and the conical shockwave was generated by the propulsion and blast. Flinder, who was waiting for Jason in the office, also heard the explosive sounds from within the academy. This kid can't stay quiet for a single day. Flinder muttered to himself, shaking the coins in his hand. But at that moment, the sound of the explosion suddenly grew louder and closer, almost deafening. Just as he was feeling puzzled, his expression changed abruptly. He quickly stored the coins in his storage space and swiftly left his position. The instant he left, the wall behind him was suddenly smashed through, and before he could see what it was, the chair and table were also shattered. A figure stopped about a meter from the door. Just as Flander was about to curse, he saw the figure suddenly collapse to the ground. He quickly rushed over to check. Jason's body was starting to seep blood, with large areas of burns covering him, and there was hardly a part of him that was uninjured. Feeling his faint breath, Flander's expression turned grim as he summoned his martial soul, picked up Jason from the ground, and rushed towards the city. While flying over the village, he shouted below, "Zhao Wuji, quickly check if there are any foreign soul masters in the academy. If you encounter any, kill them without mercy." His face was cold as he scanned the area, then his soul ring flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. He found a healing soul master in Soto City and finally managed to stabilize Jason's injuries. However, Jason himself was wrapped in bandages like a dumpling. After waiting for Jason to wake up, Flander learned from him that the injuries were self-inflicted. Flander looked at him for a long time, seemingly wanting to say something but feeling at a loss for words. Even knowing that this special student was dangerous and ruthless to others, he didn't expect him to be so hard on himself. With such severe injuries, his first reaction was that someone from the Longshi family had sent someone to assassinate him. He didn't expect it to be a huge misunderstanding. "So, you calculated well to come find me," considering that he fainted just as he arrived at his room. "It shouldn't be a coincidence." "Yes, I was heading in your direction, so if something happened, I believe the dean wouldn't just stand by and watch." Jason, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages except for his head, nodded. "Why practice such dangerous soul skills?" he asked after a moment of silence. "Because I don't want to be prey. Only when my weapon is strong will I become the hunter." Jason spoke some heartfelt words while looking at Flander, who had a complicated expression. "Is that so?" Flander suddenly thought of his past regrets, but he realized that even if given another chance, he couldn't push himself to train as hard as Jason did. "Next time you practice this soul skill, remember to call me over to watch," he said seriously to Jason. "No problem. When I practice with you, I'll use this move, so you better be careful." Such big talk. A soul emperor warning a soul sage to be careful. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Chapter 61. Supplement a chapter. The situation in the arena gradually approached its climax. The stench from Dugi Yin filled the entire space, causing Jason, who was in the air, to frown. This was affecting his viewing experience. Immediately, Jason activated his Griffin Guardian, and everything before him became clear. Even the scales on Douluo and serpent body were visible. A fierce battle resumed in front, while the two assassins on the side clashed as well. The two who only had bird-type martial souls also formed a pair. The remaining TangSan and Xiao Wu faced off against two meat opponents. The two meat opponents removed their turtle shells and formed two shields in their hands. Then the soul ring on his body lit up, and he threw the turtle shell shield in his hand towards TangSan. The heavy turtle shell shield made a dull sound in the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, demonstrating its weight and sharpness. Facing the incoming turtle shell, TangSan appeared relaxed, and his palm transformed into a jade-like quality. Then, using the force of the attack, she deflected the four shields coming at her, simultaneously changing their direction so that they collided with each other. However, at that moment, the four turtle shell shields that were about to collide suddenly changed direction, cutting off the blue silver grass used for connection. At this point, Xiao had successfully leaped over the area covered by the four shields and was now face-to-face with the two Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters. Sure Mo and Sure Mo's expressions darkened, and purple light shone from their bodies as they activated their 1,000-year soul ring skills. Xiao was currently airborne and could not change her forward momentum. At this critical moment, she demonstrated her quick adaptability. The second and third soul rings shone simultaneously. With her beautiful eyes fixed on the left side where Sure Mo was, she unleashed the second skill of the soft-bone, charming rabbit, Charm, which put the opponent in a rigid state based on their mental state. The duration of the rigidity depended on the difference in mental power between the two sides. If the disparity was too great, it would cause backlash. Sure Mo froze for a moment, and the purple light on him dimmed slightly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xiao activated her teleportation skill. Although she was still moving forward, she used her teleportation ability to shift 5 meters to the side, dodging the direct attack. Luring the enemy deeper was a tactic that TangSan and the others had previously used against Yu Tianheng, but now it was being employed by the Sure brothers against Xiao Wu. The third soul ring skill of the Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters only revealed its terror once it was activated. Jason in the air also brightened up. This skill was quite impressive. The four turtle shells that had cut through TangSan's blue-silver grass retracted at an almost imperceptible speed, and each shell suddenly exploded into 16 diamond-shaped fragments under the influence of purple light, instantly shooting out and almost sealing off all the space in front of the two Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters. If Xiao Wu still had TangSan's blue-silver grass at her waist, perhaps TangSan could have pulled her back, but now, suspended in the air, she had no means of support. The turtle shells of the Sure brothers shattered into 32 pieces each, violently rotating within a 10-square-meter area around their bodies, creating a strong sound of breaking air that distorted the air within the coverage of the shells. It looked like a gigantic meat grinder. The Sure brothers had unknowingly separated sideways at some point, not only maximizing the effectiveness of the third soul skill, the turtle shell dance, but also avoiding mutual collisions. Xiao Wu shifted 5 meters to the side. Although she avoided the direct attack of the turtle shell, she did not completely escape its assault. In midair, it seemed that Xiao Wu was about to be hit by the spinning turtle shell. On the other side, TangSan was terrified and could no longer remain calm. Xiao Wu. At that moment, several streaks of blue light suddenly flashed past Xiao Wu. The turtle shells that were still swirling around her were instantly struck to the ground by these blue lights. Xiao Wu landed safely and was then ensnared by the vines extended by TangSan. The members of the Huangdou team suddenly remembered something and looked up at the sky. They saw Jason casually holding a completely black bow adorned with patterns. It was then that they recalled that the Shrek 7 monsters had one more member, someone they had valued from the very beginning. However, in the situation where Yu Tianheng had been lured into a serious injury, they had completely forgotten about Jason, who hadn't even released his martial soul. They never expected that he would choose to intervene only now. "Your support is out," Jason said with a smile, waving at the members of the Huangdou team who turned to look at him. The members of the Huangdou team felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly looked back. They saw Yu Lingling standing there in a daze, her gray-purple short hair missing a strand. Behind her, there was still a lingering blue soul power arrow. Yu Lingling didn't know if she was scared or what. Standing there motionless. "Lingling, are you okay?" Douluo asked with concern. Yu Lingling came to her senses and looked at a person in the sky wearing a funny mask. The lower half of the mask had been put back on at some point, and there were bursts of firelight underfoot. "I'm fine. The rest is up to you." Yu Lingling shook her head and then turned to walk off the stage. Douluo reached out as if she wanted to keep her. But looking at the arrows gradually dissipating on the ground, she withdrew her hand. "Xiao Jia, thank you." TangSan breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the already returned Xiao Wu, then gratefully said to Jason, "Oh, did I just hear a thank you? Am I going deaf?" Jason said, puzzled, as he dug in his ears. "Thank you." Xiao Wu beside him said softly, a bit shy. "You're welcome. Just invite me over for a visit later," Jason said with a hint of meaning. Before she could react, Jason turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Zhuqing, after this is over, come with me to cultivate. How about it?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded silently. In the battle, it seemed that only she was at a disadvantage. She was still too weak. Chapter 62, Conclusion. Due to the departure of the support and the fact that the soul skills of the Shimo brothers had been used up, Jason's sudden attack significantly reduced the morale of the Emperor fighting team. The Shrek team was especially angry due to Xiao Wu's perilous situation. Their momentum grew sharper. TangSan no longer held back and directly summoned his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. In the end, the Imperial fighting team was defeated one by TangSan. Shrek emerged victorious. The central area fell into silence, as TangSan stood in the arena with 8 spider lances radiating purple energy from his back, each sharp spike piercing into the bodies of the poison members of the Imperial fighting team to detoxify them. The Shrek brothers, Shimo and Shimo, were the most severely poisoned. However, at this moment, both of them looked up at Jason in the sky with expressions of fear. This was because the scattered fragments of the turtle shell they had just released were still pinned to the ground. These chaotic fragments, which were able to injure that woman, had all been hit and penetrated. Knowing their own defenses well, the two understood the terror of the person in the sky wearing a white mask. When retrieving the fragments, many pieces of the turtle shell were missing, leaving numerous gaps, and TangSan had taken advantage of these gaps to strike them. They dissipated their martial spirits, and the punctured turtle shell fragments on the ground slowly faded away. At the same time, the arrows composed of soul power also dissipated. The Shrek's 7 monsters team wins. Douluo flapped his wings and descended from the sky to announce the result. As he finished speaking, some crisp sounds faintly emerged from luxurious private boxes. The people at the Soto Great Soul Arena all breathed a sigh of relief. This also meant that the interference from outsiders had come to an end, and those being disrupted had managed to regain control of the situation. Jason saw that the battle was over and, finding nothing of interest, chose to leave early. He had no interest in enjoying the cheers of the surrounding audience. Moreover, these do not count as victories for him. Jason quietly found Flanders, intending to confirm whether what was said before the match counted. When he returned, he saw Flanders and the others beaming with excitement, their eyes unable to contain their joy. It was unclear if it was because the student team won or because they made money. In any case, for Jason, winning money and Flanders' promise were the most important. Seeing Jason come in, Flanders waved his hand and said, "Good kid, I really didn't misjudge you." Haha, he rarely laughed. "Don't forget about the practice sessions in a few days." Jason found a spot to sit down and said, "No problem, but I didn't expect you to save someone," Flanders said with surprise as he sat down. "I'm just familiar with TangSan and Xiao Wu, and I owe someone a favor. As for who that person is," Jason didn't elaborate. "If it were Dai Mubai and the others, I definitely wouldn't have intervened," Jason added. "It's fine. You'll get used to it gradually." Flanders waved his hand dismissively, knowing his character. The opportunities should be rare. Jason calculated the time. It was almost time. Just as Flanders was about to ask more, TangSan and the others returned. The master exchanged glances with TangSan, then looked around at the others and said, "In this battle, although you can't say you lost, you also can't say you won." The reason for your victory largely depended on Jason. He neither praised nor criticized. At this moment, Zhao Wujin spoke up from behind. "Master, you can't say that. Jason is also part of the Shrek's 7 monsters team. Why separate the two? Winning is winning." As he spoke, he looked at TangSan and the others. "Of course, you also have some shortcomings. From the very beginning, since you had lured the enemy deep, and Rongrong had already revealed the healing effect of the 9 hearts Sea Tang, if you couldn't kill him, why not find a way to directly send him off the field? And Xiao Wu's incident in the middle. At this point, I have to criticize you. TangSan, although hiding your tactics is meant to win by surprise, it shouldn't come at the expense of your teammates. If today had been like any other day and Jason hadn't participated, that level of damage could have severely injured Xiao Wu or even led to her death. At that time, even if you unleashed your hidden tactics, what would it have been for? To avenge Xiao Wu? Zhao Wujin's words made TangSan's excited expression fade slightly. It was clear that Zhao Wujin had hit the nail on the head. Although Zhao Wujin looked rough on the outside, he was quite meticulous. Although the master writes theory beautifully and has strong teaching abilities, he tends to get caught up in the outcome of battles in this matter. From this perspective, Zhao Wujia is a more competent teacher compared to the master. All right. How did they win? You all look like you've just lost a battle, Flanders said to ease the atmosphere. Everyone performed well today. Winning despite such a significant gap in soul power is already an incredible achievement. And you all truly deserve the title of monsters. To celebrate today's victory, Jason is treating. Flanders changed his tone and pointed at Jason. Jason, who was feeling the increase in experience, suddenly froze when he heard this, snapping back to reality from the system's voice and turning to look at him. Come on, Dean. Are you really trying to save that little bit of money? Ma Hongjun looked at Flanders with disdain. The others also looked at him with the same expression. However, for the sake of money, Flanders had a thick skin. Jason, you're treating for tonight's celebration banquet. He waved his hand grandly, as if he were the one treating. Jason gave him a speechless glance, but did not refuse. Just as everyone was happily discussing, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened, and a disciple, Qin Ming, immediately approached Flanders and Zhao Wujia. I greet Dean Flanders and Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. He knelt on one knee, looking very excited. Zhao Wujia helped Qin Ming up from the ground, looked him up and down, and laughed. Good kid. You're getting better and better. It seems that before long, you'll catch up with us old guys. Flanders adjusted his crystal glasses on the bridge of his nose and said, I thought you little rascal, had forgotten about us long ago. Qin Ming stood respectfully with his hands down. No matter when, the two deans would always be his teachers, and Qin Ming would forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy. Flanders raised his hand and gave Qin Ming's shoulder a hearty pat, saying, You've been away from the academy for so many years, yet you're still as reserved as before. Come, let me introduce you. This is the master, and the other 7 little monsters you just saw on the soul fighting platform. There's also one sitting over there. He was about to perform a disciple's salute to the master, but the master dodged it. Chapter 63. Conversation. Seeing that the master did not accept his greeting, Qin Ming said nothing, while Flanders chuckled. You're his nephew's teacher, so in terms of seniority, you are on the same level as him. Of course. You and T accept your formalities. I know that. I just met the master earlier. I just didn't expect the master to be a teacher at our school. Oh, you've met before? Flanders recalled that the master had gone out earlier due to the death match. Since you know each other, I won't say much. At this moment, the master stepped forward and said, I'll go check on Tianheng. After saying that, he walked out. Once the master left, only Qin Ming, Flanders, and others remained to converse. TangSan and the others were quite curious about Qin Ming. After all, the leader of the team they had just fought against was their senior. It was indeed a bit strange. After chatting for a while, they agreed to find a hotel to celebrate. TangSan and the others needed to go back to change their outfits, while Zhao Wujin and Flanders went ahead to find a hotel. On the other side, the master found Yu Tianheng again. Tianheng, the master called out from behind them. Uncle, Yu Tianheng looked somewhat dejected. I watched your battle today. Although you lost, it wasn't due to your own strength, but because of your pride. Even though I've emphasized the shovel man, his information must be in the records. However, after you took the stage, you still carried a dismissive attitude and overlooked him. It was this disdain and neglect that turned their defeat into victory at a critical moment. The master enumerated his faults. Yu Tianheng lowered his head, reflecting on the master's words. After seeing the battle information, he and his companions realized that the highest soul power among their opponents was only the 38th level evil, a white tiger. There were also a few team members at the great soul master level, and from this point, they had already stopped taking their opponents seriously. But reality taught them a lesson. Uncle, we absolutely won't lose next time. But this did not diminish his fighting spirit. Instead, it gave him a chance to regain face. The master slowly shook his head, thinking about Jason, a uniquely powerful individual, which gave him a headache. Do you know? I was the leader of that team just now. Huh? Yu Tianheng was very surprised. Do you know their ages? At this, Yu Tianheng's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he had guessed something. They can't be. Yes. Most of them are around 11 or 12 years old. The control-type soul master in the team with the blue-silver grass martial soul is my disciple. The master's words directly shattered his remaining pride. Moreover, there is one among them whom even I cannot see through, the one you were planning to challenge before. The pooper scooper? Yes. Although his soul power is only at the 31st level, his combat ability is unfathomable, and he has no mercy, following the law of the jungle. Therefore, if you accept his deathmatch soul, he will kill you without hesitation. That's why I warned you in advance. How is that possible? Yu Tianheng clearly seemed skeptical. As a strong attack type with a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul and 8 levels higher in soul power, even if he couldn't defeat him, it was impossible for him to be killed. The strength he displayed in the arena is merely the tip of the iceberg, and you can ask the two in your team with the Xuanwu turtle martial soul about it. Yu Qianheng felt that his understanding had been greatly challenged today. All right, I hope that if someone asks you to challenge the pooper scooper, you must refuse. Promise me, Tianheng. The master stared at him seriously. Yu Qianheng saw the concern in his eyes and nodded. I promise you. That's good. After the master finished speaking, he patted his shoulder and said, Okay, you can go back now. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. After studying martial souls for over 10 years, I still feel like I'm groping in the fog. Yu Qianheng watched his back and vaguely heard a phrase. Pooper scooper. Yu Qianheng silently repeated, already remembering this name. He returned to the inn and found the Shimo brothers. He was at the front and was unaware of their experiences. The two were just about to discuss this matter with him. Yi Lingling stood silently at the back, still feeling a lingering fear even after getting off the stage. The arrow had just grazed her neck. If it had been slightly misaligned, she might have perished. Now, she could still sense the sharpness of the arrow passing by her neck. Du Guiyin and Yu Qianheng, among others, were focused on TangSan, as they had all been defeated by him. The royal fighting team emerged from their defeat and began to discuss. On the other side, TangSan and the others had also changed into their clothes and were ready to set off. Jason took off his mask and changed into a more casual outfit. As he walked along the road, Jason returned to the experience points on the system. Over the past month, he had gained a lot of experience through fighting soul battles. In fact, no one was willing to fight Jason a month ago, as facing him was simply unbeatable. The entire venue was filled with the roots and branches of small monsters, continuously entangling and attacking, making it impossible for anyone to get within a meter of Jason. Due to the bizarre nature of the corpses, Jason was also known as the Plunderer. Although Jason preferred the name Groot, people only remembered the title of Plunderer. Since no one was willing to accept a battle, Jason had no choice but to challenge opponents beyond his level again. Thus, after a month, the small monsters had begun to form the embryonic shape of a domain, the plundering domain. During this time, Jason gained a lot of experience. A small portion of it came from the dueling arena, provided by Jelen and her brother, while another part was contributed by Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang. However, Xiao Tian and the others allocated their experience to themselves, and Jason did not add any to himself. Nevertheless, the remaining experience combined was enough for Jason to directly level up to level 35. Of course, this was not what made Jason the happiest. Instead, it was through the little demon that felt a part of the branches inside Jelen and Jiaming had split off. This also meant that the number of their team had started to increase. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and the others were steadily developing. Everything was progressing smoothly. After clicking the plus sign behind the level on the template, Jason silently leveled up 4 times. Ma Hongjun had already rushed into the hotel first. As soon as Jason entered, he saw Qi Ming looking at him and the others with a shocked expression. Today, Jason was treating, so everyone could order freely. After everyone was seated, Flinder directly called the waiter to let them order. Qi Ming, this one is a monster among monsters from our school. It seems there's no limit to what he can do, Flinder said, pointing at Jason. Qi Ming looked at the somewhat out of place, but handsome Jason with surprise. He didn't expect Flinder to hold such a high opinion of this young man. Senior Qin, just eat today. I'm treating, so don't be polite, Jason said, raising his glass. All right, Qi Ming said with a smile as he also took a drink, then glanced around. If the younger students weren't from Shrek Academy, I would definitely find a way to bring you all to Tiando Academy. At that moment, the master walked in, interrupting his words. Even if they were students of Shrek, it wouldn't affect their chance to go to Tiando Academy. Chapter 64. Flinder's decision. The master pushed the door open and sat down next to Flinder. Looking at the master, Qi Ming hesitated and asked, Master, do you mean? However, before the master could finish speaking, Flinder was already unhappy. These children can only belong to Shrek. Now and in the future, how could they go to Tiando Academy? For what might be the last batch of students, Flinder treated them like his own children. Who would want to send their own children away? After taking a calm sip of wine, the master slowly said, I never said to let the children join Tiando Academy. I just suggested they go for some. He then turned to Qin Ming and asked, So, can you make a decision on this matter? Well, it's definitely good to with the younger students, he said, but a trace of concern crossed his face. Are you afraid they won't come back after going to Tiando Academy? The master began his show-off routine. Qin Ming nodded. Yes, Tiando Academy is also slowly declining. It hasn't produced any stunning geniuses for many years. If the younger students go there, they will definitely use various connections to keep them, which would undermine Shrek's position. Hearing this, Flinder was pleased that Qin Ming was thinking of his alma mater. Xiao Ming, very good, as expected from someone who came out of Shrek Academy. Knowing to think for Shrek. Xiaojiang, if there's anything, just say it. There are no outsiders here. The master nodded and then said, then I'll speak directly. As a royal established academy, Tiando Academy, Qin teacher, if I remember correctly, should have 2 competition slots for the grand event in a year. I can let these children temporarily join Tiando Royal Academy as exchange students until the event is over. I think this way, it will be easier for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming showed difficulty on his face. That's true, but if that's the case, Tiando Academy will announce that the younger students are part of their academy. Getting an additional diploma from another academy isn't a bad thing, the master smiled and said. Hearing this, Flinder immediately slammed the table, refusing, glaring at the master. No way. The children belong to Shrek. You have to know how much effort I have put into Shrek over the years. Facing Flinder's anger, the master's expression remained unchanged as he continued. You know the current situation of Shrek. Even if the children aren't from Tiando Academy, can you provide them with a simulated training environment? Furthermore, can you give them the qualification to participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in a year? But I have one last question for you. What is the purpose of establishing Shrek Academy? The master's words made Flinder sit down in despair. I have a way to solve the problem you mentioned. At that moment, Jason, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, everyone looked at Jason. What method do you have? The master asked, frowning at Jason. A while ago, Ning Rongrong talked to me about something. She wanted to buy my formulas for flash bombs and smoke bombs. I'm sure she has also talked to TangSan. I can provide the crafting recipes for flashbangs, smoke bombs, stun grenades, and hand grenades to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. If that's not enough, I also have many powerful devices that don't require soul power to operate. With these items, I believe the 7-treasure glazed tile school will be able to solve our problems. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up beside me. Yes, Jason's items can greatly enhance our school's survival capability. I'm sure my father will agree. At that moment, Flinder hesitated. On one hand, he didn't want to rely on a student for these matters, but if they went to the Heaven Do Academy, the kids would have to represent Heaven Do in battle. Although I can't disclose my methods for making hidden weapons, I can find someone to produce them in bulk and then sell them to the 7-treasure glazed tile school as funding for the school, said TangSan. If needed, I can also personally contribute money to the school. My funds may not be much, but it's still money, others chimed in. Flinder quietly sat there drinking, pondering deeply. Everyone was waiting for his decision. In the end, he heavily put down his wine glass and made a decision. No more of this. These are all your own matters. You don't need to worry about the school. Just focus on your studies and cultivation. We'll handle the rest. Flandra looked at the children around him, feeling very touched. Why do I feel like there's water in your eyes? Jason noticed that his eyes seemed a bit moist through his crystal glasses. It's the wine. And so, the matter was settled. Everyone was eating, drinking, and chatting with each other. Jason was in the middle of eating when Ma Hongjun suddenly stood up with his big belly, holding a wine glass. Jason, I toast you. Although you usually don't mix with us, I admire you for what you just did. No matter if you consider me a brother or not, I consider you one. Cheers. Jason stood up and clinked glasses with him, downing the drink. At that moment, Dai Mubai also stood up. Brother Jason, I had some misunderstandings about you earlier, but I've reflected on it during this time. It was my fault. I can't blame others. I wish you all the best. With that, he silently downed the wine in his glass. Zhu Zhuqing, who was talking to Ning Rongrong, looked at him in surprise. Then Xiao Wu stood up again and said, Jason, although you have a bad personality and are not likable, I, Sister Xiao Wu, want to thank you for your earlier help. Xiao Wu's face was flushed, seemingly a bit drunk. After that, everyone raised a glass to toast Jason, and he drank each time. By the way, Jason suddenly remembered something as he looked at Flinder. If you guys go to the Heaven Do Academy in a while, I won't be going. I need to go out to train for some time. He said this while glancing at Qin Ming. Flinder, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words. Jason, I actually don't want you to go out alone, because if you stay by yourself for too long, you'll gradually lose your sense of humanity, and I can feel that. I've been trying my best to help you integrate into Shrek, but just when we were starting to see some results, you want to leave. He said to Jason in a calm tone. I've said it before. I don't want to become a prey that could be easily slaughtered one day. Jason replied calmly. You're already strong enough. Not enough. TangSan and the others were speechless. If that's not enough, then what are we? Everyone has their own goals, just like you have for Shrek, and the master has to prove himself. Because of those goals, wasn't your iron triangle separated back then? Jason's words made the master, who was pouring wine, pause for a moment. Chapter 65. Battle Flinder let out a bitter smile, then silently started drinking. Next to him, Qin Ming was a bit puzzled and asked, Jason, Aren't you going to train with the other students? I have my own way of training. I've said before, Jason is quite special. The reason he can come to Shrek is because of TangSan. To be honest, we really haven't taught him much. Upon hearing this, Qin glanced at Jason. Do you want to fight? Jason suddenly said to the looking over Qin. Huh? Qin didn't react for a moment. Let's go back to school tomorrow and fight while we're at it, Jason said seriously. Before Qin could respond, Flinder, knowing that this kid was getting antsy again, said, Xiao Ming, you're leaving with your students tomorrow. You don't have time to practice with him. Flinder slapped him on the head, speechless. Ouch, old man, are you drunk? That hurt. Jason covered the back of his head and glared at him. What's wrong? You don't accept it? Let's go out and fight. Perhaps due to the school environment, Flinder was also in a bad mood. Let's go to the Great Soul Arena. I'll pay. Jason immediately perked up and stood up to leave. Hey, we're eating. Xiao Ming came here with great difficulty. How can you leave him out? Zhao Wuji tried to stop the two. It's fine. I'm in a good mood today. It's a perfect time to fight. Flinder waved his hand and followed Jason towards the Great Soul Arena. This way, the people at the back would definitely not be able to eat anymore. Just in time, everyone had almost finished eating. Although the two had fought against each other many times at school, TangSan and the others had never watched them up close. They could only occasionally hear the sound of explosions and see fleeting shadows while training outside. Now, the two of them went to the Battle Soul Arena to put on a show, which piqued everyone's interest. They also wanted to see Jason's strength. By the way, Xiao Ming, bring that girl with gray-purple hair from your team to help out. Flinder suddenly turned to Qin and said, All right. Although he didn't understand why the dean said that, he agreed immediately. Vice Dean, Dean Flinder is going to go all out. This might not be good. Qin suddenly thought of the role of the Nine-Hearts Si Tang and quietly asked Zhao Wujia. No, it's that kid who will be tough on himself. Thinking of that day, that blunder incident, Zhao Wujia was also quite alarmed. Qin felt like he couldn't understand what they were talking about anymore. The group returned to the Soto Great Soul Arena in full force. When they entered, Jason had already put on his mask and followed Flinder to find Supervisor Ao first. It was quite late, and the people at the Great Soul Arena were sparse, nearing the end of the day. The others had separated and would gather at one venue later. In response to Flinder's request and Jason's money, Supervisor Ao readily cleared a large platform for them. The number 7 arena of the Great Soul Arena. The audience, including TangSan and the others, had already taken their seats, with Yi Lingling, who had just been called over, sitting nearby. She initially didn't want to come, but after hearing it was the Battle of the Poop Scooper today and that teacher Qin predicted it would be quite disastrous for him, she decided to come. There was no referee in the arena, so as soon as the two stepped onto the stage, they activated their martial souls directly. Little Dance unexpectedly pulled out a bunch of popcorn and shared it with everyone, also giving a portion to Yi Lingling. They on the stands started munching on it with great interest. Watching Flandra, who had already activated his martial soul true form, Jason's expression turned cold as he aimed an arrow at the sky. Bang! A loud explosion echoed from above, and the moment the explosion occurred, numerous feathers shot towards Jason from Flandra. At the same time, Jason's red arrow was also aimed at Flandra. The moment the feathers in the air met the red arrow, another loud bang resonated through the arena. Qin and the others watching squinted, their pupils reflecting a fiery red. They saw that more than half of the arena was engulfed in flames and smoke. Compared to their first encounter with Qin, TangSan and the others were much calmer. Jason's explosion blocked the feathers shot by Flandra, creating a smoke screen in the middle. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the smoke. It was Flandra. As he passed through the smoke created by the explosion, he did not see Jason's figure. Just as he was about to rise into the air to observe, a muffled explosion sound suddenly echoed from the smoke again. Hearing this sound, Flandra's expression changed, and a golden defensive shield appeared around him as he activated his defensive soul skill. The moment he activated it, countless arrows with spiral airflow shot out from the smoke towards him. It seemed endless as the arrows continued to rain down on him. This time, Flandra was very serious about defending. With a flap of his wings, a vacuum appeared around him, forcing the rain of arrows to halt in a space just in front of him. He looked into the smoke, and a glint of light flashed in his glasses. Accelerate. Wing strike. All that could be seen was a black light rushing into the smoke, followed by a figure dressed in blue lightning being forced out. In the air, Jason suddenly had an explosion appear behind him, as if an invisible hand pushed him, reflecting him at a 30-degree angle. The moment Jason vanished, Flandra appeared at his previous location. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of Jason's mouth, but he seemed unfazed as his soul power surged to his feet. He reappeared in the sky. Jason didn't even glance back and directly turned to draw his bow. Minor explosions repeatedly erupted from his hands as he drew after images on the bow. This time, the arrow's shot seemed to pierce through the air, and besides the sound of explosions, there were also chaotic and sharp whistling sounds. Flandre sidestepped and suddenly appeared in front of Jason, throwing a punch directly at him. It hit. With a loud bang, Jason vanished from his spot, and the explosion that followed hindered Flandre's movements. The chaotic and sharp whistling sounds rang out again. But this time, a hint of purple was mixed in. This advancing action was blocked, forcing Flandre to slide sideways to evade. The purple flash seemed to predict his movements, shooting directly at him. Flandre grabbed the arrow shaft and, with a flick of his wrist, sent the purple arrow plunging into the ground, creating a deep hole as if it had struck water. Flandre flew around, dodging the rain of arrows while looking for opportunities to close in on Jason. However, every time he found a chance to appear beside Jason, it seemed like Jason could quickly react. Even after being punched by Flandre, he appeared to feel no pain, and the barrage of arrows showed no signs of weakening. As 30 seconds passed, Jason, suspended in the air, suddenly began to shake violently and plummeted toward the ground. Flandre dodged the arrows and positioned himself to catch the falling Jason. In this brief battle lasting less than a minute, the spectators in the stands were left speechless. Their popcorn hung motionless in the air. Chapter 66, Departure. Is this even human? Oscar's trembling words echoed what everyone else was thinking. It seems that Ming has also realized why the master asked Yu Qianheng to refuse his death match, why the master found it hard to describe his expression, and why Dean Flandre holds him in such high regard. The first arrow alone had already shocked Ming, not to mention the ones that followed. This is the kind of speed and attack power that a soul master should possess. From Flandre's expression, it was clear that he was under some pressure as well. A soul master being able to make a soul sage feel some pressure seemed impossible. Yet, the reality was right in front of them. If this person reached the rank of title Douluo, Ming couldn't even imagine it. Flandre quickly rushed to Yi Lingling with Jason in his arms. Ming also saw Jason's terrible condition. His body was completely charred, with red flesh and ash mixed together, and the legs and arms still showed faint curves. The cost was too heavy. He understood Zhao Wujia's earlier words. Unlike the first time, this time, Jason was awake. Lingling, hurry and heal him. Ming called out to Yi Lingling, who was still in shock. Oh. She snapped back to reality and quickly summoned her 9 hearts sea pomegranate. With all her spirit rings lighting up, releasing their energy towards Jason, a miraculous scene occurred. Jason's burns visibly healed at a rapid pace, and his bent bones slowly returned to their original state. After a while, Jason's exterior was fully restored, though his internal organs and bones still needed some recovery. Yi Lingling, focused on the healing, turned her face away shyly. Although his bones had not fully recovered, it did not affect his ability to stand. Jason calmly put on his clothes and then gratefully said to her, "Thank you." He wasn't embarrassed at all. She turned back awkwardly and responded. Ning Rongrong noticed and nudged Zhu Zhuqing. "Aren't you going to hurry over?" Because they had arranged for the venue exclusively with Supervisor AO, and since there weren't many people left at this time, Flandre displayed his soul sage cultivation. Supervisor AO had certainly made all the arrangements properly. Therefore, only TangSan, Ming, and others were in the stands of the entire venue. As Ming and Yi Lingling left, they both took a deep look at Jason, as if they wanted to remember him. Remember this extraordinary young man. The master's expression was somewhat uncomfortable. In fact, every time he saw Jason's extraordinary methods, he would fall into self-doubt. Even his own disciple, TangSan, with his innate full soul power and twin martial souls, was still within his expectations. As for Jason, although his innate soul power is only level 6, his level can rival that of someone with full innate soul power. And the self-created soul skill derived from the first soul skill is also outrageous. Could it be because of his martial soul? However, he also knows that Jason doesn't like him, so he wouldn't have the chance to study him anyway. Moreover, he no longer had the confidence to give him better advice. On the other side, Yi Lingling and Ming were walking towards the Team S lounge. Along the way, Yi Lingling looked hesitant, with her head down as if she wanted to say something. Ming noticed this and wondered, was it because she had consumed too much soul power just now? No, it was just that during the treatment, the soul power was indeed consumed abnormally. Yi Lingling thought for a moment and said, could it be because he was too heavily injured? No, it seemed like there was something else besides him. He recalled the feeling he had while treating that person. Ming chuckled upon hearing this. It seems my junior has quite a few secrets. Well, you shouldn't T-probe further, just rest easy. We'll set off to the academy tomorrow. With that, he strode ahead. Yi Lingling hurried to catch up. Teacher, can you tell me the name of that caretaker? Hmm? Qin Ming stopped and looked at her strangely. If you want to know, just ask him yourself. If Jason were here, he would surely think that this person, in his 30s without a girlfriend, has his reasons. Without getting a name, she could only return to her room feeling down. Back at the inn, TangSan and the others also seemed a bit tired, and they fell asleep as soon as they lay down on the bed. Jason was helped back by Zhu Zhuqing. As his bones had not yet healed, after helping Jason onto the bed, she stood beside him, seemingly troubled about something. Jason asked curiously, "Is there something else?" Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have made up her mind and said calmly, "Well, I thought I would keep you company tonight." It seemed she realized her words were not quite right and quickly corrected herself. No, I mean, since you're injured, I'll take care of you tonight. I'll sleep on the floor." The last sentence she said with a bit more emphasis. "All right then, sleeping on the floor isn't very comfortable. How about we both lie down together? There's enough space," Jason suggested. Hearing his words, she could no longer remain calm, and her face immediately turned red. "No, you don't have to. All right, you can sleep on the floor, but remember to make it comfortable." After saying this, Jason lay down on the bed, while the little demon began to channel life force into Jason to heal his internal injuries. Just moments ago, Yi Lingling had helped the little demon recover as well. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Jason, who had already closed his eyes on the bed, and felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise in her heart. Then I looked at my figure. In the end, I could only sleep on the floor. The next day, except for TangSan, everyone else got up leisurely at around 3 in the afternoon. After a night of recovery, Jason's physical condition had returned to its best state. When he woke up, there was no sign of Zhu Zhuqing beside him. After everyone had lunch and checked out of the room, they began to have free time. After all, they had a half-month vacation. Jason found Flandra, and he hadn't forgotten his promise. A week later, at Shrek Academy, Jason and Flandra sat on a large rock. The summer breeze carried their word away. "You can leave, but please don't take Zhu Zhuqing with you." "Why?" "I'm afraid you might see her as a burden and abandon her. I just don't care about strangers. She's my partner, and once we enter the forest, she's my closest companion. But I think you're being too reckless, and you like to court danger. It's too dangerous for her to follow you, and she might drag you down. If you die out there, don't take anyone with you." "Come on, Dean, that hurts my feelings. If you acted more responsibly, I wouldn't worry so much about this." That night, Jason left quietly, and no one knew he was gone. It wasn't until the next morning, when they didn't hear any loud explosions, that they realized Jason had left. Chapter 67. The Starry Empire, Gongxin City. The walls of Gongxin City were entirely iron gray, giving the impression of being cast from metal. Although they hadn't yet entered the city, one could already faintly feel the metallic aura of Gongxin City. The weather was somewhat gloomy, with a light drizzle that left the entire city shrouded in a mist. It was as if covered by a layer of transparent gauze. Gongxin City was one of the main cities of the Starry Empire, but it was by no means a famous city. Within the realm of main cities, it was merely mid to lower tier. Douluo continent is a world of soul masters, and as a city of metal, it is not surprising that it is overlooked. The status of blacksmiths is akin to that of commoners, and the influence of the Blacksmith Association holds some status only within the city. However, while Gongxin City appeared gloomy, it was vibrant within. No matter where you walked, you could faintly hear the crisp sounds of hammering metal. In a hidden small house on the outskirts of the city, the lock on the door was already rusty, and the yard was overgrown with weeds taller than a person. Dust and spider webs covered the exterior of the house, indicating that it had been abandoned for a long time. It was unclear whether the owners had found a better house in another city or if something unfortunate had happened. In this era, death was a common occurrence. However, the weeds in the yard had been cleared enough to form a path leading directly to the front door. One of the windows had also been broken open by someone. Through the sunlight streaming in through the window, it could be seen that the inside of the house was not as dusty as one might imagine. It was quite tidy. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged, without a speck of dust. Surrounding the table sat a group of young people. A girl wearing a pure white sheep mask sat in a place turned away from the sunlight. To the side was a person in a wheelchair wearing a black, fierce wolf mask. On either side of the table sat several boys and girls dressed in matching blue-green robes, including an adult woman. They looked at the two figures in the shadow with fervent eyes. "You have accepted the power of the gods. The gods have given you rebirth. You must serve them wholeheartedly, and they will grant you even greater power. We need to use this power to find more people like you who are still suffering. We will overthrow this decaying empire, establish new rules, and let the power of God spread throughout the world, for this is God's salvation for us." A somewhat muffled yet heartfelt power emanated from beneath the ram's head mask. This power ignited even greater fervor among the crowd below. We need to tear apart all injustices. Soul masters will no longer be above us. Nobles will no longer be able to bully us at will, and commoners will no longer suffer their humiliation. The voice beneath the wolf's head mask was hoarse, like a demon's whisper. Life and death, the cycle never ends. We live, they die, slowly spoke the ram's head mask. The crowd echoed in unison. Life and death, the cycle never ends. We live, they die. Praise God and the power he has given us. Praise God and the power he has given us. The two masked individuals were Jilin and Jiaming, who crossed the border of the Tiando Empire 2 months ago and arrived in the Xinglu Empire. Along the way, they rescued those bullied by soul masters or sold by nobles. Most of those with families returned home, while some joined their sect. They're all powerless commoners, no longer holding on a hope for this world. Those who save them can change this world, because they have the help of God. Having received power, they are like a light that suddenly appears in the darkness, and they desperately grasp it. They wholeheartedly believe in the death god created by Jason, Neles. They become fervent believers. For those who are saved, God is their only pillar of existence. The following sentence is crucial, and you need to remember it well. Grow steadily. Do not be reckless. This sentence seems to have suddenly changed the atmosphere of the room. Our power is still weak and not suitable for attracting attention. So we must quietly grow stronger, increase our companions, and absorb more power. Understood. The people below responded in unison. From now on, this will serve as our base in Gongxin City. Lin Miao, you will be the bishop of this base, developing believers in the dark. Be careful not to expose your power too much. Thank God. The only adult woman appeared solemn, as if she had accepted a significant mission. Then, Jilin took out a piece of paper and began to read from it. Tuxing, Tuguang, you two go to Mulu City. Ros, Olin, you go to Tiangan City. Wuyangdo, Kongli Huhao, you go to... Note, you should start from the surrounding small villages and then advance towards the small towns, making sure to be steady and not impatient. During this time, you should also read and write, making it easier to spread the doctrine. The cities she mentioned were all small towns and villages around the Xinglu Empire. Every month, we will return here to report on our progress and exchange ideas. Understood? The meeting is adjourned. Thank God. Everyone gradually walked out. And soon the house was left with only one adult woman stationed here. Jilin and Jiaming continued to develop their followers. No one knew what ideas Jason had instilled in the two of them during that time. In this world, faith is the most effective means of uniting people's hearts and is also the most effective way to unite the weak. As for awakening them, Jason couldn't wait that long, and he wasn't good at it either. Moreover, this decision was made hastily after the appearance of the little demon. As for how far Jilin and the others could go, that was beyond his consideration. He could only try to transmit some religious concepts and other ideas from his past life to them. He didn't discuss anything too advanced. After a month, the rudiments of religion in the small towns around the Xinglu Empire had gradually taken shape. Some were conducted secretly in the dark, while others operated under the guise of a medical clinic, using tree branches for treatment while spreading their doctrines. In the monthly discussion meeting, it was discovered that opening a medical clinic seemed like a very good idea. During the day, while treating patients, one could subtly absorb some insignificant life force and also spread the teachings. At night, one could seek out others who share similar suffering, rescue them, and then ask if they are willing to accept the power of God and become believers. Additionally, one could punish and eliminate evil. Taking leave, I worked overtime yesterday, and I'll try to make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 68. Reviving the Church? The monthly meeting began again, with people from various city outposts arriving in Gongxin City. The previously dilapidated houses had changed dramatically. The weeds in the yard were gone, replaced by vibrant flowers and plants arranged in an orderly manner. A row of wooden benches with numbered labels was also set up on the east side of the yard. Inside the house, the walls are tidy, and there are many beds arranged. Opposite, there is a wooden platform with some books placed on it. Behind it is a long row of cabinets, with numerous drawers labeled with the names of various herbs. Additionally, the space has been expanded to twice its size, with a new backyard added. At the entrance of the courtyard hung a plaque that read Revival Medical Hall. However, today, the medical hall was empty, with a sign at the door stating it was closed for the day. Strangely, there was no one inside the entire medical hall. Even during repairs, such a large establishment should have someone on duty to oversee it. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue-green robe walked in through the back door of the hall. He slowly approached a large tree in the backyard. This tree hadn't been there a few months ago, yet suddenly, it had grown into a towering presence. He reached out his palm to the tree. A vine, resembling a spiritual snake, extended from his palm and touched the trunk in front of him. Upon contact, a green ripple appeared on the surface of the tree. The tree seemed to flicker momentarily, and then a dark passage, wide enough for a person, appeared in the stout trunk. He appeared unfazed by it, stepping calmly into the passage and disappearing into the darkness. The passage vanished, as if nothing had happened at all. All of this was witnessed by a woman in a black tight-fitting outfit who had been following them. This was definitely not an ordinary religion. She was perched on a rooftop, secretly alarmed. Although she had heard of the revival church, it was only mentioned occasionally by others, and she hadn't paid much attention to it. But today, as she was preparing to leave the Spirit Hall branch in the city, she suddenly noticed someone quietly exiting while she was flying in the air. The teal robe of the other person reminded her of previous descriptions of the revival sect. A sudden curiosity compelled her to change direction and follow. When she saw the other person exit the city, her curiosity grew even more. She followed from morning until noon, occasionally contemplating giving up, but feeling that this sect was filled with mysteries. She thought that even if she didn't uncover anything, it wouldn't matter. Discovering something would be even better. Eventually, she arrived at the revival sect's stronghold in Gongxin City. Looking at the eerily quiet clinic before her, she sensed something was off. It seemed today was not a wasted trip. Let me see what you are hiding. Then, she witnessed the person she was following suddenly sprouting vines from their palm, without any prior indication of summoning a martial soul. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of him in the tree trunk, and the man disappeared after entering. Her name is Gong Boyan, a member of a small family in the Spirit Hall. In the Spirit Hall, there are many small families like hers. Her martial spirit is the flying goose. It allows her to fly, so she holds some status in the branch hall. Now, she is on the rooftop, looking at the large tree quietly standing in the backyard, feeling somewhat conflicted inside. Should she go in or wait for someone from Gongxin City to come together? If the people from the revival sect are really ordinary people, she would definitely rush in and interrogate them about their intentions. However, that scene just now clearly indicated that this sect is not as simple as it seems. In the end, she decided not to take the risk. A black silhouette of a large goose merged with her, and then her two hands spread out, instantly transforming into two pairs of wings. Just as she was about to fly away, suddenly, the rooftop beneath her feet cracked open. Then several vines tightly entangled her feet. Gong Boyan's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, but she quickly activated her second soul ring. The two wings instantly straightened, with air currents flowing over them. She slashed at the vines beneath her feet. The vines were easily cut, but endless vines surged in from behind. She struggled desperately like a bird entangled by snakes, flapping her wings with all her might. Surrounded by the vines, Gong Boyan felt her soul power depleting rapidly, and she grew increasingly weak. In the end, she was silently pulled down. The blazing sun hung high in the blue sky, but when the intense sunlight encountered the pit of the house, it seemed to be blocked, revealing only darkness inside. It was like the stomach of a giant beast. Meanwhile, a boy dressed in the attire of the revival sect walked through a narrow, dark passage. And what came into view was an underground world. This place was about the size of a football field, with thick roots sprawling everywhere, as if a world had been opened beneath a giant tree. The thick roots were filled with people dressed similarly to him, both men and women, some older, some younger than him. They sat upon the roots, like offshoots of the main root. Through the roots within him, he could sense that everyone around was like him, equally miserable. Yet this group of unfortunate people, in such a bizarre environment, exuded a fervent passion. This fervor seemed ready to ignite the surrounding thick roots at any moment. As the last person took their seat, a figure at the center wearing a holy ram's head mask, Jelen, began to speak. The meeting commenced. The voice echoing in this space instantly drew everyone's attention to her. With the growth of the revival sect, it would inevitably attract the attention of the Star Luo Empire and the Spirit Hall. She paused for a moment, and then said, "Therefore, we will cancel the monthly meetings. Future meetings will be announced by someone." Her words caused some commotion and whispers among the crowd. Silence. The hoarse voice of Gemin rang out again, watching everyone intently, hoping they would steadily develop in their respective areas. One day, the god will descend. The surrounding chaos suddenly fell silent. Everyone slightly bowed and respectfully shouted, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God." Next, we will formulate our future development path. Everyone is encouraged to participate. The next meeting may be a long time away. I believe we can continue to expand our business by utilizing the advantages of the medical clinic. I think we can train orphans and bring them into the embrace of the God. We can actively mediate civil disputes and engage in more public welfare actions to increase our reputation. In this intricately woven space, everyone discussed their viewpoints in an orderly manner. A special power erupted in this small space, transcending dimensional boundaries, and it was unknown where it went. Chapter 69. Arrival in the following period, a sect called the Revival Sect spread throughout the Douluo Empire. They preached their doctrines in various cities, worshipping a death god named Neles. Death god. At first glance, it seemed terrifying. Could this be a cult? However, as the public came into contact with the Revival Sect, they discovered that they were not as gloomy as imagined, but rather very friendly. Moreover, the medical clinic they established is well known throughout the area. Occasionally, they organize members to regularly fund orphanages and nursing homes, as well as other welfare institutions. They often go around helping others resolve disputes. As a result, the people of the Revival Church are highly respected everywhere. It is said that worshiping the Grim Reaper can extend one's lifespan, which has led many people to join. However, this cult only accepts ordinary people and rejects anyone who surpasses the Soul Master level. This move has dispelled much of the scrutiny and apprehension from the Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall. As long as it does not involve Soul Masters, they will not pay attention to this cult. Moreover, members of the sect voluntarily go to the local Spirit Hall and the nobility of the Douluo Empire every month to donate a large amount of money. Since the establishment of this sect, public order in various places has improved significantly, and funding orphanages and nursing homes has alleviated the burden on local management. Therefore, they develop alongside this sect, and when there is a need, they will lend a helping hand. As long as this sect called the Revival Church does not recruit Soul Masters, they do not need to worry about it. The Douluo Empire worships the Evil Eye Lord, while the Spirit Hall worships angels. As for the god worshipped by the Revival Church, a death god named Nus, they have never even heard of it. Perhaps it is just a form of comfort for the weak among the people. The Revival Church has steadily developed in the cities surrounding the Douluo Empire, expanding from healthcare to commerce and then to transportation. They also actively assist the Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall in their work, such as opening roads and providing free transportation for those awakening their martial souls. Over time, members of the Revival Church have become nearly ubiquitous among the populace, and their reputation in the community has grown increasingly high. The nobles, benefiting from the monthly support from the Revival Church, are also happy to live in comfort. The Spirit Hall has also reached some cooperation with the Revival Church. Not only will they not impose restrictions, but they will also make efforts to help. However, with the emergence of the Revival Church, strange occurrences have begun to appear in some areas. For example, Soul Masters suddenly appearing everywhere to hunt. These individuals act ostentatiously, indiscriminately killing innocents, and after committing their crimes, they leave behind a dried corpse at the scene. This gives those who come to witness the next day under the sun a sense of inexplicable chill. In response to this, the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire have dispatched personnel to investigate. However, most of their actions are merely perfunctory. Generally, such hunts do not last more than 2 days, allowing the people of the Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall to claim credit for resolving the situation. Some will also associate this with the newly emerged Revival Church. But the people of the Revival Church are all ordinary people, and such acts are clearly the work of Soul Masters, and their usual behavior does not lead anyone to believe that they have any connection to this matter. In the extreme northern region, a robust giant wolf traverses through a vast expanse of snowy land. It resembles a stroke of ghostly green ink on a white sheet of paper. Each time it lands, it stirs up a flurry of snow dust, splashing everywhere like waves. This ghostly wolf, which should have been the Douluo forest, is now appearing in this extreme northern land. Moreover, the wolf's speed and size are somewhat exaggerated. Through the swirling snow dust, one can see that a person wearing a lion-headed hat is lying on its back. At this moment, a shadow looms over them. A massive bird is gliding smoothly in the sky, its sharp eagle eyes surveying the surroundings. It is Jason and his companions. A few days ago, in the Douluo forest, after quietly leaving the academy, Jason could not wait to arrive at the Douluo forest. Looking at the endless forest before him, Jason opened his arms in delight, as if embracing the forest itself. He smelled the scent of adventure. Wearing the long-lost lion-headed hat, Jason casually reached out, and a vine quickly shot forward, wrapping around a sturdy branch. Then, Jason swung through the forest like a monkey. He raced freely among the trees, letting out joyful howls. In the forest, a great battle was underway. With its eyes bright red, was staring intensely at the before it. It couldn't understand how it could appear here. And this one was even the same size as it. Was it mutated? Not wanting to think too much, the sharp horns began to turn red, and its hind legs started to gather strength, ready to charge at any moment. Just as the atmosphere in the arena became tense, a sharp cry echoed from the sky. The sound was filled with joy. At the same time, a large shadow passed by. Upon hearing this, the shadow wolf facing the rhinoceros paused for a moment, then turned and ran without even glancing back at the giant rhinoceros. Watching the departing shadow wolf, the giant rhinoceros's two small eyes flashed with confusion. What was going on? However, its disappearance eased the giant rhinoceros's mind slightly. It was still quite wary of that strange shadow wolf from just now. Moreover, the sharp scream that just came from the sky made it hesitate to stay any longer. The little wolf running on the ground envied Xiaoyan's wings for the first time. The urgent longing made their speed much faster than usual. Of course, the first to arrive was Xiaotian. Jason, who was swinging among the trees, suddenly felt the surroundings darken. Then there was a deafening shriek. Accompanied by an excited howl, Jason fearfully looked up and shouted, "Stop! Stop! Don't come over!" Clearly, the little Tian couldn't stop in time. Jason felt himself being pinned to the ground by its massive body, struggling to breathe. "Deadbird, get up quickly. If you don't get up, I'm going to die." Jason, barely able to peek out, stretched out his hand and shouted with a flushed face. Little Tian quickly stepped aside, suddenly realizing that its body had grown significantly larger. "My master has become so small." It tilted its head and looked at Jason, who appeared like an ant on the ground. Seeing the silly look of the gigantic creature in front of him, Jason was filled with anger. "Don't you have any self-awareness of how big you are? Did you learn to be foolish from that little wolf?" Thinking of the little wolf's silly appearance, while looking at the silly bird that was tilting its head to inspect him, Jason felt that little Tian might indeed have caught its foolishness. With this thought, Jason's expression darkened. At that moment, Jason's ears were once again assaulted. A wolf howl echoed, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. Looking at little Tian running joyfully towards him, Jason gazed at it in despair. "Don't come over." After a while, Jason sat awkwardly on a large tree, looking at the excited wolf and griffin in front of him. "What did you eat to grow so big?" Chapter 70, Black Flame Bear Wolf. Jason exclaimed, "Dumb dog, don't lick me, my clothes are all wet." He wiped his face with a look of disgust. Watching that enormous tongue approach, half of Jason's body became damp. The little wolf glanced at him with a look of grievance. Jason tidied up his hat and somewhat messy clothes on the branch. The little wolf and little Tian obediently sat there, their eyes filled with the joy of reunion. After a while, once Jason had organized himself, he looked at his long-lost companions, and his gaze gradually softened. This was a look that Shrek and the others had never seen before. Jason opened his arms. "Long time no see, my partners." He smiled gently, his eyes slightly closed. Little Tian and the little wolf slowly moved closer to Jason. Finally, the three heads of one wolf, one griffin, and one human, which varied greatly in size, leaned together. Jason felt the gentle rub of their cheeks on either side and softly stroked their heads with his open hands. The sunlight filtering through the dense leaves seemed to soften at that moment. Since Jason had left, the little wolf and little Tian had begun their own hunts. Among them, the little wolf was the fiercest, exchanging injuries in battle, which was a stark contrast to its silly demeanor when with Jason. Xiaotian, due to its flying ability and having learned many hunting skills from Jason, doesn't get injured much during battles. During this time, Jason has shared his hunting experiences with them. That's why they have grown so quickly. "Let's go hunt some prey. Once I reach level 40, we'll head to the far north." They probably haven't heard of the far north, but wherever Jason goes, they will follow. Then Jason jumped directly onto the back of the little wolf. Xiaotian flapped its wings, soaring into the sky with a whirlwind. The long-awaited hunt made Jason's blood boil again. The little wolf's massive body carried Jason through the forest, its soft fur flowing like water waves in the wind. Many soul beasts encountered along the way scattered far away, with some timid ones burying their heads in the ground. As they got closer to the inner perimeter, the little wolf was finally stopped. Blocking their path was a black bear, its fur dark and glossy. With no pupils in its eyes, only 2 clusters of black flames. Its overall size was even larger than that of the little wolf. The little wolf glared fiercely at the black bear in front of it, its eyes filled with anger. It recognized this bear. A few days ago, it had severely injured it, and if it weren't for Brother Tian, it might have become the bear's meal. It had planned to come back stronger to settle the score. But unexpectedly, it had jumped out when it received its master's call today. Jason immediately activated Beast Sense and began to detect the large black bear, whose eyes were completely black. Species: Black Flame Bear. Age: 7, 412 years. Talent: Black Light Node. Even though its eyes are fiery, they cannot emit light. However, they can emit black laser beams. The black flame possesses explosive power. Wow, laser eyes. Jason couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the black bear's talent skills. At this moment, the black bear on the opposite side had grown impatient and charged at the little wolf with a black glow in its eyes. Its massive, bulky body was surprisingly agile, and in an instant, it was in front of the little wolf. Clearly, the little wolf had suffered before and dodged in advance. At the same time, it retaliated with a claw swipe. A claw mark appeared on the bear's side, and some blood oozed out from there. But it felt nothing and turned to pounce on the little wolf again. This time, Jason noticed that the bear's paw was enveloped in the same black flame as its eyes. The little wolf, however, didn't even glance at the bear's paw coming at it. Instead, it aimed its jaws directly at the bear's throat. If this continued, the little wolf would get hit in the waist by the black bear, while also managing to bite its throat. It seemed like the little wolf had the upper hand, but don't forget, the black bear had tough skin and thick flesh. So the little wolf's teeth might not penetrate its throat immediately. Meanwhile, the bear's paw, enhanced with black flame, could easily crush its waist and burn the little wolf entirely. However, this time the little wolf wasn't fighting alone. Jason was above. Suddenly, a purple arrow appeared in the bear's slightly open mouth and pierced its throat. Although it didn't penetrate completely, it got stuck in its throat. The pain and toxins instantly surged through its brain nerves. "Little wolf, retreat," Jason shouted. Upon hearing this, the little wolf immediately closed its mouth and pushed against the bear's abdomen with its front paws, using the force to retreat. At this moment, the black bear no longer cared about the little wolf and only wanted to pull out the arrow from its throat. The pain made it cover its mouth and struggle wildly. The agony caused the black flames in its eyes to surge, and then a black beam, as thick as a hemp rope, shot out from its eyes. The beam struck a large tree not far to the left of the little wolf. The tree broke with a loud sound, and the snapped trunk ignited in black flames. It still had consciousness. Jason thought to himself as he watched the somewhat disheveled black bear in front of him. If Jason had hit its exterior, perhaps it would have lost its fighting capability. Clearly, the pain effect of the second soul skill could only disturb the black bear, but not incapacitate it. Fortunately, Jason had struck its throat. Thus, it still had the energy to use its innate skill. Seeing it clawing at its mouth with its two bare paws, clearly in distress, Jason felt a bit uncomfortable as well, so he continued to raise his enchanted bow and shoot at it. Arrow after arrow pierced into its body, and in an instant, the black bear became a hedgehog glowing with blue light. The black bear let out an angry howl, its beastly nature fully unleashed, and the black flames in its eyes burned even more fiercely. Targeting the little wolf, two beams of black light shot out again. The moment the black bear glanced over, Jason was about to command the little wolf to dodge, but had already evaded in advance. Jason stopped the words he was about to say, and the arrows in his hand continued to rain down. It seemed the little wolf had grown not just in size during this time. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of Jason and the little wolf, the black bear let out a roar and then fell to the ground, its massive body causing the ground to tremble once more. As it fell and died, the black flames in its eyes gradually extinguished, disappearing, leaving only a dark void. The black flames on the surrounding broken tree trunks also vanished. The little wolf and Jason stood at a distance, not approaching, but circling around its body. After Jason shot a few more arrows, the little wolf finally led him to the corpse. Since it had no eyes, Jason couldn't discern its expression, but he could still feel its frustration. After using the gathering technique on its corpse, Jason found a bone in his hand. Chapter 71. Soul bone. A black skeletal structure appeared in Jason's hand, consisting of vertebrae, ribs, and other bones. Clearly, this was a trunk bone. Jason did not absorb it directly, but placed it in his backpack. A trunk skeleton appeared in the system's equipment slot. Equipment name: Soul Bone, Trunk Bone. Soul Bone skill: Black Flame Armor. When used, the body is enveloped in a layer of black flame armor, increasing defense by 50% and continuously inflicting burn effects on the surroundings. Passive: enhances stamina. Equip: Jason looked at the equipment description speechlessly. With the little demon's defense and continuous healing, plus this black flame armor, was this the rhythm of making himself tanky? Forget it. It was already good to have obtained a soul bone. He could replace it later when he got something better. A keep, Jason silently thought. With the system, the soul bone was like a piece of equipment for him, easily detachable without needing to remove limbs. The moment the soul bone was equipped, Jason felt a significant enhancement in his bone structure, and his overall physique improved considerably. He was sturdier now. Today, he could have a bear paw for lunch. Looking at this big black bear, Jason had already decided on his lunch for the day. The little wolf proudly circled around the black bear's corpse, feeling quite joyful. After Jason donned the soul bone, he looked at the soul bone skills, his shoulders tensed. He activated his own torso bones. Boom! A surge of black flames erupted from Jason's body, instantly incinerating the remaining flowers and grass around him, and the ground was scorched. The little wolf, happily jumping around, was startled and quickly jumped away. Then he saw a black armor appear on his master. The original lion head hat was gone, replaced by a black ghost-faced helmet. The protruding sharp points symmetrically extended towards the back, resembling the horns of an evil dragon, with red light emanating from the eye sockets. At the same time, a garment-like armor appeared on him, with a collar-like piece wrapping around his shoulders, extending to the back and forming a cloak made of black flames. The black flame armor not only did not make him appear bulky, but instead made him look even more slender. However, it also instantly transformed his aura into something dark and profound. Jason, wearing the black ghost-faced helmet, looked down at his hands, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of power emerging. At this moment, with a thought, the cloak made of black flames detached from behind and began to swirl around Jason, forming a spiral that surrounded him. After playing with it for a while, feeling that his soul power was depleting a bit too much, he retracted it. The lion head hat reappeared on his head, and then he turned to the somewhat bored little wolf and shouted, "Let's go, find next one." Jason climbed back onto the little wolf's back and continued deeper into the forest. Now, if he encountered a soul beast that was around 10,000 years old, Jason, along with the little wolf, little Tian, and little Yao, still had a good chance of killing it. Of course, excluding those that were fast. Speed is a significant advantage in both combat and escape, so Jason also paid great attention to his speed. However, the black flame bear produced a torso bone, not a leg bone, but the black flame accompanying this torso bone surprised Jason a bit. This black flame, aside from being hotter than ordinary flames, also possessed a strong adhesiveness. It was sticky. Once it touched you, it was like a rubber candy that you couldn't shake off, and it would also burn your soul power. However, the black flame would only appear when the soul bone skill that drives the torso bone was activated. Continuing forward, soul beasts became increasingly rare, but with little Tian scouting in the air, Jason and the little wolf could quickly determine the location of their prey. Time passed in traveling and fighting, and the relatively calm Stardow forest once again became lively. At night, Jason sat on a massive corpse, breathing in the air greedily, surrounded by a kilometer of ruins, with only a few broken trees and branches burning with flames. The ground was littered with charred, pitted craters, some of which contained crystals formed by the high temperature. Both Xiao Lang and Xiao Tian are covered in bloody claw marks, especially Xiao Lang, who is the most severely injured. The body under Jason is a purple fox. Interestingly, it has an eye on its forehead. Creature, three-eyed demon fox. Age, 11-0-24 years. Talent, charming eye. When used, the third eye targets the enemy to release a mental attack, trapping them in an illusion and eventually exhausting their mind to death. Note, if you want to see a beautiful girl taking a bath, you can look at its third eye. Jason had already known about its innate skills and was definitely prepared for this move, as Jason and his companions launched a group attack filled with love against it. The battle shook the heavens and wept the spirits, fighting from the entrance of the village to the end. This three-eyed demon fox only suffered a few arrow wounds, while it had not sustained any other injuries. However, Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang managed to find opportunities to scratch it fiercely a few times. Truly worthy of being a fox. The greatest threat to it in the air is the little sky, and most of his energy is focused on it. Even if Jason's arrows hit it, they wouldn't cause any damage. Watching the strange large bird dive towards itself again from the sky, it thought to itself that as long as it could control it, the nearby nether wolf and the humans in the distance would pay for their foolishness. It pretended to rush towards the little wolf, and after the little Tian had charged a certain distance, the eye on its forehead began to emit a pink glow, creating a peculiar ripple in the air. But at that moment, a small iron cylinder suddenly appeared in the view of its third eye. Buzz! In that instant, the three-eyed demon fox seemed to see light, and the entire world was filled with light. With Jason's reminder, the little wolf and little Tian accurately pounced on the blind magic fox. Jason, who had been just an onlooker, finally revealed his hidden fangs. Black flame armor. Half-load state. The black demon-faced armor reappeared, with a cloak made of black flames entwined with blue lightning, while the hand pulling the bowstring emitted a thunderous roar. Red, purple, black. In the midst of the three-colored flowing light, countless soul power arrows shot towards it. In just an instant, the blinded three-eyed demon fox let out a wail. Its throat was bitten by the little wolf, and all three of its eyes were clawed out by the little sky. The fragile parts like the nose and ears were all hit by Jason's arrows. Retreat! Jason shouted at the little wolf and Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian immediately grabbed the little wolf and flew away from the three-eyed magic fox. At this moment, the three-eyed magic fox was already in a frenzy. Its sharp claws waving wildly, and its tail was thrashing about, slapping the ground. Jason had already retracted his martial soul, his right hand hanging limply, blood flowing steadily from his fingers to the ground. But he was only focused on the magic fox, which was struggling one last time in front of him. After suffering such severe injuries, its death was only a matter of time. All he could do now was wait. Chapter 72. Preparation. At the moment the three-eyed magic fox died, the soul ring floated in the air and then converged towards Jason. A crisp notification sound echoed in Jason's mind. Experience 11024, level up. Jason emerged from the bushes and slowly walked towards the collapsed massive fox corpse. His left arm was already wrapped in roots, and the injuries on his arm were visibly healing at a noticeable speed. By the time he reached the corpse, his arm had completely recovered, but his sleeve was gone. As usual, Jason used the gathering technique on the praised corpse. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 marten. Then Jason had a purple ferret cloak appear in his hands. Accessory. Ferret cloak, length 1. 7 meters, width 1 meter. Effect. Can change colors at will, excellent warmth. Today is not a lucky day. Jason retracted the cloak into his space and rested briefly on the corpse of the fox. It seems that today he has only collected some accessories, like earrings and rings. Jason actually wanted its third eye, but clearly, luck was not on his side. Congratulations, host. Your level has reached level 40, which is the upper limit. Please absorb the soul ring. After resting for a while, Jason picked up his knife and began to collect the valuable items from the three-eyed demon fox. Once finished, Jason waved to the little wolves and Xiao Tian, standing guard on either side. You two go back to the space to heal. Tomorrow we will set off for the extreme north. As he said this, Jason patted their heads and then retrieved them into the space. Looking around, Jason turned and headed towards the outskirts. Just shortly after Jason left, a group of people suddenly arrived here. Among them were 2 boys and a girl. The girl had short golden hair, graceful features, and there was an enchanting allure in her every step. On her left was a boy with gray hair, a streak of red hair on his forehead, patterned eyes, a stern expression, and a somewhat charming aura. The boy on the right, behind him, had red hair and occasionally glanced at the girl in the middle, wearing armor with red stripes. Behind the 3 of them was a middle-aged man. When the 3 saw the corpse of the three-eyed magic fox in front of them, their expressions immediately became serious. They didn't expect someone to have gotten there first. The middle-aged man who had fallen behind stepped forward to examine the body and said regretfully, "It looks like it just died not long ago." Looking at the still wet blood on the ground, a somewhat charming boy remarked, "Yes, but the soul ring has already dissipated. From the signs of the battle here, it seems 3 soul beasts were entangled with each other, and ultimately the three-eyed magic fox was killed. If we had come a little earlier, we might have been able to take advantage of the situation." The girl with golden short hair observed the traces around her and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man nodded in appreciation. "Then let's hurry and find the next one. We should try to return by tomorrow," the red-haired boy said impatiently. "All right, let's go." The group immediately began to run again. From their attire, it was clear that they were members of the spirit hall. At this moment, Jason was still traversing through the forest, searching for a clearing with a pond, where he could set up camp, cook, and rest. The starry forest was so vast that there must be quite a few ponds, and he quickly found a spot. There was a pond here, surrounded by some spotted deer with blue-patterned fur and a herd of cattle with thick horns on their heads. They quietly gathered around the pond, occasionally lowering their heads to drink some water. Jason slowly made his way to the edge of the pond, scooped up some water to drink, while the little sprite extended its root into the water, eagerly absorbing moisture. Jason's arrival did not startle them. They simply glanced at him in surprise, as if they were seeing a human for the first time. Seeing that Jason was just drinking water, they continued with their own activities. After storing some water in his canteen, Jason couldn't help but reach out to pet the curious little spotted deer that had come close to him. The moment he touched its head, the little deer seemed a bit startled, but upon realizing that being petted by Jason felt quite nice and posed no danger, it closed its eyes in enjoyment. At that moment, a big spotted deer came running over and nudged the little deer with its head, as if to say, "Don't stay there." The little deer looked at its mother and called out in a babyish voice, seemingly asking why it was pushed away. Jason couldn't help but chuckle and then stood up. The nearby spotted deer took a few nervous steps back. Jason put away the canteen and then took out the wine flask from his waist, opened the cap, took a sip, and leisurely left the pond. The little deer, curious, wanted to come up and sniff the scent, but was stopped by its mother. The surroundings of the pond remained undisturbed by Jason's arrival, nor did they show any signs of disturbance when he left. The sun was beginning to set, and the entire starry forest was bathed in a rosy hue. At this time, Jason had reached the top of a hill, sitting on a large rock, quietly watching the clouds dyed red by the sunset, the evening glow shining warmly on his face. In that moment, it felt as if both sides were admiring each other's grandeur and charm. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed in Jason's mind, nearly causing him to fall off the rock as he was enjoying the sunset. All you think about is eating. Even in the space you can't resist your dog nose. Jason helplessly released the little wolf from his pet space. Its wounds had just scabbed over, with bald patches where the injuries were. As soon as it came out, its two eyes were fixated on the roasted meat in front of it, and its mouth was already starting to drool. This was the meat Jason had just grilled and was preparing to let cool for a bit. Unexpectedly, the little wolf had woken up just in time. All right, you can have that piece, I'll grill more. Jason waved his hand at it. Following the command, the little wolf grabbed the piece of meat still on the skewer and began to tear into it. The skewer under its mouth was like chopsticks, and fortunately, Jason had a big appetite, and the meat was also substantial. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for the little wolf to take a bite. As Jason was grilling the meat, the little sprite also woke up. Then a huge creature appeared on the small hill again. It's still easier for Xiao Tian. Jason directly handed the raw meat to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian still preferred to eat raw meat and didn't like cooked meat. The little wolf can eat raw meat, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to survive when Jason is not around. However, it prefers roasted meat, so Jason has to cook it for him. In fact, Jason is quite surprised by the little wolf's growth. After all, it's just a minor underworld wolf with a not-so-strong bloodline. Even with experience points, it's quite rare for it to elevate itself to this level in such a short time. It needs to grow up quickly, and then we could go find that big gorilla together. Sorry about that. I finally got a morning shift off yesterday, but the company organized an event, so I couldn't leave. By the way, I feel bad for missing an update every week. When the May Day holiday comes, I won't go out to have fun. I'll lock myself in a small dark room to write. By the way, have you guys read a post-apocalyptic novel? It's about zombies. In it, humans don't have superpowers, and although the zombies can evolve, they can still be killed by conventional weapons. The particularly terrifying mutations of some animals are probably just these. I remember the first electronic novel I read was this one. At that time, I borrowed a friend's MP5 to read it. Later, regarding the little demon, the book also mentioned a state similar to the symbiosis of venom, but the consciousness is still just ordinary instinct. Pets are no longer soul beasts, and their levels are no longer calculated by years, but by combat power. Death will not produce soul rings. As for the female protagonist, I won't say much more. The debate over a single female lead versus a harem has always been quite significant. Let us continue watching. If it's uncomfortable to watch, then we won't. There is no need to endure this, right? By the way, are there any girls among the readers? Organizing an event is really tiring. Chapter 73. Ice Crystal Beast. After running through the snow for a while, the little wolf brought Jason into a forest. The trees here are mostly firs, interspersed with scattered cedar and white bark pine. After a long journey, it was already evening, and the red sun was slanting down on the earth. The white snow and red light intermingled, creating a magnificent scene. This was a stunning sight, draped in red and white. At this moment, Jason jumped down from the little wolf's back, wrapped in a layer of white fox fur, and with his silver hair, he looked like a part of this snowy expanse. After quietly admiring the scenery for a while, Jason suddenly made a secret decision. Let us go. Jason stepped into the forest before him. Unlike the endless white of the snowfield, this place was filled with many colors, although white still dominated. The arrival of Jason and his group startled some soul beasts inside. However, with the little wolf beside him as a deterrent, they did not dare to approach. They were still far from the inner area of the extreme north, but the temperature had already dropped very low. Fortunately, with the fox fur coat, the warmth was excellent. It was windproof and warm, and Jason suddenly felt that obtaining this from a 10,000-year-old beast was worth it. He just didn't know if he could reach the center of the extreme Iceland. However, it was highly unlikely. Wrapped entirely in the fox fur coat, Jason strolled through the untouched forest, constantly surveying his surroundings, while the little wolf followed behind, baring its teeth to intimidate the soul beast that looked over. While walking, Jason suddenly stopped and frowned at a soul beast in the distance, which was a white monkey with seemingly different eyes. When the white monkey saw Jason looking over, It immediately pounded its chest in provocation. Not noticing anything significant, Jason continued on his way, leaving long footprints and large plum blossom prints along the path, with pointed tips on top. After walking for a while, Jason stopped at a cave. This cave was on the ground, dark and bottomless. The cave entrance was about 10 meters in radius, a huge pit. Surrounding the entrance were many ice crystals scattered and intertwined around. At the same time, as Jason approached the entrance, he felt a cold current blowing out from the cave. Jason tried to stretch out his hand from the white fur coat to feel the entrance. After just a few seconds, he felt a chill invade his fingertip, as if the blood had stopped flowing. Jason retracted his hand, feeling a warm and comfortable sensation returning. But at that moment, he was fixated on the pitch-black cave entrance below his feet, as if something in the darkness was attracting him. Suddenly, a panel appeared before Jason. Creature, Ice Crystal Beast Years. Talent. This was not because the soul beast inside had too high a level, but because the distance was too far, making detection incomplete. Little wolf, you go back first, and I'll summon you when I reach the bottom. Jason waved to the little wolf, and then it vanished in place. Then he said to the little sky above, Little sky, you are patrolling up there? I will go down first. Caw! The little sky in the air heard this and flew a little lower. Jason took out a pair of glasses from his space again and put them on, while the enchanted bow quietly appeared in his hand. The first Soul Skills Soul Power Simulation Operation route began to function. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the cave entrance. The dark cave mouth was like a giant abyss, swallowing Jason whole, making him disappear without a trace. As he fell, darkness surrounded him, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, which made him feel inexplicably irritated. At that moment, Jason suddenly saw many red dots light up around him. The panel also appeared. Biology. Ice bat swarm lifespan. 100,000-200,000 years weakness. Fire talent. Freezing bite. After biting the target, it will inject cold poison, freezing the target. And after freezing your blood, they will drain it. Note, chilled blood tastes better. The dark surroundings are filled with the red dots that are the eyes of these ice bats. However, Jason had no intention of wasting time with them. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted from the darkness, followed by a loud explosion. Jason, who was diving, suddenly accelerated, and the flames erupting from behind caused the ice bats that were trying to rush forward to halt their momentum. A few ice bats with a lifespan of 1,000 years seemed unwilling to give up the chilled drink that had fallen, and despite their discomfort, they continued to dive towards the direction of the firelight. But just as they hadn't chased far, several blue arrows suddenly appeared, piercing them one by one and pinning them to the surrounding circular wall. Not long after Jason descended, he faintly heard the sound of flowing water. Upon hearing the sound, he began to adjust his position. In a diving motion, he flipped around and stood upright, with firelight still occasionally erupting beneath him, slowly reducing the inertia of his descent. The sound of water grew closer, and through the explosion-esque light, Jason saw the situation below. There was a narrow stream flowing gently beneath him. This stream was shallow, revealing many exposed stones. As the feeling of weightlessness disappeared and his feet landed on solid ground, Jason lit a firecracker, the bright red light illuminating the surroundings. Once he reached the underground, the space expanded significantly, with many smooth ice crystals on the ground beside the stream. The firelight cast on the ice crystals looked like a ruby. Upstream of the small stream, there was a passage where the ice crystals were denser and more chaotic, yet still beautiful. He faintly heard a series of crackling sounds coming from the other side of the passage. The frequency of this sound resembled that produced by mollusks in motion. Jason surveyed the surrounding environment once more and then rushed directly towards the stream. Shortly after Jason left, a soul beast resembling a snake, covered in ice crystals, appeared at the passage. It had no facial features, as if its entire body was composed of ice crystals. The ice crystals that made it up emitted cold air, and, as it passed the stream, the flowing water was instantly frozen, stopping its movement. After going through that passage, it finally saw the human who had disturbed it ahead. The head, composed entirely of ice crystals, stood upright, seemingly ready to charge. Jason also turned to take a look at the soul beast that had appeared. When it crouched down, its height was about 1 meter taller than Jason, and its length was approximately 10 meters. Considering its nearly 3-meter thick body, it seemed somewhat uncoordinated. This must be the ice crystal beast. Just watching it raise its head like a cobra, its back arching, and then springing forward, it charged straight toward Jason's position. At this moment, Jason found a much larger space to maneuver, making his positioning a bit easier. Moreover, there were no ice crystals everywhere. At the same time, the ice crystal beast composed of crystals was about to charge over. Looking at its sharply pointed crystal top, being hit by it would not feel good. Jason casually shot a few arrows, but they were blocked by the crystals on its body. Creature, Ice Crystal Beast Years, 12. 400 Talent. Ice Crystal freezing. It shoots ice crystals at the target, freezing it. This cave, unknown to anyone, will become home to a new masterpiece. Note, this is an artist skilled at preserving eternal beauty, who does not care much about the concept of beauty itself. Little Wolf, it's time to serve. Chapter 74. Kill. A huge figure suddenly appeared in the air along the path of the Ice Crystal Beast. With a thud, the entire cave seemed to shake. After landing, the little wolf quickly jumped up. It noticed that frost had already formed on its backside. After jumping away, the little wolf looked at the Ice Crystal Beast it had just pinned down. Seeing it covered in ice crystals and exuding cold air, it immediately turned to look at its master. Jason gave it a thumbs up. For a moment, the little wolf suddenly realized that its master was even more dog-like than itself. Frozen wolf, but is this something a human would do? Don't just stand there. It's about to attack you. Jason felt no discomfort from the little wolf's gaze. Instead, he pointed at the now risen Ice Crystal Beast. The Ice Crystal Beast shook its head and then looked at the suddenly appeared giant wolf. The frost on its body grew thicker, as if it were about to solidify. It swung its tail towards the little wolf, and a crystal detached from its tail, shooting out rapidly. The alerted little wolf quickly crouched down, and the ice crystal flew over its head. As the crystal flew over its head, all the wolf fur along the way was frozen. At that moment, a purple arrow suddenly appeared in front of the Ice Crystal Beast. The purple arrow instantly pierced into its body. It immediately retaliated by launching a completely white crystal at Jason. Jason quickly jumped back, dodging the attack. This creature was indeed made of crystals, and it seemed that the toxin had no effect on it anymore. Looking at the purple arrow lodged in its head, yet seeing that its movements were not affected at all, Jason suddenly felt that things were getting a bit troublesome. Moreover, in such low temperatures, the little wolf is not suitable for prolonged combat, so it needs to be resolved quickly. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for itself. Looking ahead, Jason sees the ice crystals that just fell to the ground, which have already split into many more crystals, resembling the shape of the crystals he saw on the ground moments ago. Jason continues to use his third soul skill to absorb some of its soul power, keeping his blue bar as healthy as possible to avoid an embarrassing situation where he runs out of blue when the time for an explosion comes. Jason moves around, observing the hidden ice core within the body of the Ice Crystal Beast. The Ice Crystal Beast is actually just a small blue crystal, while the ice crystals covering its body are merely for self-protection. Therefore, piercing through its outer white crystals has no effect at all. However, it is very difficult to locate its true form beneath the thick layer of white ice crystals. The only opportunity lies in the moment it uses its skills. At the instant it activates its talent skill, there will be a fluctuation of soul power. As long as Jason can pinpoint the source of the soul power fluctuation, he will have a chance to kill it. As time passed, the surrounding ice crystals increased, and the temperature dropped accordingly. The little wolf was almost covered in frost, its dark green fur frozen in clumps, but its gaze grew increasingly fierce. Jason's hand had already started to turn purple, and his body was becoming increasingly stiff. Watching the little wolf clumsily dodge another icicle ahead, Jason had begun to feel a sense of retreat. The Ice Crystal Beast has been hiding its core all along, and as soon as Jason gets a little closer, it will retreat, absolutely not giving you a chance. Moreover, it knows that these sudden intruders cannot outlast itself, so it has never been impatient. This is also something Jason is quite worried about. By the time they enter the 10,000-year mark, many soul beasts have already developed a certain level of intelligence. With intelligence, battles become much more challenging and unpredictable. Just as Jason was preparing to retreat, the little wolf in front suddenly snarled with a fierce expression, and its dark green light surged, transforming its entire body into a green streak that appeared in front of the Ice Crystal Beast. The Ice Crystal Beast was startled by its sudden burst of speed and didn't react in time, getting swatted away by a paw and crashing into the nearby stone wall. The entire underground shook again, causing many fragments to fall from above, and a large piece was missing from where the Ice Crystal Beast was struck. As soon as it landed, the Ice Crystal Beast stood upright, seemingly very angry, and a shard of ice shot out from its body, aimed at the little wolf. The little wolf had just exhausted all its strength, barely standing upright, its body dimly glowing with a faint green light, as if it could extinguish at any moment. It stared motionless at the ice crystals shooting towards it, showing no signs of panic or fear in its eyes. Only one feeling remained: trust. Sure enough, The ice crystals were struck by several beams of blue light in midair. Although they did not shatter, they veered off course, scattering the ice crystals that were aimed at the little wolf, which then plunged into the ground with undiminished force. Little demon, now's the time. A loud echo reverberated throughout the space. Countless vines made up of branches and roots suddenly appeared around the ice crystal beast, wrapping around it. Since it was still backed against the wall, there was much less space to evade, and with the sudden attack, its entire body was bound. It struggled violently, twisting and writhing as the vines were loosened, but new vines kept replacing them, and so the ice crystal beast was controlled for a while. At this moment, the crackling sound of lightning echoed in the space once again. Jason was surrounded by lightning, illuminating the surroundings brightly. With the enchanted bowstring taut, he focused on the temporarily controlled ice crystal beast. Found you. The familiar explosive sound rang out again, and flames appeared in his hand as he drew the bow. In conjunction with the rapid reaction of his soul power after the potential was unleashed, countless arrows formed a stream of light within a second, shooting towards the ice crystal beast that was about to break free. A long blue line struck a spot on the front of the ice crystal beast. All the arrows aligned and struck that one point. As the saying goes, constant dripping wears away the stone, and what more could arrows do? The blue line lasted for 2 seconds before dissipating, and a small hole appeared in the body of the ice crystal beast, with a shattered blue crystal in the center. At the same time, a black soul ring floated out from the corpse of the ice crystal beast. Jason shot a few more arrows at the shattered blue crystal, waiting for it to be completely destroyed before retracting his martial soul and moving to the small wolf. The small wolf was now lying on the ground, unconscious, covered in frost, and its body was somewhat stiff, resembling a frozen corpse. After gently stroking its head, Jason stored it back into the pet space. He then sat down beside the corpse of the ice crystal beast and said, "Little Yao, keep watch." Vines spread out from Jason's body, forming an interwoven, enclosed space that surrounded him. After some growth over time, Little Yao had developed some self-awareness, but still couldn't speak and could only follow simple commands. However, this was already a significant improvement. Jason then began to prepare to absorb the soul ring. Chapter 75, 10,000-Year Soul Ring. The space was filled with branches and vines, and the ice crystals on the ground turned into ordinary ice crystals as the soul power dissipated, only to be shattered by passing vines. At the center of this area, Jason was regulating his breathing while waiting. He was infusing soul power into the potential crystal in front of him, trying to fill it up as quickly as possible for future use. The soul ring lasts for 1 hour, which is enough time for him to not only reach his optimal state, but also to use the potential crystal again. This time, he was absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, which, like the third soul ring, exceeded his own level's absorption limit. Jason's determination to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring came from the continuous healing and energizing from the little demon, the potential crystal that greatly enhanced both his body and spirit after activation. And the trunk bone soul bone he obtained a few days ago in the Stardow forest that also increased his physical constitution. Additionally, there was his usual self-abusive training. Explosion, repair, explosion, repair. Each time he reorganized and repaired, Jason's physical body would strengthen a little more. In fact, Jason also wanted to take the risk of absorbing a soul ring of a higher age. However, in the extreme north, the cold weather was not suitable for Little Tion and Little Wolf's combat, nor for himself. Therefore, the best choice was to hunt soul beasts under 15,000 years. The absorption would be absolutely safe, and the hunting wouldn't be too dangerous. The energy of the potential crystal was finally full, and Jason adjusted his breathing for a while before preparing to absorb the black soul ring in front of him. The black soul ring slowly floated towards Jason, and the absorption began. The moment he absorbed the soul ring, a cold breath started to freeze Jason's spiritual consciousness. Outside, Jason's snow-white ferret had no frost on it, and his body temperature was a bit cold, which was normal in this environment. But a layer of frost covered his eyebrows, his lips turned pale, and his teeth chattered. He seemed to be very cold. The little demon began to input energy into Jason, and, at the same time, the blue crystal on Jason's chest lit up again, with lightning wrapping around his whole body. The cold that was freezing Jason's spirit was instantly pierced by a bolt of lightning, and his thoughts became active again. At the same time, the speed of soul ring absorption also accelerated. Thus, the 10,000-year soul ring of the ice crystal beast was smoothly absorbed by Jason. Sitting on the ground, Jason slowly opened his eyes. The frost on his eyebrows had disappeared, and his lips had already returned to a light red color. "Let's go. We need to go up. Little Tion is still waiting." Jason stood up and all the surrounding vines retracted. The ice on the road had started to melt, and some water had begun to flow. Arriving at the entrance of a cave, Jason once again used the explosive force to fly upwards. On the way, he encountered that group of ice bats again, but in this dark space, Jason didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he flew past them and out of the cave. This time, no ice bats chased after him. Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing was standing in front of the principal, glaring at him. Why are you stopping him from taking me away? She didn't know how many times she had repeated this sentence today. You are too weak. You will become his burden. Flander patiently repeated once more. But if I don't train with him, I will always be a burden to him, Zhu Zhuqing said stubbornly. Flander sighed helplessly. But his training is too dangerous. He can't take care of you at all. I'm protecting you, but I'm not afraid of death. But we at Shrek are afraid you will die. We are a whole. Isn't Jason part of that whole? She immediately retorted. Flander fell silent for a moment. Yes, he doesn't belong to our whole. His voice was somewhat low, as if saying this was heavy for him. Zhu Zhuqing seemed momentarily unable to believe it, unable to accept that this sentence came from a man with crystal eyes filled with water. I once wanted him to integrate into Shrek, but it seems he has always hidden something in his heart, always keeping himself concealed. After finally peeling away some of the clouds in his heart, he seemed very sensitive and chose to leave again. Flander's eyes flickered, and he continued, also, Zhu Zhuqing, as an adult, I must advise you that your feelings for Jason are not love. They're just a way to fill the emptiness in your heart. You don't really like him. He spoke slowly, and these words seemed to pierce Zhu Zhuqing's heart. She immediately wanted to refute, but looking at Flander's penetrating gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. That kid Jason, although he exudes danger inside and out, beneath all that, he has a warm heart. If you really like him, go love him. If you don't like him, then don't disturb him. This time, Zhu Zhuqing didn't make a fuss anymore. She lowered her head and left Flander's office. After she left, Flander sighed in relief, as if the long-accumulated pressure had been released. He recalled the conversation from a few days ago. If he usually acted a bit more stable, I wouldn't worry so much about this matter. After he said this, the two fell silent again. When a crisp bird call rang out around them, Flander looked at Jason with a gentle gaze. I'll call you Little J. No, just call me Jason. Jason quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Little J? Little stutterer? What the heck? Flander chuckled and continued, actually, I know you want to help Zhu Zhuqing, but you have no obligation to help her. We are boyfriend and girlfriend. How can there be no obligation? Jason's tone sounded normal, but Flander could tell he seemed a bit flustered. Really? I believe you should be able to sense that Zhu Zhuqing doesn't really like you. She's just grabbing onto you as a lifeline when she's drowning, but that lifeline isn't really a rescue. Jason suddenly found Flander somewhat annoying. After a moment of silence, Jason didn't continue to argue, but nodded silently and then said, yes, maybe it's a bit of guilt. After all, I didn't expect that incident would cause her such great harm. I was the one who made her feel like she was drowning, so I'm willing to be that lifeline. Anyway, it doesn't cost me anything, right? Just helping her a bit, and when she's done recovering, she can just leave. Jason lowered his head, fiddling with a small grass, saying it nonchalantly. Things aren't calculated like that. You don't owe her anything, nor do you need to compensate her for anything. Just your own thing. You, although like a fierce beast, thrive in the law of the jungle. But when it comes to interacting with people, you are overly cautious. The feeling of being seen through and having it said to your face is somewhat shameful. Principal, don't you think you're quite annoying? Am I? Haha, well. When dealing with your own people, don't be so cautious about hurting them. Just do your own thing. If you need my help, you can come to me. Can I borrow money? No. Huh. Jason disdainfully glared at him. Kid, I'll make it clear to Zhu Zhuqing. You don't need to feel guilty about anything. Sometimes, having too strong an insight isn't good for you. You've been observing me. Jason looked at him and asked, isn't it normal for the principal to observe students? Flander shrugged and retorted. In fact, if it weren't for Zhu Zhuqing, I really wouldn't have noticed. Indeed, during the training time, Zhu Zhuqing would come over each time, but it was not just because she liked him, it was merely an emotional misperception. When feeling empty inside, it was like drowning, grabbing randomly. Once she caught something, she would say it was fine. After reaching the shore, she might thank that lifeline, but she knew she wouldn't really like him. This seemed unreasonable, but emotions are often unreasonable. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing really would end up liking Jason in the end, but they didn't spend much time together. Liking this was rather unrealistic. It was precisely because Jason keenly sensed her situation that he made that choice at the time. His actions seemed to be two extremes compared to his usual behavior. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? With a sigh, Flandra had already turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Jason's gaze became resolute. My matter should come to a conclusion as well. Book release notice. This book will be launched on May 1st, and there will be a burst of updates at that time, with at least 5 chapters. I will take a 4-day break, and once this holiday is over, everyone can start to support it. Let's head to the small black room. I will definitely finish this book. After all, I have nothing to do after work, so I'll just code and update. Of course, I also appreciate everyone's support. You all give me the motivation to keep writing. Chapter 76. Magic Ice Crystal Arrow. As soon as he stepped out of the cave, Jason felt a warm and comfortable sensation. Squeak! The patrolling little Tian saw him come out and immediately flew excitedly in front of him. Jason patted its head, saying, "It's okay, it's already resolved." For some reason, looking at little Tian in front of him, Jason felt a bit reluctant. He glanced at the unconscious little wolf in the space and seemed to be struggling with something. Seeing that his master was a bit down, little Tian couldn't help but nuzzle its head against Jason's palm to comfort him. Jason smiled and seemed to have figured something out. He was thinking about certain things, but you must remember, I will never give up on you, forever. Little Tian didn't understand his meaning and couldn't help but call out in confusion. All right, you go play first. I'm going to test the skill I just acquired. Saying this, Jason summoned his martial soul again. He found a spot and locked onto the soul beast hidden in the shadows observing in this forest. The enchanted bow added another white line, giving the bow a touch of sanctity. The 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black soul rings on his body lit up again. Retreating to his feet, Jason took a deep breath, and the 4th 10,000-year soul ring lit up. A white transparent arrow appeared on the enchanted bow, and both the bow and arrow exuded cold air, while the surrounding temperature plummeted. The 4th soul skill, Magic Ice Crystal Arrow, launched a massive ice arrow towards the target, causing damage and a stun effect to the hit target. The Magic Ice Crystal Arrow would also deal damage and slow down all enemy targets near the target. Furthermore, the ice arrow would not dissipate. The farther it flew, the larger the arrow would become until it hit an object. This strike could be considered a super long-range shot, capable of taking an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Jason released the bowstring, and the ice arrow shot out, continuously absorbing moisture and cold air from the surroundings, growing larger and larger without slowing down. At this moment, if he could use a tracking soul skill like Zhao Wujia's, it would be even more perfect. The arrow pierced through one silver tree after another, eventually arriving in front of a white monkey, the very one that had provoked Jason earlier. Not expecting to be attacked, the monkey quickly climbed up the branches above upon seeing the gigantic ice arrow in front of it. Just as it jumped up, the ice arrow shot past beneath it. However, right behind it was the trunk of the tree. The arrow struck the trunk, causing the tree to explode instantly, and the shattered ice crystals scattered like flowers in the wind, while a wave of cold air erupted, plunging the surroundings into a sudden chill. The white monkey was also pierced by the scattered ice crystals, but no blood flowed out, all frozen by the cold. It screamed in panic and hurriedly fled from the area. Jason retracted his martial spirit and began to run swiftly through the forest, quickly arriving at the spot where the ice arrows had just struck. Looking at the broken tree trunk and the scattered ice crystals around, many of these crystals were embedded in the nearby tree trunks, while some had fallen to the ground. At the same time, the moment he entered this area, the temperature dropped significantly, and the flow of blood in his body slowed down considerably. Let's try the soul power. Jason muttered to himself, and then began to take action. After a surge of blue energy flowed from his palm, Jason withdrew his hand. It can also reduce the flow of soul power. No wonder the term magic exists. Jason continued to walk around, and then drew a circle in this area, approximately 10 meters in diameter. It was about 3 kilometers from where he was to here, and the damage coverage was 10 meters. Jason stood outside the circle and calculated, wanting to have a rough idea in his mind. This data was still very important to Jason. Before understanding the enemy, he needed to understand himself. After doing some observations, he sat down on the ground and began to think. If he added an explosion to the ice crystal arrow, could it have the power of a shrapnel grenade? It is known that the greatest power of a grenade does not come from the explosion itself, but from the shrapnel that scatters. Without considering the attribute issues, Jason immediately began to conduct experiments. This time, the white stripes lit up again, but Jason added the explosive attribute in the middle. A hint of red was mixed into the white transparent ice crystal arrow, and he shot it at a tree stump again. However, this time, as the flying arrow absorbed the moisture and cold air around it, it dissipated. The explosive attribute of the soul power quickly cooled down in the middle. Ultimately, the arrow came to a stop halfway like an ordinary soul power arrow. It seemed that it wouldn't work. Jason wasn't disappointed. He decided to try again with an arrow infused with ice attributes. Jason raised his enchanted bow and continued experimenting. This time, he didn't use any soul skills, just a regular arrow with ice attributes. A blue arrow appeared on the bow, but the arrowhead was made of ice crystal. Jason attempted to attach explosive soul power again. The sharp whistling sound echoed once more as the arrow shot towards the target, getting much closer to the tree trunk. The arrow instantly hit the trunk, then exploded immediately. Jason hurried over to check the situation. When Jason arrived at the scene, he couldn't help but exclaim. He saw that behind the tree that had been blown apart, there was also a hole in another tree. Following this hole, he found a small piece of shattered ice crystal on the ground behind it. So that's how it is. After thinking carefully, Jason understood. At the moment of the explosion, the ice crystal at the arrowhead would be propelled like a bullet by the shockwave of the explosion, causing secondary damage, similar to a gun. To put it more vividly, it was like a booster rocket. Although he didn't create a fragmentation grenade, he unexpectedly discovered something else. Having just acquired the ice attribute, Jason happily continued his experiments in the forest. A few days later, in a cave filled with rocks, Jason and his group were inside. The space in this cave was quite large, making Jason and Xiao Tian feel like insects. Above them were jagged stalactites, and sharp stone tips dripped with water, while below was a waterhole. The water was entirely blue, and its depth was unfathomable. Jason started a fire in a relatively open area, bringing some light to the dark cave. As he continued to move deeper, he reached the foot of a snowy mountain, but just as he arrived, a blizzard suddenly swept down from the peak. The howling wind whipped up the white snow, causing the world to lose all sense of direction in an instant. Feeling the fierce wind around him, Jason hurriedly urged the wolf to move forward. In his previous life, Jason had also faced such a blizzard, but at that time, he had a shelter to take refuge in, while here, the surroundings were completely open, making it impossible to find any shelter. Luckily, he had roughly surveyed that there was a cave not far ahead, and he needed to get inside quickly before the blizzard fully unleashed its fury. With visibility reduced to just 2 meters, the wolf struggled to move forward and suddenly stepped into thin air, falling into the large cave. The howling sound around them vanished in an instant, plunging them into silence. Chapter 77. Crisis now. Inside the cave, Little Sky and the wolf seemed very interested in the environment, running around, sniffing here and there, appearing curious about everything. Jason sat cross-legged by the fire, his stern face illuminated by the flames. At that moment, he opened his eyes, and it seemed like a chill flickered as he did. He reached out to touch the flames. The fire burned his hand, but he seemed to feel no heat, only gazing intently at his hand above the flames. It appeared as if his hands were wrapped in a layer of mirrors, reflecting the flickering fire. He reached into the fire and pulled out a burning log. At the moment of contact, the log emitted a hissing sound. Then the surface quickly froze, while the fire in the middle had not yet gone out. Jason's hands were not wrapped around lenses, but rather ice crystals. Thanks to his experience in cultivating the first soul skill, he found it much easier to cultivate the ice attribute this time. Enchantment not only applies to arrows, but also to his own body. This is the greatest feature of the enchanted bow. While this feature may seem advantageous, what if the system were to disappear? Without the system, one would have to choose between cultivating attributes and leveling up soul power. If one primarily develops the attributes related to the body, their level would increase very slowly. Without sufficient level, their soul power wouldn't be enough to support them in battle. Choosing to focus on leveling up soul power is a much better option, but it would lean towards using soul rings and soul skills, allowing one to quietly be an archer. However, what archer doesn't have a desire for close combat? Tossing the ice stick casually onto the ground, Jason felt inexplicably irritable despite the low temperature around him. He even lost the desire to train. Glancing at the still-spirited little wolf and little Tian, Jason left the campfire and walked toward the cave. After turning a few corners and navigating around some rocks, Jason crossed a narrow passage and arrived at a relatively open area. This space was not large, maybe slightly bigger than a basketball court, and there were no sharp stalactites or other protruding rocks. It was quite smooth. Finding a suitable spot, Jason took out a homemade training bow. This bow was crafted from the horn of a rock rhinoceros and the tendons of an earth dragon, all handmade by Jason himself. It was quite heavy and was typically used for training purposes only. Then, he took out a quiver from the space and slung it over his back, filled with many wooden arrows. He found a stone, which was quite special, resting on top of a boulder. Jason did not use his soul power. Instead, He relied solely on his physical strength, continuously taking arrows, drawing the bow, and shooting. He repeated this process over and over. Although the speed was not very fast, the whole process appeared exceptionally smooth. The wooden arrows kept piercing into the target, and before long, they were shattered. He continued to look for the next one. After a short while, with continuous shooting, Jason was completely soaked in sweat. Yet he remained focused on drawing the bow and shooting arrows. When he ran out of arrows, he would take more from the space, as if he intended to shoot all the arrows in the space. However, there were still over 1,000 arrows left. His restless heart slowly calmed down with each shot. He didn't know how many times he had shot, but this space was already filled with wooden arrows and shattered stones before Jason finally began to stop. In an instant, a wave of intense fatigue washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. He pushed through the exhaustion and returned to his original spot. The campfire had already gone out, so Jason rekindled it and then spread out a blanket beside it, slowly lying down. He watched the flames in front of him, their light reflected in his pupils, momentarily lost in thought. Then two shadows approached. It was Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang. They lay beside the fire and nudged Jason. After Jason patted them one by one, they finally lay down, satisfied to rest. He didn't know how long he had slept, but suddenly Jason felt a tremor in his dream. He immediately sat up and became vigilant of his surroundings, with all his martial spirit soul rings appearing. Xiao Tian and Xiao Lang were also cautiously watching their surroundings. There was no movement around them. Only the caves nearby were shaking. At the same time, a deep and powerful roar of beasts could be faintly heard. Just by the sound, one could feel an immense sense of pressure. The noise was deafening, seemingly filled with anger. They were still far from the inner area. So why was there such a powerful soul beast here? Jason's expression darkened as he sensed that something was off. Just as Jason was preparing to wait for the unknown presence above to leave first, suddenly, the accumulated snow at the cave entrance collapsed, and large amounts of snow fell, revealing the bright sky. When the snow hit the ground, it made a muffled sound like a heavy object falling. Xiao Lang and Xiao Tian were alertly staring at the place where the snow had fallen. As Jason took a closer look at what was covered in the snow, his expression suddenly changed. It was a corpse, a body roughly the size of a small wolf, covered in fur that was the same color as the snow, with limbs resembling those of a monkey. "Run!" Jason shouted, just as the entire cave suddenly collapsed. Countless boulders fell, and a beam of light from the sky shone through a massive figure that had just entered. It was a creature similar to the corpse he had seen earlier, but it was several times larger. It was like the difference between an adult and a baby. Jason was dodging everywhere amidst the collapsed rubble, while the magnificent stalactites had now become the deadliest weapons. Jason narrowly avoided one massive rock after another. His small stature became an advantage. As for the ones he couldn't evade, he would blast them to pieces. Although the little wolf and little Tian were large in size, they were very agile, and even if a rock occasionally hit them, it wouldn't have much effect. The enormous snow-white figure quickly found the corpse, grabbed it with its massive hand, and sniffed at it. Realizing that it no longer had any life, it let out a mournful and piercing roar towards the sky. The snow on the entire mountain shook violently. Jason crouched on the ground, covering his ears, feeling as if his eardrums were about to burst. Finally, it stopped roaring and turned to look in Jason's direction, or rather, behind Jason. But there was nothing behind Jason, only a scattered array of stalactites. At this moment, Jason felt a chill all over his body. He recognized the creature before him as the Titan Snow Demon. Creature, Titan Snow Demon years. Talent. Weakness. Note. Level insufficient. This time, it truly was a matter of insufficient level. From the corpse of the Titan Snow Demon cub, just now, Jason had already sensed something was off, but he only had time to shout once before it arrived. The Titan Snow Demon's massive foot came crashing down towards Jason, moving quickly as if it were angrily trying to crush this ant. Jason looked at the enormous foot descending upon him, seemingly unable to evade. Chapter 78. Dream? Low mode. With no time to choose, Jason activated load mode directly. The harsh sound of lightning and a loud explosion erupted simultaneously, and in a flash, Jason disappeared from his original spot. The giant palm struck the ground, kicking up a wave of white mixed with rocks. However, countless arrows suddenly pierced through this massive wave, each carrying a spiral airflow, shooting towards the eyes of the Titan Snow Demon. Seemingly angered by the ant's resistance, it let out a tremendous roar at the ground below. The arrows shot towards it in the air were shattered by the force of this roar. Jason below was stunned by the roar. His eardrums ruptured, and blood trickled from his ear. However, Jason remained focused on the colossal creature in front of him. The giant wave hadn't subsided yet, and another massive foot quickly descended towards Jason. A loud bang echoed again as the gigantic foot struck the ground, and amidst the waves, a figure was sent flying out. That figure was Jason. Although his explosive power was strong, it was nothing compared to the absolute disparity in strength. At this moment, every bone in Jason's body was fractured, and his internal organs were severely injured, nearing the brink of destruction. His life was hanging by a thread, sustained only by the little demon's efforts. This was just a residual force, not even a direct hit. A wave of pressure rushed towards Jason once more, and this time, he seemed more serious. Opting to use his palm, looking at the enormous hand blocking out the sky, it resembled a vast expanse of snow descending upon him. A vine quickly extended from Jason, who was lying on the ground, wrapping around a nearby rock, trying to pull it over. But it was too slow. There was no way to dodge it. Just as the Titan Snow Demon was about to smash down on Jason, who was like a slippery little ant, a figure slightly larger than its palm blocked the way. A long, determined howl echoed, revealing resoluteness in its tone. Jason stared wide-eyed at the figure in front of him, instantly exclaiming, "What are you doing? Get out of the way!" Xiao Tian collided with the palm of the Titan Snow Demon. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and then the pressure of the wind dissipated. The Titan Snow Demon's palm halted. Xiao Tian braced against its hand. A flicker of surprise passed through the Titan Snow Demon's eyes. Then it transformed its palm into a claw and grabbed Xiao Tian, glancing at the struggling little one. And then a fierce look flashed in its eyes as it squeezed hard. Its palm was instantly stained blood red, and blood poured down like a waterfall, dyeing the snow a deep crimson. No! Jason, lying on the back of the little wolf, watched this scene with eyes wide open, feeling a muffled sound echoing from his body again. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed from the mountain's peak, followed by a rumbling that resonated throughout the entire mountain. Large masses of accumulated snow on the snowy mountain rushed down like waves. It was as if a white snow dragon was soaring down the mountainside, roaring along with the terrain. The little wolf, carrying Jason, was instantly engulfed by this avalanche, disappearing into the vast waves of snow. In the extreme northern region, where snow accumulates year-round, the force of the avalanche was unimaginable. Watching the fierce avalanche quickly flow past beneath him, the breath of the Titan Snow Demon vanished again, and it immediately let out an angry roar towards the sky. The avalanche seemed to surge even more fiercely. The avalanche continued for a long time until the terrain gradually leveled out, and thick snow piled up at the foot of the mountain, resembling layers of cotton. The Titan Snow Demon had already taken its cub and headed towards its clan. Jason slowly opened his eyes, greeted by a white expanse. A white wall? He looked around and realized he was in a hospital room. "Ah, you're awake." At that moment, a nurse exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Jason open his eyes. "Am I in a hospital?" Jason asked in confusion. "Yes, forest firefighters found you unconscious on the ground and brought you back." The nurse seemed to be an intern, exuding a youthful and vibrant energy. "Why did you save me?" Jason said with a bitter smile, looking up at the ceiling. "Isn't it good to save you? You can do more of what you want to do, eat more delicious food, and maybe meet better people," she said, already getting lost in her own thoughts. "Really?" Jason retorted to himself, but didn't argue further. He then closed his eyes to rest. "You should rest. I have to go check on other patients." Seemingly finding Jason a bit boring, she left with her long legs. A few days later, Jason was discharged from the hospital and returned to his little house. The hunting dogs he had raised had died during that forest incident, so he needed to buy 2 more. Thinking of the hunting dogs reminded him of the little wolf and Xiao Tian from his dreams. He found a small breeding base specifically for hunting dogs, located on the outskirts of the city. The 2 hunting dogs he previously owned were a Taitsong hunting dog and a Chuan Dong hunting dog, both suitable for deep mountain forests. This time, he decided to choose these 2 breeds again since he was already familiar with their training. Guided by the owner, he took a long time to pick out 2 dogs he was satisfied with. Selecting hunting dogs is also a skill. It's not just a random choice. After receiving 2 lively puppies from the owner, Jason took them to the car. Watching the 2 little hunting dogs already starting to fight in the passenger seat, Jason couldn't help but smile. He then started the car and headed to the supermarket to prepare food for the 2 hunting dogs. After arriving home, the 2 little hunting dogs showed no signs of being unfamiliar and immediately began to run around the yard. Jason played with them for a bit, then took out the items he bought from the supermarket and started preparing their food. Jason's home felt empty, but the arrival of the 2 little hunting dogs brought some much-needed liveliness. During their training, the 2 hunting dogs grew up. Ever since waking up in the hospital, Jason had often experienced strange dreams, causing him discomfort over the past few months. Today, as usual, Jason prepared the dog food. "Little wolf, Xiao Tian, come eat," he said, tapping the food bowl. The two hunting dogs, about 70 centimeters tall, happily ran over. Little Wolf had a wrinkled face, with ears standing upright, and a muscular build. Xiao Tian had a black back and yellow legs, with V-shaped ears that were level with its eyes. The two hunting dogs did not immediately eat the food in the bowl, but looked at Jason, waiting for his command. Go ahead. Jason patted Little Wolf, but this time, Little Wolf did not rush towards the food. Instead, it suddenly lunged at Jason's neck. The danger made Jason's hair stand on end, and adrenaline surged instantly. At the same time, the world in his eyes began to distort, and then Little Wolf appeared right in front of him. Jason stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, at the little wolf with exposed fangs that had stopped beside his neck. Seeing its owner awake, it retracted its fangs and, reluctantly, licked Jason's face. Then it collapsed into Jason's arms with a loud crash. Chapter 79, Exploding Rings. Hey, kid, your pet is quite loyal. A man holding a long gun flicked the blood off his weapon, leaving a red spot on the snow. The blood beneath him was also a deep red. Jason didn't hear what the man said. He was just lost in thought, staring at the little wolf lying in his arms. It had a blood hole in its throat, but its eyes were peacefully closed. In its final moments, it had protected its master, and it had no regrets. Why does my heart still ache so much? Why? After the avalanche, Jason was protected under the little wolf, which was completely covered by thick snow, while the little sprite focused on channeling life energy to restore him. When the avalanche ended, the little wolf dug itself out from nearly 100 meters of snow and then dragged Jason out. Jason was awakened by its tongue licking him. But before he could react, an enemy approached and used a mental attack to control him. A soul king with a weapon soul in the form of a gun stepped forward. The weak little wolf bared its teeth and tried to threaten him. If it hadn't experienced the avalanche, the little wolf could have escaped with Jason, but it was already exhausted from protecting him. After a moment of standoff, the middle-aged man with the weapon soul gun finally made his move. The little wolf was shot through the throat, but the middle-aged soul master also got scratched on his face. Surprisingly, the little wolf, despite having its throat pierced, did not die immediately. Dragging its dying body, it managed to reach Jason, whose pupils were devoid of life, and bared its sharp fangs, aiming for his throat. It believed that in this critical moment, its master would surely break free from the mental control. Seeing the glimmer of awareness return to Jason's eyes, it reluctantly licked his face. This would be its last goodbye. At least its master got to see it one last time. With no regrets, it closed its eyes. A team had been following Jason, consisting of 3 members, one skilled in mimicry and hiding, one adept in mental control, and one proficient in combat. The mimic named Tsue was a soul exalted, an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman with no notable features. Her first soul skill could conceal her presence. The second allowed her to shape-shift and imitate. And the third was a range-sharing skill that could hide all teammates within a 1-meter radius. The mental-type soul master was a scruffy-faced man, seemingly in his late 20s, named Duanjua. He had some useless soul ring skills before finally acquiring mental control with his 5th soul ring, which, when combined with the earlier skills, made his mental control very powerful. The last middle-aged man, a weapon soul master named Ronglei, was also a soul king and the strongest in combat. They were a raiding team targeting Jason due to a bounty from the Longshi family. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Ronglei stepped forward and impatiently tugged at Jason's hair. Jason remained expressionless, staring blankly, not knowing what he was thinking. He stepped on the little wolf's body and pulled Jason closer. Kid, you'd better obediently reveal your beast taming methods, and then we'll hand you over to the Longshi family in one piece. If you don't cooperate, what we deliver might not be whole. He glared into Jason's eyes. At this moment, Jason showed some reaction. He looked at the foot on the little wolf's corpse. You've been following me since I entered the extreme north, right? Not so dumb after all. You guys were able to kill the Titan Snow Demon S cubs thanks to your hiding techniques, right? That group of Titan Snow Demons certainly didn't expect anyone to dare hunt their young. With a mental-type soul master, hunting cubs can indeed be done silently, and you can withstand the extreme cold while bringing out the cubs' bodies. You're really more professional than rats. The others merely watched him indifferently, not believing Jason could threaten them. But since you have ways to withstand the extreme cold and can find ways to kill Titan Snow Demon cubs and safely bring them out, luring out a 10,000-year-old beast to do such a thing, would you really care about a bounty? Huh? Who would take such a big risk for that little bounty? We're interested in your beast taming methods. I advise you to obediently tell us how. The middle-aged woman stepped forward and touched Jason's face. No wonder the Longshi family wants to hunt this genius. Your reactions are quick. But what does it matter how talented you are? You are still completely in our grasp. Duanjua said sinisterly. Indeed, One cannot underestimate anyone. Although you overestimate me, it seems you are also underestimating me now. Little sprite, I leave the aftermath to you. Jason said with determination, and suddenly his soul rings lit up. Exploding rings. Then they all slowly detonated. After dodging a shot, Jason directly struck the opponent's chest with a palm. Boom! With a loud bang, Ronlei was engulfed in flames. Then a charred corpse fell to the ground, sizzling as high-temperature met snow. How is this possible? Watching Ronlei, a Soul King, get killed in an instant, the other two looked on in disbelief. What is impossible? Jason appeared behind the middle-aged woman, his face as pale as a ghost. A chill quickly enveloped her entire body, and she was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, her terrified expression still clearly visible. The remaining mental-type Soul Master was completely stunned, seemingly not yet reacting to the sudden turn of events. You could go down with him. An arrow pierced through his forehead. He widened his eyes and slowly fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the remaining strength, Jason retrieved the little wolf's body into the spatial realm. Little demon, get out of here. After saying this, Jason could no longer hold on and fainted. Just now, Jason hadn't fully recovered. His body had only escaped danger thanks to the little demon's healing. He had no soul power left, and the little demon had almost exhausted her life force to heal Jason. The explosion of the soul ring is a last resort. This explosion ring is different from that of the Haotian sect. Jason's explosion ring completely destroys the soul ring, resulting in a brief surge of power. But this immense force will damage his meridians. In other words, after the explosion, Jason will lose all his cultivation and will never be able to cultivate again. He will completely become a useless person. The little demon took over Jason's unconscious body, and then he wandered away like a wandering soul, unsteady on his feet. After he left, a Titan snow ape, radiating a kingly aura, arrived at the scene. Looking at the 3 dead bodies on the ground, it angrily crushed their frozen corpses again. The Titan Snow Demon clan is already sparse, yet there are still people who dare to hunt them. Do they really think our clan is easy to bully? Those useless members of the clan can't even watch over a child. I wrote through the night and only managed to write 4 chapters. I'll add another chapter during the day. I feel completely drained. Chapter 80, Prayer Recently. A joyous event occurred in the Douluo Empire, which of course has little to do with Soul Masters. It is related to the Revival Church and the ordinary people. The Revival Church has been growing stronger during this time, and basically, anyone from the ordinary populace would choose to join the Revival Church and worship that god. The god of death in the desert. It is said that he has the head of a dog and the body of a man, recognized by the sun, governing death and time, walking through the deserts of the west. By believing in him, one will be far from death and gain wisdom. However, this is not the main point. The main point is that they have found faith to rely on, no longer feeling empty. Ordinary people can gather together, all worshiping this god. Everyone is equal. The protagonists of this world are only Soul Masters, who seem to have always been forgotten in the corners. They need an organization to bring them together so that the world does not forget them. Such rapid development has certainly attracted the attention of various noble families and the royal family of the Douluo Empire. However, everyone knows that military power is the hardest foundation for rule. No matter how many ordinary people gather, they are still nothing but a crumbling mass. Furthermore, with the emergence of the Revival Church, many new industries have appeared in the Douluo Empire, boosting the overall economy of the entire empire by several times. Moreover, the followers of the Revival Church are very considerate and actively pay more taxes. Once the money is in their pockets, they're quite happy about it. During this time, the Revival Church began preparing to build an altar, seemingly to welcome the arrival of the desert death god. During this period, everyone had to gather for a collective prayer every day at a set time until the day the god descends. At the same time, the date when they began to welcome the god was also recorded in the album. Therefore, every small and large town established an altar to some extent. During this time, as long as you're a follower of the Revival Church, no matter how busy you are, you must take time every day to pray at the altar until the arrival of the god. Some fervent believers almost never leave the altar, coming and going at dawn and dusk, praying every day without fail. For a time, the entire Xinghua Empire was enveloped in prayer. A force of faith floated from the altar into the sky above the Xinghua Empire, drifting into the universe and passing through the barriers of space. In the far north, Jason slowly woke up in a tree hollow, a vine extending from his sleeve, joyfully swaying in front of him. I didn't expect you to have grown up gradually. Jason touched the little sprite with emotion. He then checked his body. It was in tatters. The inside of his body was like a patched-up doll. However, he didn't really care about his body. He needed to confirm one thing. System, bring up the character panel. Host, Jason level, 0 skills, bomb making. Jason directly skipped the top row and searched in the skills section. He looked again and again, but still didn't see the words he was expecting. System, why is the revive pet skill not available? It's strange, why didn't I ask before? And why am I asking now? I'm sorry, this skill cannot be used. Why? Host permissions are insufficient, refusal to answer. You are bound to me. How can there be a question of permissions? Host permissions are insufficient, refusal to answer. So you can't revive the little demons? The host must become a god to gain full system permissions. The revive pet skill can then be activated. Become a god? That's too difficult. Jason shook his head dejectedly. Then he ignored the system and began to look at his messy body. The death of his partner and his level instantly dropped from over 40 to 0. This journey to the extreme north left Jason greatly frustrated. He stayed quietly in the tree hole for a day, neither eating nor drinking. He became increasingly dejected, and his mental state began to decline. The next day, Jason emerged from the tree hole and started moving towards the outskirts. The broken meridians in his body prevented him from even channeling his soul power, let alone using the explosive and ice attributes of his soul power. Along the way, he resembled a weak, ordinary person in distress, struggling to walk through the snow-covered path. When he grew tired, he used his cane for support. When the wind and snow were too strong, he wrapped himself in the little demon to shield against the cold. When he was hungry, he took meat from the system. When he encountered danger, he would dodge if possible, and if not, he would let the little demon take action. He became increasingly disheveled, and the little demon seemed to become his only support for survival in this icy world. A month later, with disheveled white hair, a face full of beard, and a mink coat that looked as black as snow, he appeared like a destitute refugee. What could have been a 2-day journey took him a whole month. He staggered into the nearest small town in the extreme north. The town was not very large, but it was bustling with activity. People came and went, vendors called out, and there was a lively atmosphere. Jason's dejected demeanor seemed out of place as he entered the town. He intended to stop a carriage back to Soto City, but upon seeing a tavern not far away, he changed his mind. Jason stepped over the threshold and entered the tavern. A cacophony of noise accompanied a wave of warm air. He smelled the fragrance of alcohol and inhaled deeply, wishing to numb himself with a drink, even if just for a moment. Some people glanced at him upon his arrival, but seeing his unkempt appearance and lifeless demeanor, they quickly lost interest. Slapping a golden soul coin onto the tavern keeper's table, he demanded, "Give me as much as this can buy, the strongest and quickest to get me drunk." "All right, just a moment." The tavern keeper, a middle-aged man wearing a felt hat, appeared shrewd as he took the coin and immediately began pouring drinks. Jason took the jug and gulped it down, the green liquid flowing down his chin like a ravenous drunk. After receiving several bottles of prepared alcohol, he stored them in a space. Those nearby noticed the alcohol disappearing and exchanged glances. In this remote area of the extreme north, there was no good law and order. Even the spirit hall did not station itself here. After Jason staggered out of the tavern, several figures quietly followed him. His eyes were murky, making it hard to see the road ahead, and he occasionally bumped into people along the way. However, seeing his drunken, disheveled state, they merely cursed him a few times and moved away. Some hot-tempered individuals even attacked him, but he offered no resistance, allowing them to hit him without fighting back. After being beaten, Jason staggered to his feet again, at which point a group of people surrounded him. "Search him, see if he has any spatial soul guide devices." A group closed in, trying to strip away his mink coat. At that moment, those searching him screamed in terror. Chapter 81. Withered with the two people who had approached to search him were ensnared by creeping vines that gradually rose to their faces. They attempted to resist, but the vines, like steel chains, bound them tightly. Their companions, realizing what was happening, quickly summoned their martial souls, which were mostly beast martial souls, like cats and dogs. "Let go of him. How dare you resist?" They bared their fangs and claws, attacking the still vacant-eyed Jason. On the desolate street, several corpses lay sprawled out, and those who passed by merely glanced at them before coldly moving on, some even taking a moment to observe with interest. The horrifying sight of the corpses did not frighten anyone here. Their hearts had long since turned as cold and indifferent as this extreme northern land. Sometimes, frozen bodies could be even more terrifying than this. A few stray dogs sniffed at the corpses and walked away in disgust. At this moment, Jason boarded carriage. The driver seemed like an honest man who frequently came to the extreme north to pick up passengers. No one else was willing to come here. Jason was lucky to encounter him. The driver noticed the strong smell of alcohol wafting from the back of the carriage and felt his mouth water. He wondered what had happened to make this man end up like this. Imagining how he looked before boarding, surrounded by the smell of alcohol and an aura of death. With his withered white hair and bearded face, the driver thought, "Brother, Mun, what can't you get over? Just be down for a few days. But don't ruin your body." Walking along the desolate road, feeling a bit bored, he intended to comfort the passenger behind him. "You see, my wife ran off, leaving me with a child. I work hard every day to raise him, and he has turned out well, becoming a soul master. Becoming a soul master costs a lot. And although I'm poor, I can't let him be poor, right? So I gave up driving in the city and came to the extreme north to pick up people. They're all soul masters there, and they pay well. My son has a better life at school." He leaned back against the carriage, speaking slowly. It was unclear whether he was talking to the passenger or to himself. The sound of gulping alcohol created an awkward atmosphere. The bumps along the way caused Jason to get off the carriage to vomit several times, feeling as if he might bring up bile. Yet he continued to drink, finishing one bottle and pulling another from his face. If that wasn't tea enough, he would stock up in the next town. He spent his days in the company of alcohol. Now, anyone within a meter of him could smell the heavy scent of liquor emanating from him. The driver noticed that this passenger was not eating, just drinking. Seeing his state, he worried that the passenger might suddenly die on the road. Despite the bumps along the way, they finally arrived in Soto City. This was a big fare for the driver, and the long journey had left him somewhat exhausted. However, he admired the passenger behind him. Despite vomiting several times and not eating, the fact that he hadn't died was a miracle. Maybe this is what soul masters are like, he thought enviously. After entering through the north gate of Soto City, he turned back to lift the curtain. A strong smell of alcohol immediately made his face flush. "Cough, cough, brother. We've arrived in Soto City. Where did you say the Shrek Academy is?" Jason, with his murky eyes, glanced at him and replied drunkenly, "I don't know." "Huh? You don't know how I'm supposed to take you there? Forget it. I'll ask someone else." He looked dazed and was unable to speak clearly, so he couldn't ask much. He asked an old man for directions and immediately headed towards Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was somewhat remote, and the coachman asked a few more people along the way, finally finding the academy next to a village. "Is this the academy?" Looking at the simple sign that read Shrek, which even had some weeds around it, he felt a bit doubtful. At that moment, a chubby boy in red came out. He hurriedly ran over. "Hey, little brother, can I ask you something? Is this Shrek Academy?" Ma Hongjun glanced at him and replied, "Yes, what do you need?" "Well, I have a passenger in my carriage who wants to come to Shrek Academy. He should be one of your academy people, right?" "Huh, we haven't had anyone go out recently," Ma Hongjun said, a bit confused. "Maybe he's just someone from nearby Shrek Academy. Why doesn't he come down and walk? Why do you have to ask?" He pointed to the carriage. The coachman smiled bitterly and said, "Well, don't mention it. This passenger doesn't know what kind of stimulation he received. He's been drinking all the way and hasn't eaten anything. I found Shrek Academy only after asking around. But speaking of which, your academy is too rundown." He pointed at the sign and said, "The funds are limited." Ma Hongjun replied, Little brother, how about this? You first see if you recognize this passenger. If not, I'll look for someone else to ask. I can't just leave him on the ground, right?" The coachman requested. "Hey, you're quite responsible." Ma Hongjun praised, then walked towards the carriage. "It smells a bit strong. Be careful." The coachman reminded him as he was about to lift the curtain. Ma Hongjun paused, then covered his nose with one hand. When he lifted the curtain, even while covering his mouth and nose, he could still smell a strong odor of alcohol. However, at that moment, he didn't focus on the smell, but carefully looked at the person slumped in the carriage. He frowned and leaned in closer. "Jason?" He tried calling out. "What the hell happened to you, brother? How did you end up like this?" Through the withered and messy white hair, he saw the purple eyes hidden beneath, and he was immediately shocked. "Great, it's good that I know him." The coachman beside him also breathed a sigh of relief. He helped Ma Hongjun lift Jason out of the carriage, then opened all the curtains and windows to air out the smell inside. Ma Hongjun put Jason's arm over his shoulder and supported him directly to the principal's office. Principal, something happened to Jason," he shouted as he knocked heavily on the office door. "What happened?" Flander impatiently opened the door and stopped speaking when he saw the person on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. He tilted his head and looked carefully. Jason? His expression was the same as Ma Hongjun's just now. Jason, who was leaning on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, glanced at him. His purple eyes had already lost their luster. Gulping, he picked up the wine jug and started pouring again. "First, help him inside. Then go find teacher Xiao Xin and Oscar." Flander instructed Ma Hongjun as he took Jason. Chapter 82. Ordinary people and soul masters, the people of Shrek, were gathered in a small room, surrounding a bed on which lay a person with a weak breath, messy clothes, and a face covered in stubble. The room was large and didn't feel crowded. TangSan sat beside him, feeling his pulse by touching his wrist. The room was silent, with several pairs of eyes fixed on the closed-eyed TangSan. The sound of breathing was the only noise present. As time passed, TangSan's brows furrowed deeper, almost crumpling together. Everyone began to feel anxious as TangSan's expression grew tense. Sigh. Finally, TangSan let out a heavy sigh and lowered his hand from the pulse check. Is the situation very bad? Flinder asked cautiously. Yes. The meridians in his body have been completely destroyed by a surge of energy, and it is impossible to repair them. In fact, with such an injury, a person should be dead. However, Jason's body is sustained by a force that keeps him alive. Although he is alive, the rest of what TangSan didn't say was understood by everyone else. They knew Jason's condition. With the meridians destroyed, it means that his soul power cannot flow. And without the ability to flow, it indicates that Jason will become a waste soul master with only brute strength. Everyone looked at the sleeping Jason and sighed silently. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to step forward, but after considering it for some time, she realized she didn't actually like Jason. So, what kind of identity should she face him with? Sigh. All right, everyone stop gathering here. Go practice first. I'll handle things here. Flinder sighed and waved his hand to the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing retracted her foot that was about to step out and silently followed everyone out of the room. TangSan, who was the last to leave, glanced at Jason before closing the door. He actually had a way to treat Jason's injuries. But he had his own matters to attend to and couldn't waste time on him. Once everyone left, Flinder sighed heavily again, filled with regret. From the fox fur cloak he wore, it seemed he had come from the north, and knowing Jason's temperament, he must have gone to the extreme north of the Forbidden Land. The extreme north is a place even he is wary of. Looking at Jason's injuries, he must have ventured deep into the inner circles. This kid is really bold. However, this time, he ultimately misstepped, and a single misstep could cost him a lifetime. He initially thought of the 9-heart begonia, but Jason's condition was not just an injury, it was more like a disease. Unless he blew apart the meridians within him and then reattached them with the 9-heart begonia. But that comes with high risks. One wrong move, and Jason could die instantly. Perhaps becoming an ordinary person wouldn't be such a bad outcome for him. He thought of Jason's reckless personality. Maybe after becoming an ordinary person, he would settle down. The next day, Flinder had someone help Jason clean up. After he was done, Jason regained his youthful appearance. But the deathly aura in his eyes and the lingering vitality around him showed no signs of diminishing. Jason, what exactly did you encounter outside? Flinder wanted to understand his situation, hoping to provide some comfort. Jason paused in the act of pouring wine into his mouth, then drank heavily as if he were a thirsty wanderer in a desert. All did. Putting down the wine bottle, he mumbled with vacant eyes, tears streaming down his face. A strong wave of sorrow emanated from him, causing Flinder to fall silent, unable to continue asking. After a moment of silence, Flinder patted his shoulder, trying to encourage him to be more open-minded. What could he say? To tell him to work hard, to cultivate for revenge? But he could no longer become a soul master. There was not even a glimmer of hope left. Although he had never experienced such despair, he could understand it. He could only silently hope that Jason would endure. When he returned to the office, the master was also in the room. Seeing Flinder come back, he stood up and said, "In a while, we will be moving to the Heaven Do Academy. Do you want to prepare?" Flinder had just returned from Jason and seemed a bit distracted, not paying attention to his words. Flinder, the master called a few times, and Flinder finally came back to his senses. "Oh, what is up?" He sat down and steadied his mind to look at him. "In a while, we will be relocating to the Heaven Do Academy. Do you want to prepare?" Just bringing the students over is fine. There is no need for much preparation, right?" He was clearly indifferent to these matters. "You need to tally the wording, etiquette, and which teachers are willing to go together, don't you?" The master said methodically. "Just leave those to Zhao Wujia." Flinder replied quietly. The master saw that he was in a bad mood and understood why. "I also learned about Jason's situation. It is indeed regrettable for such a prodigy to become a waste, but he will only be an ordinary person from now on. We will only grow further apart. This is also because he was not steady enough and took too many risks by daring to venture alone into the extreme north." The master said with a sigh of regret. Flinder frowned at his words. "What are you trying to say? We are a Soul Master Academy. He is no longer suitable to be in our school." "Xiao Gang." Flinder suddenly stood up and shouted sternly. "Did you think about yourself when you said that?" The master fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Flinder seemed to realize his words were too harsh and slumped back into his chair. "Why don't you go check on Xiao-san and the others? I heard Xiao-san has created a fly claw. You should go take a look." He closed his eyes and waved his hand to dismiss him. The master said nothing more and quietly left the office. TangSan and the others also came to visit Jason early in the morning. When they entered the room, it was dim and lifeless. The light that came in through the door seemed to dim instantly. At the same time, the familiar smell of alcohol filled the entire room, making the few girls who had just entered cough a little. At this moment, Jason was quietly leaning in the corner of the room, drinking alone. The food that had been brought to him sat untouched and had already gone cold. They approached to offer a few words of comfort, but Jason seemed deaf to them, not even glancing their way, simply drinking in silence, captivated by the sensation of the alcohol. With no results, the others had no choice but to leave and attend to their own matters. Over time, their visits to Jason became fewer and fewer, and gradually, no one came by anymore. It seemed as if Jason had been forgotten in this small room. The person who has seen him the most is the chef of the academy, teacher Xiao Xin. He delivers meals to Jason on a regular schedule every day. Although Jason hasn't eaten a single meal, which made him a bit angry and curse a few times, he still sent the meals without fail. During this period, everyone noticed Zhu Zhuqing's behavior, but no one said anything or had any thoughts about it. It was just very natural. Gradually, the day for Shrek Academy's relocation arrived. On the day of the move, students and teachers gathered outside the village, preparing to set off. What about Jason? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone remembered Jason, their expressions somewhat complicated. I've arranged for someone to take care of him. When he wants to go back, he can return by himself. All right, let's go. After Flanders finished speaking, he took the lead and walked ahead. As the group moved further away from the academy, the two paths seemed to diverge completely. From the moment Jason could no longer become a soul master, a barrier had already formed between the two sides, and this barrier would only grow thicker. Not long after they left, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Jason's mind, intoxicated by alcohol. Ding! Chapter 83. The Abandoned Gun. Ding! The hunter system is about to be unbound. Ding! The hunter system is about to be unbound. The system's voice rang out 3 times in Jason's mind. His confused gaze became a bit clearer. He let out a cold laugh that seemed both disdainful and sorrowful, then continued to pour alcohol into his mouth. The hunter system has been unbound. After the system's voice disappeared, the surroundings fell back into silence. The soul power within Jason was completely depleted. In the corner, Jason remained unresponsive, merely numbly downing his drink. It seemed that the system's departure meant nothing to him. After another day of hazy intoxication, Jason fell into a drowsy sleep. In a distant dimensional space, amidst an endless desert, under the scorching sun, a majestic being with a dog-ass head and a human body was walking through the wasteland. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing a surge of energy that had appeared out of nowhere. Following the source of this energy, he transcended time and space to gaze upon the Douluo continent. At the same time, in the Star-Luo Empire, the sound of prayers had been echoing for over a month, marking a legendary period since the founding of the empire. Today, a fervent believer who had been praying at the altar suddenly felt a force coalescing in the air above the Star-Luo Empire. This was vastly different from the soul power they were accustomed to. It was an energy as vast and empty as the starry sky. It felt like the power of a deity. Meanwhile, others praying in different places also sensed this energy. Tears of excitement streamed down their faces, as they felt the deities had taken notice of their sincerity. They suppressed their inner excitement and continued to pray. At that moment, the faith power that had been drifting in the sky seemed to gain recognition and began to slowly converge together. In the divine realm, deep within the Stardo forest, in the far north, all the hidden gazes from the depths of the Douluo continent gathered here. Under the watchful eyes, the faith power above the Star-Luo Empire gradually coalesced into a being with a dog-s head and a human body. He was solemn and majestic, with a robust figure and a fierce wisdom in his eyes, dressed in the attire of an Egyptian pharaoh. After he appeared, the praying believers felt a sense of connection and looked up at the sky, where they saw their deity. But they only caught a glimpse before the deity vanished. The onlookers, each with their own thoughts, began to speculate, but no one acted rashly. This day is referred to as the day of arrival by the people of the Starfall Empire. Every year on this day, everyone wears dog-headed masks and takes to the streets for a welcoming ceremony. You are the origin of the faith in this world. A deep and ancient voice echoed in Jason's mind. At the same time, Jason found himself in an endless desert. He opened his eyes and saw a towering dog-headed figure dressed in Egyptian attire. Nisis. Yes. The dead ashes in Jason's eyes disappeared, replaced by endless brightness. But I can't see faith in your eyes. Human. I believe in myself. Everyone has their own beliefs. You believe in your own wisdom. Then what do you believe in? I believe in the sun. At that moment, a ball unexpectedly appeared in Jason's hand. He tossed it up and asked, "Will you pick it up?" Nises felt a stir in his heart, resisting the temptation of his body, and replied, "No, I won't." What a pity. The ball in Jason's hand vanished, and the atmosphere temporarily eased. Suddenly, Nises sniffed in Jason's direction with his dog nose. "Human, I have detected the scent of parasites on you." "Oh." Jason felt a stir within. What kind of parasites? Perhaps standing was a bit tiring. He plopped down on the sand. Parasites that crawl on the world and suck blood. They typically seek a host to draw blood from the world while hiding their own presence. Nises, having roamed the desert for years, seemed intrigued as if encountering this for the first time. What happens to the host that is parasitized? Jason asked curiously. Of course, they become stronger and devour it. Are you waiting for it to become strong enough to destroy you? He seemed somewhat disdainful of Jason's lack of intelligence. Is that so? Jason murmured, lowering his head. Indeed, the idea of falling pies from the sky is not to be trusted. From the moment the system bound him, he had already begun thinking about how to gain the greatest benefits through the system. Oh no, through the parasite. Clearly, increasing levels through hunting is the easiest thing. But these are all provided by the system, which can reclaim them at any time. As for skill levels, he can gain insights from them. Even if he ultimately retracts everything, it's like using an experience card. During this period, he can acquire a lot and clarify his development direction. As long as he moves in that direction, it's fine. According to Jason's concept of hunters, the system is the hunter, and Jason is like a gun forged by the hunter, with control never resting in Jason's hands. He can't tell the hunter, "Hey, hunter, don't use me anymore." However, when this gun becomes useless, it will definitely be discarded, and Jason can only break free from the hunter by becoming a useless gun himself. Jason has been looking for the right moment to turn himself into a useless gun since he acquired the system. At the same time, he maximizes the acquisition of things that could be useful to him. He studies how bullets are chambered, what caliber they are, how they are fired, how the trajectory is aimed, and so on. Just a month ago, during his journey to the extreme north, while hunting the ice crystal beast, he saw that white ape. When he saw the white ape, he already noticed its abnormalities, but instead of using the system's beast perception to investigate it, he relied on observation and was convinced that it was not a spirit beast, but something that had transformed. This was a moment of opportunity. It all depended on whether this opportunity would be fruitful. The subsequent events did not ultimately disappoint Jason. Everything that happened later was within his expectations. Or rather, as long as he didn't die, everything was within his expectations. However, even so, the deaths of Xiao Tian and Xiao Wolf left him heartbroken. But he would eventually become a god, and they would be resurrected again. The subsequent series of performances by the system confirmed Jason's thoughts. The cult of the Overstars is a backup plan he left behind. Since the Douluo continent can transcend dimensions and has a parasite system, gaining the attention of an illusory god might also be feasible. Therefore, he wrote to Jelenge Ming of the Star Luo Empire in advance to start laying the groundwork. The plan reached Jason's expectations without any dangers. His gun was wasted and voluntarily discarded. Although it was gone, he also gained a free body. He wouldn't be like a pig, fattened up just to be slaughtered. Chapter 84. Ascendant Nasus is a solemn and majestic ascendant with a canine head and human body. During the ancient Shurima Empire, he was revered by the desert people as a demigod hero. His wisdom is laced with ferocity, as a guardian of knowledge and an unparalleled tactician. He guided the ancient Shurima Empire to prosperity for hundreds of years with his intellect. After the fall of the empire, he began a self-imposed exile, becoming an ethereal legend among the people. Knowledge is what Jason values most, especially knowledge accumulated over hundreds of years. Even though his body's meridians were destroyed, Jason felt an endless sense of ease at this moment. "Are you in the Valoran continent?" he asked curiously. "Oh, it seems to know a bit about me." "Not too much. I roughly know about your empire's situation. If I didn't know a bit about you, how could I believe in you?" "Indeed. Isn't it tiring to stand and talk? Let us sit down. You must be visiting another world for the first time." "In a sense, yes." Nasus waved his hand, causing yellow sand to dance and form a stone platform for him to sit on. The void should also belong to another world for him. Humans are really strange. Even when faced with an elephant, they still feel self-satisfied like an ant. Some, however, tremble in fear. Perhaps the fearless are unafraid. Jason shrugged. "You are a warrior and a wise man," Nasus said with appreciation. "But not everyone can resist the temptation of the power given by parasites. Most people lose themselves when faced with this power. After all, it can easily give an ant the strength to kill a rat. My mind has always been clear. I have never lost myself. Are you interested in explaining the matter of parasites to me? Sure. Nasu's readily agreed to Jason's request. Parasites belong to a type of mechanical civilization, and this civilization has no fixed location, traveling back and forth in the interstices of space. Moreover, the entire civilization is just a mother body from which countless parasites split off to various worlds. Once their energy is saturated, they will devour their hosts and return to the mother body to be consumed. Have you encountered one? I only stumbled upon a parasite in the desert once. The host had already been devoured, and I later learned about this civilization through literature. What state are you in now? Jason politely extended his hand instead of pointing at him. I am the embodiment of faith. I have gained recognition and possess a trace of consciousness from my original form. Are you interested in this place? Yes, the message conveyed to me is to have you seek something about calmness. Calmness? Jason thought for a moment and understood. Perhaps he could not find something to change his brother in his own world, so he looked to see if such a thing existed in another world. Then I will be his spokesperson from now on. You are my spokesperson. He corrected. Same thing. Not the same. For me, it's all the same. For me, it's different. Jason cast a vacant glance at him. Is this person a nitpicker? Will you dissipate? He changed the topic and asked another question. As long as faith exists, I exist. That's good. Jason nodded, seemingly wanting to turn to leave. Suddenly, he turned around and threw a ball at Nasu's. Watching the ball fly, its speed was not fast, even considered slow. He did not dodge, but casually caught it. For a moment, only the howling wind of the desert could be heard. Looking at the dog-headed figure holding the ball, a hint of amusement flashed in Jason's eyes. Huh. Nasu's awkwardly spat out the ball from his mouth. Human, that's not funny, he said seriously. Why didn't he laugh? Jason innocently shrugged, but the amusement in his eyes was hard to hide. Just then, a gust of yellow sand suddenly covered Jason's face. A little punishment, he said lightly while watching Jason spit out the sand. Pa, you really don't suffer any loss. After spitting out the sand, he still felt some grains in his mouth. All right, do you have any business? If not, I'll go out and find something. The stone platform behind the dog had disappeared, ready to leave. Then how will I find you? Just chant my true name. Quite pretentious. Jason pouted. I'm leaving, he said as he was about to depart. Wait, I have one more thing. Jason hurriedly called out to him. Look at my body like this. Isn't it inappropriate for me to be your spokesperson? Do you have a way to reconstruct my body? Upon hearing this, Nasu's began to ponder for a moment. I do have a method to reconstruct the body, which I stumbled upon while collecting books. It was noted to be from someone in Ionia, created based on a guardian called the Ice Crystal Phoenix. It's just right for you, since you are also human. After recalling many methods of body reconstruction, he finally found one suitable for Jason. After speaking, his figure slowly dissipated in the vast desert. Then give it to me. Jason, with his hand outstretched, stared blankly at the vanishing figure. Not long after he disappeared, the entire desert began to darken until it was completely engulfed in darkness. In the darkness, breathing and heartbeat sounds were distinctly audible. At this moment, a light suddenly appeared in the darkness, like a small campfire outside the wilderness, emitting a blue, icy glow. What was glowing before him was an egg made of ice. It shone brightly, which was strange, as an ice block could actually emit light. The cold light grew brighter, and the chill penetrated to the bone. However, as the cold increased, the ice giant egg began to emit a pulse of life. Just when Jason felt that his consciousness would freeze, the egg shattered. In that instant, the entire world lit up, and the ice crystal phoenix emerged from within, becoming the center of this world. After it emerged, it let out a loud cry that pierced the heart, becoming the most beautiful note in this world. After the phoenix's cry, it transformed into a stream of light and rushed into Jason's body. The world once again returned to darkness. When Jason opened his eyes again, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his pupils. The lifeless aura around him disappeared, and the blade that had been looming over him also vanished. He sat cross-legged and began to assess his physical condition. The ferret's armor outside had disappeared, and the soul bone that had been used for driving it away was gone as well. The potential crystal on his chest, along with many pieces of equipment he had previously acquired, had vanished with the space. Jason let out a long breath. What didn't belong to him ultimately wasn't his. Now, apart from his clothes and the alcohol on him, Jason had nothing left. But this made him feel a long-lost sense of freedom. Although being hung was nice, he certainly didn't want to be a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 85. Sunset Forest. Jason pushed open the door, and the glaring light made him squint. This was the first time he had gone outside in days. His skin was unusually pale from the prolonged absence of sunlight, and his frequent drinking had made him even weaker. As soon as he stepped out, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. After steadying himself and adjusting to the sunlight outside, Jason walked slowly through Shrek Academy. The entire academy was silent, devoid of any human presence, resembling an abandoned village. He strolled along the path until he reached a shaded area, where a small sprite automatically fashioned a wrought tan chair for him. Jason sat back, leisurely enjoying the gloomy sunlight and the gentle breeze. The sickly pallor of his face slowly regained some color. "Young man, are you here? I was wondering where you had gone." At that moment, a woman approached Jason. He opened his eyes and looked at her. "Ma'am, how did you find me?" This woman was the one Jason had previously invited to help tidy up the house for G-Line and Jiaming. "Oh, I was sent by Tofren to bring you food. It's rare for that stingy old man to be so generous." The woman held a plate of food, saying, "I just went to your room and didn't find you. I thought you were still injured and wouldn't have gone far." "Oh, my injury is healed. I'm fine." Jason scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "That's good to hear. You're still so young, so be careful. Come, eat first. You look so weak. You need to eat more." The woman warmly handed the food to Jason. Looking at the woman's sincere smile, Jason felt a warmth in his heart. "All right, thank you, ma'am. Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. I brought this food to you first before going back to eat. Just leave the bowl in your room after you're done. I'll come to collect it later. I'm heading back now." "Okay, take care, ma'am." Jason took the food and waved at her. Jason ate the meal in his bowl with great relish. The smell of alcohol on him had dissipated after a morning of fresh air. After washing the bowl, Jason stood at the door, closing his eyes to rest, and began to review the method for reforging his body that Nethers had transmitted to him last night. The method was to draw upon the rebirth of the ice crystal phoenix, collecting materials to forge a new body. However, it required one premise: to destroy his original body. But wouldn't that mean death? Not at all. When you die, your soul has not yet dissipated, and you must build an embryo to contain your soul before it vanishes. Ice and fire are the most suitable attributes for nirvana. He repeatedly simulated the process of nirvana in his mind. At that moment, the woman finished her meal and walked over, seeing the young man meditating at the door. She slowed her pace and happened to notice the clean dishes placed on the windowsill. Looking at the washed dishes, she smiled. After putting away the dishes, the aunt was about to leave. "Oh, you're here?" Jason's words startled her. "Oh my, you scared me. Did I disturb you?" She patted her chest to calm herself down. "Oh no, I have something to tell you. I'm leaving tonight, so you don't need to bother bringing me meals anymore," Jason said with a smile. "Huh? You're leaving after just one meal? Can't you stay a few more days?" She looked at Jason in surprise. "Yes, I have something to attend to, and I probably won't be coming back here," he replied. "Really? Sigh, with you leaving, the village will feel much quieter. But you are all soul masters. You must have important matters to attend to. So I wish you well," the woman said somewhat sadly. "Thank you for your blessings." He stood up and sincerely thanked her. "By the way, why didn't you leave with the others?" The woman suddenly remembered that everyone else had left, leaving Jason behind. "Oh, for some reasons, I probably won't belong to Shrek Academy anymore," he explained, scratching his head. "Did something happen?" No, it's for other reasons. Anyway, we didn't have any unpleasantness." Jason shook his head repeatedly. "All right then, I don't really understand the matters of soul masters, so I'll take my leave." "Okay, take care." After tidying up his room, Jason changed his clothes, slung on his bag, and left. He took a carriage on the way and headed towards the sunset forest. Indeed, the place where Jason would reshape his body was the Eye of Ice and Fire. The bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King were very suitable for Jason's body forging. Jason plans to take everything. "It's all up to you on the way, little demon," Jason thought as he looked at the vines extending from his hand. The vine nodded human-like. The Sunset Forest is a mysterious forest located near Heaven Do City. It is rich in mineral and herbal resources, making it a paradise for blacksmiths and alchemists. However, it is also extremely dangerous, with high-level soul beasts appearing endlessly. Those without certain strength do not dare to easily venture here to gather herbs. As one of the 3 forbidden places, the dangers here are not as great as those in the Stardoe Forest, but is merely lacking in 100,000-year soul beasts. In fact, when he had the system, Jason also planned to come here to see if he could unlock the mining and herbalism professions. However, in the end, he still didn't have the time. After a day's journey, Jason finally arrived at Heaven Do City. However, it was already dark, and for Jason, who couldn't use soul power, the forest was too dangerous. Therefore, he rested for a night at a small inn. At the same time, after the establishment of the Day of Descent, the prayers within the Douluo Empire began to gradually decline. However, a rumor spread among the people that the deity had heard their prayers and came to meet his followers. At the same time, Those who had prayed and encountered the desert grim reaper began to draw him. A god with a dog's head and a human body was thus established within the revival church. Those who did not see the deity were beating their chests and regretting why they did not pray at that time. The only ones who saw the death god in the desert were the fervent believers within the church and the lucky ones who were praying at that moment. Their display, as if they had witnessed it firsthand, was scoffed at by the nobles and royalty of the Xinglua Empire, considering it mere self-deception by the commoners. If a titled Douluo had flown past them, they might have believed it somewhat, but a god? They were simply not inclined to believe that. However, after this incident, the reputation of the revival church in the Xinglua Empire grew larger. But due to the fact that it consisted mostly of ordinary people, many chose not to join. After all, it seemed odd for a soul master to join an organization of commoners. As the revival church developed, the lives of the common people improved, and their mental state appeared enriched due to their faith. Happy smiles were increasing in number. Yet, the nobles and soul masters of the Xinglua Empire still acted like greedy vampires, draining the blood of the revival church. Recently, many individuals who endlessly demanded resources mysteriously died. However, the number was small, so it did not attract much attention. Chapter 86. Ghost Tiger. The next day, Jason got up early and headed towards the Sunset Forest. Compared to the Star-Do Great Forest, this place felt much more prosperous overall. Along the way, Jason frequently encountered some precious herbs and minerals. The weather today was somewhat gloomy, with dark clouds gathering in the sky, creating a sense of impending rain over the forest. It wouldn't be long before a heavy downpour would begin. Walking through the forest, Jason felt a bit stuffy, but he couldn't take off his clothes here, or the mosquitoes would be unbearable. If a 100-year-old soul beast appeared, Jason could be killed. Yet he felt no anxiety, strolling through the forest as if he were in his own backyard. At that moment, a leopard with blue stripes suddenly blocked his path. It bared its fierce teeth, glaring menacingly at the human before it. Instead, Jason crossed his arms and looked at the leopard with great interest. Watching as the prey not only didn't run away but stood its ground, the furious leopard let out a roar at him, and then a small whirlwind appeared beneath its feet. It transformed into a blue light and dashed towards Jason at high speed. Pretty fast, not bad. Jason commented with satisfaction as he watched the leopard approach. The leopard remained in a pouncing posture in the air, but its body was already entangled with vines, tightly binding it so it couldn't move at all. Its fierce gaze fixed on Jason. It opened its large, bloody mouth and roared at him. Oh wow, it stinks. Smelling the foul odor emanating from the leopard's mouth, he waved his hand in front of his nose in disgust. The little demon understood and moved it back a bit. Looking at the tightly bound yet still furious leopard, the little demon said, "First, whip it a few times." Then several vines extended from the bound vines, whipping the leopard. After a flurry of slaps, the swift leopard finally settled down. "Big leopard, let's make a deal." He stepped forward and rubbed its head, feeling quite nice. Ugh! It let out a muffled roar, but didn't resist. Having lived in the Sunset Forest for so many years, it had gained some wisdom. "You carry me for a while, and I'll spare your life. How about it?" The old Jason would have definitely killed it without a second thought, but now he didn't need any experience, and he happened to need a means of transportation. "Of course, as long as you take me to my destination, I will let you go immediately. Don't worry, I won't let you out of the Sunset Forest, just within the area where you live." The leopard's face was conflicted. It's already quite fortunate to encounter someone who would spare your life in the forest, and you're still hesitating? Jason said helplessly. If it weren't for noticing that it still had some wisdom, Jason would have already killed it. Awit finally nodded in agreement. "Little demon, let it go. Considering your difficult cultivation, don't dig your own grave," he said to the now free leopard. Roar after landing, it glanced at Jason and then lay down on the ground. "Hey, not bad. How about following me from now on?" Jason said as he jumped onto its back. The swift leopard ignored him and stood up, then let out a roar. "Continue moving inward." Jason pointed towards the forest and said. The swift leopard sprang into action, disappearing from its spot in a leap. The surrounding leaves and flowers were blown around chaotically by the turbulent airflow. With the swift leopard, Jason's speed increased significantly. However, as they moved further inward, the swift leopard became increasingly uneasy. Although there weren't many 10,000-year-old beasts in this forest, there were quite a few that surpassed the swift leopard. Moreover, the cheetah itself is primarily focused on speed and is not good at fighting. Although it is very resistant deep down, it knows that if it does not obey, the human on its back could kill it at any moment. When it runs, the blue light on its body automatically retreats to avoid attracting attention. At this time, although Jason no longer had the beast perception of a system, the little demon could still scout ahead. As long as they encountered a soul beast, he would order the swift shadow leopard to take a detour. Although the detours along the way wasted a lot of time, they also avoided danger. Along the way, Jason was also searching for the inverted cone-shaped mountain. He didn't know how long he had been racing through the forest. But the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker, and the air was becoming increasingly hot and stuffy. He felt sticky all over, which was rather uncomfortable. Finally, Jason vaguely saw an inverted cone-shaped mountain. "We're almost there," he said to the somewhat fatigued swift leopard. Upon hearing this, it immediately perked up, and the refreshing breeze surrounding it became lighter. However, just as they were about to reach the foot of the mountain, the scouting little demon suddenly conveyed a message to Jason. "There's a soul beast ahead. It can be dealt with." Jason could already vaguely see the poison at the foot of the mountain. There was no need to detour anymore. The swift leopard continued forward, but suddenly stopped beside a large tree. It sensed an aura that frightened it. "All right, you go ahead first. Remember to follow the route we took, and be safe." Jason jumped off its back and patted it. The swift leopard tilted its head to glance at him, confirming once more before immediately running back. The gloomy weather made the forest appear gray and dim, which inexplicably irritated his mood. He walked through the woods, stepping on the fallen leaves and branches on the ground, making creaking sounds. The vines formed by the roots and branches extended by the little demon quietly spread out with his movements. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed not far from Jason. Immediately after, a black shadow lunged at him. A huge vine suddenly blocked its path like a whip and then swiftly struck, sending it flying. At this moment, Jason also saw the appearance of the soul beast in front of him. It had something like ram's horns on its head, but they were as soft as grass. Its two sharp fangs protruded from its upper jaw, resembling the teeth of a saber-toothed tiger. At the same time, its entire body was covered in purple stripes. It was indeed a ghost tiger. The vines aimed at it again and attacked. But this time it was prepared and smashed them with a single claw. However, that was not the only vine. Countless vines slowly emerged from Jason's body and entangled towards the ghost tiger. Faced with the endless vines, it could only temporarily evade the attack to avoid being ensnared, while secretly looking for an opportunity to charge towards that human. The little demon did not give the ghost tiger any chance to react, attacking it one after another. The ghost tiger was very fast, but faced with the overwhelming strikes from the little demon, it could not find an opportunity to break through to Jason. Unable to find an opportunity, it had to create one for itself. After dodging an attack from a vine, its figure split into three and then charged towards Jason. The little demon directly blocked its line of sight. After Jason spoke, all the vines in front of him retracted and formed a large wooden shield. The shield had a wide range, but was therefore quite weak. The three ghost tigers collided with the wooden shield, but all vanished, leaving a gap at one corner of the shield wall. The true form of the ghost tiger suddenly appeared, but Jason's figure had long since disappeared. Chapter 87. The Fall of Ice and Fire. After the ghost tiger broke through and did not see the human figure, it immediately sensed something was wrong and wanted to leave. But it was too late. The vines that had been hidden in the ground suddenly burst out. The ghost tiger was like one trapped in a quagmire, unable to move an inch as countless vines wrapped around it, simultaneously starting to drain its soul power and life force. It sank deeper and deeper into the quagmire until it vanished. Jason passed by the shriveled corpse and continued towards the inverted cone-shaped mountain peak. At the outskirts of the mountain, Jason saw a faint poisonous mist along with rising vapor. It seemed he was not mistaken. Jason let out a long breath upon seeing the scene before him. "Little demon, I'm counting on you. Right now." Jason could do nothing. Everything relied on the little demon. Countless roots crawled all over Jason's body, and then more and more, until he was wrapped into a bloated giant before slowly stopping. The little demon controlled its feet and began to move slowly towards the direction of the Eye of Ice and Fire. At the moment it touched the poison formation, the outer roots and branches emitted a sizzling sound. A part was quickly corroded away, and then it grew back. The cycle of corrosion, shedding, and growth continuously resisted the toxic gas. At the same time, the closer it got to the Eye of Ice and Fire, the stronger the little demon's inner desire became. Gradually, the little demon's roots and branches began to lack strength, and their growth speed could not keep up with the rate of the poison's corrosion. Its size was becoming smaller and smaller, but not far ahead was the Eye of Ice and Fire. Surrounded, Jason felt that the oxygen in this space was gradually running low, and his mind began to feel dizzy from the lack of oxygen. Just as he felt himself about to faint, a gap suddenly opened in the enclosed space. A large amount of oxygen rushed in, allowing Jason to greedily breathe in deeply while lying on the ground. Although he was dizzy, his inner joy was impossible to hide. After he slowly recovered, he looked at the hot spring pool in the distance, one side red and the other blue, and he knew that his other body was about to be reborn there. According to the direction of the plot, Douluo should also be in Tiando City at this time. After TangSan and the others left, they first went to meet Shrek, and it took them a couple of days to reach the Tiando Royal Academy. At that time, Douluo was also present, indicating that he had at least left on the day when TangSan and the others departed from Shrek. If I enter now, I won't encounter Douluo. He sat cross-legged in the distance, meditating and recalling the nirvana technique transmitted to him by Nethers. Sitting in emptiness, with no thoughts, his mind separated from distractions, equating to void, thus transcending life and death, thus achieving nirvana. Gradually, Jason's figure seemed to become increasingly ethereal. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was calm as water. Sitting quietly like Zen, little demon, throw me into the center of the lake later, and then you can absorb energy nearby, Jason said as he took the little demon from his chest. This was not only a nirvana for Jason, but also a feast for the little demon. A vine wrapped around Jason's waist, and then, like throwing a ball, directed Jason towards the center of the lake. Jason fell from the sky, landing at the center of the ice and fire duality eye, and then his body suddenly exploded, disappearing into the center of the lake. A phantom slowly appeared at the previous location, while the surrounding ice and fire energy began to gather towards the center. A large vortex gradually formed in the middle. Such an anomaly startled the two spirits at the bottom of the lake. Two deafening dragon roars rose from the spring bottom, and two dragon souls appeared simultaneously. Looking at the vortex in the center, is it a human soul? The Ice Dragon King said in surprise, looking at Jason in his spiritual state. No matter what he is, we must stop him. He is actually devouring our energy. The Fire Dragon King glared angrily at the human spirit sitting in the center of the vortex. Human, what are you doing? The Ice Dragon King asked cautiously. But Jason in the center still kept his eyes closed, seemingly unaware of them at all. He is moving our corpses. The Fire Dragon King suddenly exclaimed in anger. At that moment, two gigantic dragon skeletons suddenly shot up from the lake bottom, one emitting blue light and the other red light, which were indeed the corpses of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Human, how dare you spy on our dragon clan skeletons? Roared two angry voices as they charged towards Jason. In his soul state, Jason definitely couldn't withstand the souls of two dragon races. As soon as they touched him, his soul would dissipate into the void and be reincarnated, unable to return. But if he couldn't fight back, he could call for help. Nasus, the dog-headed figure adorned in Egyptian pharaoh decorations, emerged from the void, looking at Jason, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the vortex in his soul state. And the two dragon souls diving towards him, he understood the situation in an instant. He raised his staff and unleashed Soul Drain and Soul Strike. He said nothing upon his arrival and immediately unleashed two Q spells, performing a disappearing act on the health bars. The Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King felt a shiver of the soul the moment they appeared in Nethers. They wanted to say something, but ultimately couldn't find the words and lost consciousness completely. The scattered energy of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King also entered Jason's soul along with the vortex. Nether surveyed the surroundings and thought this was indeed a good place to consolidate a physical form. Then he looked at Jason in the center. His thoughts were bold and meticulous, which was quite impressive among humans. He could certainly see that all of this was part of his plan. His true self was also a person of great cunning and deliberation, eager for knowledge and learning. Therefore, as a fragment of his consciousness, he still held a certain admiration for this human named Jason. However, there was still nothing useful. After surveying once more, he sighed in regret. At this time, the lake water had begun to lighten, and the bones of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had already disappeared. The central vortex had vanished, replaced by a giant egg made of ice crystals, yet flames and lava still flowed over it. Around the spring, the little demon took root underground, happily absorbing the surrounding nutrients. It was the first time its master allowed it to freely plunder, so it must have gone all out, taking everything it could. The thick spiritual energy of the ice and fire duality I dissipated at a visible speed, all of it condensed on a giant egg at the center, while some was devoured by the little. Above the soil belonged to Jason, while below belonged to the little. It seemed like I was no longer needed here. Looking at the little radiating fairy-like energy and the giant egg at the center, he turned to leave, but just as he was about to go, he suddenly thought of something, turned back, and released a blue light towards the giant egg, merging with it. Then it turned around and disappeared from spot. The giant egg quietly remained at the center of the spring, with only flames and lava flowing above it. The little demon silently began to plunder the nutrients of other celestial herbs. Plundering their nutrients would only prevent them from growing, rather than absorbing their inherent nutrients. If all these celestial herbs were plundered by the little demon, it would truly be a waste of resources. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed, and a flash of lightning appeared in the sky. Raindrops fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Chapter 88. Rebirth. The heavy rain instantly swept across the entire forest, forcing many soul beasts still foraging outside to return to their nests to avoid the rain. Some even ran directly into other soul beast nests to take shelter. However, these were mostly small and relatively gentle soul beasts. On the other side, TangSan and the others had also arrived at the Tiando Academy. Under Qin Ming's guidance, they met several soul Douluo from the academy. After another day had passed, Tiando Academy, is this really an external spirit bone? The dream god machine of Tiando Academy stood up, his voice trembling violently as he spoke. The master nodded. I can be certain. However, I would like the 3 committee members to keep this matter confidential. Although the external spirit bone has already fused with TangSan's body and will not drop like other spirit bones upon death, it is said that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasured item brings trouble. I still do not wish for him to face overly powerful opponents before he has fully matured. That is for sure. The dream god machine nodded repeatedly. But I heard from Qin Ming that your academy has a total of 8 students. Why is it that he pointed to the people present, looking puzzled? Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the Shrek group suddenly became complicated. That child encountered some issues while out training. Now the master hesitated, glancing at Flender, and seeing that he had no reaction, continued, has already withdrawn from Shrek Academy. What? Why? The dream god machine had learned about Jason's prodigious talent from Qin Ming, and was already surprised by TangSan, so he wondered how outstanding Jason could possibly be. That child was seriously injured and can no longer become a soul master. Flender said sadly, how could that be? Our academy has a student with a 9-heart sea Tang spirit, who can heal from any injury. The dream god machine said anxiously. The master shook his head regretfully. What he has suffered is no longer just an injury. Even a 9-heart sea Tang cannot heal that. The dream god machine fell silent for a moment, feeling that it was truly a great pity. What a pity. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated from the doorway. Then, 3 people came in. One of them made Shrek's group feel uneasy. Sure enough, Prince Xuexing began to make his move, and then Meng Xinji and 2 members of the teaching committee confronted Poison Douluo. Humiliated, Flender and the others had no choice but to leave, and similarly, Qin Ming also left with them. For some reason, Flender felt a bit regretful for not agreeing to Jason's conditions back then. Jason, sigh. Every time he thought of him, Flender would have a look of regret. Such a talented person ended up in such a fate. Could it be that heaven is jealous of the talented? Without realizing it, they arrived at the Blue Tyrant Academy, and upon seeing it, Flender's conflicted heart suddenly found a resolution. After joining the Blue Tyrant Academy, I met the dean, Lu Erlong. The few of us chatted until evening before planning to have dinner. At this time, in the Sunset Forest, the intense energy of the ice-fire duality I had dissipated, and under the consumption of the little demon, it was even less than the spiritual energy outside. 1 person and 1 demon, like robbers, scoured the place clean. Oh, and the immortal herbs were spared from disaster. At this moment, in the center of the spring water, the fiery lava patterns on the surface of the giant egg began to flow and rotate, and life energy started to emerge within, growing stronger. It seemed that something would break out of its shell at any moment. After a night, the heavy rain in the Sunset Forest had stopped. In the thick mist of water in the morning, one could only vaguely see the blurred shadow of the sun. By evening, after the mist completely dissipated, the afterglow of the sunset became clearly visible. The fiery patterns on the surface of the giant egg spun faster and faster, and the crystal began to melt. But instead of turning into water droplets falling to the ground, it began to rotate with the flames. Gradually, the ice crystals completely melted, and the giant egg, which was based on ice crystals, vanished, replaced by a red and blue energy sphere. The red and blue initially spun chaotically on the surface of the sphere, but slowly, they began to converge together, ultimately forming a sphere that was half blue and half red. The 2 colors continued to merge and spin, and slowly, they fused together, eventually forming black. The black increased, and gradually, the entire sphere turned into a black ball. This ball was very black, like an abyss. Yet it resembled the solitude and desolation of darkness in the universe, an endless darkness without an end. All light seemed to be absorbed the moment it touched it. Darkness is the mother of life and civilization. The blackness on the surface of the sphere deepened, but the life energy within grew stronger. Eventually, it seemed that the blackness reached a peak and began to slowly shrinking down. Finally, it shrank to the size of an adult. The black sphere began to wriggle. as if someone inside was beating against it. Then, the black sphere disappeared, replaced by a hairless boy. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing black pupils. His strikingly delicate features seemed almost painted on. The moment he opened his eyes, it felt as if the world took a glance at him. Jason returned from the visualization of rebirth to reality, opening his eyes to see around him. He saw a world different from before. The world before him was devoid of color, only a shade of gray, with floating points of light. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze. But soon, the vibrant colors of the world returned, and the stillness of time began to flow again. A gentle breeze brushed past, sending a chill down Jason's scalp. He touched his bald head and couldn't help but feel it a few times. Had he become bald? Jason not only felt a chill on his scalp, but also a chill in his heart. After looking at his bare body, Jason felt a bit regretful for not preparing a spatial soul guide device earlier. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, he would have been quite embarrassed. Little demon, come here. Jason shouted at a conspicuous giant tree in front of him. The giant tree shook its branches, and then its roots burst out of the ground, rushing towards Jason joyfully. The sight of a giant tree running on its roots was too beautiful. The giant tree stopped in front of Jason, and a branch extended towards him. Jason reached out to touch the branch, and then the giant tree in front of him quickly shrank, forming a long vine that wrapped around his body, creating a garment made of vines. Although Jason had changed in appearance, and his aura had shifted significantly, the bond in his heart allowed him to recognize it immediately. Moreover, at that moment, Jason's body was filled with an energy it craved. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with his bald appearance, it was only temporary, and hair quickly grew back. Jason examined his newly formed body. Then, with a thought, a red and blue longbow appeared in his hand. The weapon Soul, Ice-Fire Demon-Breaking Bow, also known as the Two Instruments Bow. Chapter 89, Twin Martial Souls. The previous weapon Soul, Enchanted Bow, evolved into a stronger Two Instruments Bow after merging with the remnant soul of the Ice-Fire Dragon King. It possessed extreme fire and ice attributes. Its appearance had also changed dramatically. The middle of the bow had two protrusions resembling dragon fangs, one exuding red flames and the other emitting blue cold air, both of which did not interfere with each other. At the same time, the entire bow had become much heavier and more magical than before. This doesn't match my low-key personality at all. Jason looked at the magnificent Ice-Fire Demon-Breaking Bow in his hand with some disdain. At this moment, the power within Jason seemed to have been triggered. Two deafening dragon roars erupted from within him, and then one blue and one red dragon shadow appeared and circled around Jason. The main body weapon Soul, Ice-Fire Dragon King. This weapon Soul was generated by merging the bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, twin martial souls. At the same time, the ice and fire energy within Jason was slowly merging, and once fully combined, his body would grow another tier. So eye-catching. Although Jason's tone was somewhat disdainful, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Low-key. But feeling his soul power, he couldn't help but start grinning foolishly. Innate full soul power, level 30. At this moment, Jason's situation was somewhat special. If you say he is human, his new body is based on dragon bones. His flesh had long since left the realm of humanity. However, if he were a soul beast, he wouldn't explode with soul rings after death. Therefore, Jason's situation was more akin to a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing reformation. Jason was indeed somewhat special. However, many things couldn't be tested immediately. Looking at the sunset on the horizon, he calculated the time. He needed to hurry, otherwise, he might encounter the poisoned Douluo. Although Jason's reforged body had astonishing talent, it was only talent. It hadn't yet translated into strength. Moreover, after the recent tests, he found that his reactions were somewhat out of sync with his body's responses. For instance, when he wanted to raise his right hand, there was about a 1-second delay before it lifted, as if there was a lag, which felt very uncomfortable. It seemed the body and soul were still in a state of mutual adaptation. Jason retracted the dazzling weapon Soul, and the dense ice and fire attributes around him began to dissipate slowly. He stretched his body and then started walking out of the small mountain. When he reached the area of the poison array, Jason suddenly thought of something. Oh dear, how could I forget all these good things? He turned around again, looking at the patch of fairy herbs still surrounded by spiritual energy. Little demon, it's up to you. Remember not to eat them. He couldn't go pick these fairy herbs himself. If he harvested them incorrectly, it would ruin them in large patches, which would be painful for him. Although he didn't need them, they could be useful for favors or cultivating forces, making it a good choice. This patch of fairy herbs, apart from those that had appeared in the plot, he didn't recognize any of them. It seemed he would need to make a deal with TangSan in the future. At this moment, the little demon, also a plant, began to delve deep into the ground, intertwining its roots with every fairy herb's roots. The nutrients from the soil were transferred to the little demon. Subsequently, the patches of fairy herbs became one with the little demon. The fairy herbs absorbed the little demon's nourishment like fruits. After plundering the energy from the Ice Fire 2 instruments, the little demon had more than enough to support these fairy herbs. Looking at this barren land, Jason nodded in satisfaction and then walked into the poison array. The poison mist was evaporated completely by the extreme heat of the fire attribute within Jason the moment it entered his body. Although he might have entered in a bit of a fluster, he exited feeling relaxed and comfortable. Walking out of the poison array, only half of the sunset remained. Facing it, Jason's face was bathed in a fiery red glow. Having shed the system and forged a new body, the world before him seemed to become lighter and more vibrant. It felt like he was truly living in this world now. Looking at the nearly disappearing sunset, Jason couldn't help but let out a long howl from the mountaintop. The sound emitted from his lungs passed through his chest bone and transformed into a dragon's roar that emerged from his mouth. Roar the dragon's roar reverberated throughout the sky. All the soul beasts in the sunset forest prostrated themselves in Jason's direction, as if in worship. The echo of the dragon's roar rang out in the sunset forest for a while before fading away. On the other side, the poisoned Douluo had also brought TangSan to the sunset forest, heading towards his herb garden. For some reason, the poisoned Douluo felt a sense of unease within him. It was as if something important had vanished, just like when he discovered that his granddaughter had been abducted by Yu Tianheng that day. Could it be that something is wrong with my treasure land? But after thinking for a moment, he felt it was impossible. He had set up poison arrays on the periphery of that place, and it was even more dangerous inside. He hadn't dared to enter. In such a perilous place, how could anything go wrong? Yet the restlessness in his heart still urged him to quicken his pace. TangSan was already accustomed to the temper of this old monster. Although the inverted conical mountain peak was somewhat high, it was just a matter of minutes for a tidal Douluo. After he took TangSan to the top of the inverted conical mountain, his face immediately turned grim. The steam that usually floated up had disappeared. He said nothing and jumped down directly. Although TangSan found it a bit strange, he still released his 8 spider lances from his back and followed down the cliff, thinking about his own life. Who was it? Who exactly was it? After he descended, he saw the poisoned Douluo, whose body was wrapped in green poisonous mist, angrily roaring at the desolate land ahead. At this moment, the poisoned Douluo was also contemplating various possibilities. If it were just the disappearance of the ice and fire yin-yang, he might not have thought it was someone else's doing. However, at this time, besides the immortal grasses in the inner circle, not a single herb he planted in the outer circle was left. Who could be so mad as to scour this place clean? But what method could humans possibly use to take everything from his treasure land? Could it be soul beasts? The thought that a tidal Douluo like himself could accomplish such a thing was unfathomable. What other beings could reach such a level? If it wasn't humans, then it could only be soul beasts. Soul beasts are incredibly diverse. Perhaps one just happened to be unaffected by this area and absorbed everything here. This was the closest to the truth. The disappearance of the treasure land caused the poisoned Douluo to lose composure for a moment. But after a while, he adjusted himself. He couldn't imagine how strong the soul beast that absorbed this treasure land was, but it certainly wasn't something he could defeat. Let it disappear, although it was somewhat regrettable. If the kid in front of him wasn't lying, perhaps the poison in his body could be cured. As long as the poison was resolved, he would only have lost a piece of land beneficial for cultivation. However, with his medicinal garden gone, he had to think of other methods. TangSan stood silently behind, knowing that the poisoned Douluo must have encountered some issues to be this angry. Considering the purpose of this trip and looking at the desolation in front of him, he had roughly guessed the outcome. The poisoned Douluo suppressed his inner anger. Anyone would be furious if their years of cultivated herbs were destroyed in an instant. However, when there was nowhere to vent his anger, he could only bottle it up inside. Chapter 90, Self-Produced Soul Ring. At this moment, the real culprit is still within the sunset forest. He is still familiarizing himself with his new body. The sun has completely set, replaced by the bright moonlight. Many soul beasts that absorb moonlight have emerged from their caves, quietly and peacefully absorbing the moonlight, just like the serene moon in the sky. However, the forest remains fraught with danger. Many soul beasts, having found a pattern, are specifically waiting for their appearance before launching their hunts. Beneath the tranquil moonlight, a sense of impending doom lurks. At this moment, Jason was in a valley surrounded by open space, but in this empty area, more and more soul beasts were gathering around him. They were attracted by the aura he emitted. There were 10-year, 100-year, and 1,000-year soul beasts. At this moment, they all obediently stayed around Jason, quietly absorbing the energy that radiated from him. Suddenly, a deep vibration was felt, and through the moonlight, a massive shadow could be seen emerging from the nearby forest. As the vibration grew closer, the shadow finally revealed its entire form. It was a large brown bear, and the trees beside it looked like mere columns in comparison. Its deep brown fur glimmered with golden light under the moon's glow. It was a 10,000-year soul beast, the dark golden bear. Its golden pupils glanced at Jason, who was sitting cross-legged at the center, surrounded by the illusory figures of a red and a blue dragon king, whose imposing presence made even the more ferocious soul beasts nearby refrain from acting recklessly. The bear pushed aside all the surrounding soul beasts as it made its way toward the closest position to Jason. The soul beasts that were quietly absorbing the scattered spiritual energy around them cast dissatisfied glances at the dark golden bear, but had no choice but to obediently make way. After finding a spot very close to Jason, it lay down quietly on the ground, beginning to absorb energy just like the other soul beasts. Soon, more and more soul beasts gathered, as if the entire forest soul beasts were converging here. However, these soul beasts were certainly not even 1,000th of the total. Nevertheless, this scene was quite spectacular. If they were to go outside, it could form a small-scale beast tide. Jason was fully immersed in experiencing the mysteries of his body martial soul. He discovered that his body martial soul, the Ice Fire Dragon King, could autonomously generate soul rings like those formed by 10,000-year soul beasts. However, the Ice Fire Demon Bow could not do the same. He had some vague guesses about this. He was now beginning to generate his first soul skill. He wondered what the first soul skill would be, although he was a bit curious. The first few soul skills were not particularly important to him, as long as he had the ability to control the ice and fire elements. The soul skills were not too significant. It was only after reaching the 7th soul skill that he would look forward to the soul skills produced by the soul rings. A special energy entered Jason's body, and then a yellow soul ring lit up beneath his feet. The soul ring had the maximum age limit of a first soul ring. Soon after, a second yellow and a third purple soul ring appeared and lit up in succession. After feeling the soul skills brought by the soul rings, Jason slowly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened them, he saw a large brown bear lying in front of him. He then got up and looked around at the circle of soul beasts. Among them, various soul beasts emitted a glow, making this area quite spectacular. However, all the soul beasts were quietly lying or sitting in place, peacefully absorbing energy. It seemed that these creatures considered themselves to be soul beasts. Nevertheless, the presence of so many soul beasts gathered here was too conspicuous, and it wasn't suitable to stay for long. With that thought, the first yellow soul ring on his body lit up. First soul skill, Dragon Bloodline, which increases control over fire elements, boosts soul power and strength by 50%, and allows flight. The red fire dragon king merged into Jason's body and then soared into the air, disappearing from sight. The soul beasts surrounding the area watched as the firelight in the sky gradually transformed into a red dot and disappeared. Reluctantly, they left and returned to their nests. Throughout this process, none of the soul beasts showed any inclination to attack one another. Even the fiercest soul beasts chose not to hunt at this moment. Before long, all the soul beasts in the area had vanished. At this moment, Jason found a desolate place and began experimenting with the 3 soul rings he had just obtained. The first soul ring, Fire Dragon Bloodline. The second soul ring, Ice Dragon Bloodline. It increased ice attribute control, and his soul power and strength increased by 50%, allowing him to fly. The third soul ring, Ice and Fire Duel Heaven. A tornado composed of ice crystals and flames swept through all targets within 50 meters ahead. This is what Jason had gained out of thin air this time. The Ice Fire Demon Breaking Bow has not yet been equipped with spirit rings, which means it should be necessary to hunt spirit beasts to obtain them. However, the years of the obtained spirit rings are a matter of consideration. The spirit rings for the main body martial soul, the Ice Fire Dragon King, are absorbed according to the maximum lifespan. They can grow in the later stages. The soul of the Ice Fire Breaking Demon Bow, however, needs to be obtained by oneself, based on his current body. If the first soul ring is set at 1,000 years, he should be able to withstand it. Just right, after acquiring all 3 soul rings in the Sunset Forest, he can leave here. Looking at the sky outside, he decided to come back the next morning to find a suitable spirit beast. Now, he raised his arm and placed it in front of his eyes, frowning slightly. The delay is still there. This feeling of the soul and body being out of sync is really uncomfortable. The research on his martial soul has temporarily reached a conclusion, and now he began to explore his body. Every part of his body is structured like a human's. However, the bones are flowing with red and blue light, which should be due to absorbing the Ice Fire Dragon King's bones. Nevertheless, Most of the energy from the ice-fire dual eyes has been used to grant life to his body. So now, Jason's bones are strong enough. But his flesh is still lacking, though his current body is becoming stronger under the influence of the bones. Spirit beasts? Humans? Jason pondered for a while again, but ultimately found no answer. He wondered what was happening with Xiaowu. It seemed he could ask her when he had time. Continuing to inspect, he felt that there were still many mysteries in his newly acquired body that had yet to be revealed. For instance, in the early hours of the next day, he was still full of energy, not feeling the slightest bit tired. The rising sun shone on his face as he got up to face the sun, the red and blue light on his body retreating into him. It's time to go. We are about to start a new journey. The vine armor extended to his face, forming a spiral mask. At the same time, a vine quickly extended to a nearby tree trunk, pulling it away from its original position. Jason also began to search for a suitable soul beast for himself. Although his understanding of soul beasts was not as profound as Master TangSan's, he was still very clear about the soul beasts that were suitable for his soul rings. As for why he didn't use flight, after using the fire dragon bloodline last night, the vine armor covered by the little demon on his body was quickly burned to ashes. Fortunately, there were flames on the outside. Otherwise, Jason would have really been naked in the sky. He had no interest in being a naked hero. Chapter 91. Hunting for soul rings. A week later, deep in the sunset forest, a mournful beast roar echoed, startling a flock of birds. By a lake, a giant sphere made of vines fell not far from the shore. The surface of the sphere occasionally bulged, accompanied by the low growls of the soul beast inside. The vine sphere slowly shrank, and the beast roars inside grew weaker and weaker until they faded away. About a minute later, a soul ring appeared above the sphere. It was done. It had died. As the words fell, the vines that formed the sphere retracted like snakes, slowly retreating to a human wearing a wooden spiral mask. When the vines completely receded, there was nothing inside, only a black soul ring floating in the air, indicating that a soul beast had died here. Jason stepped forward, and the ice-fire-breaking demon bow appeared in his hand. At the same time, 2 purple soul rings lit up on the ground. It was clear that in these 7 days, he had already obtained his first and second soul rings, both of which were 1,000-year soul rings. Before him, it was the black soul ring that had existed for 10,000 years. Sitting cross-legged beneath the black soul ring, Jason began to absorb it. The battles in the sunset forest were all resolved by the little demon, and during one of the fights, Jason was hit by a soul beast due to a delay in his body's reaction. Fortunately, with the little demon and his new body having strong defenses, he likely would have been seriously injured otherwise. Although time has passed and his body's reactions have improved somewhat, there is still a delay, and soon it will be time to go home for a visit, so I must quickly join an academy. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain old Jack. Although TangSan doesn't care much about the people of Holy Soul Village, he still writes back truthfully when he receives a letter from old Jack asking about him. After a soul beast phantom resembling a black rock dissipated under the aura of the dragon soul, the black soul ring was smoothly absorbed by Jason. This time, they hunted a soul beast called the explosion beast. It's uncertain how many years old it is, but based on the aura detected by the little demon, it falls within the range of 10,000 to 30,000 years. Of course, the little demon cannot pinpoint the exact age. It simply compares the aura of the current soul beast with previous ones, and then Jason makes a prediction, which is usually close enough. The explosion beast is a soul beast that excels at hiding itself, lying on the ground like a piece of black rock. Its surface has many black rocks, providing it with high defense. The ordinary attack power is relatively weaker compared to other soul beasts. However, its maximum attack power is unmatched by many soul beasts, but it requires time to charge. Therefore, after the Shadow Fury beast disguises itself as a rock, it will charge during the hidden period. Once the prey enters its attack range, the fully charged attack will swiftly strike the target. It's a one-hit kill. If it doesn't kill the target will still retreat angrily due to its foul and hard physique. Thus, this type of soul beast can be quite annoying. However, for the little demon, it could just be tied up and slowly absorbed. After absorbing the black soul ring, Jason gained another skill. The third soul ring skill, Charge Strong Bow. It enhances physical and magical attacks, with the attack strength depending on the charging time. The second soul ring skill, Explosive Arrow. It shoots an explosive arrow infused with ultimate fire, and the arrow also has lightning speed. This was obtained from hunting a Thunderfire bird soul beast about 5,000 years old. The first soul ring skill, Frost Arrow. It shoots an arrow infused with extreme ice attributes, which rapidly freezes the target upon hitting it. This was obtained from hunting a fish dragon soul beast about 2,000 years old. The first soul skill is a single target skill that controls the target. The second soul skill is one that can be used both on single targets and groups. The group effect is similar to the splash damage of a grenade. With that, Jason finally completed all 3 of his soul rings, and it was time for him to go out. He felt that he wasn't quite suited to experiment with his previous soul skills. The network is lagging. Moreover, he didn't have a system experience card now. It would be embarrassing if he accidentally hurt himself. After passing through the lush forest, Jason finally returned to the human world. Looking at the bustling noises in the town, he didn't feel warmth but only found it noisy. The townspeople also discovered this strange person wrapped in vines. Although there are many odd individuals due to the influence of martial souls, someone like Jason is truly rare. Jason immediately headed to a clothing store. The feeling of being in a vacuum is still quite strange. After entering a shop called Sunset Clothing, he faced the shopkeeper's peculiar gaze and directly picked out a suitable white long shirt and underwear, then entered the fitting room. At the moment he closed the door, the vines wrapping around Jason quickly receded, revealing his skin, which was as smooth as jade. At the same time, a self-manifesting ice and fire dragon king tattoo appeared on his back. The red and blue dragon king tattoos spiraled around each other, forming a circle. Once he put on the chosen clothes, the tattoo on his back was gradually covered. After fully dressing, Jason tidied up his hair, which had grown some short strands, and stepped out of the fitting room. The shopkeeper heard the sound of the door opening and looked over. What a handsome young man, with a bald head. There are no monks in this world. After a while, she finally thought of a bald head. Although Jason had some short hair, he still had quite a bit less. Jason's face darkened upon hearing this. Give me another week, and let's see if you dare to call me bald again. Shopkeeper, give me a hat too. The shopkeeper was a woman around 30, dressed simply but exuding a bold vibe. Are you here alone? Handsome? She leaned over the counter and asked. Is there a problem with me buying a hat alone? Jason asked, looking at her as she leaned closer. How come you came to Sunset Forest alone without a teacher to guide you? Maybe it was rare to see someone so pleasing to the eye, and she wanted to chat more. Do you want to know? Jason pondered for a moment and asked. She immediately nodded. If you give me a freebie, I'll tell you. He suddenly remembered he seemed to have no money on him. Sure enough, you little brat really came out alone and dared to come here for a freebie. As soon as Jason mentioned a freebie, she slammed the table and shouted at him. Haha, you figured out. Jason's calm expression suddenly cracked, and he awkwardly said. She stared intensely at the awkward Jason, who was scratching his head. You see, I'm a spirit master. I can definitely afford a piece of clothing. But I just came out of Sunset Forest, and I have no money left. You saw it too. I came entangled in vines. His gaze wandered, avoiding hers, as he chuckled nervously. So what if you're a spirit master? Do you think spirit masters don't need to pay? As she spoke, a water droplet appeared behind her, and 3 soul rings lit up around her. White, yellow, yellow. No, Jason hurriedly denied, then thought for a moment. I really have no money. How about I give you a medicinal herb? It's definitely worth that price. He handed her a ginseng. This is a herb planted by Douluo Fu at the Ice and Fire Yang Yi. She approached the herb on the ground, suspiciously sniffed it, and looked it over. Chapter 92. Blue Tyrant Academy. Yo, I didn't expect you to be quite rich, she said in surprise as she took the ginseng. And I want a hat too. Jason returned to his calm demeanor. Go pick one. She pointed to the place in the shop where the hats were displayed. After Jason chose his hat, he headed towards Heavendoe City. While walking, Jason pondered which academy to go to. At Heavendoe Academy, just the nobility requirement had him stuck. And in that kind of environment, he was genuinely afraid of accidentally killing someone, which would lead to a lot of trouble. There was also Blue Tyrant Academy in Heavendoe City, which would later become Shrek Academy. Since he no longer belonged there was no need to join. As for the all-girls Tianxue Academy, to be honest, many men wanted to go. However, they only accepted girls, and he wasn't sure if he could mix in by dressing as a girl. Why not give it a try? This idea took root in Jason's mind and became uncontrollable. No, if being discovered while cross-dressing, that would be social death. He thought about the scene of being discovered and quickly dismissed this dangerous thought. Then there was Shankong Academy and Chihua Academy. As for the others, most were family-type academies, which weren't very suitable. He just happened to have a fire attribute. Let us go with Chihua Academy. But right now, there were still some things to do. After entering Heavendoe City, Jason asked for directions and arrived at Blue Tyrant Academy. At this time, the entrance of the academy was bustling, with several people dismantling the academy's sign, and a sign reading Shrek Academy was placed on the ground. It seemed that Blue Tyrant Academy was about to be renamed Shrek Academy today. Hello, sir, I'm here to find Flander. Is he in the academy now? Jason approached a middle-aged man who was directing others and asked. The middle-aged man looked at Jason upon hearing this. What a refined young man. That was his first reaction upon seeing Jason. Besides his exquisite features, the white clothes he wore also added a lot of spirit to him. Who are you? He asked, somewhat puzzled after admiring him. I was Flanders' student before, and I need to talk to him about something now, Jason replied with a smile. Student? Aren't you all together? He recalled that a group of teachers and students had come recently and heard that they were all there. There were some changes midway. Just help me notify him. And say it's a person named Jason looking for him. Seeing the man's confusion, Jason explained again. No, I'm busy right now. I can't be away. He looked at the sign and apologized. At that moment, a student in uniform happened to walk by. Seeing her, his eyes lit up. Jiangzhu, come here. The girl who was about to enter looked over upon hearing this. Teacher who? Is there something? Her voice was very soft, seemingly having a healing effect. Please help take this young man to find Principal Liu and the others. He pointed to Jason beside him. Jiangzhu's eyes brightened when she saw the young man. Okay. After happily agreeing, she walked over to Jason. Let's go. I'll take you to find the principal. Thank you. Jason said his thanks. He then followed her, entering the academy under her guidance. The academy was spacious, surrounded by many flowers and trees, as if it was built in a forest. Along the way, many students greeted her, then curiously glanced at Jason behind her. My name is Jiangzhu, what's yours? She slowed down her pace to ask Jason. Jason. She repeated his name and then asked, So, are you here to join Blue Tyrant Academy? I'm looking for Teacher Flander. I have some matters to discuss. He casually replied, while admiring the scenery around them. Flander? Is he one of the group that came to our school the day before yesterday? Are you also one of the students there? I was before, but I'm not now. You dropped out? Something like that. That's unfortunate. What level are you now? Level 30. That's impressive. Why did you drop out? There were some changes. So are you looking to rejoin? Not really. It's for other matters. Jiangzhu asked each question patiently, and Jason answered her very patiently. Unknowingly, they had walked for a long time. As they moved forward, the trees gradually thinned, and on a particularly sturdy tree hung a sign that read, Academy Restricted Area, Unauthorized Entry Prohibited. Beyond the trees appeared a small lake, with a diameter of only about 50 meters. A stream about 3 meters wide quietly flowed in from the other side of the woods and flowed back out, keeping this place, which should be considered a pool, constantly supplied with fresh water. Beside the pool, there was a simple thatched hut made of wooden boards and straw, completely blending in with the surrounding environment. Around the hut, there was a circle of fence within which various flowers bloomed, vibrant and beautiful. Principal Liu. Someone is here looking for those who came the day before yesterday. She arrived in front of the wooden cabin and knocked on the door, respectfully saying. After a short while, the sound of footsteps came from inside, and the wooden door was opened from within. A stunning woman with exceptionally impressive chest muscles stepped out, her figure alluring and a look of confusion on her face. Who are you looking for? She asked Jason, Flander, and the others. Do you know Flander? Yes. Is TangSan here too? I'm mainly looking for him. I wonder if TangSan will be killed by the poison Douluo after I completely seize the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yes, wait a moment. They should be coming soon. Since she knows TangSan, she should be familiar with him. Come in. She walked into the room and called out to Jason and the others. Dean, I have something to do, so I'll go ahead. Jiangzhu remembered she had something to attend to and took her leave. Jason stepped over the threshold and entered the room. The room looked very simple. Apart from a dressing table, there was just a table for drinking tea. Jason found a spot to sit down, casually took off his hat, and waited quietly. Liu Erlong came to him and began to ask some questions. Although there were some repetitions with the questions from Jiangzhu earlier, Jason still patiently answered them one by one. However, her occasional glances at the top of Jason's head made him feel somewhat offended. After a while, a man with a stiff expression walked in and paused slightly upon seeing Jason. At this moment, Jason had changed greatly compared to before. His purple pupils had turned black, and his white hair had also become black, although not much had grown out. Moreover, his aura had changed significantly, occasionally emanating a comforting presence that made people want to draw closer. This was due to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Although his facial features had not changed much, the master still couldn't recognize him at first. Jason politely nodded when he saw the master. Upon seeing the master enter, Liu Erlong's gaze instantly became fully focused on him. Is this boy a student of the academy? The master asked Liu Erlong with curiosity. Chapter 93. Meeting a crowd had gathered in the open space behind the thatched cottage. Everyone was amazed, looking at a black-eyed boy wearing a hat. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, excitedly said something to him. Great. Since your body has recovered, you need to be careful in the future. Your martial soul cannot mutate again. Flanders said with a smile, patting Jason's shoulder. The master looked puzzled, with a hint of envy. He glanced at others' martial souls and then at his own. Jason attributed his recovery to the mutation of his martial soul. This was the most reasonable explanation. Jason, can you talk about your martial soul mutation? The master thought it was too bizarre that a martial soul mutation could restore the broken meridians in his body. However, Jason seemed not to notice him and continued talking with Flanders and Zhao Wujie. Lu Erlong frowned at the master, who looked a bit awkward, and said, Kid, can't you see someone is talking to you? Jason, who had been smiling and chatting with Flanders, abruptly paused. At the same time, the entire scene fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere made it hard to breathe. Ma Hongjun and the others couldn't help but shrink their heads. Oh, little Jia probably didn't hear you. There's no need to be so serious. Ahaha. Flanders chuckled, hoping to ease the tension. Since I'm not very welcome, I'll leave soon. Where's TangSan? I came mainly to see him this time. As he spoke, the tense atmosphere around them suddenly relaxed, and the air seemed to become lively again. He looked around and found that Xiao Wu and TangSan were both absent. When it came to TangSan, Flanders and the others showed worried expressions. Zhao Wujie sighed and then said, Little San was captured by the poisoned Douluo the day before yesterday. When he returned, he locked himself in his room and refused to see anyone. Not even Xiao Wu could get in. Flanders was also deeply concerned. On the night TangSan was captured, they went to find the poisoned Douluo's garden, but when they arrived, all they found was a barren land. This made the master and the others very worried. After all, the poisoned Douluo was both righteous and wicked. No one knew what he would do to TangSan. They searched everywhere in and outside of Tiando City, but still couldn't find him. Instead, the next morning, TangSan appeared at the academy gate, looking pale. The master asked him with concern, and he forced a smile on his pale face, saying he was fine. Then he locked himself away. No matter how Xiao Wu called from outside, he refused to open the door. This lasted until today. I should go. I happen to have something to discuss with him, and perhaps I can help him. Jason suddenly thought of something and said calmly. Although the heavy atmosphere had passed, Jason's demeanor was no longer approachable. Instead, there was a subtle sense of pressure. All right, I'll take you over. Seeing his indifferent face, Flanders could only feel guilty. After all, that decision was also tacitly approved by himself at that time. Let's go with him. The master said to Lu Erlong. I'm okay. She snapped back to reality and replied, looking ahead at the back of the young man in white. He felt a chill in his heart. What was that sense of oppression just now? As a soul sage, he actually felt oppressed by a young boy. It wasn't a matter of rank, but rather something related to bloodlines. Yes, bloodlines. Lu Erlong immediately confirmed this. But isn't he a weapon spirit? Why would he have such an oppressive feeling towards me? The journey was somewhat quiet. Jason, do you have any plans for the future? He asked the young man next to him, perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere. I'm going to Blaze Academy. If you all participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy in a year, I hope I won't run into you, he replied, his expression still calm. Lost in thought. Hey, that's true, but they're still young. They should wait another 2 years to participate. At this time, Flanders had not yet considered letting them join the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy. However, he also didn't mention Jason's level issue, as he knew that. For him, levels were somewhat transparent. You will participate, right? Is that the place ahead? He pointed to a wooden cabin in front, where a girl with a ponytail sat with a worried expression. It was Xiao Wu. Yes, Xiao Wu's been sitting outside all night, and TangSan still hasn't opened the door. I don't know what that poisoned Douluo did to him. Speaking of poisoned Douluo, anger immediately appeared on his face. Maybe poisoned Douluo poisoned him, the kind that leads to death in 3 to 5 days. Jason said slowly as he walked along the path. Upon hearing Jason's words, Lu Erlong immediately froze, feeling that there was a high possibility of this. He anxiously ran towards the wooden cabin. Xiao Wu only saw Dean Flanders rushing over, and before she could ask anything, he kicked the door. Bang! With a loud noise, the wooden door was instantly kicked open. Sure enough, inside, TangSan was bare-chested, with numerous acupuncture needles on his body, and there were many purple and red liquids on the ground, along with some corroded pits. TangSan, who was in the process of bleeding, was taken aback when he saw Flanders kick the door open. Then he furrowed his brows. Dean, why did you suddenly barge in? Xiao-san, what is going on? Why didn't you tell me? At this moment, Xiao Wu also walked in and, upon seeing the tragic scene inside, tears immediately streamed down her face. However, seeing the acupuncture needles on him, She didn't dare to approach and could only sadly say from aside. Looking at the expressions of Flinder and Xiao Wu, who had barged in suddenly, he knew they were thinking the wrong way. I'm just detoxifying. I locked myself in because it was inconvenient, he said with a bitter smile. The two were momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Really? You could detoxify? Xiao Wu asked, half skeptical. Yes, it's just because I needed a quiet environment that I locked myself in the room. I forgot to tell you, TangSan explained, which made Flinder feel a bit awkward. Just as he was about to say something, a voice came from behind. I have the 8 jiao, Xianbing grass, and the fierce fire apricot blossom. This statement left TangSan standing in place, shocked as he looked at the person who entered. This person wore a hat and was backlit, their face somewhat blurred, but they gave him a sense of familiarity. However, the person he felt familiar with seemed unlikely to appear here. Who are you? He suppressed his inner shock, but his rapid breathing could not be concealed. How did he know about the 8 jiao, Xianbing grass, and the fierce fire apricot blossom? How could he possibly have these? How did he know he needed these two types of celestial herbs? Questions swirled in his mind like a storm, but he maintained a calm facade. Jason. The other party responded lightly, and then the backlight disappeared, allowing TangSan to see the face under the hat. Chapter 94. Grafting the Master and others from behind also walked in, making the small wooden house feel cramped. Upon seeing TangSan's condition, everyone stepped forward to express their concern. However, at this moment, TangSan's gaze was focused on one person. Jason? Looking at Jason, whose features were somewhat similar to before, he felt puzzled. It's me. I came to discuss something with you, to make a deal. He stood alone in the crowd, like an isolated eagle. What did you just say when you came in? He stared intently at Jason, hoping that what he just heard was not wrong. The 8 jiao, Xianbing grass, and the fierce fire apricot blossom. The words from the other party made TangSan's heart instantly surge with excitement. However, seeing the indifference reflected in Jason's black pupils made his heart sink instantly. The two of them were now like strangers. Only he had what Jason needed, which was why he came to find him. And the price. The weight of the two immortal herbs made him unable to imagine, while also praying that the other party had just happened to obtain these two herbs and did not know their effects. But TangSan knew that since the other party came to find him, they must be well aware of the two immortal herbs and his situation. What do you want? Let's talk privately, Jason said as he surveyed the people around him. Hey Jason, what is it that we can't hear? Xiao Wu said unhappily. The content of the transaction needs to be kept confidential. Isn't it just the Xianbing grass and the flame something? What do you want? I'll give it to you, she said, patting her chest confidently. Upon hearing this, Jason suddenly laughed and then said, 100,000-year soul ring. Will you give it? His smile was like the warm sun at dawn, yet it made Xiao Wu feel a chill in an instant. You'll go out first. I need to talk to him. At this moment, after removing the acupuncture needles from his body, TangSan said as he put on his clothes. The crowd glanced at the two of them before gradually leaving the room. The somewhat dazed Xiao Wu was pulled out by Ning Rongrong. The wooden door closed, and the room fell into silence. The two did not speak, only staring at each other. Eventually, it was TangSan who broke the silence. I want to see those two things you mentioned first. His voice was somewhat low, unsure if it was due to the poison. Okay. Saying this, Xiao had already summoned the octagonal Xianbing grass and the flame apricot jiao shu. Jason's arms grew some vines that extended to his palms, and then a herb grew from his left hand. The white herb looked like a large white flower, octagonal, with a center that shimmered like ice crystals, emitting no fragrance. At the same time, a chill spread out, making TangSan's weak body feel uncomfortable. His right hand also grew a plant that was entirely red, resembling cabbage. The discomfort in his body came, but TangSan was still excitedly staring at the two immortal herbs in front of him. But suddenly, he thought of the peculiarities of the two herbs. The cold air and scorching toxins actually had no effect on him at all. He looked again at the two immortal herbs that seemed to be growing in his hands. Who exactly are you? At this moment, he even doubted whether Jason was an immortal herb that had come to life. Jason, he replied lightly, then continued, now I have two immortal herbs. One for repaying a favor, and one for trading. How about it? Favor? When have you owed me a favor? TangSan tried hard to remember, but he couldn't find any past interactions between them. You'll know about this favor later. Now it's about the other immortal herb, used for trading. What is the content of the transaction? He momentarily set aside the issue of the favor. Submit to me. When he spoke these words, a faint dragon's might was released from him, transforming into a kingly aura. It was like the exposed fangs of the king of the forest. This was the first time TangSan felt this aura from him. Who exactly is he? Jason's mystery had existed since childhood, with an early maturity. a beast-like aura that seemed to belong to the forest from birth. But at this moment, his entire demeanor changed. The beastly aura disappeared, replaced by a friendly gentleness. With a dignified and domineering presence. Dugu should have given you 3 or 5 days. If the time is up and you haven't found a way to eliminate the poison in his body, he will take your life. As his aura receded, Jason once again returned to calm. Although he didn't know where Hao Yin had gone, he definitely wasn't nearby at this moment. This gave Jason an opportunity. The cold air and blazing heat emitted by the 2 immortal herbs made TangSan feel pain. His face alternated between blue and red, but at this moment, he was entangled by the 2 immortal herbs in front of him. The Tang sect was his obsession. However, with only one of the immortal herbs, he still couldn't escape death. Moreover, since the other party was able to find him, they definitely had a way to help him safely absorb the 2 immortal herbs. He didn't know how Jason knew these things, just as he wouldn't let others know his secrets. But now, he felt like a transparent person standing right under the other person's nose. The power you will have in the future is just a part of what I created. Jason seemed to see some of his concerns and said again. TangSan understood the meaning of his words. His own power could be under his own control, but he had to follow his rules. All right, I agree to your terms. In the end, TangSan accepted the other party's conditions. He had no choice, because even if he got these 2 immortal herbs, he currently had no way to absorb them. As for directly giving them to Dugu to save his life, when he heard that he needed to eliminate the poison and that his cultivation would be completely wasted, he might have killed himself on the spot. A wise choice. The 2 immortal herbs stretched out their vines and extended forward. Don't move. I will merge a branch into your body, which can help you absorb the 2 immortal herbs. The 2 immortal herbs transformed into 2 red and white vines, and then wrapped around TangSan completely. TangSan silently felt the tiny roots of the vines spreading from his skin into his body, climbing into the various meridians of his body. Amazingly, all the toxins in his body were absorbed by the tiny roots that had seeped in. At the same time, the medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs gently permeated through the roots, transforming his body. Throughout the process, TangSan did not move recklessly. Looking at the roots that had taken root in various meridians and heart veins, he understood that his life was already in someone else's hands. But still, as he said, he had no choice. After the little demon grafted the branches carrying the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom into his body, it seemed to sense an alluring aura. It immediately wanted to greedily continue searching for that aura within TangSan's body. I'm back. Jason's words made it reluctantly break off that branch and retreat back into Jason's body. Looking at TangSan, who had regained his blood color, he smiled and said, Welcome to the star-covering sect. That branch is harmless to you. It can help you absorb the medicinal power of the immortal herbs, allowing you not to die instantly. Moreover, as it grows, it can also enhance your recovery ability and should greatly strengthen your blue-silver grass as well. However, it requires your nourishment to grow. If you stop providing nourishment, it will devour your soul power and vitality. This could be considered a drawback. Jason stood up and explained the function of the branch to TangSan. The roots grafted into his body were different from others. If others stopped providing nourishment, they would only lose their power. Inside TangSan, if he does not provide nourishment for a long time, it will devour his own soul power and life force. Chapter 95. Layout at this moment, TangSan felt the gentle medicinal power of the 2 immortal herbs being infused into his body. However, he knew how astonishing it was to achieve this step. These 2 immortal herbs, which could damage the body when mixed together, could actually be absorbed by him in this way. It is important to know that being classified as immortal herbs signifies their uniqueness. What is this branch that can merge the immortal herbs into one? Moreover, according to Jason's earlier words, the plant that has just entered his body possesses intelligence. Is it a soul beast? He pondered in his mind for a while, then looked at Jason. How should I address you from now on? He asked calmly. There are rarely free lunches in this world. Although there are, it is clear that they would not be given by Jason. His life was ultimately saved by him. He only lost his freedom. For TangSan, this is not a loss. You can call me whatever you like. Jason did not mind this much. Then I will call you the master, from now on. Thinking of what he had just said about the revival of the religion, it was obviously a church. Sure. Jason nodded, and at the same time, this transaction came to an end. Both sides got what they wanted. Jason lost 2 immortal herbs, but gained TangSan's loyalty. TangSan lost his freedom, but gained his life. TangSan, from now on, besides improving your own strength, you can also start building your own force. I will give you 5 years' time. I need a power that can contend with the Heaven Do Imperial City. He stared at TangSan. From now on, your force will be under your control. Upon hearing this, TangSan's pupils slightly constricted. Is this going to be against the Heaven Do Empire? But he was just one person. How could he possibly create a force that could rival the one in Heaven Do Imperial City in 5 years? However, he also knew that the other party wouldn't make such a request without reason. What else does he know? For some reason, at this moment, TangSan had more and more questions about Jason, and at the same time, the veil surrounding him was becoming thicker, unfathomable. Even the sect master and elders from his previous life had never put such pressure on him. I will do my best, he said solemnly. Good. The branches implanted in your body can enhance your strength and complement your martial soul. They can also give you more time to develop your force. I hope you won't disappoint me. Jason nodded, and then, under TangSan's astonished gaze, he extended many branches from his body like a tree. On that branch, various kinds of celestial herbs were all growing. The grass on the tree resembled fruits, and this peculiar scene left him in unprecedented shock. How is this possible? The appearance of the 8-angled ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom had already excited him. But now, seeing the continuous increase of celestial herbs around Jason, he had fallen into a daze. At the same time, the people outside the house also sensed the strange phenomenon inside the wooden house. The occasionally exposed aura made them feel as if they were in a fairyland. They looked inside in amazement, seemingly wanting to know what was happening. I don't recognize many of the celestial herbs inside. I need you to help me identify them. You can take a look for a minute first, and then write a list for me later, Jason said to the somewhat dazed TangSan. Okay. After hearing Jason's words, he came back to his senses and responded stiffly. He then began to approach various plants for observation. During his pauses in observation, Jason continued, in a moment, you can choose a few celestial herbs to take with you as public funds for your power development. I hope you won't misuse them. He gave a faint warning at the end. TangSan, who was focused on examining the herbs, nodded to indicate he understood and continued his research. A minute quickly passed. Now you can choose the herbs you need. You can either pick them or let me transplant them onto your branches, Jason said, looking at the treasure trove before him. TangSan felt a bit conflicted. Master, you've posed a difficult question for me. Obviously, among the 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong belonged to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing belonged to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. It was clear that the 3 of them could not join the Tang sect he was building. But if he gave herbs to the others, how would he explain it to those 3? That depends on you, but I have arrangements for Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, so you can choose first. Jason urged with a wave of his hand. He quickly selected the 8-petal immortal orchid and the coxcomb phoenix sunflower from the celestial herbs. However, in the end, he hesitated between 2 herbs. One was an ordinary-looking white flower, palm-sized and resembling a peony, without grass leaves. The other was a white crystal-like flower that looked pure and unblemished, reminiscent of a blue lotus with white petals. It was the heartbroken red and water immortal jade bone. After struggling between the 2 for a while, he ultimately chose the heartbroken red. Once the selection was complete, all the surrounding celestial herbs slowly retreated into Jason's sleeves. For some reason, TangSan truly suspected that he was a plant that had become a spirit. I will be in Heaven Do City all day today. Please quickly compile the statistics on what you just saw, detailing the methods and uses, and also record as much as possible of other information. Also, you should remember the 2 kids I brought from Shrek Academy. Choose 2 suitable herbs for them as well, Jason said, pausing for a moment to give him some time to absorb the information. Do you understand everything I just said? Understood, he nodded in response. All right, today's matters will come to a close. You are a rare talent for me, and I hope you won't disappoint me. As he spoke, he had already reached the door. The wooden door creaked open, and Jason, wearing a hat, walked out under the gaze of everyone. The shadow of the hat covered his face, making it hard to see his expression. Everyone silently watched him. Even the usually lively Xiao Wu only looked at Jason with fear. I apologize for disturbing you today, Dean, Vice Dean. This is my last time addressing you. Take care in the future. He solemnly bowed to Zhao Wujia and Flender. Previously, Jason's personality was indeed quite unpleasant, and he radiated a kind of inherent coldness, making him stand apart. Overall, Jason did not consider them as companions, and they would not regard him as one either. This was partly due to Jason himself. However, Flender and Zhao Wujia had always tried to understand him, wanting to help him integrate into the academy. But he ultimately had his own matters to attend to and could not comfortably accept their goodwill. Flender and Zhao Wujia also nodded heavily. Take care. After Jason stood up, he smiled slightly and then walked along the path he came from. After leaving the school gate, Jason hailed a carriage heading towards the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Chapter 96. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is located in the northwest of the Heaven Do Empire, situated on Jingyu Mountain. After the establishment of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the name of the mountain was changed to Glazed Mountain. The sect is built against the mountain, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. After several hours in the carriage, Jason finally arrived at the foot of Glazed Mountain. After getting off the carriage, he took out the money collected from TangSan and paid the driver. At the foot of the mountain, the 5 large characters of Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were extremely conspicuous. The sect at the foot of the mountain resembled a pagoda, with many patterns carved on it, resembling an enlarged 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. On both sides of the gate, there were disciples on duty, dressed in uniform. Through the sect, one could vaguely see the buildings towering on the mountain in the background. There were many stone pillars on both sides, all carved with elegant and intricate patterns. "Hello, I have business with Sect Master Ning," Jason said to the 2 disciples on duty at the entrance. "What business do you have with our sect master? Do you have an official document?" The tall, middle-aged man on the left did not belittle or drive away the young boy before him, but instead approached him with a businesslike demeanor. "I don't have an official document, but I do have a matter to discuss with him. If you want to let me in, could you help me relay the message?" "What is it?" He intended to listen to the matter before deciding whether it was worth notifying the sect master. "It's about the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. What business could our sect's martial soul have? If you don't have an official document, you should go back," the younger youth beside him said impatiently. "Are you talking about the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda?" The middle-aged man ignored him and seriously focused on the young boy. As a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, one would generally know a secret. As the strongest auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile school has always had a secret that appears on this martial soul. According to the legend of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, if there is a special opportunity, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda can evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, which not only enhances the foundation of the soul master, but also provides a broader space. Once a soul master possessing the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda reaches the title Douluo level of 9 rings, they can attain the title of the God of Assistance, possessing the power to turn the tide on any battlefield. "Yes, I hope you can relay this message." Jason nodded to confirm. "All right, wait for me here. Qingyu, pay attention to the sect's decorum and do not be rude." Although he did not know why this young boy would know about the 7 treasure glazed tile school, it was clear that his purpose for coming here was not simple. The middle-aged man's name was Yang Liang, and he had been in the sect since birth, rarely going out. He knew very little about the sect's affairs, except for some deliberately hidden matters. As he stepped onto the mountain path, his pace was somewhat hurried, but not flustered. This place was unlike other sects where one had to announce step by step to meet the sect master. Ning Fengji generally sat in the hall, drinking tea and discussing matters, and rarely was he disturbed. However, if there was something, one could go directly to the hall to notify him. Soon, he arrived in front of a magnificent building. The hall was wide open, and he could see 3 people gathered together, enthusiastically discussing something. In the middle was a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and a refined appearance. On either side were an imposing elder in white and a somewhat emaciated old man. "Sect Master, Elder Jian, Elder Gu." After he approached, he respectfully greeted each of them. "Oh, Yang Liang, what brings you here?" Upon seeing him arrive, the conversation among the 3 paused for a moment. "It's like this. Today, while I was on duty at the entrance of the sect at the foot of the mountain, I encountered a boy around 12 or 13 years old who said he wanted to see you and had important matters to discuss." He glanced at the curious sect Master Ning and continued, "It's about the 9 treasure glazed pagoda." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fengji frowned immediately, pondering the 9 treasure glazed pagoda. The 2 elderly men beside him exchanged glances, confirming that it was just a 12 or 13-year-old boy. "Yes, I can confirm. I also sensed that the boy had an extraordinary demeanor, and what he mentioned is very important to our sect, which is why I came to disturb the sect master. It's nothing to worry about. You can bring him up. It's just lunchtime anyway, so we can also entertain our guests then." Ning Fengji waved his hand, indicating there was no need to be nervous. "Yes." Yang Liang responded and headed down the mountain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he saw that the boy was still standing there, seemingly having stood there since he left, with no sign of impatience in his eyes. He was slightly taken aback and then approached the boy. "Hello, may I ask your name?" Although the other party was just a 12 or 13-year-old boy, he couldn't help but lower his posture in front of him. From him, he felt a presence similar to that of the sect master. "Jason, please follow me. The sect master has prepared lunch." He politely gestured for Jason to come along. They crossed the sect and began to ascend the mountain with Yang Liang. Along the way, They could see many small fish ponds that had been repaired, as well as trees and flowers. Occasionally, there were small paths interspersed, leading who knows where. As they climbed higher, the buildings became more numerous, and now and then, people dressed in sect attire walked back and forth. A few boys gathered around a pond, chatting freely, while passing girls curiously glanced over, making the atmosphere even livelier. It was a scene of prosperity. Then, under Yang Liang's guidance, he finally arrived at a place that resembled a conference hall. After passing through this spacious hall, the two walked along a quiet path again, finally stopping in front of a building with a long corridor. The sect master is inside. I'll head back for lunch now, he said to Jason, cupping his hands and greeting before turning to leave. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry now. Since entering the Sunset Forest, I haven't had a meal yet. Although he wasn't tea-starving, he felt something was missing if he didn't eat. Pushing open the door, a faint fragrance wafted in. Then he saw a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor sitting inside. It was the leader Ning. He first greeted him and then sat down across from him at the dining table. How should I address you, young brother? Ning Fengji looked at the young man wearing a hat who had just entered and found him somewhat inscrutable. Jason. It seemed that today there were particularly many introductions for him. All right, let's eat first, and we can talk while eating. After seeing him, Ning Fengji knew that what he mentioned must indeed have substance. Thank you for your hospitality. Let me toast you first. Jason raised his glass and then took a gulp. During that period of despair, his alcohol tolerance had greatly increased. After finishing the drink in his glass, he then got to the point. How did you learn about the 9-treasure glazed tower? Although this matter was a secret, it could be known with a little investigation. I have a medicinal herb that can complete the deficiencies of the 7-treasure glazed tower, turning it into the 9-treasure glazed tower. Jason did not answer his question, but spoke directly and clearly. Chapter 97. The name of the sect leader, the 7-treasure glazed sect, appeared as calm and serene as usual, perhaps built on the mountain to avoid the noise of the outside world. However, from the various buildings on the mountain, the 9-treasure glazed sect had a kind of understated luxury. At this moment, the master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji, stood rigidly in front of the dining table, facing a young boy dressed in white with a hat. The boy was smiling as he looked at Ning Fengji. The food prepared by the master of the Ning sect was quite good. Jason picked up a piece of green vegetable and tasted it, exclaiming in admiration. Ning Fengji snapped back to reality from his moment of distraction. Haha, I'm glad you like it, little brother. If it's not enough, I can have more sent over. His expression was calm, returning to the demeanor of a host. That won't be necessary, and besides, there is so much food here. It shouldn't be prepared just for me, right? He waved his hand, pointing at the table piled with dishes, speaking with a hint of meaning. Elder Chun, Elder Gu, you both come and eat together. Since this truly concerned the matter of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he called the 2 elders to join the conversation. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo pushed the door open and, after glancing curiously at the boy sitting opposite the master, took their seats beside Ning Fengji. These 2 are title Douluo of our sect, and it's already common knowledge, so I won't introduce them one by one. After the 2 settled down, a wave of pressure suddenly surged toward Jason from the Sword Douluo, who was also dressed in white. This was the Sword Douluo releasing his pressure toward Jason. Of course, he controlled his aura, just enough to create a pressure that could potentially make Jason lose his composure. It was a show of power. Regular guests wouldn't be needed. But facing a sudden, mysterious guest, it was necessary to establish dominance to facilitate future discussions. It was also a kind of test. However, Jason seemed unaffected, his expression calm, and he politely greeted the 2. Bone Douluo nodded in response, then looked at Sword Douluo in confusion, as if asking why they hadn't started yet. Was it because the other party was a young boy, and he didn't want to bully him? But since it concerned the matter of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, it didn't matter whether the opponent was male or female, young or old. Ning Fengji had already discussed the importance of this matter with them, and he understood its significance to himself and the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Seeing that Jason had no reaction, Sword Douluo began to slowly increase his pressure, yet the other party remained unfazed. Just as he was about to intensify the pressure further, Jason suddenly looked at him. His black eyes flashed coldly, and, at the same time, a conflicting aura of freezing and burning dragon might rush toward him, causing his momentum to falter. This guy, he stared in shock at the now composed young boy. In terms of strength, even hundreds of Jasons wouldn't be able to match a title Douluo, but in terms of aura. Ever since absorbing the remnants of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul, he hadn't been afraid of anyone. At the dining table, everyone continued to eat. At this moment, Ning Fengji suddenly thought of something and said to Jason, coincidentally, I remember that there is a student named Jason at the Shrek Academy, where my daughter is. Just like your name. That's me. But I no longer belong to Shrek Academy. Haha, unexpected. Did you have a conflict with the school? I can help you bridge the gap. No, I have no such plans. Thank you for your kindness, Master Ning. Indeed, a genius like you would be welcomed anywhere. What do you think of my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Pretty good, the people are nice, the environment is good, and there are talents everywhere. Would you be willing to join our sect? If I joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, who would I partner with? Are there any girls? Yes, many. As long as you're willing to join our sect, you can choose any girl, but they must be willing. However, I see that you are quite handsome. I'm sure many young girls in our sect would be willing to choose you as their partner. Master Ning is joking. The two continue to chat at the dining table. While Ning Fengji also tried to gather some information about Jason without mentioning the matter of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Jason is not in a hurry, as his martial soul is not the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The two titled Douluos sitting on either side of Ning Fengji were not good at negotiations either, and could only stare in silence. Moreover, the conversation between both parties has been very harmonious so far, just short of calling each other brothers. The two of them also couldn't interject. When the food and wine on the table were gone, Ning Fengji looked at Jason, who remained as steady as a mountain, and sighed quietly. He couldn't understand how a boy of 12 or 13 could be so composed. Look, the food is finished. Let's talk about serious matters. He gestured towards the remnants on the table. Oh, I was too engrossed in talking with Sect Master Ning that I forgot. Jason chuckled, but then fell silent. Ning Fengji was momentarily speechless. Even with two titled Douluos present, they still couldn't shake the boy in front of them, who firmly held the initiative. After all, how could someone who could bring the secret of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda up the mountain be an ordinary person? He just didn't know which family he was from. The Spirit Hall? The Heaven Do Empire? Or perhaps the Hao-Hian sect? However, after searching his mind, he still couldn't figure out where the boy in front of him came from. Moreover, the other party had not activated their martial soul, so it was unclear what method they used to withstand the pressure of the title Douluo. Does the young brother really possess a treasure that can complete the deficiencies of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda? He adjusted his expression and asked. Yes. Jason replied briefly. How can I be sure of the correctness of what you said? The fact that I am here in person proves the correctness of this matter. Indeed, unless someone is out of their mind, they would bring a fake item to deceive others, especially in front of two titled Douluo. Moreover, as one of the top 3 sects, it would be quite easy for the 7-treasure glazed tile school to kill a person. How do you know that what you have in your hand can fill the gap in the 7-treasure glazed pagoda? You can have someone from your sect try it. Of course, I only have one. Jason directly took out a jade box containing the Chilua tulip from his sleeve. Opening the box revealed a very strange immortal herb, with roots and leaves resembling wisteria curtains, finely combed, but the top was a golden tulip, and a rich tulip fragrance immediately filled the room. Bang! Jason quickly closed it again. This item is called the Chilua tulip, luxurious and elegant. Consuming allows one to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and the brilliance of the sun and moon. This flower cannot be swallowed. It must be lightly inhaled from the stamen, allowing the essence to be slowly absorbed into the body, and then cultivating soul power gradually, letting the medicinal effects spread throughout the limbs and bones. Jason explained to Ning Fengji. It is a rare herb, so tell me, what do you need? After seeing the Chilua tulip, he believed a bit more of what Jason said. In the name of the sect master. As this phrase echoed, the room fell into silence. Chapter 98. Transaction. The atmosphere in the room, which had just eased, instantly solidified again. This time, both Bon Duel and Sword Douluo exerted pressure, enveloping Jason. The aura of the two titled Douluos filled the entire room, causing the table in front to creak as if it were about to break under the pressure. The two looked at the calm and composed young man across from them with hostility. Sword Elder, Bone Elder, don't scare the guest. Ning Fengji signaled for the two to retract their pressure. Upon hearing this, both retracted their auras simultaneously, but their hearts were secretly alarmed. Bone Duel understood that the pressure from Sword Elder just now had no effect on the young man before them. This time, both had released their full aura. Facing the pressure of two titled Douluos, even a soul sage would not be so relaxed. Young brother, could you clarify a bit more? If he heard correctly, the other party said in the name of the sect master, not the position of sect master, to fill the gap in the 7-treasure glazed pagoda's martial soul. I believe Sect Master Ning can understand the importance of this moment, Jason said, looking at Sect Master Ning. Yes, he nodded, not denying the matter of the 9-treasure glazed pagoda, which had a significant impact on the strength and significance of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So, is it unreasonable for me to exchange for a sect master's name? You mean the name of the sect master? Yes, the name of the sect master. Not the position of sect master. It means that as long as I have the title of the sect master of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, I do not need actual power. The actual sect master of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school is still Ning Fengji. It's just that the title has changed to Jason. Ning Fengji pondered for a long time. Could we change the condition? This matter seems to offer you no benefits other than making you famous. Even if it means that the Seven Treasure glazed tile school's assets, or having the Seven Treasure glazed tile school as your backing. These are all more advantageous than just a hollow title. He said to Jason, hoping he could change the condition. This matter is not unacceptable to Ning Fengji. On the contrary, it seems very beneficial. But precisely because of this, he felt a bit hesitant to agree. Once this matter spreads, it would only let people know that a young boy obtained a treasure to fill the gap in the Seven Treasure glazed pagoda. Yet he asked for nothing but a hollow title to satisfy his vanity. After all, he is not a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He is just a 12 or 13-year-old boy. However, Ning Fengji knew that one cannot limit the person before him by age. But he couldn't figure out what the other party was really after. I indeed need the title of sect master. If you are worried, I will step down from the position in 20 years and leave it to your daughter or anyone else. Clearly, Jason's goal this time is the title of sect master of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji showed a difficult expression for a moment. The two titled Douluos also looked strangely at the young man before them. Does this guy really only want a title? They thought he might need the assets of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school or need the entire sect as his backing. If he were to go further, they would expect him to want to marry Ning Rongrong. Of course, if he dared to say that the condition for exchange was to marry Ning Rongrong, the two would surely explode in anger. But they never considered that he only wanted the title of sect master. Although his status would be elevated greatly, compared to the long-standing defect of the Seven Treasure glazed pagoda, it seems not very worthwhile. After all, what Jason has could pave the way for them to become titled Douluos. This herb could be given to you first, TangSan. You should know that this person understands this area much better than I do. You can have your daughter ask him. Once the Nine Treasure glazed pagoda confirms it, you can then announce the change of sect master for the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. As for how you promote it, I don't care, Jason said as he handed the jade box containing the immortal herb to him. Ning Fengji took a glance, paused for a moment, and then took it. By the way, you need to find someone with good aptitude. If there are any unexpected incidents, don't blame me, Jason suddenly added. He cupped his hands toward Jason and said, all right, if this matter is true, I would like to thank you, young brother. He did not say anything about the possible errors afterward, and the two titled Douluos looked over. Unspokenly, no need to thank me. This is just a transaction. I hope Sect Master Ning can fulfill his promise at that time, Jason said indifferently. Certainly. After putting the jade box into his storage space, he nodded solemnly. Then, he hesitated for a moment and asked Jason softly, young brother, could you conveniently tell me why you want the title of Sect Master of my Seven Treasure glazed tile school? For the sake of a title, Jason replied ambiguously. After that, the two conversed again before Jason took his leave. This kid is not simple. Sword Douluo sighed as he watched Jason's departing figure. Of course, it's obvious to 10 people, Bon Douluo said disdainfully. Let us go to Heaven Do City tomorrow. When we see Rongrong, let us see if we can learn more about this young man. I'll go with you then. Before Bon Douluo could speak, Sword Douluo jumped in first. Nonsense. If anyone goes, it should be me with you. You're so weak, just stay home and guard the house. Are you itching for a fight? You dare say I'm weak? With that needle-like sword of yours, what use is it? Needle-like sword? Old Bone, let us go, we'll practice. Let us go then. I'm not afraid of you. Watching the two old men disappear, Ning Fengji shook his head with a wry smile. Such matters are hard for him to say anything about. If he were just going out alone to handle business, the two would definitely not argue. But once they heard they were going to see Rongrong, they would fight to the end. However, thinking of his daughter, he couldn't help but reveal a doting smile. He hadn't seen his daughter for a long time. Jason, thinking of a young man from earlier, he couldn't help but frown. What exactly does he want to do? It seems necessary to have someone carefully check his movements. Unknowingly, lunch took over 2 hours, and now it's already afternoon. On the way down the mountain, Yang Liang was still leading the way ahead. Finally, the two parted at the foot of the mountain at the entrance of the sect. Jason took a horse-drawn carriage, as he was scheduled to arrive at Tiando City tonight to get the booklet from TangSan. At the same time, there was another matter he needed to arrange for him. Sitting in the carriage, he closed his eyes and meditated, pondering whether there were any oversights in his plans. After a bumpy ride, Jason finally arrived at Tiando City in the evening. Lifting the curtain, he saw the plaque in the moonlight. Shrek Academy. It seemed the plaque had been changed. In front of the door stood a man and a woman. The man had an ordinary appearance, while the woman was beautiful and lovely. It was Xiao Wu and TangSan. The Blue Tyrant Academy was located in a relatively secluded area, with few people coming and going. Most students had already gone home, making the academy appear very quiet both inside and out. After giving the money to the coachman, Jason walked towards the two. For some reason, Xiao Wu seemed a bit afraid of Jason, hiding behind TangSan, making Jason look like a bully. Chapter 99. Departure. Is the booklet ready? Yes, I've basically written down all the herbs, and I've also noted the special preparations for those two children. He handed Jason a thick stack of booklets. Okay. After receiving the booklet, Jason took out an envelope. Besides the direction of the upcoming forces, there was also a letter for Dai Mubai. If you want to give him the fairy herbs, or if he wants the fairy herbs, he must agree to the conditions stated in the letter. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing for him. He handed the envelope to TangSan and said lightly, if he agrees, he just needs to come to the Blaze Academy to get the herbs. Understood? TangSan nodded in response. Xiao Wu remained silent behind. Feeling that Jason seemed very unfamiliar, even though he was dressed in white, there was still a deep darkness about him. Darker than the night itself, as if it could swallow one's soul. Well, that's it for now. You both should rest early. See you on the competition stage in a year. Jason smiled, waved to the two, and then turned to leave. What happened to Jason? His body has changed, and his personality has changed. He feels completely different. Xiao Wu glanced at the departing Jason and then asked TangSan, maybe this is the real him now? TangSan sighed, feeling an inexplicable pressure weighing on his heart when facing Jason. Perhaps it was because he held sway over his fate. He also felt that his understanding of this world might still not be deep enough. As time passed, he increasingly found the master's theories to be more and more illusory, like bubbles that could burst upon contact. The two returned to the academy, and, at the same time, TangSan was thinking about how to tell Ma Hongjun and the others about the herb distribution. The Tang sect had not yet been established, but given the current situation, it definitely had to be established. By the way, he also needed to help the old monster with the detoxification issue. A lot had happened today, and he needed to digest it. Xiao Wu, if I create a force, would you join? TangSan asked Xiao Wu next to him, wanting to see her reaction. Of course I would join, but I want to be the big sister among them. She joyfully danced around TangSan with her hands behind her back. Is that so? He murmured, then said, you can go back first. Tomorrow I'll give you a surprise. Surprise? What surprise? Hearing about a surprise, she excitedly leaned closer to TangSan. You'll have to wait until tomorrow for that. TangSan mysteriously kept it a secret. Third brother, let me see, she said coquettishly to TangSan. Wait until tomorrow. He firmly refused. Third brother, you've changed. You're no longer the one who used to indulge me in everything. Xiao Wu's eyes glistened with tears, as if she was about to cry. Wait, I was wrong, but I need you to join the Tang sect. Seeing her expression, TangSan hurriedly took out a box containing the fairy herb, love-longing red, from the moonlit night at the 24 Bridges. Xiao Wu snatched the box from his hands, giggling. I join. Her expression, which was about to cry, instantly returned to normal. The speed of her change was so quick it felt like she had activated the purple extreme magic eyes and couldn't see clearly. Inside was a fairy herb called Love-Longing Red, along with a tragic love story. Under the gaze of the moon and stars, TangSan began to tell Xiao Wu a touching story. Because of the heaviness brought by Jason, it seemed to lighten at this moment. On the other side, Jason walked on the main road of Tiando City. Even at night, the streets were still bustling and lively. The bright lights made Jason feel as if he had instantly entered an ancient city from his previous life. The only pity was that there were no candied hawthorns being sold at night. After strolling around the street, a sudden commotion came from ahead, and more people gathered around. Curiously, he moved closer to take a look. Pushing through the crowd, Jason finally saw what was happening in the center. He saw a middle-aged man lying on the ground, his chest caved in, blood at the corners of his mouth, his eyes wide open but already lifeless. Next to him stood a young man with a smug expression, looking disdainfully at the corpse on the ground. Hey, what happened? Oh, it seems that two people had a dispute over business matters, but unexpectedly, one of them is a soul master, the one standing there. The person cautiously pointed at the man in the middle. It looks like this is just his bad luck. The one on the ground should be an outsider who didn't know him and got tricked. One of the bystanders seemed to be familiar with the standing man. You see, bro, that soul master specifically targets ordinary merchants for business and then refuses to pay. I've heard that many people have been cheated by him. But the one on the ground was really unlucky. He got killed. Why provoke a soul master? Even in death, it's not worth it. The crowd murmured among themselves. But when it came to discussing the middle-aged young man, they instinctively lowered their voices. After a while, the law enforcement team from Heavendo City arrived and took both the corpse and the young man away. See, in a few days, that soul master will come out unscathed. Who told him he had the fate to become a soul master? That merchant was also unfortunate. He just arrived in Heavendo City and was targeted by him. Jason watched the departing law enforcement team, narrowing his eyes. Similar incidents are quite common in this world. Soul masters, born with the ability to cultivate soul power and martial souls, occupy the upper echelons of society. Like animals. But we are human, and what humans have always done is distinguish themselves from animals. The crowd slowly dispersed, and Jason found a hotel to stay in. The next day, Jason boarded a carriage heading towards the Blaze Academy. TangSan had already arranged everything here. He just needed to wait. In the past few days, although Jason hasn't practiced much, his level has still risen by 1, and he is now at level 31. The Flame Academy is located in Flame City, at the border between the Douluo Empire and the Heavendo Empire. Many fire-type soul masters are graduates of the Flame Academy. Over time, with the establishment of the Flame Academy, the entire city has become predominantly inhabited by fire-type soul masters. Flame City. After getting off the carriage at the south gate, he could see the city walls glowing red, as if they were on fire. This phenomenon is unique to the south gate. The other city gates are still ordinary stone walls. However, from this viewpoint, the entire Flame City appears to be burning. After paying the fare, Jason walked through the fiery hole in the city wall, blending in with the crowd. There is only one prestigious academy in Flame City, which is the Flame Academy. Therefore, he easily found the academy. As he got closer to the academy, he noticed more and more people wearing gold and red uniforms. Chapter 100. The boy at the center of the lake 6 months later. A young boy with long, flowing black hair sits at the center of the water. His black eyes reflect a calmness as if nothing in the world could disturb him, and he is dressed in white. Below him, the lake water flows gently, with fish swimming around, yet he sits in the center of the lake as if unaffected by anything. At this moment, he sits calmly at the center of the lake, carefully reading a book titled History of Empire Development. A gentle breeze ripples across the lake's surface, causing the boy's long black hair to sway slightly, revealing his exquisite features. He seems to blend into the lake, exuding tranquility and peace. The fish in the lake swim freely beneath him, and the sunlight seems to shine more warmly here. This lake is called Tranquil Heart Lake, specifically built for the students of the Flame Academy. Since most students who come to the academy are fire-type soul masters, they tend to have more restless personalities. The name Calm Lake was chosen in the hope that students can come here to quiet their minds and calm their inner restlessness when they feel agitated. However, despite the good intentions behind this place, very few people are willing to come here, as it is too quiet. Moreover, everyone is eager to raise their soul power level, spending each day locked in a simulated training environment. As the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition approaches, the Academy will begin selecting contestants in a couple of days. The upcoming assessments have made the entire Academy feel like a flame stifled in a furnace, heavy and oppressive. Every student looks serious and tense, doing their utmost to enhance their strength to participate in the selection or to prepare for the impending assessments. The black-haired boy sitting in the center of the lake was like a body of water surrounded by a furnace. Calm as water. It seemed that this page had already been read, and he was ready to turn to the next page. At that moment, a blazing fireball suddenly flew out from the surrounding rockery, heading straight for the center of the lake. The fireball emitted intense heat in the air, making the high temperature create ripples. The fireball was not moving fast, as if it had been thrown. Yet, the boy in the center of the lake seemed completely unaware, still focused on turning to the next page. The title read The Reform and Establishment of the Soul Master Army. The fireball drew closer, startling the fish on the lake's surface into frantic movements. Finally, it reached about a meter away from the boy. Then, a miraculous scene occurred. The blazing fireball rapidly froze over, slowly transforming into an ice ball. After becoming an ice ball, its speed began to decrease. Then the direction changed, and the hockey puck returned along the same path it came from. Finally, it crossed over the rockery, but I don't know where it ended up. Ah, damn it, that hurts. Accompanied by a cry of pain, a very beautiful girl emerged from behind the rockery, holding her head. The golden red school uniform she wore complemented her appearance, and with her dark red long hair, she resembled a flame that could melt any man. At that moment, she was glaring fiercely at the boy in the center. The boy glanced at the girl by the lake, helplessly closed his book, and then stood up on the surface of the lake, slowly walking towards her as if he were walking on solid ground. Watching the boy strolling on the water, Huowu felt a flash of envy in her eyes. This level of control over soul power was indeed something she could only aspire to. Despite having tried many times, she still couldn't walk on the surface of the lake like the boy in front of her, who seemed almost divine. The young man before us is Jason, who has been enrolled for about half a year. With his soul power level in the 30s and his dual element martial soul of ice and fire, he easily joined the Flame Academy, even though it wasn't the enrollment season at that time. Having both ice and fire attributes means he is not susceptible to elemental weaknesses. However, dual element martial souls are already rare, let alone one with both ice and fire. During his time in the academy, Jason has been focusing on the integration of his body, as the feeling of delay in his movements is quite uncomfortable, making it difficult for him to calm down and practice. As a result, he began reading and learning to draw. Due to the delay, he couldn't draw anything coherent, but he could only practice diligently. At least at this time, his mind and body were focused in one place. When he got tired of drawing, he would read. Since entering the academy, he has been a calm person. The sparsely populated Tranquility Lake has become his residence. Jason is like a drop of water in a fire, drawing the attention of the surrounding flames. However, he has not been vaporized by the high temperatures. Everyone noticed this person who seemed out of place. Drawing? Reading? Is this guy here to study or on vacation? Jason's strange behavior and handsome appearance caught the attention of many girls in the academy, including the school beauty, Huowu. She intercepted Jason in the library and, like a little delinquent, blocked his way. Hey kid, why aren't you training properly? What are you reading here? I can't stand guys like you. Pretty boys, all weak and delicate. You'd be better off using this time to train, she lectured him. Jason quietly looked at her for a moment. Do you need something? He asked. Besides reading, he also needed to practice controlling his soul power, aiming to fully master his body and soul power within 3 months. So while he appeared relaxed, there was still a sense of urgency. Huowu, seeing his indifferent expression, immediately got angry. You go train, she ordered Jason. She had learned from her teacher that this boy with a dual-element martial soul was very likely to participate in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent a year later. This meant he could potentially become her teammate. However, she had noticed that since he arrived at the academy, he hadn't trained at all, only read and drew. She certainly couldn't stand it, which is why she found an opportunity to confront him in the library, hoping to push him to train. Jason's first reaction was, is this person really not a fool? Then she didn't reply and tried to go around him. Huowu moved her feet to block his path. Curious people nearby ran over to watch the commotion. Jason tried to bypass her again, ready to leave. Watching her move to block him, a wave of frost suddenly erupted from Jason. The frost quickly floated towards Huowu, and her moving feet froze in place. Ice crystals appeared at her feet and spread up to her neck, leaving only her head exposed. She immediately wanted to channel her soul power. What was happening? She realized her soul power seemed to be frozen as well. Hey, what did you do? She shouted at the departing Jason. He continued to walk away at a slow pace, ignoring the noise behind him. Soon, with the help of others, she shattered the ice crystals on her body and broke free. However, her body was still stiff from the cold, raised by her brother since childhood. She gritted her teeth and said fiercely, Jason, right? Just wait, I'll make you pay, even though he wasn't present at that moment. Chapter 101. Huowu in the following time, Huowu kept looking for trouble with Jason. Library, Serenity Lake, Bamboo Forest. Every time, she managed to find him, as if the important matter of cultivation was set aside. Although she had a fiery temperament, she didn't go too far in her actions. Therefore, Jason would lightly punish her each time. He would freeze her in place, annoyed by her noise, and seal her mouth as well. Over time, even Huowu, who never backed down, realized she was no match for him. After all, Jason possessed the attributes of ultimate ice and ultimate fire. Huowu's flames couldn't hurt him at all. Accepting the situation, she became much more subdued when seeking out Jason. Jason noticed that she was just following behind, glaring at him fiercely but not bothering him, so he let her be. This time she wasn't frozen, so she followed Jason to a sparse forest. Seeing him set up his painting tools and begin to draw a leaf in front of him, she stood by and watched. Gradually, as she watched him paint, her restless heart surprisingly calmed down. She felt an unprecedented peace within. The words of advice she had prepared to say were swallowed back, as if she couldn't bear to disturb this scene. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and a handsome young man focused on his painting, while a stunning girl with wine-red hair quietly observed. It seemed like another painting, where the two in this tranquil and harmonious world appeared both special and insignificant. After a whole morning, A vividly lifelike leaf finally appeared on the paper. On the pristine white paper, there was only a small green spot in the middle, a single leaf. It seemed that in the eyes of the painter, his world contained only this one leaf. Jason put down his brush and let out a long sigh. Then he put away the easel and tools and continued towards the Serenity Lake. Watching Jason leave without even glancing at her, she felt as if she were a transparent person. Ignored, she puffed up her cheeks in frustration, and her previously calm heart seemed to stir again. However, thinking about how she had been frozen in embarrassment before, she managed to hold it in. I refuse to believe that I can't handle you. Feeling frustrated for the first time, she declared that this matter was not over. Following Jason, she arrived at the Serenity Lake at the academy. Jason stood by the lake, gazing at the water in front of him, and began to gather his soul power at his feet. He tentatively stretched out his foot towards the lake's surface. The moment his foot touched the water, a buoyant force acted on it, and then he began to sink. Just as he was about to submerge completely, a pillar of ice extended from the bottom of the water to his foot, halting his descent. He withdrew his foot and pondered for a moment, roughly calculating the buoyancy of the water and the ratio of his soul power at his feet, then adjusted again and continued to stretch out the foot. Failure. Adjust. Failure. Adjust. Beside him, Ho looked at him with confusion as he stretched and retracted his foot above the water surface. Although his foot was infused with soul power, she still couldn't understand what Jason was doing. This guy is so strange. She frowned at the scene. Whether it was reading, painting, or what he was doing now, none of it seemed like something a normal soul master would do. Could it be that this guy became so strong because of these things? Even though she thought this way, she still couldn't believe that just these things could make one stronger. Hey Jason, what are you doing? Can you stop wasting time here? I admit you are strong, but next year we will face not only soul masters from other academies, but also teams from the Spirit Hall. If you keep slacking off like this, how will you face the Spirit Hall's team? She wanted to continue speaking, but then the familiar feeling hit her again. She quickly summoned her martial soul, and flames appeared around her shadow. But it was already too late. The ice sculpture surrounded her without losing momentum. A lifelike ice sculpture appeared by the quiet lake, and Ho was trapped inside, furious. It seemed to say, "Despicable person, you only know how to sneak attack. Why not fight me openly?" Being motionless was definitely uncomfortable, and at that moment the surroundings were quiet and empty, so there was no one to help her escape from the ice sculpture. However, this time she found that she could redirect some of her soul power, but it could only be used to warm herself. Helpless, she could only continue to glare inside the ice sculpture. After an unknown amount of time, Ho, who was dozing off inside the ice sculpture, suddenly widened her eyes and looked ahead. She saw Jason standing on the surface of the lake as if it were flat ground, with no ice crystals beneath his feet. Under her gaze, Jason began to slowly move his feet. What is going on? What is happening? She knew that Jason's martial soul did not have a water attribute. So what was going on in front of her? How could the soul power wrapping around his feet allow him to stand on the water surface? Ho was quite confident in her control over soul power, but the scene before her was truly unbelievable. If he were using a martial soul, or if there were ice crystals beneath his feet, she could accept it. But through the transparent ice crystals, she could clearly see that there were no ice crystals under his feet. Afterward, Jason stood on the water surface like a child who had just learned to walk. Moving cautiously, gradually, his steps became more casual. The sun had already set, and Jason calculated the time. A path of ice extended from under his feet to the lake's edge. He still didn't glance at Ho and left on his own. Facing Jason, who was immune to her feelings, a wave of frustration surged in Ho's heart, making her feel wronged and wanting to find her brother. Shortly after Jason left, the ice crystals surrounding her began to dissipate as usual. She silently walked to the lakeside, mimicking Jason's actions, channeling her soul power into her feet, and then stepped onto the water surface. Splash! She lost her footing and fell into the lake. Soaked, her wet clothes clung to her body, revealing her alluring curves, though no one was there to appreciate them. Her wine-red hair dripped with water, making her look quite disheveled. With a darkened expression, she left without saying a word. The mist-like water vapor rising from her as she moved, and the droplets on her body dried at a visibly fast pace. The next day, she found Jason again, but this time she learned to be smart and remained silent. When he practiced on the lake's surface, she followed suit. Seeing him draw, she quietly sat beside him and cultivated. During her training, she was surprised to find that the fire element soul power around her was unusually active. Though the effect wasn't as good as in the mimicry training room, the soul power was very pure. This piqued her interest in the strangely behaving boy even more. In the following time, Jason was already able to run on the lake's surface and she gradually found the trick to standing on the water as well. However, any large movement would cause her soul power to become turbulent again. Slowly, it seemed that Jason acknowledged her as well, exchanging a few words with her. Although they weren't as close as friends, at least they had become familiar. Chapter 102. The arrival of Dai Mubai during this half-year period, among TangSan and the others. Except for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, everyone else absorbed the celestial herbs, and their strength and talent improved significantly. Xiao Wu was an exception. Among them, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu received the celestial herbs from TangSan. As in the original story, Oscar obtained the 8-petal celestial orchid, Ma Hongjun got the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, and Xiao Wu received the heartbreak red, still without absorbing it. Ning Rongrong's fairy grass was gifted to her by her father, Ning Fengji. Before this, Ning Fengji had specifically met with TangSan and others who had absorbed fairy grass. After Ning Rongrong absorbed the fairy grass, the flaw of her martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tile was completed, transforming it into the 9 treasures glazed tile. As for why Ning Fengji himself did not absorb it, it was due to age and potential reasons. The moment he saw the 9 treasures glazed tile in his daughter's hands, his nervousness immediately dissipated, followed by immense excitement. This was the dream of every sect leader, and one can imagine the emotions he felt. As Jason, who is determined to realize his dreams, returned to the sect, he promptly drafted the issuance order prepared by the sect. The issuance order is as follows. Announcement from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect as one of the top 3 sects. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect is honored to be known as the holder of the first auxiliary, martial soul. However, since our sect was established, there has always been a regret, which has been the dream of every sect master. Now, it has been fulfilled by one person, and as the current sect master, I feel greatly honored. As a transaction, today, I Ning Fengji will transfer the title of sect master to Jason for a term of 10 to 20 years. Although Jason is a talented youth, he is still young, so all matters within the sect will temporarily be managed by me. I hope everyone is aware of this matter. The announcement from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was sent out not long after. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dawn, the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, and the 2 princes, as well as the masters of various families, all received this issuance order. The forces from all directions pondered for a moment, contemplating what the regret mentioned in Ning Fengji's order really was. As for Jason, everyone paid only a little attention to him, knowing of his existence, but not caring much. This is because the last line of the issuance order clearly stated that the person in power would still be Ning Fengji. Therefore, although Jason became famous, he could only gain some superficial respect. In the past 6 months, the only significant event was the change of sect master in the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, while everything else remained quite calm. In Shrek, seeing his companions absorb the herbs and their strength increase significantly while he was still making slow progress put a lot of pressure on Dai Mubai, the team leader. However, the condition to obtain the divine herb was to join the Tang sect, but as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, how could he join another force? Now, he was conflicted as he looked at the paper in his hand, which had a line written on it. If you want to obtain the divine herb but do not want to join the Tang sect, then agree to one condition of mine. The details of the condition will be revealed to you when the time is right. If you understand, you can follow TangSan to the Blazing Academy to find me. Through Ning Rongrong, he learned that the herb in Ning Fengji's hand was obtained from Jason. After Jason left, TangSan also appeared. This indicates that the herbs might all come from Jason's hands. Since giving up and leaving Shrek Academy, when they met again, he had completely changed, both in personality and temperament. Being deep within the royal family, he could sense that Jason had some ulterior motive, whether it was to help TangSan establish the Tang sect, or to obtain a title of sect master. He vaguely sensed these things. However, what his true intentions were remained unknown. But looking at the envelope in his hand, he realized that he was also part of Jason's plan. He was the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Was he planning to target the Star Luo Empire? But thinking about it, he was just one person. Even if the Tang sect developed, it would be impossible to confront an empire. His mind raced, but he still couldn't figure out how Jason could overthrow or change an empire. Even without mentioning the title Douluo, such a thing seemed too far-fetched. Moreover, the title of the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school left him completely bewildered. The more he thought about it, the more questions he had. In the end, he could only let out a wry smile and return to the immortal herbs. If what TangSan said was correct, after absorbing the appropriate immortal herbs, he would also achieve a qualitative leap. Ultimately, facing the pain of being surpassed by junior students, he still chose to agree to his conditions. The next day, he went to Flame City with TangSan. Jason arrived at the shore and looked at the girl who was holding her head and glaring at him. He then casually struck her head with a knife hand strike, saying, "I told you not to disturb my peace, or I'll freeze you for a day." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Huowu crouched on the ground, holding her head and crying out in pain, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, with tear-filled eyes, she glared at the culprit. "Don't you know how to cherish a lady? You just hit such a beautiful girl without any mercy. Are you even a man? You have quite a thick skin." Jason commented. "You." She immediately stood up, seeming to want to take action, but after considering their respective strengths, she calmed her inner anger. Jason walked around her toward the quiet path. "Is there something you want?" Huowu glared fiercely at his back and then wiped away her tears, quickly following him. "Someone is looking for you outside the academy. 2 guys, they said they know you." "Where are they?" Jason had already vaguely guessed their identities. "Do you know them?" She curiously asked as she walked beside Jason. "Former classmates." "Former classmates? Which academy did you attend before?" "Shrek. Later, I left and came to the Blaze Academy." "Shrek Academy? Never heard of it. Could it be that the academy was so bad that you came to Blaze Academy?" "Not really. The teachers at the academy are all reclusive spirit masters. Aside from being poor, it was quite good. But I suppose it should be quite wealthy now." "Will they participate in the next year's Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite competition?" "Yes, they're quite strong. The Blaze Academy team might not be able to beat them." "Oomph. How is that possible?" She clearly seemed skeptical. "You'll know in a year. That's because you haven't seen the strength of our Blaze Academy. All you do is not focus on your studies." "What do you mean I don't focus on my studies?" Jason asked, somewhat puzzled. "Oomph. All I see you do is read books, draw, or find ways to read and draw on the lake surface. I've never seen you seriously cultivate. Sometimes personal strength isn't that important." As soon as Jason finished this sentence, Huowu looked at him as if he were a fool. What else would spirit masters focus on, if not personal strength? She muttered to herself, "The world is not only about spirit masters. There are also all kinds of strange spirit beasts and spirit tools." By the time Jason finished speaking, the two had already arrived at the academy's main gate. Chapter 103, Mysterious Mushroom Sky-Connecting Chrysanthemum. The Blaze Academy is located within the city, and there is another academy adjacent to it in the suburbs outside the city, which is the Divine Wind Academy. Not far to the south is Tianshui City, where Tianshui Academy is located. The 3 major elemental academies are quite close to each other, with the farthest being only a 2-hour journey away. Jason brought TangSan and the others into the academy and returned to the tranquil lake. This place is quiet and undisturbed, making it a great spot for discussions. Of course, it would be even better if Huowu wasn't around. For some reason, ever since their first meeting, Huowu has been sticking to him. Perhaps it was the extreme fire element occasionally scattered around him that attracted her. However, Jason didn't mind. Having an acquaintance in the academy was good. Otherwise, with his preference for solitude, he would remain unaware of many things. "Have a seat," Jason said, and several ice crystal chairs appeared by the lake's edge. They were transparent and sparkling under the sun, resembling naturally formed ice sculptures. TangSan was not surprised by these and sat down on one of the ice chairs. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai was very shocked. How astonishing must the control of soul power be to achieve this level? However, Huowu was somewhat prepared and sat down with surprise. The first feeling for the 3 of them, as they sat down, was that their bottoms were cold. TangSan began to operate his soul power to resist this chill. Huowu sat directly on the grass. Jason sat on the ice chair, feeling completely natural, as if he were sitting on an ordinary chair without any discomfort. "How is your development going?" he asked TangSan. "We have already started developing the soul-guiding devices you mentioned, and many hidden weapons are also being produced on an assembly line," TangSan replied. "As for the power aspect, I believe you already know." TangSan pondered for a moment before continuing. He had already encountered Talon and learned many of his own secrets, and had also successfully reclaimed the power of the One Clan. He understood that all of this was within the expectations of the young man before him. And that kind of soul-guiding device, even he could feel a chill down his spine. Compared to his own hidden weapons, if that soul-guiding device were developed, even an ordinary person could possess great lethality. Recently, it has been learned from the Strength Clan that there has been some progress in the research of this soul guide device. If Dai Mubai believes that Jason cannot overturn an empire, then TangSan, having witnessed the principles of firearms, understands that this is not only about overturning an empire, but also about overturning an era. Now it depends on whether the developed items can be practically applied. In the materials Jason gave him before leaving, besides the directions for the force's development, there were also many vague principles of firearms from his past life. He did not have more detailed parameters. which require Tang's sect to develop. The main direction of development is still the soul guide devices that incorporate the principles of firearms. There is a saying, truth is only within the range of cannon fire. For the unyielding, there is no such thing as failure. The major issues of the contemporary era cannot be resolved through speeches and the resolutions of the majority, but must be addressed with iron and blood. Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Germany. This statement is the most straightforward description of war. Now, it's time to start preparing for your own truth. Whether it's the Tang sect established by TangSan or the Falling Star sect in the Starfall Empire, both are preparing for Jason's truth. Of course, war is not just about fighting. It also requires support from the economy, speeches, ideology, reputation, and so on. It seems you have already thought it through. Jason sat on the ice throne and said with a hint of meaning, yes, but I want to know what your conditions are, Dai Mubai said in a deep voice. The right moment will naturally inform you, and of course it won't be harmful to you, Jason said, tapping the ice chair and looking at him. How do I know it won't be harmful to me? He continued to ask. Then you can go back. Jason shrugged nonchalantly. Seeing his indifferent expression, Dai Mubai immediately felt relieved. From his indifferent attitude, it was clear that he was not important in Jason's plan, although he still did not know what Jason's plan was. All right, I agree to your conditions, he said solemnly. Good. I hope you will keep your promise then. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Jason stood up from the ice throne and warned. Then he extended his palm, and a chrysanthemum sprouted from his palm. It was a large chrysanthemum, presenting a magnificent purple color. Strangely, every petal of the chrysanthemum looked fluffy and exceptionally cute. The whole flower was a complete entity, yet no fragrance was emitted. The central flower core rose above the petals by more than half a foot, and the tip of the flower core shimmered with a faint golden light. It is called the Qi Rong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, a neutral fairy-grade herb that enhances one's luck, invigorates the blood, and can cultivate an indestructible body. TangSan timely explained this fairy herb to Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai looked at the Qi Rong Tong Tian chrysanthemum in front of him, his eyes bursting with fiery light. Then go. As Jason spoke, the fairy herb that seemed to grow from his palm automatically fell off and was offered forward. TangSan cautiously picked up the jade box and then stored away. He then nodded at Dai Mubai, indicating to keep it for now. All right, if there's nothing else, let's just walk around here for a bit. He waved his hand, and several ice chairs were casually left in place. TangSan, come with me. After he finished speaking, he took the lead towards the center of the lake. Then, under the astonished gaze of the two, he walked on water, as if it were solid ground, heading towards the center of the lake. After he had walked quite a distance, TangSan finally reacted, and the branches within him began to extend along his body to his feet. He then followed suit. With each step he took, a thick stick of wood appeared beneath his feet, supporting him as he walked on the water. Seeing TangSan's strange performance, Huowu was immediately astonished. This guy seems to have not summoned his martial soul. After walking for a while, Jason finally stopped. It seems you have a good grasp of the power of the branches, he praised. Yes, his growth rate is quite fast, even more useful than my blue-silver grass martial soul. He nodded. Let's talk about what the Tang sect has been researching in the past 6 months. Jason sat cross-legged, his shadow reflected in the water. Yes, TangSan replied, a wooden block also appearing behind him as he sat down. After pausing for a moment to organize his thoughts, he spoke. In the past 6 months, one of the powerful clans has submitted to me, and the prototype of the Tang sect has been established. Most of the Li family are blacksmiths, making them the most suitable for researching soul tools. Over the past 6 months, I have also been studying with them and have made some progress. I believe that in another 6 months, once the quality of the firearm soul tool stabilizes, we should be able to start mass production as long as there are enough materials. TangSan calmly shared the achievements of the Tang sect over the past 6 months. He spoke for about half an hour before gradually coming to a stop. During this time, Jason had been listening attentively. Chapter 104. Sending off guests. As the two spoke at the center of the lake, the two by the lakeshore, Huowu and her companion, took a break. Hey, are you a student from that Shrek Academy? Huowu asked, though her tone remained unfriendly. I'm not called. Dai Mubai frowned and replied. Oh, didn't he expect you to have a bit of temper? I'm Huowu, a level 41 control system soul master. Upon hearing this, he was immediately surprised and looked at the girl who was glowing faintly red. She actually has level 41? I'm Dai Mubai, a level 40 assault system soul master. The display of strength made him a bit more serious. Level 40? No wonder Jason praised you guys. Huowu took Jason's earlier words as compliments. By the way, I heard that Jason was at your academy before. How did he end up at our Blaze Academy? Huowu recalled Jason leaving after thinking about Shrek. Dai Mubai was momentarily at a loss for words. Come on, just say it. Anyway, he is no longer a student of your academy. She pressed on, noticing his hesitation. All right then. Actually, this is partly our fault. We abandoned him, he said with a bitter smile. Abandoned? Huowu was immediately confused. How could someone as strong as Jason be abandoned? What kind of academy is Shrek? One morning, Jason returned to the academy reeking of alcohol after training outside. And after inspection, it was found that all his meridians were damaged. Although no one knew how he survived, even if he had preserved his life, he could never become a soul master again. And then you all abandoned him. Huowu immediately thought of this outcome. Actually, no academy would accept someone who is not a soul master, even if he used to be one. Of course, Blaze Academy was no exception. If Jason was unable to function as a soul master, he would still be forced to withdraw. Compared to this, Shrek Academy's approach was much gentler. Yes, he nodded. But he doesn't seem like a useless person now, does he? Thinking about how she was basically powerless against him every time they faced off. He didn't seem like at all. That's because of the mutation of his martial soul. The mutation of a martial soul can have this effect? Although it was somewhat unbelievable, martial soul mutations were unpredictable. It could go either way, good or bad. Dai Mubai paused, then continued. Our academy needed to relocate. So he left it behind. But unexpectedly, he found us again at our new location, and both his body and martial soul have fully recovered. In fact, he is even stronger. Moreover, his appearance, personality, and temperament have all undergone significant changes. If he hadn't revealed his identity himself, we might not have recognized him, he said while reminiscing. That guy has gone through such bizarre experiences. No wonder his personality is so strange. Huowu suddenly figured out the reason for Jason's odd behavior. Dai Mubai looked at her with some confusion. It's nothing. By the way, are you guys planning to participate in next year's Continental Advanced Soul Master League competition? She suddenly remembered something and asked. That depends on our dean's arrangements, but most likely we will participate, he said after thinking for a while. Well, let's hope you don't run into our team from the Blaze Academy, Huowu said arrogantly. I'll send that same line back to you, Dai Mubai replied defiantly. In an instant, Huowu's martial soul, Fire Shadow, was summoned, and the red light around her became even more intense, exerting a powerful pressure on the opponent. A white tiger phantom appeared behind Dai Mubai, glaring at the other party. The two of them were evenly matched in aura, neither yielding to the other. Is this fun? A voice with a casual tone came from the lakeshore. The two of them immediately retracted their auras, dispelling the tension in their eyes, and then looked towards the source of the voice. Jason and the others had already walked back from the lake, watching the two of them. Are you done talking? Dai Mubai saw that the two had relaxed. TangSan, if there is nothing else, let us head back first. His tone seemed a bit anxious. After witnessing Huowu's strength, his desire to absorb the celestial herb became even stronger. TangSan did not respond, and then looked at Jason beside him. He nodded, then said, All right, TangSan, you guys can head back first. Huowu, please help see them off, he said to Huowu. Oh, she instinctively replied, and then suddenly realized, why am I listening to him? But since I've already agreed, I can't go back on my word. Forget it. Let us treat it as compensation for stealing some knowledge. Even though she thought this way, she still felt a bit unwilling, so her expression was sour the entire way, as if others owed her money. Watching the three leave, Jason returned to the center of the lake. However, this time, he didn't draw but instead sat cross-legged and began to think. Familiar with the plot, he had many arrangements for the events to come, but it was necessary to have overwhelming martial power. Although his arrival had disrupted the plot somewhat, it had nothing to do with the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the plans of a Spirit Hall should remain unchanged. Moreover, in the Academy of Fire, it was about time to meet the Dean. During the past 6 months, after daily painting and reading for meditation, the compatibility of the body had completely merged. The network had returned to normal. In a moment of complete compatibility, a soul power that had been dormant suddenly became active within his body. Jason's soul master level, originally at 31, instantly rose to 35, a leap of 4 levels in between. While he was painting, he remained calm and continued to focus on the scenery in front of him. All things in the world are connected to one thing. After the complete merging of his body, he did not hastily begin to cultivate, but continued his inner cultivation. Thus, during these 6 months, he had already achieved a state of tranquility, like water, undisturbed by the world. In this state, he maintained absolute focus and calmness. For an archer and a hunter, this was the perfect state. After Fire Dance sent them off, she seemed to sense pressure from Dai Mubai and entered the long-absent simulated training system. Upon entering, a wave of comfortable warmth greeted her. However, Her body did not exhibit the usual excitement. Instead, she walked calmly deeper into the system. As she walked further in, the number of students around her decreased, but the temperature rose higher. Finally, when she felt sweat dripping from her forehead, she saw the man sitting cross-legged ahead, focused on his meditation. He had light yellow hair, styled neatly, with a red headband tied at the front, and was wearing the gold and red uniform of the Academy of Fire. It was her brother, Huo Wushuang. Chapter 105. Exchanged with the Five-Element Academy in the days that followed. Under Fire Dance's comforting gaze, Jason began to actively cultivate. His soul power level slowly rose at a visible rate. During Jason's cultivation time, Fire Dance also introduced him to her brother. He remembered that Huo Wushuang's first glance at him was one of sympathy. Fire Dance had been spoiled by him since childhood, and he knew how unruly her personality could be. While her true nature was genuine, not everyone could tolerate such authenticity. Being genuine is good, but not every stranger is willing to patiently understand you. Before they understand you, they might avoid you with dislike. Therefore, although she appeared to be a big sister figure in the academy, she was still isolated. He felt troubled by this. Now, watching Fire Dance happily introduce her future teammates, he felt relieved because Jason was the first friend she had introduced to him. After that, the three of them fell into simulated training, with both men saying little, while Fire Dance continued to chatter away on her own. As time passed, the academy members also discovered the whereabouts of the three individuals and recognized the student who had already been enrolled for half a year. This eccentric person seemed to have been corrected by Huo Wu. Upon seeing Jason in the trio, the first reaction of all the students was this. During his training, Jason had been waiting for the right moment to talk to the dean. One day, Jason was barbecuing with Huo Wu and the others by the quiet meditation house. After a long period of training, they needed to relax occasionally. This was also Jason's first time inviting the two of them. In the past, it was usually the two of them inviting him to visit. The quiet meditation house was a wooden cabin built by the little demons beside the quiet meditation lake. Although it was called a cabin, it resembled an umbrella-shaped tree with branches crisscrossing each other. At that moment, Huo Wu and the others were sitting on the lawn, their eyes shining as they looked at the grilled meat on the barbecue in front of them. The meat being grilled was Huaming chicken, a crowing chicken raised by the old director. There was no doubt that it had been stolen by Huo Wu. At that time, Huo Wushuang felt a bit guilty. But as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, his guilt quickly faded away. It smelled so good. I didn't expect you to have such a skill, Huo Wu said, swallowing hard as she watched Jason skillfully flipping the meat on the grill in surprise. Indeed, that's not fair at all. You have to cook for us every day from now on, Huo Wushuang said, feeling a bit resentful, thinking they had lost a lot in the past. Sure, as long as you can bring the same Huaming chicken every day, Jason replied nonchalantly, causing both of them to stiffen. Stealing once was one thing, but if they stole again, their grandpa would probably beat them to death. Although Huo Wu could be reckless outside, she was still obedient in front of the old director. Moreover, this time when they stole the chicken, even if they got caught, they could just go back and act cute, and it would be fine. But next time, it might not be the same. Huo Wu glanced at Huo Wushuang, who was intently staring at the roasted meat beside her. She could act cute, but could her brother do the same? That would just make Grandpa even more severe. Poor big brother. She silently murmured in her heart, and then quickly urged, Is it ready? Hurry up and let me taste it. It's ready, here you go. Looking at the already cooked meat, he picked it up and handed it to Huo Wu. She excitedly grabbed it all at once, and then started devouring it without any grace. Huo Wushuang looked at Huo Wu pitifully, hoping he would remember his brother beside him. But Huo Wu was solely focused on eating the chicken wings, completely oblivious to his gaze. With no other choice, he could only continue to look at Jason, waiting. At that moment, a boy's voice came from a distance. Huo Wushuang, I'm here to see you. Not long after, a man with white hair and wearing blue clothes walked over. The moment he arrived, he first glanced at Huo Wu, his eyes flashing with admiration, and then thought of something, turning to look at the boy by the grill. There was obvious hostility in his eyes. There's a lot of drama. What are you doing here? Huo Wu said bluntly. Haha. Hasn't it been a long time since our academy exchanged ideas? I'm just here to see if we can have discussion. Facing Huo Wu, he seemed hesitant to speak too forcefully. Have you chosen your team members? Huo Wushuang suddenly asked. Yeah, haven't you chosen yet? Seeing his expression, Feng Xiaodian seemed a bit surprised. That can't be helped. I've been immersed in training, and Huo Wu has been hanging around with Jason. So we've only picked a pair of twins so far, and the rest are still up in the air. No way. The competition starts in half a year. And you still haven't found a teammate? Teams are usually decided 6 months in advance, and the latter half of the year is used for building rapport and strategizing. The other 4 major elements have already chosen their teammates, but after the academy head designated Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu as the team leader and vice leader, he didn't intervene anymore. By the way, in a month, our 5 major element academies will hold an exchange meeting. You should have received the notification too, right? This exchange meeting is essentially a training match to get to know each other. Regardless of whether they take it seriously, at least during the battle, they can recognize some of their own shortcomings. Yes, we received it. Looking at Huo Wushuang's dazed expression, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Big brother, are you that careless? That's the elite competition of the top academies across the continent. I've heard that this year's team from the Water Academy is not simple. He gathered his thoughts and casually sat down on the grass, speaking to Huo Wushuang, while occasionally glancing at Huo Wu, who was still devouring skewers. Oh, really? At that moment, Huo Wushuang was just staring at the grill, responding perfunctorily. At this time, the chicken skewers on the grill sizzled under the flames, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the air again. The captain of the Water Academy seems to be above level 40, and their control ability is as strong as ever. Have you researched any countermeasures? Not yet. Let us talk about it when we have all the teammates. Right? Since you haven't found all your teammates yet. You need to hurry up. You don't want to be embarrassed at the exchange in a month when your team isn't complete. That still depends on Huo Wu. He is a control soul master, so the teammates should be chosen around him. Huo Wu is indeed very impressive. At this moment, while they were talking, Huo Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Your roasted meat is ready. Jason picked up a piece of cooked meat and handed it to him. He immediately took it with excitement. But when he took a bite and was savoring the delicious taste, he felt 2 pairs of eyes staring at him. It was Huo Wu, who had finished eating her roasted meat, and Feng Xiaotian beside her. He hesitated for a moment and then handed over 2 skewers of roasted meat to his sister. Feng Xiaotian didn't even glance at it and started to enjoy himself. He swallowed hard and looked at Jason. I'm sorry, but 1 chicken isn't enough for us, he said with a helpless shrug. Chapter 106, Sparring Then. Feng Xiaotian simply put on a mask and quietly enjoyed the scenery on the lake. It was clear that he had come at the wrong time. The 3 of them did not stop their picnic because of his arrival. They quickly finished the ingredients they had brought. You finally finished eating. Watching them clean up the dishes, Feng Xiaotian quickly stepped forward to help. There weren't many dishes, and they were soon tidied up. At the same time, Jason took out his homemade tea leaves and began arranging them on the wooden table. Go ahead. He sat down at the table and gestured for them to take a seat. After they sat down, he took out a clean handkerchief, wiped his hands, and then used a beautifully clean tea set to continue. Then, he heated the water until it boiled and poured it into each tea set, rinsing them before discarding the water. Next came the steps of washing the tea, brewing, foaming, dividing into cups, returning to the pot, and dividing the pot. Each step he took was quite intricate, but the other 3 showed no signs of impatience or fatigue. His movements seemed to possess a kind of magic that captivated them. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, and his arms seemed to move with the wind. When he gently brushed the tea set, it felt like he was caressing time itself. A sense of peace and tranquility spread through the air. After an unknown amount of time, tea was poured into the cups in front of the 3 of them. A refreshing aroma made them perk up. They couldn't help but lift their cups and sniff the fragrant tea. This aroma brought them an unprecedented sense of calm, and their spirits felt much more solid. Then they began to savor the taste of the tea. It was not bitter as it entered their mouths, but rather a rich and fragrant aroma that struck their taste buds. Under the gentle shade of the sun at Jingxin residence, everyone was immersed in the tranquility of the tea ceremony. They felt an unprecedented lightness in both body and spirit. The sun's shadow gradually shifted to the east, turning a soft red. Let's call it day here. Jason began to pack up the tea set. Wow, it feels like I had a wonderful nap. Fire Dance exclaimed as she stretched her delicate body. This way of drinking tea is unique, and I feel my grandpa would definitely love it. Thinking of the essence of this tea ceremony, he thought of his grandfather. It was worth the trip. I feel your temperament is more suited to stay at Tianshui Academy. But unfortunately, Tianshui Academy only accepts female students, Feng Xiaotian remarked with a sigh. Such gatherings should happen occasionally. Everyone still needs to cultivate, and this kind of tea takes half a day to enjoy, so it can't be drunk every day. Jason tidied up the tea set, arranging each piece neatly. By the way, here is a box of tea leaves for you to give to your grandfather later. It should help you avoid a beating. He took out a green wooden box from a cabinet and handed it to Huo Wushuang. Jason, you really think of everything. Huo Wushuang accepted the wooden box with a look of joy. These tea leaves were cultivated by little demons and carry the essence of the two instruments. They are indeed extraordinary. This was something he had worked on for the past 6 months, and then, according to some memories from his past life, completed the tea ceremony. Hello, brother. Let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Xiaotian, a level 42 attack-type soul master and a student of Shinkong Academy. After seeing Jason finish packing, he stepped forward and formally introduced himself. Jason, level 35 agility-type soul master from Qihua Academy. He nodded in response. You're only level 35? Feng Xiaotian seemed quite surprised. But seeing the unfriendly gazes from Huo Wushuang and Fire Dance, he quickly explained, No, you guys misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Actually, he came this time not only to see Fire Dance, but mainly because he had heard that she had been getting close to a boy recently. So after the battle team selection, he rushed to Qihua Academy, intending to challenge Jason. Although the tea just now made him feel clear-headed and immersed. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his visit. However, he didn't expect the other party to be only level 35. Logically speaking, with Fire Dance's personality, it would be impossible for her to befriend someone of such a low level. But the reality was right before his eyes, and he couldn't help but believe it. For a moment, he fell into an awkward situation. If he were level 39, he could shamelessly challenge him. But a level 42 challenging a level 35 felt a bit embarrassing. You want to spar with me, right? Jason saw through his thoughts and smiled as he spoke. I did come with that intention, mainly to see how you caught Fire Dance's eye, but he didn't finish his sentence, yet all three understood his meaning. In this world, where martial spirits and soul power levels are paramount, it was expected that Jason, as an anomaly, would be underestimated. Sparring is fine, although my level is lower. I have many techniques and should be able to barely keep up with you. No need for that. Let us talk at the exchange meeting in a month. Feng Xiaotian thought that perhaps Fire Dance was arranging some strategy, which is why she brought this person in. The sense of crisis in his heart diminished significantly. Well then, Jason didn't press the matter further and actually held some admiration for Feng Xiaotian. Of course, it wasn't admiration for his strength, but for his ability to create his own soul skills. Organizations need innovative people like this. He also thought about whether he could recruit him through this sparring. However, he was unwilling to let the matter end without resolution. There would be opportunities to discuss it later. First, he needed to handle the matter of the headmaster of Qihua Academy. Meanwhile, Fire Dance kept looking at Jason with disdain. This guy is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Remembering the humiliation from a while back, her mood suddenly turned sour. A level 35 boy had her. A level 40-plus woman, completely suppressed, and she hadn't even seen how he cultivated. He just spent his time reading and painting, yet his strength was so formidable. It was absurd. However, thinking of his incredible control over soul power, she felt a bit comforted. Huo Wushuang, on the other hand, was unaware of Jason's strength and let out a sigh of relief. After Feng Xiaotian's unsuccessful invitation to Fire Dance, the three of them escorted him to the school gate before he returned to Shinkong. As the sky darkened, everyone consciously returned to their own places. Just as Jason was saying goodbye to them, a teacher rushed in front of Fire Dance and Huo Wushuang. They vaguely heard something about the headmaster looking for them. Huo Wushuang instinctively shrank his head, but thinking about the tea leaves Jason had given him, he felt a little relieved. Soon, they skillfully arrived at a courtyard. At a glance, it seemed to be all bright red. Red pillars, red plants, red animals. Some plants swayed in the wind like burning flames. The two walked in side by side, but their expressions were somewhat different. Fire Dance looked relaxed, while Huo Wushuang appeared tense. Thinking about his grandfather's fiery temper, he felt a subtle pain in his body. After passing through the courtyard that resembled a sea of fire, the two entered the main guest room. An old man with fiery red hair sat quietly in front of the main door, his aura resembling that of Fire Dance, but his presence was steady and reserved. Chapter 107. Fire Tian looking at their grandfather, who was meditating with closed eyes, they instinctively slowed their breathing, and their footsteps became much lighter. Then they obediently sat down on either side, waiting for the other to open their eyes. After the creaking sound of the door opening echoed in the room, silence fell once again. The two felt a heavy atmosphere spreading throughout the room. Generally, when you make a mistake and go home, you would sense this kind of pressure. The principal's name was Huo Xiaotian, and he had served as the principal of the Flame Academy for about 40 years. On one hand, the people from the academy would choose to serve different factions after graduation. On the other hand, over the years, there really hadn't been anyone at Flame Academy who could take over his position. The son, who was highly expected by him, and also the father of Huo Wu, passed away in an accident along with his daughter-in-law. The pain of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one is unimaginable. But thinking about the descendants left by his son that need to be raised, he endured his inner pain and continued to serve as the dean. At the same time, he focused on nurturing Huo Wuxuang, hoping that he could take over his position and manage the Blaze Academy before he became unable to move. Therefore, he has always been very strict with his grandson. He would criticize him whenever he was even slightly dissatisfied, and if he was very dissatisfied, he would take it out on him during sparring sessions. Of course, he made sure to provide him with ample training as well. As for Huo Wu, he only hopes that she can live happily, which is why he has always doted on her. The homing chicken in my yard is missing. Hua Xiao Tian's powerful voice echoed in the dull room. Huo Wu exchanged a guilty glance with the other person. It must have gotten tired of staying in Grandpa's yard and flew away. Huo Wu thought for a long time and came up with an excuse to explain. Although the homing chicken is different from ordinary chickens, it is still a chicken, not a bird. The dean at the head table said lightly. Well, maybe its phoenix bloodline awakened, and then it could fly. She quickly jumped in with her prepared excuse. The homing chicken has a very thin phoenix bloodline inside it, but it is still quite precious. That makes sense. It didn't fly far and was probably shot down and eaten, right? The dean looked at his granddaughter with some amusement. That might be the case. Huo Wu felt a bit guilty under her grandpa's gaze. Xiaowan, what do you say? He looked at Huo Wuxuang, who had been keeping her head down. Huo Wuxuang, who was trying to lower her presence, was immediately stunned when she heard this. How does the Hua Ming chicken taste? Quite fragrant, Huo Wuxuang replied instinctively, and then she was dumbfounded. Huo Wu had already turned her head away, wanting to distance herself from her brother. What a useless teammate. Sure enough, Hua Xiao Tian's expression darkened, and he slammed the table and stood up. Nonsense. Where did you learn to steal chickens and dogs? Grandpa, don't be angry. We just recruited a new member. There's nothing to celebrate. We just took your Huoming chicken to roast it. Besides, it's annoying to hear it crowing in the yard all day, disturbing your peace. So we too discussed it and decided not to catch it. Huo Wu hurriedly ran to him, pretending to be pitiful. Then why don't you just go out and buy one? Why do you have to catch my Huoming chicken? Thinking about the precious one that has been raised for so long being treated like this made her heart ache. Ordinary chickens can't compare to its taste. Huo Wu muttered softly. Instantly, upon hearing this, Hua Xiao Tian's anger flared up. Xiaowan, come out. It's been a long time since I tested your skills. Let us see what progress you made today. Hearing this, Huo Wuxuang's face turned pale. Then, he thought of something and quickly took out a blue box from his sleeve. Grandpa, this is the tea my friend made for us today, and it has a very rich flavor. I specifically brought some for you. He held up the box, silently praying. I hope I can escape a disaster with this. Oh, this was the second time Hua Xiao Tian heard them talk about their friend today. It seems you care a lot about this new friend. Yes, he is a student who joined 6 months ago, the one with both ice and fire abilities. Although he is a bit strange, his strength is impressive, Huo Wu said excitedly beside him. Brother Jason is indeed a bit special. I'm not sure about his strength, Huo Wuxuang said seriously. You probably don't like drinking tea, right? Hua Xiao Tian showed some interest as he took the blue box. We definitely don't like other people's tea, but the tea he brews somehow calms our mood without us realizing it, making us immersed in it. He expressed his feelings from that afternoon. Xiao, what about you? Hua Xiao Tian looked a bit surprised and then asked Huo Wu. She nodded. Yes, although his tea brewing process is very complicated, it has a sense of ceremony that makes us not feel bored. Instead, we find every action he takes quite pleasing. Haha. It seems I need to meet him sometime to see how magical drinking tea can be. He opened the blue box, revealing the green dry tea leaves, and a fragrant aroma wafted out. His somewhat restless mood seemed to calm down significantly in an instant. Smelling the scent, his eyes brightened. Good tea. After that, it seemed Hua Xiao Tian forgot about the Huoming chicken and started discussing the academy's competition teams. How many team members have you found? He asked in a calm tone. If Jason is willing to join, our team will have 5 people. Huo Wuxuang responded. That is a bit slow. Other academy teams have already been formed, and you can't lag behind. He frowned upon hearing this. This progress is indeed a bit slow. I already have candidates in mind for the team tactics and other members. We can finalize everything in a couple of days. Huo Wu said confidently. That is good. But in a month, the 5 major elemental academies will have an exchange. Don't embarrass me when you go. All right, you can rest assured. Huo Wu and Huo Wuxuang were both confident in their abilities. After Hua Xiao Tian talked about the arrangement for the competition team and some casual chats, the conversation came to an end. However, just as Huo Wuxuang was about to follow his sister to say goodbye, Hua Xiao Tian suddenly said, By the way, Xiaowan, Let us spar a bit and see if you made any progress recently. Huo Wuxuang, who thought he had escaped a disaster, turned pale. So he was waiting for this. Huo Xiaotian walked ahead towards the battle platform in the backyard. Huo Wuxuang had no choice but to obediently follow. Huo looked at her brother's back with a face full of pity. I hope Grandpa will go easy on him later. Then he happily followed along. Before long, the backyard of the dean lit up with firelight, and occasionally the sound of dragon roars could be heard. Chapter 108. A disagreement the next day. Huo Wu and her companion did not go to practice because they needed to start selecting team members at the academy. So Jason simply stayed alone in the center of the tranquil lake to train. Since reuniting with his body, he had not tested his strength. It was only recently that the perfect integration of his body was completed. However, his control over soul power was already at his command. In the Douluo continent, no one focused on practicing the control of soul power. Huo Wu only started practicing it in recent years due to tactical needs, as she was a control-type soul master. But clearly, she wouldn't delve too deeply into research. Therefore, Jason himself did not know how much precise control of soul power could exert in battle. But it was certain that he could perform many miraculous feats, such as walking on water, compressing soul power, and forming strands of soul power. This was not only due to the training over the past 6 months, but mainly because of the experience cards he obtained from the system before. The valuable experience gained from there laid a solid foundation for Jason. Thus, with a foundation, everything would become much easier afterward. Now, sitting in the center of the lake, he was researching a skill. He slowly formed a sphere made of soul power in his hand, which looked extremely chaotic. Spiraling sphere. Those who have watched the anime Naruto would know this signature skill of the protagonist, commonly known as the ball technique. Now, Jason was checking whether he could develop this skill. If successful, it would be another unexpected means for him. Of course, in the later stages, he might be able to integrate the extreme fire attribute, forming a fire release spiraling sphere. This would be another area of effect damage. To recreate many cool skills he had seen in his previous life, precise control of soul power was required. The blue sphere made of soul power became increasingly chaotic, seeming to be on the verge of exploding at any moment. Boom! In the end, the sphere still exploded. The roots surrounding Jason's surface only cracked a few gaps and did not injure his palm at all. However, the water in the lake below was splashed up by the residual wave. He stared blankly at his palm for a while, thought for a moment, and then began to act again. A cyclone began to gather in his palm. At that moment, he suddenly felt a gaze. The cyclone in his palm began to slowly dissipate, and then he squinted his eyes toward the lakeshore. He saw an old man with striking red hair appear on the shore at some unknown time. At the same time, he could feel the intense heat emanating from the old man from a distance. Here he comes, he thought to himself. Upon seeing the old man for the first time, he understood the other party's identity. Then, he stood up and leisurely walked towards the shore. At this moment, Huo Xiaotian was secretly shocked. Even though his granddaughter had specifically mentioned it to him yesterday, he was still very impressed by the scene before him. To be honest, he knew he could never match the level of ease displayed by this young man. Even the Heavenly Water Academy could not achieve such a level. Just based on this display, he had already garnered Huo Xiaotian's attention. He walked slowly from the water's surface to the elder's front. Jason carefully examined him. Although he was an old man, he showed no signs of aging. Instead, his physique resembled that of a robust middle-aged man. When he looked at Jason, his eyes occasionally sparkled with brilliance. I am Huo Xiaotian, here to see what kind of person can earn such high praise from my undefeated granddaughter. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found the young man remarkable. Both his appearance and demeanor, as well as his earlier demonstration, were impressive. But his gaze still held a hint of scrutiny. I have met the principal. If you have something to say, please come to my humble abode. He cupped his hands in respect, and then gestured for him to head to the Quiet Heart residence. No, let's have a spar first. As he spoke, flames erupted from his hand, and he launched an attack. His movements were not fast, and Jason easily sidestepped it, looking at his opponent speechlessly. Wow, he resorts to violence at the slightest disagreement. However, the long-buried fire in his heart ignited at this moment. It was the burning will to fight. Instantly, the magnificent ice and fire demon bow appeared in his hands, and the extreme fire energy erupted freely. The surroundings fell into a scorching heat. The nearby water surface began to emit steam, as if it were about to boil. At this moment, the frost half of Jason's ice and fire demon bow had completely vanished, enveloped by crimson flames. His white robe also turned a bright red, as if stained with blood. The fervent battle intent, combined with the wildly dancing flames and ethereal steam, made him momentarily appear like a fire god. Jason, level 35 agility, attacks Soul Master, martial soul. Enchanted bow. With his solemn introduction, a blazing red arrow appeared on the bow, aimed at his opponent. Haha, good. Sensing the intense heat radiating from Jason and the fire bow, Xiaotian laughed heartily. Xiaotian, level 86 Soul-Do, martial soul, unicorn Tyrannosaurus. As he finished speaking, 8 soul rings appeared on him. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black, black. At the same time, a phantom of a red dragon appeared behind him, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Jason's expression remained unchanged as the red arrow shot out. The arrow, entwined with flames, surged toward his opponent with a spiraling force. The scorching flames left a fiery trail, and the air was scorched into ripples by the high temperature. This was just a normal arrow, but it carried explosive power. The arrow flew swiftly, yet Xiaotian stood still. Just as the arrow was about to hit his face, he tilted his head slightly. The red arrow grazed past his cheek, the fiery glow illuminating his relaxed and content side profile. Boom! The feeling of a grenade exploding next to him was unimaginable. Accompanied by the explosion was the extreme fire. Heat was the essence of fire, and fire was the extreme of heat. The extreme fire had a temperature far surpassing all flames. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed in his ears, and the searing flames instantly enveloped him. Without waiting for the flames to dissipate, Jason activated his second purple soul ring, Fire Blast Arrow. The crimson arrow was surrounded by lightning. The arrow, accompanied by a piercing screech, rushed toward his opponent at an even faster speed. The arrow shot into the smoke. Jason did not have his own attack to break through defenses and continued to gather soul power to shoot. The uninterrupted shooting lasted for a minute before he finally stopped. His soul power was exhausted. This was still under the condition that Jason's precise control did not waste any energy. The rapid consumption of soul power is merely because of his fast shooting speed. However, despite this, Jason still does not show a hint of fatigue on his face. It is definitely not comparable to when he had the system before. Moreover, he was already around level 50 back then. Although his talents have strengthened, he is not yet fully developed. Moreover, there was no need to showcase the Ice and Fire Dragon King's martial soul. From the very beginning, it seemed that Jason had been suppressing Xiaotian with his attacks. However, at this moment, his expression showed no signs of relief. He was only focused on the gradually dissipating flames. He wasn't that naive. Even with the extreme fire, it was impossible to harm a soul Douluo. If all his trump cards were revealed, it would be another story. Chapter 109, Battle Ha, not bad, not bad. As the flames faded, Xiaotian, glowing red all over, revealed himself. He was completely unharmed. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, seemingly satisfied with the recent attack, although his ears were still buzzing. Kid, your attack is ridiculously powerful. No wonder that little girl Xiao Wu praises you so much, he said, admiringly looking at Jason. However, at this moment, Jason had withdrawn his martial soul and was left with nothing. This caused a flicker of displeasure on Xiaotian's face. Hey, kid, our battle isn't over yet. Are you going to admit defeat? He scolded Jason from distance. You son of a bee, I haven't even had my fill of fighting yet. He wanted to give this promising kid a deep impression. After all, this kid was indeed good enough for his little Wu. Jason did not respond, as the distance between them was too far, and he didn't like shouting. The little demon restored some of his soul power, and Jason began to gather soul power beneath his feet. Boom! Like a rocket, flames erupted from beneath Jason's feet, and he shot up into the sky. At the same time he took off, Xiaotian had already vanished, leaving a pit in the ground. Then Jason flew up, and his figure appeared in place. The one who missed seemed a bit dazed, then looked at Jason, who was flying in the air with flames shooting from his feet. And he was flying higher and higher. This kid can actually fly. He twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat unexpected. At the same time, he knew that leaving a deep impression on him today was impossible. Kid, come down, let us talk. Helpless, he had to shout at the sky again. The soul soldier couldn't fly, and he wasn't a flying martial spirit either. He was the only one talking the whole time. And the key was that the kid was still far away, so he could only shout. If he had known, he wouldn't have held back from the beginning. He secretly lamented. Jason came down from the sky, his face returning to calm. It seemed as if the one who had just been full of fighting spirit was not him at all. After landing, he looked with pity at the grass around the tranquil lake that had been damaged by the high temperature of the flames. A good scenery was stained with blemishes. Dean, remember to find someone to repair this when you go back. He pointed at the charred ground and said, It's a small matter, let us go have some tea. He came not only to test his strength, but also to experience his tea. Please. In the wooden house, Xiaotian looked around in amazement at the furnishings. The tables, Chairs and walls here seemed to have grown from the ground, forming a house tightly surrounded by trees. He had been to Tranquil Lake before, but that was a long time ago. He didn't expect there to be such a unique wooden house, feeling it was very suitable for his retirement. Just that there was too little red. Then he began to examine the young man in front of him. To be honest, what more could one do with a cup of tea? However, afterward, he focused himself and quietly sat down. After a period of delightful, ceremonial feeling, the tea was finally served in front of him. The two began to quietly savor it. The director, being older, perhaps, Jason took a sip of tea and asked pointedly, "Oh, why do you ask that?" He thought the other party would bring up questions about soul power cultivation or similar topics. "I wonder what the director thinks about the Blaze Academy's participation in the competition next year," he continued to ask. "What can I think? Just aim for the championship." Yet it seemed that the championship was always taken by the Spirit Hall, and Blaze Academy could only reach the top 4 at best. "What exactly do you want to say?" He put down the teacup and looked at Jason, asking in a deep voice. "I can help Blaze Academy win the championship this time." His words made Hua Xiaoyan's expression tighten. Win the championship? If it were an ordinary student, he might still be happy, but he could tell that this young man had other intentions. From these words, he also realized that the young man in front of him was not simple. Since meeting him, it seemed he had never seen through him. "You are a student of Blaze Academy," he said after a moment of silence. "Yes, so if I can help Blaze Academy win the championship next year, will the director offer a reward?" "What do you want?" "An invitation." Jason said something inexplicable. "What invitation?" He frowned and asked. "An invitation sent in the name of the school to the graduates of various empires, inviting them to attend a gathering." "In what name?" "If Blaze Academy wins the championship, we invite all the alumni back to celebrate." "Is that the reward you want?" "Yeah, I want to build some connections, so when I graduate, I have a place to go," Jason explained, but how he thought about it remained unknown. "So you have confidence? You should know that your current strength might not be enough." Although his attack power was strong just now, it was indeed still insufficient. "I heard that the Saintess of the Spirit Hall will also participate in next year's competition." Jason smiled, but did not answer. Instead continued to ask, "Is the director willing to agree to this condition? You should also want to do something for Hua Wushuang." Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaotian was indeed tempted. He had always felt a bit guilty about his 2 grandchildren left by his son and had been wanting to do something for them. Before stepping down, winning a championship for the academy is indeed the best gift for Xiaoshuang. "You won't endanger the Blaze Academy, will you?" he asked again. "No, the principal thinks too highly of me. I'm just a great soul master. If I endanger the academy, the principal can eliminate me at once. I really just want to expand my connections. You know the usefulness of connections, principal." Hua Xiaotian fell silent for a moment and then nodded. "All right, I'll see how you win the championship." He suddenly poured the tea in his cup into his mouth, as if drinking alcohol. After that, the two fell into silence, with only Hua Xiaotian occasionally glancing at him, then lost in thought. This tea ceremony was slowly nearing its end. "Kid, to be honest, besides that Pope, you're another person I can't see through. Although I don't know what confidence you have facing me, and regardless of who is behind you, remember not to involve the Blaze Academy." After finishing the last cup of tea, he gazed at Jason and said solemnly, "All right." Jason looked him in the eye and replied, "Then I'll take my leave. The tea was good." Saying this, he had already stood up to leave. After watching him depart, Jason began to methodically tidy up the tea set. His light and quick movements showed that he was in a good mood. "The Pope? I haven't seen him yet. I wonder what he will be like. Although there are descriptions in the books, I still have never seen the real person." The last rays of sunlight fell, and the room darkened. On the other side, Hua Xiaotian, who was walking on the road, was thinking about Hua Wu. He originally thought that the young man was very suitable for his granddaughter in terms of both strength and character. Moreover, it seemed that Hua Wu was not averse to it, so he planned to see if he could facilitate something. However, after the conversation just now, he changed his mind. That boy was too dangerous. Xiao Wu couldn't follow him. Chapter 110. Tianshui Academy. The news that the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was a young boy gradually spread down from the influence of the first tier. Eventually, the news reached the common people, becoming a topic of conversation after meals. 3 days after his conversation with Jason, Hua Xiaotian also received news about the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. He was certain that the boy mentioned in the news was the same one he had spoken to a couple of days earlier. The title of leader and the celebratory feast. In his view, neither of these had any practical significance. It would be better to find a way to enhance his own power or influence from this. In the Starry Empire, almost all of the lower-class populace has become a member of the Revival Church. The royal family and nobility feel some unease about this, But under the influence of vast wealth and the unique barrier that soul masters have over ordinary people, they have neither the reason nor the opportunity to disperse them. Although some have suggested it, it is clear that many do not want to give up the benefits brought by the revival church. So the matter was left unresolved and continued to develop. This issue is not important to them. Instead, they're more focused on another matter, the mysterious massacre incidents. Recently, various towns have seen the emergence of certain soul masters with bizarre methods who drain people's blood. Among them are nobles, soul masters from the spirit hall, and some ordinary people. Many ordinary people within the revival church have also fallen victim to these malicious acts. Initially, this matter was small in scale, but gradually, such incidents have become more frequent, prompting people to take it seriously. They also found that these individuals use the same methods. However, with so many identical incidents occurring in different cities, it was clearly not the work of a single person. The Spirit Hall speculated that it might be someone who awakened a martial soul capable of controlling others, or perhaps a martial soul similar to that which controls the undead. Enhancing power requires killing and draining blood. They had captured a murderer, but his own martial soul could not possibly have the ability to kill the victim who had been drained of their essence. They wanted to ask more questions. But the murderer suddenly widened his eyes in pain, and then dense roots suddenly sprouted from his body. Then it grew rapidly and became a dead tree. A person, right beneath one's eyelids, turned into a dead tree. This bizarre scene sends chills down one's spine. The Spirit Hall has also inferred some things from this. The Revival Church is flourishing, but the Covering Star Church is experiencing some headaches internally. Obviously, these events happening in the Douluo Empire are related to them. As time progresses, more people are accepting the branches, and the Covering Star Church is growing stronger. In the same cases over the years, some were arranged by the church itself. For example, hunting down greedy nobles or heartless soul masters. However, there are also some cases where individuals who suddenly gain this power had their desires surge uncontrollably, wanting to become stronger quickly, leading them to recklessly plunder life force. Of course, these are the minority, as joining the Covering Star Church requires passing various mental tests. After joining, there's also a 1 to 3 month observation period before one can merge with the branches. Therefore, the Covering Star Church needs to secretly strengthen itself while also focusing on ideological education. Recently, with the increasing number of members in the Covering Star Church, many hidden troubles have also emerged. The pressure on the two representatives of the church leader has greatly increased. With the plan approaching, they must resolve the issues within the Covering Star Church as soon as possible. As a result, they have been holding frequent meetings to discuss matters. Although this draws the attention of the royal family or the Spirit Hall, there is no other way. Compared to the changes in the Douluo Empire, the Heaven Do Empire is much more peaceful. A month later, the exchange meeting among the 5 major elemental academies is about to begin. The team from the Blaze Academy has also assembled. Team leader, Hu Wushuang. Martial Soul, Fire Dragon, level 41 Assault System Soul Master. Vice Team leader, Hu Wu. Martial Soul, Fire Shadow, level 41 Control System Soul Master. Member, Huiyu. Martial Soul, Fire Crane, level 38 Agility System Soul Master. Member, Huiyun. Martial Soul, Fire Crane, level 38 Agility System Soul Master. Member, Jason. Martial Soul, Ice Fire Breaking Demon Bow, level 35 Agility System Soul Master. Member, Huiji. Martial Soul, Fire Leopard, level 37 Assault System Soul Master. Member, Huoming. Martial Soul, Firestar, level 37 Support System Soul Master. Member, Huiji. Martial Soul, Firestar, level 36 Support System Soul Master. The above are the participating members of the Blaze Academy. It can be noted that there are 2 pairs of soul masters with the same martial soul. The ones with the Fire Crane are a pair of twins, but unfortunately, they are not female. There is definitely no issue with their tacit understanding. Then there are 2 auxiliary soul masters with Mars martial souls. From these 2 points, it can be seen that the direction of this team is simply 2 words, extreme. Unlike other diversified teams, the purpose of the Blaze Academy team is to crush with extreme force. No matter what tactics you employ, we have only one word, charge. This aligns well with the nature of fire. The few of them put on the already made team uniforms and, under the guidance of their team leader, headed towards the Tian Shui Academy. This year's exchange competition is set to take place at Tian Shui Academy. The last exchange competition was held at Thunder Academy, and this time it is Tian Shui Academy's turn. To be honest, everyone is looking forward to going to Tian Shui Academy. Of course, only the boys. After all, in the past, Tian Shui Academy has not been very welcoming to men. This time, everyone could enter openly. Soon after, Jason and the others followed their lead teacher for 3 or 4 hours and finally arrived at Tianshui Academy. The exterior buildings of Tianshui Academy were mostly dominated by blue, giving the impression of walking into a city underwater. At the entrance, a woman dressed in teacher's attire saw Jason and the others and quickly approached them. "Hello. You are from Chihua Academy, right? Please follow me." She smiled slightly, like ripples in the water. The group followed her into Tianshui Academy. It's no wonder it's an all-girls academy. Once inside, Jason saw all kinds of women, as if he had stepped into a kingdom of daughters. They, of course, also noticed Jason and the others in their striking gold and red uniforms. In a sea of blue, a vibrant splash of red suddenly appeared. The other boys in the team seemed a bit uncomfortable under the gaze of so many women, and their footsteps instinctively quickened. Jason, who lagged behind at the end of the line, seemed a bit conspicuous. However, he calmly followed the group. In Huowu's eyes, he always appeared unhurried. He admired the beauty around him and would occasionally share polite smiles when their eyes met. The other party's face would flash a hint of blush, shyly looking away. Some, on the other hand, glared at him provocatively, clearly a tomboy. Along the way, Jason's delicate and gentle face attracted a lot of attention. After all, he was the visual representative of the team. Under the guidance of the teachers from Tianshui Academy, everyone arrived at a spacious venue. In the center was a platform the size of a soccer field, surrounded by a few stands. There were already people on the platform. Chapter 111, The Duel. The team in light blue uniforms was clearly from Tianshui Academy. The person in blue clothing is from the Shenkong Academy. There are also the muscular members of the Xiangjia Academy, whose upper bodies are exposed. Currently, these are the people present, and with the arrival of the Chihua Academy, there should be another team. The people from the Leitang Academy are here as well. When the Chihua Academy, led by Huowu Shuang, appeared, several members from different academies turned to look. The teacher from the Tianshui Academy brought Jason and others to the designated area for a short rest. Just as they sat down, Feng Xiaotian, wearing a mask, approached them. "So this is the team uniform you designed. It's very eye-catching," he exclaimed after coming in front of them. "Of course," Huowu replied, "but why are you covering your faces? Trying to be mysterious?" She looked at the Shenkong Academy members who had half of their faces covered with curiosity. "Of course, covering our faces when we go on stage. Wearing masks to come and go without a trace. How cool is that? Besides, it mainly helps us hide our expressions," he said, tilting his head flamboyantly, adding, "It should be more like being secretly flirtatious." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Chihua Academy, causing Feng Xiaoyan's expression to stiffen. He turned to see it was Jason. He stepped towards him, unable to conceal his expression under the mask. Standing before Jason, he placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Bro, that's not cool. How can you expose our weaknesses like that? I'm telling you, I'm really angry right now and need some food as a reward." Seeing Jason reminded him of the barbecue from that day, which he couldn't stop thinking about after returning. Jason glanced at him with half-open eyes, feeling that some parts of him resembled Xiaolang. Thinking of Xiaolang made Jason's expression involuntarily become sad. In fact, the deaths of Xiao Lang and Xiao Tian were related to him. One could say he was the one who orchestrated it all. But for the future, he could only endure the pain and carry on. He just hoped that after reviving them, they wouldn't blame him. After Feng Xiaotian said a few words, he looked at him expectantly, hoping he would agree to go for barbecue. However, he noticed that the other person's gaze had inexplicably turned sad. Did I say something wrong? He felt a bit confused. Hey, bro, it's just a barbecue. Why are you getting all sentimental?" He awkwardly released his grip on Jason's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Jason snapped back to reality from his sadness and smiled at him, saying, "Sorry, seeing you reminded me of my pet, and I felt a bit sad for a moment. After this exchange, I will invite Huowu and the others for barbecue. You all should come along." Bait. Feng Xiaotian felt somewhat offended. However, seeing his sincere apology, he decided to forgive him. It was definitely not just for the barbecue, even though Huowu would be there too. After that, the two teams got to know each other a little. After waiting for a while, the last team from the Leitang Academy, dressed in lightning-patterned outfits, arrived at the venue. Tianshui Academy, Chihua Academy, Shenkong Academy, Xiangjia Academy, and Leitang Academy, all 5 major elemental academies gathered here. The host of the exchange event stepped forward and began to speak. The speaker was a woman with sky-blue long hair, her skin smooth as jade, and her blue robe wrapped around her attractive figure. She exuded an aura of grace and gentleness. "Everyone, in 6 months, the Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition will take place. To achieve good results on the competition stage, we are holding this exchange event at Tianshui Academy for everyone to discuss their strengths and hopes to improve further. After she finished speaking, she looked around at the crowd. Now that all 5 major elemental academies are gathered here, you can freely choose your conversation partners. With that, she vanished from the stage. Huowu immediately stood up, planning to engage with Tianshui Academy. But someone was quicker than her. Xiangjia Academy challenges Shenkong Academy. A deep voice rang out. A team of muscular men stood up. The members of Shenkong Academy also stood up in response. Since this was an exchange competition, winning or losing was not the most important for them. What mattered was the information they could gain from it to prepare targeted strategies for after they returned to their academy. Huowu had initially planned to challenge Tianshui Academy. The 2 teams walked up to the stage, and both sides got ready. At Xiangjia Academy, several people stood there, their imposing presence resembling a small mountain, standing tall on the stage. On the other side, the Shinkei's Academy appeared much more relaxed. The exchange competition was meant for sharing insights, and the woman with blue hair outside the ring reminded everyone not to use lethal means during the battle. Both sides in the arena began to summon their martial souls. The radiant light of the soul rings spread throughout the arena. On the side of the Elephant Armor Academy, after summoning their martial souls, their already robust bodies swelled again with a roar as the martial souls manifested, revealing a layer of dark yellow keratin on the surface of their skin that gleamed with a metallic luster. At the same time, their noses elongated, and their upper lips curled up, 2 tusks growing a full foot long. They stomped their feet heavily on the ground, causing the entire arena to shake. Fortunately, the materials used to build the arena by the Tianshui Academy were strong enough. Otherwise, it might have cracked from that impact. In contrast to the uniformity of the Elephant Armor Academy, the martial souls of the Shinkei's Academy were varied. Jason paid a little attention to Kazuki, who was surrounded by a faint green light that surged from his body. The green light flowed, and his body underwent noticeable changes, with the sound of cracking bones. Both his muscles and bones expanded, making his stature significantly larger. His long hair was also dyed green, and most notably, a wolf's head emerged from his left shoulder. The green wolf's head had a fierce gaze, staring intently at the opponent. Seeing Kazuki's hair change color, Jason thought to himself, at least it wasn't turned green, otherwise, it would have been dangerous. The battle began. The Shinkei's Academy transformed into streaks of green light and charged towards the Elephant Armor Academy. On the side of the Elephant Armor Academy, the first soul ring lit up, forming a row. Under the effect of the first soul ring, the originally dark yellow, horn-like bodies gained an additional layer of sparkling color, as if each person was covered in a layer of glaze. The 7 individuals lined up, resembling a city wall, advancing from the center forward, almost occupying half the diameter of the circular competition arena. Their steps were slow, but with each step forward, their momentum increased slightly. The clash between the 2 sides began. The blue and earthy yellow lights collided, producing a series of crisp and powerful sounds. One side advanced steadily, while the other launched sharp attacks, trying to break through the enemy's defense. Although the Elephant Armor Academy had strong defense, the Godwind Academy was also very agile. Thus, it became a battle of a pile of meat against a pile of assassins. However, the control of this pile of meat was insufficient, and they could hardly touch the assassins. Consequently, the Godwind Academy began their scraping journey. Chapter 112, Blazing Fire vs. Heavenly Water. Because the Elephant Armor Academy lacked control and was not agile enough, facing a group of wind-type soul masters, they could basically only passively endure the attacks. In the end, it was still the Elephant Armor Academy that, under the continuous attacks of the Godwind Academy, experienced a depletion of both mental and physical strength. The Kamikaze Academy, leveraging its powerful mobility, continuously searched for the opponent's weak spots to launch attacks, ultimately seizing a flaw from one of the students of the Elephant Armor Academy, tearing a hole through the resilient human wall. The disadvantage for the Elephant Armor Academy grew increasingly larger, leading to their complete defeat. This match concluded with the victory of the Kamikaze Academy. However, the defeated Elephant Armor Academy showed no signs of discouragement. Clearly, they still had hidden tactics yet to be deployed. As both sides exited the stage, Huowu couldn't wait to raise her hand and shout, "Kamikaze Academy challenges the Tianshui Academy." As she spoke, she provocatively glanced at the composed, blue-haired woman leading the Tianshui Academy team. Both teams took to the stage. The Tianshui Academy team, composed entirely of beautiful women, stepped onto the arena and faced off against the Blaze Academy. It was evident that the Blaze Academy had an extra participant, as Huiji, who possessed the Fire Leopard martial soul, did not take the stage. The Tianxue Academy and Blaze Academy had always been in a state of mutual restraint, with both sides having comparable strengths in the past. Both teams began their preparations. As the announcement was made, the arena lit up with icy blue and fiery red light, each occupying half of the stage. The various soul rings also illuminated. However, unlike the Tianxue Academy, where all soul rings were lit, one person from the Blaze Academy seemed not to have activated their soul ring. He stood at the back, alongside two support soul masters. "Hey, Jason, aren't you going to activate your soul ring?" asked the robust Huiji, confused as he noticed that the nearby teammate only displayed their martial soul without a soul ring. Activating one's martial soul and soul ring at the start not only showcases strength, but also allows soul skills to be in a ready state, which is why it's customary to activate them at the beginning. "It's fine, with you two supports, I can manage with just my normal attacks," Jason waved his hand, not offering further explanation. He certainly couldn't activate two purple and one black soul rings. That would be a bit unfair. The two support soul masters nearby frowned slightly upon hearing this, feeling he was somewhat disrespectful towards the match. Although it was an exchange competition, the respect that should be given still needed to be upheld. The two exchanged glances but said nothing. Even though they didn't understand why the vice captain and captain insisted on having him participate, they were somewhat displeased with his dismissive attitude. After all, no support wants to assist a foolish marksman, especially one who has muffed their skill keys. The two focused their attention ahead. On the opposite side, the Tianxue Academy was also fully prepared. The positioning of both teams was quite similar. However, Jason noticed that among the soul masters he had seen before, very few utilized bow-type martial souls. They were either tower-type, sticks, or swords. Among the 5 elemental academies, it seemed he was the only one with a bow-type martial soul. Historically, archers had often been seen as weak, so it was no wonder he was the only bow-type soul master. Suddenly, Jason had a realization. Because the Blaze team was initially surrounded by sparks from the two support soul masters, no one had noticed Jason's situation. The battle began. The icy blue and fiery red clashed. However, in the first encounter, the captain of Tianxue Academy, Shui Binger, activated her first soul ring. The charging Huo Wushuang and the two agile twin attackers were instantly frozen in ice. Even Huo Wu and the others at the back were also frozen. Jason was no exception. The frozen Huo Wu flashed a hint of anger, recalling the earlier scene when Jason had frozen her with a mere gesture. But this time, she wouldn't be without the means to resist. Her third soul ring instantly illuminated. Fire resistance ring. In an instant, a ring of fire suddenly spread from her body. She controlled the range of the fire ring to be in front of the charging Huo Wushuang. As the fire ring surged forth, the ice crystals on the three in front shattered instantly. Simultaneously, the ice encasing Jason and the two support soul masters behind them also shattered in an instant. This move seemed somewhat unwise, as the opponent had only used their first soul ring ability, resulting in minimal soul power consumption. The Control Soul Master from the Blaze Academy has already revealed their third soul skill. It seems that the Control System Soul Masters from the Heavenly Water Academy are indeed superior. However, Huo clearly has her own considerations. At the moment of resisting the release of the fire ring, the people from the Heavenly Water Academy are already rushing towards the three who are frozen. In fact, they could easily break free from this control, but they trust Huo. When the agile attack and strong attack soul masters from the Heavenly Water Academy arrive in front of the three who are encased in ice, they're certainly on high alert. However, they're now only about 3 steps away from the three, and they can attack them with just a raise of their hands. They did just that, but just as they were about to attack the three who were frozen, the resistance fire ring from Huo Wu happened to disperse the ice blocks on the three of them, and the resulting shockwave caused a few from Tianxue to stagger. The attack was interrupted. Opportunity. The three who had been unfrozen instantly lit up their soul rings. At the same time, the soul rings of the two auxiliary soul masters who had been unfrozen also lit up in an instant. The sparks swirling around the three accelerated and surged into their bodies in an instant. The fire-based abilities skyrocketed in an instant. The fiery phantom of the fire crane behind the two brothers and the intense flames on Huo Wushuang also surged dramatically. A few members of the Heavenly Water team, who had just been attacked, were still in the air due to the impact of the repelling halo, unable to find any leverage to dodge. The reaction from the Heavenly Water Academy was quick. Their captain, Shui Binger, changed her expression and her second soul ring quickly lit up. A layer of ice armor appeared on the bodies of the several soul masters who had been thrown into the air by the repelling fire ring. Ice ring armor. The third soul skill, repelling light, followed closely. In that instant, both sides' reaction times were terrifying, all responses made in the blink of an eye. With the ice ring armor, the few assault type and agility type soul masters from the heavenly team, while still getting hit, would not lose their combat capability. Nonetheless, the heavenly water team still suffered a significant loss in this confrontation. Just then, Shui Binger's expression changed again. When did this happen? Several fiery red streaks of light suddenly shot out from the back of the blazing fire team, arriving in front of the few individuals in an instant. The phantom of the fire crane and the attacks from Huo Wushuang had already found their respective targets, although protected by the ice ring armor. The three from Huo Wushuang also had the assistance of Firestar. The ice armor quickly shattered, and the attacks hit them in the abdomen without any restraint. Shui Binger's third soul skill, Repelling Light, followed and pushed back the three from Huo Wushuang. The three struck in the abdomen turned pale, making onlookers feel a pang of heartache. Jason, as a man, also looked pained as the fiery red arrows shot towards the three. What made Shui Binger's face change was precisely what Jason had just shot. Chapter 113. Individual communication. At the moment the three Heavenly Water Academy Soul Masters were pushed back by the repelling fire ring, they were caught in the air, overwhelmed by the force of the ring. The members of the Blazing Fire Academy seized this opportunity, executing a maneuver they had practiced countless times. The three in front assisted in the attack, while Jason dealt the finishing blow. Indeed, facing the sudden onslaught from the Blazing Fire Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy could not react in time. If it weren't for Shui Binger's quick reaction, Jason Wun-Ti have even needed to finish the damage. In the end, the three concentrated from the Heavenly Water team were hit by the red arrows. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions sounded, and the 3 Heavenly Water Beauties were engulfed in crimson flames. The boys watching the battle, especially Foam Xiaotian, looked on with pained expressions as the 3 Heavenly Water Beauties were surrounded by the blazing flames in an instant. So ruthless. This guy looks gentle and refined, but unexpectedly strikes so hard. The members of Shui Binger's team shouted as they saw the blazing fire team wanting to continue attacking, "We surrender." It was clear that under the thunderous assault of the Blazing Fire Academy, the Heavenly Water Academy had already lost 3 frontline members, and this match was over for them. There was no point in holding on any longer, and they were also worried about their 3 teammates surrounded by flames. Upon hearing this, the members of the Blazing Fire Academy immediately stopped their attacks. The scorching flames then disappeared. The 3 members of the Heavenly Water team, surrounded by fire, were revealed. However, at that moment, they looked quite disheveled. Their clothes were not burned at all, but their beautiful faces were now blackened by the flames, with tear stains from the smoke. In an instant, they had become 3 little black cats, looking very comical. Jason controlled the flames, merely surrounding them without harming them. Seeing their faces, the members of the Blazing Fire Academy couldn't help but laugh. However, realizing it was inappropriate, they held back, their expressions somewhat twisted. The 3, who had just endured a series of attacks, came back to their senses and immediately widened their bright eyes to look back, trying to find out who had attacked them. But after scanning around, they couldn't find out who it was. The 2 auxiliary soul masters from Firestar were obviously not possible, and Huo Wu and the others have been keeping an eye on them. One person is missing. At this time, they noticed that there were only 6 people left in the Blazing Fire Academy. "Guqingbao, you all come back quickly," Shui Binger shouted from the back. Their faces are still dirty. Just as she was about to ask something, she could only reluctantly return to the team. But at that moment, as they looked at each other, they also noticed their own dirty faces. Understanding what was happening, the 3 immediately covered their faces and ran back to the team. They had been wondering why the expressions of the Blazing Fire team were so strange. One girl in the team looked at their dirty faces, pursed her lips, and conjured a ball of clean water. "Quickly wash your faces. You weren't injured, were you?" The 3 shook their heads and then took the clean water to wash up. Both sides retreated. Guqingbao glanced back at the Blazing Fire Academy as she left the stage, but did not see the person she wanted to see. She frowned, wondering if they had left early. At this moment, in the Chihua Academy team, Huoming, who was walking at the back, looked helplessly at Jason in front of him. Ever since they lost to the Tian Shui Academy, Jason had been hiding behind him. Relying on Huoming's robust physique, it was easy for him to block Jason's figure. This was also why Guqingbao noticed that someone was missing. "I say, why are you hiding from them?" he asked Jason helplessly. "I'm just afraid they'll remember me and then turn love into hate, getting attached to me. There's nothing I can do. Being handsome isn't my fault," Jason explained seriously. The members of Chihua Academy immediately gave him a strange look. Among them, Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang's expressions were particularly hard to describe. They had always perceived Jason as somewhat taciturn and occasionally a bit cold. But what was with this goofy behavior now? Especially Huowu, whose inner thoughts were quite complicated. After everyone returned, Jason quietly found a place to sit down. As a marksman, one must be stealthy. Staying alive is key to dealing damage, and it's enough to find opportunities to steal a few kills. After the matter is settled, leave quietly, keeping one's achievements and fame hidden. In this land of daughters, his morbid curiosity was satisfied, but facing the all-beautiful Tianshui Academy, he still felt a bit intimidated. Given women's unreasonable nature, it was better for him to keep a low profile. After the exchanges between Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy were completed, it was time for the Thunder team to face the Godwind team. After the team battles, it moved on to the individual exchange phase. This time, Huowu eagerly raised her hand to choose an opponent. Tianshui Academy challenges Qihua Academy. A cool and steady female voice said lightly. Clearly, Huowu had been preempted this time. However, she was not angry. Instead, she was very happy, because the person she wanted to challenge was from Tianshui Academy. Or rather, she wanted to challenge Shui Binger. The two had often interacted in the past, but she had always been overshadowed by Shui Binger, which left her feeling quite dissatisfied. During her training with Jason, she had gained more precise control over her soul power, so she hoped to seize this opportunity to redeem herself. She looked at Shui Binger with excitement. I want to challenge you. Shui Binger pointed at the Qihua team. Huowu, filled with excitement, was about to stand up, but was pressed down by Huowu Shuang. You're not challenging her, you're challenging Jason. Looking at his impulsive younger sister, he felt somewhat helpless. Sure enough, following her finger, it pointed directly at a head-down Jason. Hey, someone wants to have a word with you, Huoming said, patting Jason's shoulder. All right. He sighed helplessly and then stood up. Jason, give her a good beating, Huowu said fiercely as she passed by him. Jason ignored her and walked up to the stage. Meanwhile, Shui Binger was already waiting on the other side, looking at her delicate features and wise gaze. Jason was thinking about the skills he had practiced before. It's this guy. Binger, you have to avenge us. Zhu Zhuqing thought of the embarrassing moment he had experienced when he saw Jason on stage. The moment he saw Jason, he recognized him. Jason regretted not wearing a mask like Feng Xiaotian. Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, level 42 Control System Soul Master. The opponent introduced herself solemnly. Qihua Academy, Jason, level 35 Agility Attack System Soul Master. Jason's introduction stunned Shui Binger. She didn't expect that the man who could unleash such powerful attacks was only level 35. She thought the opponent would at least be a level 39 Soul Master. She frowned, thinking she should go a bit easier on him. As the match began, both sides took their positions. After the words were spoken, both fighters unleashed their martial souls. The ice fire-breaking bow appeared in Jason's hands, but this time it was completely wrapped in ice crystals, becoming an ice bow. Ice fire duel system, Shui Binger exclaimed in surprise. In a previous team battle, she had seen him wielding a bow wrapped in flames. Chapter 114. Ice make, scattershot phoenix flower in the spacious arena. A light shout echoed. Jason, standing opposite Shui Binger, clasped his hands together. Dozens of ice particles shot out from his hands like bullets. The firing speed was extremely fast. There was no preceding action. Not even a soul ring illuminated. Shui Binger was momentarily taken aback, and then her second soul ring lit up, enveloping her in a layer of ice armor. Bang, bang, bang. Several crisp sounds rang out, and with her quick reaction, she managed to block the ice particles at a critical moment. At the same time, she raised her hand to aim at the approaching Jason, activating her first soul skill. Jason, who was already about a meter away from her, was frozen in place. What was that? A self-created soul skill? It was obvious that when Jason had used it, there was no soul ring fluctuation. And, from the beginning, he hadn't shown his soul ring. It could only be his self-created soul skill. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have been defeated by his sudden attack. After looking at Jason, who was frozen and motionless, she sighed in relief. Even with a self-created soul skill, she still couldn't escape the gap in soul power levels. Ice make, ice iron prison. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed above her head, causing her expression to change dramatically. Before she could react, an ice cage descended from above, trapping her. The Jason in front of her, who had been immobilized, also became an ice sculpture. Ice construct, substitute, beauty you lost. Jason poked his head out from above and said to her, whose face was pale. Shui Binger felt somewhat unwilling, gritting her teeth as she continued to use her third soul skill. Resistance light. Jason above was quickly repelled, but the cage still trapped her. Just as she was about to take her next action, suddenly, a sharp spear shot out from the ice cage, stopping right in front of her forehead. The breath of death was closer to her than ever before. "Hey, you lost just now. Why are you still trying to cheat?" Jason, who had somehow returned here, said. At the same time, the spear hovering in front of her forehead retracted, retreating back into the cage. The battle ended quickly. Although Shui-Binger's first soul skill was a mental lock and was released quickly, she still suffered when facing a prepared or deceptive soul master. Of course, Jason couldn't execute a skill that froze enemies instantly like she did. After all, soul rings and soul skills sometimes defy logic. However, if targeted, soul rings and skills seemed very singular and had cooldowns. Shui-Binger looked at the cage surrounding her, with the icy frame still radiating a chilling aura. Despite having the Ice Phoenix martial soul, she felt the coldness from within. In a previous team battle, she had used a fire-type weapon martial soul bow, but now she was using an ice-type bow. "You have an ice-fire duel system martial soul." Although she was questioning, her tone was more of a statement. It seemed as if the spear that had just appeared was non-existent. Martial soul, ice-fire breaking bow. Level 35 agility attack system soul master. After speaking, one half of the ice bow in Jason's hands turned fire red, flames swirling around it. A magnificent longbow appeared in his hands, half a bright red and half an ice blue. Although she had confirmed it, Shui-Binger still felt a bit envious. One should know that dual system martial souls are only second to twin martial souls. They are rarer than divine-level martial souls. However, she found it strange that even though he had a bow, it seemed he hadn't aimed it at her to shoot an arrow. Instead, he was playing with ice. Moreover, how did the opponent manage to create such a soul skill? Thinking of this, she asked, "How did you do it?" She touched the ice cage surrounding her, feeling its coldness. Self-created soul skill, ice form. Jason smiled and answered her. As he spoke like a magic trick, the cage surrounding Shui-Binger shattered with a loud noise and transformed into a flock of ice birds that scattered and flew away. It was truly spectacular. This scene not only shocked Shui-Binger, who was closest, but also left the other spectators from the Tianshui Academy in awe. They felt it deeply and understood how terrifying the level of control required to achieve such a feat was. Even the principal of Tianshui Academy might not be able to reach this level, but the opponent was from the Fire Academy, which made it even more unbelievable. If Shui-Binger had any doubts about him before, facing such a magnificent scene, now left only admiration. Compared to her as a control-type soul master, he truly managed to control the enemy and himself. Although he was still an agility attack-type soul master, just relying on this self-created soul skill elevated him beyond mere positioning. Victory for the Fire Academy. The teacher from Tianshui Academy shouted loudly. However, Jason felt that as she shouted, her gaze remained fixed on him, somewhat green with envy. Like a woman long-starved seeing a robust man, the elegant woman was named Shui Nianci, the director of Tianshui Academy. Despite her appearance of being in her 20s, she was actually over 30, stepping into middle age. She was responsible for managing this event. Her task was to observe the strength of students from other academies to see if any targeted changes could be made. The other teachers from different academies had the same purpose. The initial team battles proceeded steadily without any unexpected incidents. But unexpectedly, just as the individual exchanges began, it gave her such a huge surprise. A self-created soul skill. Moreover, it was ice-based. Looking at Jason still standing on the stage, she was already thinking of ways to keep him. It seemed that only beautiful women from Tianshui Academy could attract him. She licked her lips, somewhat alluring. Not to mention this side, in the Fire Academy, everyone except Wu was also stunned. Regardless of the self-created soul skill, a level 35 soul sovereign actually defeated a level 42 soul master. Although agility attack types have a much higher chance against control-type soul masters, the fact that he could still win despite such a significant difference in soul power levels demonstrated his strength. Additionally, he was a dual element soul master. Apart from Wu, who was a fire dual element, others did not know what Jason's martial soul was, only that they knew his level. The reason Shui-Binger lost, aside from carelessness, was also due to the information gap. After all, Jason knew her well, while she knew nothing about Jason. Not only the Fire Academy, but members from other academies were also shocked. A self-created soul skill. Just this alone was enough to astonish them. Moreover, it was with a self-created ice-type soul skill that they defeated the captain of the Heavenly Water Academy. Moreover, he is from the Flame Academy. With this person's addition, the Flame Academy has gained many more means. Previously, Only Feng Xiaotian had his own self-created soul skill, and unexpectedly, another one has appeared. If anyone is the most shocked, it must be Feng Xiaotian. He originally thought he was an auxiliary soul master, but it turns out he is an agile attack soul master. He initially assumed it was a fire-type weapon spirit, but unexpectedly, it is dual element with both ice and fire. As if that weren't enough, he even created his own weapon spirit and defeated Shui Binger, who also specializes in ice, by a level. Instantly, a sense of crisis struck. This is a formidable opponent, whether in love or on the battlefield. Chapter 115. The bet both sides exit the stage. Jason calmly returned to his position under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Well done, Huowu said with relief. She had long felt oppressed by Shui Binger, since Jason had just fought against Shui Binger. The two were not challenged in the next match. The next battle featured the captain of the Thunder Academy against the captain of the Shinkong Academy. Feng Xiaotian versus Yu Qianxin. The two clashed from the very start. Both were strong attack soul masters, and their speeds were quite similar. Hence, as soon as they entered the arena, they became locked in a fierce struggle. In the duel between the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the double-headed demon wolf weapon spirits, the sharp screech of thunder and the whistling wind blades echoed throughout the arena. Unlike the previous match between Jason and Shui Binger, this duel involved close combat with each punch landing solidly, igniting the excitement of the spectators. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, as one of the top weapon spirits among the three sects, had its dragon transformation effect significantly increasing the physical damage of its user. However, the double-headed demon wolf, awakened from the mutated weapon spirit by Feng Xiaotian, was not to be outdone, with the additional wolf head greatly enhancing his combat ability. In the end, Feng Xiaotian proved to be the stronger one, defeating Yu Qianxin and forcing him out of the arena. However, he himself was quite battered. Defeating his opponent was not an easy task. Feng Xiaotian wins. The two exited the stage, welcomed by their teammates. However, as he left, he glanced in the direction of the Flame Academy. After that, the captain of the Flame Academy, Huowu Shuang, fought against the captain of the Elephant Armor Academy, Hu Yanli. After all 5 Element Academy captains had fought, the members of each team began to challenge each other one after another. The various soul skills displayed left Jason in awe. The exchange competition continued into the evening, gradually approaching its conclusion. In the final match, Shui Wearer from the Tianshui Academy defeated Huiyu from the Flame Academy, and the members of the 5 Element Academies were preparing to exit. At that moment, Feng Xiaotian, who had just recovered, suddenly shouted, "Captain of Shinkong Academy, Feng Xiaotian challenges Flame Academy member Jason." His words were neither too short nor too long, and he said them all in one breath. Others preparing to leave turned their attention to the two of them with great interest. They were curious to see what would happen, but as captains, challenging members from other teams was not really appropriate. Shui Binger's revenge had a certain justification. If Jason were just an ordinary soul master, after teaching him a lesson, she would still continue to fight against Huowu Shuang or Huowu from the Flame Academy. The soul power consumed wouldn't be replenished, and she would definitely suffer some disadvantage against the next opponent. As for Feng Xiaotian challenging Jason, they were happy to see such a situation. Both sides possessed self-created soul skills, and Feng Xiaotian was a strong attack soul master, with his soul power level raised to a higher tier by Jason. Feng Xiaotian would certainly not lose. They just wanted to see how much skill the Flame Academy member could display in this battle. Should he refuse? Huowu Shuang asked Jason from the Flame team. After Jason had fought against Shui Bing, the Flame Academy members had directly challenged the Tianshui Academy before they had the chance to trouble Jason. However, this time it was Feng Xiaotian who suddenly proposed it, and they had no choice. But Jason could refuse. He had just defeated Shui Binger using some clever tactics, but this time against Feng Xiaotian, who had overwhelming speed and strength. Relying on tricks was not realistic. "No need, your sister knows my strength, so don't worry about me. Besides, I want to be embarrassed if I lose," he said with a smile as he stood up. He then walked toward the arena. Since Huiyu had just challenged Shui Yuer, there were still some remnants of fire and water soul power lingering in the arena. Jason stood calmly, quietly looking at his opponent. In contrast, Feng Xiaotian had a serious expression, his aura dense. As soon as he entered the arena, Jason seemed to already have the upper hand in terms of momentum. Both sides prepare. With that, Feng Xiaotian activated his weapon spirit. A faint azure light surged from his body, accompanied by the cracking sounds of bones as his muscles and bones expanded, making his physique grow larger. His long hair was also dyed azure, and a wolf head emerged from his left shoulder. The azure wolf head's gaze was fierce, staring intently at Jason. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings lit up around him. Across from him, Jason only had an ice crystal bow emitting a chilling aura in his hands. The soul ring still hadn't lit up. "Jason, do you look down on me?" A flash of anger crossed Feng Xiaotian's face when he saw that Jason didn't activate his soul ring. "How about we make a bet?" Jason casually rested the bow on his shoulder and said, "What kind of bet?" As he spoke, he glanced at Huo Wu to his left. He thought the stakes were about who would leave Huo Wu or not be allowed to approach her. "If I win this round, how about you serve me in the future?" Feng Xiaotian was taken aback by the remark, pausing for a moment. "Are you from a clan or from an empire?" he asked with a frown. To be honest, no one would feel comfortable hearing they had to become someone else's subordinate. "Well, I'm somewhat religious. Our religion was established not long ago and needs to develop, so we are recruiting. How about it? Do you want to join?" Win against me first." Feng Xiaotian snorted coldly, assuming an attacking posture. "You agree?" Jason's eyes brightened. "I accept, but if I win, you will join the Divine Wind Academy." This condition not only allowed Jason to leave Huo Wu, but also strengthened the Divine Wind team's power. It was a win-win situation. "Deal." With a command, the battle began. Feng Xiaotian charged towards Jason at incredible speed, his whole body enveloped in a green light as he swiftly approached his opponent. In an instant, he was within a meter of Jason, claw raised in Jason's direction. The first soul skill activated, Wind Blade Array. 10 semi-arc-shaped green wind blades, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, sliced towards the target. Ice creation, shield. With both hands together, anything he wished for came to be. An ice shield appeared in front of Jason just before the wind blade struck. The wind blades hit the ice shield, producing a sharp cutting sound. Bang! Then it shattered. Feng Xiaotian suddenly appeared amidst a shower of broken ice crystals. The ice shield had been destroyed by him. However, there was no sign of Jason behind the ice shield. Ice creation, infinite blade leaves. The shattered ice crystals began to spin rapidly, surrounding Feng Xiaotian. Taking advantage of this moment, Jason, as he landed, clapped his hands on the ground. Ice creation, floor. The arena's surface quickly froze over with a layer of ice. At that moment, a wolf claw suddenly appeared behind Jason, slicing through the air with a tearing sound, and swung violently. PCH, the sharp claw easily tore Jason apart into shattered ice blocks. Ice creation, ice fist. Jason's figure appeared just beside his wolf claw, mere inches away. At the moment Feng Xiaotian shattered the clone, an ice fist suddenly struck up from the ground, right beside Jason. Even if he was quick, he was in a rigid attacking state at that moment. And Jason's timing was just right. In an instant, he was sent flying into the air by a single punch. Chapter 116, Spiral Sphere. Ice creation, fishing net. The cold air emanating from Jason formed a fishing net that aimed to catch Feng Xiaotian in midair. Facing the oncoming icy fishing net, Feng Xiaotian's expression turned serious. He knew that if he was caught in this net, even if he wouldn't lose his combat power, his speed would certainly decrease significantly. In the end, it would be like boiling a frog in warm water, slowly leading to failure. Moreover, the other party had no intention of testing the waters from the beginning. It seemed they wanted a quick resolution. Jason's soul power was certainly less than his, and he possessed a weapon spirit, which meant the increase in physical strength was definitely far different from his beast spirit. This meant that dragging it out would bring no benefits to Jason. He wondered how much soul power these soul skills would consume. The thought flashed by, and as he looked at the increasingly close fishing net, his second and third soul rings lit up in succession. Then, a phantom of a two-headed magic wolf appeared behind him and merged into his body, while his two arms transformed into azure wings. Twin wolves possession, Gale twin wings. With this drastic change in his body, the small wounds inflicted by the ice blades also disappeared. He quickly ascended. Before the icy fishing net could reach him, with a flap of his wings, he vanished from the spot. The empty, cold fishing net slowly dissipated. Since you want a quick resolution, then bring it on. Dodging the fishing net, Feng Xiaotian flapped his wings and drew a blue line in the air towards his target. As the leader of the Shenkong Academy and a standout among the younger generation, he also had his pride. Glancing at Feng Xiaotian who was soaring towards him, Jason summoned 2 ice blades beneath his feet. Then he burst forth, leaving a cut on the icy floor. The following wind blades left another cut. After Feng Xiaotian landed, he immediately changed direction and chased after Jason. He relied on the wind wings to keep his body suspended in the air. The ground was already covered with ice crystals, turning it into a natural ice rink. The smooth ice surface made it impossible for him to gain speed. He could only fly in the air with the wind wings. However, this also meant he lacked explosive power. At this moment, Jason was like a little prince on ice, gliding freely across the surface, gaining speed. Both sides' velocities were slowly leveling out. If he were a fire-type soul master, he could melt the ice with high temperatures. But unfortunately, he was a wind-type soul master, skilled in one-on-one combat. Watching Jason, who glided like a sprite on the ice, narrowly dodging his opponent's attacks one after another. The people from Tian Shui Academy wore expressions of fascination. Ice, in his hands, was so flexible and elegant that it made them feel somewhat ashamed. Watching Jason, who moved like a loach on the ice, Feng Xiaotian felt a bit restless inside. His opponent merely maintained the ice blades beneath his feet while gliding, requiring no energy. Just that special technique, while he had to use his soul power to sustain his wind wings and found it inconvenient to touch the ice. He had to break his opponent's home advantage. After dodging another attack, Feng Xiaotian flew into the air, his gaze flickering as he looked down at the ground. Jason, using his skills, was soaring in speed on the ice. Moreover, his explosiveness on the ice has not diminished. In the air, his body clearly couldn't match his opponent in terms of turns and lateral movements. This was also the reason why, despite his fast speed, he couldn't land an attack on the opponent. Therefore, he had to first destroy the opponent's home ground. He redirected the soul power within him, and the fourth soul ring lit up around him. Magic Wolf Storm. His arms transformed into wings and struck the ground. Countless blue wind blades flew towards the ground, forming a storm. The moment the storm made contact with the ice surface, the ice and the ground beneath it were swept up. The terrifying blue wind blades spun wildly in the storm, as if they wanted to tear everything apart. Where they passed, they left behind deep ravines. However, the storm did not last long. After the ice surface was almost completely destroyed, the storm gradually calmed down. Jason, standing at the edge of the arena, silently watched this scene. The storm was not fast, but it was immensely powerful. At the moment the storm subsided, Feng Xiaotian, carrying the little soul power left, attacked Jason at the edge of the arena. His wings swiftly slashed towards him. The technique of the 36 slashes of the Gale Magic Wolf was also activated. Although he had little soul power left, he believed he could complete the fourth slash before exhausting it. The opponent was just a soul master with a weapon spirit. He definitely wouldn't be able to withstand even a third slash. The spectators outside the arena were all focused on the scene. Jason was going to lose. Huo Wushuang said worriedly. No way, hasn't he used his soul skills yet? Huo Wu said somewhat reluctantly. Jason leaned towards being a ranged soul master. His physical combat wasn't strong, even though he had a self-created soul skill that could give him the abilities of control-type soul master. However, a weapon spirit Wound T significantly increased his physical strength. But why wasn't he using his soul skills? Huo Wu was puzzled. Perhaps his soul skills Wound T be more practical than his self-created ones in this battle. Jason's martial spirit was a bow. If the arrows he shot weren't fast, fierce, or accurate enough, they wouldn't hit the fast-moving Feng Xiaotian at all. Instead, it would just waste soul power. Huo Wushuang said with a wise gleam in his eyes. That's true. Jason, as a shooter and mage, if he got close to a warrior, even if he wasn't taken down instantly, his small frame wouldn't last long. However, even though Huo Wu said this, based on her previous interactions, she knew Jason wouldn't be that simple. Ice creation. Ice block. A thick ice block suddenly appeared in front of Jason. This was one of the instances in this match where the soul power consumption was relatively high. A futile struggle. Feng Xiaotian snorted coldly and swung his wings to shatter the ice block. Then, without losing momentum, he continued to attack Jason, who was retreating. Watching Feng Xiaotian break through and wield his wings, a blue orb appeared in Jason's hand. The swirling blue soul power wrapped around the sphere, creating a dazzling display. What is that? Feng Xiaotian also saw the orb in his opponent's hand. The distance was already very close, and there was no time to think. Taking advantage of the downward gravity, his wings slashed fiercely towards the target. However, to his astonishment, the opponent charged directly at him. He hurriedly tried to retract his force. But even with some strength withdrawn, the strike would still seriously injure the opponent. He couldn't understand why the other party suddenly acted recklessly at this moment. Just as Feng Xiaotian's wings made contact with Jason's first strike, he turned into a pile of shattered ice. When did that happen? He was shocked to see Jason break into ice blocks before him. He had been keeping a close watch on the opponent in the air to prevent this very move. He never expected to fall into the trap. At the moment he shattered the substitute, Jason appeared above him out of nowhere. In the air, he twisted his body, wearing a flowing white robe, as the spiraling orb in his arm, carrying a swirling airflow, pressed against Feng Xiaotian's back. Chapter 117. The Invitation of Tianshui. Bow. accompanied by the sound of ice shattering. The ground was struck, producing a simultaneous sound. The flying ice shards scattered, revealing the scene at the center of the arena. A young man in a white robe was pressing one hand on the ground, where there was a spiral-shaped small pit, as if it had been forcibly twisted. The young man in green who was lying on the ground was almost touching the spiral pit. He stared blankly at the other person, his expression seemingly one of disbelief. Jason stood up and extended his hand to Feng Xiaotian, who was still lying on the ground. "Welcome to the star-covering sect," he said with a smile. Feng Xiaotian came to his senses, silently stared at Jason's palm for a while, and then calmly took his hand, standing up in the process. "You took the opportunity to use a substitute when I shattered the ice, right?" he asked definitively after getting up. "Yes, the moment you broke the ice. It gave me the chance to use the substitute. If you had chosen to attack indirectly, there might have been a chance of victory. But you were already so close to me, and your desire for victory made you eager to defeat me. Plus, you didn't have much soul power left, so you lost," Jason explained leisurely after pulling him up. In fact, he had already lost the moment he charged at Jason. With a body condensed from the bones of the Ice Fire Dragon King, although most of the energy was used to replenish his vitality. Even so, the strength of the physical body was something Jason himself didn't know the limit of. His white robe had just been torn in battle, but his body was completely unharmed, not even leaving a red mark. Moreover, he was not a novice in combat. Years of fighting Soul Beast had honed his combat skills to a lethal degree. However, it was clear that Feng Xiaotian hadn't pushed him to the point of needing to use the dagger hidden at his waist. So, while he appeared to be an archer on the surface, his strongest skills were in close combat. Feeling that he had consumed a third of his soul power, Jason thought he needed to practice harder. Besides the ice floor covering the entire area, nothing else had consumed much of his soul power. The real test was the precision in controlling his soul power. If he unleashed all his strength, he could probably condense an ice ball about 10 meters in diameter, far from the one used by that female general in the duel. He would only be able to reach that level akin to a meteorite at the Soul Sage stage. He also needed to start preparing to hunt soul beasts that possessed time-related abilities. The soul skills similar to Mo Kibo's made him envious. Jason from the Blaze Academy wins. The announcement from the teacher of the Water Academy brought the shocked students back to reality. Is it true? The boss actually lost. Yes, not even fighting a girl. How could he lose? This guy is really strategic in battle. We need to be careful when facing the Blaze Academy in the future. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the group of monsters from the Spear Hall. Each academy had their own thoughts upon witnessing Jason's victory. Water Academy's teacher, Xuan Niancy, suddenly felt that the school rules could be bent for him. As it got late, the exchange meeting among the 5 element academies concluded successfully. Each returned with the information they had gathered, deep in thought, and some began to realize their shortcomings and think of ways to make up for them. Under the complex gazes of the crowd, Jason returned to the Blaze team. Huo Wushuang looked at him and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found he had nothing to say, so he gave up. Impressive. Huo Ming gave him a thumbs up, sincerely acknowledging him. In his past life, he would have definitely exclaimed, "Wow, awesome," to fully express his shock and admiration. The others just looked at him with complex expressions, still slowly digesting it all. "Well done." Huo Wu also waved her fist, cheering him on. Unfortunately, she didn't get to see how he used fire. Given his remarkable control over soul power, the fire element in his hands would surely be very strong. The team leader was somewhat relieved at this moment, glad that Tianshui Academy does not accept male students. Otherwise, with his self-created ice-type soul skill, he would definitely have gone to Tianshui. Qihua Academy has struck gold. The exchange activity ended here, and everyone, under the guidance of the teachers from Tianshui Academy, went to their respective accommodations. These dormitories were temporarily allocated by the academy for people from various colleges to rest. The next day, everyone would bid farewell and return to their respective colleges. Jason followed Huo Wushuang and others, led by Xuan Niancy, to a dormitory building. The dormitory had 3 floors and featured an attic-style architectural design, giving it an elegant appearance. Huo Wu went to the girls' dormitory under the guidance of another teacher. There weren't many girls from other academies besides Tianshui, so Hu would likely have to squeeze in with Shui, Bing-er, and the others. Following teacher, Xuan Niancy, they arrived at the 2nd floor and opened one of the rooms. Upon entering, the decor of the room still vaguely indicated it was designed for females. With a dressing table near the back door, there were a total of 4 beds, but 7 people had come along. Hui Yu, Hui Yun, Huo Ming, and Hua Ji chose to stay, while Huo Wushuang and the others continued to the next dormitory. When Jason was about to enter the next room, Shui Niancy suddenly said from behind, "Jason, I need to talk to you about something. Is that convenient?" The two who had entered the room turned back to look. Jason shrugged at them and then turned back, saying, "Sure, where shall we talk? Let's walk and talk." She had just obtained information about Jason, of course, only recent information, through casual conversation with the team leader of Qihua Academy. This information made her even more confident about Jason joining Tianshui Academy. She believed no boy could refuse to enter an academy full of beautiful girls. The trouble was how to explain this to Qihua Academy. But that was something for the principal to worry about. She just needed to bring him in. "Captain, why did that woman call Jason over?" Hua Ji curiously asked as he watched the two leave. She wouldn't be trying to poach him, would she? Hua Wushuang muttered to himself. But Hua Ji also heard his muttering and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "No way. Although Jason's martial soul includes ice, he's a boy. How could Tianshui Academy possibly poach him? I hope not." Although he said that, he really couldn't think of what Tianshui's teacher would want to talk to Jason about. It couldn't be to ask him for the training method of his self-created soul skill, could it? Jason followed Shui Niancy out of the temporary dormitory building, and both remained silent, not saying a word. Looking at the indifferent boy next to her, Shui Niancy finally spoke. "I heard you only joined Qihua Academy 6 months ago." "Yes, what's the matter?" Jason nodded and asked, "Are you interested in coming to our Tianshui Academy?" Shui Niancy went straight to the point. "I'm a boy, and I won't accept cross-dressing," Jason replied. Shui Niancy was taken aback and then chuckled. "You don't need to cross-dress. It's a formal invitation to enroll. Your talent allows our academy to make an exception." She smiled and then said seriously, "I'm sorry, I have already joined Qihua Academy, and I promised Principal Hua to win the championship in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition." Jason declined her invitation. In fact, if there was something he needed in Tianshui Academy, he wouldn't need their invitation and would find a way to join, even cross-dressing to get in. But clearly, apart from beautiful girls, Tianshui had nothing that attracted him. Chapter 118. Flame Escape, Big Jade Spiral Pill. Shui Niancy was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting the other party to refuse so decisively. As for the championship remark, she automatically ignored it. Under the long-standing oppression of the Martial Soul Hall, although the 5 major elements compete with each other, they have never defeated the Martial Soul Hall in the elite competition. Gradually, it seemed to become a luxury. "How about I let you stay in the same dormitory as Shui Binger, or if you like any specific one, just tell me, and I'll arrange it." Shui Niancy, unwilling to give up, chose to use her beauty as a tactic to continue persuading him. Even if he agreed, they could just build a wall in the middle later. Moreover, this kid's looks weren't bad. His features were even more refined than Shui Binger's, a proper handsome young man. If it weren't for her being older, she would have thought of ways to win him over. "No, thank you for your kindness, teacher." Jason still refused. "Aren't you tempted by so many beauties?" she teased, flipping her blue hair. Hu Wu is also very pretty. Jason helplessly mentioned Hu Wu. After a moment of silence, it was clear that Jason really didn't want to join Tianshui, so she had to give up. "What a pity," she sighed. "Maybe we'll be on the same battlefield in the future." Jason tilted his head, saying something with a hint of meaning. "Well, since you don't want to come, then forget it. You should know that getting you into Tianshui Academy would put a lot of pressure on me. If you don't want to, I'm happy to be relieved." The two unknowingly walked to the Tianshui dormitory building. Jason, using the moonlight, could still see some lace. "Teacher, I'm going back now." Jason stopped and was about to say goodbye, not following her further. "Okay, you can consider it on your way back. My offer still stands." Shui Niancy nodded. After saying that, she turned and headed towards the dormitory building. Jason also retraced his steps. When Jason returned to his accommodation and opened the door, he saw 2 pairs of eyes staring at him intently. "What are you guys doing?" Jason raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Come, seat." Hua Wushuang stepped forward, pressing his shoulder as he sat down on the bed. "What did that teacher call you over for?" he asked with a hint of nervousness and curiosity. "Nothing much. Maybe I performed too well today, and she wanted to invite me to join Tianshui Academy as an exception." Jason replied honestly. "Did you agree?" Upon hearing this, Hua Ji immediately asked with curiosity. Before Jason could answer, Hua Wushuang couldn't help but say, "Jason, you won't betray my sister, will you?" Jason was speechless upon hearing this. "How could I betray your sister? You two are so close all the time, and my sister has never lost her temper with you. Plus, you even fought Feng Xiaodian for Hu Wu. Doesn't that say something? Although I've never been in a relationship, I understand everything that needs to be understood," Hua Wushuang said with an expression as if he could see through everything. At this moment, Jason found himself at a loss for words. This logic is amazing. Hey, stop overthinking. I didn't agree to her invitation. And I also have an agreement with the principal to bring back a championship for Chihua Academy, Jason said helplessly, covering his forehead, intending to move past the matter. Have you met my grandpa? He asked in surprise. Win a championship? Huaji clearly focused on the key point. Yes. So you all need to work hard when you go back. Don't hold me back later. If Jason had said this before, everyone except for Huo Wu would have thought he was exaggerating. But after the duel in today's exchange competition, no one dared to think he was bragging anymore. The three continued chatting for a while, and after a day of battles, they felt a bit tired and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, under the reluctant gazes of the ladies from Tianshui Academy, Jason left with the Blaze team. The atmosphere among the people from various academies became tense and serious. Each team hoped to achieve good results in the major competition 6 months later, so they pushed forward diligently, hoping to develop even stronger techniques during this sprint period. After returning to their respective academies, the 5-element academies began to study tactics to limit Jason. As for the Blaze Academy, there have been astonishing explosion sounds coming from their training ground recently. Even though standing outside, the building could feel slight tremors in the ground. One can imagine its power. As a member of the team, Jason was also involved, and the booming explosion sounds occasionally heard in the arena were caused by him, or, one could say, created with the help of other teammates. On this day, Jason continued, as usual, arriving at the training ground with Huo Wu and others. However, unlike before when Jason, as a shooter, would fight at the back, this time he stood at the front. Huo Wu and the others behind him looked serious, their martial souls and soul power ready to go. Is Jason really okay? Huo Wushuang hesitated, glancing at his right rear. Haven't we tried this a few times before? Don't worry, Jason replied confidently. But before he could say more, Huo Wu impatiently said, Oh, it's fine. Don't you know his control over soul power by now? Let us start, Jason said, lightly from the front. As soon as he finished speaking, a spiral ball formed in his hand, which he raised high. Then, the third soul skills of the two support soul masters, Huaming and Huaji, lit up, and a mass of flames gathered into Jason's body. Subsequently, the blue sphere in the palm of his raised hand began to slowly transform into a crimson color. As the solid flames were injected into Jason's body, the spiral ball he held was also covered in red, turning into a crimson sphere. Violent spiral airflow burst forth from the crimson ball in his hand, ruffling the hair of Huo Wu and the others behind him. Huo Wushuang squinted at the ball in Jason's hand, which was the size of a soccer ball and emitted a hot red glow, feeling the chaotic and violent energy swirling within it, nervously swallowing his saliva. If the energy inside is not controlled well, they might end up lying in bed for a month or two. Fire Dance had a fiery expression, as if her fourth soul skill could develop in that direction. However, she knew how high the control requirement for such a soul skill was. At least, she was certain she couldn't achieve it. The crimson spiral ball at the center was surrounded by increasingly violent spiral airflow, and the red flames seemed to be on the verge of turning into liquid. Finally, the energy seemed to reach a critical point, and Jason swung his raised arm, throwing it fiercely toward the open ground in the distance. Boom! A loud roar echoed in the ears of the group, and a small mushroom cloud appeared in the arena ahead. The shockwave from the explosion caused their robes to flutter, and the blazing light reflected on their dazed expressions. Slowly, as the smoke cleared, a huge pit emerged, filled with many crystals formed from the high temperature. So, how confident are you about this championship? Jason turned around and smiled at them. The group mechanically nodded. Time flew by, and the entire continent seemed to fall into tranquility during this period. However, beneath the calm surface of the lake lay surging waves, waiting for the right moment to annihilate everything. Chapter 119. Fire Dance. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye, during which Jason had been diligently training. To be honest, this was the first time he seriously and formally trained his soul power since arriving in this world. At first, because of the system, he could only increase his soul power level through hunting. He could only train skills with his own effort, and even that was done with the system's assistance. During that time, he didn't need to worry about his soul power level at all. He just needed to hunt. Honestly, Jason felt quite reluctant to part with the system, as that rocket-like upgrade was truly exhilarating. If the system were something he was familiar with, he might have reached the Soul King level in 5 years at Notting Academy with the help of the system. Unfortunately, he didn't know the ins and outs of this system, so he listened to old Jack's advice and rarely went hunting, trying to slow down his own upgrade speed. This wasn't a game. As a hunter, every step had to be taken cautiously. While hunting prey, you might also become prey yourself, Later, Jason kept observing the system quietly without revealing his thoughts. In fact, from the moment he couldn't train, he had harbored doubts about the system. Various behaviors later revealed the system's unusual nature. Therefore, he began to prepare for his own future, obtaining the blood-sucking tree demon, adopting the sect spokesperson, creating a sect, gaining faith, and then creating a god. In truth, the step of creating a god left Jason feeling uncertain, but based on his understanding of the world's rules, it still had a good chance of success. He thought that at most he could only create a god that was merely a shell formed from condensed faith, and then find a way to integrate it with himself. The stronger the faith, the stronger he would become. Ultimately, he aimed to truly gain the authority of the god of death in this world. However, he didn't expect to attract the attention of Nethersis from another dimension. He had to slightly alter his plans, but fortunately, Nethersis had no malice towards humans. If he had chosen a more villainous character, it would have been disastrous. The separation from the system and the reassembly of his body also marked a turning point in Jason's destiny. Over the course of a year, the tumultuous experiences began to settle down. In the first half of the year, he completely mastered his body and the soul power within it, and in the second half, he began formal training. Feeling the immense soul power within him, Jason deeply recognized the terrifying potential of his new body. In half a year, Jason's soul power directly reached level 41. The Ice Fire Dragon King, Martial Soul, also autonomously generated a purple soul ring. The fourth soul skill, Roar of the Fire Dragon King, manifested a phantom of the Fire Dragon King behind him, unleashing a deafening sound wave dragon roar at the target, accompanied by a widespread fiery assault. At the same time, it removed his negative effects, instilling deterrence in the target, with sound wave and burning effects. This soul skill was a combination of damage and control, and it also carried a Mercury effect, likely stemming from the Dragon King's innate dragon might. The Ice Fire Dragon King Martial Soul could generate soul rings, but the Ice Fire Breaking Bow could not. With only a few days left until the competition, Jason planned to go out to obtain a soul ring. Slowly rising from the lake, Jason went to the meditation hall to change into a set of black training clothes. After all, he wasn't going to a picnic or an event. There was no need to wear a white robe. At this time, Fire Dance and the others were familiarizing themselves with tactics at the training ground. With only a day or two left, they didn't need to train. It was better to get accustomed to the tactics before the competition. However, Jason did not participate. He mainly acted as a trump card, only stepping in when necessary. In the early stages of battle, he wouldn't make many moves unless facing teams from other elemental academies or the Shrek team. As for the Spirit Hall team, to be honest, Jason felt a bit sour about it. Just report it. As long as he acted in the finals, that was enough. He didn't even need to watch the preliminaries. Meanwhile, they had to endure a grueling selection battle. Walking into the training ground, Jason felt a wave of heat as he entered. In the wide central area, 7 students dressed in gold and red stood. 4 of them were at the front, with a girl in the middle holding a crimson ball that was condensing and compressing. The 2 people behind her continuously infused fire into it, causing the ball to grow larger and its color to shift to a bright white. Gradually, a small sun emitting intense white light appeared in her hand. Then, with a slight movement of her raised hand, the small sun transformed into a beam of white light that shot towards the target ahead. The moment the target made contact, it melted from the high temperature, and the intense white light erupted along with the scorching heat. Seeing the results, the group nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Fire Dance, your control over soul power has improved again. Jason stepped forward to praise her. The others turned to look, seemingly surprised. After all, Jason had always been a maverick. He rarely participated in team training unless necessary. However, given his strength, no one said anything. Of course, Fire Dance replied proudly, a smirk on her lips. Her expression was calm, clearly indicating that the soul power control just now posed no difficulty for her. Fire Wushuang shook his head helplessly at his sister's proud demeanor before looking at Jason. Do you have something to discuss? I want to go out for a bit. If any teachers ask, just say I stepped out. Jason got straight to the point. What are you going to do? Fire Dance questioned warily. Seeing her expression, Jason found it somewhat amusing. Today Shui Yuer isn't here. I'm just going out to obtain a soul ring. Ever since the last exchange event among the 5 elemental academies, Shui Yuer from the Tianshui Academy had been frequently coming to find Jason, hoping he would visit Tianshui to discuss soul skills. Once they had seen Jason demonstrate his self-created soul skills, none of the girls from Tianshui Academy could resist the temptation. However, their modesty kept them from approaching Jason. But Shui Yuer expressed, what is modesty? As long as he becomes my boyfriend, won't the soul skills also belong to me? At that time, I can have him teach me soul skills hand in hand every day. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the main reason is that Jason is handsome enough. However, it's a good thought, but it does seem a bit unrealistic. Most of the time, Jason is training, and even when I see him, I can't get him to invite me. Plus, that fire dance person repeatedly obstructs me, and in the end, I still haven't succeeded in pursuing him. That infatuated girl comes here every day trying to steal you away. Does she really think I don't exist? Fire Dance's expression softened. Then she disdainfully said, if Shui were here, the two of them would definitely start arguing again. By the way, shouldn't you be surprised that he is going to hunt soul rings? Fire Disaster suddenly whispered, always managing to find a point. All right, he just said he was going to hunt soul rings. Is he already level 40? The others, realizing this, immediately looked at Jason with deep, probing eyes, waiting for his answer. Chapter 120. Return to the Sunset Forest in the training ground of the Blaze Fire Team. A group of people dressed in gold and red looked intently at a boy in black tight clothing in front of them. Yes, he just reached level 40 a few days ago, and after consolidating, he plans to hunt for soul rings. Jason's words confirmed what they couldn't believe in their hearts. Fire Wushuang frowned. Jason, I remember you were only level 35 6 months ago. Yeah, but you don't have to worry, I didn't level up through any shady means. I absorbed a medicinal herb, and after half a year digestion, I reached level 40. Jason could only explain this way. He couldn't tell them he had good talent, right? Then why was he still at level 35 before? That doesn't make sense. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, no wonder. Fire Wushuang nodded in realization, and the others looked at him with envy. There have been other related cases in Douluo continent. Since it is a rare treasure, it must be hard to come by. Moreover, even if you obtain it, it may not necessarily suit you. Taking it indiscriminately might even have side effects. Thus, Fire Dance immediately became tense. So, there are no side effects, right? She asked with some concern. It's fine, don't worry. There's no need to be so nervous. Jason chuckled at her anxious expression. Fire Dance felt her face flush under his gaze, turning her head away. Who's nervous? All right, you guys train first. I'm leaving. If possible, I'll come back and bring you some gifts. Jason waved his hand and then turned to leave. Through their time together, the Fire Wushuang siblings could still be trusted. Perhaps he could give them both some heavenly herbs. Through the notes given by TangSan, Jason already knew what kind of herb suited them. It was just in a pending state. Then Jason left the academy and headed towards the Sunset Forest next to Tiando City. Blaze Fire Academy is not too far from the Sunset Forest. Jason left around 10 in the morning and arrived around 8 in the evening. However, he chose not to stay at an inn, but directly entered the Sunset Forest. This time, besides hunting for soul rings, he also wanted to meet TangSan. He heard that he had recently developed a soul-guiding pistol and was supposed to deliver it to Blaze Fire Academy for inspection. But since he heard they were going to hunt soul rings in the Sunset Forest, and Jason was also going there, it would be good to meet in the Sunset Forest. To be honest, he also missed Flander a bit. The mountains of the Sunset Forest are much gentler compared to the Stardow Great Forest, and the area is not as large. Of course, the dangers are also much smaller. As the plan approached, Jason gradually stopped hiding anything and let the little demon run out freely. As soon as the little demon entered the forest, it joyfully stretched its vines and waved them around, like a child having fun. The soul beasts around sensed its presence and all avoided it, making the journey much less troublesome. First, let's find TangSan and see how powerful the soul-guiding gun he developed is. He was looking forward to this. The number of soul masters in Douluo continent does not exceed a few hundred, yet they control the entire continent. The people are still in a state of ignorance. And in a primitive state, power is indeed the foundation of domination. But now, firearms have appeared, and soul-guiding devices have emerged. With development, individual strength can no longer determine the outcome of battles. It's the technology of soul-guiding devices that matters. The world is different, and the development of technology will definitely be different as well. Jason didn't think about letting the complete technology of his past life manifest in this world. It would be too troublesome, and there are many variables. Integrating into the rules of this world to develop technology will be much smoother. In his previous life, TangSan was born into the Tang sect, and he had the strength of the Leaf family under his command. So it was only fitting for him to be entrusted with the development of soul-guided devices. As Jason's thoughts wandered, he unknowingly ventured deeper into the forest. In the town, the moon always had a grayish hue, but upon arriving in the vast and tranquil forest, the round moon in the sky resembled a bright silver plate, pure and flawless. The moonlight slanted through the trees, casting a soft glow on the rocks and weeds on the ground, making the entire forest seem cloaked in a layer of silver silk. Serene and profound. Occasionally, the howl of a wolf echoed, distant and prolonged in the forest. Jason did not stop to camp and rest, but continued to delve deeper into the inner area. During this year, Jason not only finished reading the herbal notes TangSan had given him, but also explored books similar to the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Although he couldn't be as detailed as an encyclopedia, he could recognize the names of most soul beasts he had encountered. Therefore, he had already found a few suitable soul beasts for himself in advance. As for the age, as long as it didn't exceed 80,000 years, it would be fine. As he went deeper, after the little demon casually killed a few stubborn soul beasts, Jason finally arrived at the inner area of the Sunset Forest. The little demon sensed the branches within TangSan and guided Jason ahead. Soon, as they went deeper, Jason suddenly felt a surge of momentum ahead, followed by a series of rumbling sounds, as if heavy objects were continuously crashing to the ground. Even from a distance, Jason could feel a slight tremor in the ground. The direction pointed by the little demon was also there. It seemed they were close. Jason whispered, quickening his pace. As the ground trembled more intensely, Jason finally saw the source of the vibrations. There was a temporary campsite where a campfire still flickered slightly, and several people stood together, staring in shock at the scene before them. A woman, fully wrapped in crimson dragon scales, was swinging a large scorpion's tail around, slamming it down onto the ground, causing vibrations. The woman at the center had red eyes and exuded a violent aura that was alarming. After enduring for over 30 years, she had finally found an opportunity. But unexpectedly, this old beast had disturbed her. How could she not be angry? Frustrated, she could only vent her anger on the large scorpion. Jason stood on a tree branch, watching the scene with great interest, not in a hurry to greet them. Eventually, seemingly bored but still unsatisfied, she started tearing apart its limbs. How tragic! Then she threw the remaining body of the scorpion at Ma Hongjuan's feet. Long time no see. Seeing it was over, Jason jumped down from the tree branch. Jason? Everyone looked at the person who jumped down in surprise, seemingly not expecting to encounter him here. Yes, I'm here to find TangSan. You all continue. Jason pointed at the remnants of the soul beast on the ground. Hey Jason, what is your ultimate goal in becoming the leader of our 7-treasure glazed tile school? The question that had been lingering in Ning Rongrong's mind immediately came out upon seeing Jason. You should show respect when meeting the leader. I want to hold it against you this time. Jason glanced at her, uninterested in explaining anything. Let us go. I can't wait to see the power of that item, he said to TangSan, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. After giving Xiao Wu a reassuring glance, he said goodbye to his teacher and companions, then followed Jason. Chapter 121. Soul-Guided Pistol in the Dim Forest. Only the light provided by the moon allowed one to see this world. Jason stopped at a rock. Has anything unusual happened recently? He lazily sat on the dark rock and asked. No, everything is progressing steadily. The fairy herb you gave me some time ago has also enhanced my eyesight, making the research much smoother. He had asked Jason for a fairy herb, the autumn water revealing dew, which directly raised his purple extreme magic eye to the 3rd level. The subatomic. Well, if you need anything, you can tell me, and I will do my best to meet your needs. Of course, you need to put in more effort in the research area. The initial phase depends on you. Jason nodded. After merging the ice and fire yin-yang eye, his demand for fairy herbs was not very high. Giving them to the little demon felt like a waste. It would be better to use them to incentivize his subordinates or to do favors. Certainly, I have not slackened in the research area. With the support of the Li family, both research and production have gone very smoothly. Well, let me see the item. He stated the purpose of this trip. Upon hearing this, TangSan took out the prepared martial soul pistol from the 24-bridge moonlit night and handed it to Jason. Jason took it from his hand and examined it carefully. The appearance of the gun was somewhat similar to the flintlock gun from his previous life, entirely blue, with red patterns engraved on the surface, and the handle was crafted with a comfortable grip. Just input soul power into it, and once the red patterns on the gun light up completely, you can pull the trigger to fire a soul power bullet, TangSan explained beside him. According to his instructions, Jason input his soul power. He saw the red patterns on the pistol begin to light up from the handle, gradually reaching the gun barrel. When the illuminated red patterns reached the end of the barrel, Jason sensed a surge of soul power within it. Just pull the trigger. Bang! A crisp yet muffled sound echoed from the barrel, followed by a compressed soul power bullet being rapidly ejected, whizzing through the air in a streak of red light. At the moment he pulled the trigger, a small pit appeared on a tree not far ahead. Jason concentrated again, inputting soul power into the gun. In a span of 3 seconds, along with the time taken to pull the trigger, it took a total of 4 seconds for the bullet to fire. He frowned, adjusted his aim, and continued shooting. After trying a few more shots, Jason put down the somewhat hot pistol and directly tossed it to TangSan. The power of this pistol exceeded his expectations by a lot, roughly comparable to the Desert Eagle from his previous life, and the firing rate was much more stable. Furthermore, the range could reach nearly 100 meters. However, the loading time was quite disappointing. You all need to quickly reduce the loading time and develop the submachine gun mode I mentioned, as well as cannons and such. Once developed, we need to implement the possibility of mass production as soon as possible. Once you get all this sorted out, I will take care of the population and funding aspects. However, he was already very satisfied that they could develop it within a year. Moreover, the development of this handgun is a leap from 0 to 1. With the theories provided by Jason, I believe that we will soon be able to develop strategic weapons such as soul-guided cannons, soul-guided sniper rifles, and soul-guided missiles. As for the population and economy, the forces built by the Douluo Empire can fully support this. Well, after this elite competition ends, I will devote myself entirely to research. Since TangSan has already decided to follow, he will ensure that he will not betray. Through Jason's actions, he could vaguely sense a great trend. Any obstruction from forces or individuals would be like an ant trying to stop a chariot. The Tang sect might be able to shine brilliantly in this other world by leveraging this trend. All right, I allow you to take care of your own matters first. Jason nodded. Following that, TangSan reported some intelligence about Heaven Do City to Jason. In the past, he certainly wouldn't have had the leisure to investigate intelligence. However, after obtaining the branch given by Jason, he had secretly entered the Sunset Forest multiple times to hunt and plunder. Therefore, even though he spent much of his time researching, his soul power cultivation had not fallen behind. Over the past year, he had also felt the convenience provided by the branch within him. Aside from the roots that were lodged in his heart, making him somewhat uncomfortable, everything else was fine. However, it wasn't very resilient. So he generally used it together with the blue silvergrass, which had an excellent effect. I should also participate in this grand competition. The Spirit Hall is likely to take action. Do you have anything to say? After the topic ended, Jason suddenly asked. TangSan's pupils shrank slightly upon hearing this. What do you mean? He steadied himself and asked. Our power has not yet unfolded, and we cannot participate in the Spirit Hall's actions this time. However, with your increased insight, you should have noticed Xiao Wu's difference, right? What do you want to say? TangSan immediately tensed up and asked nervously. Xiao Wu is a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Are you sure you want to bring her along? Jason continued slowly. Transformed 100,000-year soul beast? It seemed to be the first time TangSan had heard of this. A 100,000-year soul ring is something that even titled Douluo would go crazy over. I advise you not to let her participate. If Xiao Wu did not participate in this grand competition, the people from the Spirit Hall would not make a blatant move against TangSan and the others. After the competition, things would be relatively calmer. However, if Xiao Wu participated, it would only bring Jason's plan forward a bit, making it seem somewhat rushed. Moreover, many trump cards need to be revealed in advance. He himself has to step from behind the scenes to the forefront. What is the basis for your statement? Although he knows this is a fact, he still finds it hard to believe. There is no need for any basis. Just go back and answer yourself. Jason did not explain, but urged him to verify it himself. TangSan fell silent, lowering his head, unsure of what he was thinking. The quiet moonlight shone on Jason, giving him an almost sacred appearance. However, to TangSan, this moonlight looked like a silver mist. All right, let us end our conversation here for today. I also miss old Flender a bit. Let us head back. Jason suddenly broke the silence and stood up to speak. Also, I'm not really interested in the 100,000-year soul ring, so you don't need to worry about that. He walked ahead and suddenly turned around to say to TangSan, who was quietly following behind. Then, the two of them returned to the camp one after the other. In the camp, everyone from Shrek had not gone back and was waiting by the campfire, clearly waiting for TangSan. Chapter 122. Warmth. As soon as the two returned to the camp, Xiao Wu rushed to TangSan's side. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was hugging her own arms. This younger sister he had grown up with felt somewhat unfamiliar at first. Xiao Wu naturally noticed TangSan's unusual demeanor and felt a bit uneasy inside. What did you talk about? You talked for so long? She asked casually, but her eyes were fixed on TangSan, always paying attention to his reaction. Oh, it's nothing. We discussed some matters regarding the Tang sect, TangSan said, calming his emotions and smiling. At this moment, both of them had their own thoughts, and were conversing with each other. On the other side, Jason also approached Flinder and Zhao. Old Flinder, teacher Zhao. Long time no see. Jason waved his hand. Hey, indeed, both of us old guys have missed you a bit. Flinder hadn't spoken yet when Zhao Wujia had already come in front of him, patting Jason's shoulder with his heavy hand. Teacher Zhao, your strength has increased a lot. Feeling the force on his shoulder, Jason smiled helplessly. I heard you went to the Blaze Academy. Flinder said with a smile. Sigh. I originally wanted to go to the Tianshui Academy. Jason sighed and shrugged, expressing his regret. Hey, if you had gone there, I would definitely visit you every few days. Flinder laughed heartily. Speaking of which, old man, you're still single. That's too sad. Jason teased him. Nonsense. If I want to find someone, it would be difficult at all. Flinder exploded in anger, indignantly saying, You're single. If it weren't for the academy, I would have found a partner long ago. Flinder's face turned a bit red. You're almost 45. Aren't you single as well? I think we're both equally matched. He continued to argue. I'm not yet an adult, so there's no rush. Plus, with my charming looks, any girl who sees me won't blush, unlike you. Jason glanced at him dismissively. The little brat Flinder felt his temper about to explode and immediately wanted to step forward to give him some love. Dean, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Zhao Wujia quickly stepped forward to stop him. Teacher Zhao is also single. The sarcastic tone rang out again, causing Zhao Wujia to stiffen. Flinder also stopped moving, looking at Zhao Wujia with a knowing smile. Well, Teacher Zhao is big and rough, not handsome, and not tall. There probably isn't any woman who would take a liking to you. How sad. Jason said with a sympathetic expression. Zhao Wujia looked at Jason with a somewhat sarcastic look. Dean, together. He turned to Flinder and said, Sigh, you guys being single is your own fault. How can you blame me for that? Jason retreated helplessly. Kid, it's been a year, and your mouth has gotten sharper. Zhao Wujia said, clenching his fist. I'm just stating the facts. How can that be considered sharp-tongued? He spread his hands in confusion. Don't waste your breath on him, go. Two shadows quickly covered Jason. Flinder clenched his fist and aimed for Jason's head. Huh, his punch missed. Dodging this punch, Jason immediately taunted Sigh, old man. You can't hit me. He even shook his head proudly. The level of sarcasm instantly reached its peak. Bang! Jason's shaking head was suddenly hit by a punch. The smug expression on his face instantly turned painful. Damn, Teacher Zhao, you're not following the rules of martial arts, sneak attacking an underage kid. Where's your conscience? He covered his head and looked angrily at the stout man with a simple face. Hey, old Zhao, you've known me for a long time. Flinder, who was originally angry, suddenly felt relieved. Old Zhao, well done. He gave Zhao Wujia a thumbs up. After that, the three of them chatted amicably for a while before starting to discuss serious matters. I heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a new leader, and that person is also named Jason. It wouldn't be you, would it? Flinder asked curiously. Yes, that's me. Jason nodded. Oh, you're really foolish. What is so good about being the leader? Besides a bit of fame, there are no other benefits. Would it be better to get a few thousand or hundreds of gold soul coins? Flinder looked regretful, as if he had missed out on billions. Indeed, being able to evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tower and just changing the name of the leader does seem a bit of a loss. In everyone's eyes, this is clearly a losing deal. Sitting by the bonfire, Ning Rongrong also perked up her ears. I naturally have my plans, and it is indeed for a title, Jason said ambiguously. Flinder also knew that the young man in front of him was very mysterious. He realized he was just worrying for nothing. By the way, how was your time at the Blaze Academy? If you're not comfortable, Shrek welcomes you at any time. He asked again. It's pretty good, and I've made 2 other friends. Besides, I want to be returning to Shrek if I can't stay at Blaze. Jason said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Flinder's eyes dimmed slightly, and he sighed. It's not that Shrek is bad. It's just that Tianshui has also invited me. They can make an exception to enroll me. He saw Flinder's expression and knew his feelings, quickly explaining. How about it, jealous? Jason raised his eyebrows at him. Is it true? The two looked at him with doubtful expressions. There's no way. My talent is too good, and I'm in demand wherever I go. Jason pretended to be troubled. The two were speechless, seemingly realizing for the first time how thick-skinned he was. However, Flinder was quite happy because it was the first time he felt Jason's true side. Previously, when conversing with him, there had always been a faint barrier, and his speech was also quite standard, neither too flamboyant nor too rigid. Facing the attitude of the two, it was also the attitude Jason had when confronting old Jack. All right, everyone take a break. We still need to hunt for soul rings tomorrow. Seeing the warm scene of Jason and the others, no one disturbed them. Ma Hongjun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, had already begun to absorb the soul ring of the Earth King that had just been killed by Lu Erlong. Zhu Zhuqing seemed hesitant to speak, but ultimately did not muster the courage to approach and return to the tent with Xiao Wu and the others. Lu Erlong gave Jason a deep glance before returning to her own tent. However, once inside the tent, she couldn't sleep, seemingly waiting for something. But to her disappointment, the person she was waiting for never came in. Flinder and the others continued to chat by the campfire. After what had just happened, the two certainly did not dare to return to the tent. Jason, however, found it quite remarkable that despite having two adult men nearby, Lu Erlong still couldn't help but undress and wanted to spend the night with the master. Jason truly could not understand this behavior. After all, a tent is not as spacious as a house. He glanced at the master, who also stayed behind, and it seemed that even though Flinder and the others had prepared a space, the master did not go in. Lu Erlong was left alone in an empty tent, right? Although he didn't understand, human hearts are fickle, and no one knows what strange thoughts might cross someone's mind. Chapter 123. Excitement the next day, as dawn broke. A loud howl sounded. It was Ma Hongjun who had finished his training. But before he could feel happy, he was startled by an angry shout. Who has nothing to do early in the morning, making such a racket? Then, Lu Erlong, disheveled, walked out of the tent with a foul expression. Ma Hongjun shivered, recalling the bloody scene from yesterday, and quickly hid behind Flinder. Come on, why are you hiding? Teacher Erlong won't attack you. After all, she's older now. And it's normal to have a bit of a temper due to hormonal changes, Flinder said with a frown, lowering his voice. Flinder, do you want to die? Lu Erlong immediately shot him a glare with somewhat reddened eyes. Flinder's face turned bitter. He hadn't expected that even speaking so softly would still be heard by her. I didn't say anything. He quickly admitted defeat, looking towards the master for help. Erlong, that's enough, the master said calmly. Lu Erlong stiffened, looked at the master, and then, wiping her tears and grievance, returned to the tent. To be honest, the master really isn't much of a man in this regard, Jason said with exasperation after witnessing the scene. Jason, Flinder shot him a glare. Like what you like, dislike what you dislike. Want to cut ties, just cut them. Hiding and covering up like this makes everyone feel awkward. I really don't understand what you're thinking. With his views on love from his previous life, Jason found their behavior hard to comprehend. But perhaps it was due to the lack of soul masters. After all, someone as old as Zhao Wujia still hadn't found a partner. The master remained silent, gripping the bun in his hand tighter. After everyone made some adjustments, they continued on their journey. However, the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward with Jason's presence. Their feelings towards Jason were quite complex, except for Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Others more or less knew about Jason's identity. Ning Rongrong, after absorbing the fairy grass and evolving her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, learned from her father that this fairy grass was given by someone named Jason. She had also asked her father many questions about Jason's identity. As for Xiao Wu, she had already learned about the origin of TangSan's celestial herb from her interactions with him. As for Dai Mu Bai, he personally went to trade for the celestial herb. With Zhu Zhuqing's intelligence, she could probably guess that most of the immortal herbs absorbed by her companions came from Jason. Watching her companions rapidly improve while she was left far behind, she wanted to ask Jason for an immortal herb. As for joining the Tang sect, she was in a situation similar to Dai Mu Bai's. Although she despised her family, she didn't have the courage to break away. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, although they vaguely sensed something, they subconsciously avoided thinking about it. Therefore, their expressions were quite subtle when facing Jason. Under the morning mist, a subtle atmosphere enveloped the team traversing the sunset forest. Finally, not long into their journey, a strange wind swept in, bringing with it a pink mist that broke the subtle atmosphere. Flander, who was talking to Jason, darkened his expression. Everyone be careful, there's poison in the mist. He and Lu Erlong then pushed out their palms, trying to use the powerful soul power to disperse the pink mist ahead. However, it was evident that while the pink mist was blown away significantly, it quickly gathered back together, and everyone was soon surrounded by the pink mist. Visibility among them was already very low under the pink mist. At this moment, Flander suddenly felt an astonishing heat emanating from Jason, as if he had just been pulled out of a furnace. Then he saw the mist that came into contact with Jason sizzling and evaporating due to the high temperature. Beneath the pink mist, a crimson halo appeared around him. What an exquisite technique! TangSan's eyes lit up. This method seemed to merely generate heat, but it required very precise control of soul power. Too much would burn oneself, while two little wooden tea generate enough temperature. It required maintaining a balance point. After marveling at this, he quickly called out to the other teammates. This is not miasma. Oscar, antidote sausage. With the intense heat, he approached Jason. Master, please give me an immortal fragrance herb. He cupped his hands and requested Jason. He didn't lower his voice for this, so everyone else definitely heard him. Sure enough, the others, who were eating the antidote sausage, looked shocked and somewhat incredulous. Although they had sensed something, they had always thought that TangSan and Jason were in a cooperative relationship. They never imagined that TangSan would bow to someone else. Although visibility in the pink mist was very low, they could clearly hear TangSan's voice. Sure, take some of the poisonous mist later and see if we can research something. Indeed, this pink mist was also one of Jason's goals for this trip. The toxins released by the pink lady were kind of stimulating poison. Consuming a small amount was harmless and could even energize a person. As more toxins were absorbed, the target would become more agitated. After a certain point, it would drain vitality until death. This toxin was very similar to the effects of banned substances in the previous life. You must understand excitement, whether in competitions or in certain activities. It was a miraculous effect. If the side effects could be eliminated or reduced, selling it would undoubtedly yield astronomical profits. Furthermore, its impact on warfare would be immense. This substance would also be a significant boost to Jason's plans. Speaking of which, a light pink large flower appeared in Jason's hand. This flower had no leaves, was 3 feet long, and its blossoms were enormous, with each petal looking as crystal clear as water. The flower's center was a light purple, like a purple gem embedded within, exuding an enticing fragrance that was refreshing. As a large flower appeared, a flow of light purple air swept out, and the surrounding pink poisonous mist dissolved rapidly, like snow meeting water, stopping only after spreading about 10 meters. At this moment, everyone saw each other. However, their first reaction was not to look at one another. Instead, they all stared at TangSan and Jason with expressions of disbelief. Jason remained calm, saying nothing more, and simply handed the fragrant Chilua fairy product in his hand to TangSan. After receiving it, TangSan also said nothing, just nodded at everyone, confirming their guess. Then, he took out a porcelain bottle from his storage space and threw it towards the distant poisonous fog. After it filled with the toxic gas, he used a special technique to retrieve it, sealing it with a wooden stopper before putting it back in his storage space. It should be the pink lady, probably around 1,000 of them. You all can handle it. I'm leaving first. Jason assessed that everything was about done. He had seen what he needed to see and arranged what he needed to arrange, and was about to bid farewell to Flender. TangSan's eyes flashed with purple light, piercing through the mist. As for not hiding and being ostentatious, a qualified reader should learn to think for themselves. Chapter 124. 50,000 years in a poisonous mist surrounded by pink smoke, Jason calmly cupped his hands towards Flender and Zhao Wujia. Old Flender, Uncle Zhao, I came to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings, and I will visit you often in the future. Goodbye for now, he said sincerely. Okay, see you at the competition. Flender looked at him, remained silent for a moment, and nodded. Good lad, stay safe. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. Then, Jason extended one arm upwards. A vine wrapped in black soul power shot out, devouring the pink smoke it encountered along the way, and then wrapped around a tree branch. The moment the little demon appeared, everyone felt a powerful aura pressing down on them. There was a vague sensation within them that their vitality and soul power were being siphoned away. Everyone looked shocked again, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Jason had already swung out using the vine, hidden in the pink mist, disappearing from their sight. The little demon released its aura without reservation. It should be noted that the little demon had absorbed energy from the ice and fire yin-yang eye and had devoured many celestial herbs. Unlike Jason, who had absorbed energy to solidify his body, the little demon used all the energy it absorbed to increase its strength. Therefore, after a year of digesting the energy in its body, its strength was already close to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. As for the energy Jason absorbed from the ice and fire yin-yang eye and the remnants of the ice and fire dragon king soul, it was all consumed for his rebirth. Thus, the increase in strength was not significant. Is it the aura of a soul beast? Lu Erlong said uncertainly. Although the others didn't say anything, their thoughts were thrown into chaos for a moment. That powerful soul beast aura almost made them tremble. But how could he have the aura of a soul beast on him? This completely exceeded their understanding. Only the master seemed to be pondering. Although he also felt it was incredible. Knowing about Tang Hao's incident, he had some understanding of soul beast transforming. He speculated that Jason might originally be the transformation of a plant soul beast. This could also explain his strange cultivation speed and soul skills. However, his martial soul is a weapon martial soul, which made it somewhat difficult for him to comprehend. In that moment, the conjecture seemed to calm the master's previously troubled heart. Xiao-san, did you feel that soul beast aura just now? Xiao Wu came back to her senses and asked TangSan excitedly. TangSan looked at Xiao Wu's excited expression and nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, sharp cries came from the distance, filled with fear and dread. Jason drifted through the forest with the little demon, heading deeper. The surrounding pink ladies sensed the little demon's aura and all fearfully avoided it. After seeing Jason leave, the Pink Queen let out a roar, and her subordinates moved again towards TangSan and the others. After Jason left, the overwhelming soul power fluctuations from the little demon made the soul beasts along the way fearfully stay away. Thus, the path was unobstructed, and they quickly arrived at the deepest part of the Sunset Forest. Upon arrival, Jason instructed the little demon to retract its aura and then began searching for the soul beast he needed to hunt. For his fourth soul skill, he planned to find a flying soul beast. Although he could fly using flames for propulsion, it wasn't as practical as having flame wings. Moreover, having wings significantly increases agility and defense in the air. However, flying soul beasts are not common in the Sunset Forest, and Jason could only rely on luck. After all, not only does he need a flying soul beast, but it would be best if it also had water, ice, or fire attributes. Jason leaped through the forest, using his physical body, while his soul power spread out rapidly in a web-like pattern. The direction he was heading was mostly towards cliffs or places with towering trees, which are where bird-type soul beasts build their nests. While he was focused on controlling the web of soul power, Jason suddenly sensed a fiery red figure falling from the sky. Jason's expression brightened, and he quickly rushed towards the direction he sensed. After a short distance, he heard a loud and clear call coming from ahead. His eyes lit up again. This clear and loud call undoubtedly confirmed that it was a bird-type soul beast. As he got closer, the vibrations on the ground became stronger, indicating that two massive creatures were fighting ahead. Moreover, there was a subtle clash between the violent scorching heat and the cold, icy water energy. From a distance, one could see clusters of trees falling, with dust rising. The striking red glow illuminated Jason's face. He had arrived at the main battlefield. The two soul beasts in combat were a giant eagle covered in vibrant red feathers, approximately 10 times the size of an adult human. It was agile and powerful, with sharp eyes. Occasionally, a red flash would streak across its sharp talons, carrying intense heat. Just one scratch would surely be unbearable due to the burning effect. At that moment, it was flying around a towering giant tree, angrily screeching, occasionally flapping its slightly golden wings, igniting a blaze aimed at its target. However, midway, it was blocked by a layer of black water ripples. The one that blocked the flames was a long snake with a triangular head, exhaling venom. Its eyes were as cold as ice. It was brown all over, resembling a giant vine coiled around the trunk of the giant tree, with scales that moved like water waves. Judging by the number of coils around the tree trunk, it was about 300 meters long and roughly 50 meters thick. Its size was much larger than that of the bird. Nonetheless, the roles were reversed. The bird was the hunter, while the giant snake was the prey. The fire-red giant eagle soul beast was called the Crimson Flame Eagle. Adept at wielding fire, primarily hunting soul beasts like snakes, rabbits, and gophers. Coiled around the giant tree trunk was a soul beast named the Blackwood Water Snake, capable of spitting out highly corrosive black water that also had an extremely low temperature, colder than ice. It typically resided on tree trunks, preying on monkeys, birds, and other soul beasts. However, the Crimson Flame Eagle was a bit too strong for it. Although the Crimson Flame Eagle was currently the hunter, if it were not careful, it could easily become the prey. The Crimson Flame Eagle continuously circled around the giant snake, occasionally using flames to harass it, waiting for an opportunity. The giant snake continuously twisted its body on the branches, causing the leaves to rustle and blocking the flames that were rushing towards it. Jason observed from a distance for a while, estimating the ages of the two. The Scarlet Flame Eagle, which could live from 100 to 10,000 years, mostly had gray-brown feathers. The older it was, the more red feathers it had. After becoming a 10,000-year soul beast, its feathers would completely turn fire red. However, after exceeding 50,000 years, the fire red would gradually change to gold. Yet no one had seen a Scarlet Flame Eagle completely turn golden. It was estimated that after becoming a 100,000-year-soul beast, its entire body would completely turn golden, becoming a king that dominates the skies. Chapter 125. The body of infinity. The feathers on the wings of the crimson flame eagle in front of me have begun to grow golden yellow, indicating that its age has exceeded 50,000 years. The black water snake on the opposite side is also not simple. From a number of times it wraps around the giant tree trunk, one can tell its length. The lifespan of the blackwood water snake is calculated based on its length. However, growing to such a size is indeed not easy. 300 meters corresponds to about 30,000 years. Compared to the red flame eagle, which has a lifespan of 50 to 80,000 years, it is indeed weaker. Nonetheless, with the advantage of the thicket, it can barely hold on for a while. But facing the sharp eyes of the red flame eagle, it has nowhere to escape. Coupled with the gap in strength due to their natural enemies and lifespan, it will eventually become the other's prey. However, despite the significant disparity in strength, the red flame eagle remains cautious. It needs to ensure that it can kill without getting injured. Therefore, it continuously harasses the blackwood water snake, wearing down its spirit, waiting for the right moment to strike with a fatal blow. The battle between the two continues. But the blackwood water snake's condition is gradually deteriorating. Finally, after about 10 minutes, the opportunity arises. Observing the blackwood water snake sluggishly turning its head, the two wings of the red flame eagle suddenly flap and, with a fierce tremor, launch toward the target amidst blazing flames tinged with gold. Just as the flames are about to hit, a black water wall appears on the surface of the blackwood water snake's body in time. Clearly, one is gathering power while the other is launching an attack. The black water wall does not hold for long and is evaporated by the scorching heat. In the cold, frenzied pupils of the blackwood water snake is suddenly engulfed. With a joyful cry, the fiery red figure suddenly lunges into the burning flames. However, just as it disregards the flames and is about to use its sharp claws to seize its prey, it feels something wrapping around its claws. It panics and flaps its wings, trying to break free from the entanglement, but the thing wrapping around its claws ignores the high temperature and tightens its grip. It is important to note that it is a soul beast over 50,000 years old. The high temperature of the flames, the strength of its body, and the sharpness of its claws are all terrifying. Yet at this moment, it cannot break free. As it struggles, the flames gradually dissipate, and it sees what is entangling it, a vine wrapped in black energy. With its claws trapped and feeling the life force and soul power within it fading away. As one of the overlords of the setting sun forest, it has never felt such helplessness and fear towards this mysterious plant. With its claws trapped, it quickly pecks with its beak. The vine breaks, but before it can feel joy, countless vines rush up instantly. In panic, it releases flames, but the plant-like vines actually ignore the fire and continue to wrap tightly around it. Its wings are gradually entangled as well, and its struggle becomes weaker. Finally, under its desperate gaze, the vines wrapped in black energy engulf it. Thud, thud. The dull sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoes. In front of Jason, two soul beasts, the exhausted red flame eagle and blackwood water snake, lie there. The red flame eagle's once bright red feathers have turned gray and dull, and its weak breath seems like it could die at any moment. On the other side, the blackwood water snake seemed more spirited, glaring coldly at the somewhat insignificant human in front of it. Its body was covered in burn wounds, and there was a faint smell of roasted meat in the air. "Little demon, come back." As the words fell, the vines entwined around the two soul beasts retreated back into Jason's body. Jason summoned his martial soul. A longbow made of flames and ice crystals appeared in his hands. The third black soul ring lit up, and soul power began to coalesce in his hands. A red arrow emerging, but it remained unshot. As the soul power was infused, the temperature of the fiery red arrow became increasingly terrifying. The third soul skill, Charge Strong Bow. Time passed second by second, and the temperature had even begun to create ripples in the surrounding air. After an unknown amount of time, the coalesced soul power of the ice fire-breaking bow seemed to reach a critical point. Jason released the bowstring, and the fiery red arrow, carrying intense heat, sliced through the air, instantly piercing the body of the red flame eagle and hitting the blackwood water snake. The two soul beasts, already on the brink of death, collapsed instantly, their black soul rings slowly floating in the air. One of the rings was much more radiant, belonging to the red flame eagle. Looking at the two soul rings before him, Jason took a deep breath, and the ice fire-breaking bow fell from his hands, floating above his head. He then stepped into the space between the two black soul rings. "Little demon, stay alert." The vines wrapped in black energy surrounded Jason completely, and then began to expand outward from him, covering a radius of 400 meters, also concealing the two massive corpses. Jason sat cross-legged between the two soul rings, and then began to focus his spirit. The two soul rings started drifting towards Jason. He intended to absorb both soul rings simultaneously. This was an inspiration he had gained from the fusion ring with Huowu. However, absorbing two soul rings at once was fundamentally impossible for soul masters. According to their rules, each time one ascended a rank, they could only absorb one soul ring. No one had ever thought of absorbing two at once, nor dared to try. But the moment Jason saw the Blackwood water snake and the red flame eagle, he instantly thought of this attempt. Even though he had the body coalesced by the ice-fire duality eye, absorbing a soul ring over 50,000 years old and one around 30,000 years old simultaneously was still too risky. The clash of two soul rings could cause a person to explode instantly, which is why no one dared to attempt it. However, Jason had his own confidence, and this time it was also an important experiment for him. At worst, he would waste a martial soul. The two soul rings floated towards Jason and then merged into the ice-fire breaking bow above his head. Jason began to operate according to the fusion method he had derived from the fusion ring. In the sea of spirit, the fully red flame eagle and the brown Blackwood water snake, resembling tree bark, appeared within. The residual thoughts of both fiercely attacked Jason. But then, the aura of the ice-fire dragon king emerged, and the two, as if encountering a natural enemy, stopped in their tracks, looking at Jason with fear. Disperse. A low shout, and the residual spirits of the two soul beasts instantly vanished. While there were no issues on the mental front, the energy brought by the two soul rings had already begun to impact his body. The scorching red soul power and the cold, corrosive black soul power surged throughout his body. Some of his meridians had already begun to sustain damage. After carefully sensing the two energies, Jason crossed his arms and visualized Tai Chi. Jason's body was already coalesced by the ice-fire duality eye, but still hadn't reached its limit. He hoped to use this absorption of dual soul rings to advance his body further. From a duality body to the limitless body. Limitless means there is no one extreme, nor is there anything that is not extreme. It is the essence of Tai Chi chapter 126. The way in the tranquil sunset forest, there were occasional disturbances, but for the entire forest, they were like a wave in the ocean, insignificant. At this time, TangSan and the others had already dealt with the Pink Queen. After handing it over to Oscar for absorption, they prepared to delve deeper in search of soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Their eyes flickered as they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. This is too slow. We still haven't found a suitable soul ring for Xiao-san. Ma Hongjun complained as he walked in the team. After a long journey and the inexplicable heat in the forest, beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead, and his breathing was somewhat disordered. You two found suitable soul rings so quickly because of luck. Stop complaining here. Who told you to eat so much? Flender couldn't help but retort. All right, if you're tired, we could take a break. But we still need to find a suitable soul ring for Xiao-san as soon as possible. In a few days, we have to participate in the elite competition and aim for everyone to be in the best condition. At this moment, apart from Xiao Wu, who hadn't absorbed the immortal herb and hadn't reached level 40, Zhu Zhuqing was only at level 38. The others had all benefited from Jason through TangSan, having absorbed the immortal herb. Only Zhu Zhuqing has no supply-demand relationship with Jason, but she is also unwilling to betray her family and join him. So she has always missed the opportunity to absorb the celestial grass. However, seeing her companions suddenly increase their strength by a level after absorbing the celestial grass. To be honest, she is quite anxious inside, but there is nothing she can do. With her pride, it is impossible for her to humbly go to Jason and plead, so she can only train even harder. Lu Erlong silently stopped with the team, and the resting position still faintly protected the master. The Jia took out a water bag and began to drink. But at this moment, a magnificent aura suddenly burst forth from a location in the sunset forest. This aura quickly spread and soon covered the entire sunset forest. With the fire dragon martial soul, Lu Erlong felt her body tremble, while the others felt a bit oppressed. But not as deeply as Lu Erlong. They could only blankly feel this overwhelming aura. A lone wolf engulfed in flames stood over a bloodied prey. The golden-furred brown bear in the cave also opened its eyes at this moment. A middle-aged soul master, who was about to kill a soul beast, also stopped swinging his longsword and stood still. At this moment, everyone and every soul beast in the sunset forest seemed to be frozen. staring blankly into the depths of the forest. It was a magnificent and vast presence, encompassing everything, yet chaotic, disordered, and all-pervasive. It was an aura that was profoundly mysterious. At the same time, there was a shocking pressure, like an instinct deep within their bloodlines. Under this aura, they felt as if they were a grain of sand in the desert, a wave in the ocean, or a speck of dust in the air. Insignificant. The minds of the soul beasts and soul masters in the sunset forest fell into a state of chaotic confusion. At this moment, the center of this aura revealed a large circle covering an area of 100 miles. Inside, there was a blend of blue and red energy intertwining, operating in a taiji, yin-yang, fish pattern. As it rotated, the colors gradually transformed into black and white. During this transformation, the flamboyant ice and fire energy gradually receded and disappeared, transitioning into a higher level of energy. Conceptual energy, yin and yang. One yin and one yang is called the Tao. Yin and yang are one body with two sides, mutually hidden, responsive, and interchangeable, not to be fixed as one symbol. Although the two have no fixed form, they change with the Tao. Both can be the Tao above and the vessel below. The Tao is infinitely useful and exists everywhere. It is discussed based on its use. Use is the manifestation. Once yin and yang are established, although the two are defined, they can change at any time. Thus, it is said, yin and yang are not two, waiting on one. The one is taiji, which governs the two, interacting and transforming myriad things. Taking advantage of this water-fire attribute soul ring fusion stimulation, Jason plans to completely merge and transform the ice and fire energy within his body. Understanding yin and yang through ice and fire, merging into Wujidi, the ultimate state. This is the body of Wujidi. Jason feels the energy of the two soul rings within him, striving to contemplate the yin-yang taiji diagram from his past life. Gradually, the hidden energy of the ice and fire duality within him bursts forth, merging into the taiji diagram. At the same time, the Ice-Fire Dragon King martial spirit reappears, with one red and one blue Dragon King phantom circling around Jason, who is seated on the ground, seemingly responsive, and the two phantoms drift into the taiji diagram on the ground. The addition of the Fire and Ice Dragon King phantoms causes the rotation speed of the yin-yang taiji diagram to suddenly accelerate. The Ice-Fire Breaking Magic Bow above his head also splits into red and blue, joining in to further speed up the operation of the taiji diagram. As the rotation accelerates, the red and blue colors become thinner, replaced by black and white. The violent ice and fire energy surrounding Jason in the center gradually becomes calm and stable. His breath grows quieter and more natural, and his figure becomes increasingly illusory, as if he might dissipate into the world at any moment, merging with nature. In this moment, the world seems to emit a joyful feeling, as if welcoming something. The gods in the divine realm also sensed the anomaly in the world immediately, but after calculations, they were unsure why. The taiji diagram in the sunset forest continues to rotate, but the speed gradually slows down. Yet the colors in the middle have already turned into black and white. Jason, still with his eyes closed, meticulously feels the insights he just had. The taiji diagram slowly rotates, gradually shrinking around Jason, and mysterious aura that permeated the sunset forest slowly dissipates, along with the dragon-like pressure. All soul masters and soul beasts also awaken from that chaotic feeling. This grand and vast aura will surely be remembered for a lifetime. The Shrek team also comes to their senses. What has happened? Ning Rongrong asks Master with a trembling voice, feeling so small as a little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Others also look at Master, who is frowning in deep thought. I felt a strong sense of oppression from the dragon might in that aura, says Lu Erlong, crossing her arms, her face still showing shock. Dragon might? If it's a dragon-type soul beast that can make Lu Erlong feel oppressed, it must be a soul beast with a very high bloodline level. Is the sunset forest going to add a new overlord? Master murmurs to himself, because his strength is not strong, although he has related bloodlines within him. His perception of the recent aura is not as deep as Lu Erlong's. Among Shrek, if someone felt the most, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Wu. Even deeper than Lu Erlong's perception, she not only felt the beast aura similar to dragon might, but also sensed that the dragon might was gradually disappearing. She felt that it was not because it was being reined in, but rather being devoured. Chapter 127, Extreme Tao. Hey, who cares what it is? As long as we don't provoke it, it's fine. Flanders quickly stepped in to ease the heavy atmosphere. Right? Little 3S soul ring hasn't been settled yet. Let us hurry and find it. Ma Hongjun clapped the water off his clothes and said. Upon hearing this, everyone managed to temporarily suppress their heavy thoughts. It seems that the future of the Sunset Forest won't be peaceful. A newly emerged 100,000-year soul beast will surely attract many forces to hunt it. After all, it is not like the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Forest, which has a notorious reputation that makes people reluctant to provoke it. Even when the Titan giant ape was discovered, it could not escape the hunting of many title duel-level forces, but clearly failed, resulting in the current Inner Circle Forbidden Land. After many people in the Sunset Forest came to their senses, they pondered for a moment and then turned to run out of the forest, some even neglecting to absorb the soul rings they had just obtained. This information is far more important than any soul ring. The annual Elite Soul Master Competition is about to begin, and the Tiando city is already crowded, with hotels and inns fully booked and the streets bustling with business. The four city gates of Tiando occasionally see a group of uniformly dressed young men and women, their faces radiating youthful confidence, and their colorful, glamorous outfits evoke envy. With a day left until the competition begins, many academies have already arrived here in advance. At this time, at the north gate of Tiando City, a group of boys and girls dressed in fire red with golden accents attracted the attention of the passing crowd. Look, those are people from the Blaze Academy. I see. Those outfits are so eye-catching, I'm not blind. There's even a girl in Blaze Academy. Really? She's so beautiful. Hey, Shawa, did you see that black-haired boy? You just noticed? I've been watching him for a long time. He's so handsome. I wish I were younger. The Blaze Academy group walked straight ahead, ignoring the gazes and discussions of the crowd as they entered the city gate. Led by their teacher, Jason and the others entered a hotel, which Blaze Academy had reserved a week in advance. Once inside the hotel, the impatient Huijin couldn't help but complain, is it that special for a girl to show up in our Blaze Academy? I heard that most of the seniors who participated in competitions before were boys, forming a stark contrast with the Water Academy. So it's not surprising that they were amazed to see a girl in our team, explained Huoming, whose tall figure cast a shadow over Huijin. Then why are they only looking at Jason? Are we not handsome? Huijin pointed at Jason, who was standing next to Huowu. Please don't use a question. Huoming gave him a cold glance. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. Huijin, all right, everyone come up to get your room numbers. The competition starts tomorrow, so make sure to rest well and get into your best condition. The leading teacher is a middle-aged man with red hair, who is also their soul skill instructor. However, Jason has never met him. He only heard about him from Huowu, as he hasn't attended a single class since entering Blaze Academy. Huowu Shuang, as the captain, stepped forward to receive a stack of cards. He first gave one to Huiyun and Huayu, and then distributed one to each person. Jason received a palm-sized card, which read room 206. Hey, what room are you in? At this moment, Huowu came to his side, curiously looking at the sign in his hand. Huowu's head was close to his shoulder, and Jason could smell an enticing fragrance. This scent was as strong as her personality, intoxicating enough to make one dizzy. Jason silently pushed her head away. 206. Really? I'm right next to you. Huowu seemed very happy upon hearing this. Jason raised an eyebrow and glanced at Huowu Shuang. Huowu Shuang also sensed his gaze and blinked. Bro, it's up to you. After picking up on the implication, Jason couldn't help but internally complain. While other brothers would want to drive away anyone close to their sister, this guy was pushing his sister away. He shrugged at Huowu Shuang and then walked towards the stairs, heading to the second floor. Hey, wait for me. Huowu quickly followed him. Behind them, Huowu Shuang wore a knowing smile. Having lost their parents at a young age, he had been both father and mother to her. And now, seeing his unruly sister behaving obediently instead, he felt a sense of relief. Jason is a handsome guy, has a steady personality, and is strong. Most importantly, Fire Dance likes him, so he must be very supportive of him. It's just that Jason isn't proactive enough. If his grandfather, Fire Howl, knew his thoughts, who knows if he would break his legs. After everyone settled into their rooms and tidied up, the team leader gathered everyone together to explain the rules and precautions for this elite Soul Master competition. The explanation continued until the evening, and after the teacher's final blessing, everyone began to prepare to go out for dinner. With the competition approaching, it was nice to relax a bit beforehand. After all, everyone had been mentally stressed and training hard for the past 6 months, just to make a stunning impression in the competition. After having some fun in the Heaven Do City, everyone returned to the hotel exhausted. The next day, Fire Dance sleepily opened her room door and made her way to the door of the neighboring room. Knock, 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 Jason, hurry up and get up. We need to go for morning practice. After a while, there was no response from inside the room. Jason, She became slightly more awake and tried knocking again, calling out. Still, there was no response. Did he go out? Seriously, he didn't even call me. Fire Dance mumbled a few words of dissatisfaction and then went downstairs to the hotel's backyard. The hotel is constructed in a small villa style, and behind the accommodation buildings is a manor with low shrubs and flowers, as well as various resting pavilions. Since it was still early and the sun had not yet risen, most people were still asleep, making the entire manor very quiet. Fire Dance walked along the tranquil path, her eyes scanning around. Since there were no soul power fluctuations from Jason during morning practice, she didn't sense any. After walking for a long time, the fresh morning air cleared her mind. Finally, she followed a small lake and arrived at an open lawn. A figure was practicing boxing on the lawn. Her eyes lit up, and she quickened her pace. However, as he was about to get closer, she slowed down again and quietly watched the young man practicing his punches from distance. In the field, Jason had his eyes half closed, his hands in a palm position, moving rhythmically back and forth and side to side. His palms swayed like floating cotton, slow and steady. His hands formed a circle in front of his chest, casually moving as he practiced. Spirals of air flowed out from his waving palms, and within the airflow, one could faintly sense a pull. Indeed, Jason was practicing Tai Chi, or rather, he was in the midst of a demonstration. Ever since he returned to the academy from Sunset Forest, he had begun to explore the principles of Tai Chi and Bajikwan, primarily focusing on the essence within them. Chapter 128. Fiery emotions. The sky had just begun to brighten, and the first rays of sunlight had yet to appear. At this moment, in a spacious lawn behind the Yage Hotel, a girl dressed in a red outfit with golden stripes stood. The girl was stunningly beautiful, and her tall figure, combined with the faint fiery red aura surrounding her, seemed to enhance the scenery around her significantly. At this moment, she was gazing dreamily at the boy in front of her, wearing a practice uniform. The boy moved with steady and orderly steps, gliding left and right on the ground, never exceeding a height of 20 centimeters. As he walked, he resembled a wooden stake deeply embedded in the ground, with his upper body swaying in sync with his footsteps. At this moment, he shifted his body to the side, moving his right foot forward. The instant his right foot touched the ground, the soft grass emitted a slight tremor. Then his right elbow protruded, channeling power from his waist to his elbow before delivering a powerful strike. It was Baji Quan with an elbow strike. The elbow struck the air, creating visible ripples of vibration. He continued to execute the movements, which were simple and straightforward, fierce and crisp, generating vibrations in the ground and air with every step and every strike, accompanied by deep and clear sounds. This formed a stark contrast to the subtle, hidden energy of Tai Chi just moments ago. Baji Quan is characterized by its utmost force and ferocity. The term Baji implies that the power can reach far and wide in all directions. However, Jason was still only practicing the forms within it, and the essence of the art needed to be cultivated over time. Beside him, Huo watched for a while and began to mimic Jason's movements. Although her actions were not yet skilled, they were not as stiff as those of a beginner. Her movements also caused air vibrations, but unlike Jason, she achieved this through the use of her soul power. Of course, her strikes were quite powerful, thanks in large part to Jason's guidance. However, having only practiced for a few days, although she had made progress, she couldn't yet apply in combat. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the grayish world, it seemed to come alive with vibrant energy, filled with the sounds of chirping birds, crowing roosters, and the calls of unknown insects playing a symphony of life. At this moment, Jason and Huo Wu had already settled down to meditate, sitting cross-legged on the ground, regulating their breaths. In their meditation, their tense muscles began to relax slowly, and their breathing became smooth and orderly, unlike the hurried breaths at the end of their training. Let's go back for breakfast. We have a match to attend to later. Jason opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and then stood up to call Huo Wu. Mm. Huo Wu nodded obediently at his words and naturally draped herself over Jason's shoulder. Jason felt the soft touch on his arm, but said nothing as they headed towards the hotel lobby. Huo Wu, at some point, had become increasingly gentle towards Jason, transforming from her previously fiery and unruly attitude to one resembling a little bird relying on him. This was a stark contrast to her earlier temperament. Of course, she only acted this way in front of Jason. Jason could also clearly see Huo Wu's feelings for him, and he always took a natural approach to emotions. When Huo Wu, with her arm around Jason's, appeared in front of Huo Wu Shuang and the others, everyone was left dumbfounded, staring at the once fiery Huo Wu. Is that really Huo Wu? Only Hua Wushuang revealed a motherly smile, genuinely happy for them. What are you staring at? Keep looking and I'll have your eyes gouged out. Hua Wu felt a bit uncomfortable under their strange gazes. Her face slightly flushed, but she still shot them a fierce glare and threatened loudly. Let's sit down first, Jason said with a smile, looking at her proud expression. As soon as Jason finished speaking, Hua Wu's attitude took a sharp turn, resembling a little girl. Hua Yu and Hui Yun shivered at the change. No need to indulge her so much. Just be natural. Jason shook his head helplessly. The two sat down with the team and began to eat breakfast. However, the eyes of the other team members kept glancing over at them from time to time. Except for a few dull-witted members, most could see Hua Wu's feelings for Jason. After all, her actions were quite obvious. Anyone could discern her intentions. But this was all too sudden. Today they seemed so close, and Hua Wu's transformation was so drastic. However, the current Hua Wu was just like a girl in love, oblivious to their curious gazes, her eyes filled with Jason. Jason was somewhat overwhelmed by her unabashed, fiery emotions. Her feelings were as passionate and intense as she was. The development of their relationship indeed surprised the members of the Blazing Fire team, but as the competition approached, they became immersed in the excitement of the match. After finishing breakfast, the team leader took everyone from the Blazing Fire Academy to the competition venue. As the most grand event in the Spirit Master community, it attracted not only Spirit Masters, but also the attention of royalty, nobles, and commoners, all of whom came to witness this grand occasion. The venue was temporarily transformed from the former Great Spirit Arena, retaining only the VIP area in the center, while the renovated sections could accommodate many more spectators. In the upcoming preliminaries, all Spirit Masters would gather here. On the way from the hotel to the Great Spirit Arena, the surrounding shops and streets were mostly deserted, with the occasional figure rushing towards the arena. It was as if the streets were cleared for them. As they approached the Great Spirit Arena, the number of people began to increase dramatically, and other academy teams could be seen arriving as well. They entered through a designated passage. The moment they pushed open the door and stepped inside, a deafening roar of noise hit them. The quiet, loving Jason couldn't help but frown. As they entered, countless gazes turned towards them. Some were discussing their academy, others their team members' attire, and some were commenting on the personal appearances of the members. However, the other participants were quite excited, straightening their backs and walking proudly into the lounge prepared for the competing academies. Once inside the lounge, many academy teams were already present. Upon seeing the arrival of the Blazing Fire Academy, their expressions grew serious. Hua Wushuang led everyone to find a spot and sat down. There was only one match today. As part of the opening ceremony, if all went well, the opposing team would likely be the Shrek team, the second team from the Tiando Royal Academy. They were merely there to go through the motions and register. Sure enough, not long after, a group dressed in earthy green attire adorned with the emerald Shrek emblem walked in. It was the members of Shrek. Thanks to the sensing ability of TangSan's little demon branch, he spotted Jason immediately. He nodded slightly at Jason and then followed the Shrek group to find a corner to sit down. However, they had not been seated long before they were provoked. Then there was a bit of squabble, but due to the rules of the competition, they did not resort to violence. Chapter 129, Opening Ceremony. The recent episode added some talking points to this break area. Soon, staff members of the competition came to guide them. Members of the Blaze Academy, please follow me. The staff member in charge of guiding the Blaze Academy was a woman with a somewhat harsh expression, but at this moment, her face was full of flattery, which looked rather strange. The team leader nodded slightly and stood up to follow, and Jason and the others quickly followed suit. After leaving the lounge and passing through a corridor, Jason and the others entered the main venue. The vast square was filled with the shouts and cheers of countless spectators. In front of the central arena, there is a podium set against a backdrop of golden beams, and behind it is the VIP room. To be honest, Jason felt that having a golden halo in the background would look more impressive. The central area is about 200 square meters, more than enough to accommodate the arriving Soul Master teams from various academies. However, to maintain order, everyone from each academy stood in the designated areas as arranged by the staff. When the Fire Academy entered, the host began the introduction. Coming onto the stage was one of the 5 elemental academies, the Fire Academy, known for its extremely explosive flames that burn everything in front of them. In the last competition, they reached the top 4, and it remains to be seen if they can advance further and achieve greatness again. The participating team consists of 8 members. Their slogan is, "A single spark can start a prairie fire." Teams that adopt an extreme style of competition do not have many opponents, so the number of participants from the Fire Academy did not surprise others. As the host finished speaking, The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Jason also noticed that some areas of the audience had red banners reading Fire Academy must win. Wow. If they had a hot cheerleading performance on top of that, it would be just like competitions from my previous life. Speaking of which, can the Water Academy take on such a big responsibility? Maybe I should go discuss it. But for the sake of my life, I'd better not. Imagining a group of women chasing after him, Jason felt that not having a cheerleading team was actually quite nice. After the staff arrived and everyone stood in their designated positions, except for Jason, the others curiously observed their surroundings. For them, the preliminary rounds were just a formality, and generally, the 5 elemental academies would not encounter each other in these rounds. Jason, however, turned his gaze to the VIP area. At first glance, he noticed a man in the middle of the first row with only 3 people seated. This person wore a golden diamond crown, his expression ancient and calm, appearing somewhat aged, sitting there like the focal point of everything around him. This guy is the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire. Quite imposing. At this moment, Shui seemed to sense a unique gaze and looked towards Jason. What a delicate-looking youth. Upon seeing the young man from the fire team, he couldn't help but exclaim. The boy's features looked as if they had been painted by the finest artist, yet they were very real. When Jason noticed him looking, he smiled kindly at him. Shui also revealed a slight smile before averting his gaze. This boy is quite interesting. Your Majesty, why are you smiling? Asked Ning Fengji, who was beside him, curious about the smile on Shui's lips. I saw an interesting young man, Shui replied, waving his hand. Oh, who is it that has caught your Majesty's attention? The previously silent Platinum Bishop Salas showed a bit of interest upon hearing this. It's nothing, I just happened to see him. Over there, that exquisitely featured black-haired boy from the Fire Academy. Shui pointed casually at Jason, who was in the center of the arena. Following Shui's indication, they quickly spotted the black-haired youth among the colorful hairstyles of the Fire Academy. I was just wondering why your Majesty would comment on a boy's delicacy. It seems indeed so, Salas remarked after seeing Jason. By the way, why does this boy seem somewhat familiar to me? After watching for a while, Salas felt that he had seen this boy somewhere. That is the leader of my sect. Bishop Salas should have seen him through portraits. Ning Fengji suddenly explained from the side. Shui thought he was joking and was about to tease him, but Ning Fengji said, You're joking. The 7 treasure, glazed tile, sect isn't suddenly famous. He recalled the announcement made by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect 6 months ago. Haha, I didn't expect that the realization of your sect's long-held dream would be him. After thinking this through, Shui couldn't help but chuckle and took a closer look at Jason. Young and ignorant, Salas commented dismissively and lost interest in Jason. Instead, Shui became quite interested and started discussing with Ning Fengji. This made Ning Fengji somewhat wary. He knew that if it were just Jason alone, he could easily manage the sect, but with this cunning emperor involved, the situation could become dire. Really, why didn't I think of that? Ning Fengji felt somewhat outmaneuvered at this moment. There was nothing he could do. He could only try to emphasize how close Jason was to his daughter and how harmonious their relationship was, just to dispel any thoughts from the emperor. The last team to enter was the Shrek team from Shrek Academy, originally known as Blue Tyrant Academy, which changed its name a year ago. Look at how distinctive their strange attire is. There are a total of 11 participants. Their slogan is a champion without opponents, which is quite an imaginative slogan. I hope they can perform excellently. TangSan and the others entered the arena with grim expressions. After they entered, the host paused for a moment before continuing. Next, please welcome His Majesty, the Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, to announce the opening of this competition. In the center, Emperor Shui slowly stood up amidst thunderous applause. Once he stood, he slightly pressed down with his right hand, and the deafening applause quickly subsided. The entire venue fell silent. A steady and resonant voice came through the sound amplification soul guide. I, Shui, Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, representing the Heaven-Do Empire and the organizers of this competition, hereby declare the opening of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Thunderous applause erupted again, followed by waves of cheers. Afterwards, Emperor Shui spoke a few more encouraging words, eliciting another round of enthusiastic applause. In the center of the arena, Jason could feel the passion surging in the hearts of the participating team members around him. Following this, under the host's guidance, Ning Fengji gave a long opening speech, leaving some suspense. Then Bishop Salas stood up, simply said a few words, and sat back down. Then the main performance of today began. The preliminary rounds officially started. Chapter 130, Untitled. The budget competition list was personally drawn by Coach Salas. After drawing 2 pairs of tags, The host stepped forward to take them, and then began to announce the results. In the first round of the preliminary matches, Songhui Academy faced Zixing Academy. Oakland Academy faced Huahua Academy. Piltover Academy faced Xinghui Academy. Tiando Royal Academy faced Shrek Academy. As the opening ceremony, Tiando Royal Academy needed to be the first to take the stage, and correspondingly, the opposing team also needed to join. Subsequently, under the disdainful gaze of the audience, a part of Shrek Academy's strength surprised them greatly. No one expected that a team dressed like clowns could be so powerful. After the first match of the opening ceremony concluded, aside from the Huoming brothers who wanted to stay and watch the battles, Jason and the others returned to the hotel. The list for the first day of the preliminary rounds did not include Qihua Academy, but Tianshui Academy and Thunder Academy were among them. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a list for Qihua Academy tomorrow. Because tomorrow, the preliminary rounds would likely end, and the knockout rounds would start on the third day. The pace was indeed a bit fast, but overall it was also related to the number of Soul Masters. Although this event seemed grand, there weren't many participants. On the second day, Jason stayed alone in the hotel, continuing his deductions, while Huowu and others went to participate in the preliminary rounds. As the seed teams, the 5 elemental academies would not encounter each other in the budget competition. Only in the knockout rounds would there be formal matches. In the evening, Jason sat cross-legged on his bed, with a pattern appearing on the floor, distinctly black and white, each occupying half, chasing and rotating around each other. This was the martial soul that Jason realized after comprehending ice and fire, the Taiji diagram. Then, with his eyes closed and sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jason's right hand gently moved, and his thoughts began to visualize and condense. The Taiji diagram on the ground changed accordingly, with the black and white colors spinning rapidly, gradually merging into a sphere floating in front of him. With a flick of his thoughts, the intersecting sphere of black and white began to scatter like ink, and the colors changed accordingly. Finally, a longbow appeared in front of him, divided into a blue ice crystal and a red flame. It was Jason's previous martial soul, the ice and fire breaking magic bow. Then the ice and fire breaking magic bow in front of him spread like ink again, transforming into a spear. 2 instruments: sword, ice crystal trident, flame knife, Taiji staff, diamond axe. Jason was like a painter casually sketching. Yin and Yang are not two, treating it as one, the one being Taiji, governing the 2 objects, interacting with each other, transforming into myriad forms. The previous method was precisely governing the 2 objects, interacting with each other, transforming into myriad forms. In other words, Jason's martial soul would encompass countless possibilities and be unpredictable. With the enhancement of strength, perhaps he could further deduce beast martial souls. The current path had actually deviated from Jason's plan. Various uncertainties had arisen, and if he took a wrong step, he would fall into an irretrievable situation. For example, the incarnation of Faith condensed unexpectedly had a trace of consciousness from an ascendant among the myriad worlds. But it was fortunate that the condensed incarnation required faith, and he was also the leader of the church, a de facto spokesperson. Although he could not merge the power of faith, he had condensed a body with immense potential. Although the plan had some variables, it had not exceeded expectations. It was just that the plan needed to change accordingly. Many things had to be advanced significantly. As for whether it was good or bad, Jason was also unclear, but it was indeed not as stable as the original plan. At this moment, a team dressed in fire-red clothes with golden stripes arrived on the second floor, their faces showing joy and excitement. It was Huowu and others, who had just finished the preliminary rounds. Jason, who was in the room, dispersed his martial soul, ended his deductions, and opened his eyes. "Jason, we're back. Hurry up and come out," Huowu shouted loudly while knocking on Jason's door. Jason got out of bed and just opened the door when a red figure swiftly came to his side. "Aren't you going to change clothes first?" He smiled at Huowu, who was linking arms with him, while then asking Huowu and the others, "Hey, no need. The teams we faced today were too weak. It didn't seem matter whether we warmed up or not." Huowu waved his hand dismissively. "Well then, I'm a bit hungry too." Jason nodded and then followed them to the dining hall. It was now evening, dinner time, and after entering the large cafeteria prepared by the hotel, many members of the academies residing in this hotel were already eating. "Look, that group of people is from the Chiwa team. I saw. It seems they didn't really fight today. Their opponent was driven off the stage by their captain alone. Their captain is indeed very strong. You can feel the explosive flames in his hands just from watching on stage." "Huh, who is that person in white clothes? Why is he walking with them? Don't you know? This time, there are 8 participants from the Chihua team. 7 of them played yesterday, so the other must be a substitute. But I see he doesn't look very old. His level shouldn't be that high. As soon as the members of the Chihua team entered, they attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Many people also noticed Jason, who was wearing a white robe. After all, a splash of white among a group of red was still very eye-catching. Many wondered if he was some hidden tactic of the Chihua team, but seeing his age, they were puzzled. Let us go. There's an empty table over there. You guys go ahead, I'll go order. Huowu pointed to a corner against the wall where there was just enough space for them to sit. Then, the restaurant staff set the table full of dishes, and since there might be a match tomorrow, even if there wasn't, everyone was not allowed to drink alcohol during this time. Each person had a glass of fruit drink in front of them. So, did you notice any noteworthy opponents in the matches today? Jason asked first. Besides the 5 elemental academies, there shouldn't be any opponents worth our attention, Huowu said, taking a sip of the fruit drink and thinking. That's true, but Shrek Academy seemed to be a dark horse yesterday. We should still pay attention to them. Huowu, sitting next to Jason, suddenly said. Shrek. Huowu frowned at the mention. If we face Shrek, let me go on stage. Jason's words surprised everyone, and they looked at him in astonishment. You know Shrek? Huijian asked curiously. Yes, the academy I was in before was in Shrek. Their Shrek 7 monsters are collective, probably all around level 40 soul masters. 1 or 2 might not have reached level 40, but they shouldn't be underestimated, he explained calmly. Really? So that means they are about the same age as you? The people at the dining table looked incredulous upon hearing this. They didn't dwell on why Jason left Shrek. Since he left, there must be a reason, but it couldn't be anything good, so there was no need to annoy others out of curiosity. Chapter 131. Musical instruments under the heavy atmosphere of the Blaze Academy. This dinner came to an end. You don't need to worry when I'm around, Jason comforted as he noticed their serious expressions just before they were about to part ways. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Yes, they still had Jason. The part of his abilities he had displayed during training had already shocked them enough, and they had never seen him reveal a soul ring. This left everyone at Blaze Academy only aware of Jason's strength as shown in the elemental exchange competition 6 months ago, where he still hadn't released a soul ring and relied solely on his self-created soul skills. Their expressions relaxed a bit, as the power of Shrek Academy that Jason mentioned was simply astonishing. They waved goodbye to each other and returned to their rooms to prepare for bed. Jason and Huowu also headed to their respective rooms together. Huowu arrived at her room first, opened the door, but stood silently at the entrance for a while. Jason, watching her return, felt a bit puzzled. Then, she turned around, her head lowered, her movements a bit awkward, and her face flushed. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? She said hesitantly, her face and neck turning completely red, the 2 pink blushes on her cheeks making her look incredibly alluring. Jason was taken aback by her words, and seeing her shy demeanor did stir something in him. But thinking about his future plans, he felt a bit reluctant. Xiaowu, I must tell you the truth. In the future, I might not only have you as a partner. For various reasons, I may choose to marry someone else, Jason said with a calm expression, not pretending to be sad or pained. I hope you can think it over and then let me know your answer. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Some things are better said openly. He wouldn't assume that all women would be willing to share a person's heart. But in Jason's heart, his plans were greater than his feelings. It was better to prevent harm to others in advance. After saying this, Jason left her room and returned to his own. The redness on Huowu's face had long faded, her head lowered, her entire face shrouded in shadow as she stood at the door for a long time. The next day, everyone went to the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, as usual. However, along the way, Huowu Shuang and others noticed that Huowu seemed a bit off, her usual rosy hue appearing duller. She looked completely different from her usual vibrant self. Huowu, what's wrong with you today? The team leader asked with concern upon noticing her condition. Huowu Shuang frowned and glanced at Jason, sensing that this matter was definitely related to him. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about me, Huowu replied with a forced smile. Although everyone found it strange, seeing that she didn't appear to be sick or injured, they didn't delve deeper and began to think about the day's competition. After arriving at the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena, the Blaze Academy team entered the team members' lounge. Unlike the previous time's bustling noise, there were many empty seats this time. Clearly, the 2 days of preliminary rounds had eliminated many teams. Once seated, everyone started discussing which team they would face in the first match today, as well as strategies for dealing with that team. Although Huowu Shuang wanted to ask Jason for clarification, as the captain, he had to participate in the tactical discussions with the team members. Reluctantly, he could only look for an opportunity to ask. Suddenly, a loud sound of fireworks erupted, accompanied by deafening cheers that echoed throughout the arena. shaking the very space. The cheers continued for a long time, and once they quieted down, the announcer began to declare the start of the elimination rounds. In the first match of the elimination rounds, the matches were as follows: Sanghui Academy versus Shunfeng Academy, Tinshui Academy versus Plan Academy, Xiangjia Academy versus Shrek Team, and Blaze Team versus Gaster Team. This was just the first match of the day. If time allowed, a second match could still be held. Jason still did not participate in today's battle. The highest-ranked Soul Master on the opposing Gaster team was only level 39, following a balanced approach. Faced with the Blaze Academy, they had no chance of winning. Huo Shuang and the others only needed to crush them. Jason stood in the stands, watching the battle between the two teams with great interest. The teams battling in the arena were the Enjoy team from the Music Academy of Wild City and the Battle Soul team from the Battle Soul Academy of Zhanhuan City. Wild City was known for producing musicians, such as those skilled in instruments like the qin, flute, drum, and eru. Therefore, a music academy was specifically established in Wild City. Similarly, they belonged to the balanced faction, with main attackers, main supporters, and crowd control being well represented. Moreover, when their team participates in competitions, the academy's principal personally composes music to provide them with an alternative soul fusion skill. The name of the opposing team is as straightforward as they are: Battle Soul. In Battle Soul City, most of the members excel in offensive weapon spirits and beast spirits. As for support and control, they're basically non-existent among them. It's either agility attack or strong attack. In a word, reckless. Most of the members of the Battle Soul team are boys, with only one girl holding a black whip, tall and with a heroic demeanor. On the opposite side, the instruments were played by both men and women. The men were either refined and calm or feminine like women, while the women were as elegant as white lotuses, possessing exceptional grace. As the battle commenced, a flute sound filled the arena, accompanied by a dull roar. The Battle Spirit Team's intense fighting spirit transformed into crimson gas that enveloped half of the arena. The leading captain shouted loudly and charged towards the Soul Master playing the wind instrument ahead. Opposite him, a refined young man held a jade flute and played the score. When the music reached its climax, a sharp sound of the flute pierced the air, sending a transparent sound wave that stirred the air currents towards the leading captain. A blue-haired girl on the left side of the team held a pipa, and the melody she played turned into pink in the minds of the Battle Spirit team, confusing their senses. However, it seemed to have minimal effect on the Battle Spirit team. Jason, observing from the stands, noticed that everyone in the Battle Spirit team had their ears covered with soul power, isolating them from the opposing music. This was a significant drawback of the Music Academy. Unless the music could reach the heart or develop a unique frequency, the effect would be greatly diminished once the opponent closed off their hearing. Infrasound and ultrasound were indeed good tactics. After observing the Music Academy's methods, Jason gained some inspiration. From his previous research on the music team, it seemed that the Swana instrument had never appeared. For some reason, after overcoming various obstacles, the Battle Spirit team finally stood before the music team. The leading captain swung his war hammer without hesitation, smashing it towards the flute-playing young man. The young man had no power to resist and was knocked out of the arena. The Battle Spirit team wreaked havoc like wolves entering a flock of sheep, sending their opponents flying out of the arena. Chapter 132, Battle against Shrek in today's elimination match. Jason, as a member of the Blazing Fire Academy, had not taken the stage even once, simply standing in the stands, watching with great interest the various peculiar martial souls. Although Shrek encountered the Elephant Armor Academy, it ended much faster than in the original story. TangSan, who has the branch of the Little Demon, possesses the plundering trait. Although his research assigned by Jason delayed him for a long time, his strength is much stronger than in the original. Therefore, facing the Elephant Armor Academy, the trend was overwhelmingly in their favor. Today's elimination matches took place until after 10 o'clock at night, and more than 10 teams from various academies were eliminated. The reasons for elimination were either due to opponents severely injuring them or being unable to participate in the next day's battles. Not every team could build a crushing advantage. Many evenly matched teams fought with all their strength, which inevitably led to severe injuries. During the competition, a team member died because the referee did not arrive in time to intervene, resulting in that member being disqualified. Overall, today's battles can be considered a complete prelude to the climax. After the matches, the audience in the stands left the venue in groups, filled with reluctance, while excitedly discussing the performances of the teams they supported. However, there were also many with grim expressions, leaving the venue like walking corpses or angrily cursing. Most of them lost due to gambling, with many being gamblers who had bet their entire fortunes. Jason returned to the hotel with the team leader and others, including Huo Wushuang. The day's battles did not leave them looking tired. Instead, they were all eagerly discussing the day's events. During this time, although Huo Wu seemed a bit off, she did not exhibit any lackluster behavior during the fights. At the hotel, after enjoying a hearty dinner, everyone yawned and returned to their rooms to prepare for rest. In room 207, the decor was uniform and the sound of water splashing was coming from the bathroom. Under the bright white light, through the foggy glass, a tall and alluring red figure could be seen. Water droplets from the shower fell on Huo Wu's closed eyes. Her brow furrowed as if she was troubled by something. The only sound in the room was the splashing of shower water. After a long while, accompanied by a heavy sigh, the noisy sounds in the shower room came to a stop. Then a stunning figure emerged, coming to the bedside and crashing down heavily. The bright lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. The next day, Huo Wu returned to her fiery self and approached Jason. "I'll keep a close watch on you," she said fiercely as she quietly came to Jason's side. After thinking all day yesterday, she finally found clarity. Since she couldn't escape him, she had to find another way. If anyone liked him, they could just drive her away. "Let's see who dares to covet my man." Huo Wu silently praised her own thoughts. "Figured it out?" Jason smiled at her. "Yes, from now on, if you want to find another woman, you have to get past me first." She was quite confident in her own strength. "Huh, you're making it sound like I'm some woman who can be peeped at," Jason chuckled. However, thinking of the woman he planned to marry, he couldn't help but feel a bit strange looking at Huo Wu. "But what?" Huo Wu immediately pressed. "If you want to keep an eye on me, this level of strength isn't enough." Putting in some effort, the girl patted her head and quickly walked into the crowd, despite her sulky expression. The Great Fight Soul Arena of Tiando had arrived. Entering the arena, the surrounding audience was still packed, and the noisy sounds filled the entire competition venue. Jason and the others followed their team leader to the competition team lounge. Once they entered, many teams had already arrived. Finding their seats, everyone began to wait in silence. If nothing unexpected happened, today Jason would be replacing Huiji to take the stage. About 10 minutes later, the host came on stage and began announcing the battle list for the day. Shrek team versus Blaze team. As the host's words fell, the expressions of Shrek's members all became serious. The master said solemnly to TangSan, "It seems you Shrek's 7 monsters will all be going on stage this time. If it were just a Blaze team, I wouldn't be too worried, but if nothing goes wrong, Jason will also be participating in this battle." TangSan nodded heavily. Although Jason was a mysterious person, this was a team battle after all, and they were all monsters. There was no need to feel too much pressure. Do your best to defeat all the enemies ahead. The master noticed the Shrek 7 monsters' tense attitudes and encouraged them. "Yes, the Blaze team is strong, but it seems they still fall short compared to you. Why are you all so nervous? And who is this Jason?" Talon asked, confused as he looked at the solemn Shrek members. Jiangzhu's eyes flickered as she thought of the boy she had led into the academy a year ago. "He is a very strong opponent," said Ma Hongjun, who was closest to Talon. "All right, the master is right. We are all monsters among geniuses. Let's all perform to our best and not be too nervous," TangSan said loudly. Although he said this, he actually felt a lack of confidence inside. As Jason's subordinate in Shrek, he knew him the best, and thus understood the gap between them even more. Most of the reason their team had grown to this level was due to the elixirs Jason provided. So, how much strength did he possess himself? TangSan didn't even dare to think further. "Now, let's welcome the Blaze team and the Shrek team to the stage." The host's voice, amplified by the Sound Soul tool, echoed throughout the venue. Both sides took the stage. Many spectators noticed that the members of the Shrek team had changed quite a bit this time. A new face also appeared in the Blaze Fire team. Similarly, this situation was noticed by the 3 sitting at the front desk, the Snow Knight Emperor and others. Regardless, both teams that took the stage drew intense cheers from the audience. Both sides released their martial souls. The competition rules were the same as those in the usual Great Spirit Arena. After the Shrek team fully activated their martial souls, everyone in the VIP seats where the Snow Knight Emperor was, as well as the surrounding audience, were all shocked, except for 2 girls who had not reached level 40. The others surprisingly all achieved level 40. The others were captivated by Shrek on the opposite side, but Ning Fengji kept his gaze fixed on Jason from the Blaze Academy. Jason, wearing the gold and red Blaze Fire Team uniform, was enveloped in a burst of black and white light, and a distinctly black and white circular pattern appeared beneath his feet. What kind of martial soul is this? Wasn't he his martial soul a bow? Before Ning Fengji could express his surprise, The pattern under Jason's feet transformed into a swirl of smoky ink and then solidified in front of him into a longbow that coexisted with ice crystals and flames. Is this a mutated martial soul? Ning Fengji murmured. Oh, it seems that Sect Master Ning knows quite a bit about that young man. The Snow Knight Emperor suddenly spoke up. Chapter 133. Arrows on the arena. The red soul power occupied half of the field, while the other side showcased various martial souls. The dazzling martial soul energy made the entire arena seem like a mysterious starry sky. In terms of momentum, Shrek Academy on the opposite side was overall much stronger. But there was not a trace of ease on their faces. They were tightly focused on Jason at the back of the Blaze Fire team, as if facing a great enemy. The atmosphere in the arena was tense, like a ticking time bomb, waiting for the moment to come and explode instantly. On the VIP seat, the focus of the Snow Knight Emperor was not on the arena, but on Ning Fengji beside him. Haha, your majesty is joking. This young man is after all the leader of our sect, so I must know something about him. Ning Fengji's eyes flickered, and a moment of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he chuckled and said, Is that so? Could you tell me about him? Since I have nothing to do, I'm a bit curious about your little sect master. Snow Knight tilted his head, pretending to be curious. Aside from knowing that his martial soul is a variant martial soul, I don't know anything else. Moreover, after he exchanged for the position of sect master from me, he has been staying at the Blaze Academy, and other than that, I really don't know. Ning Fengji hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. Has he not used your title of sect master for anything? Snow Knight asked curiously, seeing that his expression didn't seem fake. Perhaps he feels that the position of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect master has no benefits, so he lost interest. Ning's sect master has picked up a great bargain. Looking at the Shrek team in the arena, Ning Rongrong holding the radiant 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Salas said sarcastically. Immediately, both Snow Knight and Ning Fengji lost interest in talking, their expressions slightly unpleasant as they turned their attention back to the arena. At this moment, both sides' momentum was soaring, reaching the critical point of explosion. Begin. The referee's voice suddenly rang out. Boom. Before both sides made contact, the collision of their momentum instantly caused a loud rumbling. The 9 treasures are out. Glazed tile, 9 treasures are famous, the second says. Before she could finish her last sentence, a fiery red streak of light shot through the crowd of Shrek, aiming directly at Ning Rongrong at the back, who was holding the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The fiery red streak moved at incredible speed, and everyone only felt a flash of red light before the arrow had already pierced through the crowd and reached Ning Rongrong. However, those who had been keeping an eye on Jason reacted quickly, and the blue silver grass wrapped around Ning Rongrong instantly tightened, pulling her away from the spot. The red flames enveloping the arrow continued to rush forward, but Ning Rongrong's figure had already disappeared. If nothing unexpected happened, this arrow should have missed. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The flames at the tip of the arrow suddenly dimmed. In the instant the flames dimmed, the flames at the back were still burning fiercely. 2 arrows. TangSan, who was controlling the blue silver grass, was taken aback. This was not 1 arrow, but 2. He wanted to take action, but was clearly too late. The arrow in front slowed down as the flames dimmed, while the arrow behind, with flames still blazing, suddenly collided with the front arrow. Subsequently, the 2 arrows collided, changing direction, and the front arrow was deflected at about a 30-degree sharp angle, shooting towards Ning Rongrong's position. The curvature behind changed much less, and under the turn, it shot towards the path entwined with Oscar's blue silver grass. Ning Rongrong watched the approaching arrow without changing her expression. She trusted her partner. A trust built over a long time. Sure enough, the suddenly changing arrow was shot down by a burst of flame before it could reach Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun smugly rubbed his thumb against his nose. Although Ning Rongrong's crisis was averted, the blue-silver grass connecting TangSan and Oscar was pierced by an arrow. Ahead, at this moment, Huo Wushuang and Dai Mubai, 2 strong attack-type soul masters, collided, while Huiyun, Huiyu, and the agile attack-type soul masters Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing entered into a chaotic battle. With the 9 treasures turning into glazed glass, Ning Rongrong, who had just stabilized herself, was about to chant her soul spell again. But at this moment, Jason at the back of the Blaze Academy suddenly blurred his hand that was pulling the bowstring. Then countless soul power arrows shot towards TangSan, Ning Rongrong, and the others at the back. At the same time, Huo Wu's 4th spirit ring lit up. 4th spirit skill, resistance fire ring. The 3 fighting ahead, Dai Mubai and the others, were immediately sent flying into the air. At this moment, Jason, after shooting a volley of arrows, began to concentrate and hold his breath. His gaze focused. A peculiar arrow reappeared on the bowstring. The arrowhead was made of white ice crystals, spiraling in shape, while the shaft was a bright red, resembling a piece of iron just taken from a forge. Hidden within was a volatile flame, soul power. At the same time, Jason's hand holding the bowstring began to twist, causing both the bowstring and the arrow to rotate. TangSan activated the blue-silver grass on the three of them, intending to pull them back. However, at that moment, Wu Shuang and the others unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating, and the support from Huo Ming and Huo Ji also flowed into the bodies of the three. The momentum of the three surged dramatically, and in an instant, they were in front of their respective opponents. The members of the Tinshui team, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but snort softly. They were very familiar with this scene. But just then, several blue-silver cages wrapped around Dai Mubai and the others. Not only the three in front, but all Shrek members were surrounded by a blue-silver cage. In the center of Shrek, the black soul rings on TangSan lit up. Fourth 10,000-year soul skill, blue-silver cage. The three members of the fire team seemed to have anticipated this situation, turning around without hesitation to return to the fire team. At the same time, they avoided the rain of arrows shot by Jason. The arrow rain covered the area where Shrek was located, and the soul power arrows attacked the blue-silver prison, causing waves of soul power fluctuations. The blue-silver prison acted like a fortress, and as all the arrows struck the prison, they transformed into pure soul power and dissipated like ice crystals. At this moment, the surrounding audience was fixated on the battle on the field. The large venue was silent, seemingly afraid to disturb the fight. Unlike the audience's awe at the spectacle, the people in the VIP seats couldn't help but glance at Jason, who held the ice-fire-breaking demon bow. If they had previously held high hopes for the fire team, after witnessing Shrek's full display of strength, their confidence in the fire team had waned, and they began to think they might lose. However, the young boy who had just entered the fire team truly astonished them. From the very beginning of the battle, he had used his reach advantage and exceptional archery skills to hold back the three opponents. Then, he further coordinated with his teammates to take control of the initiative in the attack. However, can he break through the opponent's eternal soul skills? At the moment the blue-silver prison rose, Jason's arrow was just shot out. The arrow stirred the surrounding air into a spiral, accompanied by a piercing whistle, as it brushed past Wu Wu and the others, aiming at Dai Mubai, who was inside the blue-silver prison. Boom! Just about a meter away from the blue-silver prison, the red arrow shaft suddenly exploded. For easier reading next time, you can click the bookmark below to save this reading record, Chapter 140, Arrow. The next time you open your bookshelf, you will see it. If you like the Hunters in Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 134. Victory in the competition arena. A burst of fire accompanied by a loud bang erupted at the center of the two teams. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda turned out, and the 9 treasures' name was called You. At this moment, Ning Rongrong in the back quickly applied her support state to the Shrek members. At this moment, TangSan's expression changed dramatically. He knew that although his blue-silver prison protected his teammates, it also restricted their movement. However, facing Jason's precisely timed arrow, it was clearly impossible for him to disperse the prison. During the time it would take to remove the blue-silver prison, the arrow would already be able to reach Dai Mubai accurately. At this moment, his space to evade was still insufficient. Therefore, using the defensive power of the blue-silver prison was actually the best option. Dai Mubai stood within the blue-silver prison, focusing on the arrow shooting towards him while instinctively leaning to the side. Even if he couldn't completely dodge it, the arrow could only inflict a minor injury on him. Dai Mubai's 2 different colored eyes reflected the fiery red arrow in front of him. But suddenly, the arrow exploded. Before he could react in shock, a white shadow suddenly shot out from the fiery red smoke. This white shadow then passed through the blue-silver prison and continued on, striking his left shoulder without losing momentum. This white shadow then pierced through Dai Mubai and hit TangSan, who was right in the center of the team. Following, that was an incredibly crisp sound of an explosion. At the same time, outside, all the spectators could see was a burst of flames in the center, followed by a spray of blood mist from 2 members of the Shrek team. It was impossible to tell what had happened. The ice crystal spiral arrow, shot by Jason, combined with the instantaneous thrust generated by the explosion, had clearly exceeded the speed of sound. Jason's strength, along with the kinetic energy carried by the speed, left Dai Mubai and Tang severely injured. Of course, Jason had held back. A blood hole the size of a bowl appeared on Dai Mubai's shoulder, and his face gradually turned pale as his body seemed to slowly react. Only then did his nervous system catch up. The sudden wave of pain covered his face with cold sweat, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan before kneeling on the ground. TangSan's condition in the back was much better, although there was a small hole in his chest with no blood flowing out. However, his body was already covered with a layer of white frost. The blue-silver prison protecting the Shrek group could no longer hold up and suddenly shattered. Several surprised exclamations from Xiao San and the others rang out from the Shrek team, and soon they all hurried over to the two. Xiao Wu supported TangSan, looking at the blood hole filled with white frost on his chest, feeling extremely heartbroken. Her eyes began to redden, and tears involuntarily fell. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." TangSan comforted her, wiping away the tears from her eyes. "As long as we take the arrowhead out of the wound, I can quickly recover with the life force provided by the branches within me." The others, disregarding the battle, surrounded the two with concern. Moreover, they knew that TangSan and Dai Mubai had lost their combat capability, and they had no chance of winning. "So what will it be? Do you want to admit defeat?" Jason appeared in front of them at some point. Xiao Wu and the others immediately turned to glare at him in anger. "I held back. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing on the arena watching the two of them. You'd be going back to prepare for a funeral." Faced with their anger, Jason helplessly shrugged his shoulders. After all, TangSan was one of his prized subordinates. Just the research on soul guidance devices over the past year had made Jason take him very seriously. How could he bear to kill him? As for Dai Mubai, he could still be useful in the future, so there was no need to kill him. "We admit defeat." TangSan raised both hands and shouted. At this moment, the referee finally came back to his senses from the earlier shock and quickly began to announce the results. Shrek admits defeat. The Blazing Fire team wins. Wow. The previously quiet venue suddenly erupted like a wave. What has happened? How would I know? I just saw the Blazing Fire team shoot a rain of arrows, followed by an explosion, and then the two members of the Shrek team got injured. Speaking of which, the guy from the Blazing Fire team who just came on stage is really strong. What exactly was that attack? Many people cheered for the victory of the Blazing Fire team, but they had no idea how the Shrek team lost. At this time, several people sitting in the VIP seats all wore contemplative or appreciative expressions. Strength, timing, insight. This guy completely utilized his advantages, taking the initiative from the start by using his offensive advantage to restrain the two support Soul Masters on the opposite side, along with a powerful attack, Soul Master pulling back for defense. Subsequently, the next wave of attacks followed, leaving no breathing room for the opponent. The tight tactical cooperation among teammates forced the opponent to retreat, and when the opponent was on defense, he calculated that their evasion wouldn't be too large. Then struck a fatal blow. Sword Douluo commented with appreciation. Indeed, the entire process of attack was seamless and precise. Timing was exquisite, and the battle was resolved instantly before the opponent could fully exert their strength. Bon Douluo nodded in agreement. Clean and efficient, a single decisive strike. Salas summarized lightly, while also beginning to take this boy he had always underestimated seriously. However, after everyone expressed their admiration, they couldn't help but frown. Jason's final strike was clear to their eyes, but what puzzled them was that when he launched this attack, there were no shining soul rings around him, which meant that this strike was not his soul ring skill. It was a self-created soul skill. Hu Yanjun suddenly exclaimed loudly. After the exchange with the 4 great elemental academies 6 months ago, Jason had entered their sights. But wasn't it reported that his self-created soul skill was an ice-type soul skill called Ice Form? Could this be yet another self-created soul skill? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, but only this thought could accept the situation before him. Are self-created soul skills now so worthless? First, there was Feng Xiaotian from Shunfeng Academy, and now there S. Jason, who was about to leave the stage, both having self-created soul skills. The others nodded in agreement. Acknowledging this, Bishop Salas noticed that Hu Yanjun seemed to be overly shocked, but it was clearly not the right time to ask questions. So he could only wait until the competition was over to inquire. TangSan and Dai Mubai, supported by Xiao Wu and the others, returned to the waiting room. Jason, on his way back with the Blazing Fire team, took his leave and arrived at the resting area of the Shrek team. Like the Tiando Royal team, the 4 great elemental academies also had their own separate resting rooms. Shrek was in a lounge with other colleges. When Jason entered the lounge, many eyes turned to look at him. Then he turned his head to look at Shrek Academy, his eyes filled with schadenfreude. To them, it was clear that Jason had come over to mock them. Jason walked straight up to Master and the others. Dean Flandra, it's good to see you again. Jason greeted politely. For easier reading next time, you can click the collection link below to save this chapter, Chapter 141, Victory, and you'll find it on your bookshelf next time. If you enjoy The Hunters in Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 135, Treatment Were You Here For? Ning Rongrong stood in front of Jason, looking at him with hostility. It's not very polite to be so rude to your sect leader. It seems Elder Ning needs to teach you a lesson, Jason teased, tilting his head. Ning Rongrong's expression turned angry upon hearing his tone, and she wanted to step forward and punch him. All right, do you have something to discuss? Master suddenly spoke up to stop her and turned to Jason to ask. I'm here to treat TangSan, Jason said, looking at TangSan, who was sitting in a chair with a pale face. At this moment, he was closing his eyes to heal, with the soul ring of the Jiangzhu flickering beside him, white light pouring into his body to counteract the injuries from his wounds. Even so, the frost on his chest showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it was slowly spreading, and the situation didn't seem optimistic. Jason's extreme ice was not so easy to melt, and coupled with the sublimation gained from the fusion of ice and fire earlier. If left unattended, TangSan's wound could necrotize and continue to spread. TangSan was a rare research personnel under his command, and Jason valued him highly. He came to unfreeze him right after the battle. As he spoke, Jason walked towards TangSan, and the Shrek members quickly made way for him. TangSan was using his Xiantian gong and the branches within his body to resist the cold air in his chest with all his might. The internal ice crystal arrowheads had already melted and were spreading towards his limbs. Facing Xiao Wu's complex gaze, Jason reached out his palm toward the wound on his chest. Then, to their astonishment, the ice crystals on TangSan's chest slowly began to disappear, gathering towards Jason's palm. His tightly knitted brows gradually relaxed. After about half a minute, the ice crystals on TangSan's chest had completely vanished, and then a burst of green energy was injected into his wound. The small hole in his chest visibly returned to a normal skin color at a rapid pace, and then the wound quickly healed, leaving no scars on his face. If they hadn't just seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that TangSan had been injured. Beside him, Xiao Wu clearly sensed the aura of the little demon. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Jason, seemingly wanting to say something. But at that moment, TangSan also opened his eyes. Thank you, Bishop. TangSan quickly got up and bowed in gratitude. Jason nodded. The rest, you can recover slowly on your own. After this competition, you should be busy, and there will be little time for a break. You need to be prepared. After saying this, Jason turned and left. Hearing this, TangSan's face became serious. Is it about to begin? Xiao-san, how are you? Are you okay? Xiao Wu came to his side and asked with concern. TangSan looked at Xiao Wu's worried face, feeling touched. He then comforted her. The injury is fine now, just a bit mentally exhausted. Don't worry. It seems like I need to find a chance to ask the bishop about his attitude towards soul beasts. TangSan gently stroked Xiao Wu's hair and thought to himself. From the time they spent together, it seems the bishop is not very opposed to soul beasts, which I can feel from the branch he gave me. If I'm not mistaken, the bishop should have raised a plant-type soul beast, and it's an extremely rare blood-sucking tree demon. However, I can't quite see through the bishop's identity. Perhaps he is a soul beast over 100,000 years old, or maybe he is simply a human. Behind them, Master watched Jason's back, his eyes flickering as if he was pondering something. After Jason returned to the Chihua team's resting area, he sat down next to Huo Wu. By the way, the strength of Shrek Academy is truly impressive. If you hadn't gone on stage, we might have lost, Huo Wu Shuang said, waving to Jason. Yeah, Jason, how did you know about their strength? Hu Ji also asked curiously. Didn't I tell you? I used to be a student at Shrek Academy, but I dropped out for some reasons, Jason explained as he sat down. Did you say that? Huo Wu Shuang looked puzzled. It hasn't been long since we had dinner. And you've already forgotten? Huo Wu Shuang gave him a speechless look. After the reminder, Hu Ji finally remembered. I was just focused on Jason going on stage back then. Didn't pay attention to anything else, and this time we won too quickly. He scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, aside from the 3 minutes at the beginning, the battle ended in less than a minute. Although we won this time, we must not let our guard down. This victory was achieved through surprise. They still have many hidden cards that haven't been shown. The next battle won't be so easy. Jason reminded them as he noticed their complacency. It's fine, you are here, right? Hu Ji clearly had confidence in Jason. That's true, but be careful not to get knocked off the stage. Then it won't be my fault, Jason said nonchalantly. The others were momentarily stunned, and then their relaxed expression stiffened. Indeed, Whoever gets knocked off first would be embarrassed. All right, I'm off to train. Xiao Wu, I'll leave the next battle to you. I'm going to cultivate. There's another match in the afternoon against Yaoyang Academy. I've seen their battles before. They're quite weak. They don't even have a level 40 Soul Master. So it's fine if I don't go on stage next time. Let's go, Jason, come with me. I still have many techniques I don't understand. You have to help me a lot. Huo Wushuang came to Jason, ignoring his sister's murderous gaze, and pulled him up. Xiao Wu, I'm leaving first. After saying goodbye to Huo Wu, Jason followed the eager Huo Wushuang out of the competition venue. During his time at Chihuahua Academy, Jason occasionally guided Huo Wushuang and created a set of explosive body techniques for him. It involves controlling and compressing flames, which suddenly explode upon contact with the target. However, this style requires a high level of soul power manipulation. If compressed too much, causing excessive power, it could injure the user as well. Moreover, one must freely manipulate soul power to attach it to every part of the body to protect oneself from being injured by explosions, while simultaneously increasing the explosive power. Once fully mastered, every strike and every move will carry an explosion directed at the opponent. Just thinking about that scene is enough to get one's blood boiling. However, controlling flame explosions is not so easy. Flames are incredibly volatile and do not possess the gentleness of water. Therefore, up to now, Huo Wushuang has only mastered a few techniques. Explosive body technique. Explosive step compresses the explosion at the feet, allowing for a sudden explosive thrust that accelerates speed. In the air, one can adjust the explosion and change body position. Explosive body technique. Explosive fist sees the raging flames condensing on the fist. A light touch will cause an instantaneous explosion. Explosive body technique. Explosive chi compresses flames on the body surface during combat, and once completed, it can be unexpectedly released, creating an explosive airflow that pushes enemies away. However, the user will also suffer some injuries. This technique employs contact-based explosions, allowing the user to conserve mental energy while controlling the soul power on the fist, only needing to input a fixed amount of soul power. Based on these two techniques, Huo Wushuang has developed more moves. For example, Explosive Axe, Super Starburn, and Explosive Claw. The names are quite unique. To facilitate future reading, you can click the bookmark below to save your reading record for this chapter, Chapter 142, Treatment, and you can find it in your bookshelf next time. If you enjoy The Hunters in Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 136. Promotion match. In the backyard of the hotel, there is a temporarily constructed training area made from a large block of black rock, likely mined from the black rock area of the Sunset Forest. This black rock stands about a person's height and is roughly square-shaped, with no protective barriers around it and a rugged surface. It seems to have been placed here directly without much processing. The black rock is indeed too hard to handle, especially such a large piece. Just bringing it over and setting up wooden stakes on it is already a considerable effort from the owner. At this moment, in the central area, a golden-haired youth wearing a red headband is striking a wooden stake in front of him, each hit accompanied by a violent explosion and blazing flames. The high temperature of the flames and the shockwave from the explosions have charred the wooden stake black. The after effects of the explosions blow through the few strands of golden hair hanging down from his forehead. At this moment, Huo Wushuang, who is punching the wooden stake, suddenly steps forward, retracts his fist, and bends his arm upwards, exposing his elbow. Then, the knee suddenly exerted force with the waist, and the elbow struck fiercely against the wooden stake. Elbow strike. Boom. Crack. The sound of explosions erupted with a blazing flame, and the charred wooden stake, ravaged by several rounds of explosions, suddenly shattered in the fire. Looking at the shattered wooden stake in front of him, Huo Wushuang stood there and then sighed regretfully. His right arm, which he had just attacked with, was already charred and hanging limply. However, there was not a trace of pain on his face. Although the layer of soul power covering him was sufficient, the compression time was too long. He needed to act faster next time. Jason, who was watching from the side, stepped forward with green energy enveloping his arm. The burnt and injured arm quickly recovered. It always felt magical to see this. Huo Wushuang waved his right arm and said in amazement, "Well, let's continue and aim to master the elbow strike today." Jason nodded and urged. Jason had already taught the other party the moves of the 8 Extremes Fist. The 8 Extremes Fist and the created explosive body technique were a perfect match. Jason loved the explosive moment, taking the initiative. If it was a counterattack, it had to be a deadly strike. In short, he preferred to end the battle in an instant. with no concept of prolonged fights or attrition. Once a set was finished and the health bar was emptied, it didn't matter what tricks you had left. Really, can't you let me rest for a bit? Huo Wuxuang complained, but still obediently moved on to the next wooden stake to continue training. Afterwards, the sound of low explosions echoed again in the hotel backyard. However, even after a night of self-destructive training, Huo Wuxuang's training on the elbow strike was still not proficient enough, obviously not suitable for the arena. Around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Huo Wu and others happily returned to the hotel. The next day, the members of the Blaze Academy continued to the competition venue. Yesterday, Blaze won 2 battles, and today they were lucky not to encounter any other elemental academies, easily securing victories. The number of wins was 4. Today, there were indeed 2 noteworthy matches, one being Shrek against the Tianshui Academy, and the other being the Elephant Armor Academy against the Thunder Academy. Despite having fusion soul skills, Tianshui Academy still lost the match. Shrek Academy emerged victorious. This time, all members of Shrek Academy participated, and although they encountered some obstacles against Tianshui, the gap in strength allowed them to win quickly. This left the members of Tianshui Academy somewhat discouraged. Their original goal was to compete against the Blaze team, but having failed to defeat even their subordinates, how could they hope to face Blaze Academy? The Elephant Armor Academy also lost against the Thunder Academy. However, after just finishing a match against the Thunder team in the morning, they encountered the Shenkei's Academy again in the afternoon, resulting in another defeat. Soon after, the preliminary rounds ended. Next, the top 5 teams from the preliminary rounds would be determined to participate in the advancement matches. After the last match concluded, at the host signal, the captains of the top 5 academies in the preliminary rounds stepped forward to receive their advancement rewards and qualifications. Without a doubt, the first place in the preliminary rounds was the Blaze team, undefeated throughout. This was the first team in history to finish the preliminary rounds without a single loss. Most of the Thunder Academy and Shenkei's Academy had experienced defeats. However, this didn't mean their strength was lacking. It was just that sometimes luck was not on their side. And immediately after finishing a battle, the next match would come with no time to rest, where they had to forfeit due to injuries among team members. Moreover, it also depends on the number of battles you fight. If your strength is strong enough and your luck is good, you could even win 4 battles in a day. Therefore, the final rankings are Blaze Academy 1st, Divine Wind 2nd, Thunder 3rd, Shrek 4th, and Heavenly Water 5th. Next, His Majesty, along with Master Ning of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Platinum Bishop, will personally present the qualification certificates and prizes to the 5 teams that have entered the promotion matches. A designated award presenter comes to the front of the 5 teams, holding a tray covered with a red cloth. After approaching each team, they lift the red cloth to reveal a golden card and an item resembling a booklet. The golden card holds a prize of 10,000 soul coins, while the booklet serves as the promotion qualification certificate. Once each team has received their rewards, Emperor Shuya slowly rises. Congratulations, children. You have successfully obtained the qualification to advance in this continental elite competition for advanced soul master academies. As the highest ruler of the Tiando Empire, I am proud of you. You are the glory of the Empire's future and its hope. As the captains of each team, your strength played a significant role in the competition, so I have decided to grant you 10 of you the title of Viscount. This promise from Emperor Shuya stirred many people's emotions. However, Salas found it hard to watch. Your Majesty, this seems a bit inappropriate. What is inappropriate? After a bit of back and forth between the two, it was clear that Emperor Shuya's words were reasonable, and Salas had no way to counter them. He could only sit down with a gloomy expression. After settling Salas, Emperor Shuya continued with a smile. The upcoming promotion matches will still be held in the Empire, but the venue will change from the Tiando Grand Soul Arena to the Royal Arena. At that time, the 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms that pass the preliminaries will compete with you in the promotion matches. Emperor Shuya's commanding presence and the conditions he set made many people in the audience feel a bit breathless. However, Jason in the audience only remembered that the promotion matches would be held in a month. The rest basically went in one ear and out the other. After the declaration, each team returned to their respective academies to prepare for a final push in the month leading up to the promotion matches. The promotion matches will be held in a one-on-one format, which is a rare opportunity for Huo Wuxuang to engage in actual combat. To facilitate future reading, you can click the bookmark below to save this chapter, Chapter 143, Promotion Matches, and you will see it the next time you open your bookshelf. If you enjoy the Hunters in Douluo, please recommend this book to your friends via QQ, blogs, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 137, Back to school, after the preliminaries were announced to be over, everyone returned to their respective academies to prepare for a month of intensive training. After a month, they would set off for the royal hunting grounds of the Douluo Empire to participate in the selection for the promotion matches. Normally, the location of the next finals is determined by where the champion of the previous continental elite competition for Soul Master Academies was produced. The previous champion was the team from the Spirit Hall. So after the promotion matches in the Tiando Empire, as long as they exceed a specific score, they can head to the Spirit Hall to participate in the final competition. However, the journey to the Spirit Hall is not peaceful. Nevertheless, Jason is not very worried about it. With his current strength, as long as he is not facing a top-level powerhouse like BB Dong, he poses no real threat to him. If BB Dong chooses to take action against him, he can only borrow power from Nethersis. Ever since the Sunset Forest incident, Jason has rarely seen Nethersis, while the followers within the Douluo Empire fervently worship Nethersis' statue. Recently, there have been rumors coming from the desert wasteland in the far west about a creature with the head of a dog and the body of a human walking through the desert. Similar rumors have also emerged from the far north. However, there is very little information, and the only person who claimed to have seen it was a soul beast. Jason can harness the power of Nethes at any time, as it is Jason who has activated the embodiment of faith. If it weren't for that slight consciousness of Nethes, Jason would have already begun studying the power of faith, integrating it into himself to strengthen his belief. The stronger the faith, the stronger he becomes. However, this requires him to constantly maintain his divinity, and over time, he might be forgotten, making it impossible to talk about the power of faith. But with the appearance of Nethes, Jason has the opportunity to strengthen himself through faith, transforming it into personal empowerment. Although the speed of becoming stronger has slowed down significantly, it is entirely his own power. Instead of being as fragile as a mirage of faith, easily shattered with a single touch. The appearance of Nethes is a good thing for Jason. The members of the Blaze Academy returned to the academy in a carriage, filled with excitement and anticipation. It is worth noting that they ranked first in the preliminaries, with no defeats, creating a perfect victory record in the budget competition. The brightness on their faces upon returning to the school could dazzle everyone around them. Back at the academy, many outstanding students were already waiting with hopeful expressions. Although they did not participate, the good results of their academy were certainly something everyone looked forward to. They had heard that the Blaze team had won first place in the preliminaries and did so with a flawless record. Look, they are coming. Wow, that's amazing. I'm so envious. Look, it's that guy Fire. I knew I wasn't mistaken about him. Who is the man standing next to Fire? He seems to be a student who joined our school just a year ago, and I heard he possesses dual element martial souls of ice and fire. I haven't seen him around the school, though. I heard he's quite mysterious and rarely appears, mostly practicing alone. After the Blaze team entered the academy, the surrounding boys and girls looked at them with excitement or admiration. Among them, Jason was a newcomer. He had spent the past year at the academy mostly in quiet meditation, rarely going out. Even as the academy's know-it-all, not much was known about him. After the lead teacher guided Jason and the others through a serene path, they arrived at an open area, surrounded by towering trees that vaguely formed a circle. The center was barren, with not a single blade of grass, creating a natural arena. In the center of this venue stood a fiery red figure. He was surrounded by a faint red glow, but unlike Huowu, who appeared like a sprite, the red light around him was silent and seemed to burn everything in the world quietly. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" A voice filled with excitement and a hint of fear rang out among the Blaze battle team. The figure, with his back to everyone, slowly turned around, revealing a slightly aged face. It was indeed Huoxiaodian. "Dean!" Huoji and the others quickly bowed respectfully and called out. Huoxiaodian scanned the faces of the crowd, pausing for a moment on Jason's figure, before casually retracting his gaze. "Yes, you have brought honor to our Blaze Academy. I hope you continue to work hard in the promotion matches. If you can win the championship in this competition, I can grant each of you one condition. How about that?" As Huoxiaodian finished speaking, Jason could clearly feel Huoji and the others beside him shudder slightly. "So, do you have confidence?" "Yes." The youth's blood was boiling at this moment. "Good, I like your youthful passion. For the next month, I will conduct special training for you. Don't cry, young men." Huoxiaodian looked at the energetic youths in front of him with a satisfied smile. Looking at his grandfather's smile, Huowu Shuang not only fell silent, but also wore a distressed expression. Huowu looked at Huoji and the others with pity for their excitement. "You all go back and rest for today. Gather here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning," Huoxiaodian said, planting a red flag in the ground before turning to leave. "All right, everyone disperse. You all must be tired from the battles these past few days. Go back and rest well, so you're ready for the dean's training tomorrow. Just to let you know, my grandfather is the type who trains until you can't take it anymore. So prepare yourselves mentally. Huo Wushuang turned around, noticing the excitement on Huo Ji and the others' faces, and kindly reminded them. After saying that, he walked over to Huo Wu and Jason. You see, it's almost noon. Shall we go to your place? I hope you don't mind. Huo Wushuang said, winking at Jason. Mind, not mind. 2 responses came, one from Huo Wu. After all, it was a rare opportunity for just the 2 of them to have some private time with Jason. So how could they let anyone interrupt? Jason, however, wasn't too concerned about it. Seeing her brother's fierce gaze, Huo Wushuang ultimately chose food over his sister's threats, laughing, Oh, I just remembered, Grandpa just called me over, so I won't disturb you. Saying that, he hurriedly left. Huo Wu retracted her threatening gaze and turned to look affectionately at Jason. Jason, my brother has something to do, so let's go ahead. I'm hungry too. It's been a long time since I tasted your cooking. Well, she has craving food. I am too. Then let's go. Jason waved and led Huo Wu towards the tranquil residence. Everyone returned to their dormitories, heavily collapsing onto their beds, preparing for a good rest. After consecutive battles, they were already pushing their limits. If it weren't for Jason quickly resolving the fights each time, they would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. Jason, who returned to the tranquil residence with Huo Wu, found several uninvited guests chatting and laughing inside, making the elegant dwelling a mess. Chapter 138, Fire Academy, Tranquil Lake. It was mentioned before that Tranquil Lake serves as a place for the Fire Academy to wash away restlessness, but very few students come here to cultivate their minds. Most are eager to enhance their own strength. Moreover, the quiet lake is located in a remote area, and it takes some time to get there from the dormitory. In fact, not many students even know about this place. However, that doesn't mean no one comes here. At this moment, Jason looked at the mess made of the quiet residence he had built, frowning slightly. Inside the quiet residence were 2 people, a man and a woman, who appeared to be a couple. Both were dressed in bright red school uniforms. The man had red hair and a strong face, but the slant of his eyes gave off a sinister vibe, while the woman beside him was tall, with sharp features and heavy blush on her cheeks. At this time, Jason seemed to have thought of something and quickly looked at a small stone step close to the wall. Although it wasn't very messy, there were obviously signs of having been disturbed. These 2 guys, when Huo Wu saw this scene, she was furious and immediately wanted to go teach them a lesson. Jason reached out to stop her, telling her not to act impulsively. As Jason and Huo Wu walked in, the 2 people sitting cross-legged inside clearly noticed them. They got up from their meditation and stared at Huo Wu for a while. Huo Wu was quite famous in the Blaze Academy, and surely no one didn't recognize her. However, at this moment, they could also tell that the focus was mainly on the male student, and a hint of confusion flashed in their eyes. Huo Wu, what are you doing here? The girl asked, frowning as she looked at Huo Wu. It was obvious that she didn't particularly like Huo Wu. Why did you enter this house? Didn't you see that the door is locked? Huo Wu directly questioned them without any politeness. Is this your house? The girl asked after glancing at the boy beside her. This is a public area. We can go wherever we want. Do you think I'm scared of you just because you're the dean's daughter? Our Lai family isn't easy to mess with either, the boy said disdainfully. The Lai family is one of the top families in Yin City, with their family martial soul being the Flame Blade, known for its explosive attack power. Although they wouldn't dare to provoke the principal of the Blaze Academy, they weren't particularly afraid either. The boy in front of me is named Lai Guangdao, belonging to a group of students who are about to graduate from the academy. He is definitely over the age limit to participate in the competition. The girl with him is his partner, named Jia Qing. Their relationship could be considered a family alliance. Lai Guangdao is quite strong, ranking among the top in his year, and he has a proud and arrogant personality. Yes, he fits the profile of a mindless villain. However, despite his arrogance, he has not bullied the weak. He is just too overbearing. Jason glanced at the mess in his temporary residence, which was quite rude. This is my makeshift home that I've built temporarily, and I've been living here for a year, Jason said lightly. Kid, who are you? Whatever. This place belongs to me now. Do you have any objections? At this moment, he tilted his head slightly, looking arrogantly at Jason. The temperature around Huo Wu had already begun to rise. If Jason hadn't been holding her hand, she would have charged at him by now. Although this is a public area, this particular dwelling was indeed built by me. Regardless, you barged in here without reason, which is very impolite. Kid, don't overestimate yourself. Don't rely on a woman to back you up and act so arrogantly. Arrogant? Jason was a bit confused about the situation. You are not welcome here. As he spoke, Xiao Yao had already connected with the surrounding branches, wrapping around the two of them. TCH, just because you say we're not welcome doesn't mean we're not. Oh crap. Before the two could react, they were already tightly bound. The two, who had just been about to summon their martial spirits, realized that their soul power was rapidly draining away. Subsequently, the two of them, wrapped up like rice dumplings, were dragged out of the door and then tossed with a burst of strength. With a couple of loud splashes, the sound of heavy objects hitting the water echoed. A little lesson was enough. There was no need to make it a life-and-death situation. However, looking at the mess in front of him, Jason glanced sideways at Huowu. Looks like we're going to be busy for a while. The furniture in the house was strewn everywhere, and there was some garbage on the floor. He noticed a few pieces of disheveled underwear on the ground, all wrinkled. Sigh. Today, us young people have no sense of hygiene. After they're done, they don't even know how to clean up. Both of them were quite something. Not going to a hotel, but coming here to fool around. No wonder the room looked like it had been through a battle. After a while, the two who had fallen into the water climbed back up from the lake. Both pale-faced, not only due to the soul power that had just been drained, but also because they had swallowed a lot of water when they fell in. Kneeling on the ground, after a bout of dry heaving, they looked at the distant Jingxin residence, feeling the emptiness of their soul power, and could only leave reluctantly. You forgot your clothes. A calm voice echoed from within Jingxin residence, followed by a package flying out towards the two. Jia Mei caught the package and, feeling the chill on her lower body, immediately wanted to jump back into the water. She hurriedly grabbed the package and left the spot. Sai, wait for me. Lai Guangdao had no time for a staring contest and quickly chased after her. Jason opened all the windows to ventilate the place and disperse the smell inside. Although the stone cabinet with the tea leaves had been disturbed, nothing inside was missing. There wasn't tea much, just a few simple tables and chairs. He decided to throw these out and let Xiao Yao create a few new sets, restoring the house to its original condition. Once everything was cleaned up, Jason went to the lakeside, where he had already set up a barbecue grill. He took out some meat from the Rui Bao Bao sack, skewered it, and began to grill. The Rui Bao Bao sack was something Jason had gotten from TangSan, obtained from Dugu Fu. After the system disappeared, Jason relied on his backpack or Xiao Yao to store his items. If you want to buy it, there isn't enough money, and he doesn't really care about such things. So he didn't pay special attention to it. Just right, there's a magic bag at Dugu Fu's place that can store living things. So I had TangSan find a way to get it. The earlier incident was just a small episode and didn't have any impact on Jason. Besides, he really didn't think much of the Lai family, so there was nothing to calculate. At this moment, Huowu had also calmed down from her earlier anger and quickly ran over when she saw Jason busy. You're hungry too, right? Let's grill more this time. If we can't finish it, we can take some back for your brother, and also take that tea for your grandfather, Jason said while flipping the grilled meat. The smoke from the barbecue drifted casually by the lakeside, dissipating into nothingness not far from where it had spread. Huowu looked at Jason's face and nodded obediently. She noticed that the more she looked at Jason's face, the more attractive it became. His face seemed to have a unique charm, as if it had been finely crafted by nature. At first glance, it appeared very delicate, but the longer she looked, the more it felt like gazing at the universe, giving a sense of embracing all things. The two sat on the lawn, eating skewers, quietly enjoying their little world together. Chapter 139. Training after enjoying their little world. Huowu returned home with a bag of grilled meat. As soon as she arrived home, Huowu Shuang rushed over eagerly, his eyes fixed on the bag in her hand, occasionally swallowing hard. If one didn't know better, they might think his martial spirit was canine. The next day, everyone arrived at the training ground at the agreed time. A circle formed by a group of giant trees created a natural training ground, though it was unclear whether it was specially built or naturally formed. About 10 minutes before the agreed time, when Jason arrived at the training ground, he found that everyone was already there. Hua Xiaodian was standing among the team members, warmly greeting them. The others were excitedly responding to the elders' questions. Jason slowly walked out from under a tree's shade. You all are here so early. He waved his hand and greeted everyone. Just waiting for you. How can you be so lazy at such a young age? Hua Xiaoyan's expression darkened upon seeing Jason, unable to help but scold him. Did I arrive late? Jason was taken aback, although he hadn't come very early. He didn't think he was late. The old man wasn't being unreasonable. He just shot Jason a glare and then walked a little distance away from everyone. Since everyone is here, let's start training. You can use all your means to attack me. Let me see how strong you are, Hua Xiaotian said, hand behind his back, looking up casually. Hearing this, the members of the Blaze team quickly lined up. As Huowu passed by Jason, she apologetically said, don't mind him. My grandfather took the wrong medicine today. Standing opposite, Xiaotian had his hands clasped in a fist behind his back. Jason could also feel a gaze filled with killing intent directed at him. It's fine, just perform normally in the training later. Jason smiled helplessly and said. It seemed that the upcoming training would require special attention. Are you all ready? After everyone stood in position, prepared for battle, the opponent, Xiaotian, eagerly asked. Not yet. Wait a moment. Huo Wushuang thought he had some things to discuss with his teammates, but as he turned his head, he saw that his teammates had already rushed forward. Before he could question it, a wave of intense flames surged from behind. Damn it, old man, you have no martial ethics. Realizing this, Huo Wushuang quickly followed his teammates to engage. This time, Jason finally felt some similarities between himself and Huo Wushuang. Huo Ji and the others, as agile attack soul masters, took the lead to charge in. Once they surrounded Huo Xiaotian, they began to circle around him, looking for an opportunity. Fire Wushuang charged forward without hesitation. As Huo Ming and he unleashed fire sparks, the members of the Blaze battle team were immediately surrounded by the flames. Fire Wushuang, with flames and the might of a dragon swirling behind him, aimed a powerful strike directly at his face without holding back. However, Huo Xiaotian didn't even glance at him. His eyes were fixed on Jason, who was holding a fire bow in the back. The red arrow had somehow reached his waist. Huo Xiaotian snorted coldly and shattered the arrow with a punch. He then prepared to narrowly evade Fire Wushuang's incoming punch. But before he could even tilt his head, a wave of fiery impact rushed toward him. Instantly, everything in front of Huo Xiaotian was engulfed in red flames. Then a fist followed, striking him hard in the face. Explosive punch. The fire-type soul power that had condensed within him surged into his fist, erupting instantly. Unlike soul skills, there was no prior movement before its release. And for a group of youngsters, Huo Xiaotian couldn't possibly focus entirely on sensing their soul power flow. Moreover, Huo Wushuang had never used this move before. Therefore, he was caught off guard and suffered a hidden loss. What was even more infuriating was that the brat who had abducted his granddaughter mercilessly attacked him. A series of fiery arrows struck him, and the three agile attack-type soul masters naturally did not miss this opportunity, quickly moving in to unleash their attacks. They held nothing back, going all out with the aim of exhausting his soul power completely. Just as Huo Xiaotian was about to land, he resisted the fire. The descending Huo Xiaotian was once again pushed back a bit. Everyone seized this moment to continue their onslaught, with the decline of moral standards. How could an elderly man be brutally beaten by a young man full of vigor? Is it a moral decay? Or is the world sick? As a heavy object fell, a cloud of dust was raised. A crisp sound of an explosion echoed, and a white light shot out from the flames mid-air, heading towards the dusty area across. Once the white light entered, it fell silent. After exhausting their soul power, Huo Ji and the others stood at a distance, feeling a heavy sense of oppression coming from the dust. The temperature around seemed to have turned hot in that instant. Huo Wushuang was still staring blankly at his hands, seemingly doubting whether he was dreaming. After sensing the momentum that filled the arena, he came to his senses and cold sweat immediately broke out. Roar! The furious dragon's roar carried scorching flames, and a shock wave flattened the surrounding grass. The dust was instantly blown away, revealing the scene inside. Huo Xiaotian's face was now charred, his hair singed and curled. Though he had not sustained any injuries, he indeed looked rather disheveled. He lowered the fist he had raised in front of his chest and tossed away a piece of white crystal. The normal ice crystal would have melted in his fist. But what Jason possessed was ultimate ice, which clearly wasn't so easy to melt. Huo Xiaotian casually let his hand drop, revealing an ice-white wound on his palm. The cold air near the wound hindered its healing. Grandpa, we're just training, right? You wouldn't go too hard on me, would you? Huo Wushuang nervously swallowed and asked. Huo Wushuang looked around at their conditions and then fixed his gaze on Huo Xiaotian and Jason. Well, not bad. You actually still have two people with fighting strength. It seems your strength is quite formidable. I need to properly assess you too. Huo Xiaotian emphasized the words assess with much weight. At this time, Huo Ji and the others, having given it their all, had already exhausted their soul power within a few short seconds. This was a tactic specially trained by the Blaze battle team. The moment they entered the arena, they would seize the opportunity to unleash an all-out attack and finish the battle. Explosive power, Blitzkrieg, is always the fastest, but could only be used once. Once prepared against, its effect would be greatly diminished. However, during the fight, Hu Wushuang had landed a punch on his grandfather's face and remained in a daze afterwards. Thus, his soul power was still quite ample. Rest in peace. Before Hu Wushuang could say anything, Hu Xiaotian suddenly appeared above him and punched down on his head. Hu Wushuang fainted. After dealing with his grandson, he turned his gaze to Jason. Kid, are you ready? Chapter 140. Tai Chi Domain in a Natural Training Ground. A group of people was gathered here. Besides a black-haired youth and an elderly man radiating intense heat, the other youths appeared pale, with expressions of being drained. One of whom, a gray-haired boy with a pale face, was lying on the ground with his head tilted. Although their faces were pale, they were excited, their eyes fixed tightly on the old man and the young man standing in the center of the arena. Hey, old man, your gaze doesn't seem quite right. This is just a test. No need to go overboard, Jason said, feeling somewhat anxious. Kid, let the old man see what you're made of. Show me what gives you the confidence to lead the Blaze battle team to victory in this competition. With that, he became a red shadow rushing towards Jason. Before he arrived, the blazing flames had already reached Jason first. The fiery red flames illuminated Jason's face, making it appear completely red, and the flickering shadows made him seem unpredictable. Faced with the oncoming flames, he seemed to give up on resistance, standing blankly in place. Even the ice firebreaker bow in his hand had vanished. However, those around felt as if he might dissipate at any moment. A sense of unreality in their hearts telling them that this person did not exist. This contradictory feeling left everyone feeling somewhat frustrated. Just as the flames were about to singe his eyebrows, Jason finally moved. He crouched slightly, stepped outward with his left foot, and simultaneously extended his left hand, gently brushing through the flames as if caressing a gentle breeze. Under Jason's gentle touch, the explosive flames seemed to calm down in an instant, swirling around his palm. Tai Chi, opening and closing. As Jason's hands formed a circle, the exploding flames in front of him vanished, replaced by a red energy ball between his palms. At this moment, Hu Xiaotian had already charged in front of Jason, his dragon claw wrapped in flames aimed at Jason's chest. But at that moment, Jason stepped forward again with his left foot, raising the heel of his right foot and grounding his toes. As his left foot landed, he bent his knees slightly, leaning his body forward, and suddenly tensed his left arm. The tense left arm perfectly blocked Hu Xiaotian's wrist as he attacked, and his left leg was also positioned between the opponent's legs. Tai Chi, Wild Horse, Splitting Mane. This move primarily tests the user's strength of tension, release, and rebound. The tension is used to block, the release helps the enemy lose balance, and the rebound uses the enemy's force to spring forth instantly. As the opponent lost control of their strength, the fire energy ball Jason had just condensed suddenly shot forward from his palm, like a spring that had been tightly wound suddenly released. In the eyes of those outside the arena, as the red figure charged towards Jason with a ferocious momentum, a black and white Tai Chi diagram had quietly appeared beneath its feet, slowly rotating. By the time the red figure reached Jason, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a crisp sound of explosion echoing in the arena. The red figure retreated at an even faster speed. What had happened? Jason's seemingly slow movements appeared to others as swift as the wind. Jason calmly retracted his stance, slowly bringing back his left leg, which was half-bowed, turning it into a push, and his body became solid. His left hand rotated and withdrew, stretching upwards, while his right hand pressed slightly down his waist. Tai Chi. White crane spreads its wings. Opposite him, Hu Xiaotian's abdomen was charred black, clearly having sustained some minor injuries. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less. His eyes fixed intently on the boy across from him. This is a domain, he said, somewhat incredulously, staring in shock at the Tai Chi diagram expanding around Jason. A domain, as far as he knew, was only possessed by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Elder Jian from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and that extraordinarily talented Tang, how among others, perhaps only a few of them on the entire continent had it. They are all titled Douluo, but now, he unexpectedly saw the domain again on the body of the young man in front of him, and he is just a soul master. This is simply unreasonable, making this old man, who is over half a century old, feel the complexity of society for the first time. Taiji Field, please invite the dean to enter. Jason's loud voice echoed throughout the venue, bringing Hu Xiaotian back to his senses from shock. The Taiji Field is a new domain developed by Jason during this time. In this domain, Jason can neutralize all energy attacks and weaken the enemy's physical attacks. The formation of the Taiji Field has granted Jason the ability to overcome the strong with the weak and to conquer the hard with the soft. Currently, the Taiji field is merely a weakening circle, which still needs further development, with the goal of becoming a magic-restricting domain. Within the domain, yin and yang are boundless, all returning to chaos. Once the domain is activated, all beings are equal. Of course, the physical gap still exists. It is still in the initial stage. Just try to use the Dean for testing. Kid, I admit you surprised me, but do you think this domain can narrow the gap between us? Xiao Tian clenched his fists and straightened up to face Jason, but at this moment, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Then, his seventh spirit ring lit up. A red fire dragon appeared behind him, with long dragon whiskers and a terrifying dragon might covering the entire venue. Martial Soul, True Body. Fire Dragon Soul. This time, Xiao Tian charged at Jason again, but this time, in addition to the flames, he also carried the sound of dragon roars. Facing the imposing elder, Jason took a deep breath, his eyes steady. Soon, both of their figures were surrounded by blazing flames. Inside, Xiao Tian had also engaged with Jason. Once they clashed, Xiao Tian felt as if he was attacking a puddle of water. Much of his power was leaked away at the moment of attack. This was a fighting style he had never experienced before. Although he had been a powerful attack-type soul master and had faced countless enemies directly, he had never felt so uncomfortable. This feeling of having strength without a place to use, it was truly frustrating. Jason took advantage of this rare opportunity to slowly apply all the techniques in Tai Chi, including Peng, Lu, Ji, and Ba, Zhou, Kyo, and Zhang Lian Zhan Sui. The flames gradually dissipated, revealing the battle between the two. Those watching from the sidelines noticed that although Xiao Yan's attacks were accompanied by fierce winds and had overwhelming momentum, a punch from him would surely leave anyone dizzy. However, Jason appeared somewhat relaxed in the face of such attacks. Whenever his opponent attempted to strike, he was always able to intercept at the elbow or wrist in advance, then counterattack using their own force. Upon closer inspection, Jason's attack style seemed to revolve around circle. Although it was clear that the principal wasn't going all out, the sight of someone being able to confront a Soul-Embellished head-on was still jaw-dropping. Chapter 141, Royal Hunting Ground. Ultimately, the battle ended due to Jason's lack of stamina and soul power. However, Xiao Tian didn't gain any advantage. Looking at the calm boy sitting cross-legged on the ground, he snorted in displeasure and turned to leave. He needed to digest the shock he felt. This boy who had joined midway was far too mysterious, hiding too many secrets. The danger he felt inside told him to stay away from this boy because he was too dangerous. While Hu Wushuang, being a peer, might not sense it, the older Xiao Tian, having seen and experienced much, had a more comprehensive perspective. This level of strength was not something a boy should possess. It was too exaggerated and monstrous. Although he hadn't used all his strength in today's battle, he still had a premonition that even if he did, he might not be able to hold him back. He might even be killed. The moment that feeling arose, he found it laughable, yet for some reason, he couldn't shake the thought of the boy's calm demeanor throughout, even under his assault, without suffering a scratch. While he himself had sustained some minor injuries and looked utterly disheveled. Perhaps his thought wasn't so laughable after all. Who exactly was this guy? What was his purpose in coming to the Blaze Academy? Why did he host a banquet for all the soul masters from previous years? No matter how much experience he had, or how many things he had seen, he still couldn't see through Jason's true intentions. He suddenly regretted agreeing to the boy's proposition. As the principal left, his mind was in turmoil. The wound on his palm had healed, leaving only a red spot, and the cold air attached to it had slowly dissipated. Jason stared at the principal's retreating figure, hoping he wouldn't cause me any trouble. Jason, are you okay? Wu rushed over, looking worried. Jason turned his head and flicked her forehead with his fingers. What could happen to me? You're the one whose soul power is depleted and still feeling unwell. Take care of yourself first. Seeing her pale face from soul power exhaustion, Jason placed his hand on her head and began to channel life force through little Yao. Like parched soil, suddenly receiving sweet spring water. The comfort made Huowu squint her eyes like a cat. The others quietly closed their eyes to recover their soul power, although they had eaten breakfast. They didn't want to overfill themselves. As for the big brother lying on the ground, he still remained sprawled out, as if forgotten. The next day, the principal gathered several teachers and adjusted the training methods according to each person's situation, assigning a teacher to supervise and instruct. As for Jason, he was personally taught by the principal, focusing mostly on practical combat. During the teaching process, Jason could clearly feel that he was becoming more familiar with the old man's attack methods. This old man shamelessly came to steal his skills. However, Jason was also verifying some of his own techniques during the battles, as they wouldn't cause him much harm anyway, and many novel ideas could be applied in practice. For example, flame cutting. This technique has a strong effect against opponents with powerful defenses. As the saying goes, to develop a self-created soul skill, precise control of soul power is essential. Previously, he had accumulated enough physical memory through the system experience card. However, achieving a situation where he could burst a soul fighter was still too difficult for him. The previous ability to burst a soul fighter was also due to the system. Relying on himself, he definitely couldn't do it. A month passed quickly, and during this time, Huowu and Huowushuang were both practicing their soul skills. Huowushuang continued to practice the explosive body style, while Huowu was practicing the soul skill resistance fire ring, striving to be able to perform single target control while reducing soul power. By concentrating all the impact into a single point, she might be able to unexpectedly eliminate an opponent in the arena. Others were diligently training under the supervision of their instructor, following the tutorial provided by the academy's director. In a month, the promotion competition would take place, and after passing it, they would reach the finals. After witnessing Jason's strength, everyone was filled with confidence about winning the championship. To avoid falling behind, everyone was working hard to cultivate during this month. The natural training ground had been scorched black by the intense heat, with pits scattered around containing crystals formed due to the high temperatures. As the end of the month approached, the promotion competition was about to begin, so today everyone gathered together instead of training. Huowushuang and others stood in a row wearing their team uniforms, standing tall and proud, while the director stood solemnly before them. Children, our academy participates in the elite competition every year, but even so, the best result we can achieve is only reaching the top 4. The championship seems out of reach for us. Hua Xiaotian paused, scanning each member's face. But this time, I hope you can fight for a championship for the Qihua Academy. This is a wish of this old man. Can you fulfill this old man's wish? He shouted. Yes. Everyone responded loudly. Good. Then I wish you a triumphant return. Hua Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction. He then led them to the academy's entrance. After everyone boarded the carriage one by one and watched it leave, he turned and walked back to the academy. During this time, he had also come to terms with the situation, no matter what that kid wanted to do. As long as he didn't harm his granddaughter and grandson, it was fine. The Royal Hunting Ground, located outside the southwest of Tiando City, had varied terrain and a vast area, serving as a place for royal personnel to hunt and train. Typically, around 10,000 royal knights were responsible for patrolling and guarding, while also training here, with shifts occurring at the end of each month to maintain the army's combat effectiveness. To avoid unnecessary troubles and conflicts, the 15 teams entering the promotion competition were arranged in different locations. The promotion competition not only attracted people from the Tiando Empire, but also kingdoms and principalities within its territory. When they encountered suitable talents, they would spare no effort to compete for them. Sometimes the conditions they offered could be even more generous than those of the Tiando Empire. When Jason and the others reached the entrance of the hunting ground, a man in bright red armor stepped out from among the guarding knights. Junior students, come on. Follow me inside. Are you senior Yinli? Huowushuang asked uncertainly as he looked at him. That's right. It's been so long, Wushuang. You still remember me? Yinli kindly patted him on the shoulder. The two clearly knew each other. After Huowushuang's reminder, Huiji and the others behind also recognized him. All right, let's talk as we walk. He waved his hand in front and gestured for them to follow. Crossing the guarded gate, Jason and the others followed him inside. Chapter 142. The feeling of suffocation along the way, they occasionally saw training equipment and targets, as well as various hills, most of which were adorned with different flags. According to Yinli, these were the representative flags of each team. When a flag was planted on a hill, it signified that the hill belonged to that team. However, there were only a few hills, and to occupy one, they had to defeat the current holders, pull down their flag, and plant their own. Through their conversation, Jason learned that the young man in front of him was a graduate of the Qihua Academy and had come to Tiando Academy after graduation to become a royal knight. He was still a trainee, so there was no need for him to wear the uniform silver armor, which could only be worn by officially recognized royal knights. However, once his internship was over, he would directly become a captain. Normally, the one leading you would be a captain, but since I was also from Qihua Academy, it feels more familiar for me to host you. Of course, I'm mainly checking if any of you are interested in joining the Tiando Royal Knights. As long as you join, once you turn of age, you can become a captain and lead a small team, with benefits equivalent to a duke. This is what I was asked to convey to you, and here, I can also look out for you. Yinli began to persuade them earnestly. The others, including Huiji, had already started to feel tempted. Along the way, Yanli enthusiastically introduced the benefits of the Royal Knights, and under various guarantees, only Huiyun, Huiyu, and Huiji expressed their willingness to join the Royal Knights, while Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu politely declined. The two assistants had family businesses to return to inherit. Unsurprisingly, the Huo siblings were set to inherit their grandfather's legacy and manage the academy, making it evident that they would not join the Tiando Empire's forces. Moreover, if the two of them join, it would mean that the Blaze Academy has joined the Heaven Do Empire. Pulling one thread could affect the whole province. The other 4 elemental academies would definitely try their best to strike against the Blaze Academy. Please hand me the academy's notes. I will bring you the lottery results tonight. You can take a short rest here. You should be staying here for the next few days. Yanli led everyone to a military camp, which was neatly organized and clean, with beds and bedding all prepared. Thank you, Senior. Huo Wushuang handed him the notes. Our brothers in the military camp will be watching you, so don't embarrass yourselves. Yanli took the notes and joked, then turned and left the camp. The next day, after finishing the breakfast prepared by the organizers, everyone followed Yanli to the training ground. The promotion matches would adopt a one-on-one format, which is different from the team competition that tests coordination. Individual battles fully test a person's combat ability, and one can easily see the strength at a glance. One side is strong, the other is weak. Perhaps because of the changes in rankings, the Blaze Academy was lucky enough to have a bye in the first round. Last night, Yanli excitedly ran over to congratulate everyone and was pleased with his luck. In addition to the teams from the Heaven Do competition area, teams selected from other kingdoms and principalities would also participate in the promotion matches. Although they had a bye, as a participating team, they still had to attend. They crossed a small hill and arrived at a vast grassland, where a circle of about 10,000 people had gathered to mark the venue. The people surrounding the area acted not only as guards, but also as spectators. Heaven Do Royal Academy. Soul Masters are rare on the Douluo continent, so the number of Soul Masters is not too many. Among the Heaven Do Royal Knights, only Soul Masters can become captains, and some teams may not even have a Soul Master captain. In summary, the strength of the Douluo continent's forces depends heavily on high-end combat power. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would not be able to stand tall between the Heaven Do and Starfall empires. Brightly colored armor formed a circle of silver walls, and Jason and the others, led by Yanli, entered through a specially reserved passage. In the distance, on a temporary stand set up on the grass, besides Shui Yi and his companions, many other people from different kingdoms were also present. They quietly observed the strengths of other teams while preparing their own area. Jason also spotted Shrek Academy in the distance. They were gathered together, likely discussing the arrangements for the matches. Once everyone had arrived, Shui Yi, standing on a high platform, also stood up and walked to the loudspeaker soul guide. Everyone gathered here is to showcase themselves. Over the next half-month, I hope everyone displays their best selves. I declare that the Elite Soul Master Promotion matches officially begin. With that, the surrounding knights shouted in unison, "Long live! Long life! Long life!" The cheers from 10,000 people surged like a tsunami. The first match was between the Shinkei's Academy and the Beast Academy. When Jason saw the two sides enter the arena, he recognized a familiar face. Meng Iran. After spotting Meng Iran, he scanned the area but did not see Meng Pa. If the time hasn't come yet, let you live a little longer. Taking a deep breath, Jason's sharp killing intent gradually subsided. What's wrong, Jason? Huo Wu asked from his side. I saw someone. An enemy? Yes. Who is it? I'll help you deal with it. Huo Wu said seriously to Jason. No need. I can handle it myself. It's fine. Seeing his serious expression, Jason smiled and ruffled his hair. Huo Wu's expression darkened, and after a moment of silence, she softly replied, the highest level Soul Masters in the Beast Academy were only in their 30s, so they were directly defeated by the Shinkei's Academy. Most teams from other kingdoms and principalities had Soul Masters at the same level, with very few exceeding level 40, falling short compared to the 5 elemental academies. When Shrek's team entered the arena, their opponent was a team from the Clark Kingdom. The Shrek team was represented by Xiao Wu, while their opponent was a captain. Upon entering, the captain immediately mocked Shrek's team uniform, which was already plastered with colorful advertisements, making it quite unique. Then came the face-slapping segment. On the first day, the Blaze Academy had a bye, allowing them to observe the strengths of others, so they watched alongside the spectators for a day. During the match, Jason left the venue with a heavy expression. He thought he had everything under control, and he wouldn't feel much pressure when facing it himself. However, when he truly reflected on it, he felt stifled, almost suffocating. The tragic scenes from that day were still vivid in his mind, each moment clearly reflecting in his memory. Like a waterfall, the rain of blood fell, and the serenity of his closed-eyed embrace. Sensing their master's emotions, the little demon reached out a branch to gently touch Jason's cheek in comfort. Chapter 144. Elegance Never Goes Out of Style. The next day, the Blaze team was matched against an opponent, the Rose team from the Flower Kingdom. It was said to be a team specially trained by the royal family, with all members possessing plant-type soul weapons. This name arose because the king of the Flower Kingdom has a rose as his soul weapon. Looking at their fiery red uniform, and then at the opponent's colorful attire, it seemed the opponent was quite unlucky. Not only did they lack power levels, but they were also severely countered. In the first match, the Blaze team chose Huo Wushuang to fight against a girl from the Rose team who had a cold expression and wielded a slender sword, standing tall and straight. As soon as she entered the arena, she looked solemnly at Huo Wushuang, readying her sword. The Blaze team's combatant was their captain, Huo Wushuang, a level 44 attack type soul master with the fire dragon as his soul weapon. The Rose team's combatant was their captain, Yi Wei, with the sword Rose as her soul weapon, a level 39 attack type soul master. Summon your soul weapons. The announcer's voice rang out just in time. A fiery red dragon coiled behind Huo Wushuang, radiating a scorching aura. Behind Yi Wei, a purple rose quietly appeared, its petals falling with a sense of sharpness, making her appear elegant and dignified. If one were to consider etiquette on the Douluo continent, the Flower Kingdom is indeed the most pleasing to the eye, even slightly surpassing the Heaven Do Empire. In the royal family, every noble begins to appreciate aesthetics from the age of 3 and starts receiving etiquette training after 6. Every step and every action during training must adhere to strict regulations. Sloppiness is not tolerated. They believe that etiquette is the best way to showcase one's identity and respect oneself, thus influencing the citizens of the Flower Kingdom, encouraging everyone to strive for elegance and dignity. Elegance never goes out of style. The girl with the slender sword murmured to herself. This was her creed since she was 6 years old. However, maintaining elegance requires strength to support it. Otherwise, one would only become a ridiculous joke. Huo Wushuang heard her muttering and snorted dismissively, saying, "Rude brute." The girl opposite glanced at him faintly. Huo Wushuang didn't speak, but his relaxed palm turned into a fist. Damn it. He initially intended to show mercy since the opponent was a girl, but now he didn't want to see her anymore. Start. When both sides were fully prepared, the host shouted loudly. Boom! A loud bang echoed from Huo Wushuang's feet, and in an instant, he transformed into an afterimage and charged towards the opponent. Rose's protection. The girl opposite, a level 39 soul master, faced Huo Wushuang's attack with her slender sword held in front of her, immediately using her third soul skill. The third purple soul ring lit up, and a purple rose appeared in front of her, beautifully rotating and emanating a heavy wave of soul power. The flames collided with the purple rose, sending ripples through the surrounding air. At that moment, Huo Wushuang, who collided with the rose, noticed that the petals of the rose suddenly began to split and wrap around him, with sharp thorns on them. Instantly, a glint of red light flashed in his eyes. His third soul skill activated, Dragon Claw. Scorching flames erupted from his palm, incinerating all the extended petals. Then he raised his hand high, and a fiery red dragon claw formed, swinging down fiercely. With a sizzling sound of burning and tearing, the rose shattered, revealing the cold-faced girl behind it. The residual power of the dragon claw continued to attack the opponent. The girl's expression showed no panic. She twirled her slender sword and blocked it before the dragon claw, her movements still elegant and calm. Then, the girl flew out. Huo Wushuang of the Blaze team wins. Huo Wushuang watched as the girl fell off the stage. She refused her teammate's support and slowly steadied herself. When she stood up, she didn't use her slender sword for support. After standing, she straightened her tall figure, held her sword in front of her face, and then slightly bowed as a sign of farewell. Even covered in dust, her inner elegance remained unblemished. Perhaps, even death could not diminish it. Watching her back, Huo Wushuang couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Please have the next member of the Rose team come to the stage. The host's voice continued to echo. However, the rest of the Rose team chose to forfeit. With their strongest captain defeated, there was no need for them to seek trouble. At this moment, Shrek and the others watching the battle were also observing Huo Wushuang's fight. That person is using Jason's combat techniques, Dai Mubai said confidently. Everyone was very familiar with Jason's fighting style. The kind of ferocious and swift combat method was hard to forget. It seems you should pay more attention to him when facing the Chihua team, the master said gravely. For such a powerful and fast-fighting style. Even he had to express his admiration, especially in this one-on-one battle, which was particularly tricky. A moment of inattention could lead to the end of the fight. If it comes to that, I'll step in. Dai Mubai stepped forward to volunteer. How about I do it instead? TangSan suddenly said, as he had previously studied Jason's fighting style and believed he had a better chance against Wu Shuang. No, I'll leave Jason to you. Dai Mubai shook his head, rejecting TangSan's suggestion. TangSan nodded in response, agreeing to it. Hey, don't overthink it. Whether we encounter him is another matter. Flinders suddenly came over and patted Dai Mubai's shoulder. At that moment, the announcer called out that it was Shrek Academy's turn to take the stage. The teams from the Heaven Do Empire rarely lost to teams from other kingdoms or principalities. After all, this was not a team battle. In one-on-one matches, exceptional situations seldom occurred. After more than half the time had passed, on this day, the Chihua team drew Shrek team in the lottery. At this moment, just like in the preliminaries, there was a heavy atmosphere in the Shrek team. For Jason, at some point, he had vaguely become that kind of unbeatable figure in their hearts. The master maintained his usual expression and said nothing about the team's atmosphere. The previous few competing teams quickly finished their matches. Shrek team versus Chihua team. Please have both sides choose their first competitor, the announcer's voice rang out. And Dai Mubai and Wu Shuang stepped onto the arena one after the other. Shrek team member, Team Captain Dai Mubai, level 42 Assault type Soul Master. Martial Soul Evil Eye White Tiger. Chihua team member, Team Captain Wu Shuang, level 44 Assault type Soul Master, Martial Soul Fire Dragon. Please prepare your martial souls. The announcer finished speaking, and the fighting spirit of both sides suddenly collided. Chapter 145. Dragon and Tiger Duel. The arena displayed the power of the dragon and tiger. With both sides facing off, their gazes locked onto each other. The match begins. The accumulated fighting spirit erupted instantly, colliding fiercely, causing the air to feel as if it had solidified in that moment. The martial souls were instantly summoned, and both sides transformed into their beast forms. The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger echoed, as Dai Mubai activated his third soul ring first, transforming into the white tiger Vajra form. His body became more beast-like, and he turned into a white shadow charging towards Wu Shuang. On the opposite side, after summoning his martial soul, Wu Shuang appeared very calm. His expression serious, his body lowering its center of gravity, standing steadily in an 8-level stance, left elbow raised, with the elbow facing forward and fists against his body. In an 8-level, 2-form stance, he seemed to have become a sturdy pine tree, steady and composed. However, in Dai Mubai's eyes, the opponent looked like a bomb about to explode. He felt something was off, but since he had already charged forward, there was no reason to retreat. He could only adjust his soul power again and speed up a bit towards him. Normally, running first for an attack could generate additional momentum, making the attack more powerful, thus forcing the opponent to defend and allowing one to set their rhythm. Therefore, a first strike indeed had many advantages, carrying the momentum of his run. Dai Mubai's fourth soul ring suddenly lit up halfway through. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. He swung his fist forward, and light projectiles like meteors fell towards Wu Shuang. Faced with his strike, Wu Shuang finally moved. He stepped out with his left foot, and then an explosion sounded, kicking up a cloud of dust. And he used the force to disappear from his original spot. Facing the dazzling light clusters ahead, Wu Shuang stretched out his arms, then swung his hands like whips, striking forward. Amidst Dai Mubai's white tiger meteor shower, his movements were grand and powerful, each strike accompanied by bursts of sound and light reminiscent of firecrackers. Precise hits landed on every light cluster obstructing his path. Soon, as they both prepared to clash, Dai Mubai extended his tiger claw, its tips glinting with cold light, and fiercely aimed to grab at his opponent. At this moment, Wu Shuang had just shattered a sphere of light in front of him, and seemed to only be able to passively defend against this attack. Great, Dai Lauda is going to take the initiative. Ma Hongjun clenched his fists excitedly upon seeing this scene. No, haven't you all noticed that the opponent hasn't used any soul skills so far? While Dai Mubai has already released his third and fourth soul skills, and the fourth soul skill has been neutralized by the opponent. If Dai Mubai takes the initiative, he will either crush the opponent in one go, or if he gives the opponent even a slight chance, Dai Mubai will lose this round. The master outside the arena frowned and explained the situation in the arena. Dai Lauda, crush him in one go. Oscar shouted loudly, stretching his neck toward the arena. At this moment, There was also a hint of relaxation in Dai Mubai's eyes. You dare to underestimate me? Not even using a soul skill? Then don't think about using one later. He thought to himself, looking at Huo Wushuang, who was so close. In the upcoming attacks, he wouldn't give the opponent the slightest chance to release a soul skill. But just then, he noticed that Huo Wushuang, who had shattered the last sphere of light, was not defending. As he ran, his body suddenly sank, and the sound of an explosion erupted from beneath his feet again. The inertia from the run, combined with the explosive boost, caused him to accelerate suddenly. The explosive force reduced the follow-up motion significantly. Iron Mountain. Therefore, Huo Wushuang unexpectedly lunged into Dai Mubai's embrace without any warning. Bang! A heavy muffled sound rang out, and Dai Mubai's body arched up, his feet forced off the ground. The sudden collision made his two different-colored eyes bulge out, as if they were about to pop out. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt as if his body had been charged by a rampaging wild boar. Then, he shot out like a cannonball, creating a wave of air. Dai Mubai, who was sent flying high, traced an arc before being caught by the referee who had long been prepared after leaving the designated area of the arena. The members of Shrek came back to their senses from their astonishment and hurriedly ran to Dai Mubai's side. Jiangzhu, hurry and heal, the master called out. At this moment, many people also came back to their senses from the shock of that strike, especially the surrounding members of the Royal Knights. Facing such a ferocious and direct combat skill, the boiling excitement in their hearts made their eyes blaze with fervor. I think that kid just now must have used a self-created soul skill. The creation of a self-created soul skill is inherently a difficult task. Even titled Douluo might not be able to develop one, perhaps due to the inadequacy of their soul skills or the weakness of what they create. However, even so, a self-created soul skill can rival a piece of soul bone. But at this moment, looking at Huo Wushuang below, I thought of Jason from the Blaze Battle Team and Feng Xiaodian from the Divine Wind Battle Team. For a moment, the expressions of the Snow Knight Emperor and the other three became complex, but what followed was a strong desire for talent. It might be unlikely to recruit Huo Wushuang, and Jason is officially the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which is somewhat absurd, but that's the reality. However, it is not impossible to maneuver. With proper operation, one could even take a large piece of meat from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It's time to let Qinghe meet that kid. Watching Jason talking to Huo Wu in the Blaze Battle Team, the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes flickered. Then, the only one left to consider is Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian is a student of the Divine Wind Academy, and his martial soul is also a variant. He has no significant backing, making him the easiest to recruit. Huo Wushuang was unaware that his stunning performance had sparked various thoughts among the distinguished guests. At this moment, he calmly returned to his position, quietly gathering strength. Long periods of tranquility are only for a more intense explosion. This was what Jason had told him, and he kept it firmly in mind. During this period of study, he clearly felt the growth of his strength. This was the first time he felt an increase in power, not due to soul power growth, which was a very wonderful and enjoyable feeling for him. Of course, he was even more grateful to Jason. After all, this soul skill, with the other party being willing to impart it fully and even design a special soul skill for him. He remembered all of this and understood its preciousness. He secretly kept it in his heart, and if Jason needed anything, he would definitely not hesitate to do it. But later, that wouldn't be possible. In fact, for some reason, Jason suddenly felt a chill down his spine from the sidelines. In the second match, the Shrek team member, Vice Captain TangSan, with a control system martial soul, blue silvergrass. Will the Blaze Battle Team change members? No. Huo Wushuang shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Please prepare the combat members. Both sides release their martial souls, and the battle begins. Chapter 146, Battle against TangSan. In the arena, TangSan stood with a serious expression, his blue-silver grass martial soul ready to go. Opposite him, Huo Wushuang's martial soul was manifested, the momentum of the one-horned Tyrannosaurus Rex restrained, exuding a dangerous aura. Shrek Team, TangSan, Level 40 Control System Soul Master, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass. Opponent, Blaze Battle Team, Huo Wushuang, Level 44 Assault Type Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul. One-horned Tyrannosaurus Rex. Both sides are ready. Start. As the announcer's words fell, dense blue-silver grass vines spread towards Huo Wushuang. From previous observations, Huo Wushuang had already learned that the opponent's blue-silver grass could be immune to fire. Therefore, if he wanted to deal damage, he could only rely on his physical strength and the impact of his flames. Thus, this time he did not stand still searching for opportunities like in the previous match, but instead moved forward with a bang. actively attacking TangSan. The endless vines obstructed Huo Wushuang's advance, entangling. Seeing Huo Wushuang getting closer, TangSan activated his first soul ring, and the vines on the ground targeted Huo Wushuang with dense entanglement. Huo Wushuang quickly changed direction, moving to the side. The entangling vines missed, but Huo Wushuang's progress was significantly hindered. The entangling vines continued to pursue Huo Wushuang, making it difficult for him to advance in front of TangSan. Realizing that this would only waste his soul power, Huo Wushuang's soul ring finally lit up. Tyrannosaurus Claw. The second soul ring lit up. Huo Wushuang's left arm was covered in flames, transforming into a dragon claw, the scorching flames distorting the surrounding air. Under Huo Wushuang's manipulation, the flames became more condensed, and the illusory dragon claw seemed to turn into a real dragon claw. This time, facing the entangling blue-silver grass vines. Huo Wushuang did not dodge, but directly swung forward, easily tearing through the obstructing vines. If TangSan's blue-silver grass didn't have fire immunity, these vines would pose no threat to him at all. Huo Wushuang charged through with unstoppable momentum, quickly reaching TangSan's front. At this moment, feeling the intense heat emanating from Huo Wushuang, TangSan activated his Xintian Kung Fu, his palm appearing jade-like. As Huo Wushuang charged in front of TangSan, he leaped up, his arm like a whip, carrying the dragon claw fiercely down towards TangSan. Bang! The violent aura erupted, shaking the entire arena. However, just as everyone was captivated by this furious scene, Huo Wushuang suddenly became alert. Suddenly, a bulge formed in the flames, and a figure with an illusory step charged towards his face. Faced with this sudden attack, Huo Wushuang could almost feel the oncoming wind from the punch. In a split second, he twisted his body and rolled to evade the strike. At the same time, his elbow rotated and struck fiercely towards TangSan's neck. TangSan faced this strike with a grave expression, extending his left hand. Control the crane and capture the dragon. A surge of force suddenly acted on Huo Wushuang's elbow, causing him to lose his center of gravity abruptly. Good opportunity. Seeing Huo Wushuang's unsteady center of gravity, a glint flashed in TangSan's eyes. In an instant, vines erupted from the ground, and his jade-like palm fiercely attacked Huo Wushuang's neck, with attacks from above and below. Huo Wushuang, in a state of weightlessness, seemed destined for defeat, and the members of the Shrek team outside all showed joy. But just then, a muffled sound suddenly erupted from Huo Wushuang's body. Following that, a wave of heat accompanied by a shockwave erupted from within him. Air blast. The sudden impact shattered the vines, but TangSan did not retreat as expected. Instead, he withstood the shock and continued to strike fiercely at Huo Wushuang's neck with his palm. The special arena beneath TangSan's feet cracked, showing how much force he had used to withstand the shock. With a heavy blow to the neck, Huo Wushuang's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot, his violent aura dissipating in that instant. Huo Wushuang fell to the ground, and the Shrek team won. As the announcer's words fell, Huo Wu rushed up eagerly, followed closely by Jason. "It's fine, he just fainted." After checking on his condition, Jason comforted Huo Wu. "Jason, you must teach him a good lesson." Huo Wu sighed in relief, then glared fiercely at TangSan. "All right, you help him down first. The next match is mine." Jason nodded. After Huo Wu helped her brother down, Jason turned to TangSan. "The next match is mine. Show me all your skills so I can properly assess your strength." With the branch of a little monster, considering TangSan's not-so-kind nature, he should grow quickly. "Good. I also want to see the gap between us." Before joining the Starry Sky sect, TangSan had simulated battles with Jason more than once. However, after becoming Jason's subordinate, he thought he would no longer have the opportunity to fight against him. But unexpectedly, there was still a chance now. Yet, thinking that a significant part of his strength growth was due to the young man in front of him, his heart couldn't help but feel complicated. After calming the boiling blood that had just been stirred, TangSan focused his mind and concentrated on staring at Jason. With 3 minutes of soul preparation time, Jason stood there leisurely, seemingly not here to fight at all. In contrast, TangSan's face was serious. In the Blaze Fire team, Huo Wushuang quickly woke up under the healing of the Tiando Royal Medical Soul Master. "Start. Big brother-in-law. Watch closely what the 8 Extremes fist is." Jason stepped back with his right foot, raising his arms one in front and one behind. Erlang moves mountains, facing the surrounding blue-silver grass with plundering characteristics. Jason didn't even glance at it. Oomph. With a sound like muffled thunder, Jason stepped heavily forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the entire arena seemed to tremble. At the same time, a mass of flames erupted around him like lava. He charged toward TangSan like a runaway wild horse carrying violent flames. The surrounding vines barely wrapped around him before they instantly broke, unable to form any obstruction. With every step Jason took, the entire arena trembled. With each breath, it sounded like rolling thunder. The 8 Extremes fist means that the power can reach far in all directions. The 8 Extremes fist emphasizes strength and simplicity, focusing on overpowering the opponent in combat. As Jason rushed forward, his momentum became increasingly violent yet very refined, like a charging beast. As Jason got closer, the 8 spider spears behind TangSan involuntarily broke through his clothes and appeared behind him. The external soul bone, the guests in the VIP seats, including Shui Yi and Pope Salus, looked at TangSan's 8 spider spears in shock. The greed in Salus's eyes was about to become tangible. However, no one noticed that TangSan's hidden left hand had an ancient small hammer floating above it. Outside, the fireless Wu Shuang watched the overwhelming aura surrounding Jason. His eyes filled with fervor. Is this the essence of the 8 Extremes? Chapter 147. How he can hammer 8 Extremes slash. Like a whip, with his palm forming a blade, he struck down fiercely at TangSan. TangSan stepped on ghost shadow mysterious steps, flickering a few times, then retreated a step, smoothly dodging this slash. After his retreat, Jason also changed his move accordingly, stepping forward with a punch. His fist tore through the air, smashing fiercely towards TangSan. Facing this punch, the 8 spider spears behind TangSan reacted quickly, all placed in front of him, joining together to block the attack. Bang! Jason's fist collided violently with TangSan's 8 spider spears. Then, a surge of flames erupted from Jason's fist, engulfing TangSan entirely. Xiao-san! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes glowing red. The spectators around were also nervously watching the situation in the arena. I remember the data said, this kid is a sensitive system long-range soul master, right? Shui looked at the violently attacking Jason in the arena and said with a strange expression. Ning Fengji was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Salus's gaze shifted from TangSan's 8 spider spears to Jason. He was utilizing the elemental attributes of his martial soul, combined with unique fighting techniques, to form the combat style before them. It can be said that just his fighting skills have already surpassed many soul techniques. Moreover, his control over soul power has reached an extraordinary level. At the same time, he could also enhance his soul power, undoubtedly. He was not just a genius, but could be called a master of a sect. Salus looked at Jason in the arena, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Their spirit hall had also experimented with a combat style similar to Jason's, but during training, they found that each person, through long-term research on finely tuned soul power manipulation, was often outpaced by the speed of soul power enhancement, and the effects were often not obvious, not proportional to the energy invested. Therefore, they abandoned it after just a year of experimentation. But now, watching this young man's combat style, Salus realized that manipulating soul power also requires certain talents. Oh, something happened in the arena again. After the explosive flames disappeared, the scene inside was revealed. A cocoon made of vines remained in place, and the outer vines showed no signs of burning at all. Crack! A sound like cotton being torn apart echoed as TangSan, with a sharp spider spear, stabbed towards Jason. 8 spider spears transformed into phantoms and lunged at Jason. But what shocked everyone was that, facing the attack of the 8 spider spears, he merely blocked them with both hands. That's right, just with 2 hands, which were entwined with ice crystals, creating a crisp metallic sound upon colliding with the spider spears. Is this guy a monster? Feng Xiaodian, who had fought Jason before, was now staring at him with a dazed expression. The strength Jason displayed had drained all fighting spirit from the participants present. At this moment, everyone seemed to forget that he was a sensitive system soul master. The clashes in the arena continued, but TangSan's face grew increasingly pale. He felt that his spider spears were about to break. The ice crystals on the opponent's hands were too hard. His spider spears couldn't even break through the defense. Instead, the power coming from the opponent made his spider spears ache. What on earth is this? Jason's extraordinary abilities left TangSan unable to find any countermeasures. The pain in the spider spears intensified, and finally, under the high-intensity impact, one of the spider spears couldn't hold on and broke first, followed by a chain reaction as one by one the spider spears broke. TangSan let out a roar with the last remaining spider spear. Launching his final attack at Jason, Jason narrowed his eyes, and another layer of flames wrapped around the ice crystals on his fists. The 2 fists engulfed in flames were dazzling. Jason's fist collided fiercely with TangSan. The moment the spider spear collided with his fist, it shattered inside. But obviously, TangSan had not placed any hope on this spider spear. The Haotian hammer in his right hand suddenly smashed towards Jason's fist. Jason's fist and TangSan's Haotian hammer were locked in a stalemate. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out from Jason's hand, and a crack appeared on the ice crystals on his fist. In the VIP area, another uproar broke out. The Haotian hammer, Saras exclaimed with a gloomy face. No wonder Ning Fengji understood why the other party would refuse his invitation. The hammer is not bad, Jason praised with a smile as he looked at the increasingly cracked ice crystal on his fist. Soon, a chill emanated from the ice crystal, frost creeping up the Haotian hammer and then rapidly spreading over TangSan's entire body. Under the astonished expressions of everyone, TangSan was quickly frozen into an ice sculpture. The three people on the VIP stage were momentarily speechless. An external spirit bone, rare, right? The strength was shattered. The Haotian hammer, the #1 weapon spirit, was only able to crack the ice crystal on the opponent's fist. What is happening in this world? Is it still the world they knew? For a moment, their minds were in chaos. Quickly report the score, or he might get frostbite. Jason shouted at the somewhat dazed referee. Oh, the Blaze Fire team wins. The score is 2-1. After announcing the result, he released the ice crystal binding TangSan. Thank you for showing mercy, Master. TangSan bitterly smiled and bowed to Jason. Not bad in strength. Focus on your research. Jason nodded. When TangSan left the stage, before the host could announce, the master of the Shrek team loudly declared first, Shrek Academy concedes. TangSan didn't even break the hem of Jason's clothes when he was on stage. Letting someone else go up would just be asking for punishment. No one laughed at the Shrek team's decision. Anyone facing such an opponent would feel hopeless. It's just that no one knew what it would be like facing the people from the Spirit Hall. The Blaze Fire team wins. The host shouted loudly. After that, the subsequent battles seemed less exciting for some reason. A day of battles quickly came to an end, and after fighting all day, everyone had no energy to go out and play. They returned to their lodgings, gathered together, and began to discuss the battle plan for the next day. As night fell, the moonlight enveloped the royal camp, and the horses in the stables stood with their eyes closed, falling into sleep. However, at this moment, some people simply could not sleep. The external spirit bone, the Haotian hammer, and that boy who suppressed the opponent throughout stirred their hearts. Go. Quickly invite Qinghe over and bring the Empire's highest resources. We must find a way to keep that boy in the Tiando Empire, Shui decisively said to the guard behind him as soon as he returned to his residence. Yes. At the same time, a swift horse departed rapidly from the Spear Hall area, leaving the hunting camp. Synopsis: the prey will make me successful. Even gods are my prey, although this prey might be a bit dangerous. Spirit Hall, Enchanted Bow.